while others tremble in the corners during the apocalypse. I, however, brandish an axe in front of the principal's ex-girlfriend. It's all because I've acquired the apocalypse steel system. As long as there are enough women, my prowess could become legendary. With an AK in my left hand and a woman in my right, exotic delicacies are just the basics. It's because I've awakened in the apocalypse system and equipped myself for battle. This is the restroom. You can't come in here. Hearing the women talking inside, I shouted, "What the hell? Are you crazy? If you don't open the door soon, I'll smash it down." I opened the door to the women's restroom. Without hesitation, I rushed in and kicked the door shut, my hands still numb from just killing a few zombies. Black blood dripped from the axe onto the floor, making the restroom eerily quiet. I didn't even glance at the other person. The intense focus I just had left me feeling disoriented, so I casually set the fire axe aside and took a deep breath. I began to recall what had just happened. This is Yongjiang University in Yongcheng, and I am a junior here. I just returned from delivering takeout. I found that the entire campus had turned eerie, with screams all around and scenes of people being devoured. As someone who often delivers takeout and reads novels, I could tell at a glance that they were no longer human. The words apocalyptic zombies flashed in my mind, and out of self-preservation, I ran to the stairwell without a second thought. I found the location of the fire cabinet here, grabbed a fire axe sprayed with red paint, and fought my way to the women's restroom. I had just taken down a zombie at the door and was about to duck into the restroom when the woman inside suddenly braced the door tightly. This infuriated me. With zombies behind me, I seriously considered chopping down the wooden door with my axe. Fortunately, the foolish woman didn't force me to break the door down and opened it herself. At that moment, the woman at the door spoke. "Is that you, G. Boda?" That voice sounds familiar. I raised my head to look. What came into view was a familiar face. Her name is Lee Siyu, also a junior at Yongjiang University and my classmate, recognized as the class beauty. When I first started college and met her, I was captivated by her looks, and under my roommate's encouragement, I confessed my feelings. I had little hope, but to my surprise, the seemingly aloof class beauty immediately accepted, leaving me, a naive bird at the time, utterly flabbergasted. I may look decent, but compared to the readers, I still fall short. I'm not strikingly handsome, nor do I have a domineering presence. The girl approached me, but being infatuated, I didn't care. I naively thought this was the legendary love at first sight, never realizing she saw me as just one of her many ATMs. Those years I not only worked tirelessly for Lee Siyu but even borrowed 10,000 yuan at a 40% interest rate just to buy her a branded bag. I even ran into her with her rich boyfriend, leaving in a Porsche Panamera, inhaling exhaust fumes. I was not only looked down upon as a poor loser who didn't know his place, but also got beaten up by her rich boyfriend's thugs. From then on, I became the laughingstock of my classmates. At that time, whenever I had time, I would go out to earn every penny. I was such a loser that I almost knelt down to someone to eliminate a bad review, with less than 5 hours of rest in a day. I hadn't noticed before, but when I just came in, the zombie at the door seemed to be that rich kid. I immediately laughed. "Lee Siyu, you little brat, I didn't expect it to be you." Lee Siyu seemed to ignore my insult, her face pale, trembling, and looking at me with helpless eyes. "G. Boda, what's happening outside? Why is my boyfriend suddenly acting crazy and trying to eat me? How scary. Stop with that disgusting voice. Did your internet just get connected, or are you living in the 2G era? Don't you understand the apocalypse zombies?" After hearing my words, Lee Siyu instinctively grabbed my arm and said, "What should I do, G. Boda? You have to protect me. I'm your class monitor. As long as you protect me, I'll definitely help you apply for the scholarship next semester. Are you okay?" My class monitor, even during the apocalypse, still wants to break me. "Wherever it's cool, take me there. Isn't your rich boyfriend very capable? Why not have him come save you?" What an idiot, I thought, looking at Lee Siyu's disdainful expression. This gold-digging girl had made her college years miserable. Not seeking revenge on her was already showing mercy. Having killed dozens of zombies, I was nearly exhausted. I walked directly to the sink, took a sip of tap water, and since this was the women's restroom, there were no separate sinks in the men's room. As I pondered how to break the deadlock, a mechanical voice appeared in my ear. "Detection complete. The human-dominated blue star is in a biocrisis, with the global human population dropping by 90%. Host confirmed, G. Boda, age 21. Sperm activity detected at 10 times that of peers. More children, more blessings. System binding successful." What the hell? I was startled by the sudden voice, then overwhelmed with joy. With the system bound to me, wasn't I about to take off? I immediately asked the system, "What functions do you have?" Ding! "Host, this system is here to revive humanity. As long as you save beautiful women and they agree or passively become your women, you will receive rewards. To save humanity, please marry more wives. More children and more wives. This system is great. I was instantly overjoyed. In those apocalypse novels, aren't the protagonists always surrounded by wives and concubines, doing as they please? I never expected that fortune would turn my way today. Right in front of me was a woman. Although I found Lee Si-yu's character very dislikable, even detestable, her looks and figure were undeniable. With her curves and a tiny waist, I wouldn't mind becoming a real man before I die. Now it seemed even more necessary. I didn't care if Lee Si-yu was experienced. The taste of a mature woman is far better than that of an innocent girl. However, with a woman like Lee Si-yu, the more you give her face, the less she appreciates it. If I just went over and asked her to be my woman, I'd probably end up with nothing but rejection. Thinking this, I picked up the fire axe and walked to the wooden door. Seeing me about to leave, Lee Si-yu couldn't sit still and asked, "Where are you going?" "None of your business," I said unapologetically. "Don't go. We're classmates. You have to take me with you." Lee Si-yu immediately blocked my way, looking pitiful. Normally, the eager followers would be ready to clear any obstacles and take him wherever he wanted. But now, after 2.5 years of repaying debts in a grim situation, my heart is as cold as the fish at a supermarket. Who are you to even think about it? I ruthlessly pushed Lee Si-yu aside. Lee Si-yu looked at me in disbelief. She used to have me do whatever she wanted. How could it be this way now? At the same time, my hand reached for the bolt, ready to open the door. Lee Si-yu was scared. This man really was so heartless. After having an ambiguous past together, how could he be so cruel? "Gee Boda, are you even a man? How can you leave a weak woman here to wait for death?" Lee Si-yu said, her voice tinged with tears as she looked at my back. The woman's voice reached my ears again. I didn't give Lee Si-yu any face and replied directly, "Enough. Put away your little tricks. Do you want to test if I'm a man? You really have no shame. What are you saying? What do I have to do for you to take me to a safe place? I'm willing to do anything." Lee Si-yu was almost in tears, panicking. Without me, he'd be stuck in the women's restroom and might really starve to death. "All right," I said with a smile. "I've been waiting for you to say that for a long time." "You agreed." Lee Si-yu looked both shocked and delighted, her expression changing instantly. I turned back to see Lee Si-yu's broken smile. I grabbed her chin with my left hand, lifting it up. "Be my woman. If you want me to take you to a safe place, then make me comfortable. Be my woman." As my words fell, Lee Si-yu looked completely shocked. Seeing me back then, like a stray dog, now saying such things left him speechless. How could G Boda be so domineering? What's going on with this little thrill? Lee Si-yu began to look at me with a slightly dazed gaze. "Are you serious? If I become your woman, you'd take me away and not hit me? I know you're the best for me." Lee Si-yu immediately wrapped her arms around my sturdy arm and replied. I was ready for Lee Si-yu's cold mockery, but who knew it would turn out like this? It felt utterly bland. She truly is a gold digger. Whatever, I've achieved my goal. She's just a tool. It doesn't matter. Alright, since you've agreed, let me test the waters and see if this deal is worth it. I roughly pulled Lee Si-yu into my arms. "Be a little gentler," Lee Si-yu said with a dazed look in her eyes. I didn't care about that. I pushed Lee Si-yu against the wall, then explored the origins of humanity. "To my surprise, you're still a virgin," I said in astonishment. This woman has toyed with so many men, including a rich second generation, yet she still maintained her purity. This surprised me greatly. "I'm not an easy woman. I've never let them take advantage of me," Lee Si-yu replied with a hint of sorrow. "Ha, I didn't expect your level to be so high. Then doesn't that just mean you're giving me a bargain?" 2.5 hours later, with a long sigh, the system's notification sound echoed in my ears again. Host successfully rescued the beauty. Congratulations, host. Achievement unlocked. First blood reward is being issued. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill Insulator, immune to all viruses. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the passive skill Carefree, allowing you to control the number of times you get pregnant after feeling happy, letting your partner conceive according to your timing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Pregnancy Radar, which will alert you if there are any women who have lost their pregnancies within a 100-meter radius. Congratulations, host. You have received a Strength Pill, which will greatly enhance your physical qualities after consumption. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a storage space of 10 square meters, capable of holding anything that is not a fox, preserving its stored state. Completely relaxed, I listened to the system's notifications and was instantly dumbfounded. Wow, this reward is way too generous. The reason zombies are so terrifying in the apocalypse isn't because they are bloodthirsty, but because they can make countless mistakes, while humans can only afford to make one. As long as you get even a slight scratch, the aggressive zombie virus can turn you into one of them within half an hour. Now, with the first reward, it feels like I've unlocked a golden body. How can I not be excited? Carefree is a great thing. The system's name is more children, more blessings. If I can't succeed in one go with offspring, I'm going to be exhausted. This is definitely a good thing. Let's see below. What the heck is this? Pregnancy radar? This is truly a good item. With this thing, it'll be much easier to find survivors later. It's like I'm playing an RPG game from a god's perspective. It's just so satisfying. There's no need to say much about the system space. It's essential for the apocalypse. At this moment, a system interface appeared in front of me. Name, G. Boda. Age, 21. Passive skills, insulator, carefree. Special skill, pregnancy radar. Looking at my attributes in the storage space, 2.5 years of high-intensity work experience indeed gave me extraordinary strength. I just wonder how effective this strength pill is. Without any hesitation, I took the strength pill from the storage space. It was a pill the size of a lion's head, lying quietly in my hand. Gulp! I swallowed it whole. In the next moment, my whole body felt hot, and I looked at Lee Siyu with red eyes. What? Why are you still here? 2 hours later, I finally started to feel out of control. This strength pill is really amazing. I looked at Lee Siyu, who was beautiful with a flushed face and beads of sweat on her forehead, indicating how crazy things had been. I was losing control as my speed gradually increased. Slow down, you'll really break if you keep this up. Focus a bit more, woman. 5 minutes later, I took my second turn, then relaxed into a leisurely mode. Looking at the unconscious Lee Siyu beneath me, I had lost that thrilling feeling. It was just average. It wasn't as exhilarating as League of Legends with unlimited firepower. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a little white dragon. As I came back, it was originally 5 o'clock, and after all this commotion, 2.5 hours had passed, and it was already getting dark. I wasn't sure if zombies would become significantly stronger at night, like in the games. Human eyesight is weak in the dark. It's very dangerous at night. At that moment, the zombies outside the restroom were drawn to the classroom by the screams. The women's restroom was relatively safe. As long as we stayed quiet, we could rest assured. I peeked through the door crack for a while and saw there were no threats. Forget it. I'll just sleep in the women's restroom tonight. We can deal with things tomorrow. Before sleeping, I took a moment to check my attributes. One strength pill had increased all my attributes by 10 points. I exclaimed, wow, no wonder I was so fierce earlier. My strength is high enough to play 7 rounds of poker, 3 times that of a normal human. I must be like a little Superman. As long as I'm not cornered by zombies, I'm not afraid of the zombie virus. With a strength and speed of 21 points, ordinary zombies no longer pose a threat to me. The next day, as dawn broke, I stood up energetically, with Lee Siyu behind me. He stared at me with a dazed expression, the slight pain between his legs reminding him that this was all real, not a dream. What time is it? Lee Siyu asked. It's the next day. My tone lacked the aggressive edge from yesterday and was instead a bit gentler. After all, boys tend to care more about their first woman. Even though he had tricked me before, there's a saying, 1 day is husband and wife, 100 days of affection. Since we already share a marital bond, Lee Siyu is still a virgin. So many unfortunate souls have not plucked the flower. I haven't lost out either. I'm not petty, so of course, I choose to forgive him. It's already the next day. Lee Siyu got up but found herself completely naked in front of me. She immediately became shy, covering her important parts with her hands. However, her figure was too good. Her hands couldn't cover everything, making her movements quite comical. Alright, it's not like I haven't seen it before. You enjoyed it more than I did yesterday. Why are you covering up? Hurry up and get dressed. We need to leave the women's restroom to look for food. Aren't you hungry? I asked. What did you say, you pervert? Lee Siyu gasped and immediately started putting her clothes on. I chuckled and didn't mind. Then I cracked open the wooden door of the restroom to peek outside. After a day, there weren't many zombies left inside, which saved me a lot of trouble. After confirming the route, I turned to see Lee Siyu fully dressed and said, stay close to me and don't fall behind. And don't make any noise. If a zombie gets a hold of you, I won't stop to save you. Got it? Lee Siyu nodded like a little chick pecking at rice. I saw Lee Siyu cooperating so well that I didn't make things too difficult for her and directly left the women's restroom holding the fire axe. As soon as I turned the corner after leaving, I saw 3 zombies surrounding a corpse, chopping it up. I didn't say a word and directly executed a sweeping strike, swinging the axe from right to left, instantly decapitating 3 zombies. The whole battle lasted less than 1 second. Lee Siyu, who came out from behind, saw the scene in front and almost threw up, but fortunately he hadn't eaten 2 meals, so there was nothing to throw up. and he managed to hold it back. After suppressing the vomiting, the scene of me chopping down 3 zombies with an axe reappeared in my eyes. Too strong. Lee See-you never thought that besides being a bit handsome, I, who was quite ordinary, could actually be this powerful, killing 3 zombies in a second. It's not even this fast when killing chickens, right? Lee See-you is a realistic woman. In peacetime, she pursues the rich second generation. In the apocalypse, what is most valuable? That is strength. My current strength, let alone him, Lee See-you, I'm afraid even those wooed. Having figured everything out, Lee See-you suddenly felt relieved. She must take good care of Ji-Boda and at least eliminate the bad impression she had previously left on him. In this apocalypse, Ji-Boda is probably even more secure than Uncle Hat. After I killed 3 zombies, I looked at Lee See-you, and I was surprised that she could force herself to swallow back the vomit, which made me view this woman in a different light. Also in a peaceful era, a woman who knows how to leverage her advantages to acquire resources is certainly not a pure and innocent person. She naturally understands how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Once recovered, continue moving forward. The whole school, it's impossible, only I have the strength to confront the zombies head-on. If you don't want to starve, hurry up and come with me to the convenience store, I said. Lee See-you immediately nodded. Our teaching building is not far from the small shop at the entrance. After a few twists and turns and taking down dozens of zombies, we have arrived near the small shop. I looked over, and there were quite a few zombies at the small shop, but fortunately, they were all at the entrance. I calculated that, with my speed advantage, I should be able to kite them to death. Anyway, I'm not afraid of the zombie virus. At worst, I'll just get scratched a couple of times, which is nothing serious. After making the plan, I directly had Lee See-you hide nearby, confirming that there were no zombies, so I could quickly approach Lee See-you. I directly walked towards the zombie horde holding a fire axe. When the zombies smelled the scent of a human, they all looked over at once, excitedly rushing towards me. Without saying a word, I swung my axe and directly cleaved the zombie in front of me in 2. Then, with a casual horizontal slash, 3 or 4 more zombies fell to the ground. Lee See-yu's words directly stunned me. So handsome, is this my husband? So strong. The remaining 5 or 6 zombies are naturally no match for me. With a casual move, King Qin has already slain all the zombies at his feet. Looking into the distance, more zombies are coming over, drawn by the sounds of battle from this side. I didn't waste any time either. I directly rushed into the convenience store, regardless of whether it was useful or not. I just took everything into the system space all at once. The small shop is only 50 square meters, with aisles and shelves. After I finished collecting all the items, the system space only increased by 1/10 of the area. 1 minute later, I left the convenience store, and I quickly came to Lee See-yu's side and grabbed his arm. Open your mouth and say hurry up. There are too many zombies, go to your dorm. Quickly walk. Looking back at no less than 50 zombies chasing, he didn't care about so much, and took me through twists and turns until we reached the bottom of his dormitory building. Yongjiang University graduate student dormitory. Lee See-you, a junior student, can actually live in this kind of dormitory with 2 households per floor, thanks to her resentful rich second-generation boyfriend's contribution. Fortunately, the dormitory has a door lock that can be opened with both fingerprints and keys, and the 2 easily entered. As the heavy stainless steel door was closed, the zombie horde outside lost the trace of the 2 and could not break open the security door. A few minutes later, it quieted down, but these zombies did not leave here. Instead, they surrounded the dormitory. It seems that next time it won't be so easy to go out. Entering the dormitory, I sat down on the sofa with a thud. I was very exhausted, and in less than a minute, I had already entered a semi-sleep state. Lee See-you, who was standing beside me, looked at me helplessly. He was indeed a bit disappointed without food, but fortunately, we had already returned to the dormitory, where he usually had a habit of storing snacks. Although it doesn't fill me up, it can last a few days. As long as this strong person is still by my side, there is still a chance. After Lee See-you quietly ate a little snack, she looked at me resting, and the more she looked, the more handsome I seemed. Lee See-you bit her finger, and a few minutes later her beautiful head nodded directly, making up her mind to turn around and enter the bathroom. She then brought a basin of water out from the bathroom. She approached Chao Chuan and placed the basin at his feet. Gently, she lifted his feet. Li Jiayu's actions startled Chao Chuan awake. However, he did not open his eyes. Instead, he squinted, cooperating with Li Jiayu as she removed his shoes and socks. Soon, a pair of delicate little hands began to glide over the soles of his feet. This woman, Li Jiayu, was actually helping him wash his feet. This was simply too delightful. If it weren't for the apocalypse, how could a poor guy like Chao Chuan enjoy such treatment? The apocalypse might not be such a bad thing after all, especially with Li Jiayu bending over to scrub his feet. The vacuum of whiteness ahead stirred Chao Chuan's desires once more. He suppressed the rebellion of his good brother, waiting for Li Jiayu's service. After about 10 minutes, the hot water turned cold. Li Jiayu touched her slightly sweaty forehead and sniffed her clothes. Ugh, so smelly. After staying in the bathroom for so long, there's a strange odor. Anyway, my husband isn't awake yet, so I'll go take a shower first, Li Jiayu murmured. After saying that, she removed the basin, twisting her waist like a water snake, and walked into the bathroom. 2.5 minutes later, swish, 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 the sound of the shower running came from the bathroom. The bathroom door was made of frosted glass. Although one couldn't see inside clearly, a graceful figure could be vaguely seen. Chao Chuan took a glance and immediately stood up straight. Wow, forget it, I can't hold back anymore. Chao Chuan stood up and walked straight to the bathroom door. Without thinking, he pushed the door open. Li Jiayu, who was washing her hair, didn't even notice someone had entered until a pair of rough hands reached their peak. Ah! Li Jiayu let out a small yelp. Then she opened her eyes and saw Chao Chuan, with his 8-pack abs, in front of her. Don't talk, kiss me, Chao Chuan said, gripping her cheeks. Woo woo! The temperature of the water heater dropped from 75 degrees to 25 degrees, making the water icy cold. Only then did the two of them emerge from the bathroom. Chao Chuan felt refreshed, while Li Jiayu's face was flushed, too shy to step out of the bathroom. Come out. You don't think it's over just like that, do you? Chao Chuan unhesitatingly picked Li Jiayu up in a princess carry and walked out. Ah, so domineering, Li Jiayu thought to herself. After 2 days of contact, she had already transformed into Chao Chuan's shape. Like a little cat, she obediently nestled against him. They entered the bedroom. They went wild for another hour. Li Jiayu was already too exhausted to move. Chao Chuan looked at the beauty in his arms and, touching her flat belly, said, "Hello, takeout, are you hungry?" "Chao, husband, aren't you a monster? I asked if you're hungry." Before Li Jiayu could answer, her stomach provided the answer. Chao Chuan chuckled and directly took out a bottle of milk, a meat floss bread, and a hot dog from his space, placing them in Li Jiayu's hands. Where did this come from? Li Jiayu looked at the suddenly appeared food in her hands, swallowing hard. Gurgle, gurgle. Her stomach audibly protested again. She had never been this hungry before. Originally, she wanted to maintain a ladylike image, but upon seeing the food, she couldn't resist the temptation. Weakly, she said, "I'm hungry." "Go eat," Chao Chuan said, picking Li Jiayu up and placing her by the bed. Watching Li Jiayu savor the food, Chao Chuan also took out a piece of bread from his space and started munching on it. Walking and eating, he soon reached the window of the room. Looking at the increasing number of zombies outside, Chao Chuan frowned. The earlier commotion had been a bit too loud. The number of zombies had more than doubled. Trouble. Just at that moment, a series of urgent beeping sounds suddenly appeared in Chao Chuan's mind. Ding! A suitable pregnant woman in the vicinity is in danger. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. Ding! A suitable pregnant woman in the vicinity is in danger. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. There's actually a suitable pregnant woman nearby? Without any hesitation, Chao Chuan immediately opened the system interface. In the upper right corner, an envelope icon was flashing urgently. Without a word, Chao Chuan clicked on it. Soon, a woman's information appeared on his system interface. Name, Wulan Lan. Photo, image. GIF age, 24 beauty score, 88 figure score, 96 purity, 99% current health, 80%, hungry, overall score, 92 system evaluation, married woman, no pregnancy history. According to the system assessment, this woman is in her prime pregnancy period. Please rescue her as soon as possible and help her conceive to revive humanity. Chao Chuan squinted and directly clicked to view the woman's photo. Instantly, he was astonished. Wow, this woman had curves in all the right places, fair skin, and stunning looks. Not only were her features exquisite, but even her proportions were a size larger than Li Jiayu's. No wonder she had a figure score of 96. She was indeed exceptional. According to the system radar, this woman lived on the 3rd floor of the building directly across from him. Originally, there were no zombies on her side. However, since Chao Chuan and his companion had just arrived, they had attracted all the nearby zombies, leading to this unfortunate situation. Chao Chuan glanced over and saw dozens of zombies wandering below her building, with a few already starting to head upstairs, seemingly having caught a scent. More importantly, her side didn't have a stainless steel security door like Li Jiayu's dormitory. The zombies could easily reach her front door. It was indeed dangerous. Chao Chuan stroked his clean-shaven chin, his gaze fixed on that side. With so many zombies downstairs, although he wasn't afraid of the zombie virus, the saying goes, a multitude of ants can kill an elephant. With so many zombies, they could easily overwhelm him. Chao Chuan never considered himself a savior, someone who had to rescue everyone. But since the system had given him a prompt, not rescuing her would be a bit disrespectful to the system. He needed to come up with a plan. Chao Chuan paced thoughtfully around the room. Soon, he discovered an unopened package in Li Jiayu's room. Oh, this item looked familiar. Looking at the description on the delivery label, wasn't this the drone that I, the old simp, bought on loan to give to Li Jiayu? Chao Chuan couldn't help but laugh. He never expected to find something he had personally given to Li Jiayu in her room. How ironic. It was during the summer vacation when Li Jiayu crazily insisted that Chao Chuan take her on a self-driving trip to the northwest, which led to him buying the drone. The drone was purchased, but later, since Chao Chuan couldn't afford to rent a car, the self-driving plan was shelved. He had been humiliated for a long time, scolded by Li Jiayu as useless, unable to take out even a little money. The drone had arrived, but it had been left unused by her. Li Jiayu didn't even want to open the packaging. Thinking of all this made Chao Chuan very angry. He glanced at Li Jiayu, realizing that he must collect interest from her fiercely when the opportunity arose. However, looking at the horde of zombies outside, an idea began to form in his mind. Now was the time for the drone to be put to use. Chao Chuan took out the drone and casually placed it in front of the dressing table in the room. With a swift motion, he tore open the packaging of the drone. The sound of Chao Chuan's operation was heavy, which puzzled Li Jiayu, who was eating. What was Chao Chuan doing? Wasn't that a drone? Even in the apocalypse, could he still have the leisure to take aerial shots? However, Li Jiayu didn't dare to ask too many questions and could only watch Chao Chuan fiddle with it in confusion. Soon, Chao Chuan's mental focus doubled, and without needing to look at the manual, he assembled the drone. He picked up the remote control. With a beep, the drone slowly ascended under Chao Chuan's control. After getting a rough idea of how to operate the drone, this cheap model took to the sky. However, due to its low cost, it emitted a loud buzzing sound, akin to a swarm of bees, which was incredibly noisy. In peaceful times, such a loud drone would be useless, lacking even basic obstacle avoidance features. It was practically industrial waste. But now, in a zombie-infested apocalypse, it was a valuable tool. That noise was perfect for attracting zombies. Li Jiayu watched Chao Chuan tinkering for a while before she couldn't help but ask, "Chao Chuan, what are you doing?" Chao Chuan didn't answer her. Instead, he turned to Li Jiayu and said, "You stay here quietly. If I'm not back, no one opens the door. I'm going out to handle something, understand?" Okay, Li Jiayu nodded, seemingly understanding something. Then she saw Chao Chuan open the window and send the drone into the air. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of a large swarm of bees emanated from the drone. This noise quickly attracted the attention of all the zombies downstairs. Huff, huff. The zombies, hearing the noise, looked up at the drone. Then they began to stir. However, these zombies couldn't jump. They could only reach out their hands, desperately wanting to grab the drone. Chao Chuan casually adjusted the drone's flight angle, and no matter which direction he went, it stirred the zombies into a frenzy. This is promising. A smile appeared on Chao Chuan's face. That made things easier. He then set a flight path on the drone's app, leading the group of zombies away. As the drone slowly flew over the heads of the zombies, they began to move. Almost all the zombies present headed in the direction the drone was flying. Chao Chuan quietly observed the movement of the zombie horde from the window. After waiting a few minutes, he saw that the zombies downstairs had dispersed significantly. Seeing that they had moved away enough, he picked up the fire axe beside him. As for the few scattered zombies left, Chao Chuan didn't take them seriously at all. He was even too lazy to go out through the security door. He simply stood at the window and leaped out. Boom! Crack! He landed steadily on both feet. His graceful movement made Li Jiayu's eyes sparkle. She couldn't help but exclaim, "My husband is so handsome." After landing, he quickly caught the attention of the remaining zombies. Instantly, they opened their gaping mouths and approached Chao Chuan. Without even glancing at the approaching zombies, Chao Chuan relied on muscle memory, swinging his axe to send them to their end. It was effortless. In just a few minutes, he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory designated for pregnant women, as indicated by the system prompt. "Knock, knock, knock. Open the door," Chao Chuan shouted. He knocked for a while, but there was no response from inside. He didn't expect this girl to be so cautious. Chao Chuan chuckled. Then he continued to shout at the door, "Wulan Lan, I know you're inside." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a response from within. "You, who are you, and how do you know my name?" Wulan Lan responded. Chao Chuan naturally wouldn't reveal his own name. To save someone, he simply opened his mouth and spoke nonsense. This was how he lured the woman out. Li Jiayu had been watching Chao Chuan's movements from the window. Just as she was speculating about what Chao Chuan was up to, he came out. Not only did he come out, but he was also followed by someone. A woman. Chao Chuan went out and brought back a beauty, Although she was too far away to see clearly, the situation made Li Jiayu feel a sense of crisis. Who is she? Could she be my husband's current girlfriend? As the two figures gradually became clearer, Li Jiayu was not foolish enough to not open the door for them. Instead, she tidied up her appearance, confirmed she still looked like a beautiful girl, and went downstairs to open the door for the two. Li Jiayu's actions did not attract Chao Chuan's attention. Instead, Wulan Lan looked at Li Jiayu with a puzzled expression. The two girls locked eyes. Li Jiayu broke the silence first. Is it you? Li Jiayu said. You know me? Wulan Lan looked at Li Jiayu with confusion, pondering for a moment. She couldn't find any information about Li Jiayu in her memory. She looked at Li Jiayu with great curiosity. Chao Chuan was also puzzled, seeing Li Jiayu's surprised expression. Could it be that Wulan Lan had some other impressive identity? Aren't you one of the 4 campus beauties from Chongjiang University? I heard you got married right after graduation. I didn't expect to run into you here, Li Jiayu said. Chao Chuan had been busy working for years and hadn't paid attention to any rankings of campus beauties. Hearing Li Jiayu say this, he carefully scrutinized Wulan Lan. He hadn't noticed before, but this woman was even more beautiful than she appeared in the photos. Especially with that subtle mature woman aura, it seemed to draw Chao Chuan's gaze like poison, making it impossible for him to look away. A pair of sparkling big eyes, a high-nose bridge, and a cherry-like mouth. Even someone as upright as Chao Chuan couldn't help but want to take a bite. Truly a stunning beauty. Unexpectedly, she was still a campus beauty. This was a huge win. Li Jiayu, to put it bluntly, was not even in the same league as Wulan Lan. Standing together, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. I didn't expect that my name would still be known by a junior. I'm truly flattered, Wulan Lan said elegantly. Then she looked at Chao Chuan and asked, this young man who saved me, when will the rescue team arrive? What? There's a rescue team? Li Jiayu looked at Chao Chuan in surprise. Sorry, beautiful, there is no rescue team at all. The world has already ended. I just saved you. Chao Chuan waved his hand, not at all minding admitting that he had lied to her. After hearing Chao Chuan's words, Wulan Lan fell silent for a moment. However, she quickly regained her composure. After all, she was no longer a child at this age. The entire campus was filled with zombies, and the outside world was probably not much better. A rescue team? She had already doubted Chao Chuan's mention of a rescue team. It was just a form of self-deception for psychological comfort. She had already run out of food, and even if Chao Chuan hadn't come to find her, she would have to find a way to leave the room to search for food. She was naturally grateful that Chao Chuan had managed to save her from the horde of zombies. Gurgle, gurgle. Just at the moment when the air suddenly fell silent, Wulan Lan's stomach betrayed her and growled. Hee, are you hungry, beautiful? I have plenty of food. You can eat a little, Chao Chuan said, then directly took out a few pieces of French bread and a bottle of milk from his space and handed them to Wulan Lan. He didn't mind at all that Wulan Lan knew his secret of having a space. At this moment, Wulan Lan didn't care. She had been hungry all day, her mind and eyes only focused on food, watching as Chao Chuan took out the food. She didn't want to think about anything else. Forgetting her fairy-like image, she directly took the food from Chao Chuan's hands and started eating it in big bites. Woo, I'm really so hungry. I haven't eaten anything all day. This is so delicious. In less than half a minute, the bread was swallowed by Wulan Lan. She coughed, having eaten too quickly and almost choked. Fortunately, Chao Chuan had prepared milk, which helped her swallow it down. After finishing, Wulan Lan patted her flat little belly and looked at Chao Chuan with an expectant expression. She said, little brother, I'm still not full, is there more? Chao Chuan looked at Wulan Lan with a half-smile, shaking his head to indicate refusal. He replied, beauty, this is the apocalypse. You should know very well that food is not so easily obtained. Wulan Lan was momentarily speechless after hearing Chao Chuan's words. However, she didn't mind and instead looked at Chao Chuan with disdain. It seemed he was just a poor loser. Didn't he just want money? I'll give it. Wulan Lan no longer had the grateful expression from before. Instead, she spoke as if dismissing a beggar. Alright then, I'm willing to pay 10 times, no, 100 times the price for your food. Is that enough? Don't be greedy. Ha, what a joke. Just a moment ago, she thought Wulan Lan, this mature woman, would be more sensible. She didn't expect her to be so foolish. Did this big woman really have no brains? It's the apocalypse, money is trash, waste paper, not even good enough to wipe your butt. This silly girl actually wanted to use money to buy food. How naive. Chao Chuan looked at Wulan Lan as if she were a fool, unmoved. Instead, he directly sat down on the sofa, saying nothing, just watching her. Wulan Lan noticed Chao Chuan's obviously disapproving gaze. She seemed to realize that her previous response had displeased him. She immediately changed her strategy, speaking to Chao Chuan in a soft voice. "Little brother, what do you mean? Can you please?" She believed that no one could resist her delicate, charming tone. However, Chao Chuan's actions shocked her. He pressed his index finger against her chin, smiling as he said, "What I want is probably not money, huh?" After saying this, Chao Chuan's gaze roamed over Wulan Lan without restraint, especially since she was wearing a V-neck shirt at that moment. Everything was laid bare: the towering peaks, the delicate waist, the exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, and she was a married woman, perfectly aligned with Chao Chuan's preferences. You are so disgusting." Wulan Lan looked at Chao Chuan, whose gaze seemed to want to devour her whole. She trembled all over, extending her right hand, wanting to give Chao Chuan a slap. Chao Chuan was not surprised by Wulan Lan's reaction. After all, the apocalypse had just begun, and having a bit of self-respect was normal. He wasn't in a hurry. With a body that exceeded human limits by 2 times, his reaction speed was absurdly fast. He easily caught Wulan Lan's right hand in his grip. Then he said, "Think carefully, at this stage, I'm probably the only one who can bring you food. I'm not afraid for you to know that I'm an ability user, and saving you is just to sleep with you, understand? Only by following me can you survive better in this apocalypse. Think it over." After Chao Chuan finished speaking, he tossed her hand aside. After all, it wasn't him, Chao Chuan, who was hungry. He was curious to see how long Wulan Lan could hold out. Hunger was terrifying, especially knowing that the person in front of you had food. That feeling of hunger would become even more intense. Chao Chuan simply pulled Li Jiayu, who was nearby, in front of him. Right in front of Wulan Lan, he kissed her wantonly. "You, despicable, don't you have any semblance of a man?" Wulan Lan, seeing that Chao Chuan completely ignored her, stomped her foot in anger. She looked at Li Jiayu in Chao Chuan's arms, just about to pull her into her camp. Who would have thought that Li Jiayu, who was in Chao Chuan's embrace, would take the initiative, sitting directly in his lap and feeding him chips? What the hell? Wulan Lan was utterly shocked. What does this mean? Does this woman have no shame? Hey, there's still someone else here. Can you not be so reckless? Even if they were a married couple, an old couple wouldn't behave like this in front of others, right? No, if they were husband and wife, or in a romantic relationship, that man's brazen gaze just now would at least make her angry or jealous. But now, the reaction this woman displayed was not jealousy but a hostile sense of crisis. It was as if she was afraid I would steal her position. In other words, this girl was probably with Chao Chuan for the food. Wulan Lan found it hard to believe. How long has it been since the apocalypse started? Has a girl already become this realistic? Could it be that this man has other unknown trump cards besides supplies? He just mentioned he was an ability user. Could he also be a powerful man? With this thought, Wulan Lan's resolute heart began to waver. She pondered for a moment. After all, she wasn't exactly pure herself. Trading her body for food didn't seem that hard to accept. Wulan Lan was still brainstorming. At this moment, Chao Chuan was feeling uncomfortable from the breath of Li Jiayu, itching all over. "Woman, I'm on fire," Chao Chuan said, and directly carried Li Jiayu into the room. However, before closing the door, Chao Chuan turned back and said, "Woman, if you come to your senses, knock on the door. My patience is limited. This door will be left open for you tonight. If you don't come, by tomorrow, even if you beg me, I won't let you in." "Bah! Shameless, I'd rather starve to death outside or jump down from here. I will never compromise with you, you old pervert, absolutely not," Wulan Lan said stubbornly. Chao Chuan's lips curled up, as if he had Wulan Lan figured out. Indifferently, he kicked the door shut. Then he roughly tossed Li Jiayu onto the big bed in front of them. "Be gentle, it hurts." "Where does it hurt? Let me rub it for you, he. Looking at Chao Chuan, who resembled a big bad wolf, Li Jiayu had no choice but to cooperate with his performance, even though there was only one audience outside. The two quickly began to explore the anatomy of the human body. Wulan Lan still didn't understand what was happening inside, but it seemed that Chao Chuan intentionally left the door slightly ajar. Driven by curiosity, Wulan Lan pressed up against it. She was instantly shocked. This was a live broadcast. Outside, Wulan Lan listened to the sultry sounds coming from inside, her face turning red. In broad daylight, under the clear sky. This couple is so crazy, truly shameless. Damn. By the way, it seems I haven't seen my husband for half a year, but I'm really hungry. Just think of it as being bitten by a big mosquito. Wulan Lan self-reflected for a moment, pacing back and forth at the door of Chao Chuan's room. Damn, it's been an hour, and it's still not over. Is this woman's throat not going to go hoarse? Wulan Lan looked at the door in disbelief. Although she had been with her husband a few times, each time only lasted 15 minutes, including foreplay. Yet this couple inside had been going at it for an hour and were still chatting away. My God, they were about to ignite, weren't they? Half an hour later, the noise in the room gradually subsided. Wulan Lan's face was flushed. She had been standing for an hour and a half watching the live video. Rubbing her tingling legs, she gently touched them with her hand. So numb, I should have brought a stool to sit on. After hesitating for a while, she finally extended her delicate fingers and knocked on Xiao Chuan's door. Knock, knock, knock. Having completed a round, Xiao Chuan was now lying on the bed, smoking a small white dragon he had gotten from the convenience store. He exhaled clouds of smoke. Suddenly, he was drawn to the sound at the door. His face lit up with joy. So soon? It really smells good. I thought it would be until tomorrow. Xiao Chuan spoke dismissively, but inside he was very excited. Just thinking about Wulan Lan's fiery figure reignited his interest. He was already quite aroused. He called out, "The door's not locked, just come in." Hearing Xiao Chuan's words, Wulan Lan's heart skipped a beat. She slowly turned the doorknob and tiptoed inside. Then she looked at the two naked bodies, especially Xiao Chuan's 8-pack abs. I will only do it once. Ding! Host successfully rescued the beauty. Detecting that the host has rescued a married woman for the first time, an additional reward is being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to control metal, C grade, capable of manipulating all metal within a 50-meter range. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, space doubled, host space increased from 10m times 10m times 10m to 20m times 20m times 20m. Listening to the system's reward notifications, Xiao Chuan became even more excited. The beauty in front of him not only allowed him to enjoy the pleasures of life but also brought him an extraordinary ability. Metal control. If Xiao Chuan remembered correctly, there was a movie on Blue Star where the main villain had this metal ability. In that movie, apart from a certain professor who could suppress him with mental power, no one else was his match. He could easily overpower numerous other ability users. His strength was truly outrageous, terrifyingly strong. And here he was, an ordinary person, somehow gaining such an ability. One word, exhilarating. The matter of the ability could wait. Xiao Chuan looked at the lovely girl in front of him. Since Wulan Lan had brought him such an impressive ability, he decided to repay her for her kindness. Then, Xiao Chuan's hands climbed back up to new heights. Wulan Lan, who was already exhausted, suddenly opened her eyes. She looked at Xiao Chuan in shock and said, "Xiao Chuan, you already finished, didn't you?" Xiao Chuan replied with a mischievous smile, "It's still early." After 2.5 hours of intense effort, Xiao Chuan finally had Wulan Lan completely submissive. He watched as both women fell asleep on the bed, a sense of pride swelling within him. He was indeed impressive. Then, Xiao Chuan lit up another small white dragon for himself, took a deep puff, and left the room. He quietly made his way to the living room. After resting for a while, Xiao Chuan began to check out his new ability, Metal Control. This ability was easy to understand, but he was unsure how to use it. Xiao Chuan took out a fire axe. This pure iron axe was just right for testing his metal ability. Damn! Xiao Chuan muttered. He couldn't believe how much kickbacks the campus procurement must have taken. This fire axe was such a piece of junk. In just one day, and half of that spent sleeping, the blade was already full of dents and completely dull. This made Xiao Chuan complain for a while. However, despite the complaints, the abilities still needed to be tested. Xiao Chuan focused his attention on the fire axe. He then activated his powers directly. Soon, the fire axe visibly melted, turning into a pool of molten iron. The transformation didn't stop there. Xiao Chuan controlled the molten iron and ultimately condensed it into two Nepalese knives that reflected a cold light. The cold light was blinding, dazzling Xiao Chuan's terra stone eyes. Wow, this! Xiao Chuan was still very shocked to see the Nepalese knives he had imagined in his hands materialize in reality. Thus, he gently touched the dark red coffee table in front of him with the knives. The coffee table, as hard as stone, was sliced through as if it were tofu. The blade's edge remained as smooth as a mirror. Wow! Unfortunately, Xiao Chuan had read little, and at that moment, he couldn't think of any words to describe the two Nepalese knives in front of him. Too powerful. Even cutting through an ironwood coffee table was like cutting tofu. If he were to cut zombies, wouldn't it be a one-slice kill? Then, Xiao Chuan looked at the metal toy beside him. Whoosh! The metal toy was quickly drawn to him, landing in his hand. Looking at his, masterpiece, Xiao Chuan said, "Sure enough, just like the big villain in that movie, I can attract metal objects to myself, and correspondingly, I should be able to launch them too." As soon as Xiao Chuan finished speaking, the toy in his hand flew out at an incredible speed. Bang! It crashed directly into the electric kettle on the dining table. The kettle seemed to explode, shattering into pieces. Awesome! Chao Chuan exclaimed excitedly as he looked at his creation. With this, he had both close combat and ranged attack capabilities. What day was it in the apocalypse? Who else? He was practically invincible. In the following time, Chao Chuan manipulated the metal toy again. He quickly calculated his current usage time. Controlling the metal toy to fly 500 meters already made him feel dizzy. If it hit something, that distance would shorten even more. However, if he decomposed the metal toy into individual steel needles, that distance would double. After resting on the sofa for 2.5 hours, the dizzy feeling gradually faded. I understand now. I must have a hidden blue bar that allows me to control the metal freely until it runs out. If the blue runs out, I won't be able to control it anymore, and I might even experience dizziness. I need to remember this to avoid problems outside, Chao Chuan silently thought. Although his mental strength had recovered, Chao Chuan had fought several battles, and sleepiness still crept into his mind. Yawning, he entered the room again, where the two women were still in a deep sleep, their previous white and delicate appearance still intact. It seemed everyone was truly exhausted. Anyway, the nearby zombies had all been lured away by Chao Chuan using drones to other dormitory areas, so there was no danger for the time being. He simply lay down and gradually fell asleep with the two women in his arms. Time flew by. The next day, Chao Chuan was still sleeping soundly. Suddenly, he felt a gentle warmth on his face. At that moment, Li Jiayu was using a soft towel to wash Chao Chuan's face. Enjoying the treatment like an emperor, Chao Chuan gradually woke up to Li Jiayu's service. As soon as he opened his eyes, Li Jiayu immediately said, "Hubby, you're awake." Looking at the lovely woman in front of him, Chao Chuan smiled and pulled her closer. With a peck, he kissed her. "What time is it?" Chao Chuan asked. Hubby, it's already 8:30, Li Jiayu replied. "I actually slept for so long." Chao Chuan shook his head, quickly waking up. "It seems I was really tired yesterday, managing to sleep for over 10 hours straight. This is the apocalypse, not the time to lie down and give up. How depressing. There are so many beautiful women waiting for me to save them." With that thought, Chao Chuan jumped out of bed. He went to the bathroom, splashed his face with cold water, and immediately felt awake. Coming out of the bathroom, Chao Chuan said to Li Jiayu at the door, "Let's have breakfast first." Okay, husband." Li Jiayu nodded immediately, obediently following Chao Chuan out. In the living room, Wulan Lan was dressed neatly, having regained her high-cold demeanor as the campus beauty. At that moment, she was lost in thought on the sofa. When she saw Chao Chuan come out, her cheeks flushed instantly. Closing her eyes, she recalled the madness of yesterday. At this moment, there was still a faint pain below. "He's really amazing, much stronger than my husband. I can't say I lost out," Wulan Lan murmured to herself. "Come over and eat," Chao Chuan said to Wulan Lan. Okay. Wulan Lan tiptoed over to Chao Chuan's side and plopped down next to him. Naturally, Chao Chuan wouldn't treat his women poorly. He took out a portion of bread and milk from his space, and also gave each of them a marinated egg and a salted chicken leg. A new day began. The two women looked at the food in front of them. These were junk foods they had scoffed at during peacetime. Now, as they took a bite, their faces showed satisfaction. It was so delicious, the taste of technology and hard work. After going through hunger, they cherished it even more. While eating, they looked up at Chao Chuan. They had to hold on to this big leg tightly. As they had breakfast, Chao Chuan took out his phone. The power was still on, and the internet was still smooth. He just didn't know how long the power system could hold out. It was truly a day less to play. Opening WeChat, he found that the messages had exploded. Especially in his class group, the chat records from over a dozen people had already reached 999 plus. Chao Chuan focused his gaze. Most of them were distress messages. "Idiot," Chao Chuan complained. Even at this time, they weren't thinking about saving themselves. Wanting to be rescued was simply living in a dream. However, as a member of the finance department, the girls in Chao Chuan's class were quite good-looking. They mostly met his aesthetic standards. He could save one or two. With that thought, Chao Chuan scrolled back through the class group chat to the time when the apocalypse began yesterday. Sure enough, he found several distress messages from female classmates in the group. As for the other girls who hadn't spoken, they probably perished the moment the apocalypse struck. "Yang Yiyun, can someone come save me? I'm in the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor of Building C, and there are zombies everywhere outside. It's so scary. Wang Mang, I'm in the girls' dormitory. My roommate has turned into a zombie and I've locked her outside on the balcony. I've eaten everything edible in the dorm. Is there anyone to save me? I'm so hungry. If I don't eat, I'll starve to death." Zhang Ruor, sisters upstairs, you're lucky. I'm trapped in the dance studio with nothing, not even able to go to the bathroom. Woo. There are a few zombies wandering outside. It's so scary. Lu Xinshin, Ruer, we're in the same boat. I'm also in the dance studio. There are 4 zombies outside mine. How about you? Jiang Ruer, I have 5 zombies here. Lu Xinshin, hug. Besides these 4 girls speaking in the group, there were also 7 male classmates who had spoken. However, Chao Chuan directly ignored the comments from these male beings. Although they were all classmates, because Chao Chuan was born in the countryside, they never regarded him as a person. Before the apocalypse, Chao Chuan had often been the target of their cold mockery. These second-generation rich kids, relying on their family's wealth, frequently ordered high-end takeout. Whenever they saw that it was Chao Chuan delivering the food, they would deliberately make things difficult for him to amuse themselves. A little non-cooperation would lead to threats of bad reviews. In their eyes, Chao Chuan was just a submissive dog, a husky that could be insulted at will. Chao Chuan looked at their names and smiled coldly. Help, I'll save your ass. You male classmates, even if you knelt before me, Chao Chuan, I wouldn't consider helping you. Instead, I would humiliate you thoroughly, break your legs, and watch you suffer. He then turned his gaze to the girls, and based on the information they provided, the one closest to him was Yang Yiyun. Building C, the teaching building, was where Chao Chuan himself had just left. It wouldn't be too difficult to go back and save her, especially since Chao Chuan's current strength was evident. Moreover, the zombies in the teaching building were all inside the classrooms. As long as he wasn't surrounded by a massive horde of zombies, Chao Chuan was confident he could rescue her. Next was Wang Mang. The girls' dormitory was 2 teaching buildings away from the graduate dormitory where Chao Chuan was, separated by a large playground. These 2 buildings were the most frequently used teaching buildings. Usually, they were packed with people, and every time class ended, students had to queue at the stairway to go down. Basically, 60 to 70% of the classes in the entire school took place in these buildings. It was comparable to a death trap. The foot traffic was terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say that a slightly weaker student wouldn't even need to move in the crowd. The flow of people would carry him out of the teaching building. At least half of the students at Yongjian University attended classes here every day. This stretch of road was probably the most dangerous place in Yongjian University. Currently, Chao Chuan had no plans to confront the zombies head-on. He wasn't foolish enough to think he was invincible, at least not at this stage. He wanted to rescue 2 more beautiful girls and earn a bit more rewards first. He decided to leave Wang Mingmeng's rescue for last, silently praying in his heart that she could hold on until he got there. After all, she was the one with the biggest heart, and Chao Chuan didn't want to miss out on that. Finally, there were the 2 female classmates in the dance studio. After some thought, Chao Chuan decided to save them first. There was no other reason. These 2 were still hungry. The restroom and dormitory at least had fresh water to drink, and if worse came to worst, they could be self-sufficient. But in the dance studio, there was nothing but mirrors. The stingy school hadn't even installed a water dispenser inside. Every time the girls went to practice dancing, they brought their own bottled water. After the apocalypse struck, life was severely threatened. Such good girls. We can't let them perish. However, before rushing to save the beauties, Chao Chuan had to confirm whether they were still alive. Thus, he sent a picture of the food in front of him and the 2 beauties sitting at the same table into the group chat. As soon as he sent it, within a minute, the group exploded. A serious counselor, at Chao Chuan, where are you? The teacher is hungry. You can't waste the food in front of you. Just pack it up for me. As long as you deliver it, I'll add your name to the student aid fund I promised to the impoverished students. Don't worry, I won't take your food for free. I'll give you 100 for delivery, no, 1,000. Level 8 Gale, at Chao Chuan, the Sim Chuan, you're still alive. The brothers are hungry, you're in the ugly group, you must know where there's food. Hurry and bring some to daddy. Don't worry, the brothers won't treat you poorly. From now on, we'll make sure you're the one delivering takeout, and we'll give you good reviews. Brother Jia, at Chao Chuan, hey, delivery guy, as long as you bring me the food in front of you, I promise you this, haven't you always wanted to work at my company? I'll give you a security job. 5,000 a month, plus social insurance. Paratrooper Siyuan, at Chao Chuan, delivery guy, I'll trade you all my food for a Kiana figurine. How about that? You won't lose out on this deal. I hope you know a good thing when you see it. Yang Yiyun, at Chao Chuan, hey, delivery guy, can you bring me a takeout order? I'll treat you to a cup of milk tea. Wang Mang, at Chao Chuan, boo-hoo, you're with the class monitor, that's great. Are you planning to start rescuing the classmates? First, save me, I'm so hungry. Delivery guy, I'm giving you a chance to show off. Don't you like the class monitor? I'm her roommate, just save me, and I promise to speak well of you. Jiang Roer, at Chao Chuan, save me first, I can't hold on much longer. The dance studio here is all transparent, and there are already over a dozen zombies outside. I don't know how long this glass door can hold. Just come save me, and I'll give you a chance to pursue me. Lu Xinshin, at Chao Chuan, me too. In just a minute, the group messages had already reached 99 plus. Chao Chuan looked at how quickly they responded. It seemed everyone's spirits were still high. But looking at the replies from these people, Chao Chuan smiled. It seemed they still hadn't realized that it was already the end of the world. Even at this time, they were still calling out to him. Scholarships? Security? Delivery guy? It seemed he needed to make them understand the rules of the apocalypse. Chao Chuan pulled Li Jiayu, who was eating, right in front of him. At that moment, Li Jiayu, with a mouthful of bread, looked confusedly at Chao Chuan. Chao Chuan didn't explain but directly turned on the front camera. Tell our lovely classmates, what do you need to exchange for food? Chao Chuan said with a smile. Don't be shy, just speak the truth. I promise to give you an egg. Chao Chuan said with a grin. Extra meal? I'll say it, classmates need to pay the price of freedom to be at Chao Chuan's disposal, Li Jiayu said. As soon as Li Jiayu finished speaking, Chao Chuan kept his word and directly stuffed a braised egg into her mouth, casually pinching her cheek and giving her a kiss. He then stopped the video recording and sent it out. At that moment, the survivors in the group still didn't know what had happened. They were chattering about Chao Chuan, each one acting as if it were still before the apocalypse. Seeing that Chao Chuan hadn't replied, they thought that this little delivery guy had succeeded again. They were all commenting as if they were waiting for their takeout, but they didn't expect that what they would receive was a video. What did Chao Chuan send? When they clicked on the video, they were instantly dumbfounded. In the video, Li Jiayu said with a flattering expression, "Pay the price of freedom, be at Chao Chuan's disposal." The meaning was clear. Level 8 Gale, at Chao Chuan. What do you mean by this? It's just a virus invasion, and you're taking advantage of this crisis to restrict the class monitor's freedom, even threatening her to do as you please. Do you think we don't know what you're up to? I'm telling you, this is illegal. Before it becomes a big mistake, you idiot, let the class monitor go. Jiayu's guardian, at Chao Chuan, you dog, let go of my goddess quickly. At Li Jiayu, Jiayu goddess, don't be afraid, tell me your location, and I'll call for help right now. Solemn counselor, at Chao Chuan, restricting a woman's freedom, what you're doing is illegal, do you understand? Paratrooper two-headed monkey at Chao Chuan, is what you're doing really okay? How can you use food to deceive a girl's freedom? I strongly condemn your immoral behavior. Brother Jia at Chao Chuan, takeout guy, you've gotten too full of yourself. Yang Yun, shameless. Wang mang at Chao Chuan, takeout brother, we are all classmates, and you actually want us to pay the price of our freedom for a bit of food, allowing you to insult us? You're taking advantage of us. Jiang Roar, shameless. We will not submit to your tyranny. Dream on. Lu Xinxin, put your food away. Just looking at you makes me sick. Just look at your dog face. Do you even deserve it? Wang mang, Seeing the reactions of these survivors in the group, Chao Chuan waved his hand and didn't mind. After all, it wasn't him who was starving. Since they didn't appreciate his offer, there was no need for him to keep putting his warm face against their cold backsides. Some things should be left unsaid. If he said too much, certain people still wouldn't know their place. There were plenty of girls at Yongjian University. He initially thought they were classmates and wanted to give them a chance to save themselves, but since they didn't want to take that chance, then forget it. However, out of goodwill, Chao Chuan didn't make his words too harsh and directly tagged a few girls in the group. Chao Chuan at Yang Ian, at Wang mang, at Jiang Roar, at Lu Xinxin. Think it over and tag me when you're ready. My time is limited. After today, there won't be another chance. Yongjian University isn't just you few women, got it? After finishing, Chao Chuan turned off his phone and continued eating his breakfast. Class monitor Li Jiayu was eating her breakfast while secretly watching Chao Chuan's every move. When she saw him put down his phone, she was curious about what had happened. It seemed like there had been an argument. So, Li Jiayu took out her own phone. She opened it, entered WeChat, and immediately saw a red dot indicating she had been tagged in the class group. Class group? Li Jiayu clicked to open it and saw that indeed, they were cursing Chao Chuan. What happened? Was it because of the video Chao Chuan recorded earlier? So embarrassing. Li Jiayu glanced at the chat history. It turned out that Chao Chuan had asked a few surviving girls in the class to give up their freedom in exchange for his rescue, and unexpectedly, he was met with curses. Don't these women see their situation clearly? It's the apocalypse. What does personal freedom count for compared to life? It's better if these women are unwilling. Chao Chuan's supplies aren't unlimited. One less person means one less competitor. Scrolling down the messages, Li Jiayu saw that those girls had sent her private messages, urging her to quickly leave that lowly man, Chao Chuan. Li Jiayu didn't reply. Instead, she scoffed. Only she knew Chao Chuan's strength. Killing zombies was as easy as killing chickens for him. He was incredibly strong. She thought about deceiving these women by saying something bad about Chao Chuan to completely dissuade them from making a deal with him, but she was also afraid that if Chao Chuan found out she was speaking ill of him, he would kick her out. In this apocalypse, being able to cling to such a strong thigh was already a stroke of luck. Leave Chao Chuan? Then what would I eat? I'm just an ordinary girl. Isn't it just giving up my freedom to explore the origins of humanity with this handsome guy, Chao Chuan? Chao Chuan is so capable. Not only is he handsome, but he also has a great figure. Finding a man like him to spend money on outside would be a dream. And it's not just Chao Chuan enjoying it, everyone benefits, so how could that be considered a loss? Thinking from another perspective, not only did I get to enjoy Chao Chuan's resources for free a few times, but he also has to provide food for me. It's a total win. Li Jiayu felt fortunate to have met Chao Chuan, otherwise, she would have to starve like them and might even be forced to fend for herself. Just thinking about that scene made her feel disgusted. After eating and drinking to his fill, Chao Chuan comfortably let out a satisfied burp. In the apocalypse, being able to eat well at every meal was truly a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, this beautiful time had come to an end. Next, it was time to go out and collect supplies. Oh no, he meant to collect beautiful women. Thus, Chao Chuan stood up and looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, hanging high in the sky, illuminating the entire campus brilliantly. The sunlight was just right, with no dark corners, so Chao Chuan wasn't afraid of zombies sneaking up on him. Confirming that today was suitable for killing zombies and gathering supplies, he turned back to the two women and said, "You two stay inside and don't go anywhere. I'm going out to look for supplies, and you need to keep the house safe for me. As long as I'm not back, no matter who comes, don't open the door, understand?" As soon as Chao Chuan finished speaking, Li Jiayu immediately replied, "Husband, we will immediately stay at home and wait for you." That little expression was completely that of a devoted follower. If it had been before, Li Jiayu would never have imagined such a scene. She, a woman who toyed with men at will, would have such a reaction. It was simply embarrassing for the other women. Even Wulan Lan, who was beside her, was now gazing at Chao Chuan with infatuation, completely shedding her aloof demeanor from yesterday. There was no helping it, Chao Chuan was too strong, far superior to her husband in every aspect. Chao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed the two women had already gotten the hang of it. Only then did he leave contentedly. As soon as he stepped out the door, Chao Chuan's gaze fell on a 3-story building 100 meters away. He certainly wouldn't be interested in the small supplies in the dormitory area. Yongjing University was vast, with a total of 8 main gates. Each gate had a small shop, and there were 4 cafeterias throughout the campus. To gather supplies, he had to start from these places. As for the small shops at the other gates, they were too far away, not worth the trip right now. So his nearest target was this 3-story building ahead. It was one of the 4 cafeterias at Yongjing University, capable of accommodating 3,000 people for dining at its peak. Although fresh meat and ingredients were delivered daily, there would definitely be a large stock of storable items like eggs, cabbage, and rice. If conditions allowed, Chao Chuan naturally didn't want to keep eating milk and bread. He hadn't had tomato scrambled eggs or vinegar shredded potatoes in a long time. By the way, it would be even better if he could rescue a little cook or something. Having determined his target, Chao Chuan directly left Li Jiayu's dormitory. Outside the dormitory, after a day had passed, a few zombies had wandered over. When these zombies saw Chao Chuan, 3 of them excitedly surrounded him. Chao Chuan merely glanced at them and immediately shot out 3 iron needles. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The zombies fell to the ground in response. The 3 iron needles returned to his hand under Chao Chuan's control. Metal manipulation is really a useful ability. Just a few minutes after Chao Chuan had taken down the 3 zombies, 2 survivors stealthily emerged from another dormitory building. There are actually survivors? Well, with only 10% of the world's population remaining human after 90% turned into zombies, it's normal to still have living people, Chao Chuan murmured. However, when he focused his gaze, he realized they were 2 male survivors. No wonder the radar hadn't alerted him. The 2 male survivors, upon seeing Chao Chuan, showed expressions of joy. They then walked directly towards him, swaying as if they had encountered long-lost classmates, full of enthusiasm. Chao Chuan frowned slightly. It seemed he didn't recognize these 2, but soon, he would know the answer. "Hey, bro, you're going to join the Academy's self-rescue team too, right? Perfect, we can look out for each other." Self-rescue team? Chao Chuan was taken aback. What self-rescue team? He really didn't know about this, mainly because he wasn't one of those single men who could eat well while the whole family went hungry anymore. He had to take good care of the girls every day. He simply didn't have the time to check the university forum and learn about such an organization. However, the words of these two survivors did wake Chao Chuan up. Although 90% of humanity had already lost their lives and become zombies or food, there was still 10% of humanity that survived, including some exceptionally talented individuals, even those with special abilities. These powerful survivors also had needs for food and would definitely find ways to survive. And how much supplies could a school have? If others collected them, there would be none left for him. At this stage, the strength of the zombies was about the same as that of ordinary people. As long as one overcame their fear and struck at the vital points, fighting alone wasn't really that difficult. Chao Chuan had known that this day would come, he just didn't expect it to be so soon. Since that was the case, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Currently, he was in the dark while others were in the light, so he had to find out about their strength. Thus, Chao Chuan started to inquire about the current strength of the self-rescue team from these two. Speaking of the self-rescue team, it's led by the president of the student council and initiated by the sports department. Those tall and strong athletes took down more than a dozen zombies in half an hour. Impressive, right? One survivor boasted. Yeah, big brother, do you know about superpowers? The president hasn't shown his skills, but those athletes can even breathe fire, just like wizards. You should have seen the video they posted. A zombie was right in front of them, and with just one fireball, it turned to charcoal. It's terrifyingly strong. Zhang Gu is even more impressive, okay? Didn't you see the video? He smashed a zombie's head with one punch. They were getting more and more animated, as if they were talking about their own achievements rather than someone else's. Killing a dozen zombies in half an hour? It seemed their strength wasn't that great. If that was all they could do, they weren't much to fear. Chao Chuan sneered inwardly. A dozen zombies? If it took them more than 3 seconds, I'd consider it a loss. However, what Chao Chuan didn't expect was that he had guessed correctly. There were already other superpowered individuals. Chao Chuan suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. It wasn't that these superpowered individuals were particularly strong, but having special abilities meant they had the qualifications to search for supplies and rescue beautiful women. Since there were already other superpowered individuals wanting to compete with him for supplies, it would inevitably lead to an irreconcilable conflict. Chao Chuan was not a saint but a selfish little man. In his heart, the supplies and the girls at Yongjiang University were his personal belongings. No one could touch them. Since that was the case, he would have to speed up the collection of the school's supplies. After walking with the two for a while longer, Chao Chuan casually found a reason to leave. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why did he leave? The two looked at Chao Chuan's departing figure in confusion. They didn't pay much attention. They casually mocked him, saying that he looked tall and strong. But it turned out he was just a coward. He didn't even dare to join the self-rescue team. What a pathetic waste. The two didn't care. He was just an ordinary person, and they weren't missing anything by not having him around. Anyway, when they got the supplies later, they wouldn't have to share with these useless people. After coming to this conclusion, they continued on to the meeting point. At this moment, Chao Chuan, having left the two behind, quickly arrived at the outer area of the 3-story cafeteria, listening to the sounds of zombies roaring inside. Chao Chuan first held 2 Nepalese knives in his hands. His mental energy was focused on the few summoned iron needles, ready to strike with a thunderous blow at the slightest movement. However, before Chao Chuan could approach the cafeteria, he was startled by the scene ahead. A sea of heads filled his view. Chao Chuan couldn't help but curse under his breath. So many zombies, at least 200 at a glance. No wonder he hadn't encountered many zombies on the way here. He hadn't expected them all to be gathered here. It was just early evening when the apocalypse began, and many classes hadn't even ended. How could there be so many people at the cafeteria entrance? It was absurd. Damn it, these people, instead of studying properly, just rushed to eat when mealtime came. He was truly exasperated with these slackers. At that moment, a system notification sound appeared in Chao Chuan's mind. Ding! A fertile woman in the vicinity is in danger. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. Ding! A fertile woman in the vicinity is in danger. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. Ha! There's actually a fertile woman here? Could it be in this cafeteria? Without a moment's hesitation, Chao Chuan opened the system interface. Soon, a woman's information appeared before him. Name, Li Yuting, photo, image, GIF, age, 22, beauty score, 96, body score, 91, purity, 99%, current health, 60%, fainting, overall score, 94, system evaluation, high-quality human beauty, currently in a fainting state, at risk of life. Please rescue her quickly and ensure her pregnancy. Chao Chuan stared at the system panel, momentarily stunned. What the hell? The system actually gave a beauty score of 96, even higher than Wulan Lan. This was incredible. If it weren't for her chest being a bit smaller than Wulan Lan's, this girl would be the legendary once in 4,000 years beauty. Such a gem was rare and hard to come by. With the principle of not missing good girls and not letting bad girls go, Chao Chuan made a decision in 0.0001 seconds. So what if there were a few more zombies outside this cafeteria? There was a girl inside who was in life-threatening danger. As a responsible young man, it was only reasonable to step in and save her. He was all in. Chao Chuan gritted his teeth and looked at the horde of zombies. Over 200 zombies were enough to make anyone feel intimidated. But for the sake of saving the girl, he couldn't care less. He could wait, but the girl couldn't. Didn't she see her current health was already at 60%? Even if he didn't go back today, he had to deal with these zombies. With that thought, Chao Chuan's mental energy directly controlled 5 iron needles from his space, hovering in front of him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chao Chuan seized the moment and directly manipulated the iron needles to fly out. Under his control, the 5 iron needles struck the foreheads of 5 zombies with pinpoint accuracy, like bullets from a Barrett rifle. In just the first wave, the 5 zombies fell to the ground. The iron needles returned to Chao Chuan's hand under his control. Awesome! With this metal manipulation, Chao Chuan effectively had 5 sniper rifles firing simultaneously. Dealing with zombies became much easier. However, the consumption of mental energy was not small. Currently, he could only control 5 iron needles at a time, and the target's location couldn't exceed 80 meters, otherwise, his endurance would significantly decrease. The fall of the 5 zombies did not cause any ripples. I don't know what it is about this cafeteria that attracts these zombies. Even with 5 companions already down, their direction of movement remains unaffected. They continue to circle around the cafeteria as always. However, Chao Chuan doesn't think too much about it. He continues to manipulate the iron needles to gather zombies over here. After going back and forth 10 times, having taken down 50 zombies, he feels as if he has drunk fake alcohol. A wave of dizziness hits him. No, he can't continue like this. Fainting outside a safe area is absolutely a big taboo. With this thought, Chao Chuan looks around 360 degrees and sees the property across from the cafeteria. It is a vacant building belonging to a school. The first floor is rented out to a courier company as a pickup and drop-off point. The second floor is a warehouse. The deliveries won't arrive until 6 in the afternoon, so the students usually eat their fill before coming to pick up their packages. At this moment, there aren't many zombies at the entrance waiting for their deliveries, only a dozen or so. This number of zombies is hardly a challenge for Chao Chuan. He grips a Nepalese knife in one hand and charges into the horde like a bulldozer. The Nepalese knife, sharp as a razor, spins in Chao Chuan's hand like a whirling butterfly. Thud, thud, thud. 1 slice for each little zombie. In less than a minute, Chao Chuan has made his way directly into the courier shop. Upon entering the courier shop, Chao Chuan is momentarily stunned by the sight of packages lining the walls. So many packages. Without a second thought, he casually opens a few of them. There are cookies, coffee powder, clothes, and electric massagers, among other things. So many items. He completely forgot that these packages are also supplies. These courier stations are contracted by the student council president or association heads, seniors who hold some positions in the school. The courier company could never deliver directly to the school. All the packages are monopolized by these courier stations. And now, only a small portion of the packages are left in the station, yet they already fill an entire wall of shelves. What if it were during the 618 or Double 11 sales? How terrifying. Chao Chuan vaguely remembers. 2.5 years ago, when he came to pick up a package, the scene was simply outrageous. Packages piled up like mountains, and a dozen work-study students couldn't manage them all. But later, Chao Chuan was forced to uninstall all his online shopping apps to pay off a loan, and he lost all desire to shop online. If he hadn't happened to come here today, he wouldn't have remembered these courier stations at all. Yongjang University has many courier stations. The well-known ones include Shunfeng, Yunda, and Rabbit Express. Each has its own stationed courier service. Each courier company is contracted by a president of an association or the student council. By this count, Yongjang University has at least 8 stations. It seems that Chao Chuan has found several more targets to look for on campus. After quickly collecting the packages from the shelves, Chao Chuan heads directly to the second floor of the courier station. He stands sideways behind a window on the second floor, glancing around the environment with his peripheral vision. From his position, he can see the entire cafeteria scene clearly. Moreover, based on Chao Chuan's estimation, even the farthest zombie is no more than 80 meters away. It's truly a perfect sniping point. A smile spreads across Chao Chuan's face. Launching a surprise attack from here feels both safe and comfortable. After resting for a while, Chao Chuan stands up again, controlling 5 iron needles around him. He locks onto his target and launches them once more. Thud, thud, thud. Another 5 zombies fall. Following the same pattern, under Chao Chuan's relentless shooting, a quarter of the zombies have already been cleared. Looking at the remaining 3/4 of the zombies, Chao Chuan sees a glimmer of hope for victory. Victory is right in front of him. As soon as Chao Chuan thought of the beautiful face of the young lady, he murmured to himself, "You have to hold on until I finish off this group of zombies and come to save you." At the same time, the sounds of Chao Chuan's battle reached the cafeteria. At a window in the cafeteria, a pair of beautiful eyes peeked out through the gap. When she saw that some zombies had fallen, an excited expression immediately appeared on her face. She quickly withdrew and nudged another cute woman who resembled her, exclaiming, "Sister, sister, wake up. Some zombies have been killed outside. It seems someone is coming to rescue us. We're going to be saved." Hearing the girl's voice, Li Yuding finally woke up in a daze. Due to a long period without food and water, Li Yuding was in very poor condition, extremely weak, and couldn't even stand up. However, the instinct to survive made her endure the discomfort and, with the help of the girl, she managed to stand up. "Good sister, help me to the window. I want to take a look," Li Yuding said with a smile on her face. Sister, really, I saw some zombies lying dead." When Li Yuding reached the window, her tall figure of 175 centimeters allowed her to see the area outside the cafeteria clearly. Indeed, she saw that quite a few zombies were lying on the ground among the horde. Upon closer inspection, the zombies lying on the ground all had a blood hole in their foreheads. "Gunshots? Is there an army coming?" "Those wounds look like bullet holes," Li Yuding said, puzzled. "What you said is right, but I didn't hear any gunfire." "Could it be something else?" Li Yujin replied. "Silly sister, guns can be equipped with silencers." "Oh, really? That's great. We're saved," Li Yujin said happily. Li Yuding had already lost the courage to live. She thought it would be fine to starve to death in the cafeteria. At least she wouldn't turn into a disgusting zombie. Unexpectedly, just when she was about to give up, the government army had come to rescue them. Li Yuding's hope for life was instantly rekindled. She looked out the window for a few more minutes. In just a short span of time, another 10 zombies were shot down. Moreover, they still couldn't figure out where the shots were coming from. There was still no sound. What amazing marksmanship! Li Yuding and the other girl looked at each other in shock, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Thus, they simultaneously shouted excitedly in their hearts, "Go, soldier! Keep shooting your guns, don't stop!" At that moment, Chao Chuan, who was sniping zombies on the second floor of the delivery point, had no idea that his actions were being mistaken for those of a soldier by the 2 beautiful survivors in the cafeteria. He was currently shooting with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, a metal pin fell to the ground beside him, unable to stand up again. The little bit of mental energy he had just recovered was squandered. Chao Chuan immediately said, "Damn it, this isn't lasting at all. If only this mental energy could be cultivated, at the very least, saving a few girls should multiply my strength several times. Otherwise, this is really frustrating, 2 hours of recovery for 5 minutes of use. What the hell is this? I don't have the strength the protagonist should have at all." In other novels, the protagonist's weapons are not only thick and big but also incredibly tough, making it so satisfying to deal with zombies. The key is that there's no wear and tear, no usage limits at all. You can use them as long as you want. You can stab whoever you want. I'm so envious. Just then, Chao Chuan's stomach growled. It seemed to protest that he hadn't eaten properly on time. Damn, after fighting for so long, I really am hungry. I should eat a chicken leg to calm my nerves first. Chao Chuan finished speaking and directly took out a fragrant roasted chicken leg from his space and started eating. Before eating, he didn't forget to take a photo and post it in the class group, which provoked a round of curses from the survivors in the class. "Chao Chuan, the chicken leg is a bit burnt, but I'll make do with it." Level 8 Gale, at Chao Chuan, "Come on, let go of that chicken leg and let me have it." Jia Yuzgo, at Chao Chuan, "You dog, where's my goddess? Hurry up and let her go." Serious counselor, at Chao Chuan, "Classmate, you need to learn to share. Doing this means you have no friends." Paratrooper Siduan, at Chao Chuan, "Daddy Chao Chuan, I'm so hungry. I'll give you all my collected figurines. Please come save me. I didn't recognize the greatness of the mountain before. It was me who spoke too loudly." Jiegu, at Chaochuan, let me see. Although this roasted chicken leg is as black as charcoal, it's still sizzling with oil. It smells so good. Chaochuan ignored their comments and directly posted a shot of the oily chicken leg. He turned off his phone. Showing off and then running away felt really great. Thinking back to that chicken leg, when he entered the convenience store that day, the grill was still spinning because the owner had turned into a zombie and hadn't shut it down. It had just been cooking for too long, and the charcoal had turned to ash. However, the store owner had ensured there were enough goods for sale at night, skewering over 100 chicken legs on the grill. All of them became Chao Chuan's private rations, enough for him to indulge for several months. The items taken out from the space would retain the temperature and state they had when put in. Biting into the chicken leg, the aroma wafted through the window and into the cafeteria. The smell, like a loach, slipped through the door crack and entered the changing room where the two girls were. Sister, there's food. Sister, do you smell that? It smells so good, like roasted chicken legs. They put too little cumin and pepper, and there's no chili. It seems a bit burnt, but it really smells good. Li Yujin excitedly held onto Li Yuding's arm, shaking her body as she spoke. Don't shake, sister, you shouldn't get too excited. Stop for a moment. Sister is going to faint. You must be so hungry that you're hallucinating. I feel that way too. Who's still grilling at this time? Doesn't he fear attracting zombies? Really, sister, I can really smell the chicken leg. If you don't believe me, stand up and smell. After hearing her sister's words, Li Yuding was initially skeptical, but when she carefully sniffed, to her surprise, she really did smell the roasted chicken leg. That smell was so fragrant. She wanted to eat it so badly. Li Yuding let her sister support her as she stood up again. Her eyes looked outside. After scanning around, she spotted a window about 30 meters away across from the cafeteria, where it seemed someone was there. It looked like a man. Where is that? Li Yuding pointed at the opposite side and spoke. Li Yujin followed the direction Li Yuding was pointing. Unfortunately, her height was not as tall as Li Yuding's, so she could only see a small part. Li Yuding continued to let Li Yujin support her as she looked over there. After watching carefully for a few minutes, she saw a dark shadow thrown out from the window. Sister, I can't see very clearly, but that looks like a chicken leg bone. Yes, I don't know who is so lucky, not only not being attacked by zombies but also having chicken legs to eat. I'm really envious, but as long as the soldiers kill all the zombies, we can eat too, Li Yuding said with a face full of envy. Sister, I want to buy 10 of them and eat them all at once, Li Yujin immediately echoed. Definitely. Li Yuding tightened her grip on Li Yujin's hand and comforted her. She knew it was impossible, but she still played along with her sister to make her happy. Just as the two girls were feeling a bit sour, Chao Chuan stood up again. He discovered that his previously depleted mental energy had actually recovered a bit after finishing the chicken leg. He was instantly dumbfounded. Eating could restore energy? I actually have strength again. Without hesitation, Chao Chuan held the chicken leg in his left hand and directed the iron needles to shoot at the zombies with his right. Puff, puff, puff. Several more zombies fell. The two girls stared in disbelief. It's actually him, Li Yuding exclaimed in shock. There was no so-called soldier brother, nor any military rescue. All the zombies downstairs had been taken down by the boy standing at this window. So impressive. Sister, who is he? Did he come specifically to save us because he knows we're here? He looks pretty handsome. Could he be a brother-in-law? Li Yujin said happily. Sister, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Yuding shook her head, then continued to her sister. I only saw this boy's information on the school forum. I heard he was a simp, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Such a good guy was actually rejected. I can't stand it. Listening to Li Yuding's explanation, her sister suddenly understood. Li Yujin immediately asked, "Oh, anyway, sister, you don't have a boyfriend. As long as he can save us sisters, you can just give yourself to him, right? A guy this amazing can definitely protect us well in the apocalypse." After hearing this, Li Yuding's face turned red. Although Chao Chuan was a simp, with his looks comparable to the readers of Yanzu, plus the life-saving grace, it wasn't out of the question. Moreover, they hadn't seen how exactly Chao Chuan was doing it. They saw him waving his hand at the window, and zombies kept falling one after another. She remembered seeing keywords like ability user on the school forum before. Could it be that this boy was a legendary ability user? Thinking about being a powerless weak woman encountering a powerful ability user, what would she do? Perhaps actively throwing herself at him would be the best choice. After all, if he were strong, she wouldn't be able to resist anyway. There's a saying that life is like being forcibly taken. Since you can't resist, you might as well spread your legs and enjoy it. Maybe the process wouldn't be gentle, but the pleasure would be enjoyed raw. As long as he dared to ask, Li Yuding would dare to agree. Time passed second by second. Watching Chao Chuan fight was simply a pleasure. Li Yuding's heart blossomed as she watched the zombies downstairs fall one by one, revealing a smile of survival after disaster. "Sister, we're about to be saved," Li Yuding said happily. "Yeah, sister, that handsome guy is no simp. He's clearly a warrior. With such great strength, if it weren't for my period, I'd really want to have a go with him right here," Li Yujin chimed in. What are you thinking in that little head of yours? It's all about that. I tell you, you're only 18 now, I won't allow it," Li Yuding said angrily. "I'm an adult too, sister. You don't want to hog him all to yourself, do you?" Li Yujin joked. Li Yuding was instantly embarrassed. She had forgotten that her sister was already an adult. She could no longer suppress her with the term puppy love. Looking at her sister's ample bosom, she realized that aside from being a bit older, taller, and having longer legs, she didn't have much of an advantage over her sister. How infuriating. Li Yuding didn't even realize that in just over an hour, her heart had already become that of the man standing at the window, effortlessly controlling the lives of zombies with a wave of his hand, relaxed and at ease. "So refreshing." After Chao Chuan stuffed the last bit of food into his mouth, he said refreshingly. He looked at his masterpiece and immediately smiled with satisfaction. "All right, it's time to reap the fruits of victory. I wonder if that girl will be so moved to shed little pearls when she sees me take out all the zombies downstairs." Then, Chao Chuan leaped directly out of the window, landing effortlessly and stylishly on the ground. To reap the fruits of victory, he needed to head to the cafeteria. At that moment, 5 men walked out from a nearby building. These zombies don't even know what's going on, they just died on their own. "Isn't that a bargain for us? Am I the protagonist or what?" said a man in overalls with a middle-part hairstyle. "Our brother Cohen is definitely the protagonist. Look at the school competition. Brother Cohen practiced for 2.5 years and easily took the win," another chimed in. Hearing the praises from the side, Kai Cohen strutted ahead like a proud rooster. The other little brothers followed behind, feeling relaxed and at ease. One of them spotted Chao Chuan jumping down from the second floor and arrogantly said, "Hey, aren't you that pitiful simp Chao Chuan from Yongyuan? We've already set our sights on this cafeteria, you can scram." "Oh, the cafeteria is yours?" Chao Chuan smiled at the group of little punks. "You guys weren't even visible when the zombies were surrounding us. Now that I've killed them all, you all come bouncing out, huh?" Chao Chuan's face showed no anger. Instead, he appeared calm. Since they were classmates, he thought he might as well share a bit with them, treating it like feeding stray cats and dogs. However, it seemed that Kai Cohen and the others didn't think the same way. One of them spoke up. "You, a simp, think you can touch the cafeteria's supplies? Get lost. Waste. If it weren't for our brother Cohen taking them out with a glance, no one would have had the chance to get in. Got it? If you don't scram, don't think you can leave." The others chimed in, blocking Chao Chuan from getting through. They had no intention of sharing with him. All right, you guys are making me laugh." Chao Chuan's tone began to turn cold. He was angry. The consequences would be severe. However, the few people exchanged glances, seemingly not planning to let Chao Chuan go. Kai Cohen nodded and said, "Since you don't want to leave, then brothers, don't let him go." After hearing Kai Cohen's words, several little brothers pulled out bent rebar from behind and swung it directly at Chao Chuan's head. "What's going on? How is this possible? Damn it, why can't we hit him? What the hell?" The rebar in their hands stopped less than 10 centimeters from Chao Chuan, as if stuck in an air wall. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move it. There was no place nearby to gain leverage, and one of them was even hanging the rebar in midair, shouting in panic. The few survivors in front of Chao Chuan were comically struggling against the air. Kai Cohen was ready to go in and reap the fruits of victory when he suddenly heard the commotion behind him and thought something had happened. When he turned around, his face turned green. These idiots were truly embarrassing. He scolded, "What are you guys doing? We're not women, stop playing around, more people will come soon." Listening to Kai Cohen, the others had grievances to air. They immediately wailed, "Boss, it's not that we can't hit, it's this rebar that's stuck. Boss, we don't know what happened, it's like this weapon has a bug." Kai Cohen was utterly confused after hearing this. "Are you guys just playing some damn online game? Glitching? Why don't you say he's cheating?" However, in the next moment, the rebar slowly reversed direction. No, why is the rebar turning back?" Several survivors shouted in terror. The key was that they had no way to stop it. They simply couldn't contend with this metal force. The rebar slowly turned back towards their terrified faces. "Damn it, brothers, let go," another survivor immediately said. Only then did they realize, since they couldn't fight back, did that mean they couldn't let go? A sneer appeared on Chao Chuan's face. "Want to let go? Too late." Chao Chuan directly controlled the rebar with his mind, wrapping it around their right hands like a snake. The group was dumbfounded. How did the rebar turn into a snake? They immediately shouted, "Brother Cohen, help! This guy has a problem." Chao Chuan, of course, mercilessly controlled the rebar to counterattack. Puff, puff, puff. Their once proud weapon, the sharpened rebar, had now become their death warrant. They couldn't break free, couldn't escape. They could only watch helplessly as it slowly penetrated their skulls, piercing through from their foreheads and emerging from the back of their heads. They were dead beyond recovery. In just half a minute, all of Kai Kuen's subordinates had become corpses. Kai Kuen's eyes were bloodshot. You're also an ability user. These were all his close subordinates, strong and athletic, and most importantly, very obedient. They did whatever he asked. Who would have thought that just a few days into the apocalypse, they would all be dead? You deserve to die, Kai Kuen shouted, charging directly at Chao Chuan. With each step, the concrete beneath him cracked. He was like a raging flood beast, his momentum overwhelming. Oh, a strength-type ability user? Chao Chuan squinted at him. This was the first ability user he had encountered. Unlike the abilities he had gained from the system, they were the favored ones of the apocalypse. Unfortunately, they had run into the variable that was Chao Chuan. Kai Kuen came in with a powerful shoulder charge. This was his signature move, capable of smashing dozens of zombies to pieces in one go. Kai Kuen couldn't believe that a mere mortal could withstand it. How could he be so arrogant as to not dodge? It was like an old lady eating arsenic, tired of living. Suddenly, Kai Kuen felt as if he had bumped into something. He felt a stab in his chest. Gradually, the scene before him began to blur. He stopped in his tracks, touching his chest. Red? Blood? When did this happen? Bang! Kai Kuen fell to the ground, staring blankly at the approaching Chao Chuan. What exactly is your ability? I refuse to accept this. Chao Chuan smiled as he stepped in front of him, placing a foot on Kai Kuen's head. With a half-smile, he said, "Sorry, you can only die in ignorance. Don't be so arrogant in your next life." After taking care of Kai Kuen and his group, Chao Chuan straightened his clothes and entered the cafeteria. At the cafeteria window, the two women watched as Chao Chuan eliminated several other survivors, their faces showing complex expressions. "Sister, I didn't expect that in the apocalypse. Not only do people not help each other, but why do they resort to fighting and killing upon meeting?" Li Yujin spoke up. "My dear sister, even in peaceful times, people can fight fiercely over a position or for the same girl. What more in the apocalypse? As long as they treat us well, that's enough. As for how they treat others, it's all about protecting themselves and those they want to protect," Li Yuding replied. "Sister, how do you understand this so well? Stop talking. Go check if Chao Chuan has come in yet. There aren't many zombies inside, so he should be here soon." Okay, I got it, sister. I'll go greet my brother-in-law." "You actually teased your sister, hurry up." Li Yuding gave Li Yujin a slap on the backside, sending her to the door. Chao Chuan entered the cafeteria. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, there weren't many people, just some cafeteria staff and a few students like Li Yuding who had come early. The numbers were small. Chao Chuan had already reached the third floor without even needing to eat anything. Li Yujin saw Chao Chuan appear in the stairwell and immediately yanked open the bathroom door. She shouted, "Brother-in-law, we're over here." Chao Chuan was taken aback. "When did I get a wife? I didn't know." He focused his gaze. A beautiful sight appeared before him. This was? It looked a bit different from the image of Li Yuding in the system panel. She seemed several years younger. The system can be unreliable sometimes, but this beauty was still worth it. Cough cough. At that moment, a zombie emerged from the corner on the third floor. It saw Li Yujin and immediately let out an excited roar, charging straight at her. Li Yuding, still in the bathroom, saw this horrifying scene and shouted, "Sister, there's a zombie, be careful." Ha! Li Yujin turned around. She could already smell the disgusting stench coming from the zombie's mouth. In the next second, a blood hole appeared in the zombie's forehead. Bang! It fell directly to the ground. Dead, the zombie is dead, oh yeah, Li Yujin shouted excitedly. She looked back at Chao Chuan. "Brother-in-law is so handsome. My sister is so hungry she's dizzy and can't move. Brother-in-law, hurry," Li Yujin said immediately. After hearing her words, Chao Chuan understood. He didn't expect there to be two beautiful survivor sisters here. The system had identified this girl as her sister. What a steal! Buy one get one free. Chao Chuan's heart raced, his hands trembled. He quickly moved to Li Yujin's side and grabbed her delicate little hand. Chao Chuan smiled slightly and said, "Okay." Li Yujin, whose hand was caught, immediately straightened up. Brother-in-law, you should go check on my sister." After saying that, she quickly pulled her little hand back and pushed Chao Chuan into the bathroom. Once inside, he saw Li Yuding sitting on the sink. Her face was pale, looking weak and powerless. Without saying a word, Xiao Chuan took out 2 sausages, 2 loaves of bread, and 2 bottles of pure milk from his space and handed them to the 2 girls. You must be hungry, eat quickly. I'll take a look around nearby and clear out the zombies. If anything happens, just shout, okay? Xiao Chuan said. Thank you, we understand. Li Yuding replied. Thank you, brother-in-law, Li Yujin said with a smile. As soon as Li Yujin finished speaking, Li Yuding gave her a light smack on the head with her right hand. Her beautiful eyes glared at her, signaling her not to speak carelessly. Li Yujin stuck out her tongue and silently lowered her head to start eating. Xiao Chuan watched this scene and smiled from the heart. They were truly 2 adorable sisters. Would they cry for a long time if they tried too hard? After leaving the bathroom where the 2 sisters were, Xiao Chuan wandered around the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. Sure enough, he found 4 more zombies. These zombies were all wearing white coats, with a bit of grease on them. They were clearly the kitchen staff, the clumsy aunties and uncles who often worked in the cafeteria. Xiao Chuan expressed great respect and affection for these resilient logistical workers. Thank you for helping me maintain a good figure before the apocalypse. Well done, but don't do it again next time. Xiao Chuan didn't let them suffer too much. He simply blew their heads off and sent them to the blissful world. After killing these few zombies, he walked towards the positions of several others. If Xiao Chuan guessed correctly, this should be the place where supplies were stored. Sure enough, not far from the bodies of a few zombies, he discovered a locked warehouse door. After controlling the metal lock to open it, he quickly found supplies for the cafeteria in a warehouse behind. There were over 500 bags of rice, each weighing 50 pounds. Goodness, that's a full 5 tons of rice. The rice at school wasn't bad either. It was the same kind sold in supermarkets for over $3. After all, the school wasn't completely closed off. If the food was too bad, people would just go out to eat. It was all ivory rice, long and slender grains. Xiao Chuan picked up a bit to examine it. It was clean and white. If it wasn't bleached, it should be this year's new rice. Nice, I'll take it. He continued forward. He arrived at the seasoning area: light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, salt, cooking oil, cooking wine, white vinegar, and so on. There were dozens of items piled together. Xiao Chuan didn't hesitate and collected them all into his space. Next was the fruits and vegetables area. Since it was already mealtime, there wasn't much left, unfortunately, just some durable cabbage and fruits. He took everything. Then came the freezer. There was still a bit of frozen pork, beef, chicken, and duck left, but not much, only a few dozen pounds of each. However, this meat would be enough for Xiao Chuan and his companions to eat for a few months. After collecting all of this into his space, he muttered to himself, it seems that to gather a large amount of supplies, I'll have to leave the campus. But there was no rush at this stage. He returned to the restroom where Li Yuding and her sister were. At this moment, they had already finished eating. Seeing Xiao Chuan arrive, Li Yuding's face flushed with embarrassment. This handsome young man who saved them was just too charming. After a moment of infatuation, Li Yuding spoke up, thank you, big brother, for saving us sisters. I have no way to repay you. Looking at Li Yuding's stunning face, Xiao Chuan waved his hand. He said, ladies, I'll get straight to the point without any fluff. My name is Xiao Chuan, and you should know my infamous reputation. Now that the apocalypse has come, whether you believe it or not, I came to the cafeteria to save you. I can provide a safe place to stay and food, and what I want, you should understand. This, Li Yuding was momentarily speechless. She hadn't expected this young man to be so direct. It was all business, devoid of emotion. However, she quite liked the straightforward tone. It was much better than the lies from the men who had pursued her before. Alright, I can agree to go with you, but you must guarantee that my sister and I can survive safely in this apocalypse and have no worries about food and clothing. Li Yuding raised her eyebrows and said, now that she knew Xiao Chuan's needs, she didn't have to lower her stance so much. She immediately stated her conditions. As long as she could become his woman and ensure her sister would also be well taken care of, that would be great. After playing with Li Yuding's words, Xiao Chuan smiled slightly and shook his head. He placed a finger over Li Yuding's cute cherry lips and said, beautiful lady, you didn't hear me clearly just now. I said you both, not just you alone, but also your sister. What? Li Yuding's eyes widened. That's impossible. My sister has just come of age. She has plenty of youth left. She can't just become. I won't. Before Li Yuding could finish her sentence, Li Yujin stepped in front of her, blocking her from continuing. She firmly spoke up, sister, you're thinking too small. What can 2 weak women do in the apocalypse? If we don't agree, do you want to continue waiting to die in this bathroom? Or do you really think we can be self-sufficient? Since brother Xiao Chuan is so strong and he dares to guarantee our survival and well-being in the apocalypse, what more can we ask for? It might not even be possible with other men. After Li Yujin finished speaking, she extended her right hand and said, brother Xiao Chuan, then we sisters will leave it to you from now on. Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan immediately revealed a satisfied smile. This little sister was quite good. She was much more sensible than her sister. Chao Chuan took Li Yujin's small hand with a big hand and smiled. What's your name, little sister? My name is Li Yujin, big brother, husband. Alright, you two should have regained some strength by now. Let's go back to the dormitory. It's too empty and unsafe here, and it's not good for resting. Okay, husband, Li Yujin said playfully. Li Yuding looked at her socially adept little sister in shock. Although Li Yuding knew her sister had been rebellious since childhood and often acted without regard for propriety, she never expected her to take the lead in such matters. However, she was originally worried that her sister would disagree. Now that her sister had spoken up, she couldn't be bothered to intervene. The three of them quickly left the cafeteria. After wasting so much time in the cafeteria, Chao Chuan had no mood to look for other suitable women elsewhere. He had already cleared the zombies on the way here. Returning now, there were only a few scattered ones left, which he easily dispatched with a wave of his hand. Li Yujin had already thought it was impressive watching Chao Chuan kill zombies from the window. She didn't expect that observing him up close would reveal just how powerful he was. With a simple gesture, it was as if he was shooing away beggars, and the zombies just fell to the ground. Impressive! This was the Prince Charming I was looking for, tall, handsome, and powerful. I'm in love. Soon, Chao Chuan brought the two women back to the front of the graduate dormitory. Li Jiayu looked at Chao Chuan's return and didn't dare to say a word. She silently opened the door to let the three in. Once inside the dormitory, the four women faced each other, and for a moment, no one could say anything. Li Jiayu had already been through this once, so it didn't matter to her. As long as Chao Chuan could provide food and protect her safety, it didn't matter how many women he wanted to bring along. She didn't even look at how hard her classmates were struggling. She felt she was quite lucky. However, Wulan Lan, as the former campus belle, had never considered sharing a husband with other women. Her expression immediately darkened. She spoke with a sullen face. Chao Chuan, what do you mean by this? Didn't you say you were going out to find supplies? Why did you bring back two women? Wulan Lan's voice was loud, showing no respect for Chao Chuan. Even Li Jiayu felt a bit displeased. Is Wulan Lan an idiot? It's the apocalypse, and she still hasn't adjusted her mindset. In a harem, the concubines don't manage the emperor's choice of wives. If this were ancient times, she'd definitely be sent to the cold palace. I don't know where Chao Chuan found these women, but how come each one is prettier than me? I can't let Wulan Lan drag me down. No, I need to pick a side immediately. Before Chao Chuan could speak, Li Jiayu quickly said, Husband, you've been busy all day, you must be tired. How about I wash your feet first? Chao Chuan's expression turned cold. He pushed Li Jiayu aside and stepped in front of Wulan Lan. He grabbed her sharp chin with his right hand and said, Are you teaching me how to do things? If you don't want to stay, you can leave. Not only will I bring back two beauties today, but I will continue to do so in the future. If anyone can't accept it, they can leave right now. Chao Chuan finished speaking. He directly let go of his hand and entered the bathroom to take a shower. The several women exchanged glances. Wulan Lan's face also changed color. She never expected Chao Chuan to be so domineering. This was hard for her to accept, but the memory of her previous experience of hunger was still fresh, and she had no courage to leave. She could only cry and hide back in her room. Big sister, brother Chao Chuan is so fierce, Li Yujin said, tugging at Li Yuding's clothes from behind her. Don't be afraid, little sister. As long as we behave well, Chao Chuan will definitely treat us well. I can see that he is a good man who loves his wife, Li Yuding comforted. Li Yujin nodded, silently standing behind. At this moment, Li Jiayu walked up to the two girls and said, You two must be tired. Why don't you rest for a bit? When Chao Chuan comes out, you can also take a shower. After that, you know what to do, right? Li Yuding nodded. She knew very well. This was preparing for the night. After a few minutes of anxious waiting, click, the bathroom door opened, and Chao Chuan came out of the shower. After coming out, Chao Chuan plopped down on the sofa. Before he could say anything, Li Jiayu immediately brought a basin of water to him. Among the beauties Chao Chuan had gathered, Li Jiayu's looks were the least impressive. If she didn't do a little more, to put it bluntly, when Chao Chuan got tired of them, she would definitely be the first to be discarded. After all, Li Jiayu had once caused Chao Chuan a lot of trouble. The 2.5 years of her ugly duckling phase left an indelible memory for Chao Chuan. Li Yuding and Li Yujin lowered their heads, stealing a glance at Li Jiayu, who was washing Chao Chuan's feet. They didn't say anything but silently left the living room and entered the bathroom. The two sisters embraced each other briefly, then helped each other clean up. After they finished showering, they stood still and realized a problem. They had no other clothes. This was quite awkward. They couldn't possibly walk out of the bathroom naked. Thinking of this, they began rummaging through the bathroom. They could only put on the 2 nightgowns that Li Jiayu had left in the bathroom. One was white silk, and the other was black silk. The hem of the nightgowns was short, barely covering their thighs, and if they walked a little too fast, it would expose indescribable parts. The 2 girls blushed, not knowing whose dresses these were. Why did they look so much like lingerie? However, their original clothes had developed a strong odor from being in the bathroom for so long. They couldn't stand the smell and couldn't wear them, so they had to endure the discomfort and walked out wearing the lingerie-like nightgowns. As the 2 beauties stepped out of the bathroom, their voices reached Chao Chuan's ears. At that moment, Chao Chuan was enjoying the softness on his feet. Hearing the bathroom door open, he opened his eyes. When he saw the 2 girls, his eyes lit up. Wow, these sisters are too stunning. If you're going to test an old man like this, then I'm not sleepy anymore. Why wash feet when you could just clear the pipes directly? Without hesitation, Chao Chuan lifted his feet. At that moment, Li Jiayu, understanding the situation, dried his feet and then took the basin away from the living room. Which of you ladies wants to go first? Chao Chuan asked, stroking his chin. Chao Chuan, my sister is on her period. I'll be with you these days, but you have to give my sister a portion of the food, or I won't cooperate with you, Li Yuding said softly. After Li Yuding finished speaking, her face turned red. Her rosy cheeks looked very cute. Chao Chuan was also taken aback by Li Yuding's words. So Li Yujin got her period? No wonder the system didn't indicate that Li Yujin was suitable for pregnancy. It seems that was the reason. Unexpectedly, this system was so eager that it couldn't directly provide a woman to continue the lineage of the human race. And there wasn't even a hint. However, there was Li Yuding. Chao Chuan was already very satisfied. A girl of her beauty, before the apocalypse, he wouldn't have even dreamed of getting close to one. He had hardly seen a few. Since there were no issues with Li Yuding, Chao Chuan didn't make things difficult for her. He nodded and said, "All right, come to my room, and there will be food for your sister too." Li Yuding tugged at her skirt, tiptoeing as she followed Chao Chuan into the room. When she saw Chao Chuan plop down on the edge of the bed, she didn't hesitate. She directly sat on Chao Chuan's lap. Snuggling in his arms, Li Yuding said softly, "Chao Chuan, it's my first time, be gentle. Don't worry, I'm very experienced in this area. Just follow my lead and trust me with your body," he replied. Ding! The host has successfully saved the beauty. Detecting a high-quality human female, an additional reward has been granted, and the reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive skill Golden Kidney, which greatly enhances kidney function, 10 times that of an ordinary human. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, all attributes increased by 20 points. What golden kidney? Hearing this system reward, Chao Chuan was stunned. Then his face broke into a wide grin. Originally, he was worried that as more women appeared, he wouldn't be able to handle them all. He didn't expect the system's reward to solve his problems directly. With the golden kidney, taking on 10 girls should be no problem. Plus, he could control the timing of pregnancies. If he really couldn't handle so many, he could always let them get pregnant, right? The system was indeed amazing. And there were additional rewards. An increase of 20 in all attributes meant his attributes had doubled. 4 times the strength of an adult. Chao Chuan tried swinging his fist forward. Wow, this was even stronger than when he encountered the strength-type ability user, Kai Kuan. That guy's Iron Mountain wouldn't stand a chance against his punch. This meant that even without using his metal manipulation ability, he estimated that he could handle at least 50 zombies, and probably escape unscathed from 100. Damn, he was invincible now. Li Yuding, lying beside Chao Chuan, looked at him with a puzzled expression, watching his ever-changing face. She wanted to say something. Suddenly, Chao Chuan's big hand lifted her up and placed her on him. "Honey, what are you doing?" Li Yuding gasped. "What do you think? You don't think it ends with just one time, do you?" "Of course, we continue to explore the origins of humanity," Chao Chuan said with a mischievous smile. This was the golden kidney. It wouldn't be so easy to satisfy. Tonight, it had to be 7 times to do it justice. Li Yuding looked at the excited Chao Chuan and immediately said in fear, I don't want to anymore. If we continue, I really might break. How about you call the other sisters in, and we can serve you together?" "Hey, that's a pretty good suggestion. I'll wait here while you get dressed and call them," Chao Chuan said with a smile, agreeing to Li Yuding's idea. After hearing Chao Chuan's words, Li Yuding felt relieved and quickly put on a nightgown, fleeing in a hurry. Soon, under her lead, Li Jiayu and Wulan Lan were called over. "Honey, you called for me?" Li Jiayu asked, puzzled. Wulan Lan stood at the door, looking at the naked Chao Chuan, and immediately turned her head away, saying, "Not even wearing clothes, how shameless." "You all come in and close the door," Chao Chuan said with a smile. "What are we doing, watching you live?" Wulan Lan asked in confusion. No, you are all actors, come on, let's continue. He had watched quite a few tutorial videos before, but he had never experienced the feeling of being one player short in Mahjong. Instantly, he was filled with excitement. Before the girls could regain their composure, Chao Chuan directly pulled Li Jiayu, Wulan Lan, and Li Yuding onto the bed, one in each hand. Ah! Wulan Lan let out a soft scream, but thinking about needing Chao Chuan's care, she didn't dare to refuse. Honey, be gentle. The next day, the weather was still clear. After Li Yujin woke up, she glanced beside her. Having been hungry for several days, she had gone to bed early last night. She had no idea what had happened. With a confused expression, she said, where did my two sisters go? Then Li Yujin got up and rummaged through the wardrobe, pulling out a set of clothes belonging to Li Jiayu and putting them on. The heights of the four of them were quite similar, so it fit reasonably well. When she arrived in the living room, she didn't see anyone else. Looking at the time, it was only 8 o'clock. Could they have already gone out? Just then, Li Yujin noticed that Chao Chuan's room door was not closed. Driven by curiosity, she walked to the door. When Li Yujin pushed the door open, she was stunned. The three sisters were actually sharing the bed with brother Chao Chuan at the same time. This was too exciting. Oh my, are college students nowadays this open? So impressive. Li Yujin's scream was not loud, but it was enough to wake the sisters. After the pleasures of last night, they felt as if they had transcended, stretching and twisting their necks. They hadn't felt any discomfort from last night's craziness. They only felt joy soaring to the heavens. Now, opening their eyes to see several beautiful women beside them, they were instantly shocked. My clothes! My clothes! Get out! You all get out! One by one, they screamed, pulling the clothes and blankets around them. The scene was quite chaotic, with springtime beauty spilling everywhere, a truly lovely picture. At that moment, Li Yuding gently kicked Chao Chuan, her eyes pleading. Chao Chuan laughed heartily. Naturally, he understood what she meant. It was normal not wanting his younger sister to see this embarrassing situation. Then, Chao Chuan quickly threw on some clothes and stood up. Today I'm happy, let's have something good for breakfast. Who can cook? After saying this, he looked at the four girls. Li Jiayu shook her head. Although her family was average, she had been accustomed to being a princess since childhood. She couldn't even boil instant noodles without burning them. Asking her to cook was simply a death sentence. Wulan Lan could cook a little, but last night, Chao Chuan had focused on taking care of her as punishment for her defiance. Her legs were still numb. She could barely stand, let alone cook. Just as everyone was looking at each other, unsure of what to do, Li Yujin spoke up. Brother Chao Chuan, I can do it, I know a little. Hearing Li Yujin's words, Chao Chuan was overjoyed. Really? I know a little, but not much, so if it doesn't turn out well, you mustn't blame me, okay? Li Yujin said again. How could I? You can cook however you like. I have some ingredients here, see what you can make, Chao Chuan replied, then took out a small portion of food he had obtained from the cafeteria and placed it in the living room. Although the apocalypse had only lasted a few days, eating bread, milk, vacuum-packed chicken feet, and burnt chicken legs every day had made Chao Chuan's mouth feel bland. He had originally thought about finding a little cook to come back with him, but unexpectedly, he had already gotten one, and she was very beautiful, which made Chao Chuan quite satisfied. The girls were astonished at the suddenly appeared ingredients in front of them. Honey, where did you get so much food, and it's so fresh? This is amazing, Li Jiayu said with surprise. Even Wulan Lan looked incredulous at that moment. She knew that Chao Chuan had food, but she didn't expect him to have so much. Instantly, she rubbed her tingling legs and thought to herself, Chao Chuan, if you're so capable, why didn't you bring it out earlier? You made me so embarrassed yesterday, reluctantly forced to do such difficult moves. If I had known, I would have cooperated with you a bit, and I wouldn't have been so tired. Boo-hoo, Chao Chuan, you're so bad. Alright, you don't need to know so much. Just know that your man, Chao Chuan, has the ability to make sure you're full at every meal without the threat of zombies, and all you need to do is have children with me, Chao Chuan replied with a smile. You're the best, husband. I want to have 100 children for you, Li Jiayu immediately responded. Me too, sir, Li Yuding said softly from behind. Seeing Li Jiayu's reaction, Chao Chuan was quite satisfied. It seemed that having such a devoted girl was really nice. A woman who knows how to adapt deserves to live so well. Chao Chuan finally understood why he had fallen for her in the first place. Losing to a woman who can bend and stretch, who can flatter and please, was quite normal. After all, he had been so innocent back then. On the other side, with Li Yuding's help, Li Yujin prepared a sour and spicy cabbage, vinegar stir-fried potato shreds, and plain congee using the cafeteria's ingredients, bringing them to the living room. These simple dishes brought tears to the girls' eyes. They were just too delicious. During this time, they had been eating bread and ham sausages, their mouths full of the taste of technology and preservatives. It was driving them to the brink of collapse. They had been dreaming of hot meals, and unexpectedly, Chao Chuan helped them realize that so quickly. Boo-hoo! One by one, they completely disregarded their ladylike image and began to wolf down their food. Chao Chuan watched the scene without rushing to eat. He took out his phone and sent a video of the 4 girls eating to the class group. The group had been silent for quite a while. He didn't know if his old classmates were dead or if their phones had run out of battery. However, that didn't stop him from showing off. After a while, his classmates didn't disappoint him. They were still alive, as resilient as cockroaches. Serious counselor, classmates, what are you eating? I've been hungry for several days. Can you take me to eat something? Level 8 Gale, damn, Xiao Go, Chuan Go. It's been a few days since we last met. Did you save a few beauties again? Can you save me too? I'm really going to starve to death. I'll call you brother. No, I'll call you dad. Can you come save me? Paratrooper or Siyuan, dad, come save me first. Yang Ian, Xiao Chuan, I was wrong. I really was wrong. I was about to starve to death yesterday. If you don't come save me, I'm really going to eat something terrible. Boo-hoo. Wang Mang, Xiao Chuan, husband, come save me first. I'll agree to any position you want. Zhang Ruor, husband, we have 2 girls here. Come save us first. At least they have water to drink over there. We don't even have urine to drink. At Lu Xinxin, say something, will you? Lu Xinxin, yes, Chao Chuan, husband, save us first. We can accompany you together. You can do whatever you want. Seeing one after another in the group begging him to save them, Chao Chuan felt a secret thrill in his heart. Indeed, people need to be hungry for a few days to face reality. It was about time to go save someone. He still planned to go to the dance studio to save 2 first. However, before leaving, Chao Chuan tagged the other 2 classmates who hadn't replied in the group. Chao Chuan, at Jiege, at Jiayu's dog, are you 2 not talking because you're dead? 3 minutes later. Still no reply. Chao Chuan, oh, it seems I'm really dead. Next time, if anyone is about to die, and you have wives or daughters aged 18 to 32, you can contact me. In the apocalypse, I just want to give them a warm home. Everyone. Show off completed. Chao Chuan left, letting Li Yujin manage the amount of food, so that no one goes hungry, but also doesn't eat too much. Otherwise, gaining weight wouldn't look good. Listening to Chao Chuan's words, the few women nodded seriously. According to the pace at which Chao Chuan brought beautiful women back, if their looks and figures couldn't keep up, he might not take care of them and could very well abandon them. No one would raise a few unattractive vases in the apocalypse, right? Chao Chuan left the dormitory. He began heading to the dance studio. When he brought Li Yuding and her sister back yesterday, this road had already been cleared by Chao Chuan once. There weren't many zombies encountered. Holding a Nepal in each hand, the zombies he met were easily dealt with. He effortlessly made his way to the teaching building where the dance studio was located. The system's prompt sound came again. Ding! Multiple women of childbearing age nearby are in danger. Please rescue them as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. There weren't many zombies, only a dozen or so. Upon seeing Chao Chuan, the zombies, who must have been hungry for a long time, immediately became excited and started howling. They charged over. Chao Chuan didn't use his metal control ability. He simply held a Nepal in each hand and began to counterattack. Puff puff puff. The biohazard crisis truly does not deceive me. Alice's choice of the Nepal among so many weapons was indeed the best choice. It was much more useful than a fire axe. Meanwhile, in the teaching building, in one of the dance classrooms, Zhang Ruor looked through the large floor-to-ceiling window and saw the scene. She was instantly thrilled, took out her phone, and directly captured Chao Chuan's heroic moment, sending it to the group. Great! Chao Chuan is here to save us. At Lu Xinxin. Lu Xinxin, respectful duo. Oh, where? Zhang Ruor, look outside quickly. Lu Xinxin, wow, he's so handsome. So many zombies can't even get close to him. Looking at the chat records in the group, the few remaining male survivors in the group suddenly became restless. Damn, Chao Chuan really has some skills. They wanted to slap themselves for daring to mock my brother Chao Chuan back then, hoping he wouldn't mind. They regretted it immensely, wishing they had fawned over Chao Chuan in the group a few days ago. Now they didn't know if it was too late, but they immediately chimed in the group. Level 8 Gale, Dad, I'm not far from the dance studio. After saving the 2 girls, can you take my son too? Paratrooper 2-cent monkey, Dad, I'm in the dormitory. I'm right here. I have a lot of figurines, all genuine, each worth over 10,000 in the market, waiting for you to come and take them. Yang Yun, Chao Chuan, darling, I know you're in the class monitor's dormitory. You should be able to bring me back something when you return. Don't worry, darling, I'm still the original product. If you're not in a hurry, you can check the goods in the bathroom. Wang mang, darling. The zombies on the balcony are about to break the door down. Woo, hurry up, or you won't get to eat my dumpling skins. Watching the frenzied replies in the group, in a short while, it had already reached 99 plus. Jiang Ruer was very pleased. She would soon receive Chao Chuan's rescue. To avoid Chao Chuan not being able to find her, Jiang Ruer directly opened the glass window, took off her pink yoga pants, leaving only a thong hanging on her, and waved the yoga pants out the window. The pink yoga pants were very eye-catching against the backdrop of the brown glass window of the teaching building. Chao Chuan saw a hint of pink from afar, and with 4 times human vision, he could clearly see the perfect figure behind the privacy glass. Gulp! Chao Chuan swallowed hard. He murmured, not bad, this Jiang Ruer may not be as good-looking as the 4 at home, but her figure is certainly impressive. Those legs, that waist-to-hip ratio, truly worthy of a dance major. Thus, Chao Chuan directly made a gesture towards that position, indicating that he had seen her. Jiang Ruer, noticing Chao Chuan's reaction, immediately got excited and took a photo to send to the group. In the group, she wrote, Chao Chuan hubby, I'm in classroom 403 on the 4th floor, don't go to the wrong place. Ding ding ding. Chao Chuan, who was downstairs killing zombies, suddenly felt his phone vibrate. While slaying zombies, he opened his phone and indeed found Jiang Ruer's message in the group, promptly replying with an OK emoji. The other classmates became even more excited upon seeing this. One by one, they rushed out to fawn over him. Chao Chuan daddy, after saving Ruer and Xin, come save us next. Daddy, I can't hold on much longer, hurry. Father, come save me. Lu Xinxin looked at Jiang Ruer's message and exclaimed, I never expected Jiang Ruer to be so hot. I'm joining in. She didn't fall behind and directly took a selfie in front of the wall mirror, trying to suppress the weakness brought on by hunger. She straightened her back, stuck out her hips, and took several selfies with her pineapple phone. Choosing the one she liked best, she sent it in. She also tagged Chao Chuan, saying, Chao Chuan hubby, come save me, I'm waiting for you in 405 next to Ruer. Chao Chuan naturally received Lu Xinxin's message as well. Happily, he replied with an OK gesture. Receiving Chao Chuan's response, the two were overjoyed and immediately excitedly said in the group, classmates, we've escaped the sea of suffering first, you all wait a bit longer, hubby Chao Chuan will come to save you soon. It's okay, we're not in a hurry, as long as daddy Chao Chuan remembers us. Chao Chuan hubby, I'm here too. I'm almost at my limit. Wang Mang immediately chimed in. To fully engage in the competition, although Wang Mang couldn't take a full-body photo, she still posted a casual selfie. The men in the group had never seen such a scene. These girls usually dressed so conservatively, but now they were all looking so hot. Damn, how ruthless. Yang Yun was not to be outdone and immediately said, hubby, Chao Chuan hubby, I can't take it anymore, hurry and come save me. She then attached a photo with a playful ribbon and letters. The men, unable to send photos, all scrambled to claim their father in the group, appearing like a completely different group from before. However, Chao Chuan didn't mind. As long as they were pretty girls and hadn't particularly offended him, he would save them all. After all, for the sake of reproduction, he couldn't be too picky. As for the men, well, tough luck. There's an old saying, a man should strive for self-improvement. Good luck to you all. Chao Chuan easily made his way into the teaching building. This building was originally the art department's teaching building, with studios, dance rooms, and music rooms. There weren't many students in this field, and most of them were female. To Chao Chuan's surprise, there were still quite a few survivors. This delighted the system, which kept looping a notification sound in Chao Chuan's mind, as if chanting a mantra. Chao Chuan, helpless, could only try to ask the system if it could turn off the repetitive notification sound. After shutting it off, he immediately went to the 4th floor. Jiang Ruer had been watching the stairwell on the 4th floor. Finally, in her anxious wait, she saw Chao Chuan's figure. Wow, hubby is here, hubby you finally came. Jiang Ruer exclaimed excitedly, live-streaming the group video. In the video, Chao Chuan walked up to the 4th floor, completely untainted. He felt incredibly relaxed and comfortable. The classmates in the group were all fixated on the live broadcast. Wow, Chao Chuan is so handsome, he's like a ghost passing through a horde of zombies without a scratch. Amazing, amazing. Chao Chuan, my door is always open for you. Come quickly. Chao Chuan, after you saved Jiang Ruer, come find me, I've been waiting for you. Just as everyone was cheering, the zombies on the 4th floor turned their heads to look at Chao Chuan upon hearing the sounds of someone coming upstairs. When they realized it was a living person, they all roared with excitement. They immediately abandoned their attack on the glass door and surged towards Chao Chuan. Cough cough. Watching the zombies' movements, Jiang Ruer looked at Chao Chuan with concern. Although she knew Chao Chuan was strong enough to handle these zombies, seeing the man-eating monsters approaching him still made her worry. She shouted anxiously, husband, be careful. So noisy, so annoying. As soon as Chao Chuan finished speaking, he raised his right hand and waved it at the zombies. Puff puff puff. The once roaring zombies suddenly fell silent, as if someone had grabbed them by the neck. What the hell just happened? Did you all see that? As soon as Chao Chuan waved his hand, the zombies fell down? The counselor couldn't help but speak up upon witnessing the scene. Wow wow wow, Chao Chuan is really handsome. Amazing, amazing, Chao Chuan is amazing. Everyone watched as Chao Chuan killed zombies as easily as drinking water, and they were all ecstatic, flooding the group chat with messages. At that moment, Chao Chuan looked around and confirmed that there were no zombies left in the corridor before walking to the door of Zhang Roar's classroom. The classroom door was made of glass. Zhang Roar had already tidied up her makeup and was waiting at the door. Seeing Chao Chuan's handsome face, she excitedly opened the classroom door and exclaimed, "Chao Chuan, you're so amazing. You finally came to save me. Woo woo woo. I almost thought I wouldn't see you again." Chao Chuan smiled and directly took Zhang Roar's delicate hand, pulling her out. He then took out milk and bread from his space. He said, "First, eat something to regain your strength. Follow me, and I'll get Lu Xinxin out too." "Wow, milk and bread, woo woo woo. I haven't eaten in days, thank you, husband." Zhang Roar took the food and said excitedly. She then gave him a peck on the cheek. The live broadcast was still on. Zhang Roar's action made the males in the group feel as if they had eaten a lemon. They were really envious. Having superpowers in the apocalypse gave one the upper hand in choosing a partner. Another girl had fallen for him, and with Zhang Roar, there were now 5 girls in total. Woo woo woo, so envious. Looking at Zhang Roar's condition, she seemed to be fine. Chao Chuan turned to head towards Lu Xinxin's classroom, room 405. Just as he turned around, Lu Xinxin had already come up behind him, using her last bit of strength to jump up and hang onto Chao Chuan's neck, saying, "Husband, you don't need to come get me. I'm already out." "Thank you, husband." After Lu Xinxin finished speaking, she directly kissed Chao Chuan on the cheek. Seeing Lu Xinxin being so proactive, Chao Chuan didn't hold back and directly grabbed her perky bottom. As expected from someone who trained, the feeling was incredible. Thus, Chao Chuan smiled and said, "Nice feel, you must be starving. You two eat something first to regain your strength." "Oh, thank you, husband." Lu Xinxin took the food and jumped down from Chao Chuan. With a flushed face, she walked over to Zhang Roar and sat down, lowering her head and quietly starting to eat. At this moment, the live broadcast was still ongoing, showing Zhang Roar's perspective. Watching the 2 girls in the group already enjoying their food, the male compatriot silently said, "The 6th one, we're not envious at all, really. Why think so much? Just surviving is good enough." Looking forward to Daddy Chao Chuan's rescue, Chao Chuan looked at the 2 stunning girls in front of him, both tall beauties, especially since they were both wearing yoga pants while practicing dance, outlining indescribable shapes. This made Chao Chuan incredibly excited. Yoga pants are truly one of the greatest inventions in the world. Besides that, there are also thigh-high stockings and fishnets, which are known as the 3 great wonders of Blue Star. In the past, Chao Chuan scoffed at them, but now he completely agreed. He couldn't wait any longer. While the 2 girls were eating, Chao Chuan didn't waste any time. This teaching building had 8 classrooms on one floor, and besides the 2 of them, 6 classrooms were still closed. The classrooms were arranged in a square, and Chao Chuan estimated that they were all within his 80-meter range. There was no danger. So he spoke up, "You two finish eating and rest to regain your strength. I'll check if there are any other survivors in the other classrooms." The 2 girls nodded obediently at Chao Chuan's words. They immediately replied, "Okay, hubby, we'll wait for you to come back." Chao Chuan touched the girls' faces. They felt a bit rough from not washing up for a few days, but he could still feel their delicate skin. "Not bad, not bad." He nodded in satisfaction. Women who had gone hungry were indeed obedient. He then began to check the situation in the other classrooms. Chao Chuan didn't have time to look at the system panel and wasn't sure if there were any women of childbearing age in those classrooms. Unfortunately, he found traces of humans in every classroom, but they had all been merged with other classmates in the same classroom. Their luck was too poor. They couldn't gain Chao Chuan's favor. However, the kind-hearted Chao Chuan still gave each zombie a send-off. He sent them to heaven, sparing them from the pain of lingering in the human world. What a pity, what a pity. Chao Chuan even saw a girl whose looks rivaled Li Yuding's. Even as a zombie, she was hard to look away from. After searching all the classrooms on this floor, when Chao Chuan returned to the 2 girls, they had already finished their food and were sitting on the ground waiting for him. "How was it? Are you full and ready to go?" Hubby, we can go now. Are we going straight down?" Looking at the 2 girls, Chao Chuan nodded and replied, "There are no living people on this floor. We'll search down from the classrooms above." Although the 2 girls were puzzled as to why Chao Chuan didn't go directly to rescue Wang Mang and Yang Yiyun, they didn't dare to speak out and obediently followed behind him. This building had 5 floors. They went up to the 5th floor. A few wandering zombies hadn't had time to make a sound before Chao Chuan easily dealt with them. Then he swept through each classroom one by one. The 5th floor was different from the 4th. They didn't have glass doors, so you couldn't see inside from the outside. You could only check one room at a time. Chao Chuan had thought about just looking at the system prompts to find his targets, but he was afraid of missing any girls who had their periods. These girls could be used for food after just another week. Chao Chuan didn't want to waste any, so he could only search in the most cumbersome way. In the first room, there were 3 female zombies, no survivors. Chao Chuan swung his Nepalese knife and took care of them. In the second room, it was locked. Chao Chuan thought there might be someone inside, so he used his mind to control the lock to open it, only to find it empty. It seemed there were no students in class that day. What a waste of effort. In the third room, zombies taken care of. In the fourth room, zombies taken care of. Just as Chao Chuan was feeling disappointed, he unexpectedly found 2 female survivors in the 6th room. Unfortunately, one of them was not very good looking. She didn't even meet the average standard. In the system, her attractiveness score was probably below 40, and she had a flat chest. If her figure was a bit better, it wouldn't matter even if the lights were off. What was the point of bringing someone like this along, who probably couldn't even feed a child? There was plenty of food, but no place to use it. Although Chao Chuan didn't show his displeasure on his face, he had already given up on the idea of bringing this woman back to the dormitory. However, he didn't want to let the other one slip away from him. So, Chao Chuan spoke up, "I'm here to save you. Come with me. I've already taken care of the zombies outside. You're safe now." "Really? That's great. You look so healthy. You must have food. Please give me some. I haven't eaten in 2 days and I'm starving," the less attractive girl said. Hearing her words, Chao Chuan was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't immediately take out any food. He didn't want to give even a single biscuit to such an unattractive woman, especially with her high and mighty attitude. "Who do you think you are?" Chao Chuan replied, "Sorry, I don't have any. There are plenty of convenience stores and canteens outside. If you leave here, you can search for yourself." "What are you talking about, you man? Are you really going to let us 2 little fairies find food on our own? That's ridiculous. Are you even a man? You don't have any food and yet you want to play the hero. How interesting," the less attractive girl retorted. After saying this, she reached out to grab Chao Chuan's clothes. At that moment, Chao Chuan remembered that this woman seemed to be the daughter of one of the school leaders. She was used to being bossy. She had even given Chao Chuan a bad review once, causing him to lose 50 yuan, which he had earned after running 2.5 hours delivering food. Just like that, this woman had caused him to lose it all. Even now, in the apocalypse, she still hadn't shed her water-brained attitude. "Alright, the daughter of a school leader, huh? Slap." Chao Chuan slapped her hard, sending her spinning and crashing to the ground. "You think you can act all high and mighty? If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, your head would have already been separated from your body. You dare hit me? I will have you expelled from this school. Are you stupid? It's the apocalypse, and you're still relying on your useless father to threaten others. It's the end of the world, and you're still pretending to be a big shot." After saying this, Chao Chuan turned to the girl behind him and asked, "Hey, beautiful back there, are you coming with us? I can offer you a safe place to stay and food." "Yang Qianqian, don't listen to him. He's just a stinky man. He doesn't have any food. I've seen many men like him. He just wants to trick you into coming over and assault you." Slap. Chao Chuan struck again, giving the unattractive girl another slap. This time, he didn't hold back, and the slap made her question her life, her face swelling up like a basketball. Yang Qianqian stood by, stunned. She wasn't related to the unattractive girl, she was just another survivor hiding in the same classroom. In fact, the unattractive girl had even taken half of her food, which could have made her less hungry. Now that someone had come to rescue her, she naturally couldn't continue staying with her. Looking at the tall and handsome Chao Chuan, who could also fight zombies, her heart was filled with affection. What girl doesn't have a crush? This man in front of her seemed so outstanding. Yang Qianqian felt like she was in a post-apocalyptic novel. In the apocalypse, a beautiful woman was rescued by a powerful man. It was easy to imagine that the next plot would lead to her offering herself in gratitude. Yang Qianqian nodded and said without hesitation, "I'll go with you." The unattractive girl glared at Yang Qianqian, not expecting that this woman would agree to leave with Chao Chuan so readily. What a shameless bitch. She was instantly so angry that her whole body trembled. Originally, she had planned to use Yang Qianqian's looks to blackmail Chao Chuan for more benefits, but now, everything was gone. She suddenly screamed hysterically, "Yang Qianqian, you filthy bitch, you're really so cheap. I misjudged you. I didn't expect you to be so low, unable to move when you see a man." As soon as the ugly woman's words fell, Chao Chuan turned around calmly to look at her, as if he were looking at a dead person. What do you want to do? Are you going to kill me just because I said something about her? The ugly woman shouted. Oh, it seems you're not completely brainless. Since you know your fate, fine, I'll send you on your way. Chao Chuan smiled and waved his hand directly at her. The metal button on the ugly woman's neck, under Chao Chuan's guidance, pierced straight through her neck. Chao Chuan was a good person. He didn't give her too much pain. This process lasted only 10 seconds. With a thud, the ugly woman fell to the ground. Let's go, Chao Chuan said indifferently. The two women had seen Chao Chuan kill zombies before, but this was the first time they witnessed him kill a person. The terrifying scene made their legs feel a bit weak. Honey, is she dead? Dead. Chao Chuan's tone was very calm, as if he had just stepped on an ant. Looking at the expressions of the three women, it was actually Yang Qianqian, who had been with the ugly woman, who remained very calm. So he asked, Beautiful, aren't you afraid? Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Qianqian, a sophomore at Yongjian University, majoring in journalism. Please take care of me in the future. Oh, Yang Qianqian's response made Chao Chuan look at her differently. A beautiful woman who had never killed a zombie, yet remained so calm in the face of public murder. She was truly a good candidate for the apocalypse. Chao Chuan didn't know that at this moment, Yang Qianqian's heart was already in turmoil, and she couldn't help but blush and think wildly. Wow, tall, handsome, has abilities, decisive in killing, surrounded by beautiful women. This is the template of a protagonist, right? Could it be that the female lead is actually me? According to the plot, am I about to be taken back to a safe house or something? Whoa, I'm so looking forward to it. The protagonist is well-rounded in virtue, intelligence, physical fitness, beauty, and labor. That skill should be good too. With food, shelter, and enjoyment, what more could I want? I've decided to cling to this man's thigh. Seeing that the two women hadn't calmed down yet, Chao Chuan waited a moment. Jiang Ruo and Lu Xinxin had also experienced the apocalypse, and they quickly emerged from the shadow. Once the three women had settled down, Chao Chuan finally spoke. All right, let's continue searching for survivors. By the way, Qianqian, you must be hungry. Here, take this food and eat to regain some strength. Looking at the food that suddenly appeared in Chao Chuan's hand, Yang Qianqian immediately understood that this was spatial ability, and she excitedly shouted, Wow! Thank you, husband. What the hell? This woman called him husband so quickly. Yang Qianqian's reaction made Jiang Ruo and Lu Xinxin feel a surge of crisis. This was too fast to get into character. It was the apocalypse. Killing someone was quite normal, right? Why was she so timid? What if Chao Chuan didn't like her? No, we have to change. The two girls exchanged glances and nodded. Otherwise, if another girl entered the scene, they would be very passive. In the remaining classrooms, Chao Chuan checked and found only a few zombies, with no survivors left. After killing them, he could only leave. However, with Yang Qianqian as a gain, Chao Chuan was already very satisfied. After all, the global human population had dropped to 10%, and having 2 or 3 survivors on a floor was already above average. With the 3 women, Chao Chuan continued to move downwards. The 3rd floor was the music classroom. Previously, in a hurry to go to the 4th floor to save someone, the wandering zombies paid little attention. Now, with 4 human scents arriving, especially 3 fragrant women, it immediately stirred a commotion among the zombies. Chao Chuan never expected that there would be so many people involved in music at their school. Excluding the teachers, there were quite a number of zombies just in the corridor on the 3rd floor. There were at least 30 of them. Chao Chuan even noticed that some male zombies had hair longer than that of the women. The key was that their faces still had that very coarse look. This made Chao Chuan feel a wave of nausea. It looked really disgusting. Chao Chuan hated these androgynous zombies the most. If they wanted to dress as women, why not go to India for some training? Change their genes? Thinking of this, Chao Chuan directly activated his powers to control the iron needles, like a rifle with an automatic lock. Wherever he went, zombies fell one after another. Yang Qianqian watched with starry eyes, her mind already filled with dozens of chapters of plot. This was the power of the protagonist, so strong. In just a little time, Chao Chuan cleared all the zombies in the corridor. To avoid any zombies playing dead, he made sure to finish them off completely before starting to check the classrooms one by one. After checking the first 5 classrooms, he found not a single survivor. How unlucky was this floor? The 3 girls looked at each other, relieved that they had not turned into these man-eating monsters when the apocalypse struck, and that none of their classmates had turned into zombies to eat them. Seeing this situation, Chao Chuan felt a bit disappointed. He still wanted to save a singer to take home. Then, when a safe shelter was established, there would be entertainment to watch. Was this plan going to fall through? Just as he was checking the last classroom, Chao Chuan discovered that it was locked from the inside. This classroom had large double doors. There was no keyhole, just a big lock hanging on the door. This meant there were survivors inside. Chao Chuan immediately perked up. He had already wasted quite a bit of time here, and there were still 2 wives waiting to be rescued in the class. He was too lazy to knock. He directly controlled the metal to open the door. As soon as the door was pushed open, Chao Chuan saw a beautiful figure crouched in the corner. The noise of his entrance quickly drew the originally drowsy survivors' gaze towards him. At that moment, Chao Chuan felt as if he had seen an angel. What a beautiful girl! Her eyes sparkled like black agate. Her features were three-dimensional and exquisite, her skin fair and translucent, especially at this moment, as she wore a dress that made her look ethereal. "Oh, Lin Yue, you're still alive, that's great," Yang Chanxian exclaimed happily. "Chanxian, you're alive too, sob. I thought I wouldn't make it to tomorrow," Lin Yue said, standing up. She was about to run over to Yang Chanxian. However, after days without food, Lin Yue didn't have the strength. After just 2 steps, she was about to fall. Chao Chuan saw this scene and quickly rushed over, catching her in his arms. "Ah, thank you," Lin Yue said gratefully, still shaken. She had been hiding in the corner for days to conserve energy, and had completely forgotten how weak she had become. "Hubby, can you give Weiwei some food? She must be very hungry," Yang Chanxian immediately said. "Hubby?" Upon hearing Yang Chanxian's words, Lin Yue was quite puzzled. She hadn't heard that Yang Chanxian had gotten married. She didn't expect her friend to keep it such a secret. She felt like she wasn't being treated as a close friend at all. Then, Lin Yue spoke up. "Wow, Chanxian, you're so lucky. Outside, there are zombies everywhere, and your husband is risking his life to save you. That's so loving, sob. I'm so touched." Chao Chuan immediately laughed upon hearing this. "This girl, you're quite something." Yang Chanxian didn't explain. Anyway, she would definitely find out after a while. At this moment, Chao Chuan was also generous. He was very open-handed with beautiful girls. He directly took out some food from his space and handed it to Lin Yue. "Thank you, Chanxian's husband." Lin Yue looked at the food that suddenly appeared before her. She could no longer maintain her fairy-like image. She directly grabbed a piece of bread and stuffed it into her mouth. "Weiwei, eat slowly, no one is competing with you." Yang Chanxian patted Lin Yue's back and said, Sob, I'm really starving, sob, cough. I told you to eat slowly, look, you choked," Yang Chanxian said with concern as she inserted a straw into the milk and brought it to her mouth. Seeing the milk being offered, Lin Yue immediately tilted her head. She took a big gulp of milk, which helped her swallow the bread that was stuck in her throat. Thank you, sister." Looking at these 2 stunning beauties, Chao Chuan didn't rush them. Beautiful women are meant to be pampered. He believed that such attractive girls would not have low-looking offspring. "It seems that the average attractiveness of the human race needs me to improve it." After waiting for a while, Chao Chuan spoke again. "Alright, beautiful, you've eaten and have some strength now, so I'll get straight to the point. What's your name, and are you willing to be my woman?" "What?" Lin Yue's eyes widened. She looked at Chao Chuan in disbelief, as if trying to confirm whether she had heard wrong. But Yang Chanxian and the other girls around didn't seem to feel anything inappropriate at all. Thus, Lin Yue angrily said, "You want me to be your woman? What about Yang Chanxian? I didn't expect someone who looks so upright to actually be a scumbag. Chanxian, come over here quickly, let's get away from this scumbag." Chao Chuan smiled and didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Yang Chanxian and said, "Chanxian, why don't you explain the situation to her? It's getting late, and I still have 2 more floors to check." "Me? I'll explain?" Okay, husband," Yang Chanxian said, pointing to herself. Chao Chuan nodded. Then, Yang Chanxian directly went to Lin Yue's side, tugged at her skirt, and signaled her to step aside. Seeing Yang Chanxian cooperate like this, Chao Chuan didn't linger any longer. He led the 4 girls downwards. Zhang Ruo and Lu Xinxin obediently followed behind Chao Chuan and went downstairs. Yang Chanxian, however, held Lin Yue's hand and stayed in place, explaining to Lin Yue what had happened upstairs. "What? Chanxian, you were also saved by this man today? I thought he was your boyfriend. If that's the case, then the 2 girls in front must be in the same situation, right?" Lin Yue said in shock. "You're probably not wrong. There might be more than just the 4 of us. It's been several days since the apocalypse started, and there should be quite a few people at his place. But for us weak women to survive, we can only rely on these strong men. Weiwei, I advise you to agree, otherwise, you might end up regretting it and dying with resentment. Stick with me, we sisters can look out for each other." Yang Chanxian nodded and said, "In the apocalypse, beautiful women should follow powerful men, and they should be the kind of men who are excessively strong. This way, they can ensure that they only need to follow one man." In Yang Chanxian's view, Chao Chuan in front of her perfectly fit the protagonist's setting. "Since I am not the main character and do not have a system, Why should I let my end-of-the-world self live so hard? Those women who rejected the main character ultimately do not have a good ending. This is a common trope she often writes about as an end-of-the-world novel author. In a harem that does not belong to the main character, names won't even appear a second time. What happens is clear to the readers. Listening to Yang Chanxian's words, Lin Yue fell silent. Lin Yue was only 21 years old, always the obedient girl at home, and had never been in a relationship. Deep down, she had always hoped for a Prince Charming to come and marry her like a princess. Now, she was expected to serve a man alongside a group of women. She glanced at Yang Chanxian's serious face. After some thought, she found her answer. It was the end of the world, so it wasn't unacceptable. They were all well-educated people who couldn't see the situation clearly. Lin Yue organized her thoughts and analyzed her advantages. I have fair skin, a pleasant voice, decent looks, D+, and a height of 168 centimeters. I should be quite capable, right? Alright, let them see who the true harem master is. After cheering herself up internally, Lin Yue took Yang Chanxian's hand. She said, "We sisters must have a place in the man's harem." Then, the two girls chased after the others. On the second floor downstairs, Chao Chuan rescued another beauty. However, this girl refused Chao Chuan and did not agree to be his woman. Chao Chuan didn't mind, there were plenty of beauties, and losing one wasn't a big deal. He hoped she wouldn't regret her decision. Lin Yue watched and realized that, just as Yang Chanxian had said, she was not the first and would not be the last. After finishing the search, Chao Chuan led the group of women out of the teaching building. Once they left the building, Chao Chuan looked at the four beautiful girls behind him and suddenly felt troubled. He muttered to himself, "Wow, so many women, Li Jiayu's dormitory can't possibly accommodate this many girls. I should have thought about finding a safe house earlier, but it might not be easy to find one right away. Let's go back first. Laying out some bedding in the living room shouldn't be a problem. I heard that in Magic City, even 1.5 square meters can accommodate people, and Li Jiayu's dormitory is at least over 60 square meters. On the way back, Chao Chuan passed by the boys' dormitory. That was where he used to live, and there were still a few uneaten sausages inside. He didn't know who had benefited from them. Chao Chuan stopped to look. Zhang Ruor wanted to ask if they should go in to rescue someone. However, Chao Chuan just took a glance and walked past. Aren't we going to save them? Zhang Ruor had the words on the tip of her tongue but didn't say them. There were too many people in the dormitory, and she didn't want to take that risk. As for those men, if they died, they died. After all, she already had a man. After a while, they finally returned to Li Jiayu's dormitory. Li Jiayu, standing by the window, saw Chao Chuan bringing back four beautiful girls and immediately showed an indescribable expression on her face. Looking at Zhang Ruor and Li Xinxin was fine. Li Jiayu was confident that her looks were not inferior to theirs, and she knew better how to please a man. But the last two girls had looks and figures that were comparable to Li Yuding's. Li Jiayu began to doubt her life. Was the beauty standard in this world so high? While Li Jiayu was in a daze, Chao Chuan had already arrived at the door with them. "Open the door," Chao Chuan said. "Okay, husband, you're back." Li Jiayu immediately adjusted her mindset and spoke. Her response was very quick. As soon as they entered, after the girls walked into the living room, Chao Chuan asked Li Jiayu, "Which building and room is Wang Mengming's dormitory?" "Husband, it's building 7, room 502. "I understand, you call the three of them out, and a few new sisters have arrived. Let them get to know each other," Chao Chuan said. "Okay, I'll go right now." After hearing Chao Chuan's words, Li Jiayu immediately turned back and entered the bedroom and kitchen. In no time, Wulan Lan and her sister Li Yuding came out. The moment Wulan Lan stepped out, Yang Chanxian saw her and immediately spoke up. "Cousin Lan Lan, you're here too?" Wulan Lan was also shocked. Her cousin had been taken in by Chao Chuan? For a moment, she stuttered, "Cousin?" Chao Chuan looked at the two of them locking eyes and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. So they were cousins. It seemed this family had quite the looks. He wondered if there were any more cousins or sisters. Chao Chuan was a straightforward person, and when faced with a problem, he asked directly. He said, "Lan Lan, Chanxian, do you have any older sisters or younger sisters, cousins, or anything like that in this school?" After hearing this, Wulan Lan immediately looked at Chao Chuan warily. She replied, "What do you want to do?" "Of course, to rescue them together." After Chao Chuan finished speaking, he pulled Wulan Lan into his arms and pressed his finger against her chin, saying, "You don't want your relatives to turn into zombies, do you?" "Ah, what did you say?" Wulan Lan was suddenly at a loss for words. Yes, without Chao Chuan's rescue, they would either starve to death or turn into zombies. She had confirmed in the family group that some of her relatives had indeed not turned into zombies, but they were not at Yongjiang University. However, the population density outside the school was low, and zombies were not that dense, so there was no immediate danger. but who knew what would happen later? Even if she told Chao Chuan their location now, they couldn't be rescued right away. Should I say it or not? Chao Chuan watched as Wulan Lan fell silent. She didn't immediately reject him. He then revealed a smile like an ant's. Since Wulan Lan didn't refuse or clearly rebut, did that mean there were other sisters? Chao Chuan didn't push too hard. There were still so many sisters waiting for his affection. No need to rush. The urgency was on their side. After casually flirting with Wulan Lan, he let her go from his embrace. He then turned to Li Yujin and said, "Yujin, make tonight's meal a bit more lavish. Don't worry about me lacking supplies. Remember to make a bit more. If we run out of food, it would be awkward." After hearing Chao Chuan's words, Li Yujin's pretty head was filled with confusion. She paused for a moment and said, "Honey, are you saying there are more sisters coming?" "That's right, just prepare more food." Okay. After Li Yujin finished speaking, she looked around at the 4 new unfamiliar faces. 1, 2, 7. Including herself, there were already 8 sisters. Unexpectedly, her husband Chao Chuan had so many wives and was still going out to rescue more sisters. Boo-hoo, if it were for desire, he could already go a week without repeating. There was simply no need for more, right? I get it. Her husband was definitely not doing it for lower body reasons. He was saving a vast number of sisters. Truly magnificent. Li Yujin mentally praised herself, nodding blankly. She said, "All right, honey, I promise to complete the task." Looking at the obedient and lovely sister in front of him, this Li Yujin who could be seen but not touched, Chao Chuan felt a thrill all over. Just a few more days. Her relatives should be leaving soon. Just hold on. The excitement was building. It seemed tonight must be a 1 to 3. After Chao Chuan arranged the dinner with Li Yujin, he turned back to the other sisters, especially emphasizing the 4 who had just joined today. After organizing his thoughts, Chao Chuan spoke up, "Ladies, I've stored some food in the kitchen, enough for everyone for a while. But let me be clear, there will be meals every time. But if anyone has any ill intentions towards these supplies, don't blame me for turning against you." Chao Chuan's tone was heavy, filled with undeniable authority. The girls exchanged glances and nodded immediately. They were all well-educated young women, fully aware of the importance of having enough to eat. How could they possibly do anything to defy Chao Chuan? Seeing that the girls were all very obedient, Chao Chuan felt quite satisfied. He turned and left the dormitory. He still needed to pick up Wang Mang and Yang Yan today, otherwise, they might really starve. In dormitory 502 of Building 7, where Wang Mang stayed, the girls' dormitory in Building 7 was a dangerous area that required crossing 2 teaching buildings and a playground. To rescue Wang Mang, Chao Chuan knew he couldn't bring any deadweight with him. Although Yang Yun was closer, Chao Chuan didn't plan to rescue her first. After all, Yang Yun was in the girls' restroom. As long as there was fresh water, she could survive for a few more days. Next, he needed to rely on his speed to force his way through those teaching buildings. Leaving the dormitory, without the company of those girls, Chao Chuan moved through the campus at 4 times the speed of a human, covering 100 meters in 4 seconds, at a speed of 360 kilometers per hour. He transformed into a human version of a high-speed train. Some zombies wandering by the roadside could only hear something passing by, but with their naked eyes, they couldn't detect Chao Chuan's presence. It was too fast, really too fast. By the time the zombies noticed any movement, Chao Chuan was already over 100 meters away. Damn, if I had known I was this awesome, I would have picked up Wang Mang earlier. Thinking of this, the image of Wang Mingming's 155 centimeters height and G-cup figure immediately appeared in his mind. Chao Chuan remembered that during every break, the most discussed topic wasn't the class monitor Li Jiayu, who was the most beautiful, but Wang Mingming. I heard those old perverts in class say that Wang Mingming's 155 centimeters height is perfect for picking up and playing with. It must be a different experience, Chao Chuan murmured to himself as he sprinted across the campus. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. A few minutes later, he appeared not far from the teaching buildings. Looking up, he saw that there were indeed a lot of zombies between the 2 teaching buildings, just as he had predicted. There were no less than 500 zombies wandering around the playground. On the teaching buildings, it had become a paradise for zombies, with occasional roars echoing out. Seeing these zombies, Chao Chuan didn't plan to deal with them just yet. He remembered clearly that there was an organization in this school called the Self-Rescue Team. If all the zombies were cleared out by Chao Chuan, he wouldn't be afraid of those so-called athletes. Even the strongest humans were like ants before the superpowered. But Chao Chuan had already regarded Yongjian University as his stronghold. In this stronghold, there were many beautiful women, each more stunning than the last. In the apocalypse, beautiful women, one could easily imagine what would happen if they encountered other survivors. These zombies were still needed to restrain other survivors. Only by controlling the entire campus would Chao Chuan choose to eliminate all the zombies. He quickly passed by the 2 teaching buildings. Behind the teaching buildings, on a hillside 100 meters away, there were more than a dozen dormitory buildings built against the mountain. This was the girls' dormitory. The one in the middle was where Wang Mang stayed. As soon as Chao Chuan approached this area, he heard the system's prompt sound again. Ding! Danger detected for a suitable woman nearby. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. Check. Chao Chuan needed to see the girl's status first. Soon, Wang Meng's attribute panel appeared before Chao Chuan. Name, Wang Meng. Photo, image. GIF age, 23 beauty score, 88 body score, 92 purity, 99% current health, 71% hungry, overall score, 90 system evaluation, baby face and huge breasts, explosive figure, host must take her down. After reading Wang Meng's attribute panel, Chao Chuan thought, it's fine, 71% health is just hunger, it's not dangerous yet. Let's go up first. In the hallway, there were still quite a few zombies. In such a narrow space, Chao Chuan's speed was greatly restricted. If he charged in recklessly, he would likely be blocked by the zombies. Chao Chuan's expression hardened. Since he couldn't rely on speed, he would just kill them all. He took out 2 Nepalese knives and slowly entered the hallway. As soon as he stepped in, he attracted the attention of the wandering zombies. The zombies roared excitedly, as if they had spotted a free buffet, immediately rushing to tear Chao Chuan apart. Meanwhile, Wang Meng, who was hiding on the 5th floor, heard the terrifying sounds from the hallway and hugged her pillow in fear. She took out her phone and checked the messages in the group. Confirming that Jiang Roer and Lu Xinxin had already been rescued by Chao Chuan, she thought, how long has it been? There's already a zombie outbreak in my dorm. It can't be that coincidental, right? Could it be that my husband Chao Chuan has come? Wang Meng glanced at the female zombie still banging on the balcony door, confirmed that the door could hold for a bit longer, and edited a message to send to the group. Wang Meng at Chao Chuan, husband Chao Chuan, the zombies here are going crazy, did you come? At that moment, Chao Chuan, who was still crazily slaughtering zombies, had already reached the 3rd floor. Just then, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. He guessed it was another girl mentioning him. So, Chao Chuan stopped his right hand's movements, using only his left hand to fend off the zombies. Amidst the swarm of zombies, he casually took out his phone to take a look. Sure enough, it was Wang Meng mentioning him. Thus, Chao Chuan directly opened WeChat live streaming and began broadcasting his current scene to the group. With his right hand holding the phone for the live stream and his left hand skillfully wielding the Nepalese knife, every slash took down a zombie. He looked incredibly suave, as if he wasn't fighting zombies but rather playing a game. Wang Meng, holding her phone, was waiting for Chao Chuan's reply. Seeing the messages in the group, she immediately clicked into the live stream and saw Chao Chuan's broadcast. She instantly shouted excitedly, "Ah, it's Chao Chuan, husband Chao Chuan, you really came to save me." As soon as she shouted, Wang Meng regretted it. She turned to look at the balcony. Sure enough, her good roommate, hearing her excited shout, became even more agitated and increased the force of her banging on the door. The already precarious balcony door was now facing even more impact. What could have held for a few more days was likely about to be smashed by the zombies. Seeing the balcony door that was about to give way, Wang Meng broke out in a cold sweat. She quickly took a picture of the situation and edited a long message to send to the group. Wang Meng, image, husband Chao Chuan, which floor are you on? I can't hold on much longer. Woo woo woo. Other classmates, seeing that Chao Chuan had started to rescue Wang Meng, were also excited and cheered for her in the group. Level 8 Gale, Meng, your door is about to give way, hurry and find something to block the balcony. Paratrooper 2 Cent Monkey, push the bed over to block the balcony. Wang Meng, woo woo woo, but I can't move it. The serious counselor at Chao Chuan, I'm in the teacher's dormitory of Building 14. After saving Wang Meng, I'll come to rescue the teacher. The zombies are already at my door. The sound of zombies banging on the balcony door has also attracted the attention of the zombies in the corridor. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom, roar. The crazy sounds of zombies from the balcony and outside terrified Wang Meng, but after not eating for a long time, she had no strength. Watching her roommate's decaying hand pierce through the balcony door and reach into the room, Wang Meng cried out in desperation. Just then, boom, the iron door of the dormitory crashed to the ground. Bright light flooded into the room. Wang Meng, who had fallen to the ground, saw a tall and strong figure at the doorway. With tears in her eyes, she shouted, Chao Chuan, is that you? Lower your head, Chao Chuan said softly, directly sending the Nepalese knife in his hand flying out. Hearing Chao Chuan's voice, Wang Mengmeng instinctively lowered her head. She saw a flash of cold light in front of her. A knife reflecting cold light stopped right in front of her. The blade was less than 5 centimeters from her head. Ah! Wang Mengmeng screamed in fright and turned to look. A gaping mouth appeared above her head. However, a Nepalese army knife was already embedded in the zombie's skull. She immediately felt her hair stand on end. Woo woo! Wang Mengmeng began to cry sadly. If Chao Chuan had come even a second later, she would have been doomed. Chao Chuan looked at the tearful Wang Mengmeng and immediately stepped forward to hug her tightly. Don't cry, your husband is here now. After saying this, Wang Mengmeng lifted her head. She immediately saw his sunny, handsome face and cried even harder. This, Chao Chuan, who was just a poor loser in peaceful times, had no idea how to comfort a girl. Seeing Wang Mengmeng cry, he felt at a loss. For a moment, he didn't know how to handle it. After brainstorming for a while, he suddenly remembered reading a pure love novel on Shimo. When encountering a girl crying and unable to solve the problem, the solution was to kiss her cherry lips to make her stop crying. Yes, that's a good idea. So, Chao Chuan directly kissed her. Wang Mengmeng's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden kiss. Chao Chuan seemed unsatisfied. He used his tongue to tease Wang Mengmeng. This woman had been in the dormitory and hadn't eaten much, so she didn't have any bad smell. Instead, she felt sweet and fragrant. Chao Chuan was satisfied as he exchanged saliva with her. A few minutes later, she indeed stopped crying. At this moment, Wang Mengmeng was still in Chao Chuan's arms. The wet kiss made her go limp. She hung directly on Chao Chuan. Chao Chuan felt Wang Mengmeng's weight and smiled. He thought to himself, those old perverts were right, holding a petite girl really feels good. Looking at the now quiet Wang Mengmeng, Chao Chuan pinched her bottom and said, if you cry again, you'll become a little flower cat. Woo woo, it's so good to see you, husband. Alright, what's bothering you? We can talk about it later. You must be hungry, Chao Chuan asked. Wang Mengmeng nodded, licking her pale lips. She took the food from Chao Chuan's hand, which was the same as Zhang Roer's. Thank you, husband. After saying this, she directly pecked Chao Chuan on the cheek. Only then did she get off Chao Chuan and sit on the bed, eating heartily. While Wang Mengmeng was eating, Chao Chuan was not idle either. Although the system only indicated one suitable pregnant girl in Building 7, to avoid missing any likely Yujin, Chao Chuan decided to check every dormitory. This dormitory building, Building 7. Each floor has 8 dormitories, evenly distributed on both sides of the staircase. 4 on the left and 4 on the right. Chao Chuan checked the dormitory to the left of Wang Mengmeng's. Inside, there were 4 zombies having a party, but their dancing was quite terrible. To avoid offending others' eyes, the kind-hearted Chao Chuan directly sent them to heaven for a good time. That place would be undisturbed. On the other side, in the 6 dormitories, Chao Chuan checked and found that 3 of the dormitory doors were broken, with signs of humans being devoured inside. This made Chao Chuan heartbroken. They were all girls who could get pregnant, and just like that, they were wasted. What a waste of life. Angrily, Chao Chuan shot the zombies in the head one by one. After spending some time searching the entire 7th building, he returned to Wang Mengmeng's dormitory. I have to say, the people in this dormitory were truly unfortunate. Originally, each dormitory had quite a few survivors, but whether it was bad luck or something else, at the moment of the zombie outbreak they either got bitten and turned into zombies or became the zombies' meal. It was too tragic. Chao Chuan was so distressed that he began to envy Wang Mengmeng's luck. He even doubted for a moment whether Wang Mengmeng was the daughter of fortune. Otherwise, why did he save her at the last second? He left the dormitory with Wang Mengmeng. Chao Chuan did not plan to search for other survivors in the other dormitory buildings. After all, 2 teaching buildings were blocking the way. Once he finished rescuing, he could only stay here and couldn't go anywhere. He still had so many women waiting for him at home. How could he possibly spend the night outside? He was a good man, never spending the night outside. 2.5 minutes later, Chao Chuan finally arrived on the first floor with Wang Mengmeng. Chao Chuan frowned slightly. This speed was too slow. But he couldn't blame Wang Mengmeng. After being hungry for so long, it was already good that she could walk, so he couldn't ask for too much. After all, her burden was much heavier than his. Chao Chuan glanced back at Wang Mengmeng and said, "Wife, come up on my back, I'll carry you." "Ah, husband, I can walk." Wang Mengmeng immediately stopped. "Too slow, get on." Okay, you're so nice to me, husband," Wang Mengmeng replied, her face turning red. After saying that, she jumped onto Chao Chuan's back. As soon as Wang Mengmeng hopped on, Chao Chuan felt like he had 2 airbags added to his back. He couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "Wow, they really are big." "I'm ready, husband." Wang Mengmeng wrapped her arms around Chao Chuan's neck, her face still flushed, especially feeling the pressure from the 2 mountains, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. "Is that so?" Then hold on tight, we're taking off. Taking off? Wang Mang looked at Chao Chuan in confusion. The next second, whoosh, Wang Mang felt like she was sitting on a rocket. The surroundings changed wildly, like a slideshow. Before Wang Mang could react, they were already hundreds of meters away. She was just an ordinary girl. The strong wind made it impossible for her to open her eyes, stinging painfully. It felt like little knives were cutting across her cheeks. Wang Mang was very uncomfortable, her hands tightly gripping Chao Chuan's neck, saying, "Husband, too fast, I can't, take it, slower, a bit, husband, it hurts, it'll break." However, Chao Chuan turned a deaf ear. They were currently under the teaching building. All around were zombies. If they stopped, they would be surrounded. If he slowed down now, was he asking for his own death? He wasn't afraid, but Wang Mang had no chance of survival. Therefore, Chao Chuan said, "No, I can't stop, it'll be quick. Just hold on a bit longer." As he spoke, Chao Chuan had already reached the middle of the playground. A few wandering zombies had accidentally wandered into his path. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Chao Chuan chose to charge straight in. Bang! The zombies were smashed to pieces by Chao Chuan at an incredibly high speed. They were dead beyond dead. This result left Chao Chuan astonished. Is this even possible? A light flickered in Chao Chuan's eyes. It seemed he had gained a new skill. If he didn't like someone, he would just crash into them. After turning a few corners, Chao Chuan finally stopped, and the dazed Wang Mang jumped down from his back. Dizzily, she asked, "Have we arrived? Where is this?" We came to pick up Yang Yun, Chao Chuan said, standing in front of the women's restroom where he had first become a man. Okay, husband, Wang Mang said, rubbing her stinging cheeks and swollen eyes, quietly following behind Chao Chuan. As they moved forward, they encountered some oblivious zombies, and he dispatched them with a knife, wasting no time. However, the zombies' roars still echoed out, stirring the other floor's zombies. At this moment, Chao Chuan paid no attention to them, as the two quickly arrived at the hiding place of Yang Yun. But before Chao Chuan could open the door, it creaked open from the inside. A graceful figure rushed towards Chao Chuan and leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around him. Whoa, Chao Chuan, you finally came to save me. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Chao Chuan felt elated, wondering how Yang Yun compared to Wang Mang. He simply leaned in and kissed her. Yang Yun, taken aback by the sudden kiss, widened her eyes but soon began to actively respond. She wasn't a naive little bird who had never been in love. She knew how to please a man. The two lost themselves in their kiss, as if they were not in an apocalypse but rather a couple meeting after a long-distance relationship. The sounds of their passionate kissing quickly drew the attention of the zombies from various floors. Zombies? Politeness? Do we not exist? Roar. The zombies in the classroom next to the women's restroom were the first to spot the three of them and immediately surged out. This frightened the two women. Without a word, Wang Mang hid behind Chao Chuan, nervously clutching the hem of his shirt. Yang Yun, however, widened her eyes, wanting to get down from Chao Chuan, but it was as if he wanted to devour her. Not only did he not let go, but he also pressed his other hand against the back of her head, saying, "Focus, woman, it's just a few little zombies. Your man won't let you get hurt." With that, he continued to kiss her. Looking at the confident man in front of her, Yang Yun felt a bit scared, but thinking of Chao Chuan's invincible stance in the eyes of their classmates, she felt much more at ease. Since that's the case, let's go all out. Yang Yun steeled herself and took the initiative, seeking loving kisses from Chao Chuan. As the zombies drew closer, she could even feel the disgusting breath of the zombies behind her. Her body began to tremble involuntarily. Just then, Yang Yun noticed several iron needles suddenly appear on either side of Chao Chuan's head and was about to ask what was going on when the needles shot out rapidly. The speed was so fast that they created a sharp sound in Yang Yun's ears. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yang Yun only heard the sound of zombies collapsing behind her. A minute later, the roars of the zombies disappeared. For a moment, it was as if nothing had ever happened. The entire corridor was left with only the sound of the two of them swallowing each other's saliva, contrasting sharply with the corpses strewn about. At this point, even Wang Mang beside them was utterly shocked. Hey, this is intense. I actually saw someone passionately kissing in front of the zombies. They absolutely have to be exposed. Wang Mang was originally a player in the two-dimensional world, and she had self-taught some photography while playing cosplay. Looking at the current situation, she immediately found the right composition through her eyes. Thus, she adjusted her angle and took a photo to send to the group. In less than a minute, the remaining male survivors were dumbfounded. What the hell? Everyone is being cautious in the apocalypse, and you are so reckless in front of zombies? Is this reasonable? Is this scientific? Can we see this without paying? A few men were instantly excited, frantically praising in the group. Dad Chaochuan is so amazing, killing zombies while playing with beautiful women. Whoa, Dad Chaochuan, I'm starving, when will you come to save us? Classmate Chaochuan, even the teacher is calling you dad, hurry up and save us. Wang Mang looked at the chat messages in the group. People tend to mock those who are worse off than themselves in times of misery. In this comparison, she felt incredibly happy. At least she no longer had to worry about her life. Wang Mang replied directly in the group, classmates, husband Chaochuan said that he has asked other girls to prepare dinner tonight, just waiting for us to go back and eat. I heard there will be big lobsters and abalones, so looking forward to it. What? There are lobsters and abalones to eat? Where did Dad Chaochuan find such high-end ingredients? That's amazing. Dad, I also want to eat lobsters and abalones, hurry and come save us. Dad, I don't want lobsters and abalones, just give me a bite of leftover rice. The group was flooded with messages, each one looking forward to Chaochuan coming to save them. However, at that moment, the Chaochuan they were all thinking about was easily slaughtering zombies coming from various floors. He killed 10 zombies with each step. Soon, he returned to the first floor. He was holding the completely exhausted Yang Yun, while Wang Mang followed behind, leaving the teaching building and heading towards the graduate dormitory. The male members in the group estimated that it should be their turn soon and fantasized about the scene of Chaochuan saving them. Little did they know, those people were not even on Chaochuan's rescue list. Soon, a man and 2 women arrived at the dormitory entrance. Li Jiayu had received the news of their return long before Chaochuan came back. She had been waiting at the door to greet them. Seeing Chaochuan approach from a distance, she immediately opened the door to welcome them in. Mang, Iyun, you've been saved by husband Chaochuan, Li Jiayu said enthusiastically, showing no signs of displeasure. This relieved Wang Mang and Yang Iyun. They knew that Chaochuan had many women and were genuinely afraid of a fight. After all, they hadn't eaten enough and didn't have the strength to fight back. After the 4 of them went up to the second floor, Li Yujin was setting the table. Upon seeing Chaochuan, she immediately said, husband is back. The food will take another 3 minutes, so let's rest for a bit. I've prepared some tea to quench your thirst. As soon as Yang Yin and Wang Mang reached the second floor, they smelled the aroma of the food. Tears of gratitude flowed from the corners of their mouths. If only they had agreed when Chaochuan first said he wanted to take them as women. They had suffered hunger for so long. In the apocalypse, they could still eat meals like in peaceful times. Husband Chaochuan was simply amazing. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded, silently making a decision. They must accompany Chaochuan well tonight. They had to please him so that he would take care of them in the future. They were even willing to go on the field together. After waiting a few minutes, Li Yujin came out of the kitchen with the dishes. As one delicious and appetizing dish after another was brought out from the kitchen, the eyes of the few girls who had been rescued today widened in astonishment. Stir-fried shredded potatoes, potato cakes, potato stir-fried chicken, potato slices, French fries, sweet and sour cabbage, pork and cabbage, potato and cabbage soup, and so on. Although there were no high-end or precious ingredients, there were still 12 dishes. With soup and vegetables, although the ingredients were quite ordinary, it was still a very generous spread. One might think a feast was about to begin. As for why there were only potatoes and cabbage as ingredients, Chaochuan explained that the cafeteria only had these ingredients available. If he wanted better ingredients, he would have to leave the school and search in the supermarkets outside. However, with the girls he had brought back and the ones he had saved earlier, there were already 10 in total. The dormitory originally housed only 2 people, and there was only a small dining table that couldn't accommodate everyone. Chaochuan had to push the desk next to it just to barely fit the ingredients. The meal was already on the table, but without Chaochuan's arrangement, the girls didn't dare to sit down casually. Chaochuan noticed this and immediately said, everyone sit down, it's time to eat, or the food will get cold. Hearing Chaochuan's words, the girls lost any semblance of ladylike behavior. They plopped down on the stools, grabbed their bowls, and said to Chaochuan, thank you, hubby, let's start. Go ahead, Chaochuan nodded. After receiving his response, the girls seemed as if they had never eaten before. Any hint of restraint vanished. They immediately began a battle of fingers over the food. This is mine, sisters. No, little sister, I'm older and can't stand hunger. I'll eat first. Don't fight, let me taste it first to see if it's cooked. This definitely has no salt. If you can't handle it, just leave it to me. Ha ha. Watching this scene, filled with joy and laughter, Chaochuan was very satisfied. Among this group of girls, Wang Mang secretly recorded a short video and sent it to the group. Wang Mang, the first meal with my hubby and sisters. MP for the few male survivors in the group had long guessed that Wang Mang would definitely post a video. They were all holding their phones, waiting. But when they saw the 10 women in the video, everyone was shocked at how small the situation was. They never expected Chao Chuan had already gathered so many beauties, and they immediately began to fawn over him. In just a few minutes, the messages had already reached 99 plus. Wang Mang looked at the messages in the group and smirked. She nudged Yang Yian beside her and said, "Sister, look at your phone, it's so interesting." Hearing Wang Meng's words, Yang Yian, although puzzled, was already full. There was no need to fight for food with the sisters, so it was the perfect time to play on her phone and digest. It felt just like before the apocalypse, comfortable. Thus, under Wang Meng's prompt, Yang Yian directly opened her phone to check. Unlike Wang Meng, Yang Yian was originally a girl who was quite soft-hearted. Seeing the chat records in the group, each one was filled with tragic experiences, living in dire straits. A few male classmates she usually got along with were living in deep water and scorching fire. She felt a bit of sympathy. She stood up and gently approached Chao Chuan. Pulling at the hem of his shirt, she asked, "Hubby, about those in the group." Chao Chuan was enjoying the food and the company of beautiful girls. Seeing Yang Yian come over, he thought she was coming for a loving kiss and directly wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing her. Yang Yian was momentarily taken aback. She bit her lower lip and once again held out her phone in front of Chao Chuan, showing him the conversations. Seeing Yang Yian's actions, Chao Chuan didn't expect it was for this reason. It seemed his girls had seen too little of life and death. In an apocalypse, there should be rules for the apocalypse. Even at this point, they still fantasized about him saving others. It was a bit too naive. Who can guarantee safety during the apocalypse? What if I go out to save these few male creatures and end up getting hurt or caught in a crisis? What will happen to the girls at home? However, Chao Chuan did not blame Yang Yian. After all, she had lived in peaceful times for over 20 years, so it was understandable that she hadn't adapted yet. With a little guidance, there shouldn't be any problems. It was time to give her a proper lesson. "You mean, let me check the group messages?" Chao Chuan asked. Yes, Chao Chuan, you should take a look. They're in such a bad situation." Yang Yian nodded. She then pointed to her phone. "All right." After saying that, Chao Chuan directly opened his phone and, in front of her, clicked into the class group chat. Yang Yian thought Chao Chuan would at least see what they were saying. To her surprise, he directly exited the group. There were no girls left in the group. Keeping it was meaningless. Chao Chuan smiled and said, "There aren't any group messages, right? Yiyun, did you misread?" Yang Yian looked at Chao Chuan's actions in disbelief. Wasn't this just lying with his eyes wide open? They were classmates, how could he do this? At least go in and comfort them. Not saving them was one thing, but to just leave the group like that? How desperate must they feel? "Is there anything else?" Chao Chuan asked with a smile. "No, nothing," Yang Yian replied. "All right, if there's nothing, I'll go take a shower. You all help Li Yujin clean up the dining table once you're full." "Okay, husband," the girls said in unison. Once Chao Chuan entered the bathroom, Wang Meng immediately came to Yang Yiyun's side and pulled her aside. "Silly girl, what were you doing just now? Asking Chao Chuan to save those male classmates?" "Yeah, they're all classmates. Isn't it too cold-blooded to just stand by and do nothing?" "Boo-hoo, I feel a bit guilty," Yang Yiyun continued. Wang Meng suppressed the urge to hit Yang Yiyun. Would this silly girl get them all in trouble as teammates? If she had known, she wouldn't have played with her. Forget it. In a harem, having one more friend is better than one more enemy. Although Yang Yiyun was a bit foolish, at least her heart wasn't bad, so she could take care of her. Ah, what a sin. Wang Meng spoke again to Yang Yiyun. "Silly girl, do you want to survive? Don't say such things in the future. Right now, we all rely on Chao Chuan to support us. Even if those men are in front of you, if Chao Chuan tells you to kill them, don't hesitate, understand? Why? It's the apocalypse." Meng, I understand. Chao Chuan won't be angry, right? What should we do now? What to do? Take the initiative. Do you see that bathroom? You need to strip down and go in there to wash Chao Chuan's face. Make him comfortable, and this matter will pass. Otherwise, it'll be hard to save you. Every day, Chao Chuan brings back new girls. If he gets tired of you, I don't need to say what the consequences will be. Ah, Meng, do we really have to do this? Men think with their lower bodies. We don't have enough looks, so we have to rely on skills. If you don't go, I will. I'm only 155 centimeters tall, the worst figure among you women. No way, I'll go first. Wang Meng said, suddenly thinking of the bad outcome. She didn't want to chat with Yang Yian anymore. After all, they were all girls, and everyone was there to serve Chao Chuan. She didn't care about being shy or not. Clothes off. She headed straight for the bathroom. What the hell? Yang Yiyun was shocked. Girl, are you serious? Wang Meng's bold action made the other girls feel like they were facing a great enemy, especially Li Jiayu. It was hard to find a few with slightly lower looks, but which man could refuse something so enticing? One moment of disagreement and clothes come off. Shameless, damn it, I'm joining in too. Li Jiayu went straight to the bathroom door. She didn't care anymore, stripping off her clothes and entering the bathroom. At that moment, Chao Chuan was happily showering, thinking about which of the female fairies he would experience today. Suddenly, he felt the bathroom door open. However, he didn't mind, it was his wife, after all, and it was no problem for her to watch him shower. But the next second, he felt something warm in front of him. Ha! The water isn't hot? What's going on? Chao Chuan opened his eyes and found a woman in front of him. Wang Mang was squatting right in front of Chao Chuan. Chao Chuan was about to say something as he looked at Wang Mang being so proactive. Suddenly, he heard the bathroom door open again from the outside. Turning around, he was surprised to see Li Jiayu walk in as well. After entering, without saying a word, she changed into a style of clothes that Chao Chuan liked, pressing herself against him. "Honey, let me help you scrub your back," Li Jiayu said, not waiting for Chao Chuan to refuse. She then moved a stool from inside the bathroom to behind Chao Chuan, massaging his shoulders to help him relax. Her delicate little hands glided over Chao Chuan's shoulders, making him feel thoroughly enjoyed. Just then, Li Jiayu pressed down on Chao Chuan. Chao Chuan turned back in confusion. He saw Li Jiayu whispering, "Honey, sit down." Chao Chuan had always disliked that whispering tone, but for some reason, it wasn't so annoying today. "Alright, your little massage technique isn't bad, I'll listen to you." Chao Chuan wasn't one to be shy. When it was time to enjoy, he would enjoy it fully. The other girls naturally knew what the two were up to. The bathroom was small, already crowded with 3 people, and they couldn't fit in, so they simply started cleaning up. A few girls would have to sleep on the floor in the living room later. After all, with so many people, 2 beds in 2 rooms definitely wouldn't be enough. However, most of the girls had no complaints. No matter how poor the conditions were, it was still more comfortable than sleeping against the wall in the school building's restroom. Moreover, they felt safe here. As long as Chao Chuan was around, they felt very secure. Yang Yiyan looked at this scene and immediately regretted it. Wang Mang had already reminded her, but she still hesitated. Now that the class monitor had taken the lead, she couldn't blame anyone else. Hesitation leads to defeat. This phrase was deeply imprinted in her mind. Yang Yiyan secretly made up her mind that tonight she would definitely knock on Chao Chuan's door and let him experience the Yang family service. Before long, time passed quickly. With a click, Chao Chuan walked out of the bathroom. He was completely relaxed, exuding a lazy aura. He didn't even glance at the girls outside and went straight back to his room. Meanwhile, the sound of the water heater opening the valve echoed again in the bathroom behind him. "Ha, why hasn't Mang come out?" Yang Yiyun paused for a moment. Not knowing what she was thinking, she simply walked into the bathroom. As soon as she entered, Yang Yiyun saw Wang Mengming's face unusually flushed, looking like a ripe apple. Looking down, her little cherry lips had formed an O shape. Having never seen a pig run, who hasn't seen a pig before? It was obvious she had been indulging in mushrooms. Hiss! Yang Yiyan didn't expect that the usually kawaii Wang Mengming would do something like this. She had only thought they would be playing at the sink. Then, Yang Yiyun turned to look at Li Jiayu. At that moment, Li Jiayu was using a hot towel to wipe the swollen peak of Mount Everest. Seeing Yang Yiyan come in, she quickly covered the key parts. She immediately spoke up. "Yang Yiyun, why are you still coming in when your husband has already left?" Yang Yiyun was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, with Chao Chuan gone, what was the point of staying in the bathroom? Wang Mengming looked at the dazed Yang Yiyun and immediately felt a surge of anger. "Sister, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and wash yourself clean to snuggle into Chao Chuan's bed." "Ha, is it still useful now?" "Of course. Do you really think you can satisfy that man just like this?" Okay, I understand. Thank you, Jimei." Yang Yiyun nodded, secretly making up her mind. At that moment, Chao Chuan was already clean and lying on the bed, scrolling through his phone. He didn't know how long the electricity and water would last. The network signal was getting worse and worse. Since he could play for a day, he would take advantage of it. Currently, Chao Chuan was most worried about conflicts with the self-rescue team, as they were all in the same school and would inevitably face each other sooner or later. To be honest, Chao Chuan didn't really want to kill, but if they wanted to compete with him for resources, he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. Since there was nothing else to do, Chao Chuan decided to check the forum. Knowing oneself and the enemy would lead to victory in every battle. With that thought, he opened his phone and directly entered the forum for Yongjian University. Sure enough, there was a pinned post about recruiting for the self-rescue team. The post was still at the top and had already reached the 10,086th reply. It took him a little time to read from the beginning to the end, which made Chao Chuan understand the strength of this organization. Led by the student council president, the team of superpowered individuals had a total of 7 members. No, now there were only 6. Chao Chuan didn't expect that the previously eliminated Kai Kuan was one of them. Below were the school's athletes, all tall and strong, wielding fire axes, making for a decent fighting force. However, zombies wouldn't drop zombie cores. He also didn't know how humans would evolve later on. Following that were some male survivors, who made up the majority. There weren't many female survivors in this strength-oriented world. The physical weakness of women made it difficult for them to resist zombie attacks, resulting in a significantly lower survival rate. The self-rescue team's base was at the other end of the school. Given the current progress, they had probably occupied half of the school. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. With Chao Chuan's strength, he had only managed to secure a small convenience store and a cafeteria. It seemed he wasn't working hard enough. No matter, he would let them help him take over the territory first. Later, he could borrow some supplies. Not borrowing? Then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. After all, they were all classmates in the same school. It was reasonable for him to take some. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Chao Chuan immediately put down his phone, feeling excited. He had received 6 wives today. He didn't know which one was being so proactive. Just a moment ago, he had been playing in the bathroom. Chao Chuan still felt a bit unsatisfied. If it weren't for the hot water running out, he could have gone for at least another 2 hours. Come in, Chao Chuan said. Then, the door was opened from the outside. Yang Yiyun? He didn't expect it to be Yang Yiyun who came in. Well, this silly girl still had a bit of a saintly side. Today, he would teach her how to survive in the apocalypse, what it meant to be decisive in killing. Husband, I've finished my shower, and I'm here to serve you, Yang Yiyun said softly. Seeing the shy Yang Yiyun, Chao Chuan immediately stood up, reaching out to grasp her delicate hand and pulling her into his embrace. Come here. Woo. Ding. The host has successfully rescued a beauty, detecting a beauty score of 88 points, and has received a reward. The reward is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining M416 rifle *100, with built-in silencer, 5.56mm bullets *1 million rounds. Rewards are being sent to the system space, please check, host. Listening to the system's reward notification, Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. Hey, it actually rewarded real firearms, but it was useless to him. Then, Chao Chuan thought of Yang Yiyun beside him. Right, his woman still lacked self-defense capabilities. Having this weapon would be nice. Yang Yiyun's reward solved one of my worries. I must reward Yang Yiyun heavily. In the following time, Chao Chuan made Yang Yiyun understand many survival principles in the apocalypse, including how to protect herself, how to deal with hostile bad people, and most importantly, not to be overly compassionate. Chao Chuan said, do you understand? Don't do such things next time. Ah, husband, I understand, I won't dare again. That's good. After Chao Chuan finished speaking, he slapped her smooth bottom. He then said, change positions. Husband, let the other sisters come in too. Did you do something wrong and don't want to accept punishment? Chao Chuan pretended to be angry. No, husband, I've been too hungry for too long. My body can't take it anymore. Next time, I will serve you well, Yang Yiyun turned to look at Chao Chuan, her face showing a crying expression, looking at Yang Yiyun's tearful appearance. Alright then, Chao Chuan was still not satisfied. At that moment, Wang Mang pushed the door open and entered. She immediately surrounded them. Husband, I heard no noise, so I came in. You won't blame me, right? Wang Mang said with a smile. You little girl are quite sensible. Ding. Host successfully saved the beauty, detected beauty score of 89 points, received a reward. Reward is being distributed. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward, space upgrade. Host space increased from 20m times 20m times 20m to 30m times 30m times 30m. Chao Chuan was working hard. The system's voice once again entered Chao Chuan's ears. He stopped working and sighed inwardly. Wow, Wang Mang truly deserves to be the goddess with a youthful face. Her large figure directly upgraded the system space. Not bad, these girls haven't disappointed me. At a critical moment, Wang Mang suddenly stopped moving and opened her eyes. She shyly looked at Chao Chuan, tightened her legs, and said, what's wrong? What happened? Looking at Wang Mang's cute appearance, Chao Chuan immediately kissed her. It's nothing, just thinking about some things. No, thinking about how you won't be able to get out tomorrow. Husband, you're so bad. I really like it. Don't stop. Woo. So embarrassing. Alright, you two are my treasures, tonight I'll make you both happy. After Chao Chuan finished speaking, he quickened his movements, catching Wang Mang off guard. Moments later, Wang Mang surrendered, begging for mercy. Husband, playing with 3 people isn't fun. How about we call another sister over to play mahjong? Woo woo woo. The corners of Wang Meng's eyes turned slightly red, starting to flush. That year, I had my hands in my pockets, not knowing what an opponent was. I had only slightly made a move. Had I already reached the limit of the 2 girls? I can only say, this golden kidney is terrifying. Alright, Chao Chuan smacked his lips, agreeing with Wang Meng's idea. Soon, his door was opened again. This time, it was not his classmates, but Yang Qianqian, whom he had rescued from the teaching building. After Yang Qianqian entered, she quickly closed the door. Then she blushed and said, "Husband, I came to serve you, you won't think I. How could I? You are all my good treasures, continue." Her expression changed differently from the other women. Others experience a shift in emotions from compromise to clinging to someone powerful. But Yang Qianqian is very proactive. There's not a hint of displeasure or reluctance. It's as if it were destined. However, at this moment, Chao Chuan's eyes are only on Yang Qianqian, and he doesn't care about these details. The fire of desire has already ignited. All Chao Chuan wants is the reward. Everything is arranged by the system. There's no choice, he must make her his woman to obtain the reward. Yang Qianqian approaches Chao Chuan. She gently strokes his firm chest with her right hand and softly says, "Hubby, you have to be a little gentler. I can be as gentle as you want." Ding! The host has successfully saved the beauty, detecting a beauty score of 95 points. An additional reward is available, and the reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Ability upgrade. The host's metal manipulation ability has been upgraded from C level to B level, allowing control over a greater quantity of metal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving an additional reward. Freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, can be used to exchange for pure water without impurities. Note, can be exchanged multiple times. A night quickly passed. Chao Chuan left the room still full of energy. He rubbed his eyes and stretched lazily. Suddenly, he looked at the group of women lying on the floor of the living room. Chao Chuan was stunned. As their man, he couldn't even arrange a place for them to sleep. What a failure! Looks like I need to arrange a safe place for them, Chao Chuan murmured. System, check my attributes. Name, Chao Chuan. Age, 21. Attributes, Strength, 41. Stamina, 60. Speed, 41. Mental power, 50. Passive skills, Insulator, Do As You Please, Golden Kidney ability, Metal Manipulation, B level, Special skills, Woman Radar, Storage space, 30 by 30 by 30. Looking at his attribute interface, his stamina and mental power had increased many times due to the acquisition of abilities in the Golden Kidney. His strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. He checked his B-level metal manipulation. Unexpectedly, it had directly increased several times from the original C level. This means he can now manipulate even more metal. Chao Chuan thought for a moment. The graduate dormitory area is quite good and he has gotten used to living there. The facilities inside are very comprehensive. In the middle of the dormitory, there is an outdoor basketball court. Next to the dormitory area, there is also an indoor gym. His women need to stay active, especially since there will be no internet later. If they get too bored, they will cause trouble. Originally, if Chao Chuan only had C-level metal manipulation, he wouldn't be able to ensure their safety in the graduate dormitory area. But after last night's rewards, this problem was easily resolved. With the metal manipulation ability upgraded to B level, he is fully capable of controlling the metal within the school to bring back and then using it to turn the graduate dormitory area into a fortress. He could also set up a shooting range for his wives to practice with rifles. Perfect! Chao Chuan decided to act. It was only 6 a.m., and the wives were still fast asleep. But the sky was clear of factory emissions, and the entire sky was incredibly clean. Although it was just morning, it was already bright. Facing the warm sunlight, Chao Chuan opened the door and stepped outside. At that moment, in the small square in the middle of the graduate dormitory, after a night, more than a dozen zombies had wandered over. When Chao Chuan appeared downstairs, these zombies immediately surrounded him like sharks sensing blood. Looking for death. Chao Chuan's face showed displeasure as he looked at the zombies. At this moment, his ability to control metal had already reached B level. He could easily control 20 iron needles at the same time. A mere dozen zombies were no match for him. With a single sweep, Chao Chuan could take them all down. He merely cast a casual glance in their direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron needles around him flew out, accurately exploding the heads of the dozen zombies. After dealing with these zombies, Chao Chuan began to sweep through the dormitory area, room by room. He started from the outermost part, clearing from the outside in. At the entrance of the first dormitory, Chao Chuan spoke first with a hint of politeness. Open the door, it's the community bringing warmth. If you don't respond, it's assumed you agree. After saying this, he didn't wait for a response from inside. The door opened from the inside under his metal control. Cough, cough. The moment Chao Chuan opened the door, two zombies that were stuck together turned to look at him. Damn, that's really a sight for sore eyes. The two zombies in front of him, when they turned into zombies, still maintained their pre-death posture, one in front and one behind, completing a rather ridiculous scene. Wow! The sight was too beautiful. Without a second thought, Chao Chuan launched a precise strike with an iron needle, hitting the heads of the two zombies and killing them. Just as the zombies died, a system prompt suddenly appeared in Chao Chuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the S-level zombie king and queen, gaining an additional reward of +10 to all attributes. Chao Chuan was taken aback. This was unexpected. He hadn't thought that these two casually dispatched zombies were actually S-level. However, at this stage, they were still very weak, which allowed Chao Chuan to take advantage of the situation. He immediately walked over and crushed the heads of the two zombies, but unfortunately, he found no zombie cores. It seemed they hadn't fully developed before he took them down. Chao Chuan's attributes increased by another 10 points. This meant that he now possessed 5 times the strength of a human. With another boost to all attributes, his current speed could probably rival that of a fighter jet. Impressive! After checking the entire dormitory building, Chao Chuan moved on to the second dormitory, which was empty. It was quite clean inside, and he even saw a photo of the female owner on the desk. She was comparable in looks to his own wives. He just wondered how she looked in person. If it was a heavily edited photo, it would be a bit disappointing. He thought that he could return this room to her later. Alright, next room. Again, there were a few zombies having a party. Chao Chuan skillfully dispatched them, gaining +3 merit. After half an hour, Chao Chuan had swept through all the dormitory buildings in the graduate student area. There were indeed survivors in other dormitories. However, they were even more unfortunate, not becoming zombies in the first wave but instead becoming food for the zombies, suffering even more. One dormitory even had a girl whose looks rivaled Li Yuding's. Unfortunately, when he discovered her, it was too late. She had already taken her own life, with a bloodstain on her wrist, the blood flowing across the floor to a meter away. By the time Chao Chuan arrived, the blood had already dried. The girl had left this world without suffering. Chao Chuan felt a twinge of regret. It was a pity for such a beautiful girl. Why did she have to think that way? Wasn't it better to live and contribute to the survival of humanity? What a waste. If he had her looks and figure, not living to 100 would be disrespectful to the creator. Chao Chuan sighed for a while and quietly closed the door to the room. Let her leave her most beautiful side in the past. The dormitory area was cleared out, and next, he needed to find some metal to build a wall around the dormitory area. To establish a steel wall in the flat area, a large amount of steel was needed. This was a school, and there were no steel factories nearby. But as a member of the Ugly Group's delivery team, Chao Chuan knew every nook and cranny of the campus. If he wanted to quickly obtain metal, the school's parking lot was a good choice, as there were plenty of cars. Yongjiang University, being the largest university in Yong Province, had over 50,000 students, not to mention the accompanying teachers and staff. It was already the year 4202, who didn't have a car? 7. 98 for a Dizzy car, 5. 58 for a Lazy car, have you heard? Moreover, the fuel in those cars was also a very useful resource. With this in mind, Chao Chuan directly set his destination to the main parking lot of Yongjiang University. However, before heading out, he controlled the nearby cars around the graduate student dormitory, dissolving them into molten iron. He then created a protective net around the dormitory where his 10 wives were, resembling a bird's nest. To avoid alarming the wives, Chao Chuan also created a group chat for the girls. He took a few photos and notified them of the situation in the group. Only then did he leave the graduate dormitory area alone. On the other side of Yongjiang University, in the library, hundreds of survivors had gathered. Xiao Zhou, the survivors you brought back yesterday were good. There's one girl I'm quite satisfied with. This is a reward for you, the man said, placing 2 slightly moldy loaves of bread in his hands. Thank you, Ba Gu. Thank you, Ba Gu. Without waiting for Ba Gu to continue, Xiao Zhou quickly devoured the bread. In less than half a minute, he swallowed it down, even choking and gasping for air, never considering to eat slower, as if eating slowly would mean someone else would snatch it away. Seeing Xiao Zhou finish, Ba Gu smiled and said, "You've already found 3 girls, find 7 more, and you can see your girlfriend. Do well." Okay. Ba Gu, can I see my girlfriend now? I haven't seen her in a long time, and I miss her, Xiao Zhou immediately asked. Smack! As soon as Xiao Zhou finished speaking, Ba Ji's expression changed instantly, and without hesitation, he slapped Xiao Zhou across the face. Ba Gu said, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? I, Ba Gu, am not someone who goes back on my word. As long as you recruit 10 female college students, you can naturally see your girlfriend. Don't ask about the rest, understand?" Yes, Ba Gu, I know I was wrong. I'll go out and look for female survivors right now, Xiao Zhou pleaded, covering his mouth, from which 5 or 6 teeth had already fallen out. Watching Xiao Zhou's fearful reaction, Ba Gu nodded in satisfaction. He liked this kind of obedient college student. Wang Ba was originally an outsourced security guard at Yongjiang University, earning a monthly salary of 3,500, working 12 hours a day, and at over 40 years old, he had achieved nothing, not even finding a wife. He thought he would live his life as a welfare recipient, but then the apocalypse came. It awakened his abilities, turning him into a powerful esper. Initially, he helped kill some zombies and saved quite a few students, until one day, he discovered several athletes from his school committing sexual assault on female classmates. After being caught by Wang Ba, these athletes showed no remorse. Instead, they acknowledged him as their big brother and invited him to play with those female classmates. That day, they ended up killing 2 women on the spot. Afterward, it didn't affect his life at all. For a 40-year-old virgin who had never tasted a woman's touch, this was overwhelming. It instantly opened the door to a new world. In the apocalypse, having power was equivalent to having money and authority in peacetime. It was just about playing with a few women. Who could do anything to him? Who dared to do anything to him? After that, he also tried playing with female college students. As expected, just as Wang Ba thought, he assaulted several female college students and was soon targeted by the rescue team. He originally thought it would be a fierce battle and was prepared to run away at any moment. Unexpectedly, after being found by the self-rescue team's president, Yifan, not only did he not face any attack, but because of Wang Ba's powerful abilities, Yifan brought him into the self-rescue team, making him the second in command. Privately, he even promised Wang Ba that he could choose any woman among the survivors. This left him utterly shocked. It turned out he was such a coveted prize. Thus, Wang Ba's behavior became even more reckless. In fact, later on, he even looked down on the emaciated female college students and instead set his sights on Xiao Zhou's girlfriend, wanting to forcibly take her. Xiao Zhou was already a member of the self-rescue team and naturally would not agree to Wang Ba's demands. However, he was no match for Wang Ba and was beaten to the ground, spitting blood after just one encounter. With the intervention of the student council president, it was agreed that as long as Xiao Zhou found 10 female survivors for him, he could get his girlfriend back. Now, a few days had passed, and relying on his identity in the self-rescue team, Xiao Zhou had saved quite a few survivors, already sending 3 women to Ba Gu. He paid no attention to their tragic fates. In Xiao Zhou's eyes, the real wrong was this apocalypse. He just wanted to save his beloved. After Xiao Zhou left, a man in a suit stepped out from behind Ba Gu, his appearance unremarkable, easily lost in a crowd. This man was Yifan, the leader of the self-rescue team. Ba Gu, the zombies near the 3rd cafeteria have been cleared. I'm planning to take it down, Yifan said. Seeing Yifan speak, a smile appeared on Wang Ba's face. He replied, Brother Fan, sure, as long as there are enough women, you can attack wherever you want. Yifan nodded and said, we'll set off soon, otherwise, the supplies might spoil. Wang Ba's strength was on par with Yifan's. Yifan had never cared about Wang Ba's actions as long as they didn't threaten his position. Even if he harmed all the female students, so what? As for Xiao Zhou's girlfriend, Yifan had long known that the woman had already died under Wang Ba's inhumane treatment. But so what? Xiao Zhou was just a slightly stronger athlete, capable of dealing with 3 zombies at most. Wang Ba, on the other hand, was an ability user, easily handling 15 to 20 zombies at a time, which greatly helped him expand his territory. Yifan was not one of those short-sighted people. He wanted to be the king of Yongjiang, or even the king of Huaxia. In his eyes, 10 Xiaozhous were not as useful as one Wang Ba. Knowing how to utilize the resources around him was an essential skill for anyone in power. Leaving Wang Ba's room, Yifan gathered all the combat personnel of the self-rescue team in the hall. In the center of the library, Yifan spoke passionately like a leader, delivering some stirring rhetoric. The survivors, who could barely fill their stomachs, were incredibly excited and fervently supportive of Yifan's actions under his encouragement. Watching the fervent fans below, Yifan enjoyed it immensely. This was the feeling he wanted. But it wasn't enough. Yifan squinted slightly and looked outside. What he wanted was millions crawling at his feet. Collecting his thoughts, Yifan said, let's go. Take down the 3rd cafeteria. Aside from some powerless women and injured survivors who could not move, Yifan left just over 10 people to guard the library. He then led a large group out of the library, heading towards the 3rd cafeteria. Since Yifan had almost emptied the place, The number of people participating in this operation to clear the third cafeteria was indeed large. The massive crowd attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies. Even the distant zombies could hear the sounds of the crowd and sense their presence. They began to converge towards Yifan's team from afar, gradually forming a siege. Yifan anticipated this situation and shouted loudly, "Prepare for battle." All the combat personnel immediately entered a state of readiness upon hearing Yifan's command. They arranged themselves into battle formation, waiting for the zombies to arrive. RIP! Some of the faster zombies were directly dispatched by the combat personnel. "Ah, you hook-selling zombies, die for me." As one zombie after another fell, the group became increasingly excited. The thought of killing these zombies and reaching the third cafeteria thrilled them immensely. After all, the third cafeteria could serve 1,000 people. The supplies there must be so abundant that the warehouses wouldn't be enough to hold them. At this moment, they feared that if they were even a bit slow, the supplies would be snatched away by others. However, once they remembered that the self-rescue team was the largest survivor base at Yongjian University, they discarded that thought. In Yongjian University, who would dare to snatch food in front of the self-rescue team? That would be like looking for a toilet with a lantern. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuan, having left the graduate student dormitory area, had already mapped out the optimal route to the staff parking lot. At this moment, outside the parking lot, a serious traffic accident had occurred. The middle of the road was littered with blackened cars that had caught fire. On both sides of the road, there were also cars that had crashed into the roadside. Some of these cars had their fronts completely crushed, while others had flipped over, their roofs touching the ground. One could imagine how chaotic it must have been at that time. Moreover, their obstruction effectively locked down the parking lot. There was no way out in any direction at the entrance of the parking lot, causing the cars behind to be unable to exit, leading to a series of rear-end collisions that ultimately trapped everyone inside this large parking lot, suffocating them alive. Xiao Chuan casually observed the drivers in a few cars, their faces filled with unwillingness. The people inside probably never expected to die in their beloved vehicles. Truly a twist of fate. Xiao Chuan rubbed his nose and said, "Let me help your beloved cars shine one last time, it won't be a waste." After saying that, he directly controlled dozens of cars around him to rise into the air. The zombies inside were screaming in panic. Xiao Chuan didn't even glance at them and began melting the metal components. The melting metal generated a large amount of heat, not only melting the non-metallic plastic parts but also vaporizing the zombies inside. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the A-class zombie king, the perverted teacher zombie, for the revival of humanity. You have received an additional reward of +5 to all attributes. Oh, what a pleasant surprise. Although 5 attribute points weren't much, even a small mosquito is still neat. After a quick check, there were still no zombie crystal cores. However, the attribute boost was already very satisfying. Not bad, not bad. With the increase in attributes, the amount of metal he could control became even greater. As he moved forward, with each car rising into the air, the molten metal solution was stored in his space. After making a round, the entire parking lot became incredibly clean, and a large pile of mixed metal solution accumulated in his space. However, at this moment, Xiao Chuan's system space had 27,000 cubic meters. This metal solution only occupied a tiny fraction of it. Xiao Chuan estimated that this metal solution should be enough to surround the graduate student dormitory, so he gave up on the idea of looking for more cars elsewhere. Checking the time, it was still early. Since he was already out, Xiao Chuan didn't plan to return so soon. Every time he went out, he had to bring back a few women to showcase his capabilities. Alright, let's see if there are any other women suitable for pregnancy. If not, let's first set up a safe zone and take a nap before searching again in the afternoon. He couldn't let all his women become canaries, locked up in that iron cage. With this thought, Xiao Chuan scanned the area 360 degrees. In the distance, he spotted a 4-story building. The numerous exhaust vents on the building immediately made him recognize what it was. He exclaimed, "Oh, isn't that the third cafeteria of Yongjian University? Since it's on the way, let's take this cafeteria too." Without hesitation, Xiao Chuan headed straight for the third cafeteria. As he approached, he sensed something was off. The zombies in the vicinity seemed to have been cleared out. He saw their bodies lying around, with some still fresh zombie blood on the walls. It was clear that there had been a close encounter between humans and zombies. The signs of battle extended all the way to the entrance of the third cafeteria before stopping. Has this place already been looted? Xiao Chuan wondered aloud. However, with his exceptional eyesight, he could still see what was happening inside the third cafeteria from a distance. On the first floor of the cafeteria, many zombies were wandering about, most of whom appeared to be students from the university. Xiao Chuan speculated that they had turned into zombies when the virus first broke out and had not left the cafeteria in days, which explained their gathering here. This meant that the teams clearing out zombies had not yet made it inside. Xiao Chuan chuckled. He couldn't understand what these fools were thinking. They had made it to the entrance but didn't dare to go in. Since you're too scared to enter, then sorry, it's my gain. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chuan stepped into the third cafeteria. With a human attribute of 5 times, Xiao Chuan moved like lightning, slipping into the cafeteria. He was so fast that the ordinary zombies didn't even notice his presence as he passed right by them. Observing the wandering zombies around him, Xiao Chuan had no intention of attacking. He had already cleaned up too thoroughly before. The image of Kai Kuan rushing out to pick peaches still lingered in his mind. Leaving some zombies alive was necessary to intimidate the survivors hiding in the shadows. Xiao Chuan made his way to the kitchen. Soon, in the storage room of the kitchen, he discovered that this cafeteria had significantly more supplies than the one he had previously looted. 8,000 bags of rice filled an entire granary. Outside the granary, pumpkins, winter melons, loofahs, cabbages, and onions were piled up like a mountain. There were also seasonings, cooking oil, and gas canisters, all neatly stacked like in a supermarket warehouse. He took everything, as if these supplies had never been there. However, since the zombies outside had been cleared out by those people, he couldn't let them come for nothing. He left behind some rotten and spoiled vegetables and already opened seasonings, not touching them at all. On the cutting board, some already sliced pork and duck had hatched quite a few maggots, which were now writhing away. All protein, good stuff, should be shared with the classmates. He also left the already plated meals untouched. After all, they contained an entire periodic table of elements. Even with Xiao Chuan's passive skill of insulation, he probably couldn't withstand such a fierce biochemical attack. Let's leave it for those who need it. Before leaving the third cafeteria, Xiao Chuan took a moment to search all areas inside. In the restroom, he actually found a survivor. But it was a man. Xiao Chuan had no interest at all. Seeing him sleep so soundly, Xiao Chuan couldn't bear to wake him. Other survivors would naturally come over soon. It was best to follow them. After confirming there were no omissions, Xiao Chuan approached the window. Sure enough, he spotted a group of 50 or 60 survivors marching over. Xiao Chuan squinted. Wasn't that the leader of the rescue team, Yi Fan? He wondered about his strength. Hopefully, he was sharp enough not to provoke me. After leaving the third cafeteria, Xiao Chuan had just turned a corner when he heard a beeping sound. Ding! A fertile woman in danger has been detected nearby. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. The system's voice rang out again. A girl. Xiao Chuan's body jolted. He had not expected to find a girl today, especially since the apocalypse had been going on for several days. Without food or water, how could an ordinary person last this long? He almost thought he would have 0 achievements today, but unexpectedly, there was one nearby, which instantly lifted Xiao Chuan's spirits. Xiao Chuan immediately stopped and began to inspect the teaching building. This building was in a semi-abandoned state, one of the oldest teaching buildings in the school, with an old appearance and equipment. There weren't many students attending classes here. Unless all the new teaching buildings were fully booked, this building would only be used when there were no classrooms available. With fewer humans around, it meant fewer zombies, which might be why there was still a girl alive. Before going up, Xiao Chuan opened the system to check the girl's information. Name, Zhang Lu, photo, image, GIF, age, 27, beauty score, 91, figure score, 94, purity, 99%, current health, 41%, semi-conscious, overall score, 93, system evaluation, the highest in the sky is the airplane, the most stylish on the ground is the glasses girl in black stockings. This one must be taken down. Xiao Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this the most beautiful teacher at Yongjian University, Zhang Lu? This girl, no, he should say this sister, was too familiar to Xiao Chuan. Her photo often appeared on the school's forum. She was the dream girl of many students. Before the apocalypse, when classes were still in session, countless boys had her photo on their bedside tables, recharging their dreams every night. There was even a Love Lu club dedicated to collecting Zhang Lu's beautiful photos. However, joining required a fee of 66 yuan, and Xiao Chuan didn't have the money back then, so he missed out. It was a small regret. After all, as the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is like a gold brick, and any man would appreciate an older sister. In Xiao Chuan's view, he could accept women aged 18 to 35. If well maintained, even up to 38 was fine. And now, this beautiful teacher Zhang Lu was actually waiting for him to rescue her. How could Xiao Chuan not be excited? His steps quickened. Just the thought that this beautiful teacher was still alive and that he was about to meet her made Xiao Chuan thrilled. Such high-quality women should live well and contribute to the revival of humanity. Without hesitation, Chao Chuan walked into the teaching building. There were quite a few zombies on the first floor. As soon as he entered, a dozen zombies surrounded him. The zombies moved quickly, their steps becoming lighter. Chao Chuan frowned. How could the zombies here be so fast? If the previous zombies had a speed unit of 1, then now their speed was 1. Although it was only a 10% increase, it significantly amplified the pressure on human survival. Humans had previously relied on their speed advantage to evade zombie pursuits. Now, it seems that 90% of the survivors could be eliminated. At least in Chao Chuan's view, if the women at home were chased by these zombies, none of them would survive. Hiss! The zombies are actually evolving. These words appeared directly in Chao Chuan's mind. Previously, in the third cafeteria, Chao Chuan had not engaged much with the zombies in order to quickly seize supplies. Now, upon arriving at the teaching building, he discovered the problem. After a few seconds of contemplation, the zombies had already rushed in front of him. In close contact with these zombies, Chao Chuan noticed that not only had their speed increased, but even their claws and teeth had become sharper. Originally, he didn't need to worry about accuracy when facing numerous zombies, but now, there were 1 or 2 zombies that could dodge. He immediately put away his underestimation. These zombies would become increasingly difficult to deal with. What exactly had happened to cause such changes in these zombies? After exerting tremendous effort to deal with the zombies, Chao Chuan walked over to one of them and forcefully stomped on its head, crushing it. As expected, he found a transparent crystal the size of a mung bean inside the zombie's head. Holding back the mixture of black blood, Chao Chuan used his hand to fish out the transparent crystal. He examined it in his hand and said, "This should be what novels often refer to as a zombie crystal core. I wonder if it can enhance human strength, or is it that only some zombies have evolved to produce this?" With this doubt, Chao Chuan smashed open all the zombie heads. It wasn't until he collected 18 zombie crystal cores that his confusion was resolved. All the zombies had evolved. Holding the zombie crystal core in his hand felt like grasping a handful of transparent glutinous rice. Chao Chuan asked the system, "Can you identify the function of this zombie crystal core?" He did not rashly consume the zombie crystal core. What if it was toxic or contained the zombie virus? That would be a loss. He also didn't know if the system had this function. The next second, the system provided an answer to Chao Chuan. Ding! The item in the host's hand is an unranked zombie crystal core, edible and non-toxic. Consuming it grants 0.1 random attribute points and has a protective effect on pregnancy. Males consuming it will increase sperm strength and enhance the ability to conceive, while females will no longer suffer from the negative effects of pregnancy, increasing the safety of human reproduction. Ding! The system has optimized the zombie crystal core's ability for the host, increasing the 0.1 random attribute boost to 0.1 free attribute. Wow, this zombie crystal core actually has such effects. The reason Chao Chuan was hesitant to let the women get pregnant before was that he feared they would be hindered by a growing belly and, without sufficient safety, he naturally wouldn't dare to let them have children. Originally, Chao Chuan planned to create a safe house. He intended to leave the school to find a few nurses and doctors to help take care of things. Now it seems that won't be necessary. He could just bring back beautiful doctors and nurses to help with childbirth. This zombie crystal core is indeed a good thing. Without hesitation, Chao Chuan directly stuffed 10 zombie crystal cores into his mouth. The zombie crystal cores melted instantly, like drinking sugar water, and directly entered Chao Chuan's body. He immediately checked his attribute panel. Name, Chao Chuan, age, 21, attributes, strength, 56 stamina, 75 speed, 56 mental power, 65 free attribute points to allocate, 1, passive skills, insulator, do as you please, golden kidney, superpower, metal control, B rank, special skills, woman radar, storage space, 30 by 30 by 30. Chao Chuan directly allocated the attribute points to strength. He indeed felt a slight increase in power. It seems that these zombies are also a resource that must be eliminated. Chao Chuan did not hesitate and directly took out the Nepalese double knives from his space, walking towards the other classrooms. Swish, swish, swish. The evolved zombies were still no match for Chao Chuan. In the face of absolute power, 1 made no difference. 1 strike, 1 kill. As for why Chao Chuan no longer used his mental manipulation ability to kill zombies, he found it troublesome. To kill from a distance, he would have to go in and open the skull to obtain the zombie crystal core. However, using the Nepalese knife to directly cleave open the zombie's head allowed him to retrieve the crystal core immediately. After sweeping through the classrooms on the first floor, Chao Chuan had already collected 71 zombie crystal cores. Upon reaching the second floor, he obtained another 33 crystal cores, bringing his total to 104. He placed the crystal cores into his space. Chao Chuan then approached a teacher's lounge and peered in through a crack in the window. Sure enough, he spotted a woman inside wearing a white shirt and a gray pencil skirt, her delicate feet wrapped in black stockings. Chao Chuan was momentarily captivated by her appearance. He couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder she's the goddess teacher, she truly is enchanting." Seeing Zhang Lu with her eyes tightly shut, her face pale, and her lips devoid of color, it was clear to Chao Chuan that she was in a bad state. He opened the door and walked in. The sound of the door opening startled Zhang Lu awake. However, she was so weak from prolonged hunger that she didn't even have the strength to stand. As she opened her eyes and saw someone enter, fear gripped her, and she curled up under the desk, clutching her legs tightly, watching Chao Chuan warily. Weakly, she asked, "Who are you? Are you from the school's rescue team here to save me?" Hearing Zhang Lu's words, Chao Chuan replied, "Teacher Zhang, you've mistaken me. I'm not from the rescue team, but I am a student from Yongjian University, and I'm here specifically to save you." "Ah, thank you for coming to rescue me, but I've been starving for several days now, and I have no strength left. You probably can't save me alone. I don't want to burden you. Why don't you notify the rescue team and have them send more people to help me?" Zhang Lu said, "No need, teacher. I have food and a safe place to stay, and I can handle myself in a school full of zombies. I'm quite strong," Chao Chuan replied again. Upon hearing the word food, the beautiful teacher Zhang Lu's eyes immediately lit up with desire. "That's great, classmate. Can you let me have something to eat now? And some water?" Zhang Lu asked excitedly. Chao Chuan did not refuse. In his eyes, she had already become his designated wife. Thus, he decisively took out a bottle of pure milk and the meal he had packed earlier from his system space. As soon as the food was taken out, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. Zhang Lu was astonished. "There are still fresh meals? Where did the food come from? Is it magic?" Chao Chuan smiled. "Teacher, I told you I'm quite strong. You understand my abilities, right? Eat up, and once you're full, come with me." Thank you, classmate. I feel so ashamed. I couldn't protect you students, and instead, I've received your help," Zhang Lu said as she took the lunchbox. After saying that, she began to eat directly. Cough, cough. "Eat slowly, teacher. No one is competing with you. Woo-woo, I'm sorry for making you laugh. I'm just so hungry. Thank you, thank you." Tears of gratitude welled up in the corners of Zhang Lu's eyes. She never expected that in this apocalypse, there would still be such kind-hearted classmates. Indeed, there is true emotion in the world. After eating and drinking to her fill, Chao Chuan did not go upstairs. This was an old teaching building that was not used much, and teachers would not choose the classrooms on the upper floors. After taking Zhang Lu out of the teaching building, Chao Chuan did not plan to return just yet. It was still early. It wouldn't be too late to go back when it was time for lunch. He planned to sweep through a few less crowded teaching buildings, just in case there were any beautiful senior sisters or teachers around. Even if there weren't, collecting a few zombie crystal cores wouldn't be a loss. He turned to Zhang Lu and said, "I'm going to check a few more teaching buildings. Just follow me and don't make any noise, so we don't attract the zombies' attention and put you in danger." "Okay, classmate. Are you planning to continue searching for survivors?" Zhang Lu looked at Chao Chuan with surprise. This classmate was really a good person. Chao Chuan nodded and smiled. Searching for beautiful women was also searching for survivors. There was nothing wrong with that. The two hadn't walked far when suddenly, a white body fell from the building ahead. Bang! The body landed stiffly right in front of them. "What's going on?" Zhang Lu was stunned for a moment, and upon closer inspection, she realized it was a girl's corpse. Moreover, the girl was completely naked. The entire lower half of her body was covered in blood. There was no need to guess. One could easily imagine what had happened. Chao Chuan frowned and looked in the direction where the woman had fallen. Sure enough, on the fourth floor of the teaching building, he spotted a few boys peeking down at him and Zhang Lu. "Hey, another beauty. Wow, just finished with one, and another comes along. Isn't there a guy next to her?" One of them spoke up. "Just a skinny monkey. What can he do? If he doesn't cooperate, just kill him." The boys spoke loudly, completely unconcerned about whether Chao Chuan and Zhang Lu would hear their plans. They didn't take Chao Chuan seriously at all. Excited, the boys came down the stairs, wielding makeshift weapons, baseball bats, spears, and controlled knives, all stained with blood, clearly having killed quite a few zombies. Moreover, the area around the teaching building was littered with zombie corpses, indicating that these guys had some strength. Zhang Lu hid behind Chao Chuan, gripping the hem of his shirt tightly, her whole body trembling slightly. Seeing the change in Zhang Lu's expression, Chao Chuan spoke to reassure her. Then he squinted, watching the approaching group. From the outside, the average height of the group was around 185 centimeters, their exposed arms muscular, and their dark skin suggested they were regulars at the gym. Get lost. As soon as they reached Chao Chuan, they tried to shove him aside. But halfway through, they heard Chao Chuan speak. "Take your dog legs away." "Oh, kid, who the hell are you to talk to me like that? Do you see the zombies behind me? Get lost, or don't blame me for being ruthless." "Hey, isn't this the delivery guy? What, still delivering in the apocalypse? Good, good. I'll take your delivery, and you can leave the girl behind. I'll give you a 5-star review." "Oh, I didn't see clearly from above. Brothers, I didn't expect it to be our university's most beautiful teacher. I've heard so much about you. I wonder what you're like. A mature woman like this must be quite something." "That's the boss. Let's go for a 3-pronged attack later." "Hee, your taste is really heavy, but I like it. I agree. Ha ha ha." The group spoke lewdly, completely disregarding Chao Chuan. In their eyes, the woman behind Chao Chuan was their target, and with just one man protecting her, it would be easy to handle. As the men continued talking, their eyes exchanged glances. Then one of them nodded and stepped away from the group. Taking advantage of Chao Chuan and Zhang Lu's moment of inattention, he moved to the side and then quickly launched a surprise attack on Chao Chuan and the others at a speed 20% faster than an average person. Wielding a steel pipe, he swung it rapidly towards Chao Chuan's skull. "Ha ha ha, are you stunned, you damn delivery boy? Die!" the man shouted loudly. This move from the steel pipe man could crush not just ordinary people, but even zombies into a pulp. The smiles on the faces of the others grew wider, as if they could already see Chao Chuan's head smashed like a rotten watermelon. At that moment, facing the incoming pipe, Chao Chuan didn't even blink. Instead, he revealed a wicked smile to the group. "Let me show you my latest skill." The others were still confused about what he meant when they suddenly noticed that the steel pipe in the man's hand had turned fiery red. 50 degrees, 100 degrees, 200 degrees, 1000 degrees, what's going on? "Ah, my hand, my hand." As the temperature rose, even the steel pipe man, no matter how foolish, sensed that something was wrong. He wanted to let go, but the fiery red pipe had burned his palm, sticking it to the pipe. Letting go was impossible. "Big brother, help me, save me." The steel pipe man cried out in pain as he looked at his hand, now charred. The others had never seen such a scene. The arrogance they had just displayed vanished, replaced by shock. "Why you're also an ability user?" one of them stammered. "Bro, stop, please stop. We're all ability users, we were wrong. We can just compensate your sister-in-law with some food," another man said. They pleaded, but Chao Chuan seemed not to hear them, continuing to look at them coldly, with no intention of responding. Outside the crowd, the high temperature had already burned the steel pipe man's entire arm. The smell of cooked flesh wafted through the air. The faces of the others turned pale, and they warned again, "Kid, stop. If you don't stop, don't blame us for being rude. Don't be so arrogant. You're not the only ability user in this world. 3 of us are ability users. If pushed, we'll take you down with us." Listening to their words, Chao Chuan sneered. "Oh, I want to see how you plan to be rude. You, damn it, a delivery dog, really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Then go die." One of the hot-headed men shouted angrily and charged towards Chao Chuan. As he ran, he activated his ability. His entire body seemed to be covered in mercury, starting from his arms. When he was less than 2 fists away from Chao Chuan, his body turned the color of stainless steel, his eyes filled with coldness, staring fiercely at Chao Chuan. A punch came straight for Chao Chuan's face. Metallic ability, huh? If it were any other ability, at such a close distance, it might have really hurt Chao Chuan. The metal man didn't even have a second to gloat. With a wave of his hand, Chao Chuan controlled him, lifting him into the air. Then, his limbs and head were forced to point in different directions, forming a tie character among the crowd. "What's happening? I can't move." "Ah!" the metal man shouted in terror. Seeing this, the others rushed to attack Chao Chuan. Although they didn't know how Chao Chuan had done this to the metal man, they were sure it was his doing. As long as they took Chao Chuan down, the danger would naturally be resolved. Fireball technique. Strength that can move mountains. The other 2 ability users also unleashed their powers. The fireball man opened his mouth wide and shot out a fireball the size of a basketball, speeding towards Chao Chuan like a grenade. The other man's arms grew massive, like a sailor who had eaten spinach. He swung a punch, creating a loud boom. "Be careful," Zhang Lu, who was behind, nervously reminded as they saw the crowd attacking Chao Chuan. These few people looked very difficult to deal with. Could Chao Chuan handle it? If Chao Chuan was defeated, with how they were treating the girls, it would be better to end it all than to be killed slowly, Zhang Lu thought to herself. Then she looked around and decided to pick up an arm not far away. She didn't know which zombie it had come from. Sensing something was off, she scratched herself. Zhang Lu wanted to see if these people dared to play with biochemical treasures. In the arena, Chao Chuan looked at the attacks from the 2 with disdain. To others, the attack speed and strength of these 2 ability users seemed formidable. But in front of Chao Chuan, it was like children playing house. He easily moved aside, dodging what seemed to be the most threatening fireball spell. Boom! The fireball exploded, directly overturning the concrete on the ground, shattering it into pieces. The explosion's power was equivalent to 1 kilogram of TNT. Fortunately, Zhang Lu had hidden far away to grab the zombie's arm, otherwise, she would have at least been left covered in dirt. However, in the center of the explosion, Chao Chuan moved quickly, and no one saw how he dodged the attack. Did he get blown up? He should have. No one can survive Brother Yi's fireball spell unscathed. I'll go take a look, the strong sailor said. Be careful, Xiao Zhang. Got it, Brother Yi. The three were feeling proud. The strong sailor cautiously approached the smoke. He waved his thick arms around but found no one. He immediately concluded that Chao Chuan had been blown to bits. He burst into laughter. Damn, I thought he was some impressive figure. Turns out he's just a paper tiger, damn. Then he looked at Zhang Lu. Teacher, your little boyfriend is dead, so I guess I can enjoy your tender seafood now, the strong sailor said arrogantly. Just as his words fell, the next second, the strong sailor's head exploded, and his body fell straight down. So you're the Zhang Ge that those people were talking about, huh? Are you from the self-rescue team? Chao Chuan appeared again like a ghost, having blown the strong sailor's head off. Everyone was dumbfounded. You are human or ghost? How could you dodge my fireball spell? How could you make metal so hot and trap Xiao Chun in midair? Impossible. How do you have several abilities? Brother Yi stammered. His strongest move, the fireball spell, had never failed him. He once took half a day to blow up 30 or 40 zombies and save 2 girls. At that moment, he thought he was the main character. He even ignored his own brother Yi Fan's commands and went out to act independently with a few good brothers. He never expected to encounter this killing god, Chao Chuan. He regretted it deeply. If his brother Yi Fan were here, he would definitely be able to kill this person. Brother Yi was scared. He began to retreat, but his feet seemed to not obey him, unable to move an inch. Dead people don't need to know so much, Xiao Chuan said with a smile. He waved his hand again. The metal man floating in midair still didn't know what was happening when he felt that his head and hands seemed to be in different dimensions. He was directly torn apart. Brother Ye's eyes widened. Another ability? This person is invincible. My life is over. He immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. No, you can't kill me. I am the brother of the self-rescue team leader Yi Fan. Aren't you afraid of the self-rescue team's revenge if you kill me? Let me go, and we can pretend nothing happened. Oh, so Yi Fan is your brother? Yes, big shot. You should know my brother, right? Don't worry, I'll have my brother compensate you with supplies, definitely abundant. Supplies? Chao Chuan laughed heartily. I forgot to tell you, the rescue team has been fighting at the 3rd cafeteria for half a day, and I've already intercepted the supplies, so I'm not lacking anything. You still have to die. In front of me are only the bodies of women and enemies. Goodbye, Chao Chuan said. He then shot a steel needle straight through Brother Yi's head. With Brother Yi dead, a round object rolled out of his hand, creating a large cloud of pink smoke. There's actually a backup? Chao Chuan was unsure if the smoke was toxic. He didn't want Zhang Lu to take that risk. If she got poisoned, he would lose a wife. Chao Chuan simply left, swooping down to Zhang Lu's side and picking her up in a princess carry. He accelerated, leaving the spot. Before leaving, he casually controlled the steel pipe in the hands of the steel pipe man, driving it into his temple. Dead as can be. Zhang Lu was startled by Chao Chuan's actions. She tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, her 2 mountains pressing against him, making Chao Chuan's heart race. Especially with Teacher Zhang's OL uniform and her body scent. Damn, which man could resist? Chao Chuan spoke. Teacher, you must be tired, right? How about we head back to the dorm first? It's not very safe outside. Okay, classmate. Zhang Lu felt a bit dizzy from Chao Chuan's incredible speed, nodding in a daze. She didn't even know when they returned to the graduate dormitory. No matter how many rivers and mountains, it's always about feelings. Can you vote for me? On the 1st floor of the 3rd cafeteria. Click. The last zombie fell before the rescue team members. They had finally killed all the zombies. Yi Fan smiled and said, Brothers, as far as I know, there aren't many zombies upstairs. Everyone, prepare your defenses to prevent other zombies from coming in, then the entire 3rd cafeteria will be our rescue team's territory. Next, we will have a lot of supplies. Each of you is a hero, and I'll make a note of your contributions. Then we can bring over the other companions. We can abandon the base at the library and make the cafeteria our headquarters. Oh ho ho ho. The president is awesome. Voice cracking, we've taken the 3rd cafeteria. Food we can't finish. Food, a lot of food, should be able to trade for many women. Hee. Everyone was excited, especially the athletes without abilities. They could only clean up the dorm area, eat scraps, and wait for death. They never expected to take over a cafeteria under Yifan's leadership. The third cafeteria was large, capable of accommodating 10,000 people at peak times. What does that mean? If one person eats 1 jean of food, that's 10,000 jeans for one meal. How many people do they have now? Less than 200. Even if there was only 1 meal's worth of supplies in the cafeteria, if they scrimped and saved, eating 1 meal over 3, they could last at least 60 days. In 60 days, the Huaxia government should be able to recover. By then, if someone comes to rescue them, they can return to their original lives. Just thinking about it was exhilarating. As Yifan finished speaking, several ability users in the team took the strong athletes upstairs to clear out the zombies. There weren't many zombies upstairs. They completely overwhelmed them as they chopped away. However, just a few minutes later, a panicked athlete ran down from upstairs and came to Yifan's side, whispering in his ear. What? Yifan's previously strategic demeanor changed instantly. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. Without saying a word, Yifan followed the athlete to the second floor. In the cafeteria's storage room, dozens of people stood at the door, unsure of what to do. When they saw Yifan approach, they immediately made way. President, it's empty. The warehouse is completely empty. We lost so many brothers for nothing, one of the ability users said angrily. Impossible. It can't be that there's no stock. The cafeteria has to serve meals on time. If everything is delivered on the same day, the students will starve. There must be other warehouses. You all go look, Yifan said, leaning against the door. After hearing Yifan's words, several ability users sighed. One of them stepped out of the group and said, President, we've searched the entire building. There are only the meals prepared for today, but they have all gone sour and spoiled. There isn't even a trace of seasoning left in the whole building. President, we found a survivor in the restroom, another ability user spoke up. Bring him over, wake him up. I want to know what happened here. Yifan's tone grew heavy. Yes, and don't tell the survivors downstairs about this, I fear it will cause panic. A few ability users nodded. After they left, Yifan stood by the window, lost in thought. What exactly happened here? It shouldn't be like this. There are 4 cafeterias in the school, and the third cafeteria is the largest one. Theoretically, it should have the most stock. They found enough supplies in the small cafeteria to last the entire team for a month. Unexpectedly, the more difficult third cafeteria had nothing at all. Could it be that another team had already looted it? But there were no signs of battle in the entire building, and the zombies showed no unusual behavior. Yifan walked back and forth in the corridor with a dark expression. The situation here made Yifan, who had always felt confident, start to feel that this apocalypse was becoming unfamiliar. Just then, he saw a patch of pink smoke not far away. Yifan immediately walked to the window and pushed it open. A pink smoke bomb? Isn't that the distress signal flare I gave my brother? Something happened to him? Damn! Yifan couldn't help but curse. Who the hell is it? Don't let me find out who it is. I swear I'll kill him. Wang Ba! Yifan shouted angrily. Wang Ba, who was getting ready to mount after taking off his clothes, was startled and jumped. Damn! What the hell is that brat Yifan doing? Wang Ba cursed. He then turned to the woman beneath him and said, Little beauty, wait for me to come back and deal with some things, he. Woo woo. The woman, whose face was taped up, couldn't make a sound. She could only look at Wang Ba pleadingly, her eyes red and pitiful. However, as a pervert, Wang Ba naturally wouldn't show any mercy. So he said, he, I like that look in your eyes. When I come back, I'll have my way with you. After saying that, Wang Ba roughly tugged at the woman's chest. The woman winced in pain, tears streaming down her face, looking utterly pitiful. Wang Ba was unmoved, closed the door, and left the room, heading straight for Yifan. Standing by the window, Yifan saw Wang Ba approaching. He immediately stepped forward and said, Come with me to save someone, or kill someone. Who? Wang Ba asked, puzzled. Do you see that patch of pink smoke? My brother is there. If he's alive, bring him out. If he's dead, kill everyone you see, Yifan said. All right. Wang Ba nodded immediately. As a pervert, he not only enjoyed playing with women but also loved killing. After confirming that Wang Ba would go, Yifan set off, bringing along one of the ability users from the team, Wang Liang. The distance wasn't far. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at the location of the pink smoke bomb. Upon arrival, Yifan indeed found several corpses on the spot. Ugh! The ability user named Wang Liang looked at the scene and vomited. One was dismembered, while the others had their heads blown off. Not even a complete corpse was left behind. It was simply too tragic. Yifan looked at the scene, and the killing intent in his eyes had solidified into something tangible. Recreate the scene for me. I want to know who killed my brother, Yifan said angrily. All right, President, but I'm afraid I'm a bit hungry right now. To recreate it, I need a little. Wang Liang said awkwardly. Finish the Snickers and hurry up with the recreation. Yi Fan tossed a Snickers bar into Wang Liang's hands. "Thank you, President, now I have some energy." With the food in hand, Wang Liang wasted no time. He activated his ability to rewind the events that had taken place here. No, you can't kill me. I'm Yi Fan's brother, the leader of the self-rescue team. I forgot to tell you, the self-rescue team has been fighting at the third cafeteria for a long time, and I've already intercepted the supplies. Once the scene was restored, the fury in Yi Fan's eyes solidified into something palpable. Who is he? Wang Ba glanced over and said, "Oh, isn't that just a student from your school, Xiao Chuan? He often runs deliveries during class breaks. I usually let him in when he comes back late. This kid knows how to get along. Every time he makes me open the door, he gives me a little white dragon." "Xiao Chuan, I want you dead." "President, what should we do now?" After restoring the scene, Wang Liang collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. His head was spinning. This was the after effect of using his ability. Normally, as long as he rested well, it wouldn't be a problem. However, Wang Liang didn't know that each time he used his ability to rewind the scene, it consumed a certain amount of his lifespan. Moreover, the amount of lifespan consumed wasn't fixed, it was related to the enemy's strength. Rewinding to Xiao Chuan cost Wang Liang 10 years of his life, all for a Snickers bar. It was a terrible loss. After hearing Wang Liang's words, Yi Fan fell silent for a moment before saying, "Let's head back to the cafeteria." Wang Liang quickly nodded. His head was buzzing, and he needed to rest immediately. Then, Yi Fan looked at Wang Ba, wanting to hear his opinion. However, Wang Ba's reaction disappointed Yi Fan. He had no opinions at all. At that moment, Wang Ba was only thinking about the abalone in the cafeteria. Of course, he had no opinions and immediately agreed to hurry back, the sooner the better. The abalone was still drying. If it got cold, it wouldn't taste good. The few of them quickly returned to the third cafeteria. As soon as they arrived, Yi Fan activated all the survivors to search for Xiao Chuan's whereabouts. At the same time, he discovered the secret that zombie crystal cores could enhance attributes. At 9 in the morning, Xiao Chuan moved as fast as lightning, appearing suddenly in the graduate student dormitory area. Xiao Chuan glanced around the dormitory area. Just a few hours, and a dozen zombies had wandered over. He guessed it might be the presence of living humans that led these zombies to wander with purpose. Observing the direction of the zombies' movements, Xiao Chuan found they were indeed heading towards Li Jiayu's dormitory. It seemed these zombies not only had increased strength but could also sense the human presence that hadn't appeared before them. The space for human survival was once again being compressed. Xiao Chuan tightened his fists. He sighed, thankful that he had received a series of rewards, otherwise, he wouldn't feel secure about the safety of his women when going out. After casually taking down a dozen zombies, Xiao Chuan didn't immediately collect the zombie crystal cores. However, with these dozen cores added to the ones he had previously, Xiao Chuan now had a total of 121 zombie crystal cores. Not bad, that was equivalent to over 10 attributes. While saving the girls, grinding a few zombies was also a good choice. Fortunately, he had restrained himself from clearing the zombies on campus earlier, otherwise, if he had taken them down before they evolved, all those zombie crystal cores would have gone to waste. After clearing the zombies, Xiao Chuan glanced at the time. It was still early, just 9 a.m. He feared that not many of his wives would be up yet. After all, he was aware of his own strength. Even the girls who didn't sleep with him would find it hard to get a good night's rest with the constant meowing throughout the night. Anyway, he didn't need them for anything. It was fine for them to just be quiet and capable of self-defense. At this stage, he needed to focus on establishing a safe zone first. However, it wasn't easy to operate with the stunning Zhang Lu in front of him. He decided to take her back to the dormitory first. Xiao Chuan carried Zhang Lu to a dormitory surrounded by steel fences. He said, "We're home, come down and go in with me." Hearing his words, Zhang Lu finally opened her eyes. After the rapid movement, her head was still buzzing. The moment she realized she was hanging on Xiao Chuan, she felt a jolt and jumped down from him, her face turning as red as a monkey's bottom. She immediately said, "Okay, thank you for saving me, classmate." Then she rubbed her eyes, thinking she must have seen it wrong. She had never remembered such a place in the school. Zhang Lu was shocked. She said, "What kind of dormitory is this? Why is there a steel fence around it?" "Don't be afraid, teacher. I set this up to protect the girls," Xiao Chuan replied with a smile. "Girls?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu deduced that Xiao Chuan had saved more than just her. Wow, it seems this classmate has a warm heart. He saved quite a few classmates. In the apocalypse, we need good-hearted people like him, Zhang Lu said, mentally labeling Xiao Chuan as a good person. "I'm just doing what I should do. I'm not a good person," Xiao Chuan said as he approached the steel fence. "You're really humble, classmate," Zhang Lu said again. The way she looked at Chao Chuan was as if she saw a shining piece of gold. Tall, handsome, strong, and kind-hearted, he was the perfect boyfriend template. Unfortunately, he was a bit young, otherwise, she might consider dating him. While Zhang Lu was lost in her thoughts, Chao Chuan waved his hand and directly stored the steel fence into his space, taking Zhang Lu into the dormitory. Click! As Chao Chuan opened the door, Zhang Lu peeked inside. Wow! She was stunned to see the beautiful girls sprawled all over the living room. They were all stunning, each wearing pajamas that were increasingly revealing. Her exclamation immediately woke the girls up. Woo-woo-woo-woo-woo one by one, the girls rubbed their eyes and reluctantly began to get up. Hey, who's disturbing my beauty sleep? Whoa, I was with my husband for so long yesterday, and my legs are still numb. You little girl, you were the loudest last night. I think you enjoyed it a lot. Damn, teasing the younger sister again. The girls laughed, playfully interacting with each other, some even tugging at one another. Unbothered, they pulled and tugged at each other. Long legs and fair skin swayed freely in front of Chao Chuan. This wonderful scene made Chao Chuan's blood rush. Hiss! These little vixens were truly tempting others to commit crimes. Just then, Li Yujin walked out from inside wearing an apron. However, she was only in a thin nightgown, even more enticing. Breakfast is ready, sisters, come eat, Li Yujin said, then looked towards the door. Li Yujin sweetly said to Chao Chuan, honey, you're back. Just in time, breakfast is ready, eat it while it's hot. Hearing Li Yujin's words, the girls tidied their clothes and stood up one by one. When they saw Chao Chuan at the door, they asked, honey, did you go out today? Chao Chuan nodded. He went straight to the kitchen and picked up a portion of breakfast to eat. It was then that everyone noticed that he had brought another girl back with him. Some of the girls spoke up, oh, honey, when did you bring another sister back? This morning. Chao Chuan's voice came from the kitchen. Oh, so early. Is she a new sister? Just in time for breakfast. Let's eat together. Li Jiayu looked at the new girl and, feeling anxious, moved closer. When she recognized Zhang Lu's face, she exclaimed excitedly, Teacher Zhang, you were brought back by Chao Chuan too. Ah, Jiayu, it's you, Zhang Lu said in surprise. In this apocalypse, all her students had turned into zombies. Zhang Lu had thought she would never see a familiar face again in her life. She didn't expect to encounter one of her students here, even if it was just from an elective class. But Li Jiayu's excellence had left an impression on her. Zhang Lu was deeply moved. Finally, there was someone to talk to. Without hesitation, Zhang Lu went over and hugged Li Jiayu. After a long time, they finally separated. Under Li Jiayu's lead, the two held hands and went to the kitchen, grabbing breakfast while sharing their experiences. Zhang Lu recounted everything she had seen and heard to Li Jiayu. When she learned that Li Jiayu had survived for days trapped in an office with just a little fresh water, she felt fortunate to have met Chao Chuan first. At least she hadn't experienced the taste of hunger yet. After a while, Li Jiayu looked at Zhang Lu after she had eaten her fill and immediately asked, Teacher Zhang, are you full? Jiayu, I'm full. Is there something you need? Zhang Lu nodded, looking at Li Jiayu with curiosity. If you're full, come take a shower with me. I have something to tell you. Is there really hot water for a shower? Zhang Lu was taken aback. Come on. Without saying another word, Li Jiayu grabbed Zhang Lu's little hand and pulled her toward the bathroom. Zhang Lu initially wanted to refuse Li Jiayu's invitation. After all, she had never showered with anyone before. But after catching a whiff of her own smell, she dismissed that thought. She hadn't showered in the past few days hiding in the office, and her clothes had started to smell sour. She hadn't noticed it before, but now, smelling the fragrant girls around her while she felt stinky, she immediately agreed to Li Jiayu's invitation and followed her into the bathroom. Once in the bathroom, Li Jiayu helped Zhang Lu undress completely and began to wash her back. Jiayu, no need, I can wash myself, thank you. Zhang Lu stepped back a little, feeling like a startled quail. She was not used to this feeling. It's okay, teacher, your figure is really good, your waist is so slim, and your chest is so big. How do you do it? Li Jiayu said while rubbing bubbles onto Zhang Lu's body. Zhang Lu was tall, standing at 170 centimeters, and with her nearly perfect hip-to-waist ratio, even Li Jiayu, who was also a woman, felt a bit overwhelmed. Oh, Jiayu, what are you saying? Teacher, why are you shy? Sooner or later, we have to be together. I called you over because I want to say we need to form an alliance. When we go to find Chao Chuan, we have to go together, Li Jiayu said. Li Jiayu felt very uncomfortable at the thought that Chao Chuan's harem had split into several teams while she was all alone. Yang Yiyun, Wang Meng, Yang Chanqian, Wulan Lan, and Lin Yue were all in one group. The two dancers had teamed up as well. There were also two sisters. Only she was by herself. How could she establish herself among so many women? Now that she had finally spotted a familiar girl, she naturally didn't want to let this opportunity slip away. Ah, What do you mean looking for Chao Chuan? I don't quite understand, Zhang Lu said, looking bewildered at Li Jiayu. At that moment, Li Jiayu's expression suddenly changed, and her tone became a bit heavy. She said, Teacher, you don't dislike me too, do you? Is it that hard for me to find an ally? Zhang Lu was taken aback. She was even more confused. What did it mean to be with Chao Chuan? What was she really saying? Previously, she had heard them all calling Chao Chuan husband. Could it be that kind of meaning? Oh my. Zhang Lu looked back at Li Jiayu in surprise. From what she knew, Li Jiayu was the type who wouldn't give up until she saw results. She had never suffered at the hands of men before. She never expected that she would fall for someone. However, Zhang Lu was a highly educated person and quickly analyzed the situation. Chao Chuan's resources were not unlimited. She had learned from the forum that some bold female classmates had even posted that someone was willing to risk their life to save her, and she would be willing to offer herself in return. And this was not an isolated case. Now, having a safe place to stay and enough food depended entirely on Chao Chuan. Besides her own body, it seemed she had nothing to repay him with. Jiayu, I understand. You should talk to the teacher about what kind of alliance you want, okay? Zhang Lu said. Yes, it would be best if the teacher agrees, Li Jiayu replied. Next, Li Jiayu informed Zhang Lu about the situation in their harem, clarifying what was really going on. Alright, since that's the case, the teacher doesn't know them anyway, so let's form an alliance, Zhang Lu said. Teacher, I know you treat me the best, Li Jiayu replied. Zhang Lu didn't have any change of clothes, so Li Jiayu lent her OL uniform to wear. It turned out that while Zhang Lu's looks were not much different from Li Yuding and the others, there was still a slight gap. Now, in the OL uniform, it became clear where the difference lay. Zhang Lu was just suited for this kind of outfit. The two women returned to the living room. With an ally, Li Jiayu felt more confident. She went directly behind Chao Chuan and began to massage his shoulders, saying, Husband, you've been busy all morning, you must be tired. Chao Chuan felt the two delicate hands behind him and relaxed. A bit. I'll take a break for a while. If you don't have anything important, don't disturb me, he said. Oh, got it, husband. If there's nothing going on, I won't disturb you. I understand, Li Jiayu replied, continuing to massage him for a while before leaving her position. After Li Jiayu left, Chao Chuan stood up, stretched his tired back, and returned to his room. Inside the room, he was scrolling through his phone, looking at the forum. Suddenly, he discovered that he was actually wanted by the self-rescue team. Goodness, how did they find out it was me so quickly? It seems I underestimated their self-rescue team. However, Chao Chuan felt no fear. When his safe zone was completed, it would be time for revenge. Since they dared to put a bounty on him, they had already paved their own path to death. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking interrupted Chao Chuan's thoughts. He immediately felt excited. Was another girl taking the initiative? Great, he liked girls like that. Who could it be? There were still several girls who hadn't had deep conversations with him yet, like Zhang Roer, Lu Xinxin, Lin Yue, and Yang Qianqian. Oh, and there was also the teacher Zhang Lu he had just brought back. Chao Chuan hadn't mentioned this matter to her yet, so it shouldn't be Zhang Lu. Chao Chuan speculated that it should be Zhang Roer and Lu Xinxin. Thus, Chao Chuan said, Come in. The door to Chao Chuan's room opened, and a graceful figure appeared before him. It was her. The one peeking in was none other than the teacher Zhang he had brought back today. At this moment, she had changed into a new OL uniform, which was a bit ill-fitting, causing her ample bosom to nearly spill out. Just as Chao Chuan was about to speak, behind teacher Zhang, Li Jiayu walked in, pushing her slim waist. Honey, it's so boring to rest alone, so I brought the teacher to keep you company, Li Jiayu said. Oh, Chao Chuan looked at Li Jiayu in surprise. It seemed this little girl understood him well. She had even helped him solve the harem issue. Not bad, not bad. Li Jiayu was already in the know. In the following time, under Li Jiayu's encouragement, Zhang Lu surprisingly took the initiative. Chao Chuan, I've never had a boyfriend since I graduated and entered the campus, so you have to be gentle, Zhang Lu said shyly. It's okay, teacher, I've been through many battles, and I'm experienced. I guarantee to show you the joy of driving, Chao Chuan replied. Woo-woo, don't call me teacher, that's too taboo, Zhang Lu quickly refused. He, taboo? I like it, I'm coming, Chao Chuan said without hesitation, directly pulling Zhang Lu into his arms. Ding! The host has successfully rescued the beauty, detecting a beauty score of 95 points, a reward has been issued, and the reward is being distributed. Ding! Detected that the girl is a college teacher, the host has completed the special task teacher, and received an additional reward, which is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 nano combat suits, the reward is being sent to the system space, please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 high-end solar generators. Daily power can reach 1000 degrees. The reward is being sent to the system space. Please check. Ding! Detected that the host has rescued 7 beauties. Congratulations to the host for completing the special task 1 week, 1 day, 1 week. Activating girl detection mode. The host can view the girl attribute interface according to their needs. What the hell? Xiao Chuan was working hard when suddenly a bunch of prompts appeared in his mind, making him quite excited. Wow, the rewards are really good. He looked at the teacher in front of him and immediately hugged her tightly and kissed her. You are truly my lucky star, teacher. I told you not to call me teacher, it will lead to misunderstandings. At noon, Xiao Chuan left the room feeling refreshed. The 2 girls behind him also supported each other as they walked out. He approached the group of girls and said, "Next, I will transform the entire graduate dormitory area into our safe zone, so you won't have to squeeze into this small dorm anymore. You can all move into the entire graduate dormitory area." Ah, honey, is this true? Can we go to the basketball court and the indoor gym outside? Wang Mang immediately asked. Of course, but from now on, you probably won't be able to play so leisurely, Xiao Chuan said with a mysterious smile. Can't play happily? Honey, what do you mean? Li Yuding asked in confusion. The other wives also looked at Xiao Chuan with puzzled expressions. Xiao Chuan didn't keep them in suspense and directly took out the M416 automatic rifle from the space. A rifle? The girls were shocked. In Huaxia, let alone automatic rifles, even semi-automatic pistols are not common. How could Xiao Chuan get such powerful firearms? Although the girls were not military enthusiasts, the popularity of battle royale games in recent years meant that they had all played the game to some extent. Naturally, they knew about classic guns like the M416 and AK-47. The best weapon in the game is definitely the M416, especially when fully equipped. Even with airdrops, I wouldn't want to switch it out. I never expected to see such an impressive weapon in real life. Wang Mang had also been a female streamer for a while, broadcasting herself playing PUBG in cosplay outfits. In just 6 months, she earned over 100,000. If it weren't for the top donor constantly harassing her, always trying to take advantage of her, she would have stayed. Wang Mang was so disgusted that she quit the scene. Perhaps she is still streaming now. The other girls looked at each other, unsure of what Xiao Chuan meant by bringing out this weapon. Just then, Wang Mang walked over. Without hesitation, she grabbed the M416 automatic rifle from Xiao Chuan's hands and casually played with it for a moment. Wang Mang said, "Honey, is this for us?" Xiao Chuan nodded and replied, "That's right. In this apocalypse, I need to go out and find supplies. I can't always be by your side, so you need to have the ability to protect yourselves. Since none of you have awakened any special powers, as your husband, I naturally have to find a solution. Firearms are the best answer. Don't worry, everyone will get one." After saying this, Xiao Chuan took out several more M416s and the newly acquired nano combat suits from his space. He lined them up neatly on the dining table in front of them. The girls were instantly stunned. This was in China, not in the land of the free. How could there be so many weapons? If they fell into the hands of criminals, it could lead to a terrorist attack. Suddenly, the way the girls looked at Xiao Chuan changed. Could it be that Xiao Chuan was the son of a hidden military big shot? Everyone take one, and also put these on. What are these? The girls curiously looked at the items Xiao Chuan had brought out. Next to the rifles was a silver suit radiating a colorful glow. Wow, honey, is this clothing? It's so beautiful, and it feels so soft, like a bodysuit. Wang Mang was the first to step forward again, fully cooperating with Xiao Chuan's work. This is called a nano combat suit. It can withstand attacks from zombies and firearms. Mang, you try it on first. Okay. After hearing this, Wang Mang immediately started taking off her clothes in front of everyone. When she was down to just 2 pieces, Xiao Chuan stopped her. No need to take off what's underneath. Oh, okay. Wang Mang nodded and began to put on the nanosuit. As soon as the nanosuit touched her skin, it immediately merged with the surface of her body. Like a liquid, it underwent an incredible transformation, directly covering Wang Mang's body. Ah! Wang Mang was startled by this scene. Then, she immediately became excited. The moment the nano combat suit fused with her, its functions echoed in her mind. Thus, Wang Mang controlled the nanosuit and changed its appearance. In the next second, the nanosuit on her body transformed into a bikini. Wow! Xiao Chuan instantly straightened up. This little enchantress really knew how to play to her strengths. Aside from her height being a shortcoming, none of Xiao Chuan's other wives could compare to her. The scheming Wang Mang even specifically changed it to the thinnest strap. It made it hard for others to look away, fearing that it might snap and fall off, missing out on this beautiful sight. honey, this outfit is amazing. It can change into other styles based on my thoughts. One piece of clothing is like an entire clothing store. Mang is so lucky. I want one too. So do we. The other wives' eyes lit up at this scene. They had all been rescued from classrooms or other places and had long lost their change of clothes. I didn't expect Chao Chuan to come up with such powerful equipment. Without needing Chao Chuan to say anything, one by one, they went to the front and changed into the outfits. Wow. The wives in front of me completely ignored Chao Chuan's presence. As they took off their clothes, they lined up to put on the nano combat suits. After changing into the suits, the women exchanged glances, and without any hesitation, they transformed the nano combat suits into the outfits they wanted to wear at that moment. There were OL uniforms, hanfu, cosplay outfits, bikinis, nurse costumes, leather outfits, black stockings, white stockings. Each girl was different. In order to receive higher praise from Chao Chuan, they all transformed the nano combat suits into the styles that Chao Chuan liked the most. Not bad, Chao Chuan thought, feeling ecstatic inside. He didn't expect to unlock the best way to use the nano combat suits right away. Chao Chuan even felt that this reward was much better than attribute points or anything else. Although it couldn't enhance strength, it could increase attack speed. Once the girls had changed their clothes and were holding M416s in their hands, Chao Chuan opened the dormitory door. He said, "Come with me, today I'll let you see the light." "Yay!" Wang Mang immediately replied. She had been cooped up in the dorm, anxious and scared, and now she could finally see the sun. The other girls were equally excited. The human race was not like rats in the sewers. If they never saw the light in their lifetime, they would surely degenerate. As they walked, Wang Mang felt that her colleagues' backs were truly beautiful. Plus, the weather was just right for taking pictures. So, Wang Mang took out her phone, ready to snap a photo to show off in the group chat. After opening her phone, she suddenly remembered that after Chao Chuan left the group, those male classmates kept messaging her, asking her to give the number to Chao Chuan. It had annoyed Wang Mang to no end. She had already left the group. Now, there was no place to show off. Forget it, I'll just take a few pictures for memories. Then, Wang Mang stopped in her tracks, waiting for the other girls to reach the front. She took a picture of the girls' backs from upstairs, happily saving it on her phone. Once they were outside, it was noon. The sun hung high in the sky. Even her vision had a slight distortion. This wasn't the distortion from a beauty filter, but from the heat. If you dropped an egg on the ground, it would probably be cooked in a few minutes. The temperature was too high. After the apocalypse, Young City had lost the industrial smog. The sunlight was unfiltered, and the air couldn't block out such intense brightness. Yet, none of the girls felt uncomfortable. Instead, they felt pleasantly cool, reminiscent of a summer beach. The nano combat suits had built-in temperature regulation. As long as they wore them, they maintained the most comfortable body temperature at all times. Truly impressive technology. After all the girls had exited the dormitory, suddenly a zombie popped its head out not far away, quickly charging towards Chao Chuan and the others. "Ah, there's a zombie." The girls instinctively took a few steps back at the sight of the rapidly approaching zombie. Bang! Before the zombie could reach the girls, Chao Chuan shot it in the head. Watching the girls' reactions, Chao Chuan shook his head. They still lacked experience. It seemed that during this time of being well-fed and well-rested, these wives had become delicate flowers in a greenhouse. He needed to teach them properly. Chao Chuan said, "What are you hiding for? Don't you all have automatic rifles?" "Ah, husband, the zombie is too scary, we're afraid." "Don't be scared, I'll teach you," Chao Chuan said. He then took out an M416 from his space and put on a nano combat suit as well, fully geared up in a tactical outfit. At this moment, several zombies also conveniently appeared. "Wives, watch closely, just like this, raise your guns, aim, pull the trigger." Bang bang bang. A few zombies hadn't taken 2 steps before being taken down by Chao Chuan. "Simple, right?" Chao Chuan said with a smile. Hubby is really amazing. Hubby, I want to learn too. So cool." The girls watched Chao Chuan's fluid movements, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Especially with Chao Chuan's current appearance, he looked just like a soldier. Absolutely stunning. Want to learn? It's easy. After saying that, Chao Chuan directly manipulated the metallic liquid in the space, forcibly creating more than a dozen iron targets in the open area of the dormitory. "Today, everyone has to shoot 10 rounds in the 10 ring from 100 meters away before we can eat." "Ah, 100 meters is so far, but I will try hard. We are not just pretty faces, we can help hubby too." One of the girls spoke up. "Very good, but I don't want you to help me. In the apocalypse, you need to have the ability to protect yourselves." "Got it." Chao Chuan patted her head and continued, "By the way, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Come with me." "Something else?" The girls immediately followed Chao Chuan. they arrived in front of a zombie. Chao Chuan fiddled with the zombie's head for a moment and then stood up. "Hubby, what's the use of this? Have you read any apocalypse novels?" Chao Chuan asked with a smile. "Apocalypse novels? I understand, is there something like a zombie crystal core?" Bingo! The zombie crystal core can enhance your physical abilities, so after killing zombies, don't waste them, collect the crystal cores and absorb them. Alright, in the graduate dormitory area, I've already killed more than a dozen zombies, so each of you can take one and collect the zombie crystal cores. Chao Chuan nodded in response. We promised to complete the task. Watching the girls go dig for the zombie crystal cores, Chao Chuan didn't idle either. He stood right in the middle of the dormitory and began to control the metal surrounding the entire dormitory area from the ground up. Thus, the safe zone was established. The metal walls were built high and had a curved surface, very smooth, structurally avoiding the possibility of anything entering from outside the walls. As for the sky, Chao Chuan didn't plan to seal it off. That would be no different from being imprisoned. After everything was handled, the girls returned after collecting the zombie crystal cores. Seeing their performance, Chao Chuan was very satisfied. Being able to accept reality in such a short time had already surpassed most survivors. Then came the hands-on teaching on how to shoot a handgun, oh no, an automatic rifle. In the third cafeteria, Yifan was sitting in the office. Opposite him, a man who was emaciated from hunger lay on the ground. "Give him some water," Yifan said. "Yes." A survivor then flipped the man over and poured a ladle of water on his face. Cough, cough, cough. The man choked and struggled for a while before waking up. If Chao Chuan were nearby, he would definitely notice that his homeroom teacher was still alive. "Are you awake? If you're awake, hurry up and speak. I'm still waiting for revenge," Yifan said. The counselor swallowed the fresh water and raised his head to look at Yifan behind the desk. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Yifan, can you give me a bite of food first?" Hearing the counselor's words, Yifan smiled. He stood up and walked in front of the counselor, stepping on his face. "Old man, you haven't said any information and still want food? What the hell are you thinking?" The counselor felt the weight on his face. Suddenly, in a panic, he said, Yi Xiao, don't kill me. I really know about Chao Chuan's intel." "Then hurry up and say it. As long as you tell me, do you see that moldy bread over there? If you tell me, it's yours." Yifan pointed to the moldy bread in the trash can. "Bread!" The counselor glanced at the bread in the trash can, instantly furious enough to curse. But he didn't want to continue feeling hungry. So what if it was a bit moldy? If it was edible, that was enough. Thinking about how he had endured humiliation just to eat a moldy bun while Chao Chuan had endless food and beautiful women to enjoy every day, jealousy and hatred surged in his heart. Why should a useless student have it so good? And here he was, a master's student from a 985 university, struggling to survive. The imbalance in his mind made him cling to Yifan's leg and say, Chao Chuan is in the graduate dormitory, and I saw that he has endless food and beautiful women. The counselor shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Yifan immediately said, "The graduate dormitory? Huh? That food was snatched from my hands, damn it." After saying this, Yifan stepped down hard, crushing the counselor's head into pieces. Having absorbed a large number of zombie crystal cores, Yifan's strength was now formidable. Looking at the headless corpse beneath his feet, Yifan felt disgusted and quickly called in a few survivors to dispose of the body. He then notified his current combat personnel to come to the office for a meeting. "President, what's the urgent matter?" a supernatural being asked. "We've found our supplies," Yifan replied. "What? Is this true? Who? Which bold person dares to intercept our rescue team's supplies? Kill!" They had worked hard to take down the third cafeteria. They never expected their supplies to be intercepted. After several days, their previously stored supplies had been nearly exhausted, and they were worried about how to obtain more. Unexpectedly, the supplies from the third cafeteria had been found. Everyone agreed they needed to get them back. No, it was to take back what was originally theirs. Once the target was confirmed, Wang remained silent. He knew of Chao Chuan's existence. In his memory, he was still that delivery guy who bowed and scraped. He was just a bit luckier. How strong could he really be? This operation posed no pressure at all. "Alright, since everyone agrees to get it back, let's not delay. Let's set off now," Yifan said loudly. "Yes." Everyone geared up and, accompanied by a large number of male survivors, left the third cafeteria, heading straight for the graduate dormitory. In the graduate dormitory, Chao Chuan was teaching the girls how to use the M416 step by step, and several talented girls had already hit 5 out of 10 shots, a 50% hit rate. They had only practiced for one afternoon, which was impressive. At that moment, suddenly, a flock of crows took off in fright from one side of the graduate dormitory. Since the apocalypse began, these carrion-eating birds had been well-fed every day, with corpses everywhere. With so many people concentrated at Yongchung University, it naturally attracted a large number of crows. The wandering zombies rarely caused these crows to fly around. There was only one possibility: someone was approaching their territory. Chao Chuan let the girls practice on their own while he left the group and headed toward the direction where the crows had taken off. He directly controlled the metal to float in midair. From the sky, Chao Chuan quickly spotted dozens of people coming toward him. These faces were very familiar. They were the members of the rescue team. Yesterday, I saw them post a wanted notice for me on the forum, and I didn't expect them to come looking for me today. Their efficiency is quite high. However, Chao Chuan wasn't surprised. He had never hidden away, so it was normal for them to find him. Since they were here, they might as well not leave. Looking at the large group of survivors across from him, Chao Chuan didn't plan to take the initiative. He actually wanted to capture the sixth one the most. It seemed he needed to improve his defenses a bit. Then, Chao Chuan directly descended from the air, landing behind the wall. He set up a circle of steel spears behind the wall. As soon as someone jumped in, but they were asking for death, turning into a hedgehog, and they couldn't blame Chao Chuan for that. He wouldn't let his wives be idle either. After preparing, Chao Chuan returned to the shooting range. He spoke up. "Wives, hold on a second, I have a question. If someone tries to take our home, how would you handle it?" The girls exchanged glances and replied in unison, "We'll treat them to peanuts." Oh wow! Chao Chuan was taken aback. He didn't expect the girls to be so aware, so he didn't need to guide them. Thus, Chao Chuan pointed in the direction they had just come from and said to the girls, "Follow me, let's see what those clowns want to do to us." Under Chao Chuan's lead, the girls quickly followed him to the edge of the wall. Without saying a word, Chao Chuan directly controlled the metal to create a terrace. Standing on the terrace, the girls saw dozens of aggressive survivors. Their target was clearly their position. Wang Mang was about to shoot, but Chao Chuan immediately stopped her. Looking at the rifles in the girls' hands, Chao Chuan thought thoughtfully. What if they got scared by the rifles and didn't come? He needed to put the weapons away. Seeing Chao Chuan stop her, Wang Mang was puzzled. Just as she was about to speak, Chao Chuan said, Mang, we are the good guys. How can we strike first? What if they are just passing by? We shouldn't accidentally harm good people, right? Everyone put away your rifles. What if we scare them? Ah, okay. Mang nodded, somewhat understanding, and lowered her rifle. After waiting a few minutes, those survivors also arrived outside the wall. Damn, I run every day at school. I can say there was definitely no metal wall like this before. What a big deal, really a big deal. With this thing, who needs to be afraid of zombies? Everyone, look up. Wow, so many beautiful women. I can't take it anymore. Ah. Hearing his voice, everyone looked up. They saw a man sitting on a sofa, with other women either massaging him, dancing, or singing. Some were fanning him with fans. The girls without talents were peeling sunflower seeds, one by one feeding them into Chao Chuan's mouth. Damn it, we are living like cavemen, and this guy is enjoying life more than an emperor. Listening to the sounds in front, Wang Ba squeezed up from the back. Originally, Wang Ba just wanted to slack off, to get by without getting involved, but he couldn't sit still upon hearing the word beauty. The silly dog Xiao Zhou had given him a woman who was no fun and had already died. He was worried about not having a woman to continue with, but he didn't expect there to be so many here with Chao Chuan. Now he had a new target. He quickly moved to the front row. The wrinkles on Wang Ba's face made his squinty eyes suddenly widen. He looked at the beauties next to Chao Chuan, and sparks flew in his eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming from the corners of his mouth. Damn, so many beautiful women. Originally, apart from a few of Chao Chuan's wives who were relatively good-looking, the rest were basically of average level. But now, the surviving women can barely fill their stomachs, while over here in Chao Chuan, each one is fresh and lively, even taking the time to put on makeup. In comparison, their natural beauty has skyrocketed like a rocket. The attentive Wang Ba also noticed two familiar faces among them, Wang Mang and Zhang Lu, two stunning beauties. Having worked as a security guard at Yongjiang University for so many years, Wang Ba had certainly seen these two women. Their figures were so impressive that any security guard would remember them clearly. With bodies like that, weren't they just trying to seduce a 40-year-old virgin like him? Back then, when he would nod and bow at the entrance, he often felt a desire to pin them against the wall and vent his frustrations. But at that time, it was a society governed by law, and he didn't want to end up in trouble. Then, the apocalypse came. After gaining supernatural abilities, he had thought about seeking out these two women, but after several unsuccessful attempts, he joined a self-rescue team and had plenty of women to play with, thus forgetting that idea. He never expected that while he wasn't looking for them, these two women would just pop up here in Chao Chuan. Truly, it was a case of finding something without any effort. A lewd smile spread across his face. As long as he took down Chao Chuan, not just Wang Mang and Zhang Lu, but all the beauties around would be his. With that thought, Wang Ba immediately spoke to Yi Fan. Yi Xiao, just one delivery guy and 10 women, what danger is there? We can just go in. His fists were clenched, eager to take these women down and ravage them. But since the team was formed by Yi Fan, he had to consider his feelings and wait for his orders. The usually cautious Yi Fan, after hearing Wang Ba's words, did not immediately give the signal to attack. Instead, he surveyed the surrounding environment. It was impossible for just these people to steal supplies right under his nose. There must be an ambush. However, Yi Fan noticed that there weren't even any tall buildings nearby. If there was an ambush, where could they hide? Were they all waiting behind the walls to catch them off guard? It seemed they were underestimating his self-rescue team. No matter what schemes or tricks, they were useless in the face of absolute power. With just a dozen people, if they moved quickly, they could probably take it down in less than a minute. With that in mind, Yi Fan no longer hesitated and immediately issued the order to attack. The men behind him were already itching with anticipation. Upon hearing the command, they rushed forward, each one eager to be the first, fearing that if they were a moment too late, the supplies and beauties would belong to someone else. If you go slow, you'll lose half. Brothers, charge! Supplies, beauties, here we come. Ha! Such a good place. Why guard the third cafeteria? Just take it over, guaranteed to be foolproof. I want girls to dance for me. I want girls to massage my shoulders. Damn it, charge. They surged forward like rabid dogs. They had been a distance away from the metal wall before, and since there were no seams in the wall, they couldn't see it clearly. Now that they were close, they finally saw that the wall was curved. There was no place to gain leverage. Ordinary humans simply couldn't climb it. The crowd couldn't help but curse. Damn it, I want to report someone for cheating. Is this the kind of wall that carbon-based life forms can create? Chao Chuan looked at these clowns and couldn't help but laugh. They couldn't even get past this barrier and still wanted to steal his supplies? Just as the people in the front were at a loss, unsure how to get in, those behind pushed forward. If you can't get up, step aside, I'll do it. They had absorbed zombie crystal cores, giving them incredible jumping ability, and they didn't think twice about the wall. They leaped up directly onto the top of the wall. Wow, the top is also curved. I'm really impressed. Which idiot designed this? After saying that, he slipped and fell backward, landing back in the middle of the group. Amao, can you do it? If not, let me. Another person spoke up. With that, he jumped up directly. After stepping on the top of the wall, he used a second jump for extra force. Simple and easy. Before he could finish his sentence, he landed on the ground, several long spears piercing through his feet and impaling his organs. He was dead beyond recovery. The others didn't hear the sound. They thought he had already grabbed the supplies. Growing more anxious, each of them, with enhanced jumping abilities, leaped up like dumplings, then followed the same pattern to jump down. There are traps. Brothers in the back, be careful. Ah, what? Everyone immediately stopped in their tracks. Some self-proclaimed strong members of the rescue team jumped up, and after seeing the traps clearly, jumped back down. He spoke up. Behind the wall, there's a row of steel needles. If we just go down like this, we'll definitely get impaled. Let me do it. A burly ability user said. I can get you inside. Everyone immediately became interested upon hearing this. You have a way? Get me in first. Me too. Count me in. The crowd was already red-eyed, not caring about anything else. As long as they got in, everything would be easier. Alright. The ability user directly grabbed one person's arm and threw him with force. A perfect parabolic arc. The first lucky one bypassed the wall and entered the dormitory area. In midair, his heart raced, fearing he might step on another trap. He closed his eyes, looking calm as if facing death. However, he didn't feel any discomfort. He stomped on the ground hard, and after a while, nothing happened. He immediately shouted, "Brothers, hurry in. As long as you jump over the steel needle area, there's no danger." What? I'm coming. The people behind, hearing the latest news from the front, became even more excited, urging the ability user to get them in quickly. As one by one, the combat personnel entered without any discomfort. The main force all entered the graduate dormitory area. Yi Fan and the higher-ups like Wang Ba also finally entered the dormitory area. At this moment, Chao Chuan was not idle either. He originally planned to eliminate all these people after they entered the dormitory area. Since the guests had arrived, as the host, he couldn't be negligent. Therefore, he immediately retracted the metal platform beneath his feet into his space. Everyone stood face to face together. The combat personnel of the rescue team were just about to rush up the metal platform to take down Chao Chuan. Unexpectedly, Chao Chuan came down himself. They excitedly shouted, "Delivery guy, are we going to take you down, then rob your girl and raid your home? or will you hand it over first and we'll leave you a whole corpse? We have an old saying in Huaxia, those who know the times are wise. I advise you to surrender voluntarily to avoid losing your life. He. Chao Chuan coldly looked at these people. He didn't respond with a word. At that moment, Wang Ba, who had been quiet, also stepped forward. He said to Chao Chuan, "Delivery guy, I'm your Uncle Wang. I've never asked you for anything in my life. I really like the woman beside you. Now let Wang Mang and Zhang Lu come over to please me, and I guarantee you can leave here safely. I've been watching that Wulan Lan for a long time. Come over and give Daddy a kiss, and Daddy will ensure your man leaves safely." Another ability user, seeing Wang Ba say this, followed suit and spoke up. "I want those sisters. The two with the longest legs are mine." A few powerful ability users quickly allocated Chao Chuan's wife within a minute, completely disregarding him. The other combatants who couldn't get a woman stared at Chao Chuan, just waiting for him to reveal the location of the supplies before they rushed in to grab them. Hearing the noisy commotion nearby, Yifan frowned and said, "Everyone, Chao Chuan killed my brother, he must die." Yifan's words were the core of the entire team. Tension filled the air. Everyone picked up their weapons, ready to charge at Chao Chuan and tear him to pieces at Yifan's command. The wives, listening to the filthy words of these men, could hardly contain themselves and were about to pull out a long, black weapon to give them a taste of their own medicine. Chao Chuan reached out to stop the girls for a moment. Then, smiling, he said, "Wives, no need to rush." After that, Chao Chuan turned to the crowd and asked, "So, are you saying you have me at your mercy?" As soon as Chao Chuan finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter, saying, "Your confidence must come from your teammates. Tsk, but do you think they will arrive faster, or will our knives?" Chao Chuan laughed. He replied, "I think my gun is faster." "Gun? You don't even have a pistol to shoot." "Brothers, stop talking nonsense and just go for it. We're here to kill him anyway, no need for any grand reasons. We're just here to kill him, loot his home, and play with his women. Who are we trying to impress with all this?" A rugged ability user said, and immediately took action. They were only about 100 meters away from Chao Chuan. At that moment, the atmosphere on Chao Chuan's side changed. He directly controlled the M416 from his space and handed it to the girls. For a moment, it felt like playing a two-dimensional game. What does it feel like to have a twin-tailed, youthful, busty loli holding an assault rifle? The black stockings and glasses girl directly taught you American Iajutsu. The sister flowers explained how to have a double date. Everyone was dumbfounded. A gun? Where the hell did that come from? Before they could be shocked for a few seconds, Wang Mang was the first to pull the trigger. Lacking precision, they compensated with firepower. When a dozen assault rifles fired together, the scene was like cutting down rice, with bodies falling one after another. The members of the rescue team had imagined many ways to die, but they never thought they would die at the hands of rifles within the borders of Huaxia. The girls were thrilled, quickly emptying their magazines. Looking up, they saw that Yifan's team had dwindled to almost none. Wang Mang said, "Hubby, this is way more fun than playing PUBG." Chao Chuan patted her twin tails and said, "Remember, if no one offends me, I won't offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will kill their entire family." "Got it, there are still some alive. Should we kill them too?" "Sure." Chao Chuan nodded in agreement with Wang Ming's idea. The members of the rescue team, who had just been relieved that they were lucky enough not to be killed, now heard the women in front saying they wanted to kill them. They were all drenched in sweat. Without hesitation, they knelt down. "No, please don't kill me. It was all Yifan who sent us." "Yes, it was all Yifan's instigation. We're just ordinary people, no abilities, no threat to you. Please don't kill me. I just wanted a full meal. I was wrong. I won't dare again." Watching his teammates kneel down one by one, begging for mercy, devoid of any fighting spirit, Yifan's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't understand why he lost. He clearly had powerful abilities and the greatest charisma, yet he was defeated by firearms. He screamed hysterically, "Impossible. Chao Chuan, you a loser student, how do you have such firearms? Are you a terrorist?" Chao Chuan turned a deaf ear, not even wanting to say a word to him. He understood very well that villains die from talking too much. The more one desires success, the more every additional word becomes a fuse that leads one into danger, and the name Yifan sounds very familiar. Just like the protagonist. Since there is a way to achieve 100% victory, why put oneself in danger? He let his woman continue shooting. Even those with abilities, under the baptism of so many bullets, fell directly in the northwest. Soon, only Yifan was left, barely alive. As for that pretentious Wang Ba, to prevent any accidents, Chao Chuan took the initiative to act, controlling a metal needle to pierce his brain. Lying in a pool of blood, Yifan stared intently at Chao Chuan, his voice hoarse as he said, "Why? Who are you? Looking into his eyes filled with hatred, Xiao Chuan approached him, directly holding an M416 in his hand. The gun's muzzle pressed against Yifan's temple as he spoke, "Goodbye." Day. A magazine was emptied in an instant. His entire head was turned into a mushy mess, dead beyond any doubt. However, Xiao Chuan did not leave. He replaced the magazine and shot his chest, buttocks, and even the soles of his feet until they were riddled with holes. Only then did he nod in satisfaction. There shouldn't be any place left for him to be reborn. In the following time, Xiao Chuan controlled the metal, piling all the invaders together. He poured gasoline over them and set the bodies ablaze. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating the SSS-level human rebel Yifan for the revival of humanity, and receiving an additional reward of plus 100 to all attributes. Human rebel? Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chuan was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect that Yifan would ultimately develop into an SSS-level rebel, and the system directly rewarded Xiao Chuan with 100 attribute points, 10 times that of an ordinary human. Just how many bad deeds had Yifan committed in the future to earn such a high reward? Others probably weren't good people either. He had inadvertently killed a major villain. Indeed, everything was for humanity. Xiao Chuan, who had initially felt a bit guilty, instantly regained his composure and then checked his attributes. System, check panel attributes. Name, Xiao Chuan. Age, 21 attributes. Strength, 157 stamina, 175 speed, 156 mental power, 165 free attribute points to allocate, 0 passive skills, insulator, do as you please, golden kidney ability, metal control, B-level, special skills, woman radar, storage space, 30 by 30 by 30, special items, M416 assault rifle *87, 5, 56 bullets *998700, freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, high-end solar generator *10, nano combat suit *87. Xiao Chuan looked at his attributes, which had reached 157 points, and was momentarily taken aback. 157 points of attributes equated to 7 times that of an ordinary adult. How much strength could that yield? The punching power of an ordinary adult is 60 kilograms, so even at his weakest, he possessed 942 kilograms of strength. Hiss! One punch man? That wasn't enough. Xiao Chuan then took out the zombie crystal cores he had saved in his space. There were a total of 121 zombie crystal cores. Xiao Chuan directly swallowed 120 of them in one go, adding them all to his strength. Ultimately, his strength reached 169 points, boasting 1,014 kilograms, plus his speed, which was 6 times that of an ordinary human. The impact of this punch could reach 10 tons. Terrifying indeed. After reviewing his attributes, Xiao Chuan did not return directly to the dormitory. To cut the grass without removing the roots is to let it grow again with the spring breeze. He had no intention of letting go of some personnel left behind by the rescue team. Then, Xiao Chuan spoke to the girls, "You all clean up here. Wang, Mang, come with me for a bit." "Okay, hubby." The girls happily agreed. They still felt a lingering fear about the dozens of survivors who had died at their hands. But for these bad people who wanted to kill and take their wives, their deaths were not to be regretted. The girls even regretted letting them in. If they had known, they could have killed them outside without having to clean up. Xiao Chuan took Wang Mang out of the dormitory area. Soon, they arrived at the third cafeteria. Looking at the completed defensive works, Xiao Chuan did not act immediately. He turned to Wang Mang behind him and said, "When you go in to ask for help, control your clothes a bit, act normal." "Ah, hubby, aren't you going? You know my speed. If there's danger, I'll definitely handle it for you right away," Xiao Chuan replied. Oh, so if there's no danger. If there's no danger, it means everyone left inside is a good person. We don't kill good people, we only kill bad ones. Xiao Chuan patted Wang Mang's twin ponytails. I understand, hubby. You're going to catch them in the act, right? Who knows a husband better than his wife? Go on. Wang Mang blushed and said, "Thank you, hubby, I'm going." Before leaving, Wang Mang changed into a very normal campus outfit. However, no matter what she wore, it couldn't hide her magnificent beauty. Once she left Xiao Chuan's side, Wang Mang quickly arrived at the entrance of the third cafeteria. She hadn't even waited a minute when a guardian poked his head out and said, "Classmate, are you here to join our self-rescue team?" Wang Mang shyly nodded. Seeing her like this, the guardian's eyes widened in surprise. Without saying a word, he directly opened the defensive gate and let Wang Mang into the third cafeteria. As soon as she entered, several other guardians approached. One of them said, "Hee, where did this little beauty come from?" Yi Gu and Wang Gu went to look for supplies, but I didn't expect a woman to come knocking. "What do you want?" Wang Mang took a half step back, fearfully asking. The others became even more excited at her reaction. What do we want? Of course, we want to have some fun. TSK, your figure is really nice. Don't be afraid, little sister, let us check your body. If you get caught by a zombie, we can't let you stay overnight. Exactly, I see your chest is all puffed up. Are you hiding something? Otherwise, how could a little girl like you be so big? Let me take a look. Their voices quickly attracted more attention. More and more survivors came down from upstairs. When they saw it was a little girl, even a 60-year-old janitor wanted to come over for a piece of the action. One by one, their hands reached out toward Wang Mang. Help! Wang Mang, scared, hid in the corner and shouted loudly to the female survivors behind her. The female survivors behind her looked on with glee and said, Oh, so pretty, and with such a big chest, wow, your skin is so fair and tender. I think you should hurry up and satisfy them, and then become our food. Zhang Jia, isn't this bad? Another aunt said. What's wrong with it? Our food has long been eaten. Who knows if that Yi Fan can bring back food? If not, this girl must weigh at least 90 pounds, enough for us to eat for a while. Well, Zhang Jia has a point. I also want to taste that chest. There were not many female survivors, either they were older or not good looking. Those ugly women looked at Wang Mengmeng's beautiful appearance with jealousy. Many began to chime in, agreeing with Sister Shang's good suggestion. The male companions naturally had no objections. They had even started preparing for the party to enjoy themselves thoroughly. In the apocalypse, who knows if one can survive until tomorrow? Enjoying today is all that matters. Once this village is gone, there won't be this shop anymore. Chao Chuan watched Wang Mengmeng from a distance, originally wanting to praise her acting skills, as expected of someone who had been a streamer. The next moment, seeing that none of the survivors from the third cafeteria were good people, his murderous intent surged. If he hesitated any longer, Wang Mengmeng might be in danger. He rushed in immediately. Who are you? One of the survivors in front of Wang Mengmeng asked, looking at the sudden appearance of Chao Chuan with confusion. Before Chao Chuan could speak, several hands reached out to tug at his clothes. Kid, do you understand the order of arrival? Go to the back of the line. Why haven't I seen this person before? Haven't seen him? His face is quite fair, and he's pretty handsome. A guy like him isn't bad. The other survivors, hearing this discordant voice, were momentarily stunned, then erupted in excitement. Don't be too rigid about gender, let's all go together, hee. I originally thought there were still some good people left in this apocalypse, but I was wrong. Aside from the strong, the weak who can survive are all bad people, they all deserve to die. After Chao Chuan finished speaking, he directly controlled the iron needles, shooting them all in the head. He didn't want to use his hands to kill them. Too dirty. After leaving the third cafeteria, Wang Mengmeng followed closely behind Chao Chuan, her mind heavy with thoughts. After walking for a while, she hesitated to speak, and Chao Chuan immediately stopped, holding her in his arms. If you want to cry, just cry. I originally thought they still had a conscience, but reality slapped me hard in the face, Chao Chuan said. Wang Mengmeng replied, hubby, it's okay. No matter what this world becomes, as long as I have you, that's enough. Her words made Chao Chuan's mind momentarily freeze. He had thought that with these women, it was only a physical transaction. I provide food and a safe place to stay, and they help me gain rewards. But today, Wang Mengmeng's words touched him deeply. Maybe she didn't truly love him, but at least now, she had accepted him, this invader, in her heart. Yes, Wang Mengmeng, and the other girls. As long as I am here, that's enough. When feelings run deep, everything comes naturally. After Chao Chuan brought Wang Mengmeng to a safe classroom, with over 30 zombie corpses piled at the door, he held her tightly. This time, it wasn't for venting or pleasure. It was the communication that should exist between a couple. Just like two people in love, naturally getting married and having children. Everything flowed smoothly. Ding! Host's passive skill do as you please activated successfully. Wang Mengmeng has successfully conceived. Ding! System warm reminder, rewards will only be issued upon the successful birth of offspring. Please ensure the host protects the pregnant body to successfully give birth. Looking at Wang Mengmeng, who was sleeping like a little kitten in his arms, Chao Chuan smiled happily. I should be a soon-to-be dad now, right? He, I'm going to be a dad. Then, Chao Chuan checked Wang Mengmeng's attributes. Name, Wang Mengmeng. Photo, image. GIF age, 23 beauty score, 87 body score, 88 purity, 99% current health, 100% comprehensive score, 88 attributes, strength, 8, 2 stamina, 11, 1 speed, 8, 4 mental power, 10, 2 conception status, pregnant, progress 1%, success rate 50%, consuming zombie crystal cores can increase the success rate, consuming high-level zombie crystal cores can speed up the progress. Chao Chuan glanced at Wang Mengmeng's data. Too low, this panel. It seems I need to gather more zombie crystal cores to feed my wives. With just this level of attributes, even with firearms, if I encounter a fast-moving ability user or a mutated zombie, survival will still be at risk. I don't want my wives to test the limits of the nano combat suits. Holding Wang Mang, I fell asleep. When I woke up again, it was already 7 p.m. The world outside had completely darkened. Chao Chuan looked out the window. Most places were shrouded in darkness. I couldn't tell if it was due to a power failure, a lack of survivors, or survivors who were too afraid to turn on the lights. In any case, it was pitch black. However, Yongjiang University was still bright. As long as there was light, the solar street lights would automatically turn on without manual operation. At that moment, Wang Mang also woke up. She immediately controlled the nano combat suit, restoring it to its original state. With the nano combat suit, it saved time on changing clothes. As long as she had the thought in her mind, it could materialize directly. After standing up, Wang Mang walked behind Chao Chuan and wrapped her arms around his waist. She asked, "Hubby, should we go back now?" "Yeah, let's go back. If we don't, the wives at home will worry about our safety," Chao Chuan replied, then remembered the 30 or so zombie crystal cores he had just collected. So, he directly handed the zombie crystal cores to Wang Mang and said, "You should eat these cores." "Ah, hubby, these are the zombie crystal cores you collected. You said before that you should eat the cores from the zombies you killed yourself. I can't take them." Wang Mang shook her head in refusal. Chao Chuan often went out to gather supplies. Every bit of strength was a guarantee of safety. Compared to Wang Mang, Chao Chuan needed the zombie crystal cores to enhance his power more. After hearing Wang Mang's words, Chao Chuan took her hand in his. He placed the zombie crystal cores in her palm and said, "I told you to eat them, so you will eat them. If you don't listen, you'll get a shot." "Ah, a shot." Wang Mang stepped back in fright. The scene of their earlier conversation flashed back in her mind. Her husband was too powerful. She couldn't handle it alone. She quickly said, "Hubby, I'll eat, is that okay? Next time, if there's a shot, you have to call a few more people. I'm scared alone." "Next time will be a long time from now," Chao Chuan said, stroking her face. "Ah, hubby, do you not love me anymore?" "Boo-hoo," Wang Mang immediately replied. "How could that be? You're going to be a mom, so you can't play games anymore," Chao Chuan said, gently caressing Wang Ming's flat belly. I'm pregnant? How did you know, hubby? You're not a doctor, you must be joking," Wang Mang replied, looking incredulous. Seeing Wang Mang's tsundere expression, Chao Chuan playfully scratched her nose with his finger and said, "If I say so, then it is. For this period, you shouldn't come out with me, just focus on taking care of the baby." Respectful and fake. Oh. 1 minute later, Chao Chuan was holding Wang Mang as they appeared in the graduate dormitory area. If it weren't for considering Wang Mang's acceptable speed, it would have been faster. After all, Chao Chuan was currently just fast, not teleporting. He still had the necessary physical reflexes. At this stage, it seemed only he could accept this speed. Just as they returned to the dormitory area, the girls were all gathered on the playground, washing and preparing vegetables, busy and cheerful. As soon as they saw Chao Chuan return, they immediately put down what they were doing and greeted him with happy faces. "Hubby, you're back. We just finished preparing the ingredients and we're waiting for you to barbecue." Hearing the girl's words, Chao Chuan smiled and walked over, saying, "Oh, what made you want to have a barbecue today?" "Oh dear, husband, you have no idea. When we were burning the bodies of those bad guys, the oil was sizzling and the aroma wafted all over the dormitory area, even attracting quite a few zombies. But the zombies from the walls you built can't get up at all. We killed a lot of zombies while standing on the roof." After the girls finished speaking, Li Yuding pulled out a large handful of zombie crystal cores from her pocket. There were more than 200, by estimation. "So many? Not bad. The little treasures can already stand on their own." Chao Chuan touched Li Yuding's face and said with a smile, "It's all because my husband is excellent that we are here. Does husband have any rewards for us?" "Rewards? There are plenty of rewards." Chao Chuan laughed, looking at Li Yuding who was so close. He directly pulled her in and gave her a kiss. Hee, I'll reward you properly tonight." Husband only cares about Tingting and not us, How could that be? Everyone gets a reward today. So embarrassing, husband is so bad. Let's eat barbecue first, I've already grilled a batch. After eating and drinking enough, it was already 9 p.m. Chao Chuan, who had been busy all day, yawned. His eyes were a bit dazed. He was indeed a little tired. So, he said to the girls, "Wives, it's getting late, time to rest. With so many dormitories, we don't have to squeeze into one. Choose your dormitory later. This middle building is mine, so it's relatively close to each of your rooms." "Alright, everyone choose." After hearing Chao Chuan's words, the girls immediately started chattering. "Husband, I'll just stay in your dormitory. Anyway, each dormitory has 2 rooms and a living room. One more person is just right. Wang Mang immediately spoke up. After Wang Mang finished speaking, the other girls were not having it. Mang, that's a bit too much. Husband isn't just yours, how can you monopolize him? Mang, you and husband have already spent a whole day together, now it's my turn. Don't fight with me. I haven't had a good chat with husband yet, we should be the ones. Wang Mang's actions sparked public outrage. One by one, they blushed and argued, determined to take the C position in Chao Chuan's dormitory and enjoy the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Watching these little vixens openly lay their cards on the table, Li Jiayu became anxious. Among all the girls, she felt the least secure. Although she had contributed by sending teacher Zhang before, she still felt it wasn't stable enough. She could be kicked out by Chao Chuan at any moment. Thinking of this, Li Jiayu squeezed to the front and said, since you all are fighting for husband's adjacent room, then I'll reserve husband's bed. What? You can reserve a bed? I want one too. No way, that's mine. I'm Xiongdae, I came first. I have a big butt and can bear children. Husband wants us to have his babies. I'll come, I guarantee the babies will weigh 7 or 8 pounds. Watching the girls argue endlessly, Chao Chuan instantly felt a headache. His stamina was both fast and enduring. If he really wanted to please the girls, he could easily handle them all in one night without any pressure. Even if they didn't stay in the same room, couldn't he just come over? He didn't have to be on top, being underneath was fine too. What was there to argue about? To avoid escalating the argument, Chao Chuan directly arranged all the dormitory positions for them. Each dormitory would house 4 girls, so if anything unexpected happened, they could look out for each other. If it were just zombies, Chao Chuan wouldn't feel scared. After all, the zombies at this stage weren't that strong. But there must still be survivors in the school. Who knows if there are other ability users among them? If someone with special abilities sneaks in at night and harms my wife, that would be a huge loss. It's quite embarrassing to say. The girls have been saved for quite a while, yet there are still 4 who haven't explored the origins of life. Tonight, they must all be taken down. After dealing with the dormitory matters, Chao Chuan turned and entered his room, then sent a message to Zhang Ruo and Lu Xinxin. Come to my room after your shower. Zhang Ruo and Lu Xinxin were originally feeling frustrated about being too far from Chao Chuan, which was actually just the next dorm. Suddenly, they received Chao Chuan's message. Instantly excited, they replied with a OK and sent several screenshots of QQ lingerie to Chao Chuan, asking which one he liked. Can't I have them all? Change into an outfit in half an hour. The two, upon receiving the message, blushed deeply. Hubby is so bad. Yeah, I heard the 3 sisters before couldn't handle him. Boo-hoo, so scary. Zhang Ruo looked at Lu Xinxin and playfully pressed against her. Xinxin, you're already sliding, and you still say you're scared. I see you're quite excited. Boo-hoo, stop it, so embarrassing. Meanwhile, after sending the message, Chao Chuan directly closed WeChat and started browsing the school forum. Upon opening the forum, a prominent post was pinned at the top. It already had over 999 replies. Sigh. As fellow students of Yongyuan, the demon Chao Chuan ruthlessly killed dozens. Is it a moral decline or the extinction of humanity? Why does this sound so familiar? With confusion, Chao Chuan clicked in to check, and it turned out to be photos of the 3rd cafeteria being wiped out. From the quality, it seemed to be surveillance footage. Attached was a photo of Chao Chuan delivering takeout back then. Further down, it turned out that a survivor in the monitoring room had released this video, not only cutting out the beastly behavior of the survivors but also embellishing it to portray Chao Chuan as a demon who indiscriminately killed people. Even Wang Mang was labeled as a promiscuous woman, seducing men as soon as she entered. Instantly, the remaining survivors of Yongyuan emerged one by one to condemn Chao Chuan and Wang Mang. Slut and scumbag, that woman looks so big, she can't be a decent person, and the other is a poor loser. Clearly someone who can't follow the rules in the apocalypse, seeking revenge on society. Such people don't deserve to be called human. I bet that woman must have exchanged her body for food. Damn, even I got hard just looking at her. I'm sure she's killed thousands, or even tens of thousands. That's not impossible. I've seen that guy before. He delivered takeout to my door. I had just gotten up in my pajamas, and he kept staring at my thighs. So disgusting. Slut and scumbag, go die. Slut and scumbag, Yongyuan doesn't need beasts like you. Slut and scumbag don't deserve to be human. Even worse, someone directly posted Chao Chuan and Wang Meng's personal information online for everyone to cyberbully. The more Chao Chuan read, the angrier he became. These bastards think they can use the school's public opinion to punish me. They seem to have forgotten that it's the apocalypse now. There are others who are cursing along without understanding the truth. If you want to eat melon, just eat it. Chao Chuan didn't want to bother with them, but now, Based solely on one-sided misinformation, they started attacking and even escalated the issue to Chao Chuan and Wang Mingming's household registration. The internet is not a lawless land. During peacetime, Chao Chuan wanted to punish these keyboard warriors. He couldn't do it back then, but can he not do it now? He couldn't care less about others, but when it comes to his woman, Chao Chuan couldn't tolerate it. He coldly said, "Those beasts with filthy mouths, speaking about my woman, have already sealed their fate." Chao Chuan noted down all their names, and in the posts they made, he found their current hiding location. Fortunately, this was the school forum. Next to their names were their professional year and class. Chao Chuan could easily pinpoint the locations of these keyboard warriors. Tomorrow, he would let these keyboard warriors know what it means to suffer the consequences of their words, what it means to repay a slight with a slight. Keyboard warriors are harmful pests. How many people have lost their lives in peacetime because of keyboard warriors? Just because they are not personally involved, they don't have to bear any consequences. Since no one cared before, now it's Chao Chuan's turn to take charge. Knock, knock, knock. As Chao Chuan was planning how to clean up these social pests, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Chao Chuan said. Click. As the door opened, two stunning figures entered Chao Chuan's view. Hiss. As expected, they were dance students. Their legs were both fair and long. One leg could entertain for half a year. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. These two girls could at least entertain for 2.5 years. Seeing this, even though he had already been with several girls, he felt a bit of anticipation. It's not that he only wanted girls with top-tier looks. Every girl in this land has her own charm. Chao Chuan was not the type of man who prioritized looks above all else. That would be too vulgar. As long as their looks were above 85 points, Chao Chuan was fine with it. Just as Chao Chuan was about to say something, another girl peeked her head in from behind the door. Lin Yue. Chao Chuan hadn't even planned to call her, yet she came in on her own. "Chao Chuan, I just went out to get some water." "Yes, water, and I ran into 2 senior sisters. I heard there's soy milk here, so I came over." "You don't mind having one more person, do you?" Looking at Lin Yue's stunning beauty, Chao Chuan immediately replied, "Of course not, welcome, welcome." Then Chao Chuan stood up, walked directly in front of the 3 girls, and gently pushed the door closed with his foot. Breathing in the fragrant scent of their hair and gazing at the 3 girls so close, Chao Chuan liked each one more than the last, wishing he could have them right away. However, the night was still young. Chao Chuan was not in a hurry. After closing the door and windows, tonight's nightlife was just beginning. Speaking of which, Chao Chuan hadn't checked the attributes of these girls yet. Now was a good time to see what scores the system would give them. Name, Jiang Roar, photo, image. GIF, age, 23, beauty score, 88, body score, 95, purity, 100%, current health, 100%, overall score, 92, attributes, strength, 10. 3 stamina, 11. 1 speed, 10. 8 mental power, 9. 1. Pregnancy status, not pregnant. Please complete the sewing as soon as possible. The donkey in the production team doesn't rest as much as you do. Name, Lu Xinxin, photo, image. GIF, age, 23, beauty score, 87, body score, 91, purity, 100%, overall score, 90, name, Lin Yue, photo, image. GIF, age, 21, beauty score, 97, body score, 92, purity, 100%, overall score, 95. Chao Chuan looked at the attribute panels of the 3 girls in front of him, and he was no longer calm. Good heavens, all 3 were beauties with overall scores above 90. Wow! Hiss! Chao Chuan looked at Lin Yue's score in surprise, not expecting this girl to have an overall score of 95. If it weren't for her body holding her back a bit, her score might have gone even higher. Another surprise for Chao Chuan was Jiang Roar. He had felt that this girl had an amazing figure, but he didn't expect it to reach a score of 95. It was like a little cow taking a plane, soaring to the heavens. It seemed that tonight he would experience royal treatment. Without saying a word, Chao Chuan directly pulled the 3 girls into his embrace. Fair treatment for all, he kissed each one. With a click, he turned off the room lights. Chao Chuan mischievously said, 3 little enchantresses, watch how I deal with you. Jiang Roar buried her head in Chao Chuan's chest and softly replied, be gentle, hubby. Ding! The host has successfully rescued a beauty, detected the girl's score as 92 points, and received a reward. The reward is being distributed, ding. The host has successfully rescued a beauty, detected the girl's score as 90 points, and received a reward. The reward is being distributed, ding. The host has successfully rescued a beauty, detected the girl as a high-quality human female with a score of 97 points, and can receive an additional reward. The reward is being distributed, ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining plus 20 to all attributes, ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing their supernatural ability, metal control, B grade, upgraded to metal control, a grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing their storage space from 30 by 30 by 30 to 40 by 40 by 40. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining organic meat, 100 tons each of pork, beef, and lamb. After discussing with the three girls, listening to the system's notification sounds, another wave of rewards flooded in. However, Chao Chuan had no time to check his attribute changes for now. At this moment, how could he be distracted while communicating with the girls? He immediately put his thoughts aside. Chao Chuan lay in the middle of the three girls, wiping away the tears left on his face by one of them after their earlier excitement. He reached up to feel for his phone on the top of his head. Habitually, he opened it to check the time. It was already 11 p.m.? So fast? He didn't expect 2 hours to pass so quickly. This was just the beginning. They hadn't even had enough fun yet. He looked again at Ling Yue, who was panting heavily beside him. Chao Chuan launched another offensive. Hubby, you're ambushing me, woo. I can't take it anymore, I'll break. Don't be afraid, there's only ever a tired cow, never a field that gets ruined. And besides, it was those two who were working hard. Wei, you were slacking off. Woo, I'm sorry, hubby, I won't slack off next time. Time quickly passed to 5 a.m. Chao Chuan had eaten to about 60% full before finally letting the three girls go. He held them and fell into a deep sleep. A night without words, who knows how many humans would go hungry tonight. The sun rose in the east. The next morning at 8 a.m. After receiving his rewards, Chao Chuan got out of bed, full of energy. 3 hours of rest was more than enough for him to recover. Looking at the three girls beside him, who were breathing evenly, Chao Chuan did not wake them. They were truly exhausted last night. Although the three girls had eaten some zombie cores, their attributes were still those of ordinary adult women, not having transcended the realm of ordinary humans. Naturally, they needed sufficient rest to regain their spirits. Thinking of this, Chao Chuan quietly got out of bed. After gently covering them with a blanket, he left the room. Just outside the room, he saw a girl in a lace apron fiddling with food in the kitchen. Hubby, you're up. Li Yujin came out of the kitchen holding a large bowl of food. You've worked hard, my little Yujin. It's not hard. Cooking for hubby is the happiest thing for me. So obedient. Chao Chuan scratched her high nose and then softly asked in her ear, how many days left? Upon hearing Chao Chuan's words, Li Yujin's face instantly turned red. With her youthful fingers, she quietly made a V gesture. Alright, call the other sisters over to eat together. MHM. Li Yujin blushed and immediately fled the living room to call the other girls. Chao Chuan stroked his chin, watching Li Yujin's slender figure, and said, only 2 days until maturity, how nice. Whoa, not a single comment. It feels like I'm playing solo all the time. Friends, please comment, give good reviews, vote, and tip. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, it was already 9 a.m. Time to go out and give the keyboard warriors a lesson. But before setting off, Chao Chuan opened the forum again to check that post. The people who had previously insulted him were still actively commenting. Good, not a single one missing. It seemed their food supply was still sufficient, otherwise, how could they have the time to attack Chao Chuan? At first, Chao Chuan was worried these people might die prematurely, leaving him unable to deliver justice. Now, it was good to confirm they weren't going to die anytime soon. Chao Chuan glanced at the locations of these people. His mental strength, which was several times that of an average adult, made his mind work like a supercomputer, instantly determining the optimal personnel and route. Chao Chuan said to the girls, I'm going out to take care of something. You all practice with the rifles at home. Okay, hubby. Wang mang immediately nodded. She had originally wanted to say she would go out with him, but seeing the murderous looks from the other sisters, she quickly changed her mind. Before leaving, Chao Chuan selected a goat and a few pig trotters from the meat he had just obtained and handed them to Li Yujin, saying, Xiao Yujin, we're having roasted whole goat tonight. Just have some pig trotters for lunch. The girls were drinking porridge when they suddenly froze at the sight of the goat and pig trotters Chao Chuan had pulled out. Hubby, is this goat? Pig trotters? Wow! I almost forgot the taste of pig trotters and goat meat. You're amazing, hubby. Whoa, hubby is just too awesome. Looking at the ingredients Chao Chuan had brought out, the girls' eyes widened. Remembering yesterday's barbecue, it had mostly been a vegetarian feast, with only frozen chicken parts and some leftover pork scraps. Although they could eat that, how could those ingredients compare to a roasted whole goat? Suddenly, everything felt bland. Those ingredients couldn't hold a candle to such high-end food. Although they didn't know where Chao Chuan had gotten it, as long as there was food, that was enough. In the apocalypse, food was like money in peacetime. Who wouldn't love it? After making arrangements, Chao Chuan left the graduate student dormitory area. The nearest keyboard warrior was just 200 meters away in a collective dormitory. This dormitory building was new. Each room and size was different from the 10-person refugee camp Chao Chuan had lived in before. They were all 2-person buddy rooms. At first, Chao Chuan had envied it, but the extra 1,000 yuan in rent each month made him hesitate. Although the conditions of this building couldn't compare to the graduate dorms, it could be considered a 3-star dormitory at Yongjian University. Soon, Chao Chuan stopped in front of a dormitory building. On the first floor of the dormitory, a dozen zombies were wandering around. When they saw Chao Chuan, a living person, they howled and charged at him. Chao Chuan's attributes were no longer what they used to be. Plus, with his nano combat suit, he wasn't worried at all even if he got bitten. However, Chao Chuan didn't plan to use his abilities. Instead, he took out the M416 automatic rifle from his space. After all, what kind of man could refuse such a hot weapon? Chao Chuan unleashed a burst into the horde of zombies. Da-day-day. The sound of the silenced M416 was muffled, not attracting the attention of zombies from other areas. Moreover, his super strong mental power made Chao Chuan's accuracy nearly 100%. Each shot took down a zombie. Not a single bullet was wasted. Not even one magazine was finished. All the zombies were already on the ground. Chao Chuan smiled and blew on the muzzle of his gun, striking a very suave pose. Just then, a head poked out from upstairs. She looked down at Chao Chuan, who was holding a rifle, and immediately shouted excitedly, "Wow, an automatic rifle. Handsome, are you from the military rescue team?" Just as Chao Chuan was about to collect the zombie crystal cores, he heard the girl's voice from upstairs. He looked up. Her face and hair were somewhat disheveled from not being taken care of for a long time, and her complexion was very pale, devoid of color. But from her voice, she sounded young, probably a student from the same school. Seeing this, Chao Chuan quickly checked the girl's attributes. Name, Eugenia, photo, image. GIF, age, 22, beauty score, 92, body score, 91, purity, 100%, current health, 60%, hungry, overall score, 91, attributes, strength, 7 stamina, 8 speed, 7 mental power, 9, pregnancy status, not pregnant. This woman has high quality, please harvest her as soon as possible. Looking at the girl's attributes, Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to encounter her here. Eugenia was from the same department as Chao Chuan and was the flower of their department, her looks surpassingly Jiayu by a level, with a whole battalion of boys in the department secretly in love with her. However, he had never heard of anyone successfully winning her over. Eugenia was also regarded as a cold goddess. Chao Chuan had originally scoffed at this rumor. After all, there were quite a few rich second-generation students in Yongyuan, and it was only a matter of time before someone captured her. Now, having glanced at her attributes, her purity was still 100%. This meant she was still a virgin. He didn't expect her to maintain her purity. It seemed like fate. Chao Chuan smiled, harem +1. However, he was surprised that there was no system prompt for her being suitable for pregnancy. She was probably still on her period. He needed to act quickly. After swiftly extracting the crystal core from the zombie's brain, Chao Chuan was astonished to find that it was slightly larger than before. Although not obvious, he could still tell. The zombies were continuously improving. It seemed that tomorrow, their strength would increase by at least 3%. The apocalypse had already erupted for a few days, and it looked like he needed to speed up. Chao Chuan entered the dormitory building. There were 8 rooms on each floor, a total of 7 floors. This dormitory building had about 112 zombies in total. He had just taken out a dozen outside, leaving less than 100 inside. As soon as he entered, sounds of banging and clattering came from the surrounding rooms. Chao Chuan frowned at the noise. The zombies nowadays have such a strong desire to attack even through the doors. Following the sounds, he went straight to the door of one dormitory. He lifted his right foot and kicked the door open. 2 zombies at the entrance were kicked out by Chao Chuan's strength, door and all. Cough cough. Zombies didn't know what fear was. In fact, without the door's obstruction, they became even more agile. They stood up again and charged at Chao Chuan. Baya 2 shots to the head, and Chao Chuan added 2 more zombie crystal cores to his collection. Continue. Then, Chao Chuan swept through the rooms one by one. After a bit of time, he finally reached the floor where the girl was. The number of zombie crystal cores in his pocket had increased to 87. Come out, I've taken care of all the zombies, Chao Chuan said as he arrived at the girl's floor. After a while of silence, 2 people finally walked out of the room. 1 man and 1 woman. The woman was in front, and the man was behind her. The man's hand was always resting on the woman's waist. Given the situation, it seemed that if anything unexpected happened, the man would push the woman out as a human shield. Chao Chuan squinted and looked at the two. The woman was Eugenia, the flower he had just seen, and the man was someone he recognized, one of the keyboard warriors who had been furiously insulting him on the forum. At that moment, the girl looked at Chao Chuan with gratitude, wanting to say something, just about to speak. The man interrupted her. He spoke from behind, "Hey, are you a soldier sent by the government to rescue us? If you have any food, please give me some. I just finished my food today." The man's complexion was rosy, and he didn't seem too hungry. It was likely he had just missed one meal. On the other hand, the girl with him looked like she was starving, having not eaten for at least 3 days, and she looked ready to faint. Chao Chuan replied, "You're thinking too much. I'm not military personnel, just an ordinary student from Yongyuan." After hearing Chao Chuan's words, the man was first stunned, then ecstatic. Not a soldier? So he was just a college kid. College kids are the easiest to fool. Thus, the man immediately pressed on, "Brother, you're a bit impressive. Where did you get your weapon?" Hearing the man's words, Chao Chuan smiled. "Want to know? I can pay, my family is very wealthy. I'll give you 100,000 if you sell me your weapon, how about that?" The man said, 100,000? Ha, is that too little? No problem, I can add another 200,000, how about that? No, make it 300,000. Oh, how about this? I'll give you 1,000,000, and you let this girl next to you come with me, Chao Chuan said with a smile. 1,000,000? Really? Ha, what do you think? Chao and Ma, are you messing with me? Do you know who I am? Smack! Chao Chuan didn't respond to him and directly hit him in the mouth with the butt of his gun. Chao Chuan's strength attribute exploded. Even without using any technique, the man's teeth were mostly gone. Eugenia was startled by Chao Chuan's sudden attack and took a step back, not daring to look at him. The man covered his mouth in disbelief, looking at the dozen or so teeth on the ground, feeling a chill run down his spine. Wow, do you know who I am? You're dead. Hearing the man's threat, Chao Chuan smiled and replied, "It seems your mouth isn't as tough as your keyboard. Take a good look at who I am. I came specifically for you today. Don't you feel honored?" The man widened his eyes and looked at Chao Chuan. Wasn't this the man he had been cursing on the forum? Chao Chuan had even replied to him on the forum that he would come to find him. At that time, the man hadn't cared and continued to insult Chao Chuan. Unexpectedly, just a day later, Chao Chuan had come to find him. His face was filled with terror, and then his pupils constricted as he pleaded, It's you. I was just following the trend on the forum. I was wrong. It's okay, I forgive you. Now let's see how good your aim is, Chao Chuan said very calmly, as if it were as simple as eating or drinking. The man was scared. The scene of Chao Chuan killing mercilessly in the third cafeteria flashed in his mind. This person really dared to kill. He directly knelt down. Then a stream of yellow liquid flowed out from his pant leg. His head kept banging on the ground as he said, Don't kill me, please." Before he could finish his words, Chao Chuan pressed the gun against his forehead and pulled the trigger. It was very quiet. The sound of the silenced rifle was very soft. Taking a life felt like letting out a small yawn. He killed someone. Eugenia watched as the man collapsed in front of her, lying in a pool of blood, her face turning pale with fear. She stumbled back a few steps until she hit the wall, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Chao Chuan, resembling a lamb waiting for slaughter. "Don't be afraid, little sister, I'm not a good person," Chao Chuan said. Not a good person, boo-hoo." Eugenia immediately burst into tears. She was so scared that she was dumbfounded, at least others would pretend a little. But Chao Chuan was completely unpretentious. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Chao Chuan felt a pang of heartache. He roughly patted her face a couple of times and continued, "Don't be afraid. Although I'm not a good person, I won't kill for no reason. I have plenty of food and a place to stay. Are you willing to follow me, be my woman, and bear my children?" His words made Eugenia stop crying. She looked at the long, dark object in Chao Chuan's hand, internally complaining, "Brother, it seems I have no choice." Wiping her tears, Eugenia spoke in a hoarse voice, "I'm willing. That's more like it. Come, have some porridge to regain your strength. I'll take you back to my safe zone later," Chao Chuan said as he took a bowl of bone porridge from his space and handed it to her. "Thank you, brother." Eugenia took the porridge and drank it without hesitation. "Boo-hoo," she cried while drinking. Both Chao Chuan and the man before were not good people, but at least Chao Chuan had something to feed her, while the dead one would only rob her. "Boo-hoo, I might as well submit to him," Eugenia thought as she bit her lower lip. After Eugenia finished eating, Chao Chuan picked her up in a princess carry. He then went downstairs and headed straight back to the safe zone. Eugenia hadn't even realized what was happening when she felt a slight sting as if being torn apart, but it lasted only a few seconds before stopping. She opened her eyes and suddenly found the surroundings had changed. She was in a dormitory. Wang Mang looked at the new girl and said, "Hubby, is this a new sister?" "Yeah, you all help her take a shower, change into nano combat gear, and then practice shooting. Don't bully the newcomer, or I'll come back and spank you," Chao Chuan replied to Wang Mang. "Got it, hubby, we promise to complete the task," Wang Mang said, taking Eugenia from Chao Chuan's arms. "Sister, once you step through this door, we're all in this together, so we need to help each other." "Aha." Eugenia looked around in a daze. "Is this a real place? Why can't I hear the zombies roaring? I see there's unfinished food on the table. Is this such a waste?" Like a puppet on strings, Eugenia was led down by Wang Mang. Chao Chuan placed an M416 with plenty of bullets and a set of nano combat gear outside the bathroom before leaving. He still needed to find the second keyboard warrior. So busy, the second keyboard warrior wasn't far away. At a speed comparable to sound, Chao Chuan quickly found him. This person was a deadbeat. He had a habit of hoarding supplies, usually stocking up on a month's worth of food at a time. When the apocalypse hit, he was lucky, his roommates were all gone, and he hadn't turned into a zombie, allowing him to live comfortably until today. When Chao Chuan found him, he was engrossed in playing Honor of Kings, and it was impressive that he could still match with teammates at this point. However, while others were playing a game, this person was playing an electronic piano, single-handedly taking on 4 teammates and 5 enemies. Chao Chuan stood quietly behind him, watching him show off. "What a pathetic thing to play in the solo lane, you bastard. Come join the team fight. Jungle Dianwei can't play, I suggest you cut off your dick. Such a brainless hero is played like a stupid dog. Can support Dong Huan play? Can you come protect me? Damn it, playing so trash. You deserve your wife to be bitten by a zombie. Why don't you just die together? Tisk tsk, if the enemy Hoi has the guts, come challenge me one-on-one. 2 against 1 is nothing impressive, trash. Trash Lan Ling Wang just knows how to chase after dad." His typing speed even moved Chao Chuan a little. Impressive, indeed very fast. No wonder he could curse 9 people at once. While cursing, he could still hold his lane, and most importantly, he didn't miss a single minion, quite impressive. A little over 10 minutes later, he was about to push down the crystal. However, 2 of his teammates actually went AFK. This made the keyboard warrior furious, and he immediately cursed the 2's household registration. No need to guess, these 2 must have been discovered by zombies, either running away or already turned into zombie food. The situation instantly reversed. They were pushed back by the enemy. They lost 3 towers in a row. Just as they were about to lose the crystal, the keyboard warrior still didn't forget to argue, frantically outputting, and the enemy was also so enraged that they stopped pushing, standing on the high ground letting the minions push themselves. However, a dramatic scene occurred. While the enemy was cursing, 3 of them suddenly went silent. The keyboard warrior seized the opportunity to curse madly, but there was no response. 3 from the enemy team disconnected. 3 against 2, no suspense, they won. Trash is just trash, even if they weren't taken down by zombies, they still can't win. The keyboard warrior put down his phone and comfortably opened a bottle of cola. Chug chug chug. Finished it in one go. He threw the plastic bottle out the window. Previously, it could have attracted the zombies, but today it didn't. Just won a game and still excited, he naturally didn't notice the difference from before. The keyboard warrior comfortably said, "Still feels good, all the supplies in the dorm are mine, eating for 3 months is completely fine, zombies can't come up, so refreshing, who can kill me, ha." Just then, he saw a figure behind him in the mirror. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out from his forehead. A zombie? No way, the heavens want to take me. Terrified, he slowly turned around. He saw a man smiling at him, saying, "Keep going, it's quite interesting. If you live stream this, you definitely make money. Why you? Are you human or ghost? Why did you suddenly appear in my dorm?" The keyboard warrior looked at Chao Chuan in fear, his hands immediately groping on the computer desk behind him. He then picked up a stainless steel chopstick to protect himself. "Are you playing or not? If not, hurry up and leave." Chao Chuan smiled, as if narrating something very ordinary. "Damn it, don't think I'm easy to bully. Go die." Smack! The keyboard warrior forcefully stabbed the chopstick towards Chao Chuan. Due to the excessive force, the chopstick not only couldn't hurt Chao Chuan, but because of his own speed, it ended up stabbing into his own palm. With Chao Chuan's current attributes, let alone chopsticks, even a Huchan blade would find it hard to injure him in the slightest. The keyboard warrior's metacarpal shattered from the recoil. He was in so much pain that his face turned red. He couldn't even speak. Watching the keyboard warrior's comical performance, Chao Chuan smiled, then took out an assault rifle and pointed it at his forehead. It's already 4202, and you think you can kill someone with a pair of chopsticks? Staring at the rifle above him, he was dumbfounded. He directly threw the chopsticks aside. His hands kept waving as he said, "No, no, no, don't kill me. I can share half of my food with you. Please don't kill me." At that moment, the keyboard warrior was completely terrified. Chao Chuan frowned and directly shot him with a burst. He would never understand until his death why he was targeted. After taking away the supplies of the keyboard warrior, Chao Chuan's figure appeared behind the third keyboard warrior. The keyboard warrior was momentarily stunned by Chao Chuan's sudden appearance. "Who are you?" The keyboard warrior looked at Chao Chuan in confusion, unable to react for a long time. "You don't recognize me, yet you've been cursing me on the forum? Ah, you're that. Remembered, right? Now that you remember, you can hit the road." Bang! After a long while, Chao Chuan returned to the dormitory area. The difference this time was that he brought back a woman. She was already unconscious. When Chao Chuan found her, a keyboard warrior was about to assault her. The woman's clothes were torn to shreds, and tears flowed uncontrollably from her large, watery eyes. Her slender waist was being gripped tightly by the keyboard warrior, turning red, and below, her delicate feet were bound with several strands of hemp rope, leaving blood marks. Chao Chuan felt heartbroken upon seeing this. How could such a good girl be treated like this? He immediately shouted, "Do you even know what it means to cherish a woman?" At that moment, the keyboard warrior was less than 10 centimeters away from the girl, ready to carry out his vile act. Fortunately, Chao Chuan arrived just in time. With one swift motion, he severed the man's head. This prevented a tragedy from occurring. In just one morning, he had eliminated 10 keyboard warriors, killed 1,057 zombies, and rescued a girl. The gains were substantial. He brought the girl back to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, a rich aroma of braised pig's trotters wafted into Chao Chuan's nose. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, "So fragrant." Li Jiayu looked at the returning Chao Chuan and immediately said, "Honey, you're back. The pig's trotters are just done. We can eat now." "Great. I'm just hungry. By the way, take care of this girl in the room. I have some medicine here. I'll give her a bit." Chao Chuan nodded and replied casually, "Okay, honey, you eat first. I'll take care of the girl." Watching Li Jiayu's departing figure, Chao Chuan smiled inwardly and thought, although Li Jiayu was naive when she was younger, that's all in the past. Besides Wang Mang, I haven't made any other girl pregnant. Maybe tonight will be her turn. After Li Jiayu took the girl back to the room, Chao Chuan finally picked up the braised pig's trotters in front of him and started to eat. "Wow, it smells amazing. Sister Yujin's cooking is really great," Chao Chuan said to the busy Li Yujin. Li Yujin, who was preparing the ingredients for the roasted whole lamb, smiled and said, "I'm glad you like it, honey. It's my first time cooking, and luckily the internet hasn't gone down. I learned it online." "Not bad, not bad. If you have time at home, you can download more videos. That way, when the internet does go down, you'll still have something to use." Got it, honey. By the way, there's something I want to tell you once you've eaten enough." "What could be so mysterious?" Chao Chuan smiled, not paying much attention. What secrets could a little girl have? It was probably just some trivial matter. After eating and drinking his fill, Chao Chuan stood up and walked into the kitchen where Li Yujin was still busy with the ingredients. Looking at Li Yujin, who was working hard, a wave of happiness surged in his heart. Among so many girls, only Yujin could cook. If it weren't for the apocalypse, she would be the most suitable one for marriage and having children. Thinking of this, Chao Chuan smiled again. What was he thinking? A toad like him wanted to eat swan meat. If it weren't for the apocalypse, he would still be a poor loser, just a delivery guy, completely unworthy of such a good girl. "Honey, are you full?" Li Yujin's melodious voice interrupted Chao Chuan's thoughts. Chao Chuan immediately nodded, just about to speak. Li Yujin threw off her gloves, grabbed Chao Chuan's hand, and said, "Hubby, come here, let's go back to the room." "What's wrong?" Chao Chuan looked at her in confusion. If he remembered correctly, Yujin should still be on her period. There wasn't much they could do in the room. Could it be that? Damn, what am I thinking? Such a pure girl, how could I be like a beast? Always thinking about passing on the family line. Slap. Chao Chuan gave himself a hard slap on the back. Yujin had something serious to tell him. How could he think of such messy things? At that moment, the door behind them was closed by Li Yujin. She approached Chao Chuan with a flushed face and wrapped her arms around his strong waist. "Hubby, there's no rush to go out now." "Ha, it's still early. I plan to take a nap before going out. As long as it doesn't delay your matters, I might need to take up a bit of your time," Li Yujin said shyly. Then, she placed her hands on Chao Chuan's shoulders and pushed him down to the edge of the bed. A soft, cherry-like mouth leaned close to Chao Chuan's ear, whispering, Hubby, my relatives have left." "Relatives have left? What the hell?" Hearing Li Yujin's words, Chao Chuan was stunned, his eyes fixed on her. Yujin, didn't you say there was still one day left? Hubby, after eating the zombie crystal core, unexpectedly my period just ended. Li Yujin said while controlling her nano combat suit to change its appearance. The zombie crystal core has such an effect? Gulp. Chao Chuan swallowed hard. Li Yujin's nano combat suit transformed into a costume from a game that Chao Chuan liked. Coupled with her exquisite makeup and beautiful figure, damn. Chao Chuan's eyes couldn't move away. The person from the painting had come to life, especially since Li Yujin wore a layer of light gauze over her face. This scene, where she seemed to be half concealing her beauty, made one want to see her face even more. Yujin, this isn't good, your period just ended, and you're not wearing something looser. Playing dress up like this isn't appropriate, right? Chao Chuan pretended to be reserved as he spoke. No need, hubby, I can do it. Do you think I don't look like the character I'm cosplaying? Li Yujin said sadly, pinching her soul ring. I can't. Who could withstand this? Having said this much, if he didn't do something, the others would definitely disapprove. Without saying another word, he pulled Li Yujin to his side and lifted the gauze mask. Li Yujin's beautiful eyes widened. Then her face began to blush. She recalled the scene of several older sisters teaming up with Chao Chuan to play games. She felt a bit regretful for not being able to join them due to her physical condition. Now that they could duo, she couldn't let her brother down. Taking the initiative, she sat beside Chao Chuan and, looking at his handsome face, said, "Can I play support? Duo Q?" Although Chao Chuan preferred 5-man teams, seeing his sister so cute, he naturally cooperated. They played a high-level match together. "Sis, your skills need more practice. Remember to find me to duo more often," Chao Chuan said with a mischievous smile, touching her waist, which felt as if it had no bones. Then, he controlled his outfit to change into another character style. After that, they entered the game interaction through role-playing. Ding! Host successfully rescued the beauty. Detected sister's score is 96 points, and an additional reward will be granted. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 100 Barrett heavy sniper rifles, improved version, weight reduced by 99%, and 1,012. 7x99mm bullets. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a super alloy space villa, camouflage version, shaped like an armored vehicle measuring 5 meters high, 3 meters wide, and 6 meters long, equipped with nuclear power that can support continuous movement for 1 million kilometers. The tires are solid, so there's no need to worry about tire wear. For specific configurations, please check the system. The system's notification echoed in Chao Chuan's mind. However, Chao Chuan did not check it. At that moment, Eugene was having a blast playing, and he couldn't afford to be distracted by checking the system attributes. The best reward for Eugene right now was to play a few more games with her. With consecutive wins, Chao Chuan grew more and more excited. The game sounds in the room were turned up to the maximum, spilling out into the hallway. At that moment, Li Yujin, who had just finished practicing shooting, returned to the dormitory, ready to brew a cup of tea, when she heard the intense sounds of battle from inside. Her cheeks flushed, and she spoke up. "I wonder which sister is slacking off playing games in the middle of the day. How infuriating." Li Yujin didn't want to interfere, but the noise was too loud. Even in her nano combat suit, she felt hot all over. "I just want to see which girl it is. I'll have to let the others educate her later." Li Yujin stealthily approached the door. She carefully opened a crack in the door. "This sister." Li Yujin was surprised to see the familiar profile and immediately covered her mouth. However, the earlier sounds had already reached both of their ears. Upon seeing her sister, Li Yujin exclaimed happily, "Sister, you're here. Hubby is amazing. I've been racking up points so easily. You came at the right time. Let's both help hubby win." "Ah, you little girl, do you even know what you're saying?" Li Yujin was shocked. Her usually obedient sister was now so uninhibited. She even invited her to play games together. Didn't she have any sense of shame? Games should either be played in a 5-man team or in pairs. However, Chao Chuan was currently in high spirits and didn't care about Li Yujin's reaction. He directly locked the door behind him and pulled Li Yujin closer. "I haven't experienced playing with two sisters to level up yet. Haha, let's do it together." "Ah, I haven't even set up the game yet." "Yujin, it seems you need to practice more. You're not even as good as Eugene." "No, don't say that." After Chao Chuan threw out a trump card, he completely defeated the two female players. Looking at the two sisters lying beside him, breathing evenly, Chao Chuan contentedly stroked his chin and covered them with a blanket. "It looks like the roast whole lamb tonight will be a bit late," Chao Chuan murmured. He then checked Li Yujin's attributes in front of him. Name, Li Yujin, photo, image, GIF, age, 18, beauty score, 96, body score, 95, purity, 99%, current health, 100%, overall score, 96, attributes, strength, 10. 4 stamina, 11. 2 speed, 11. 1 mental power, 10. 8. Pregnancy status, achieved. Please let the woman conceive as soon as possible. Li Yujin's attributes were indeed much higher than Li Yuding's. He didn't expect that this small body contained attributes that surpassed those of an adult. No wonder it was Li Yujin who had been taking the brunt of Chao Chuan's output during the game, while her sister Li Yuding was playing support. It seems I need to give my sister some proper guidance. The attributes have been pulled a bit too much. Chao Chuan walked to the window and habitually pulled out a small white dragon to hold in his mouth. He intended to light it, but then remembered he was in the room with 2 girls behind him, so he stopped his actions. It was a little past 3 in the afternoon, and the scorching sun had lessened significantly, making it perfect for a nap. Chao Chuan turned to look at the 2 girls sleeping soundly. He could have lain between them at this moment, enjoying the blessings of having 2. But thinking about all the keyboard warriors whose lives he had to collect made fire blaze in his eyes. Damn it, making me work overtime. But some things just had to be done. The longer those people lived, the more pain it caused him. These social parasites waste the world's scarce food resources with every second they live. With that thought, Chao Chuan took a deep drag. Then he threw it on the ground and stomped out the embers, saying, "Before I come back tonight, I'll make sure to finish them all off." Chao Chuan left the dormitory and saw the girls training with their guns. It didn't seem right to leave without saying goodbye to his wives. He planned to check on the girls' practice before heading out. It wouldn't take much time anyway. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. Chao Chuan discovered that the usually quiet Yang Yian had actually hit 10 out of 10 shots, with 9 of them in the bullseye, making her a sharpshooter. If this were peacetime and there were a sports event, wouldn't she easily win the championship with just casual practice? Damn, this was truly a gifted talent. He hadn't expected to have a shooting genius in his harem. How long had she been practicing? And she already had such results. It was terrifying. He had just received a batch of sniper rifles from Li Yujin and was worried about not having anyone to use them. Now he had a candidate. Since Yang Yian had been educated for saying she wanted to save people, she had started to speak less and become very aloof. The most important qualities for a sniper are absolute precision, as well as enough calmness and patience. Chao Chuan saw that Yang Yiyun wasn't proud or complacent because of her impressive skills. She completely fit the profile of a sniper. He decided to directly train her in that direction. Thus, Chao Chuan walked over to Yang Yiyun, looking at her as if she were a precious gem. This made Yang Yiyun very nervous. She stopped shooting and said to Chao Chuan, "Hubby, you." For a moment, Yang Yiyun stuttered. "Don't be nervous, dear. I didn't expect you to be so accurate with the rifle. You've really surprised me. I think there's something more suitable for you." Chao Chuan took her hand and smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, hubby. What is it?" "Here it is." After saying that, Chao Chuan directly pulled out a 1.44-meter-long sniper rifle. Instantly, the girls present were startled. "My God, it's a Barrett sniper rifle!" Wang Mang exclaimed in surprise. As a gaming streamer, she not only played battle royale games but also had experience with games like this, so she naturally knew of Barrett's legendary status. She couldn't believe that Chao Chuan had actually gotten his hands on such a mythical weapon. The other girls had heard of this weapon to varying degrees, and the innocent ones who didn't know pulled out their phones to look it up. When they did, they were almost stunned. This weapon could even penetrate armored vehicles. How incredible was that? Yang Yian looked at the weapon Chao Chuan had taken out and asked in confusion, "Hubby, is this for me?" "Yes, this sniper rifle will be yours to use from now on." Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Yang Yiyun was first taken aback, then filled with joy. She snatched the Barrett from Chao Chuan's hands, originally thinking it would be too heavy to lift, but to her surprise, it felt as light as foam, easily resting in front of her. "Wow, Yiyun, that's so cool. Honey, I want one too," Jiang Ruor said enviously. Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan felt a headache coming on just thinking about how Jiang Ruor could miss 9 out of 10 shots. Giving her a Barrett was just setting up a teammate for failure. However, another type of weapon seemed quite suitable for her. Although he didn't have it yet, he figured that collecting a few more beauties would soon yield results. Chao Chuan touched Jiang Ruor's pretty face and said, "The Barrett might not be right for you. This thing has too high a precision requirement. Let me see if I can get a Gatling gun for you to try." "Oh my gosh, is there really a Gatling gun?" Jiang Ruor exclaimed in surprise. Chao Chuan smiled mysteriously and replied, "There will be." The girls were shocked by Chao Chuan's news wave after wave. If there was a Gatling gun, the rocket launcher couldn't be far behind. Hiss. Could it be that her husband's side job of delivering takeout was a cover, and his true identity was an arms dealer? One by one, they looked at Chao Chuan with changed expressions. In this apocalypse, being able to cling to such a powerful ally, what more could they want? Chao Chuan was unaware that this unintentional display of bravado had significantly increased the girl's loyalty. Leaving the dormitory area, Chao Chuan immediately entered work mode. The keyboard warrior's route had long been planned. Following the route, Chao Chuan harvested his way through. His A-level metal control ability not only expanded the range to 200 meters but also allowed him to control 10 times the number of targets compared to a B-level talent, easily managing 100 iron needles at once, greatly increasing efficiency, making him a harvesting machine. Chao Chuan was taken aback by this intensity. This was just A-level. If he advanced to S-level or higher, what would that be like? That kind of scene, forgive Chao Chuan for never having seen the world, he simply couldn't imagine. As he moved forward, the zombies he encountered didn't even have time to react. They all became part of the crystal cores in Chao Chuan's empty bag. Among the keyboard warriors harvested in the afternoon, most were extremely lucky individuals. Unfortunately, they had unwittingly provoked the killing god, Chao Chuan. Thus, they went to heaven with smiles on their faces. Chao Chuan stood in the last dormitory of his destination. The final keyboard warrior was brazenly spewing nonsense online. Stupid delivery guy, haha, all those things I said were made up, but what can you do about it? Seeing so many people join in cursing you because of me is just so satisfying. Wang mang, that dead bear is so big, you can tell she's no good, a rotten piece of trash. If she comes over to please me, I'll delete my comment. Chao Chuan quietly watched him, disgusted by the twisted combination of perverse psychology, jealousy, and obscenity on his face. Too twisted. If this kind of person had abilities, he would have probably killed his way through by now. In this keyboard warrior's room, there were also two girls curled up in the corner. They were covered in scars, their hair dirty and tangled, carrying an unpleasant odor. Ugh, this scumbag actually imprisoned women. With such disrespect for females, Chao Chuan knew he hadn't come in vain. This beast deserved to die. Without hesitation, Chao Chuan struck swiftly, sending him to heaven. Then he turned his attention to the two bound girls. Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. He quickly cut the ropes binding them. As he was cutting, the two girls let out a soft sound. Chao Chuan thought he had hurt them and hurriedly finished. Watching their expressions shift from terror to joy, he was momentarily stunned, thinking he must have seen it wrong. Shaking his head, he looked at the two girls again, and their faces were now filled with the joy of having survived. Hey, I really am a good person. I've saved two young girls. Chao Chuan spoke in his heart. The two women lowered their heads, glancing at Chao Chuan with their peripheral vision. Uncertain of what they were thinking, one of them suddenly stood up abruptly and grabbed the fruit knife from the table. She lunged at the keyboard warrior's body fiercely. It wasn't until her entire body was splattered with red liquid that she stopped her actions, laughing eerily. You too? Chao Chuan looked at the two in surprise. In the next moment, the two women returned to normal and sat on the ground, crying. After being bullied for so many days, it's normal to have some extreme reactions, Chao Chuan murmured. Since they had calmed down, it was time for him to leave. He had no intention of taking the remaining supplies in the room. These supplies meant nothing to him, but for the two girls, they were a rare treasure. Just as he turned to leave, one of the girls immediately ran over, kneeling on the ground. She crawled to Chao Chuan's feet and hugged his calf, saying, "Handsome, you can't just leave like this. You killed him, and how can we two weak women survive in this apocalypse? I'll do anything you want, woo woo woo. Yes, handsome, you can't just leave us. Without that man, we can't survive. Take us with you." After hearing their words, Chao Chuan frowned. What did they mean by not being able to survive without that man? There seemed to be some misunderstanding here. Was it not that this man had imprisoned them, but rather that these two girls had come willingly? Thinking of this, Chao Chuan checked the attributes of the two women. One had an appearance score of 79 and a figure score of 88, but a purity level of only 80%. The other had an appearance score of 85, a decent figure score of 92, but an even lower purity level of only 70%. Chao Chuan was taken aback. How many boyfriends had they had? They were practically a public bus. Moreover, Chao Chuan had been a bit puzzled earlier. This was a boys' dormitory, and the downstairs was filled with zombies. It was impossible for the keyboard warrior to have brought them back from outside. He had initially assumed these two girls were victims. Now everything was clear. It turned out they had come to him willingly. Living in a boys' dormitory before the apocalypse indicated a somewhat chaotic private life. Damn, this kind of scene, which is often found in internet jokes, was something novels couldn't even write about, yet it appeared vividly before Chao Chuan. And now they wanted him to take them away? If either of these girls had a purity level above 98, he would pretend not to know about their past. He could turn a blind eye. After all, as a descendant of Chao the thief, he had no virginity complex and didn't mind whether they had ex-boyfriends. The paths that had been walked would only be smoother. But these two, they were definitely not pure. It was really hard to swallow. Forget it, Xiao Chuan was not the kind of man who would settle for anything. For such a public bus, it was indeed hard to muster any interest, especially given their current appearance, covered in dirt and blood, their originally white clothes now a dingy yellow. If nothing unexpected happened, these two were probably still biological mothers. Terrifying. Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan said, I cannot place my brother in a virus culture dish, farewell. After saying this, Xiao Chuan unleashed his full power and instantly disappeared before the two women. The two looked at each other in confusion. One said to the other, Sister, what do we do now? That man was killed. There isn't just one man in the dorm. Let's take a shower, change into new clothes, and seek help on the forum. If we show a bit more skin, I don't believe that with our looks as little fairies, no man will come to save us. It's hard to find a six-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged lecherous men, right? That's true. Sister, you really think things through. It's a pity, though, we'll have to be bored for a few more days. Don't worry, sister, be independent and strong. I refuse to believe we can't survive without others. Sister, but I don't know anything. Sister, stop thinking about letting men do everything. You need to learn to live on your own. 7 p.m. Xiao Chuan, who had already returned to the dormitory area, still felt a bit of palpitations. He never expected to encounter two bio-mothers today. Just thinking about the strange smell they emitted made him feel a bit nauseous. Ugh, it seems he needs to hug his sister to calm down. With that thought, Xiao Chuan recalled that he hadn't properly met the two girls he picked up today. So, he immediately headed to the dormitory. As soon as he entered, he heard the girls chatting and laughing. The dormitory building was as lively as during the New Year. Looking at the sisters who had already returned to prepare dinner, Xiao Chuan spoke up. Mang, how's the shooting practice going for the first girl you brought back this morning? Hubby, you mean Jean Yao? She's doing well, her accuracy is pretty good, 4 out of 10 shots. I'll call her out now. Jean Yao, your hubby is looking for you, come out quickly. Wang Mang immediately called out to the kitchen. As soon as Wang Mang's words fell, a girl with an oval face, dyed golden hair styled in a single braid, wearing a white shirt and a pair of enticing long legs clad in jeans walked out. Her features were delicate and petite, making her look very alluring. Xiao Chuan was taken aback. He didn't expect that after taking a shower and putting on a little makeup, Eugenia would be so captivating. Wasn't this 1,000 times better than those two on the bus? As soon as Eugenia walked out, she immediately came to Xiao Chuan's side. She lowered her head shyly and greeted him, Hubby, you're back. After saying that, her face turned red as she turned away. Hearing Eugenia call him that, Xiao Chuan felt a surge of joy. He didn't expect that after handing her over to Wang Mang, she would be trained so well. It seemed he needed to reward her. However, since Wang Mang was already pregnant, this reward would have to wait until after she gave birth. Xiao Chuan initially wanted to just carry Eugenia away. At that moment, Li Jiayu also walked out of the kitchen. After looking at Xiao Chuan, she reported, Hubby, the new sisters haven't woken up yet, but they should be fine. They went through quite a bit of torment before and need some time to recover. Xiao Chuan nodded and replied, Alright, thank you for your hard work, Jiayu. How long until the whole roasted lamb is ready? Hubby, I'm afraid it won't be that quick. Besides the whole roasted lamb, Eugen is still preparing other dishes. It should take about another hour. Eugenia immediately spoke up, as she had been helping Li Eugen with the food and naturally knew the progress. After hearing Eugenia's words, Xiao Chuan thought to himself, an hour is too short. If it's a new girl, it definitely won't be enough to enjoy, so the target can only be changed to Li Jiayu. Thus, Xiao Chuan said, an hour? Since that's the case, let's have some snacks. Jiayu, come over here. Li Jiayu was taken aback for a moment. She nodded. What snacks? With a puzzled expression, she walked over to Xiao Chuan's side. Xiao Chuan grinned mischievously, directly wrapping his arms around Li Jiayu's slim waist, and said to her, Jiayu, I'm about to fulfill the promise I made today. Are you touched? Li Jiayu, taken away by Xiao Chuan, appeared dazed in a room. Looking around, she didn't see any other girls. Suddenly, she understood what Xiao Chuan meant by snacks. Li Jiayu's face flushed, and she cooperatively hugged Xiao Chuan, saying, Hubby, let me serve you well. No need, I'll take the lead. After Xiao Chuan finished speaking, he directly threw Li Jiayu onto the bed and aggressively launched his attack. The two began to lose themselves in a passionate struggle. Li Jiayu's adaptability was also quite strong, and she quickly got into the swing of things. An hour later, ding! The host's passive skill Carefree has successfully activated, and Li Jiayu has successfully conceived. Ding! The system kindly reminds you that rewards can only be issued after successfully giving birth, so please ensure the host protects the pregnant body to successfully give birth. Listening to the system's prompt, Xiao Chuan knew he had completed another round of sewing. Looking at the beautiful Li Jiayu lying beside him, Xiao Chuan gently touched her face. Then, out of habit, he lit a small white dragon and took a puff. With his body and mind relaxed, a thought crossed his mind. Now there were already 2 girls in the team pregnant with his children, and there would only be more in the future. To obtain rewards, this definitely couldn't stop. It seemed he needed to add girls with various skills, like kindergarten teachers and childcare workers, to his harem. So tiring. Just thinking about how much he had to do made Xiao Chuan's head ache. He had thought that with the system, he could comfortably lie back during the apocalypse. But unexpectedly, from the beginning of the apocalypse until now, he hadn't had a moment's rest, either rescuing girls or on the way to find them. He hadn't even had much chance to sleep in. With that thought, Xiao Chuan began to calculate which skilled girls he currently needed. Doctors, nurses, kindergarten teachers, even elementary school teachers, middle school teachers, and high school teachers were all needed. Those who could teach dance and singing should be capable in his harem. He already had Zhang Lu as a university teacher. He should need a few from various professions. Wow! When he counted, he realized he needed quite a few girls, easily over dozens. Moreover, for roles like teachers and doctors, he only needed 1. But for nurses and childcare workers, having just 1 girl to manage would be too exhausting. Their numbers would need to increase a bit. After a rough calculation, he sighed. Xiao Chuan would need at least 100 more. It wasn't just a lack of girls. The living conditions in the graduate student dormitory weren't great. If the number of girls increased, having dorms spaced several meters apart would be too inconvenient. It seemed he needed to plan his itinerary after leaving school. Headache. Forget it. No more thinking. Haste makes waste. With things as they were, he should eat first. He woke the drowsy Li Jiayu, helped her get dressed, and then they began their return, bringing Li Jiayu back to their original spot. The timing was just right. They happened to arrive as the whole roasted lamb was coming out. Looking at the golden, sizzling roasted lamb in front of him, Xiao Chuan hadn't even started speaking when his stomach embarrassingly growled. Xiao Chuan stood there awkwardly. The girls naturally noticed this embarrassing moment and kindly said to him, "Hubby, can we start eating? We're hungry." We're all family, no need to be polite, just dig in. By the way, save a bit for Su Weiniang. As long as she's my woman, everyone gets a share, Xiao Chuan said with a smile. Then, under the watchful eyes of the girls, he directly tore off a lamb's hoof. "I'll eat first, okay?" Xiao Chuan smiled, then took a big bite, and the fragrant, spicy juices burst in his mouth. So good. The leftover roasted chicken leg from earlier suddenly didn't seem appealing at all. This whole roasted lamb, not to mention in the apocalypse, Xiao Chuan hadn't even tried it during peacetime. Eating it this time felt like a mountain pig tasting fine grains for the first time. So satisfying. Seeing Xiao Chuan had already started, the other girls also stopped being polite and began to eat. However, they ate quite gracefully. After all, they were young girls who were used to 3 meals a day and weren't like other survivors who went days without food, so there was no need to fight for food. In front of Xiao Chuan, they still had to maintain their ladylike image to solidify their positions in his harem. Watching everyone eat so happily, Xiao Chuan felt something was missing. Right, beer. How could roasted lamb be complete without beer? He then took out 3 chilled beers from his space. After opening the long unopened moments, he snapped a photo and posted it. Only then did he turn off his phone and begin the feast. In the first cafeteria of Yongjian University, a dozen students armed with makeshift weapons were cautiously observing their surroundings. Occasionally, a wandering zombie would approach, but before it could let out a scream, several survivors would team up to turn it into a headless corpse. The group worked in perfect harmony, quickly extracting the zombie crystal core and placing it into their pockets. Behind this group was another set of fully armed survivors. At that moment, they were having a meal. In the center sat the principal along with many school leaders, surrounded by over 700 university students. They were chatting and laughing, creating an atmosphere that seemed far from the apocalypse, as if it were just a normal lunch break. However, the true ruler of the cafeteria was not the principal, but his son, Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua was eating, and his plate looked no different from those of the other survivors. Just then, he was called by other ability users and walked to the cafeteria's kitchen. Xiao Huahua quickly guessed what was happening, his expression changing. He soon arrived at the kitchen. In the storage area, which should have been piled high with supplies, there was now only a small amount left. Looking at the less than 1/10 of the food supply, Xiao Huahua fell into deep thought. The supplies are about to run out. Brother Hua, what should we do next? Another ability user spoke up. Don't rush, let me think. The school has so many supplies. As long as we keep searching, I believe we won't let everyone go hungry, Xiao Huahua replied. As soon as he finished speaking, another ability user chimed in. Brother Hua, to put it bluntly, why should we support so many useless people? They do nothing all day and still eat the same meals as us. Why should they? With one person starting, others began to voice their opinions, especially those school leaders. It's one thing not to work, but even in the apocalypse, they still act all high and mighty, barking orders at us. I can't take it anymore. Brother Hua, if you ask me, we shouldn't care about them. How many brothers have we lost? And what about them? They've been living off us, getting fat and lazy. Listening to his brother's complaints, Xiao Huahua felt a headache coming on, but he believed that since heaven had given them abilities, they had a mission to save the world. He was not a saint, he had a purpose. Ordinary people lacked the ability to survive in the apocalypse. It was up to them, the ability users, to save them. Now that things were unsustainable, Xiao Huahua had no intention of abandoning these survivors. Instead, he reflected on himself, believing he had not done enough. Xiao Huahua was a B-level fire ability user, and killing zombies was naturally easy for him. Under his leadership, they had basically scavenged the dormitories, cafeteria, delivery stations, and even the teaching buildings in this area. If it weren't for the overwhelming number of survivors, his supplies would theoretically be more than Xiao Chuan's, excluding system rewards. But now, they were all gone. Unlike the high-profile actions of the self-rescue team, Xiao Huahua's group was very low-key, which led to few people knowing of their existence. The survivors eating now were all rescued one by Xiao Huahua's team, and no one was promoting it. At first, it was fine to save so many people. Other ability users had no objections, but as the number of survivors grew and supplies were consumed rapidly, problems began to arise. What to do? Xiao Huahua was anxious. Just when he was at a loss, a notification from WeChat Moments about a friend's new update caught his attention. What is this? Xiao Huahua opened his phone to check his social media, and a photo of a roasted whole lamb caught his eye. The other ability users looked at Xiao Huahua in silence, puzzled as he opened his phone. One by one, they gathered around. When they saw the photo, they were momentarily stunned. Rubbing their eyes, one of them said, "This guy must be starving, he's posting a photo to quench his thirst for food." There's no way around it. Ordinary people can only avoid starvation if they encounter a good person like our boss. Otherwise, they have to go hungry, another ability user chimed in. The emphasis on good person was heavy. The others could sense his displeasure from his tone, but they knew it was pointless to say anything. One of them spoke up, "Alright, let's disperse. It's just a poor loser's fantasy. In the apocalypse, he still dreams of eating roasted lamb and being surrounded by a dozen beautiful women. Does he think he's the protagonist of this world? Ha ha ha. Get some sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow to look for supplies for those pests. I'm going to sleep too, I've been tired all day." After all, the team was formed by Xiao Huahua, and he was the strongest among them. They could only voice their thoughts but dared not do anything to defy him. A college student who was scrolling through his phone in the cafeteria also curiously walked over. When he saw that the photo was posted by Xiao Chuan, he was momentarily taken aback. Then he said, "Hey, isn't this the guy who was previously criticized as a murderer? He really is impressive, with so many women and a roasted whole lamb to eat." Xiao Huahua immediately turned to look at him. Pointing at the man in the photo on the screen, he asked, "Do you know this person?" "Of course I know him. Before the apocalypse, we even delivered takeout together. You might have added him as a friend while delivering." "Oh, I see. Brother, do you believe this is real?" Xiao Huahua casually asked. In reality, he held no hope. This Xiao Chuan was just a passerby. It could very well be a poor loser's fantasy, and the photo might have been edited. However, the next second, an unbelievable answer came from Yang Wei. "I believe it. I really do. He's become quite impressive. Let me tell you, not only has he become an ability user, but he's also saved quite a few beautiful girls and has built a harem. I didn't know which girls at first, but now I do. He's truly a winner in life. He's taken in quite a few girls into his harem." Everyone perked up at this, intrigued. Listening to a story like this was quite entertaining. What's going on? A poor loser making a comeback? Tell us more. Details about the harem. Yang Wei was just an ordinary person, unlike Xiao Huahua and the others who spent all day saving people and had no time to scroll through their phones. It was normal for him not to know, especially since there was less communication between people now and fewer channels for showing off. The campus forum had also seen a decline in visitors after the introduction of QQ and WeChat. He was different. He was just an ordinary person responsible for chopping and washing vegetables every day. In his spare time, he would play on his phone and browse the forum. He had naturally consumed a lot of gossip from the forum before. However, he wasn't a gossiping person. He always just read without commenting. As a poor loser, he was very rational. Most things online were likely fake. After a while, there would usually be a reversal. It was foolish to take sides too early. What if new results came out? It would be too late to delete comments and facepalms. There was even someone who was labeled a cyberbully for taking sides too quickly and was taken to the uncle's yard for a chat. He naturally knew Chao Chuan, just another poor loser like him, but he never expected that after the apocalypse, he would become the chosen one, able to kill at will, surrounded by beautiful women, and he heard that he even intercepted supplies from the rescue team. That was truly impressive, making him envious. With this thought in mind, Yang Wei revealed everything he knew. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huahua angrily set fire to the chair beside him. He spoke up, "Killer. People always kill him. I think the issue of resources has been resolved, it's him." Everyone immediately understood what this meant. Xiao Huahua was going to find Chao Chuan. Wasn't this like looking for a toilet with a lantern? One of the ability users, Li Chang, spoke up, "Boss, I've heard that Chao Chuan kills without blinking. He's probably a powerful ability user too. Do we really want to provoke him for no reason? No reason? How could it be for no reason? As an ability user, if he doesn't protect ordinary people and just kills innocents, I have the responsibility and obligation to find him," Xiao Huahua replied, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The other ability users exchanged glances after hearing Xiao Huahua's words. Did he really think he was the uncle of the Pacific, wanting to manage everything? That was a ruthless killer, with more lives in his hands than we have zombie heads. Was it really worth it to seek him out like this? After hearing this, Li Chang couldn't help but think, damn it, this Xiao boss must have water in his brain. I can't believe he would kill innocents. I know the mentality of a poor loser best. If you can do less work, do less. If you can take advantage, take advantage. If you can avoid action, avoid it. Just based on the many beauties in the photo, I wouldn't. If it were me, I'd be changing brides every day. Too busy looking for resources to bother with a bunch of poor survivors to kill. Isn't playing with fresh beauties more enjoyable than killing? What kind of psychological perversion would lead someone to think about killing? If he really had that kind of mentality, could he still post such photos on social media? I believe Chao Chuan's response, those people must be coveting Wang Mengming's body. The others wanted to stop Xiao Huahua from making this foolish decision, but Xiao Huahua was not swayed at all. His youthful spirit was ablaze. He firmly believed that Chao Chuan was a killer. Without a second thought, he rallied the team to go to the graduate dormitory area to find Chao Chuan. After much persuasion, they finally convinced him to wait until tomorrow. After all, it was already very late. Meanwhile, Chao Chuan in the dormitory was unaware that he had attracted an enemy because of a social media post. At that moment, he had just finished eating. Stretching, he got up and walked towards the bathroom. Seeing this, Wang Mengming immediately nudged Yu Jinyao beside her and said, "Honey, don't rush. Jinyao said she wants to take a bath with you." "Ha?" Yu Jinyao, still eating lamb, was taken aback for a moment, then immediately shook her head. She wanted to speak, but Wang Mengmeng covered her mouth with her hand. Chao Chuan naturally had no idea what was happening behind him. He paused. Chao Chuan then slightly raised his handsome face. This newly acquired sister, Yu Jinyao, was surprisingly considerate. Not bad, not bad. He walked up to Yu Jinyao, placing his large hand directly on her delicate little hand, saying, "Let's go together." Yu Jinyao's little face turned red. She didn't refuse, and half pushed, half allowed, she was led into the bathroom. The bathroom was not large. Chao Chuan looked at the lovely girl behind him. He couldn't delay her mealtime, could he? Without further ado, he stripped down out of respect. Adjusting his nano combat suit, he stored it away, leaving only a pair of SpongeBob SquarePants on him. At that moment, Chao Chuan had his back to her and accidentally bumped into Yu Jinyao. She had to step back a little. When she saw SpongeBob, Yu Jinyao froze. So cute. Yu Jinyao looked at Chao Chuan, immediately covering her eyes with both hands, but leaving a gap to sneak a peek at what he looked like at that moment. She never expected that the tall and imposing handsome guy, who was ruthless in action, would have such a shy side, and he was wearing SpongeBob SquarePants pants. It was truly shocking. However, upon seeing the clearly defined abs on Chao Chuan's abdomen, she couldn't help but swallow. Her husband had such a great body. It was just that the style of the pants was a bit eye-watering. A little, just a tad childish. Thus, Yu Jinyao, with her high emotional intelligence, said, "Husband, you're so childlike, those pants are a bit cute." Hearing Yu Jinyao's words, Chao Chuan smiled and didn't mind, instead responding generously, "The boxers don't matter. What's important is the inner self, right? Why are you still dazed? Do you want me to help you take them off? Take off? What do you mean?" Looking at the silly and flustered Yu Jinyao, Chao Chuan directly pinched her delicate, boneless shoulder, ready to help her take off her nano combat suit. Yu Jinyao shrank back like a frightened little rabbit. She immediately said, "No need, no need. I can wash it myself." Then she controlled the nano-combat suit to retract. Only her Hello Kitty outfit remained. However, this outfit was clearly a bit ill-fitting. It shouldn't be her own clothes. Wearing ill-fitting clothes was uncomfortable. Chao Chuan felt a pang of heartache. He immediately came in front of her, his understanding passive skill activating, and directly removed the two ill-fitting garments. At this point, there were no secrets left between them. After all, it was Eugenio's first time bathing with someone else. Naturally, she felt a bit shy and reserved. Chao Chuan looked at her flawless, white body. Excitedly, he said, with such a beautiful back, it would be a shame not to do cupping. Ah, cupping? What cupping? Chao Chuan didn't answer her. As Chao Chuan's rough hand measured how many cups could be used at once, Eugenio trembled all over. While Chao Chuan was studying how to do cupping, he suddenly noticed a trace of red liquid on Eugenio's body. Chao Chuan stopped his movements. Injured? Eugenio felt Chao Chuan had halted and opened her eyes. Following his gaze, she looked over. No, I'm not injured. I still have 4 days. Right, I'm sorry, husband, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Eugenio bit her white teeth and said softly. Chao Chuan was taken aback. Damn, he had forgotten about that. He had seen her attributes when he brought her back. But now that they were bathing, how could they not do something else? Continue. This was no longer the original world, but the apocalypse. It was just a relative visiting, right? A small problem. Did they think they could stop Chao Chuan from contributing to the revival of humanity? Impossible. Chao Chuan directly took a small handful of zombie crystal cores from his space and poured them into his mouth. Eugenia was still an ordinary person and couldn't absorb so many zombie crystal cores. She could only use her own to convert. Once the conversion was complete, it also required a special method for transition. The fastest method Chao Chuan could think of was a kiss. Thus, without any hesitation, Chao Chuan leaned in and kissed her cherry-like lips. The power of the zombie crystal cores flowed directly into Eugenio's body through his saliva. Eugenio immediately felt a warm sensation in her lower abdomen. Then, the wound that was still bleeding instantly returned to its original state. Ding. Host successfully saved the beauty, detected the girl's score as 91 points, a reward can be obtained. The reward is being distributed, ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill Phantom Clone. For every 10 meters the host moves, a clone will be left at the original spot for 3 seconds. The clone has no strength but possesses the same aura and momentum as the host. For specific usage, please explore on your own. At this critical moment, Chao Chuan and his companion were fully engaged. After a quick glance at the introduction, Chao Chuan returned to the battle. An hour and a half later, the two walked out of the bathroom, one after the other. After all, being a novice, standing for too long was exhausting. They needed to get back to the room. In the living room, they saw the other girls still eating lamb. Chao Chuan paused for a moment, contemplating whose card to flip today. Eugenio alone wouldn't be able to withstand Chao Chuan's combat power. It seemed he needed to arrange for a few more girls to play poker together. Wulan Lan, the young married woman, hadn't had any fun in a while. He decided to include another girl named Yang Yiyun. That little girl was good friends with Wang Mang, so he couldn't favor one over the other. Today, he would let her get pregnant too, so she could have company when raising the child alongside Wang Mang. Having decided which card friends to invite, Chao Chuan wasted no time and directly brought the two of them to another dorm room to play mahjong. After all, there were plenty of rooms now. It didn't matter which dorm it was. The other girls were still eating. It wouldn't be good if they found out he was playing without inviting them. Such entertainment could be addictive. It was better not to let them hear too much and spoil their appetite. Wulan Lan and Yang Yiyun were still holding lamb in their hands. Suddenly, they were in a different environment, momentarily stunned, then their faces lit up with joy. As more girls returned with Chao Chuan, they felt neglected. It had been a long time since they played cards with him. Now, the new girl didn't know how to play mahjong, which gave them a chance. They had to seize this opportunity, especially Wulan Lan, who still hadn't properly apologized to Chao Chuan for her previous mistakes. She deliberately walked in front of Eugenio and said, "Sister, if you don't know how to play, don't take up space. Just stand by and watch closely, and learn well." Before she could finish speaking, Wulan Lan took a seat for herself. Chao Chuan cooperated with Wulan Lan's act, pretending to be fierce as he said, "You have such a big card addiction, let's have a one-on-one match to temper your spirit." "I'm just afraid you can't beat me," Wulan Lan replied proudly. She then sat down beside him, exuding a casual air. Eugenia was left dumbfounded. As a new employee, she had no idea about all this. She had thought only Wang Mang would act this way. She didn't expect Wulan Lan, this caring big sister, to be the same. Striving to be an excellent employee? This company was too competitive. Throughout the night, Chao Chuan spent the first half coaching Wulan Lan on her work. It wasn't until the second half of the night that he shifted his focus to Yang Yun and Yu Jinyao. Ding! The host's passive skill has successfully activated at will. Yang Yun has successfully conceived. Ding! The system kindly reminds you that rewards will only be issued upon the successful birth of the offspring. Please ensure the host protects the pregnant body to successfully give birth. This time, dawn broke. The sun rose in the east. Xiao Chuan looked at the three women beside him, as still as a pool of spring water. He covered them with a blanket before stepping out onto the balcony, lighting a small white dragon. The smoke slowly burned, curling into the air. Xiao Chuan held the small white dragon in his right hand, resting his left hand on the railing as he gazed into the distance, enjoying a moment of tranquility. Only then did he open his system interface to check his attributes. Name, Xiao Chuan, age, 21, attributes, strength, 189 stamina, 195 speed, 176 mental power, 185 unallocated free attribute points, 0, passive skills, insulator, carefree, golden kidney, phantom clone, superpower, metal control, grade A, special skills, woman radar, storage space, 40 by 40 by 40, special items, M416 assault rifle *83, 5, 56 bullets *988700, freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, high-end solar generator *10, nano combat suit *82, pork beef mutton *100 tons, Barrett heavy sniper rifle, improved, 99% weight reduction, *100, 12. 7 by 99 mm bullets *10000000, super alloy space villa, disguised version, *1. After a few days of development, the strength attribute has reached 18, 9 times that of an ordinary adult, and the speed is 17, 6 times that of an ordinary adult. Looking at his skill bar, which now had an additional skill, Xiao Chuan was quite satisfied. Let me try this skill. After closing the system interface, Xiao Chuan began his experiment. He moved around casually. In an instant, he left a clone of himself at the original spot. Goodness, without touching it, relying solely on sight and smell, one could hardly distinguish this as a clone. Even Xiao Chuan, who knew this skill was a clone, couldn't tell. However, Xiao Chuan was disappointed that this skill had no combat power. After thinking for a while, he came up with a weapon spirit fusion technique. As long as he moved while using his metal control superpower to create a time difference, he could make the clone carry a weapon. Reasonable use might yield remarkable results. Ordinary weapons might be useless, but what about TNT explosives? The living aura of this skill could definitely fool zombies. As long as his clone walked into a horde of zombies with a bomb, wouldn't that be a walking small nuclear bomb? The more Xiao Chuan thought about it, the more he felt this skill was very suitable. However, if he used bombs, it might be difficult to collect the zombie cores. No worries, he had plenty of sisters, he could just let them collect. Perfect solution. I'm really a genius. Xiao Chuan chuckled narcissistically. At that moment, Xiao Chuan noticed a red light on one side of the wall. The red glow was getting brighter. What's going on? Before Xiao Chuan could approach, in the next second, a large hole was melted through the metal wall. Not only Xiao Chuan, but this commotion also startled the other sisters who had woken up early. This was the first time they felt someone had directly broken through the wall. The last time they encountered that so-called rescue team, they had jumped in. They never expected that now someone could directly break through the metal wall. It turned out that not only was he improving, over time, other superpowered individuals had also made qualitative advancements. What kind of strength did these people have to melt through the metal wall created by Xiao Chuan? The sisters furrowed their brows, each one on high alert. Jan Roer spoke up. What's happening? Why is our safe zone being attacked again? Why are they all targeting us? We are a group of delicate beauties. Those filthy men must be coveting us. They feel a bit of power and come to compete. Humph, these beasts have never regarded us women as human. Today, we'll make them pay. Sisters, stop the chatter. Grab your weapons and eliminate all these invaders. What the sister said is right. After practicing for so many days, we can finally put it to use. These people see so many women and really think we are easy to bully. This time, we won't let our husbands take action. Let them see what a modern Wulan looks like. Charge! Charge! One after another, beautiful girls burst out of the dormitory, rifles in hand. The scene resembled a game of their favorite FPS. Each had a female character, wielding an 81 or MK gun, playing in demolition mode. Characters like Swimwear Lan, Xingya, and Yun Yuyu looked almost identical to the current scene. Beautiful girls wielding hot weapons. At that moment, even the three girls, Yang Yun and the others, who had just fallen asleep, woke up. After glancing at the messages in the group chat, they couldn't care less about their tight-fitting clothes. They directly controlled their nano-combat suits to form a new dress, going in without any armor, and stepped out of the room. Eugene Yao and Wulan Lan were riflemen, following the other girls as they charged out. Yang Yun stayed behind. She found a concealed spot on the rooftop, set up a barret, and kept a close watch on any signs of movement. Time passed second by second. Chao Chuan and the other girls had already prepared inside the graduate dormitory. Chao Chuan was never an active person. He didn't take the initiative to attack. After all, with his current attributes, he was invincible. They could do as they pleased. A few minutes later, the red molten cave turned into a charcoal black. When the temperature dropped to a level acceptable for humans, figures began to emerge from the melted area. 1, 2, 3. At least dozens of people were outside. Boom, boom, boom. The sound arrived before the people did. Outside the cave, several skills flew in, directly blowing the ground of the dormitory area to pieces. Dust filled the air, making it impossible for everyone to see the situation clearly. Cough, cough, cough. A few girls were caught off guard and choked on the dust. Are these people insane? What the hell are they attacking the ground for? No, with so much dust, someone will definitely take advantage of the smoke to sneak in. Ha, they really are organized and disciplined, even knowing how to use smoke grenades. It seems this is no ordinary team, Chao Chuan murmured. Sure enough, as the smoke cleared, the enemy had already entered the graduate dormitory from outside, each taking up a relatively safe position, leaving no opportunity for the girls. Are you the murderous maniac Chao Chuan? Will you come to surrender, or should I come and turn you to ashes? Xiao Huahua spoke up. Oh, Chao Chuan was slightly taken aback and looked at the speaker. He didn't expect it to be him. Chao Chuan squinted. He had heard that there was a rich second-generation student on campus who was a good person, often helping impoverished female students, and of course, there were male students too. At first, Chao Chuan thought this person was just putting on an act, but after delivering food once, he realized he was different from what he imagined. He was genuinely doing good. Chao Chuan even added him on WeChat, thinking that if things got tough, he might ask for help. Little did he know, the apocalypse would come. Now he had become the murderous maniac in that person's eyes. How dramatic! But the past was the past, and the present was the present. As long as one opposed me, Chao Chuan, there was only one outcome. That was death. Xiao Huahua was inherently someone who hated evil, and now with her powers, her temper was even more explosive. She would kill at the slightest disagreement. Whether it was something she witnessed or heard, as long as she knew someone was a villain, she wanted to take them down immediately. Previously, she had only encountered ordinary people, dealing with those who assaulted classmates and oppressed other survivors. She easily suppressed them, swiftly ending their lives. Now, seeing the murderous maniac Chao Chuan, whom everyone feared in the forums, she couldn't wait to send him to his demise. Seeing Chao Chuan look down on her, she decided to strike directly. Murderous maniac, one must kill him. Suddenly, Xiao Huahua erupted in red flames, so intense that even the cement on the ground couldn't withstand the high temperature and instantly melted into liquid. Then, Xiao Huahua slightly bent her legs and charged directly at Chao Chuan. Be careful, darling. Quick, dodge, darling. In the distance, Yang Yun, looking through an 8x scope, saw the intruder aiming to attack her husband right away, and her anger flared up. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Huahua's path and anticipated, pulling the trigger. Bang! The massive gunshot of the barret startled nearby crows, sending them flying in all directions. Even lying down, the recoil shook Yang Yun's pristine valley. The bullet flew accurately toward Xiao Huahua. But just as it was about to hit her, a blue light flickered in Xiao Huahua's eyes, and her lips curled into a smirk. You dare to show off your petty skills in front of me? A wall of fire directly blocked the bullet from the barret, which was only a few centimeters away. The bullet struck the firewall and instantly vaporized into liquid, causing no ripples at all. Wow, so strong. The girls gasped in awe. Even the so-called cannon, the barret, struggled to harm this villain. So, their M416S posed even less of a threat to her. What to do? They had thought that with their firearms, they could help Chao Chuan, but unexpectedly, they were facing an unbeatable opponent before they even left the dormitory. In an instant, the girls all had the thought of becoming stronger. After today, they must go out and kill zombies, obtain zombie crystal cores, enhance their attributes, and grow stronger. Since they couldn't harm the fire-wielding person in front, they looked at the others, their fierce spirits ignited. The sisters refused to believe that they couldn't take down the leading big brother, let alone these little minions. We'll fight the others. Wang Mang shouted loudly. With Wang Mang firing first, the other girls immediately pulled their triggers. The battle escalated directly. The firepower covered the entire area. Da day. The The superpowered individuals led by Xiao Huahua looked at the group of girls launching an attack and suddenly felt overwhelmed. They had never supported Xiao Huahua in confronting Chao Chuan. Their intention was to come and negotiate, exchanging zombie crystal cores for some food. After all, everyone knew the value of zombie crystal cores. He had so many supplies that he couldn't consume them all, so trading was no big deal. But now, this big fool, Xiao Huahua, had launched an attack right away without any warning. This completely ruined their plans. The situation had far exceeded their control. If they were fighting other male classmates, they could just go all out. But now, the one attacking them was the goddess from their dreams. It was a dilemma. They couldn't bring themselves to strike these delicate beauties. So, they simply shrank back like turtles, letting Wang, Mang and the others unleash their firepower. Meanwhile, in the center of the battlefield, Xiao Huahua charged right in front of Chao Chuan. She swung a punch at his handsome face. Die! Looking at Chao Chuan, who stood still and clueless, Xiao Huahua mocked inwardly, a killing machine, nothing more. However, her charged punch not only failed to draw blood but she couldn't even feel anything, as if she had struck the air. What's going on? Xiao Huahua stared at her fist in confusion. There wasn't a single mark left on it. The Chao Chuan who had just been in front of her had vanished into thin air. Then, she was horrified to discover that, surrounding her, countless versions of Chao Chuan had appeared without her noticing. His face was still strikingly handsome, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, exuding a look of mockery. Looking at this handsome face, Xiao Huahua felt a surge of anger. He had an ordinary appearance, and his looks had always been his shortcoming. This was why he wanted to enhance his influence through fame. Thus, Xiao Huahua threw another punch. The figure that was hit vanished once more. Keep going. One punch, another punch, and yet another. The figures around him disappeared one after another. After hitting more than 20 times, he was on the verge of collapse, yet it was still a false body. Xiao Huahua was furious. Is this all the so-called killer can do? If you have the guts to kill, why not face me head-on? Since you dare to kill, why not dare to fight me directly? I originally didn't want to kill you. After all, in this apocalypse, good people like you are truly rare. But you keep calling me a killer. Do you even know the truth of the matter? Chao Chuan said coldly. Every murderer likes to make such useless excuses. Once you've done it, you've done it. Does pulling it out mean it was never inserted? The last person who had their head chopped off and kicked around said the same thing. Do you know that the killer claimed the dead person had wronged him, and that's why he couldn't help but strike? Do you think I would believe that? Just because you were wronged, does it justify murder? Waste, dare you show yourself? You don't want to be like those people, hiding like a turtle, do you? I see you bitches aren't good people either. Otherwise, why would you be with them? Xiao Huahua cursed angrily in place. Chao Chuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. This Xiao Huahua was nothing but a hypocrite, mindlessly punishing evil and promoting good. The blood in his hands wasn't all from bad people, there were also innocent lives. Although Chao Chuan wasn't a good person, he wasn't the kind to kill indiscriminately. Since that was the case, Chao Chuan smiled and said, Alright, you don't want the chance I give you, then go die. Chao Chuan exploded with speed in an instant. The metallic liquid controlled by him formed a protective metal membrane on the surface of his body, directly isolating Xiao Huahua's proud flames. He reached out his right hand, grabbing Xiao Huahua by the neck like a rooster and lifting him up. How is this possible? Xiao Huahua looked at the metallic arm reflecting red light in front of him, his eyes nearly bursting. He hoarsely shouted, how is this possible? What is this? Power! Let go of me. I am the savior. You, these villains, how can you be stronger than me? This savior of yours doesn't seem that impressive, Xiao Chuan said with a smile. You. Xiao Huahua was so angry he nearly had a stroke. But no matter how he struggled, it was futile. Xiao Chuan's hand felt as if it were welded to his neck. Xiao Huahua couldn't break free at all. Looking at Xiao Huahua, who resembled a clown, Xiao Chuan's lips curled slightly, then he tightened his grip. Xiao Huahua's face turned crimson as Xiao Chuan squeezed his neck, and before long, blood began to ooze from his 5 orifices. Not dead yet? Xiao Chuan underestimated Xiao Huahua. He continued to increase his strength. Just as his power was about to reach its peak, a sudden surge of powerful energy erupted from Xiao Huahua's body, directly blasting Chao Chuan away from his position. Bang! The hand that was tightly gripping him was also marked with several iron scars. However, Chao Chuan didn't suffer any substantial harm. Metal is dissolvable and easily returned to its original state. Old fire, I won't accept this, Xiao Huahua shouted in impotent rage while fleeing. He wanted to turn back and continue fighting Chao Chuan, but it seemed another force was guiding him away. Watching Xiao Huahua escape, Chao Chuan controlled hundreds of iron needles and shot them directly at him. Zzzzz. Although Xiao Huahua reacted quickly, it was still insufficient against Chao Chuan's assault. At least half of the iron needles were embedded in Xiao Huahua's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Xiao Huahua was furious, but he still dared not look back. He shouted, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, Chao Chuan, the humiliation of today, I will repay 100-fold in the future. His voice gradually faded away. Run? Just like that? The girls looked at the once arrogant Xiao Huahua, now resembling a stray dog. With an incredible speed, he quickly left the graduate dormitory, leaving everyone speechless. He even used the impact of Chao Chuan's needles to elevate his speed to an incomprehensible height. Even with Chao Chuan unleashing all his power, he couldn't catch up to this speed. He came in all high and mighty, but now he's rolling and crawling away. I thought he was something special. Our husband is the real deal. Is this it? With this little strength, he dares to trouble our husband. I thought he was some formidable character, coming in all impressive, but he runs faster than a rabbit. Sisters, the bad guy has run away. What should we do next? Their leader has fled, but it's fine, we can still take it out on those little minions. The other ability users were also stunned to see Xiao Huahua chased away by Chao Chuan. However, they quickly regained their composure. They had guessed this outcome before coming, but they didn't expect it to happen so quickly, catching them off guard. We're done for, we're surrounded by girls. The ability users suddenly felt darkness before their eyes. Damn, the main force has run away. What are we even doing? But when they looked back at the metal cave, it had already started to recover. How are we supposed to run now? Damn it, Xiao Huahua has really messed us up. We didn't make a move just now. These girls shouldn't do anything to us, right? The ability users exchanged glances. Someone said, no way? Brothers, you actually placed your hopes on women? Do you think you can understand a woman's mind? Upon hearing this, everyone's face darkened. Damn, this is a mess. Maybe we should just surrender early. So, a few ability users stepped out from their hiding places and shouted, ladies, please don't attack, we surrender. Saying this, they raised their white clothes that had turned yellow from wearing them for half a month. Day. I haven't even had my fun yet. Why are you surrendering? Wang Mang spoke up. The few of them covered their heads and hid for a while. Seeing that they did not resist, the girls lost their desire to continue shooting. They stopped pulling the triggers. One by one, the ability users walked out from behind their cover. This ridiculous battle came to an end. A representative from the ability users stepped forward and said, Great Chao Chuan, ladies, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Chang, a freshman from Yangyuan University. We're all classmates from the same school, just one of our own. Who are you calling one of our own? One of our own wouldn't come to invade someone else's territory. I see you look like a crooked melon, definitely not a good person. Hey, where are you looking? Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? Hearing the words of the ability users, the girls each spoke up. Li Chang frantically apologized. He directly knelt down. The girls looked at him in surprise. However, they didn't feel much. After all, countless men had knelt down before them during their college years, begging for a relationship, and in their minds, it didn't carry much weight. Just then, Xiao Chuan walked over. Xiao Chuan, encountering so many ability users, could slightly sense the killing intent of the enemy. He looked at Li Chang, feeling the aura around him. He did not detect any killing intent. Either Li Chang truly had no thoughts of malice, or he was extremely good at hiding it. However, Xiao Chuan leaned more towards the former. Get up and tell me what's going on. Listening to Xiao Chuan's words, Li Chang's face revealed a smile of someone who had survived a disaster. He knew that now that he was up, his life was guaranteed. Thus, he immediately began to explain the ins and outs of the situation to Xiao Chuan. This Xiao Huahua is still the same as in peacetime, but a person like him, a do-gooder who only listens to hearsay, is destined to be a hypocrite. The person has already run away, so now we should talk about compensation, Xiao Chuan said with a smile. Li Chang and the others exchanged glances. Compensation? My goodness. Their faces instantly turned as bitter as a bitter melon. Reluctantly, they spoke up. Xiao, what kind of compensation do you need? Is it soft sister coins, gold, or supplies? Xiao Chuan smiled. I can give you soft sister coins. Do you want them? Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The group laughed awkwardly. Since they gained their powers, they knew that the original world was irretrievable. From now on, the only way to survive was to become stronger. Soft sister coins? In the apocalypse, they could only be used to start a fire. They wouldn't even be good enough for wiping. Then you say, what do you want, and I'll try to get it for you, Li Chang said. After hearing Li Chang's words, zombie crystal cores, Xiao Chuan replied, holding up one finger. Li Chang looked at him and immediately said, 100 zombie crystal cores? 10,000. Xiao, you might as well just kill me. Where am I supposed to find 10,000 zombie crystal cores? Hey, it's a trade, everything can be negotiated. I'm not refusing to bargain with you. Just give me a number, and if it meets my expectations, then it's settled. After hearing Chao Chuan's words, Li Chang looked at the others. After half a minute of eye contact, he turned back to Chao Chuan and said, then 1,000? Deal. Chao Chuan smiled. Pleasure doing business. Ah. The others regretted and slapped their thighs. They had been too hasty. Chao Chuan directly controlled the metal wall to form an archway for the superpowered individuals to walk out. The girls watched as the superpowered individuals left just like that. Lu Xinxin immediately walked up to Chao Chuan and asked, hubby, are we just letting them go? What if they don't compensate? Yeah, hubby, just letting them leave like this? What if they run away like Xiao Huahua? Zhang Ruer chimed in, looking at her good friend. They wouldn't dare, Chao Chuan said confidently. Why not? The girls were puzzled. In their view, as long as they escaped the danger zone, they could fly as high as they wanted. Chao Chuan wouldn't be able to find them. Seeing the confused looks on the girls' faces, Chao Chuan smiled. Did you forget my nickname? The killing maniac Chao Chuan? They fear my revenge. After all, I'm a ruthless person. We understand now. The girls nodded. As long as you understand, it's a good day. So let's do some morning exercises, hee hee. After saying this, Chao Chuan directly pulled the two girls into his arms. What are you doing, hubby? Chao Chuan didn't speak but instead accelerated away from the spot. In an instant, they arrived at the place where he had spent a happy time with the three girls last night. The room still retained the smell of seafood, making Zhang Ruo and Lu Xinxin instantly understand what this morning exercise meant. So inappropriate. Hubby Chao Chuan is really naughty. All day long, he just thinks about happy things. The faces of Zhang Ruo and the other girl instantly turned bright red. Omega? Chao Chuan wasted no time and immediately pushed the two girls onto the bed. Ah, no, hubby. The two girls immediately stood up again. What's wrong? They blushed and said, hubby, this bed sheet is completely soaked. It's so sticky. Listening to the two of them, Chao Chuan also realized what the problem was. It was sticky and uncomfortable. After all, it wasn't something that had fallen from his own body. It just felt off. Previously, in his own room, after getting up, there were girls to help him take it out to wash. Naturally, there was no such problem. But these past few days of sneaking around, he didn't want to stay in the original room anymore, and after getting up, he had been sparring with Xiao Huahua, so there were no girls to clean up. After understanding this, Chao Chuan didn't mind. There were plenty of rooms. This room would just wait until they cleaned it up before he came back next time. Soon, he took the two women to another room. Be gentle. Hubby, how come you've become even stronger? The group of supernatural beings who left the graduate dormitory gathered in a teaching building outside the metal walls. Shango, now that Huagu is gone, you are the strongest. You are the new boss. You tell us what we should do now. Alright, since the brothers think highly of me, I will accept it. Since I am the boss now, you all have to listen to me. Unless I tell you to die, you cannot refuse any other decisions, understand? The other supernatural beings replied in unison, got it, no problem, Shang-gu. Okay, then I will start talking about the next plan. Shang, tell the brothers about the plan we discussed before. After Li Chang finished speaking, one by one, a group of small-framed men walked out from behind him. Hello brothers, my name is Li Shang. You can call me a Shang. I will briefly explain our next plan. First, return to the first cafeteria and transfer all the supplies we should have. Those are all things we fought for. Previously, Huagu had the final say, and we didn't dare to do anything. But now it's Changgu who has the final say. Why should those parasites be able to lie around and eat? This is not a problem, right? No problem. I've been fed up with those people for a long time. Damn it, I'm out there fighting for my life against zombies and grabbing supplies, damn it. Agreed, Shanggu. Support you, Shanggu. Alright, that's the first point settled. Second point, women. With so many of us big men, we need to address some needs. There are quite a few decent women in the first cafeteria. Tell them that if they follow us, they will have food. But what if they don't want to, Shang? If they don't want to, won't we just take them? What era is this? You're not going to propose to them, are you? The man who was called out blushed. His mindset hadn't changed yet. He was once part of the licking dog army. Plus, under Xiao Huahua's rule, he naturally didn't have this awareness. Everyone was a student at the school. Where had they heard such naked statements, especially since half of them were little chicks? They immediately got excited and started shouting. I've had my eye on Sin Bingbing for a long time, so don't fight me for her. No need to panic, there are over 700 survivors, and we only have 34 people. Each person can have two, hee hee hee. Seeing everyone getting excited and shouting, the Chang brothers knew their rule was secure. Then they spoke to quiet them down and began to discuss the third point. Third, zombie crystal cores. We owe Chao Chuan 1,000 zombie crystal cores, all thanks to that stupid dog Xiaohua. Anyway, we've all come out, so why give them? Exactly. Foolish. What the hell are you thinking? If you don't give them, tomorrow there won't be anyone to help you collect the bodies, Li Chang immediately said. What strength does Xiaohua have? He was taken out by Chao Chuan in an instant. Do you think you can survive in Chao Chuan's hands? Then, Changgu, what should we do? What should we do? 1,000 crystal cores are easy to solve. How many survivors are there in the first cafeteria? I haven't counted, but with those fat-headed, big-eared leaders, there should be around 750. Then that's settled. 750 people, let's take away 70 women for our fun, and the remaining 600 can each bring us back 2 zombie crystal cores. That should be enough, and even more. Upon hearing this, everyone was astonished. Wasn't this just the serfs turning into masters? When Xiaohua was in charge, they were essentially high-level laborers. 30 people doing the work of 1,000. Now, they were going to have those survivors work for them. Each of them had a gleam of greed in their eyes. They were survivors. Why should they live in submission? Seeing the crowd's reaction, Brother Qianxing knew the atmosphere was ripe. He led the way directly to the first cafeteria. Inside, the survivors were happily playing on their phones, enjoying the last bit of tranquility in the apocalypse. They hadn't touched the food in the kitchen storage. They had no intention of doing so. As long as Xiaohua was around, everyone could fairly obtain food. What use were abilities in the apocalypse? Wasn't it dangerous? Wasn't it better to be a salted fish? Bang! An explosion rang out in the first cafeteria, instantly drawing the attention of the resting survivors. Li Shang, what are you doing? What madness is this in the morning? A chubby girl weighing over 160 pounds exclaimed. As the president of the school's women's association, she had always been in a position of power. Every man had to call her sister upon seeing her. Others might not dare to speak up, but she couldn't hold back. Li Shang looked at her and chuckled, saying, "It's you." "What do you mean it's me?" "Li Shang, everyone is resting early in the morning, and you come here making a racket. I'm telling you, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're an ability user. Apologize. If you don't, I'm going to message Xiaohua right now," the chubby girl said again, pulling out her phone to send a message. "Is that so? Then go ahead and message him in heaven," Li Shang replied, waving his right hand at the chubby girl. Instantly, a chilling wind began to swirl. "You are out of control." The chubby girl's words were cut off as a gust of wind spiraled up from beneath her feet. "What is this?" The whirlwind sucked in everything around it, accompanied by countless fragments of debris from the explosion. This wind was like a meat grinder. Each piece of stone acted like a blade, shredding the chubby girl until she was covered in blood. You. Spare me." The chubby girl screamed repeatedly. Before she could finish her sentence, she was reduced to a pulp, with not even a skeleton left. Blood and flesh sprayed out like popcorn among the survivors. The survivors, who had just been noisy, fell silent as if they had been muted. The entire first cafeteria was terrifyingly quiet, as if the pause button had been pressed. After a second, some girls let out sharp screams. "Kill, there's a murder. Blood, flesh, so scary." Li Shang and the other ability users remained unfazed. Killing zombies outside was far more terrifying than this. Looking at their reactions, only 2 words flashed through their minds. Waste. A bunch of useless parasites, unworthy of living in the apocalypse. Li Shang's smile grew wider. He stepped through the sticky blood and flesh, gradually moving into the crowd. At this moment, even the once mighty school leaders felt their breath quickening. He addressed the survivors, saying, "Welcome to the apocalypse. Lovely little sheep. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." A school leader nearby couldn't stand it any longer and angrily shouted, "Beast, has the apocalypse come and you lost all humanity?" Bang! As soon as the school leader finished speaking, Li Chang didn't hesitate to use his powers to blow his head off. "Old man, I see you're tired of living. What right do you have to talk to me? Those young teachers, which one hasn't been toyed with by you? Idiot!" The school leaders were terrified by Li Chang's ferocity, and they all lost control of their bladders. The glimmer of hope that had just arisen vanished completely. They hid far away, relieved that they weren't women and wouldn't have to endure such violence. As Li Chang sped away, he looked at these clowns and said, "Xiao Chuan, thank you for teaching me a lesson. The apocalypse is great. At noon, the 2 women fell into a deep sleep. Xiao Chuan stretched and walked out of the room. "It's noon, time to get to work." Xiao Chuan, inhaling the source of happiness, saw the girls practicing shooting from a distance. When they saw Xiao Chuan come out, they immediately stopped and walked over. "Honey, are you done?" Eugene Yao asked. What do you mean by done? how about you work some overtime? Chao Chuan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Jinyao took a few steps back. Remembering the madness of last night, her thighs were still numb. If she continued to work overtime, she'd be lying at home for at least a few days. No way! She immediately shut her cherry lips, not daring to speak further. Chao Chuan smiled and didn't press her any further. Wang Mang also came up to Chao Chuan and said, "Honey, are we going out to fight zombies? The sisters want to go too." Chao Chuan looked at Wang Mang and the others in surprise. "You all think so too?" Yes. The ability users are just too powerful. After what happened this morning with that fire guy causing trouble, honey, we can't help you, and it makes us very sad. That feeling of helplessness is hard to describe. We need to get stronger. We need to kill zombies. We want to contribute our share. We're not just decorations. Little sheep, there was Wulan Lan in ancient times, and now there's me, Wang Mang. In the past, there were women heroes, and we can too. The other girls echoed one after another. All right. I believe you can do it. I agree, Chao Chuan said with a smile. At this stage, as long as Chao Chuan went along, it would be foolproof. Letting them go out to fight zombies and feel the atmosphere of the apocalypse would be good. He could also rest well. Once they could stand on their own, he could complete the system's tasks safely in the safe house. Wouldn't that be nice? Yay! Thank you, honey. Mua. *3. The girls all came up and left a strawberry mark on Chao Chuan's face. Just then, Li Jiayu pushed a big-eyed girl with a high ponytail into Chao Chuan's line of sight. Her eyes sparkled like two dazzling gems, occupying an exaggerated proportion on her small oval face, but this proportion just reached the limit. A little more would be strange, a little less wouldn't be stunning, and there was no sense of awkwardness. A light makeup also elevated her overall temperament significantly. It was unclear if it was Li Jiayu's little scheme, but at that moment, the girl was wearing a delicate spaghetti strap top, with her entire back being hollowed out. Moreover, this girl's bust was slightly larger than Li Jiayu's, instantly turning the originally fresh outfit into something ambiguous. It couldn't be contained. It simply couldn't be contained. Two little white rabbits were about to pop out. Looking at Chao Chuan, he felt parched. Chao Chuan immediately checked the girl's attributes. Name, Suwaning, photo, image. GIF, age, 19, beauty score, 94, body score, 93, purity, 99%, current health, 100%, overall score, 93, attributes, strength, 8 stamina, 8. 2 speed, 8 mental strength, 9, pregnancy status, not pregnant, suitable for childbirth, please take action soon. After reading Su Weiniing's attributes, Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. Previously, she had been seriously injured, so he hadn't looked closely. Now, with an increase of 0.2 attribute points, it should be due to feeding on a zombie crystal core, which helped her recover. Plus, she had just eaten, and her overall aura had improved several times. He didn't expect her figure to be so impressive. Her looks were also quite good. Chao Chuan was very satisfied. As for her purity being 99%, having only had one boyfriend was within an acceptable range. Just as Chao Chuan was about to speak, Su Weiniing shyly approached him and said, "Brother Chao Chuan, thank you for saving me. Sister Jiayu told me about you, and I am willing to be your woman." After hearing Su Weiniing's words, Chao Chuan gave Li Jiayu a thumbs up. Understanding. This girl is great. Having her makes the harem much more harmonious. He then walked straight up to Su Weiniing, lowered his head, and whispered in her ear, "Come to my room later." Su Weiniing immediately blushed and turned away. Omega? Chao Chuan smiled, raised his head again, and said, "Alright, you all go wake up Zhang Roer and Lu Xinxin. We'll go out together and try to sweep through the entire school in the next couple of days before leaving." Yay! Got it, husband. We're leaving the school? These days have been so dreamy. Seeing the excitement of the girls, Chao Chuan directly pulled out the Super Alloy Space Villa, disguised version, appearing as an armored vehicle, with all the attributes of a villa except for mobility, later referred to as the armored vehicle. Boom! When the Super Alloy armored vehicle appeared in the yard, all the girls' eyes widened. What a cool armored vehicle, just like Optimus Prime. It's so big. Wow, so awesome. I thought the Doomsday vehicles in movies were cool enough, but I didn't expect my imagination to be lacking. How did you get this car, husband? It's a secret. If you want to know, come to my room tonight, Chao Chuan replied with a smile. So naughty, husband, but I like it. Wow, I want to stand on top and snipe, one shot for each little zombie. Yang Yiyun said excitedly. Who can drive? Chao Chuan asked the overly excited girls. They all shook their heads. They were still college students and hadn't entered society yet, so they had no experience driving. Even those who had obtained their licenses were hesitant to speak in front of such a massive vehicle. At that moment, a married woman from the group stepped forward and said, "Husband, I can drive. Let me do it." "Alright, it's you then." I've never driven this car before, and I don't know how easy it is to handle. If I mess up, please don't scold me, husband, Wulan Lan said. I haven't driven it either, but it should be quite intelligent. It won't break easily. Okay, husband, then I'm going to drive now. Wulan Lan excitedly walked to the front of the armored vehicle. Since the vehicle was too high, she had to climb a bit to reach the driver's seat. Wulan Lan already had an explosive figure. As she climbed the stairs, her backside was prominently elevated. It wasn't that Chao Chuan had a dirty mind, it was just that the position allowed him to see this scene clearly. That large, round shape, those long, delicate feet. This, little Chao Chuan started to get excited again. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Chao Chuan immediately shook his head, thinking, the system must be subtly trying to encourage me to work for the revival of humanity. I'm really not that kind of person. Finally, after some anticipation, Wulan Lan climbed into the driver's seat. Looking at the sci-fi movie-like cockpit in front of her, Wulan Lan was incredibly excited. So cool, so cool. If you told me I was driving a spaceship, I would believe it. The girls outside watched Wulan Lan for a long time without any movement. One of them immediately spoke up, Sister Lan Lan, aren't you going to start it? Okay. Sisters, step back a little. Boom! The nuclear power unit started up. The roar was indistinguishable from the launch of a spaceship in a sci-fi movie. So cool. Awesome. Then, Wulan Lan's small face was filled with excitement. She opened the window of the armored vehicle and leaned out, shouting loudly at the girls, beep beep beep, sisters, get in the car. This vehicle will never head to a kindergarten, hee hee hee. As her voice fell, Wulan Lan activated the control switch for the sliding door of the armored vehicle. Beep! A prompt sound rang out. The sliding door quickly opened, and at the same time, due to the height of the armored vehicle's door, a step ladder automatically popped out. The ladder slowly descended as the door opened. Wow, there's a staircase. Just moments ago, the girls were wondering how to get into the vehicle. After all, they had all seen Wulan Lan's somewhat awkward entrance. Now, that problem was solved. The girls could elegantly board the vehicle, and their hearts were filled with joy. The armored vehicle looked so imposing, they hadn't expected it to have such a sense of ceremony. This operation seemed tailor-made for them. Love it! As the ladder stopped, the girls turned to look at Chao Chuan. Honey, can we go in now? This armored vehicle is prepared just for you. No need to ask for my opinion. Go ahead, Chao Chuan replied with a smile. Yay! Honey is so good to us. The girls lined up, stepping onto the ladder and holding onto the handrails as they walked inside. Upon entering the armored vehicle, they were greeted by a living room. The luxury inside dazzled the girls' sparkling eyes. At a loss for words, they could only exclaim, "Oh my gosh, is this really an apocalypse armored vehicle and not a mobile villa?" There's not a hint of an apocalypse vibe. It feels like a super luxurious tour bus. Wow, the dream vehicle. The girls were all incredibly excited. They sat here, touched there, like naive girls who had never seen the world. Moreover, the interior space had its own secrets, clearly more complex than it appeared. The living room was larger than it looked from the outside. There were 2 floors above and below. Each floor was over 3 meters high, with no sense of oppression at all. It was just like the height of a normal villa. Each floor had several rooms, more than enough for each girl to have her own room. The soundproofing in each room was excellent, ensuring everyone's privacy. Not just rooms, the girls who explored the second floor discovered entertainment facilities. Above the driver's seat was a room that not only had the largest area but also featured a super large swimming pool. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows allowed a view outside, but from the outside, all that could be seen was darkness. Ridiculous. What kind of black technology is this? Besides the pool, there was a billiard room, a game room, a private cinema, a KTV bar, an esports room, and so on. So much, really too much. How could they possibly experience all this? With so many activities, it would take over 10 days to try them all without repeating. The girls were all stunned. You call this a car? You call this an apocalypse armored vehicle? Chao Chuan followed behind, equally surprised. He knew that this vehicle was essentially a villa, but he never expected the interior space to be so large. Just moments ago, he was thinking that if they went out to fight zombies, exercising in the vehicle would be inconvenient due to the number of people, which could be problematic. Unexpectedly, before he could even voice his concern, it was effortlessly resolved. Not bad, not bad. The system produced a truly exquisite product, covering all aspects. Zhang Ruo and Lu Xinxin had not yet arrived. Since everyone was not in a hurry to go out and fight zombies, Chao Chuan let Wulan Lan take a tour around the dormitory area to familiarize herself with the armored vehicle, while the other girls began to enjoy themselves, experiencing these activities in advance. After waiting for a while, the remaining 2 girls finally arrived in front of the Doomsday armored vehicle. Like the others, they were immediately awed upon getting on the vehicle. The two girls sighed inwardly. This is just too amazing. With a vehicle like this, we won't feel tired at all. Soon, the two girls made their way to the second floor. Looking at the enormous swimming pool in front of them, along with the girls playing in the water, they suddenly caught a whiff of their own scent. After doing morning exercises with Chao Chuan that morning, they hadn't showered yet. They had sweated so much that their bodies felt sticky. They hadn't had a proper wash yet. Having this swimming pool was just fantastic. These sisters were really inconsiderate. With so many of them bathing here, they didn't even call out to them. Thus, without a second thought, the two girls transformed their nano-combat suits into bikinis and jumped straight into the water. The water is actually at a constant temperature, so comfortable. The girls were having a great time, and Xiao Chuan didn't urge them to set off quickly. Xiao Chuan lay on a lounge chair by the pool, sipping coconut juice from the brand he had grown up with, watching the group of bikini-clad girls in front of him, enjoying the kind of treatment that could only be bought with money. Anyway, I am invincible now, the girls can have their fun. Time passed quickly. It wasn't until 3 in the afternoon that Wang Meng finally reacted. Oh my god, what are we doing? Didn't we agree to go out and fight zombies? How have we been playing in the water for so long? After so many days of being tense in the apocalypse, I didn't expect that once we started playing, I would forget the time. Whoa, we are really too decadent. It's just like when we promised to write one more chapter before sleeping, but ended up playing a game to wake ourselves up and ended up playing all night instead. The girls exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed as they looked at Chao Chuan, who was sleeping on the beach chair. They didn't expect their self-control to be so weak. A little bit of entertainment had caused their well-made decisions to fall apart halfway. They quickly used dry towels to wipe their hair, entering battle mode. They turned to Wulan Lan, who was also drying her hair, and said, "Sister Lan Lan, we are setting off. I've been waiting for you to say that. Watching you all have so much fun, I was bored too. Otherwise, I would have started driving long ago. I forgot to tell the sisters that I'm a car god in the game Balloon Car Racing," Wulan Lan replied. She then took the driver's seat, transforming from a young woman into a little orange, opened her phone, and played a piece of music. With a smile on her face, her mood was delightful. "That's the taste of youth. Sweat is wonderful. Tears are the marks of my growth." She then said, "Everyone, hold on tight. The experienced driver is about to take off." With a press of the accelerator, the nuclear power started, and the entire armored vehicle began to operate. Chao Chuan, who had been lying on the beach chair, also opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and the A-class metal control range was more than enough to cover the entire graduate dormitory. The metal walls were directly absorbed into the space. The armored vehicle left the graduate dormitory without any obstacles. Along the way, many zombies heard the noise of the armored vehicle and began to chase from a distance. Wulan Lan drove slowly, looking at the number of zombies that were almost enticing. The girl spoke up, "Sister Lan Lan, it's enough. Let's clear these zombies before we continue." "Okay." Wulan Lan naturally understood what that meant. "Fatten them up, then we can kill them." After stopping the vehicle, she climbed to the top and took out a rifle to start shooting. The zombies fell in droves. The girl's proficiency with automatic rifles was steadily improving. Everything was developing towards a better outcome. This time, there were quite a few zombies lured in, a total of over 100, but not a single one could get within 30 meters of the armored vehicle. Although these zombies had evolved, with increased speed and strength, they were still mere mortals. In the face of firearms, they were still lacking. Even with a small caliber rifle like the M416, a single shot to the head could instantly kill them. Xiao Chuan opened his eyes and looked at the scene before him, feeling relieved. There was no danger, just some slightly evolved ordinary zombies. He took another sip of coconut juice and went back to sleep. He closed his eyes to rest for a while. He didn't know how long had passed. As the gunfire gradually diminished, Xiao Chuan calculated that the zombies had been mostly cleared out. Only then did he look outside through the floor-to-ceiling glass of the pool area. At this moment, the girls had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Yang Yim continued to set up her sniper rifle on the roof of the vehicle. 8 girls stood in pairs, guarding 4 directions, while the rest collected zombie cores. Watching the girls work with clear division of labor, Xiao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. The girls are getting the hang of it. Looks like I, the boss, can step back into the background now, hee, Xiao Chuan said with a smile. He then began to wander around inside the vehicle. Unknowingly, he found himself at the dining area. Smelling the delicious aroma of food coming from inside, Xiao Chuan's stomach let out a timely growl. He looked at the time and was surprised at how quickly it had passed. It was already 5 p.m. No wonder he felt a bit hungry. Xiao Chuan rubbed his hands together and murmured at the door, "After sleeping for so long, it's time for dinner. I wonder what delicious food Sister Li Yujin has made today. It smells like pig trotters. I'm in for a treat. With that thought, Xiao Chuan walked straight into the dining area and saw Li Yujin's busy figure in the kitchen. Li Yujin was seriously cooking and didn't notice that Xiao Chuan had entered from behind. Just then, she lost her grip. The kitchen knife cut into her hand. Ah! Bright red blood slowly flowed out. Without a second thought, Xiao Chuan rushed over and took Li Yujin's finger into his mouth. It hurts, Li Yujin said. After sucking for a while, Xiao Chuan reluctantly let her pull her finger out. He said, "How could you be so careless? You hurt my little treasure." "Hubby, I'm fine." "You still say you're fine?" "If I had been a moment slower, the wound would have healed." "Hubby, you're so bad. Don't disturb me while I'm cooking. You go wait outside for a bit." All right, I'll do as you say. Your husband will wait outside while you cook." Teasing me again. "Okay, I won't disturb you. I'm leaving now." After leaving the kitchen, Xiao Chuan casually took out the zombie cores he had collected while dealing with keyboard warriors over the past few days. To his surprise, there were over 2,000 of them. He hadn't even specifically gone out to hunt zombies. He didn't expect to have so many. That was equivalent to over 200 attribute points. Originally, Xiao Chuan didn't plan to use these zombie cores, as they could heal injuries and accelerate fetal maturity. He intended to save them for his wives to use when having children. But now, since they had taken the initiative to go out and kill zombies, it seemed they wouldn't be needed. So he simply consumed them all at once. Name, Xiao Chuan. Age, 21. Attributes, Strength, 189. Stamina, 195. Speed, 176. Mental Power, 185. Unallocated free attribute points, 207. Passive skills, Insulator, Carefree, Golden Kidney, Phantom Clone. Superpower, Metal Control, Grade A. Special skills, Woman Radar, Storage Space, 40x40x40. Special items, M416 Assault Rifle *83, 5. 56 bullets *968700. Freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters. High-end solar generator *10. Nano combat suit *82. Pork, beef, mutton *99 tons. Barrett heavy sniper rifle, improved, 99% weight reduction, *99, 12. 7x99mm bullets *999874. Looking at the unallocated free attribute points, Xiao Chuan unhesitatingly distributed them evenly, adding the extra 7 points to strength. Strength plus 57 points, other attributes each increased by 50 points. Once the attribute points were confirmed, all of Xiao Chuan's attributes exploded. Strength skyrocketed to 246 points, 24. 6 times the strength of an ordinary adult. Xiao Chuan casually took out a steel bar to test it. It felt just like rubber. So easy, comfortable. Not only strength, but speed, mental power, and stamina also enhanced. The stronger the attributes, the higher the damn desires. It was as if a mysterious voice kept reminding Xiao Chuan not to slack off. The burden of humanity's revival still rested on his shoulders. Damn it, can't they see how hard I'm working? I've already collected 13 girls, 12 of whom I've already taken down, and 3 are pregnant. As time passed second by second, the girls outside, who were sweeping the zombies, collected all the zombie cores and returned to the vehicle. As soon as they entered the vehicle, the girls checked the status of the M416. After all, the drawback of firearms is that prolonged use can cause the barrel to overheat. Upon inspection, they indeed found the overheating issue. Moreover, the ammunition was running low, and they needed to get some from Xiao Chuan. Thinking of this, Zhang Rower spoke up. Sister Lan Lan, we just killed 213 zombies, and with 13 of us, each person only gets 16 zombie cores. Let's not rush to finish. How about we have dinner and continue? I was just thinking the same. We've barely started today. We need to kill at least 1,300 zombies so that each of us can get 100 zombie cores, Wulan Lan replied. 1,300, can we really kill that many? If we don't push ourselves, we'll never know how strong we are. Come on, sisters, let's go. The girls encouraged each other. Laughing and chatting, they made their way to the dining area. Before they even entered, they could smell the rich aroma of the food. On the large round table in the center of the dining room, delicious dishes were already laid out. It was truly a feast for the senses. Seeing the girls' mouths watering, Yujin, is the food ready? Honey, you're here too. Listening to the other girls, Li Yujin brought out the last dish. She was very satisfied with the meal she had prepared today, saying while serving, "Aha, the lamb soup is here." Then she turned to the other girls and said, "Sisters, you came back just in time. The food is just ready, eat while it's hot." Having Yujin is great. Yujin's cooking was definitely that of a master chef before. Another treat for us. Don't just stand there, let's eat, Xiao Chuan said as he saw the dishes were ready. The girls happily took their seats, all eager to sit next to Xiao Chuan. Unintentionally, another round of jealousy and rivalry unfolded. However, Chao Chuan quite enjoyed this feeling. Being young is great, full of energy, well-fed and well-watered. Chao Chuan handed 10,000 rounds of 5.56 ammunition to Wang Mang for distribution, and then came to Su Weiying's side and said, "Come to my room when you get back tonight." Upon hearing this, Su Weiying bit her lip without showing any emotion. Okay. The well-fed girls took their positions in the armored vehicle. At this moment, Wulan Lan also climbed into the cockpit. She operated the armored vehicle's power system and started it up again. It was already past 6 p.m. The sky was gradually darkening. As night fell, the zombies became much more excited than during the day, with a stronger desire to attack. Wulan Lan hardly had to do anything and had already attracted a large number of zombies. Cough. The zombies charged forward fearlessly, rushing in like madmen. "Sisters, kill them." "Ha, this is way more fun than playing games." "Sister Yuting, you hold them off for a bit. I just got nervous, and my bullets jammed." "Don't be nervous, we have rifles, these zombies are nothing to fear." The girls were enthusiastically fighting the zombies. Thanks to the rifles being equipped with silencers, there wasn't too much zombie commotion, and everything was still under control. Chao Chuan stood easily on the rooftop terrace of the vehicle. Sitting in a lounge chair, sipping on a sugary drink, he enjoyed the spectacle of beautiful girls fighting zombies, even taking a few lovely photos for them from good angles, which would be nice memories to look back on later. Bang! Suddenly, Yang Yun's Barrett gun fired. Chao Chuan immediately stood up alert. Yang Yun usually wouldn't shoot unless there was a zombie that couldn't be handled. After all, the sound of the Barrett was too loud. It could easily provoke a zombie riot, unless they encountered an enemy that even rifles struggled to deal with. Before Chao Chuan could see clearly, the system's alert tone abruptly rang in his mind. Ding! Warning! A peak Tier 3 zombie tyrant has been detected within 300 meters, severely affecting human revival. Relevant information has been sent to the host panel. Please check and eliminate it as soon as possible. Chao Chuan was taken aback. Wait, I haven't even seen a Tier 1 or Tier 2 zombie. Where did this Tier 3 zombie come from? System, check zombie information. Monster type, zombie, name, tyrant, level, peak Tier 3, talent, D, attributes, strength, 300 stamina, 300 speed, 30 mental power, 0, weapon, rage giant axe, skills, giant strength, knockback, massive size, charge impact, rage, zombie origin, a war machine developed by the Biological Research Institute of Yongjian University before the apocalypse, which became a zombie after the end of the world, constantly overexerting its vitality, born at its peak, can only survive for a maximum of 10 days. System comment, a mindless big guy, the host can easily crush it with speed or kite it for a few days to wear it down. Remaining survival time, 56 minutes and 44 seconds. Chao Chuan looked in the direction of the Barrett's attack. He saw a massive zombie over 4 meters tall dragging a giant axe longer than 5 meters, quickly approaching from a distance. The speed attribute of 30 seemed low, but it depended on who it was compared to. Compared to an average adult, that was 3 times the speed. The giant zombie's enormous size made every step shake the surrounding buildings. Wherever it went, any obstructing structures were directly smashed aside. Those that couldn't be knocked down were shattered by its axe. Even other zombies in its way would be flattened on the spot. In some areas, due to the overwhelming number of zombies, it would smash through anything blocking its path without hesitation. Boom! The giant axe slammed down forcefully onto the ground. Without the obstruction of buildings, the cement floor simply could not withstand this fierce attack. A crack was directly smashed into the ground. The crack spread outward from the center, forming a fan-shaped shockwave. The immense impact sent the surrounding cement blocks flying. The zombies standing on the cement blocks had no time to dodge and were sent soaring into the air. The shockwave lifted these cement blocks and zombies up to 7 meters high. Then, due to gravity, they came crashing down. The tremendous weight was far beyond what these ordinary zombies could endure. They shattered upon impact. This spectacle left the girls dumbfounded. What is that? Is it a titan? So fierce. This ultra-large zombie is even attacking its own kind. So terrifying. Everyone focus fire on this big guy. Don't let it get close to our armored vehicle. The girls were equally shocked as they watched the giant zombie draw nearer, listening to the command to leave a few people to guard one direction while the rest turned to attack the giant zombie. Their rifles unleashed a torrent of bullets at the zombie. Ding ding ding. However, the defense of a peak Tier 3 zombie was simply beyond what rifles could damage. If damage values could be displayed, it would probably only show 1. The bullets could not penetrate the zombie's body at all, merely sparking against its metal-like skin. Meanwhile, bang! Yang Yun, behind Chao Chuan, fired another shot from his Barrett. The Barrett, known for being able to penetrate armored vehicles, could only leave a dent on the zombie. But it was just a dent. It couldn't even inflict any damage. Roar! Insect! The giant zombie roared in anger, quickening its pace and charging forward. Buildings and zombies along its path were all smashed to pieces. Terrifying, Chao Chuan frowned as he looked at the giant zombie. An image of a game character appeared directly in his mind. Shaun, still 56 minutes to survive? It won't keep attacking for a few seconds after death, right? I originally wanted to take a comfortable rest, but my strength doesn't allow it. With that, Chao Chuan pushed off the ground with force, leaping into the air and charging towards the giant zombie. He condensed a metal gauntlet in his hand and struck directly at the giant zombie. Roar! The tyrant, seeing a human daring to attack it directly, let out a furious roar and swung the giant axe down towards Chao Chuan's position. Such a fast attack could not possibly hit Chao Chuan. He easily twisted his body, slipping past the giant axe like an eel, and landed a punch on the giant zombie's chest. Bang! The zombie was knocked back several meters by Chao Chuan's punch, landing squarely on its backside. Thanks to the speed boost, even though Chao Chuan's strength was not as great as the giant zombie's, it was enough to inflict damage. The giant zombie, now enraged by being knocked down, entered a state of rage. A blood and flesh armor appeared on its body, and the giant axe grew from 5 meters long to 7. The enhanced giant zombie charged at Chao Chuan like a massive cannonball. Wherever it went, nothing could survive. However, even in its enraged state, the tyrant zombie's attributes were only increased by 50%, still several levels below Chao Chuan. With a base attribute of 30, even doubled, it could not catch up to Chao Chuan. As long as speed prevailed, Chao Chuan would remain invincible. Chao Chuan smiled and threw another punch. What of 450 points of stamina? Bang! Keek, I, Chao Chuan, am still invincible. At the other end of Yongjiang University, 10 minutes ago. Having vented their desires, Li Chang and the others had entered a sage mode. Seeing that it was already late, they directly began to eat. The other survivors dared not voice their anger. Not to mention that it was already evening, they hadn't even eaten lunch yet. Li Sheng smiled and said, "You must be hungry. You all want to eat, right?" The group of survivors exchanged glances. Although they didn't understand what Li Sheng meant, the hunger in their stomachs was real. Since the apocalypse began, they hadn't gone hungry. Naturally, they nodded in agreement. Wanting to eat is only natural. In the apocalypse, food is the greatest resource, just like the soft sister currency used to be. If you want to obtain soft sister currency, you must exchange it with your own resources, Li Sheng continued. Listening to Li Sheng's words, several survivors spoke up. What do you mean? Just say it directly. Don't think we'll submit to your tyranny. You're a demon. Tell us, what do you want to do? Seeing their faces turn arrogant again, Li Sheng smiled. This lesson had to continue. Thus, Li Sheng walked up to the survivor who had just rebutted him, directly grabbing his neck with his hand and lifting him up, saying, No, it's not about submitting to my tyranny, and I'm certainly not a demon. I just want to tell you that society is about equivalent exchange. You've been too comfortable in the safe zone for too long and don't understand how hard it is to obtain resources. Since that's the case, I'll teach you. Women with good looks can come forward and exchange their bodies for resources. Men, no matter how handsome you are, your face won't fill your stomach. Go out and fight zombies. If you want to eat, exchange zombie cores for food, Li Sheng said. What? Fight zombies? I won't go. Aren't zombies something you ability users should deal with? Why should we go? Why don't you go fight them yourselves? The survivors all showed fear on their faces. Just recalling the scene of their classmates and teachers being eaten by zombies made them tremble in fear. Asking them to fight zombies was like sending them to their deaths. No way, absolutely not. They all took a few steps back, never even considering fighting zombies. Looking at these useless parasites, Li Sheng and the other ability users exchanged glances. One of the ability users directly walked into the crowd and pulled out the speaking survivor. What are you doing? Let me go. I'm telling you, cough. Don't think that the Federation is gone. Your lawless behavior will definitely be punished. Get your filthy hands off me. Disgusting. This survivor was a girl of below average looks. The ability users who had just eaten fine food naturally looked down on such trash. They showed no pity and directly said, since you don't want to go, then it's simple. I'll just have to send you on your way. After saying that, without giving the girl a chance, he squeezed hard with his right hand. The girl's head was separated from her body. Shut up. It's just killing someone. You're making such a fuss. Out there, you'd definitely be eaten alive by zombies. Forget it. We'll be good people to the end and teach you how to kill zombies. The nights in the apocalypse are always quiet. The sounds outside would become very loud in this deathly silent campus. At that moment, bang! A gunshot made them immediately look outside. What's going on? How could there be such a loud gunshot? Could it be that the military has entered the campus? Li Chang said, Xiaozhang, go out and take a look. The other survivors, hearing the gunshot, showed excited smiles. The scene immediately became chaotic. Some survivors spoke up. It's the military. It must be the military to have such heavy rifles. You ability users are dead meat. The Federation does not allow murder, and your hands are stained with blood. You definitely won't survive today. So arrogant. Where did that bravado go? What happened to the momentum just now? Listening to the words of the survivors, some ability users' faces turned extremely ugly. The Federation's punishment for crime is lethal. They can't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. Just thinking about having just forcefully taken advantage of 2 girls, that is a capital offense in the Federation. After all, in this version T0, any defense is utterly powerless. A wave of fear surged in their hearts. They even forgot how to proceed with their actions. Li Chang watched as his younger brothers transformed from shock to fear, and he couldn't help but frown deeply. Could it be that they were really going to be shot dead by the Federation army? Before Li Chang could express his thoughts, an ability user named Xiao Zhang rushed in quickly. His ability was enhanced vision, allowing him to see things from a great distance. Brother Chang, I saw it, cough cough. It's Chao Chuan, it's that group of women soldiers from Chao Chuan. Xiao Zhang spoke without catching his breath. Hearing Xiao Zhang's words, they naturally knew that Chao Chuan's women soldiers had rifles. As for the loud gunfire, when Xiao Huahua was fighting fiercely with Chao Chuan, plus it was daytime and they were suppressed by rifles, they hadn't really paid attention. They didn't expect that Chao Chuan's women soldiers even had such weapons. This was truly bad news. It seemed that the strength of Chao Chuan's team had to be raised even higher. However, the good news was that this was not the Federation's army. They could still live freely. Thinking of this, Li Chang looked cruelly at the few survivors who had just been shouting. He said, kill them. No, how can you be so lawless? Even the Federation army dares to commit evil. I was wrong, don't kill me. You are so ruthless. Just then, Xiao Zhang finally caught his breath and spoke again. Brother Chang, I also saw. Before he could finish, Li Chang interrupted him, displeased. What did you see? Can you say it all at once? Sorry, Brother Chang. It's zombies. Chao Chuan is fighting against a supergiant zombie. That zombie is as tall as a 2-story building, so terrifying. Xiao Zhang's words immediately shocked everyone present. They wanted to go out and take a look, but the first cafeteria was too low, and they couldn't see anything at all. They could only imagine the scene from Xiao Zhang's mouth. Roar! A zombie's scream came from a distance, startling everyone. To understand the situation, they sent Xiao Zhang out again to check. But before he had been out for half a minute, Xiao Zhang walked back in a daze, as if he had just seen something shocking. Looking at Xiao Zhang's expression, everyone was even more curious about what had happened. One by one, they asked, Xiao Zhang, what did you see? Why do you look so dumb? Speak, Xiao Zhang. Dead. They're all dead. What died? Was the zombie too strong? Did Chao Chuan get killed? That's good news. The ability users showed smiles on their faces. If Chao Chuan was dead, it meant they wouldn't have to pay the bill for 1,000 zombie cores. However, before they could smile for 2 seconds, Xiao Zhang spoke again. It's not Chao Chuan, it's that 2-story tall zombie. It was actually taken down by Chao Chuan alone, with just one punch. What the hell? This is impossible. He killed a 2-story tall zombie with one punch? If Xiao Zhang isn't exaggerating, then when Xiao Huahua fought with Chao Chuan, he probably didn't even use his full strength. Li Chang said in shock, what kind of strength is this? Xiao Huahua was already an invincible existence in front of them. They didn't expect that even in front of Chao Chuan, he couldn't bring out his full strength. What the hell is going on? The gap between people is just so vast. Brother Chang, what should we do now? A supernatural being asked. What is there to do? We haven't offended Chao Chuan. As long as we obediently hand over 1,000 zombie crystal cores, that's all there is to it, Li Chang replied. Brother, I see that Chao Chuan likes beautiful women. Why don't we send him a few more beauties, lower our stance, and I believe that even if we meet, he won't make things difficult for us. In fact, we might even gain his favor. Making friends with such a big shot would be beneficial for us, Li Shang chimed in. Oh, but haven't all the decent-looking women here already been played with by you? Are we really going to send a pair of worn-out shoes to Chao Chuan? He might think we're humiliating him, flattering him to the point of stepping on his legs, and we could end up getting kicked to death, Li Chang retorted. The other supernatural beings were taken aback. They had had such a good time today that they hadn't even thought about keeping 1 or 2 beauties to honor Chao Chuan. Were they really going to miss the chance to befriend a big shot? Big brother, you underestimate the beauties of our young Yuan. We misjudged today. One beauty deliberately disguised herself as ugly. If it weren't for her good figure, I wouldn't have noticed. That girl is simply stunning. I wanted to keep her for myself, but now it seems I can only contribute her, Li Shang said. Who? Bring her out to see, Li Chang said excitedly. Li Shang nodded and then brought out a girl from the corner. The girl was in tears, a towel stuffed in her mouth, and her hands bound with ropes that left red marks. Even in the most ordinary hoodie and sweatpants, her beautiful figure couldn't be concealed. Her half-exposed, bare ankles were fair and radiant. Despite not having bathed for so many days in the apocalypse, she had no unpleasant odor, only a faint floral scent. What a gem! The supernatural beings looked on, dry-mouthed. Isn't this girl the so-called first goddess of the new students, Xie Xinran? Damn, she's actually among our group of survivors. Xie Xinran? I've heard of her too. I didn't expect to meet her for the first time in such a situation. TSK, what a twist of fate. Li Chang was also taken aback when he heard the others mention her identity, then he was overjoyed. A woman of such caliber would surely be liked by Chao Chuan. To be honest, I really don't want to send her out. A gem like this, to just hand her over, is really. Alright, brother, it doesn't matter if the lights are off. What status do we have to think we can enjoy beauties of this level like Chao Chuan? While there's still water, hurry up and wash her clean, then change her into a nicer outfit. When we deliver the zombie crystal cores, we can send her along too, Li Chang said immediately. Okay, brother, I understand. After discussing matters regarding Chao Chuan, the supernatural beings turned their attention to the survivors. Li Shang threatened, tonight, the zombies will become violent. I won't ask you to kill them tonight, but starting tomorrow, each of you must go kill zombies. I don't care what methods you use, whether you team up or set traps. If you don't bring back zombie crystal cores, don't even think about eating anything. After witnessing multiple deaths and various women being violated, none of the survivors dared to refuse. Each face was pale. Thinking about having to grapple with zombies tomorrow sent chills down their spines. Some timid female survivors huddled in corners, hugging their knees and secretly shedding tears. The wind tonight was particularly desolate. At the armored vehicle, with the giant zombie taken down by Chao Chuan, the demise of the zombie horde was only a matter of time. The battle ended as the massive horde of zombie girls rendered 3 rifles useless. At this moment, the time had reached 3 in the morning. Sisters, after counting, we have taken down a total of 1,376 zombies, perfectly completing our goal. Finally, we can rest. We're done. Finally done. These zombies are truly endless. Sister, Yongyuan is the top university in Yongchang. Even without counting the seniors who have gone out for internships, there are still tens of thousands of students, so there must be tens of thousands of zombies too. We'll fight again tomorrow. My little black is already a bit overwhelmed, boo-hoo. The girl touched her hot rifle and spoke. Alright, let's all wrap up and rest. At this moment, Chao Chuan also came to the girl's side. Looking at the girls who were starting to show signs of dark circles under their eyes, he said with concern. As each girl returned to the armored vehicle, Wulan Lan controlled the central console and retracted all the armor. Suddenly, a battle vehicle wrapped in armor reappeared in the center of the campus. From a distance, one could hardly tell how luxurious the interior of this armored vehicle, which had its own spatial magic, was. Back inside the armored vehicle, Li Yujin arranged a late-night snack for the girls. After eating their fill, they took a shower and returned to their rooms. Chao Chuan lay on the bed scrolling through his phone. It had been so many days since the apocalypse began. Some base stations were probably out of service, and the internet speed was weakening. Chao Chuan checked the forum but found no new posts. There were only a few scattered rescue posts. Even the most popular self-rescue team recruitment post had no one commenting. It seemed that there were not many survivors left in the entire campus. Seeing that the forum was uninteresting, Chao Chuan turned off his phone and took out the third-tier peak zombie crystal core he had just dug out from the head of a giant zombie. The crystal core was significantly larger than those of ordinary zombies. The crystal core of an ordinary zombie was the size of a mung bean, while the one in his hand was the size of a peanut. This was several times larger. He wondered what the sizes of the first and second-tier zombie crystal cores were. Thinking of this, Chao Chuan asked the system, what is the use of this third-tier zombie crystal core? Ding! The host holds a third-tier zombie crystal core. Consuming it can grant a random 20 attribute points and randomly awaken a supernatural ability not exceeding D level, original zombie level. Ding! The system has optimized the effect of the zombie crystal core for the host. After consumption, the host can specify to gain 20 attribute points and can choose a supernatural ability from multiple options. Special reminder, sisters who are pregnant with the host's baby have the same rights to obtain the optimized effect of the zombie crystal core. Listening to the system's introduction, Chao Chuan smiled. With the ability to awaken later, it seemed that this zombie crystal core couldn't be consumed by himself. His sisters were the real necessity. Just as Chao Chuan hesitated about which sister to give it to, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was tapped a few times. Hearing the sound outside the door, Chao Chuan's heart jolted. Could it be Su Su? This beautiful sister was someone Chao Chuan had been looking forward to for a long time. From day to night, she finally arrived. Chao Chuan immediately said, "The door isn't locked, come in." As soon as Chao Chuan's words fell, the door slowly opened. A cute girl peeked her head in. "Hubby, you're not asleep yet," Su Weiniang said shyly. "I told you to come to my room tonight. How can you sleep alone? Come over, sit by me, and let's have a good chat." Chao Chuan patted the space beside him and spoke to Su Weiniang. Su Weiniang's heart skipped a beat. Although she knew this moment would come, she still felt a bit timid when it actually began. However, she obediently walked over, lifted Chao Chuan's air-conditioned blanket, and crawled in. Looking at Su Weiniang beside him, Chao Chuan gently held her face and examined her closely. They all have dark circles under their eyes. They still haven't rested enough, which makes my heart ache. Husband, I am indeed very tired right now. How about we? Before Su Weiniang could finish her sentence, Chao Chuan didn't hesitate and kissed her. Although the girl's lack of rest made Chao Chuan's heart hurt, if nothing was done tonight, his heart wouldn't hurt, but his little brother would. Tonight, he could only bear to feel a little wronged for his heart. He wanted to make his little brother happy. Understanding, Chao Chuan took the initiative to help Su Weiniang out of her clothes. Su Weiniang was as shy as a little white rabbit in the arms of a big bad wolf. She let out a soft whimper. This made Chao Chuan, who was already testing the waters, suddenly feel a surge of excitement. "My lady, the night is deep. We should discuss the origins of humanity." Faced with Chao Chuan's advances, although Su Weiniang had a boyfriend before, they had always been respectful to each other. Every time they discussed life, it was in a normal posture. There was never anyone as domineering as Chao Chuan. She nervously closed her eyes. However, the next second, when Chao Chuan's hand touched her, it sent a shiver through her body. This unfamiliar feeling made Su Weiniang suddenly open her eyes. She looked down, instantly startled. Chao Chuan's physique was sculpted, and although enhanced by abilities, achieving such a model-like body was still quite rare. 8-pack abs were well-defined. From the side, there was a beauty in strength. This was too handsome. She immediately stammered, "Husband, is this real?" Then Su, don't be afraid. I've been through many battles. I will be very gentle. Wang Mang is even smaller than you. If she weren't pregnant, she'd want to play with me too. Husband, I'm not afraid, I'm just too excited. I want to give you a baby at noon. Hee, do you prefer a boy or a girl? I like both. Husband, you have to be a little gentle. Don't worry, no one understands how to cherish girls better than I do. Smack! As the lights in the room went out. An eventful night. Although only half the night remained, it was destined to be a night for the two to stay up. Ding! Host successfully rescued the beauty. The girl has a score of 93 points, and a reward can be obtained. The reward is being issued. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Blue Fire Gatling Enhanced version, no preheating required, ammo capacity 1000/clip, firing rate 8000 per minute, *100, 7. 62mm bullets *10000000. Related items have been placed in the system space, please check, host. Listening to the system's prompt, a smile appeared on Chao Chuan's face. As expected, what was meant to come had arrived. Previously, when Jiang Roer was practicing and kept missing the target, Chao Chuan had a headache, always thinking about how to get her a weapon that didn't require precision. So many days had passed, and Jiang Roer was still the same. Out of 10 shots, 7 would miss. If it weren't for the zombies crowding together, she would have collapsed in less than half a minute. It seemed she truly had no talent. Now, she finally had a weapon she could use. Chao Chuan felt a deep sense of relief. He would arrange it for her tomorrow. But tonight, he had to play single-player landlord with Su. The next day, as dawn broke, Chao Chuan looked at Su Weiniang, curled up beside him. He helped her untangle her hair that had stuck together and covered her with a blanket before leaving the room. As soon as he stepped out, he saw the girls had already gotten up and started fighting zombies. At the front, Jiang Roer was seriously aiming and shooting, but for some reason, the bullets seemed to have a mind of their own. Each time, they would hit the ground with a Thomas spin right in the zombie's path. Watching his sisters be so impressive while he felt so weak, a wave of frustration surged in his heart. Sisters, it seems I'm really not suited for playing with rifles. I can't hit anything at all. Maybe I should just obediently have babies for my husband, Jiang Roer said to the other girls around her. Roer, don't say that about yourself. Everyone has their strengths. Look at Sister Eugene, she's doing quite well in the kitchen, one of them replied. I hope so, Jiang Roer said as she put away the rifle. It was simply a waste of bullets for her to try. Instead, she decided to help the other girls load magazines from behind. At that moment, Chao Chuan walked over. He wrapped his arms around Zhang Roar, kissed her hair, and said, "Who made our little Princess Roar unhappy?" Zhang Roar was still feeling down. She was a bit irritated from being ambushed and was about to vent her frustration. But hearing Chao Chuan's voice immediately extinguished her anger. Pouting, she said, "I'm the most useless waste here, I can't even handle a rifle." "Boo-hoo, husband, maybe I should just have your babies from behind." Listening to Zhang Roar, Chao Chuan smiled. "Having babies is definitely on the agenda, but I have a treasure that you can definitely hit with. I just don't know if you can handle it. Let me check your body first." "Husband, what treasure? Is it something big and thick, not very proper? What are you thinking?" Chao Chuan teased, giving her a playful poke on her high nose, then his hands moved around to touch her arms. Feeling them, he was surprised to find that Zhang Roar's muscles were quite strong. She should be able to handle a Gatling gun. To avoid any misjudgment, Chao Chuan checked Zhang Roar's attribute panel. Attributes: Strength, 16, 7 Stamina, 13, 1 Speed, 12, 1 Mental Power, 10. 2. He was shocked. He hadn't expected Zhang Roar to have such increased stamina and strength. Wasn't this just prepared for the Gatling gun? Not bad, not bad. The little sister has potential. Zhang Roar looked at Chao Chuan's actions in confusion. She still didn't understand what he was up to until he really pulled out a Gatling gun that was over 1.5 meters long. She was stunned. Wow! The other girls, who were still fighting zombies, turned to look at the two in confusion. Only 2 words came to their minds to describe the situation. Awesome! Husband, is this real? Zhang Roar looked at the Gatling gun in Chao Chuan's hands, and even though it was right in front of her, she still couldn't believe that such a war machine would appear before her. It was probably rare even in military museums. Take it, try it out. Even if your accuracy is low, you can definitely hit a zombie with this weapon, Chao Chuan said, handing the Gatling gun to Zhang Roar. Zhang Roar looked at the massive weapon in front of her. Just the barrel was much thicker than the previous M416, and it had 6 barrels combined, all coated in black metal paint, looking very high quality. If she couldn't hit a zombie with such a big thing, she might as well buy a block of tofu to throw herself against. But such a large weapon must weigh several hundred pounds. Zhang Roar took it. It was a bit of a struggle, but she managed to lift it. It wasn't as heavy as she imagined, but it was still close to 200 pounds. Seeing Zhang Roar holding the Gatling gun, Chao Chuan suddenly thought of another anime character whose image overlapped significantly with Zhang Roar's current appearance. On a whim, he downloaded a picture of that character from his phone. He showed it to Zhang Roar and said, "Roar, my little treasure, you can control the nano combat suit to transform into this look." The photo. GIF. After saying that, Chao Chuan handed the picture to Zhang Roar. She looked at the anime character in the photo. Zhang Roar was taken aback. She had never watched anime, but she had never seen anything like this for a dead otaku. Wasn't the imagination a bit too rich? How could such a delicate girl be so fierce? The key point was that she was only wearing a small bra on her upper body. Wasn't that too revealing? The girl in the photo had a flat chest, but hers was not small. Zhang Roar pinched herself. It was QQ bouncy and quite substantial. However, looking at Chao Chuan's expectant gaze, Zhang Roar shyly nodded. Her husband wanted her to play cosplay. After all, she was a devoted wife. She had to satisfy Chao Chuan in any pose. So, here we go. In the next moment, Zhang Roar tied her hair into twin ponytails and put on a pair of glasses. The clothes on her body changed with time. Chao Chuan was also busy. There was a lot of metallic liquid in the space. Zhang Roar still needed a weapon. Following the style in the photo, she directly melted out a long knife and handed it to Zhang Roar. Holding a Gatling gun in her left hand and the knife in her right, Zhang Roar looked even more beautiful than the anime characters at that moment. What was up with those dead otakus? The real world was much better than the two-dimensional paper wives. Chao Chuan was very satisfied. That's it, this outfit is really cool, go fight some zombies. Thank you, husband. Muah. Asterisk 3. Zhang Roar said, her face flushed as she held the Gatling gun, with the long knife resting behind her back, and walked to the front of the battle stage. The other girls looked at Zhang Roar's outfit, exclaiming loudly how cool and fierce she looked. Especially the massive Gatling gun in Zhang Roar's hands was much more powerful than the rifles they held. This wasn't a game. In games, speed and accuracy mattered. In reality, firepower was justice. 8,000 rounds per minute. As long as it could break through defenses, even a god could be killed. Lu Xinxin and the other girls wanted to try holding the Gatling gun. However, as soon as they took it, they almost fell to the ground. It was too heavy. Fortunately, Zhang Roar reacted quickly and caught it. Otherwise, the treasure Chao Chuan gave her would have fallen to the ground. Several other girls came over to try it. In the end, only Jiang Rower could lift it. They had to give up. For now, only Jiang Rower could show off with this weapon. However, as they collected enough zombie crystal cores, with increased strength and stamina, they would be able to handle it too. For the time being, it was best to let Jiang Rower take the spotlight. The girls urged Jiang Rower to try the weapon quickly. At this moment, their armored vehicle had already advanced to the vicinity of the most popular teaching buildings, where the most zombies were. They were originally thinking about how to break in quickly. Now it seemed they could give it a try. Thus, the girls used the intercom to speak to Wulan Lan, who was responsible for driving. Sister, turn on the horn to attract some zombies out. Okay, but everyone needs to be prepared. There will definitely be a lot of zombies inside. It's likely that just attracting them will bring out hundreds, so don't get surrounded. Don't worry, Sister Lan Lan, we have Rower. Wulan Lan, hearing everyone's words, wanted to ask in confusion, wasn't Jiang Rower the girl with the worst accuracy? Could she be relied upon? In the driver's seat, she couldn't see the situation outside. With doubts, she pressed the horn. Beep beep beep. As the armored vehicle sounded its horn, the nearest teaching building suddenly opened like a duck pen. One by one, zombies rushed out like a tide of ducks. After so many days of development, the zombie speed had already surpassed that of most adults. If an ordinary person who had never used any zombie crystal cores faced a zombie now, they would probably have no chance of even a one-on-one encounter. They would be killed in an instant. Rower, it's up to you. All the other girls stopped shooting at this moment, watching Jiang Rower perform alone. Alright, day. A blue firework lit up from Jiang Rower's hand. Bullets poured out madly towards the zombies. In the blink of an eye, a magazine of 1,000 bullets was completely emptied. A vacuum zone was instantly cleared in the horde of zombies. Damn, that's fierce. Rower, it looks like we need to hold onto this thigh tightly. I wonder if the Gatling can penetrate the armor of those giant zombies from yesterday. If it can, we won't even need my husband to step in. Just emptying a magazine into its head would definitely take it down. Whoa, we also want to use the Gatling. This rifle isn't appealing anymore. Alright, sisters, my weapon is difficult to move. I can only defend. If we go out to search, we still need you rifle girls. I'll change the magazine first. The rest of you clear the area. Under the continuous fire from the girls, there were hardly any zombies left standing. With Jiang Rower guarding the way, the girls responsible for cleaning up the battlefield gained an extra member. This wave resulted in plus 666 zombie cores. On the other side, Yongjiang University's first cafeteria. All the survivors, except for those who could sleep with Chao Chuan, had been driven outside to fight zombies. This included some school leaders. These sheltered flowers had never fought zombies before the apocalypse. Now, facing upgraded zombies, they had no qualifications to kill them. Not long after going out, they faced an attack from 3 zombies. Not only did they have no combat power, but the majority fleeing also caused a stampede situation. What could have been an easy opportunity to take down zombies with numbers turned into a feast for the undead. Waste. All of you are waste. Li Chang looked down at the hundreds of survivors, utterly useless. In his anger, he smashed the teacup in his hand to pieces. He had previously envisioned things too beautifully. Now it seemed that these survivors wouldn't even bring back 2 zombie cores each. Perhaps even 10 of them combined wouldn't be able to bring back 2. They had completely lost touch with this world. If these survivors had started fighting zombies on the first day, they might have had a chance to survive well in this apocalypse. But now, after being saved by that big fool Xiaohua, they had lost so many days of development time. How could a level 0 newbie fight against already leveled up zombies? Wasn't that seeking death? Just a moment ago, those survivors bitten by zombies couldn't resist the zombie virus at all. Within minutes, they transformed among the crowd, one ambush after another, turning the encounter with just 3 zombies into a small wave of corpses. Li Chang and the others had to join the fight. Their abilities were exhausted, and their knives were dull. Because these newly transformed zombies couldn't form cores, after killing for so long, they found that not only had they not gained many zombie cores, but recovering their abilities would also take half a day. This back and forth wasted an entire day. A total loss. It was like losing both the wife and the soldiers. A few ability users looked at each other with gloomy expressions. At this moment, everyone was filled with frustration. Looking at the pensive crowd, Li Shang spoke up. It seems unrealistic to rely on these survivors to help us collect zombie cores. We need to think of another way. What way? With 1,000 zombie cores, just relying on us, we might not even be able to kill enough in a month. Did you hear the gunfire outside? Forget a month. Perhaps in 3 days, all the zombies in the campus will be cleared by Chao Chuan's female army, and what will we have left to fight for? Then what should we do? We can't just leave the school now, right? The situation outside is much more complicated than inside the school. we might not be able to compete with those who have been mingling in society for years. Now we just have to see if the 10 or so girls we have left can provide Chao Chuan with zombie crystal cores. As for wanting to build good relationships, I'm afraid that's difficult, Li Chang said helplessly. It can only be this way, don't touch any of the remaining women. Understood. Let's take a break and go out to fight zombies later. Damn! After going out, the survivors hid and dodged, and soon some ran to the vicinity of the main teaching buildings. The gunfire is coming from the opposite side. That should be our Federation's army. As long as we can get over there, we have a chance of survival. But Lin Xiao, getting to the other side is probably very difficult. Didn't you hear the sounds of zombies nearby? There are just too many. We have to get past the difficulties. That side is our only hope for survival. We are all men, and what is most lacking in the apocalypse? One is resources, and the other is labor. I believe that once we get over there, we will definitely be accepted. Several male survivors were talking while hiding in a safe spot. Before they could finish their conversation, one of them screamed, "Ah, help me, help me." The other's hair stood on end, and when they turned around, they found that a zombie had quietly approached them without them noticing. "Shit, there's a zombie, run!" One survivor shouted loudly. There was no hesitation among the crowd. Without saying another word, they started to run. However, the bitten survivor did not want to die like this. He clung tightly to Lin Xiao's ankle, screaming, "Lin Xiao, save me. You usually spend my money on food, drink, and gambling. You can't just leave me like this. What the hell? How can I save you? You've been bitten, is there any hope? Let go, damn it, let go." Lin Xiao struggled to pull his leg away, but it was useless. Even stepping on his hand or kicking his head didn't work. After the zombie took a few bites, seeing another fresh meal, it greedily lunged at Lin Xiao. "Ah!" The scream abruptly stopped, eyes wide open in death. The other few survivors fled in a panic. Whether it was the favor of the goddess of luck, they unexpectedly found themselves on a path without zombies. They ran through the teaching building and arrived at the other side. Looking ahead, they saw clusters of zombie corpses and, on the other side of the zombies, a massive Doomsday armored vehicle. They were instantly shocked. The army! It must be the official army of the Federation, otherwise, how could any civilian organization have such powerful armored vehicles? Ha ha ha, then we are saved. Watching the Gatling gun on the armored vehicle firing wildly, these zombies, which had terrified them, fell one after another like chives being cut down. They suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Indeed, it was a regular army. Their firepower was so fierce. With such a powerful team, surviving would be easy. Thinking of this, they no longer hesitated and rushed out from their cover, shouting, "Help! Help!" The girls were having a great time fighting when suddenly a few survivors burst out from the zombie-infested teaching building, also taken aback. There were actually survivors in this place? What to do? Should we save them? But our vehicle is full of women. We can't possibly take 2 men on board. Thinking of this, one of the girls left the group and went to find Chao Chuan, asking, "Honey, there are a few survivors in the teaching building ahead." Hearing about new survivors, Chao Chuan immediately became interested and eagerly asked, "Oh, there are survivors with so many zombies? Are they male or female?" "Male." "Oh, just pretend we didn't see them," Chao Chuan replied immediately. "Got it," the girl nodded. Originally, she didn't know how to handle her relationships with others in the apocalypse. Now that Chao Chuan wouldn't let her manage it, why should she care about these people? Returning to the front, she directly conveyed Chao Chuan's intentions. Letting those few survivors scream their hearts out over there, none of the female soldiers paid them any mind. The survivors thought their voices were too soft, that they were too busy fighting zombies to be heard, so they raised their voices. They even found 2 iron buckets from somewhere and started banging them, playing the Croatian Rhapsody. The girls were left dumbfounded. Lu Xinchen spoke up, "Don't these people know there are a lot of zombies here? Making this noise will get them surrounded soon. I don't know, maybe they really have a problem with their brains. Let's not bother with them. Sisters, control the situation a bit. I need to change my bullets," Zhang Rower said. "All right, go ahead." Just as the Gatling gun ceased fire, the zombies' attention was not so focused on the armored vehicle. A few survivors thought they were coming to rescue them and banged even louder. However, what awaited them was countless zombies. The deaths of a few survivors were just a minor episode. In the apocalypse, there were plenty of survivors killed by zombies, and Chao Chuan wouldn't feel guilty. After all, he wasn't a saint. As for male survivors who couldn't provide any benefits, they were even less important in his eyes than a chicken leg. Speaking of chicken legs, Chao Chuan remembered there were still quite a few in his space. It would be a waste to leave them there. Now that he had the precious Eugen, who had hot meals every day, who would still eat such junk food, but they could be snacks. He took out some chicken legs from his space and distributed them to the girls as a treat. Soon, there were no zombies left standing in the first teaching building. Chao Chuan didn't arrange for further advancement. He let a few girls follow behind with rifles to sweep through. After confirming that all were killed, he proceeded to the next step. At this time, the girl responsible for collecting zombie crystal cores also reported the number of kills in this teaching building. They had obtained a total of 2,500 zombie crystal cores. It hadn't been long, calculating, it was less than half a day's time to get 2,500 zombie crystal cores. Thinking back to last night, when they had to kill enough zombies for 1,300 crystal cores, they had fought until dawn. The cost-effectiveness here was off the charts. It was truly worry-free and labor-saving. There was still a playground in another teaching building ahead, and Chao Chuan began to anticipate how much income the teaching building would bring. After all, the stronger the girls became, the quicker Chao Chuan could step back. He aimed to finish everything today and earn a few thousand crystal cores. Without hesitation, everyone began to head to the next location. The road next to the teaching building could only accommodate one private car, but Chao Chuan's armored vehicle was super wide, already exceeding the road's capacity. Wulan Lan stopped at the intersection and contacted Chao Chuan, asking, "Hubby, this road is a bit too small. I don't know how to get through." Chao Chuan came to the front of the vehicle after hearing this. Looking at the road, he saw that one side was the teaching building, and the other was a wall. Seeing the road conditions, Chao Chuan said, "Just crash through the wall." "Ah, won't that damage the armored vehicle?" "No, the armor used for the armored vehicle is made of the best materials in this world. Even reinforced concrete houses can't withstand an armored vehicle, let alone this wall made of just bricks." "Got it, hubby." With Chao Chuan's instructions, Wulan Lan no longer hesitated. She stepped on the gas and crashed through. A 3-meter-high wall was directly knocked down to the side. This caused the zombies that had been concentrated near the iron gate in the middle of the first teaching building to turn around. There were many zombies. However, in just a moment, the entire playground, more than half of the zombies had already surrounded them. The girls, armed with weapons, didn't wait for Chao Chuan to give orders and immediately pulled the triggers, starting the cleanup operation. The firepower was led by Zhang Ruer, who stood in the center, her Gatling gun spewing blue flames as it spun wildly. With Zhang Ruer providing fire coverage, it fired 8,000 rounds per minute. In less than 10 seconds, 1,000 bullets emptied the magazine. The bullets poured out like a barrage. The zombies hadn't even gotten close before being turned into sieves halfway. However, the Gatling gun was not invincible. After all, the time to reload was a bit longer. At this moment, the other rifle-wielding girls needed to step in. Day. The cycle continued. The Gatling gun spun again. In just a few minutes, most of the zombies had already fallen. The reason it went so smoothly was that this was the only way to the playground. Surrounded by walls, and being a playground, there was no cover at all. The remaining scattered zombies were left to the rifle girls to deal with. The ones in particularly tricky positions were handled by Yang Yiyun. The entire cleanup of the playground took less time than a third of the first teaching building. In the following time, the girls collected all the zombie crystal cores. Looking at the thousands of additional crystal cores, the girls became excited. "Sisters, do you know how many zombie crystal cores we have now? A whopping 6,500. Wow, we just started fighting not long ago, and we already have so many zombie crystal cores. Let me calculate, with 6,500 cores, we 13 sisters can each get 500 cores. Sister, don't be too happy yet, there's still another teaching building. Let's finish cleaning this one before we count." "Right, there's still another teaching building. Sisters, let's hurry up and continue." Seeing the girls energized, Chao Chuan immediately instructed Wulan Lan to head to the next teaching building. The armored vehicle rolled over a large number of zombie corpses, leaving a trail of dark red blood that looked quite gruesome. However, at this moment, no one was paying attention to their side. The zombies on the last teaching building were eager to rush out and attack Chao Chuan's team. The zombies were impatient. The girls were even more impatient. Before the zombies could get close, Zhang Ruer raised the Gatling gun and opened fire, shooting directly at the entrance of the teaching building. At that moment, the zombies happened to rush out. Day. By sheer luck, Zhang Ruer hit every shot without missing. The zombies that collided with the gun's muzzle were directly turned into sieves. The zombies behind them trying to rush out had no way to go. Zombies were a bunch of mindless monsters. Seeing they couldn't get out the front door, the other zombies didn't retreat. They had all crowded at the entrance. Not a single zombie had come out, and they couldn't even hit the zombies they wanted to attack. Faced with this situation, the girls were at a loss. Thus, a representative was sent to find Chao Chuan to ask for a strategy. "Hubby, the zombies can't get out. How do we kill them?" Hearing the girls' words, Chao Chuan went to the front of the vehicle to check the situation. Upon discovering the crowd of zombies at the teaching building, he was instantly delighted. What a great opportunity! Why bother with rifle shooting? Just set it on fire, and not a single zombie would escape. Leave these zombies to me, Chao Chuan said. After speaking, he jumped down from the armored vehicle under the astonished gazes of the girls. He went straight to the entrance of the teaching building and took out a bottle of gasoline from his space, pouring it over the zombies blocking the door from top to bottom. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and flicked the lighter with a snap. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Then he tossed the lighter directly into the horde of zombies. Boom! The zombies soaked in gasoline were quickly engulfed in flames. The zombies behind them, still unaware of what was happening, continued to push forward, also catching fire. The flames grew larger, illuminating half the sky with a bright orange glow. The girls were stunned. They never expected that killing zombies could be done this way. Using fire as an attack was too unorthodox. The rifles they held suddenly seemed less appealing compared to this. Now, compared to fire attacks, they were on a completely different level. A mix of emotions surged in their hearts. Sisters, if only we had special powers. It seems like our current equipment is a bit outdated. Why don't we all switch to Gatling guns? My husband should have some. Gatling guns aren't. If we need to sweep through, rifles are still the most suitable. Then how about we assign roles based on usage? The most accurate girls, like Yang, can use the Barrett, those with decent accuracy can use rifles, and those with lower accuracy can use Gatling guns. How does that sound? Listening to Wang Meng's suggestion, everyone nodded. However, the Gatling gun was too heavy for some of the girls to handle. But once they fully absorbed the zombie cores and increased their attributes, they should be able to wield the Gatling gun. The temporary decision among the girls was that Yang Yun and Wang Meng would use sniper rifles. However, Wang Meng would play a supportive role, and she might also have to take on some command duties. Next, Li Jiayu, Wulan Lan, Li Yuding, and Zhang Lu would use Gatling guns, but not right now. They would decide after absorbing the zombie cores and seeing what attributes they could gain. The remaining girls, Lu Xinxin, Yang Chanxian, Yu Jinyao, and the new girl Su Weining, would use rifles. These girls all had decent accuracy. After assigning the roles, Chao Chuan had no idea that a team of stunning beauties that would shock the world was taking shape. The flames continued to crackle and burn. As time passed, a large number of zombies had turned to charcoal. The system's prompt sounded in Chao Chuan's ears again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the zombie slaughter of 10,000, earning the special title Zombie Butcher. Please enter the system space to equip it. Hearing the system's prompt, Chao Chuan was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect there would be achievements and titles. This was quite impressive. Without hesitation, he began to check the attributes of this title. Equipment type, title, level, rare, attributes, all attributes plus 50, special effect. Wearing this title adds an additional 10% damage to zombie kills. The attributes were simple but powerful. All attributes plus 50 was equivalent to Chao Chuan obtaining 2,000 zombie cores. Not a lot, but not insignificant either. Free gains were always appealing. After equipping the title, Chao Chuan checked his attribute interface again. Name, Chao Chuan, age, 21, attributes, strength, 296 stamina, 295 speed, 276 mental power, 285 free attribute points, 0, passive skills, insulator, free will, golden kidney, phantom clone, title, zombie butcher, special ability, metal control, a grade, special skills, woman radar, storage space, 40 by 40 by 40, special items, M416 assault rifle asterisk 83, 5. 56 bullets asterisk 968,700, freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, high-end solar generators asterisk 10, nano combat suits asterisk 82, pork, beef, mutton asterisk 99 tons, Barrett heavy sniper rifles, improved version, weight reduced by 99%, asterisk 99, 12, 7 by 99 millimeters bullets asterisk 999874, Blue Fire Gatling asterisk 99, 7. 96 mm bullets asterisk 98412. Goodness, once this title is equipped, Chao Chuan's attributes are about to break 300. 30 times the attributes of an ordinary human. Chao Chuan has no idea how impressive he is now. In any case, there are currently no opponents. However, Chao Chuan also doesn't want to waste too much time on these zombies, noticing that the fire isn't strong enough. He added a bit more fuel. Half an hour passed. He was very satisfied with this fire. Some zombies still upstairs, unaware of the situation, felt the heat and immediately jumped out of the window. In midair, they were shot down by Yang Yun. As time went by, the fire grew larger. Far away in the first cafeteria, Li Chang and others also saw this situation. They didn't expect such a large fire could occur in the school, especially in the teaching building. It's really strange. There are strange events every year, but this year is particularly abundant. Li Chang initially didn't pay much attention, but the more Li Chang thought about it, the more something felt off. Brother, this probably isn't an ordinary fire. It should be someone setting fire to the zombies. If I'm not mistaken, that position should be the central teaching building, Li Chang said. Hearing Li Chang's words, everyone reacted. After killing the zombies in front, one person said, "Is it possible that this is the work of that god like Chao Chuan? Right now, he might be the only one capable of doing something like this." Listening to everyone's analysis, Li Chang was stunned for a moment, then revealed a bitter smile and said, "The central teaching building is already the place with the most zombies. I originally wanted to complete the goal of 1,000 crystal cores. That place was the most likely. Now that it's occupied by Chao Chuan, we have no chance at all. Let's just send the beauties over." Brother, is that okay? Whether it's okay or not, how long are we going to sweep through these scattered zombies? Rather than waiting for Chao Chuan to come find us, it's better to take the initiative. He would be more accepting. I understand. Then let's go back and bring the girls out now. Alright, the few quickly turned back. The ability user responsible for guarding the girls thought Li Chang and the others had returned with a large amount of supplies or zombie crystal cores. They didn't expect it was for this reason. At this stage, wanting to mix in Yang Yuan, everything depends on Chao Chuan's mood. He didn't dare to slack off at all. Since they planned to send girls to Chao Chuan, these women had been well fed and taken care of. They wasted so much of their food. Hurry up and send them away. A group of people immediately took a dozen girls and left the first cafeteria, heading towards the central teaching building. At this moment, the central teaching building was already burned clean, and the girls were diligently collecting zombie crystal cores. Chao Chuan was comfortably supervising. Just then, the system began to go crazy with a large number of notifications. Ding! Detecting suitable pregnant women nearby approaching the host. Please accept them and quickly revive humanity. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it as soon as possible. Ding! Detecting high-quality suitable pregnant women nearby approaching the host. Please accept them and quickly revive humanity. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it as soon as possible. Chao Chuan was taken aback. What the hell is going on? With so many zombies nearby, there are still many suitable pregnant women? His gaze immediately turned towards the direction indicated by the prompt. He saw dozens of dark figures quickly approaching from afar. Chao Chuan took a careful look. I didn't expect it to be Li Chang and his group. What are they here for? Oh, I remember now, they still owe me 1,000 zombie crystal cores. For Chao Chuan, 1,000 zombie crystal cores is just a matter of half a day, so he had naturally forgotten about it. Could it be that they came to pay back the zombie crystal cores? As these people gradually approached, the girls also noticed the newcomers. It's Li Chang. Honey, I didn't expect them to really come back to pay the zombie crystal cores. As expected, Honey's reputation is powerful. None of those survivors dared to offend him, and they wouldn't even think of running away. Instead, they obediently came back to settle their debts. Sisters, something's not right. Look behind them. Why are there so many girls following? There must be something fishy going on. What's with all these girls? Li Chang is not a good person. What does he mean by bringing so many little vixens? The girls looked at them with unfriendly expressions. As Li Chang and the others got closer, the girls raised their weapons and aimed them at Li Chang and his group. After all, the area had already been cleared. There were currently no zombies around, leaving Yang Yun in charge of the lookout. Boss Chao Chuan, sisters, the weather is really nice today, perfect for a spring outing, Li Chang said with a grin as he approached. Hearing Li Chang's words, the women looked displeased and stared at him. One of the girls spoke up. Cut the crap, get to the point. Don't act like one of us. Are the 1,000 zombie crystal cores were owed ready? Her tone was very harsh, showing no courtesy at all. Coupled with her pretty face, it was clear she was genuinely angry. Seeing the girl block Chao Chuan and immediately question him, Li Chang's heart sank. This group of women must have understood my intentions. He couldn't help but feel anxious. But he didn't have any zombie crystal cores. He was just here to deliver the girls. If he said that, how would he explain it to Chao Chuan? Just as Li Chang was at a loss, Chao Chuan walked over, smiling as he approached Li Chang. He glanced at the women behind them, already aware of their information. Sure enough, the system's prompt came from these people. Seeing Chao Chuan come forward, Li Chang smiled and then quietly leaned towards Chao Chuan's ear and said, "Boss Chao Chuan, can we talk privately for a moment?" Seeing Li Chang's fawning expression, Chao Chuan immediately understood what he meant. He nodded and said, "Alright, let's go over there." Chao Chuan casually pointed to a spot. The two quickly left the group and went outside. After Li Chang and Chao Chuan left, the remaining ability users nervously rubbed their hands, unsure if Li Chang's plan would succeed. The girls looked at these disgusting men, each giving them a cold shoulder. Li Chang noticed that something was off and stepped forward, addressing the girls. "Hello, sisters, we're all on the same side, so don't be nervous. We're just here to make friends. Get lost." Zhang Roer, holding a Gatling gun, showed them no mercy. She directly fired back. "Bringing so many little foxes to steal our men? Not pulling the trigger would be a miracle." Hearing the girl's words, Li Shang's expression turned cold. However, he didn't dare to say much. After all, Chao Chuan was still nearby. If he dared to act, it would be like an old lady eating arsenic. He'd be asking for trouble. Since the girls weren't giving him face, he didn't want to force it either. He simply retreated back into the middle of the group to wait for the negotiations between the two sides. Just as Chao Chuan and Li Chang were negotiating, Li Yuting spotted one of the girls in the group. She exclaimed in surprise, "That person seems to be the legendary first goddess of the new students, Xia Xinran. She's actually still alive." Listening to Li Yuting's words, Lin Yue immediately squeezed to the front. When she saw Xia Xinran, she was momentarily stunned. Then, overwhelmed with joy, she shouted, "Cousin, it's me." Xia Xinran had been in a daze. In the apocalypse, a woman without power, especially a beautiful one, faced a grim fate. She had already prepared herself for humiliation. Suddenly, a familiar voice reached her ears. She hazily lifted her head and saw Lin Yue in the crowd, rubbed her eyes, and smiled, saying, "It must be an illusion. It's the apocalypse. How could my cousin still be alive? Huh, she's still here." Looking at the bewildered Xia Xinran, Lin Yue had been smiling until she heard Xia Xinran say, "How come you're not dead yet?" Lin Yue's face puffed up in anger. She immediately walked over, pinched Xia Xinran's ear, and said, "Oh, you little girl, cursing your cousin to death? Let me see how I'll deal with you." After saying that, she pulled Xia Xinran to her side and playfully slapped her beautiful backside twice. "Ouch, cousin, you're really real." "Woo-woo, stop hitting me," Xia Xinran said, blushing. "Of course, I'm real. You little girl, 3 days without a beating makes the roof tiles fly off. Come here." Bewildered, Xia Xinran was led into the group by Lin Yue. Once inside, Xia Xinran saw the older sisters all holding hot weapons and immediately asked, "Are the sisters all from the federal government army here to rescue us?" Bang! A response came in the form of a thump on her head. "How long has it been? Have you forgotten what your cousin is doing now? Ah, then you're not from the federal government. How could you have so many weapons?" Xia Xinran said in shock. "Of course, your cousin's husband provided them. Don't move for now. I'll have your cousin's husband redeem you later," Lin Yue replied. "Wait, cousin, when did you get married?" "I'm not married, but now it's the apocalypse. Whoever treats me well and can lead me to survive in this apocalypse is my husband." "Cousin, you too. Why don't you come along with me? We can serve our husbands together and be sisters." After hearing Lin Yue's words, Xia Xinran was shocked again. She never expected her usually gentle cousin to have such a fierce side. "Wait." Xia Xinran seemed to think of something. She turned to Lin Yue and asked, "Cousin, I have a question. The cousin's husband you mentioned, it wouldn't be that man named Chao Chuan, would it?" You figured it out so quickly?" "No, cousin, we were sent here to make a deal with a man named Chao Chuan." "You mean, you girls came here to make a deal with your husbands?" "Yes, I heard it's to settle debts for zombie crystal cores." "What the hell?" Everyone was shocked. No wonder Li Chang was stammering. It turned out he was selling his women. After learning the reason, Lin Yue immediately said to Xia Xinran, "I didn't expect it to be this reason." "That makes it easier. I didn't know how to persuade my husband to get you, but now it's fine. Cousin, you must strive to be the first to be redeemed by Chao Chuan." "What? What's going on?" Xia Xinran looked at Lin Yue in disbelief. "Cousin, you've changed. I can't believe you would say something like that. Don't be anxious. Do you see the rifle in my hand?" Lin Yue said. She had actually been puzzled when she first arrived, wondering why they all had weapons. Now it was clear. "Did Chao Chuan bring all of these?" "Yes, cousin, it seems you've already learned to answer quickly," Lin Yue said with a smile. Xia Xinran looked into Lin Yue's sincere eyes. Her already wavering heart gradually calmed down. She had been brought here by Li Chang and others to be given to Chao Chuan, but now seeing her cousin, who had long been with Chao Chuan, living so well, any discomfort she felt had vanished. She just wondered if there would be enough to eat and drink. It seemed her luck was indeed quite good. She could finally cling to a big shot. A bright smile appeared on Xia Xinran's face. On the other side of the group, listening to Xia Xinran and Lin Yue's conversation, which they didn't bother to lower their voices for, the other girls also showed signs of hope, especially upon hearing that Chao Chuan had such strength. they became even more impatient. The girls were ecstatic. Without hesitation, they urged the man in front to hurry up and exchange them. Li Shang, feeling a bit dissatisfied with the girls' impatience, thought to himself, "Damn it, when I brought you all out, you resisted so much. Now that you know you're being given to a big shot, your attitude changes completely. How shameless." He thought he was quite handsome too. Why wasn't anyone coming to him voluntarily? At that moment, Chao Chuan and Li Chang returned. They were chatting and laughing, seemingly having reached an indescribable deal. No one knew how many were involved in the transaction. What if just a few were delayed for a second and it was all over? Without saying a word, the girls surrounded Chao Chuan and exclaimed, "Chao Chuan, brother, take me, take me. I have a big butt good for breeding." "Chao Chuan, brother, I heard they owe you zombie crystal cores. I'll offer you 1 crystal core in exchange, what do you think?" After saying this, the girl deliberately bent down, clearly showing her beautiful curves to Chao Chuan. "Brother, pick me." The other girls were equally unyielding, revealing all their charms, determined to be taken by Chao Chuan. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. This was completely different from what they had imagined. They had thought that this group of women would refuse and that they would have to knock them out one by one to give to Chao Chuan, even planning to use considerable force if necessary. Unexpectedly, now these women were lining up to offer themselves. The gap was just too big. Damn it, they usually looked so pure and aloof, but it turned out they were all a bunch of flirtatious vixens. Chao Chuan looked at the girls' reactions and smiled. Such rewards coming to him were too good to pass up. He was an adult and couldn't be bothered to choose. Only children would do multiple choice questions. Adults knew what "I want them all" meant. Looking at the enthusiastic girls in front of him, Chao Chuan said, "Alright, I want all of you." "Really, really? Woo woo woo, the great Chao Chuan is going to take us, the hard days are over. Woo woo woo, so touching. I love you, husband." In less than a minute, the transaction was completed. Li Chang hadn't expected the idea of using this girl's zombie crystal core as a trade to be so successful. There were no unexpected occurrences, just a pity that so many women were about to be taken by one man. However, thinking about how their lives were no longer under threat, they left with smiles on their faces. "Brothers, we're done for the day, let's head back. From today on, we are no longer timid survivors, we are reckless superpowered beings. Alright, Chang'e, let's go kill zombies and level up. Let's go, let's go. Hurry." Everyone quickly took Li Chang away. They didn't want to stay with Chao Chuan for even a minute longer. Since there was no longer any threat, "I can't continue to linger in front of Chao Chuan. If he gets unhappy one day, he might find a reason to kick me out." After all the ability users left, Chao Chuan took all the girls into the armored vehicle. The battlefield outside was quite disgusting, and naturally, Chao Chuan didn't want to stay a minute longer. It was much more pleasant to take the girls back and enjoy the air conditioning, especially after seeing Lin Youwei's cousin, Xia Xinran, with her stunning looks. Chao Chuan felt a bit impatient. He immediately checked Xia Xinran's attribute interface. Name, Xia Xinran, photo, image. GIF, age, 18, beauty score, 96, figure score, 93, purity, 100%, current health, 100%, overall score, 95, attributes, strength, 6 stamina, 8 speed, 8 mental power, 10, pregnancy status, not pregnant, such a high-quality woman, and the host hasn't made a move yet. What's he thinking? He didn't expect Xia Xinran's system score to be so high, almost on par with her cousin. Chao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. After telling the girls to take a shower and change clothes, he immediately called Lin Youwei over. "Hubby, what's wrong? Is there something you need? The combat power of this batch of survivor girls is too weak. You need to teach them how to use guns and combat suits to quickly improve their combat abilities. We'll be leaving the school for the outside soon. Hubby, don't worry. We have the armored vehicle and so many firearms. What zombie could possibly hurt us? How long has it been, and you're already getting cocky? It seems I need to teach you what it means to always stay vigilant." Seeing Chao Chuan approaching her, Lin Youwei fearfully said, "No, hubby, I understand. I will definitely take good care of the girls." No, I see you still don't understand. How fierce those giant zombies were a few days ago, and you've forgotten so quickly. I need to deepen your impression, otherwise, what will you do if you encounter those mutated zombies after we go out?" Chao Chuan said with a mischievous smile. With so many girls around, Chao Chuan's desires were stirred up. Now that all the zombies had been cleared, he certainly wouldn't let Lin Youwei, who was so tempting, slip away. He pulled Lin Youwei into his arms and headed straight back to the room. "I remember the zombies, I've always remembered. Then how about this giant zombie that's been around for over 20 years? Are you scared? Rip, woo, hubby, I was wrong. I won't dare again. I will definitely give it my all, like a lion hunting a rabbit, every moment." "That's more like it. Good girl, slow, a bit slower. Before they knew it, it was already evening. After resting with Lin Yue for half the day, Xiao Chuan finally stepped out of the room with a laugh. As soon as he walked out, he smelled the aroma of food. What time is it? Is dinner ready? Xiao Chuan looked at the clock in confusion. He didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It was already 6:30 in the evening. Evening was the time to rest, and the girls had all returned to the armored vehicle. Xiao Chuan walked through the corridor and found that the girls he brought back weren't in the room. It seemed they had already washed up and were eating in the living room. Not bad, these little girls have integrated into my team so quickly. Worthy of praise. Thinking about how many more girls he had gained, Xiao Chuan quickened his pace. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw it was already filled with girls, pairs of delicate white feet appearing before him, looking particularly dazzling. So white, so long. Seeing this scene, a motherly smile appeared on Xiao Chuan's face. Coupled with their unique beauties, he nodded in satisfaction. He casually counted, there were more than 20 girls in total. The end of the world hasn't even been half a month, and I've already gathered so much. The future is promising. This is all the territory I've built. At that moment, Xiao Chuan suddenly noticed that the positions of the girls seemed a bit inappropriate. The distance between the two teams was too far. It wasn't easy to fit so many girls into the living room. Now there was a barrier, and some had even taken their stools into the hallway. This isn't right. There was a clear dividing line between the veteran girls and the newly brought in ones. Just moments ago, he had brought them back to teach them how to shoot. Could it be that these veteran girls were bullying the newcomers? Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan glared fiercely at the veteran girls, especially at Wulan Lan, his gaze lingering on her for several seconds before he finally looked away. If anyone was likely to be guilty, it would definitely be this woman with a history, Wulan Lan. Wulan Lan looked at Xiao Chuan in confusion, two questions immediately popping into her mind. What happened? Why is he looking at me like that? However, when she saw Xiao Chuan's angry face and his occasional glance at the dividing line, she quickly understood what it meant. Her husband wouldn't think I bullied these women, would he? Oh no, this is a huge misunderstanding. Ever since being scolded, she hadn't even dared to entertain such a thought. Wulan Lan looked at Xiao Chuan with an innocent expression, waved her hand, and directly said, I didn't. It wasn't me. Husband, don't jump to conclusions. I'm not that kind of woman. Wulan Lan's voice was loud. The girls present all heard her. However, they didn't understand what it meant, looking at Wulan Lan with puzzled expressions. Not that kind of woman? Which kind? Could it be that there's some gossip? Wulan Lan, seeing Xiao Chuan's anger, immediately leaned closer and said, we really didn't bully them. Although we don't like newcomers, it's only in our hearts, you should know that, husband. Listening to Wulan Lan's explanation, Xiao Chuan wasn't entirely disbelieving. Since he couldn't find a reason, he was too lazy to look. In any case, the final result would be the same. He wouldn't let any of these girls off the hook, and in the end, they would all bear him lovely little babies. However, with so many girls in line, it would take a while. Although Xiao Chuan said he should be considerate of Wulan Lan and the others' feelings, aside from the first, Li Jiayu, weren't the rest all of the same status? After all, they were all newcomers, no one should look down on anyone else. Moreover, compared to the system rewards and tasks, it didn't matter how much these girls disliked it. Xiao Chuan had to marry and have children regardless. Thus, he directly ignored this issue. He turned to look at the dozen or so new girls. When he had just brought them back, they were all pale and thin, their clothes had been worn for a long time and emitted a disgusting smell, and their looks were just average. If it weren't for the revival of humanity, coupled with the system's ratings all above 80, which turned quantity into quality, Xiao Chuan had no choice but to accept them. Of course, except for Xie Xinran. To him, everyone else was like a free gift. Unexpectedly, after these free girls took a bath and dressed up, their looks were quite good, able to score high. What surprised Xiao Chuan even more was that most of these big girls had a purity level of 100%, which was simply a huge profit. This wave was not a loss. After looking at these relatively ordinary girls, Xiao Chuan finally turned his gaze to Xie Xinran, who was sitting right in the middle. Sitting there, she looked like a white swan among a group of white-feathered ducks. She wore a white top and fitted jeans, her skin was fair and translucent, and her long black hair fell naturally, just covering part of her small face. Even with her head down, she couldn't hide her charm that radiated everywhere. Don't mention the other girls, just for Xie Xinran alone, 1,000 zombie crystal cores are definitely a great deal. Then, in order to avoid continuing this awkward situation, Xiao Chuan directly walked to the boundary line and sat down with a thud. He said, "It's time to eat, everyone come a bit closer. You all sit so far apart, it seems we need to find a way to fix this." Then, with a quick glance, Xiao Chuan added, "Whoever sits the farthest won't get any food." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls all squeezed closer to Xiao Chuan. The veteran girls were afraid that if they stayed too far away, Chao Chuan would be taken away by these newcomers. The newcomers, on the other hand, were just too hungry. Although in the last day, Li Chang and the others had given these women a bit more to eat to make them look better, it was still barely enough to fill them halfway. They had long since caught the aroma of the food. If it weren't for having to wait for Chao Chuan, they would have probably already been devouring the food. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Li Yujin heard Chao Chuan's words and quickly brought dish after dish to the dining table. At the table, the newcomers looked at the dishes that could have been considered signature dishes in a restaurant before the apocalypse, and they were all moved to tears. Even with outsiders present, they couldn't hold back anymore. Whoa, Chao Chuan is so good. He prepared so many delicious dishes to welcome us. I was afraid that Chao Chuan would be like those demons, not only not giving us food but also eating it himself. I didn't expect him to be so nice to us. Just for these wonderful dishes, I know Chao Chuan is definitely the best man in the world. Just as these girls were touching each other, Li Yuding said something very untimely. New sisters, we eat like this every meal. WH. What? What did you say? We eat like this every meal? You're kidding, right? Oh my god. This meal quickly came to an end. However, the newcomers still didn't quite believe what Li Yujin had said. After all, this was the apocalypse. If you said that before the apocalypse, you could eat like this every meal with a little money, that might have been possible. But now, what a joke. Even someone as strong as Xiao Huahua, who had taken so much territory, was still eating cabbage and potatoes every meal, occasionally getting a bit of frozen chicken wings or chicken breast, and that was already very satisfying. How could Chao Chuan, who was also at school, be living so well? But it was certain that Chao Chuan was also quite wealthy. As long as it was better than living in the first cafeteria, that was enough. They didn't dare to ask for too much. After all, in terms of looks, they really couldn't compare to Wang Mang and her group. Thus, each girl had her own little calculations in her heart. Just as Chao Chuan returned to his room to rest, he saw Lin Yue still lying there with no intention of getting up, so he didn't wake her. Instead, he directly lifted a corner of the blanket and crawled in. Just as he was about to rest, at that moment, Lin Yue's eyes secretly opened a little. She tightly gripped her phone, which had a chat window with her cousin Xia Xinran. Lin Yue, cousin, when Chao Chuan comes back to the room later, you should come in too. Xia Xinran, cousin, isn't it inappropriate? Besides, aren't you already by his side? Lin Yue, you silly girl, you don't know how powerful Chao Chuan is. If you want to survive well in this apocalypse, just listen to me, your cousin won't harm you. Xia Xinran, let me think about it. Lin Yue, what are you thinking about? Just listen to your cousin, right now, make the nano combat suit a bit more eye-catching, preferably with some playful elements, and then come in. Xia Xinran, oh my god, I didn't expect you to be this kind of cousin. Lin Yue, cousin, you don't want this to be the last time I see you, do you? Knock knock knock, the door to Chao Chuan's room was knocked from the outside, the sound a bit light. It felt somewhat sneaky. Chao Chuan was taken aback. He hadn't requested the company of any girl today. Which girl was being so proactive? Chao Chuan felt a bit of anticipation rising. Come in, outside the door. Xia Xinran listened to Chao Chuan's voice. Her body tensed up for a moment, then she slowly pushed the door open and slipped inside. What she didn't know was that not far from Chao Chuan's room, a pair of beautiful eyes was watching this scene. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. She hadn't expected that the seemingly aloof first goddess of the new students would be so bold behind the scenes. She had run into another man's room. However, she quickly thought again, with so many girls around, Chao Chuan couldn't possibly be fair to everyone. Besides, resources were definitely limited. The better she performed, wouldn't she get more resources? With this thought, she made a decision. Tomorrow, she would also sneak into Chao Chuan's room. After entering Chao Chuan's room, Xia Xinran covered her face, standing at the door, motionless. Chao Chuan hadn't felt anything at first. However, when he looked towards the door, he was stunned. Holy crap! A black heart lace top, paired with thigh-high stockings. And these stockings had letters on them. This is too much. Let me see which girl knows how to increase a man's attack speed so well. When the system interface opened, Chao Chuan discovered it was his most anticipated Xia Xinran. With a snap, he turned off the room lights. Ding! Host successfully rescued the beauty, detected the girl's score is 95 points, a reward can be obtained. The reward is being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 unrestricted mobile phones. Each phone can communicate regardless of distance and environment, and has top-notch defense systems, immune to any hackers from Blue Star. Listening to the system's prompt, Chao Chuan smiled. He had been worried about what to do if there was no network. Now that was resolved. The system was indeed a step ahead of me. Good review. A night without conversation. Time quickly moved to the next day. Chao Chuan woke up, surrounded by two girls, as the first rays of sunlight streamed in. The two girls had worked late into the night, so he didn't wake them up to fight zombies today. According to the plan, they were to leave the school today. He needed to arrange things properly. Arriving in the living room, the girls were mostly up. After all, in this apocalypse, no matter how safe a place was, they didn't dare to sleep deeply. Seeing the sunlight would naturally wake them up. At this moment, a few zombies were wandering around the armored vehicle. Wang Mang didn't hesitate to shoot these zombies dead with a few shots. Crystal Core +8. After the girls had a hearty breakfast, Chao Chuan went to the driver's seat of the armored vehicle, sitting next to Wulan Lan, and said, "Let's not wander around the school today. There are only a few scattered zombies, not worth our time. Let's head straight out of the school." "Ah, okay, husband, which direction should we go when we leave the school?" Hearing Wulan Lan's question, Chao Chuan recalled the delivery routes he had taken. He was extremely familiar with this area and didn't even need to look at a map. He quickly thought of a place. There weren't many large supermarkets near the school. Most were small supermarkets with 2 or 3 storefronts. After so many days of development, the nearby survivors had probably already scavenged them. However, there was one large supermarket that was usually packed with people. If the apocalypse struck, that place would likely turn into a meat grinder. At this stage, no survivor team could break in. Moreover, zombies were also a resource. With so many zombie crystal cores, they could earn a lot, not to mention the supplies inside. Then, Chao Chuan immediately spoke to Wulan Lan, "Just go out and head straight to Yongjiang Avenue, to the Urjiang Bridge Zayarunfa supermarket." Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Wulan Lan nodded. She turned the car around and drove towards the school gate. The closer they got to the school gate, the more cars were stuck on the road. Wulan Lan initially wanted to accelerate and break through. In the next moment, Chao Chuan waved his hand, and the numerous cars blocking the way flew into the air, melting into puddles of metallic liquid, which then disappeared before Chao Chuan. "Wow, that's amazing," Wulan Lan thought to herself, her face showing admiration. "My man is indeed a treasure, bringing surprises every day." After leaving the school without any obstacles, the environment outside became more complicated. There were even more cars crashed in disarray, and some vehicle windows were stained a reddish-brown, hinting at the despair they faced when the apocalypse struck. They died trapped in their own cars. As one car after another melted into molten iron and entered Chao Chuan's space, the road became much cleaner. At that moment, a small figure appeared in Wulan Lan and Chao Chuan's line of sight not far away. Dressed in a red dress and carrying a small bear backpack, she had her back turned to Chao Chuan. Wulan Lan said, "It's a little girl, should we save her?" Before Chao Chuan could respond, the little girl turned around to look at the armored vehicle. Roar! A sound that was completely incongruent with her small body echoed out. The ground nearby began to tremble. Ding! Warning! Warning! A second-tier peak zombie screamer has been detected within 300 meters, severely affecting human revival. Relevant information has been sent to the host panel. Please check and eliminate it as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, a surprised smile appeared on Chao Chuan's face. He didn't expect to encounter a second-tier zombie right after leaving the school. Let me see what this second-tier zombie is all about. System, check the zombie information. Monster category, zombie, name, screamer, level, second-tier peak, talent, E, attributes, strength, 60 stamina, 50 speed, 100 mental power, 40, weapon, bear backpack, skill, scream, zombie gathering, system comment. The screamer zombie can attract all surrounding zombies with its loud voice. It can be captured and used as bait to lure zombies. Looking at the system's comment, Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. It seemed feasible. However, after seeing the little girl zombie's face, he immediately lost interest. A hideous zombie thought it could hang out with me. Bang! The little girl zombie's head was instantly blown off. However, the screamer had already released its skill before being killed. At this moment, numerous zombies surged in from all directions. Chao Chuan said, "Time to get to work." The other girls also heard the commotion. However, the new girls had never seen such a scene. Even though they were equipped with M416s provided by Chao Chuan, they were still extremely nervous. Even before the zombies approached, they had already started shooting. Dog day. One girl lost her grip and fired 2 shots that hit the armor of the armored vehicle. Fortunately, the armored vehicle was of high quality, and not a drop of oil was scratched off. After this little incident, Wang Mang and the others realized they needed to take these new girls alone. After a brief adjustment, they finally began to counterattack. The girls had already absorbed the zombie cores they had previously collected. Each of them gained over 70 points in attributes. However, they hadn't had the chance to receive new weapons from Chao Chuan yet. The firepower suppression was still only from Zhang Raoer. Fortunately, their numbers had doubled compared to before. Even with low accuracy, the effect of fire suppression was still achieved. After half an hour of gunfire, all the zombies were cleared. The girls coordinated very well. Some were on guard while Wang Mang led the new girls to dig for zombie cores. When the new girls unearthed their first zombie core, they were stunned. It was only now that they realized there was such a thing as zombie cores. They also understood the effects of the zombie cores. As for the second-tier zombie core, it lay quietly in Chao Chuan's hand. The size of the second-tier zombie core was about the same as a yellow bean. It could also awaken special abilities, but the highest it could reach was only E rank, which was too useless for Chao Chuan to consider using. This low-tier zombie core could serve as an experience pack to help upgrade higher-tier zombie cores. Even with his low standards, Chao Chuan planned to fight until he obtained a 4th-tier zombie core before using it for the girls. After all, zombies that reached the 4th tier had at least a C-rank talent. After cleaning up, Chao Chuan and the others continued on their way. There were plenty of cars and zombies along the route. All the cars became iron water in Chao Chuan's space, while the scattered zombies were left for the new girls to practice on. If the number of zombies was too few or too far away, they would simply give up on collecting the zombie cores. They would only collect when there were enough. Thus, they moved slowly. By the time they reached the vicinity of the supermarket, it was already noon. Chao Chuan did not let the girls attack the supermarket directly. Instead, he had Wulan Lan find a safe and quiet spot first to have lunch. After all, fighting zombies was also for the sake of eating, and since it was mealtime, not eating would be counterproductive. The armored vehicle's terrace closed again. Everyone returned to the living room. At this moment, Li Yujin had already prepared all the meals and set them on the table. Looking at the bountiful spread of food, Xia Xinran and the other girls were stunned. How could there be so much meat to eat? This was incredible. It turned out that the younger sister was not exaggerating. This was indeed the food they usually ate. Thinking back to their days in the first cafeteria, the girls fell silent. They wished they had come to Chao Chuan sooner. Boo-hoo! After everyone had eaten their fill, Wang Mang approached Chao Chuan and said, "Hubby, we need to change our equipment. This weapon is a bit behind our pace." Wang Mang handed the M416 to Chao Chuan. The attentive Chao Chuan noticed that the weapon had some decorations and a few small dolls hanging from it. It was truly a weapon with a girl's heart. Those who used it carried a fragrance. It was no different from the legendary beauty's custom weapon. However, Chao Chuan did not take the weapon back. After communicating with them and checking that each girl's attributes could handle the Gatling and other heavy weapons, he took out 1 Barrett and 4 Gatlings, handing them to the girls. Thus, the beautiful squad was formed. Captain, Wang Mang, Barrett, team members, Yang Yun, Barrett, Zhang Roer, Li Jiayu, Wulan Lan, Li Yuding, Zhang Lu, Gatling, Lu Xinxin, Yang Qianxian, Eugene Yao, Lin Yue, Su Weiniang, M416, Li Yujin, Little Cook. The new girls were behind, and once their attributes improved, they would consider upgrading their equipment. The new girls were dumbfounded as they watched Chao Chuan take out so many firearms. This was too strong. After inquiring, they learned that as long as they improved their attributes, they would have a chance to change weapons. One by one, the girls eagerly awaited the next wave of zombie fighting. The lunch break passed quickly. Seeing that it was almost time, the team set out again. This time, they did not detour but went directly to the supermarket entrance. At the entrance of the supermarket was a vast square, usually used for customers to park their vehicles. But at this moment, due to the arrival of the apocalypse, the frantic escape of customers had caused a complete blockage. From the outside looking in, one could still see the heads of zombies wandering back and forth in the square. Chao Chuan did not hesitate and immediately used his powers to melt the cars and store them in his space. As the cars disappeared one by one, the zombies also spotted Chao Chuan's armored vehicle and caught the scent of living humans. They began to roar excitedly and surged towards Chao Chuan. Even more excited than the zombies were Li Jiayu and her companions, who had just obtained 4 Gatling guns. Watching the horde of zombies approach, Li Jiayu shouted excitedly, "Sisters, don't shoot yet. Let me go first." Day. The sound of the Gatling gun spinning directly reached inside the supermarket. The sound of zombies and walls being breached echoed from outside. At this moment, the supermarket was filled with a dense mass of zombies, and upon hearing the commotion, the previously dormant zombies began to move outside. However, among this group of zombies, a small one opened its red eyes. It did not rush out immediately but instead jumped onto the supermarket wall. Its sharp claws dug into the wall as it peered out through a window. Seeing so many women, its eyes were filled with bloodlust. In its understanding, the flesh of children and women was the most delicious. However, when it saw the weapons in the women's hands, a look of human-like caution appeared on its face. It then turned its gaze to Chao Chuan, who was empty-handed. This human, with his tender skin, should also be quite tasty. It decided to target him first. As a wise zombie, it was cautious and did not rush out immediately. It remained crouched on the wall, waiting for the other zombies to exhaust the human's weapons before it would strike. Ugh, 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 ha ha. The Zayarunfa supermarket was a large supermarket with a daily foot traffic of 20,000, covering a full 15,000 square meters. The zombie virus outbreak occurred at 5 in the afternoon. Although it wasn't the peak time for customers, there were still quite a few, stretching as far as the eye could see. Moreover, the foot traffic only counted those who checked out. Many people shopped in pairs, so if calculated this way, the daily foot traffic exceeded 40,000. In the evening, although it was only a quarter of the day, that still amounted to 10,000. At any given time, there were at least 5,000. 5,000 zombies surged out of the supermarket entrance like a tide. This was not a classroom building. A supermarket had only 1 or 2 entrances. They were all crammed together, creating an extremely terrifying scene. The rapidly running zombies moved in unison, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Watching the zombies charge forward, the girls showed no signs of panic. Each raised their weapons and immediately opened fire. Under the suppression of 5 Gatling guns, thousands of bullets were unleashed in just a few seconds, and even though the zombies flowed like water, they were unable to advance. Watching the zombies fall one after another, as long as there were no particularly high-level zombies, clearing the entire supermarket was just a matter of time. The girls were very excited. The memory of having absorbed so many zombie cores to enhance their strength was still fresh. Now, they were about to take down this supermarket. How could they not be thrilled? They were about to gain another wave of attribute points. Each of them was as energized as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Just at that moment, a few of the girls with Gatling guns noticed that the number of zombies was about right, and they no longer needed to alternate in firing bullets. The moment they decided to unleash all their ammunition, the mutated zombie that had been hanging on the wall moved. It broke through the window and charged straight towards its intended target, Chao Chuan. Roar! Chao Chuan was still enjoying his outing. Ding! Warning! Warning! Detected a second-tier peak zombie hunter within 300 meters, severely affecting human revival. Relevant information has been sent to the host panel. Please check and eliminate it as soon as possible. Monster category, zombie, name, hunter, level, second-tier peak, talent, C, attributes, strength, 120 stamina, 30 speed, 180 mental power, 40, weapon, claws, skills, pounce, bloodthirsty, calm, system comment. The hunter zombie possesses extremely fast speed and sharp claws. Once it pounces on a person, unless someone nearby comes to help, the victim will be brutally killed. Just as the system's alert sounded, a black dot suddenly approached him rapidly. Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. The idea of a second-tier zombie wanting to harm him was simply absurd. It was already surprising that this zombie would ambush him. It seemed to have decent intelligence, but then it set its sights on his head, indicating it had some sense as well. At the moment the zombie was about to make contact with Chao Chuan, he calmly pulled out a Barrett from his space and shot at the shadow. The seemingly slow action left the zombie with no chance to evade. Bang! The bullet swiftly pierced through its skull. It was dead beyond recovery. After killing this zombie, Chao Chuan rushed to its corpse immediately. He casually inspected it and extracted the zombie crystal core. This zombie clearly had room for advancement. It was in its juvenile form, and its C-level talent was the highest he had encountered among the mutated zombies recently. If nothing else, a C-level talent was barely acceptable for Chao Chuan. If he didn't encounter other mutated zombies, he decided to let these girls use this zombie crystal core first. Who to give it to was another question. He couldn't think of anyone at the moment. Chao Chuan wasn't one to dwell on such matters, so he directly placed it into his space for later arrangement. Half an hour passed. All the zombies had been killed. Next was the time to collect the zombie crystal cores. Watching the girls work in perfect harmony to gather the cores, and seeing that there was no danger around, Chao Chuan didn't remain idle. He walked into the large supermarket, which was over 15,000 square meters. Upon entering the supermarket, he saw a row of over 30 cash registers, almost completely drenched in blood. The originally white cash registers had turned a dark red. Even though the apocalypse had passed for many days, the blood had not yet coagulated in this enclosed space. Instead, it had become a gooey substance sticking to the surroundings, looking quite disgusting. Casually observing the area, he noticed remnants left by zombies everywhere. However, this scene didn't evoke much emotional response from Chao Chuan. It was just a minor scene. If it had been too clean, he would have felt something was off. Chao Chuan moved forward and casually approached one of the cash registers. With a slight exertion of his hand, he opened the cash drawer. Such ordinary plastic cash drawers were naturally designed to prevent gentlemen, not petty thieves. He glanced at the amount inside the drawer. It was far more than what he would earn from a month of part-time work. there was nearly 10,000 yuan in cash. Based on his previous experience working part-time at a supermarket during a winter break, the ratio of cash to scan payments was 1:2. At this time in the afternoon, the shift had likely not yet changed. Based on the daytime sales, a month would yield around 1 million yuan, plus an additional 30% in the evening and even more on weekends. Conservatively estimating, the monthly revenue could reach 2 million yuan. This was a super large supermarket with a monthly revenue of 60 million yuan. The supplies inside were abundant, and Xiao Chuan could already imagine it. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he murmured, "Not bad, not bad, a successful expedition. I didn't expect such rich resources at the first stop. Now, let me fill this empty space to the brim. He. Soon, Xiao Chuan crossed the checkout counter and entered the supermarket. The supermarket was a sealed place, without electricity, and it was pitch dark inside. However, this did not hinder Xiao Chuan from harvesting supplies. The main entrance of the supermarket was divided into two areas, one for entry and one for exit. But Xiao Chuan directly bypassed the checkout counter, walking through the exit area. This side was the daily necessities section, filled with items like shampoo, laundry detergent, and shower gel. These good things were all needed by Xiao Chuan, especially diapers and other baby supplies. Once the child was born, these would be essential. Since there was plenty of space, he collected everything into it. Blue Moon laundry liquid, Diao brand laundry powder, Xiaofan shower gel, Xinjiang shampoo, he gathered them all. When he reached the tissue paper section, he collected everything, rolls, box tissues, and even rough paper towels that felt like sandpaper. Clearing through, he quickly arrived at the menstrual products section. With the influence of the zombie crystal core, he could directly ignore physiological needs and skip over them. Anyway, with ample space, why not take everything? Behind the menstrual products section was his essential maternal and infant area, where he took away a huge pile of assorted diaper brands. NB, S, M, L, XL, various sizes and types were all collected. Soon, everything on the first floor was gathered. Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan turned back to glance at the checkout counter. He had just forgotten that there were usually no descendants umbrellas next to the checkout, which were absolutely good items in the apocalypse. But then he thought again. He was here to revive humanity. How could he use such inhumane things? What a sin! After finishing the first floor, Xiao Chuan moved to the second floor. This was the area for snacks and seasonings. He had quite a few seasonings, but not many snacks, just those cheap spicy strips and bread from the convenience store, which couldn't compare to a large supermarket. There were snacks from Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, Asan Country, and Sawasti Country, all with a variety he had never seen before. Naturally, he collected everything. After all, they wouldn't kill him. After the snack area came the seasonings. He took everything, and next was the beverage area, the alcohol section, and the dairy section. As soon as he reached the alcohol section, Xiao Chuan's eyes lit up. He almost forgot about these good things. Red, white, yellow, blue, truly a large supermarket. Even bottles worth 38,888 were there, leaving Xiao Chuan in shock like an old lady entering a grand garden. Would anyone buy such expensive wine? Would drinking it make one immortal? But now, they all belonged to Xiao Chuan. He was like a bottomless pit, searching through everything. The second floor was soon filled into his space. Next came the third and fourth floors. The third floor was for fresh produce, meat, dried goods, and cooked food. Many days had passed since the apocalypse, and fresh ingredients were mostly spoiled, especially the meat. Those little white wriggling creatures had already infested the pork counter. The stench emanating from it turned the entire third floor into a biochemical zone. Even Xiao Chuan, who had seen much, found it hard to filter out that smell. He almost vomited. If there were a container to collect it, it could definitely be used as a biological weapon. However, Xiao Chuan still gritted his teeth and collected everything usable: sugar, flour, beans, dried tofu, kelp, cured meat, and so on. As for the others, they were basically unusable. Without electricity, the mold on the frozen goods had grown to nearly human height, which was quite frightening. Next was the top-level area. It was mostly clothing, shoes, hats, towels, and other supplies. Xiao Chuan didn't really need them. After all, he had a nano-combat suit. If there was nothing inside, he could just go into battle in a vacuum, since no one else would know. But since they were available now, he might as well take them. However, he didn't plan to mention the girls' underwear and such. With the existence of the system space, collecting supplies didn't take much time. Returning downstairs, the girls were still busy collecting zombie crystal cores, still working hard. Chao Chuan didn't interfere with their actions. After all, some things had to be done by someone. It was impossible for Chao Chuan to do everything himself. Only after the girls had gained a certain level of self-defense capability would Chao Chuan choose to step in. Just as Chao Chuan returned to the armored vehicle, inside a building 100 meters away from the supermarket, on the 32nd floor, 300 survivors had taken control of the building. Half of them were ability users who had been mingling in Yong City for quite some time. The zombie heads and human lives in their hands were not few. One of the ability users had just walked to the window and saw Chao Chuan and the others collecting zombie crystal cores. He was momentarily stunned, then anger flashed across his face. He shouted, "Chen Ming, you better come here right now, immediately." The man was named Wang, a security guard in the building, 45 years old, a retired mercenary, and one of the first awakened ability users, brutal and ruthless, who enjoyed torturing women. The man he called was a scout for this base, the fastest, a small employee on the 27th floor, who had become an ability user after the apocalypse broke out and immediately became Wang Jinghua's lackey. At that moment, Chen Ming was discussing survival strategies in the apocalypse with his female boss. This 33-year-old young woman had once been the subject of many employees' dreams, and he never expected to end up with her. Chen Ming was deeply engaged in the conversation, reaching a critical moment. Hearing Wang Jinghua's words startled him, causing him to crush the wine glass in his hand. "Damn, you scared the hell out of me." He had intended to curse a few more times, but thinking of Wang Jinghua's bloody methods, he deflated. He couldn't fight back, so he might as well obediently walk over. As he approached Wang Jinghua, he saw the furious expression on his face. "What's wrong, boss? Which idiot pissed you off?" Chen Ming immediately asked. "What's going on with that supermarket? Didn't you say you checked it and there were at least 5,000 zombies inside? No one could take it down?" Wang Jinghua replied. "What supermarket? Are you talking about the Shao Ruanfa supermarket?" Chen Ming was taken aback. Following Wang Jinghua's gaze, he looked over. Although he didn't have enhanced vision abilities, after consuming so many zombie crystal cores, his eyesight was much better than average. While he couldn't see the faces clearly, he immediately spotted dozens of survivors collecting zombie crystal cores next to an armored vehicle at the supermarket entrance. Such an easy collection meant that this supermarket had been taken down by them. How could that be? There were thousands of zombies inside. Seeing Chen Ming's incredulous expression, Wang Jinghua kicked him out. Caught completely off guard, Chen Ming was sent rolling aside, crashing into several desks before finally stopping. His head had been struck, leaving a wound. Bright red blood dripped onto the floor. However, Chen Ming didn't dare to voice any complaints. Enduring the pain, he quickly stood up, lowered his head, and returned to stand beside Wang Jinghua. "What the hell are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and go out to keep an eye on things. I'm taking the brothers over to grab supplies right now." Yes, boss, I'm on it." Chen Ming scrambled out of Wang Jinghua's office. Once outside, he immediately stuffed a few zombie crystal cores into his mouth. His wounds visibly began to heal, and he silently cursed Wang Jinghua a few times. Only then did he quicken his pace. After Chen Ming left, Wang Jinghua stood by the window and crushed the wine glass in his hand. He spoke, "Erjiankyo Street is my territory. I want to see which organization dares to snatch food from my mouth. Is it Li Tianming or Zhao Guangyao's team? Both of their teams have armored vehicles, but don't think our superhumans can't handle your firearms. The world has changed." With that thought, Wang Jinghua immediately notified a few of his capable subordinates to start gathering the team. Meanwhile, Chen Ming was frantically running down the stairs. The lights in the stairwell were on, indicating that the building's emergency power was still operational. 30 floors up, even going down consumed a lot of energy. As for why he didn't take the elevator, Wang Jinghua had ordered the other survivors to disable the building's elevators to avoid ambushes. Anyone wanting to enter the building had to use the stairs. This was the only way to build a defensive position. This was tough on Chen Ming. As a scout, he had to climb the stairs 5 or 6 times a day. His originally frail body had even developed 8-pack abs. Time passed quickly. Soon, Chen Ming reached the first floor of the building. Without a second thought, he headed straight for Chao Chuan. The zombies he encountered along the way couldn't detect his presence at all. He was too fast. With both his talent and enhancements, his speed reached an astonishing level. In just a few minutes, Chen Ming arrived at the rooftop of a high-rise building near the supermarket and began observing Chao Chuan's team. He was stunned by what he saw. Holy crap, women, all beautiful women. Chen Ming never expected that those collecting zombies were all stunning beauties, especially their revealing outfits. Didn't these girls fear that the zombies would dirty their delicate feet? The women in Chao Chuan's team wore nano combat suits, which could change appearance, so they all looked as beautiful as possible, especially to please Chao Chuan. Some even dressed in provocative styles, significantly boosting their attack speed. Not a single girl looked like she was in an apocalypse, it was more like a fashion show. Even the once high and mighty female CEO of Chen Ming's company couldn't compare to these girls. The CEO suddenly seemed less appealing. Older, with sagging skin, and without makeup or the aura of a powerful figure, she looked half as attractive. Of course, compared to other ordinary female survivors, she was still quite pretty. But that's how it is. Without comparison, living in one's little circle isn't a problem. Once a reference point is seen, the lack of comparison brings pain. Moreover, once such thoughts are awakened, they tend to linger. This made Chen Ming lose his objective judgment, consumed by desire. He even forgot the scouting mission he had been on. He didn't report the information back to Wang Jinggua's team in time. He couldn't even see that the most important thing was that each of them carried firearms. In Chen Ming's eyes, these women were all budding butterflies, waiting for him to exploit them. Thinking of this, Chen Ming murmured, "So many beauties and not a single man, isn't that too lonely? As an ability user, it should be easy for me to join their team, right? Changing partners every month seems reasonable." Just as Chen Ming was fantasizing about what poses he could use with these girls, his walkie-talkie crackled to life. "Chen Ming, how's the reconnaissance going? What's the strength of the opposing side? How many people are there? Is it Li Tianming's team or Zhao Guangyao's?" Wang Jinghua spoke up. Chen Ming felt very displeased at Wang Jinggua's voice and did not respond immediately. Instead, after cursing a few times, he chose to ignore it. If so many beauties fell into the hands of that old pervert Wang Jinghua, wouldn't they end up crippled? "I'd rather turn traitor. I want to warn these beauties that bad people are coming. Let them prepare in advance and catch that old pervert Wang Jinghua off guard." With that thought, Chen Ming left the high-rise he was in and headed towards the armored vehicle. On the other side, Wang Jinghua, having received no reply from Chen Ming for a long time, angrily said, all right, Chen Ming has really gone too far, actually ignoring my questions." Seeing Wang Jinghua in a fit of rage, another survivor spoke up, "Boss, could it be that Chen Ming ran into danger and can't reply for now?" That kid Chen Ming runs faster than a rabbit when he encounters danger. With his speed, what zombie could catch up to him? Do you really think he would run into danger? Wang Jinghua said unhappily. "Boss, what about us? A supermarket's supplies are still in my Wang Jinggua's territory. How could I just hand them over? No matter who it is, I want them dead. Everyone, get your weapons ready, let's go. Kill. Let's take back our supermarket. Boss, whoever you say to kill, we'll kill." Wang Jinggua's team was quite large, with over 300 people, nearly half of whom were ability users. Wang Jinghua himself was a B-level ability user, very powerful. After all, occupying a building and surviving for so many days in the zombie-infested Yong City was something that the survivors from Yongjiang University couldn't compare to. Even the most ordinary person in the team had experience killing zombies. Although Wang Jinghua wasn't human, he was still the ability user who led them to survive. The survivors' demands were not high. A safe place to stay and a full meal a day were enough to satisfy them. Now, hearing that outsiders had attacked the supermarket, they were all furious. They had long regarded this small Ruanfa supermarket as their own. These survivors, gathered together, had all been people who hung around the Erjiang Bridge before the apocalypse: workers, bosses, deliverymen, security guards, teachers, and students. They all knew that the largest supermarket nearby was the small Ruanfa. The supplies inside were enough for them to live comfortably for a year. They had thought about entering the supermarket to collect supplies before, but each time they were scared off by the 5,000 zombies. Now, outsiders had gotten there first. How could they not be angry? How could they not rush over to kill? Each one had the same goal. They headed straight for the small Ruanfa supermarket. At the entrance of the small Ruanfa supermarket, the girls were clearing out the last few zombie crystal cores inside the supermarket. Just as they were about to wrap up, a figure slowly approached them from a distance. Judging by the size, it should be a humanoid creature, possibly a zombie. Yang Yiyun quickly spotted this uninvited guest. Without any hesitation, she fired a shot. Bang! The massive recoil of the Barrett made Yang Yiyun's heart race. This anti-armor weapon had an extremely fast bullet speed. Almost simultaneously with the gunshot, the long bullet shot straight towards Chen Ming's forehead. Still lost in his daydream of being surrounded by beauties, Chen Ming suddenly felt a slight palpitation. Just as the bullet was about to pierce through his head in the last 0.01 seconds, he instinctively lowered his head. The bullet flew past the top of his head. Even though it didn't hit Chen Ming, the sound of the bullet slicing through the air and the heat generated by its friction singed his hairstyle into a perfect middle part. This was a true middle part. Chen Ming only felt a sharp pain on the top of his head, and he could smell the scent of burnt hair, which filled him with fear. Damn it, that was so close. Chen Ming, the protagonist of this apocalypse, was almost done for. Damn. These women are too fierce. No wonder they could take down the little Ruinfa supermarket. But external forces are just external forces. As long as I focus, she won't be able to hit me, Chen Ming said confidently. Far atop the armored vehicle, Yang Yun was startled. Her impeccable shooting skills had been evaded by this unexpected guest. Wasn't this a slap in the face for her, the most beautiful sniper of the beautiful squad? Yang Yun immediately fired another shot. Bang! The bullet flew out with a tremendous sound, this time aiming not at Chen Ming's forehead but at his chest. A larger target area meant a higher hit rate. Just as Chen Ming finished speaking and hadn't adjusted his state, he heard another gunshot. At such a close distance, he dared not hesitate and fell to the ground in a prone position. The bullet once again grazed past him. Yang Yun was furious. She had missed again. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger once more. Having dodged the second shot, Chen Ming hadn't even had time to feel happy when the third bullet came flying. Yang Yun had fired 3 times in a row, clearly facing a troublesome opponent. The other girls, still collecting zombie crystal cores, immediately became alert. One by one, they aimed their weapons at the direction of Yang Yun's attack. Chen Ming had just dodged a fatal blow. Opening his eyes, he saw all these beautiful girls pointing their weapons at him. A wave of fear washed over him. He immediately spoke up. No, wait. Ladies, please don't shoot. I'm not a bad guy. As soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, the girls who were about to pull the trigger paused. It's a human, everyone, don't shoot, Wang Mang said. The sounds of battle outside also reached the interior of the armored vehicle. At that moment, Chao Chuan, who had already entered the vehicle, heard the voice. He looked through the glass and saw the male survivor. Chao Chuan was puzzled. What was this survivor doing here? Could it be that he was here to seek refuge like the previous survivors? However, the fact that he had continuously dodged Yang Yun's sniper shots assured Chao Chuan that this person was definitely not ordinary. Not to mention the surrounding zombies, the speed of a sniper bullet is extremely fast. The ability to dodge it already indicated something. What did he come here for? Chao Chuan was confused. However, he did not step out of the room. Instead, he looked at Chen Ming with great interest. At this moment, Chen Ming also stepped in front of the girls. He hadn't seen clearly from a distance, but now that he was closer, he could see just how stunning the girls were. Damn! They were all like fairies descended from heaven. Chen Ming felt a rush of excitement, wishing he could hug a beauty and sleep right away. His lewd gaze made the girls uncomfortable. Wang Mang, slightly angry, said, "What are you looking at? Do you believe I'll shoot your eyes out?" Wait, don't shoot, I'm here to deliver a message. Hearing Wang Mang's soft voice, Chen Ming's eyes immediately turned to her. Not knowing what to expect, he was taken aback. Damn, this girl is too well endowed. He paused for a moment, then quickly realized that the girls in front of him were all well equipped. They even had 5 Gatling guns. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The Gatling gun was still there, and it was real. This must be a joke. What ordinary team would have such an impressive weapon? Chen Ming thought to himself, could this be an official squad? If it is official, then it would be easier. The federal government wouldn't kill indiscriminately. Report? Report what? I can see your intentions aren't pure. You're not a good person. With those shifty eyes and that lewd expression, why don't we just kill him? Su Wanning spoke up. At that moment, Chen Ming felt she resembled the keyboard warrior who had tied him up before. The look in her eyes, one that seemed to want to devour him, was something he would never forget. This survivor's intentions were definitely not pure. Watching these women argue about wanting to kill him, Chen Ming immediately revealed that Wang Jingguo and the others were coming to trouble them. Are you saying that a survivor team of over 300 is coming to deal with us, wanting to take back the supplies from this supermarket? Is this supermarket his family's? He can't handle zombies himself, and now that we've cleared them out, he wants to come and reap the benefits. In the apocalypse, supplies are ownerless. Since we fought for them, they are ours. If they want to come and rob us, they need to listen to what we have to say about our treasures. Sisters, someone wants to rob our supplies. What should we do? Send them down for team building. Chen Ming looked at these women, who, upon hearing that 300 people were coming, not only showed no fear but seemed eager to confront them. He was momentarily stunned. What was going on? This was not how he imagined the situation would unfold. Weren't they afraid? That was 300 people. If they weren't afraid, how could he have any reason to join their team? Thinking this, Chen Ming quickly interjected, "Ladies, there are over 300 of them, and you only have a little over 20. Aren't you afraid? Shouldn't you leave quickly?" "Leave? We definitely will, but not now. We haven't finished collecting our spoils, so why should we go?" the girls said nonchalantly. This left Chen Ming bewildered. Although these girls had firearms, those were still superpowered beings. As long as they were close enough, the disadvantages of firearms would become apparent. How could their mobility compare to that of superpowered individuals? Were they really that confident? Truly, big-chested and brainless. How foolish. Seeing the girls' indifferent expressions, Chen Ming felt a surge of frustration. If they weren't scared at all, how could he save the damsel in distress? How could he take advantage of the situation? How could he win the beauty's heart? Just when he finally felt a spark of attraction, they made him lose so thoroughly. Damn. Chen Ming was not a good person to begin with, and after negotiating for so long, he was starting to get irritated. He coldly looked at the girls in front of him. Wang Jinghua's team would be arriving soon. At that time, these girls would definitely not escape the clutches of that old bastard Wang Jinghua. Rather than let that old beast take advantage, why couldn't it be him? Since he had previously ignored Wang Jinghua's call, he feared that when they arrived, he might not even catch a whiff of these girls. There was even a possibility he could be tortured to death. In that case, why not take action and grab one back first? Firearms were still firearms. How could they compare to superpowers? With that thought, Chen Ming steeled himself and took action. He wanted these ordinary people to understand what a superpowered being was and what the real answer was. With a swoosh, Chen Ming dashed in front of Wang Mengmeng. Although the others were beautiful, none compared to Wang Mengmeng's explosive figure. Beautiful girls were a dime a dozen, but those with stunning figures were one in a million. He had never experienced such a large one before. Today, he was going to taste the flavor of a G-cup. He reached out, wanting to wrap his arms around Wang Mengmeng's A4 waist. He was very confident. His speed was definitely something these ordinary people could not react to. However, in the next second, he was dumbfounded. The moment his hand touched Wang Mengmeng's body, it was as if he had been electrocuted, leaving him paralyzed all over. His whole body went rigid. Just before he fell, he clearly saw that this woman had nothing but a white patch around her waist. What was going on? Wang Mengmeng was also startled by Chen Ming's sudden attack, initially unsure of what it meant. But upon seeing the man collapse to the ground, she understood. The nano-combat suit had a passive defense skill. Anyone not on the whitelist who touched the wrong place would receive an electric shock. The voltage of this shock varied depending on the target, but it was not lethal. It could reach up to 10,000 volts. And now that the man was on the ground, the outcome was obvious. Damn it, sisters, this dog of a man has impure intentions and actually tried to assault me, Wang Mengmeng said angrily. I suggested killing him long ago. A man with such shifty eyes is clearly not a good person, Su Weiniang said calmly. Once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Seeing a man with such a face, Su Weiniang could only think of one thing: eliminate him. Better to kill the wrong person than let one go. After experiencing what just happened, Zhang Lu, the teacher, had remained silent until now. But she spoke up to remind them, sisters, this is not school. We need to protect ourselves when we are out. We should also change our outfits. Let's go back to the vehicle and dress more comfortably for interacting with our husbands. And we need to unify our outfits for fighting zombies outside. Sister, what should we change into? How about this? This outfit won't affect our combat, Zhang Lu said, and immediately controlled her nano-combat suit to change into another set of clothes. The other girls nodded in agreement. They usually liked wearing such outfits and had no objections. However, to distinguish themselves, many of the girls added some small details. After discussing this, the girls all gathered around Chen Ming, who had already been electrocuted unconscious. Wang Mengmeng asked for their opinions. Su Weiniang maintained her previous stance, suggesting it was best to kill him. The other girls nodded in agreement. This man had tried to harm Wang Mengmeng, relying on his abilities. If it weren't for the nano-combat suit provided by Chao Chuan, she might have already been violated by this beast. There was no hesitation left. Wang Mengmeng had not wanted to kill, but thinking about how this dog had touched her slender waist, she agreed to the decision. Before she could act, Yang Yiyun walked over. In the eyes of the other girls, she plunged a knife directly into Chen Ming's heart. Blood gushed out immediately. At that moment, the still unconscious Chen Ming was jolted awake by the obvious intrusion and the pain in his chest. He widened his eyes, showing an expression of disbelief. He had only wanted to take a few girls home. He never intended to harm them. Why was he met with such an extreme response? Chen Ming looked at the delicate jade hand on his chest, the fruit knife still embedded in his heart, and revealed an expression of incredulity. He wanted to speak, but the massive bleeding from his pierced heart blocked his throat. In this apocalyptic scenario, Chen Ming met a painless end, which was, in a way, a release. After killing Chen Ming, the girls quickly collected the zombie crystal cores and swiftly returned to the armored vehicle. Next, they would have to face the team of Wang Jinghua that he had mentioned. 300 survivors. Half of them are ability users, and this will be a tough battle. It's best if we don't have to fight, but if it comes to that, the girls won't hold back. In the apocalypse, no one is innocent. The law of the jungle is survival of the fittest. There's no right or wrong. Only those who strive to survive have the right to judge right from wrong. They had just arranged their formation when, sure enough, a dark mass of figures appeared in the distance. Wang Mang aimed her barret at the other girls and said, "Everyone get ready, a group of survivors is coming, likely the 300 survivors that man just informed us about." "Captain, are we going to fight?" Yang Chanshan asked. "Wait a moment, let me take a look." Wang Mang peered through the scope at the approaching crowd, each one looking fierce and menacing, just like the gangsters before the apocalypse. Some ability users deliberately wore white vests, revealing their tattoos of the azure dragon and the white tiger, clearly not to be trifled with. Just as Wang Mang was about to give the order to engage, an ice blade flew over from the opposing ability users. Ding! Yang Yun reacted quickly, firing a shot that collided with the ice blade, shattering it in midair. What are we hesitating for? They didn't even think about negotiating with us. Supplies in the apocalypse are more important than life itself. Since they think we've taken over their territory, it can only end in a fight to the death, Yang Yun said immediately. "What my sister said is right, let's do it. Let's see whose abilities are stronger, theirs or our weapons. If the tiger doesn't show its power, do they really think we're Hello Kitty?" The other girls no longer hesitated and opened fire. Day. Watching the survivors in the armored vehicle retaliate, Wang Jingguo was filled with rage. However, what puzzled him was that this group using firearms was not the known Li Tianming or Zhao Guangyao, but a new team. Where did they come from? Li Tianming was the head of the local justice bureau, with 100 officers under him, so it made sense for him to have firearms. Zhao Guangyao was the commander of the nearby supply army, so it was reasonable for him to have weapons too. These teams were local forces from the Urji-Enkyo Street. But what was this new group across from them? Where did they pop up from? Moreover, Wang Jingguo was shocked to see that these opponents were a group of delicate and beautiful women. Judging by the length of their hair, they didn't seem to be from any military faction, yet their weapons were top-notch, even including a Gatling gun. Wang Jingguo speculated about which faction they belonged to. After the first exchange of fire, one of Wang Jingguo's subordinates spoke up, "Boss, they're just a bunch of women. Should we, idiot? What the hell are you thinking? You're not seriously considering leaving them alive, are you? You want to play with these women?" Wang Jingguo retorted. The ability user's face turned a mix of green and red. He indeed had that thought. These women looked so sweet and tempting, it would be a shame not to take advantage of them. Just after Wang Jingguo scolded this ability user, he noticed that the other subordinates also seemed indifferent about fighting. Anger surged within him. "You bunch of idiots with your heads in the clouds. If you don't take them down, how will we get the supplies from this supermarket? With supplies, do we still need women? You can turn iron rods into needles. Stop acting like you can't move just because you see women. Damn it! Get your spirits up and fight back." After Wang Jingguo finished speaking, he immediately activated his ability, trying to break through the range of the women. But as soon as he showed his head, he was spotted by Yang Yun, who shot at him. Damn! Wang Jingguo was a close combat ability user and wasn't good at dealing with long-range attacks. He felt extremely stifled being suppressed. He looked at another ability user beside him and said, "Deng Ziming, take out that woman with the sniper rifle at the top." "No way, boss, that girl is my type, I can't do it," Deng Ziming immediately replied. "Fool!" Wang Jingguo glared at Deng Ziming, wanting to slap him. Little did he know how excited these ability users were at that moment. The apocalypse had been going on for so long. Not to mention girls, they hadn't even tasted the flavor of women. Among the 300 survivors, there were only over 30 women. 20 of them were the families of other survivors. 5 had been killed by Wang Jingguo. The other 5 were so unattractive that they didn't even want to approach them. The 50-something old women made them want to vomit. The last one, although beautiful, they didn't dare to touch. Her strength was too formidable. Even the strongest Wang Jingguo couldn't handle her. Not only did she possess abilities, but she also graduated from a police academy, with full combat skills. The other survivors hadn't even experienced the taste of women. How could they compare to Wang Jingguo, a 45-year-old man who indulged in drinking, gambling, and other vices? The well-fed do not understand the hunger of the starving. Wang Jingguo had no desire for girls, but they were desperate. Wang Jingguo wanted to quickly eliminate these women to obtain supplies, to avoid prolonged troubles. The others didn't think that way. Did they really need to kill to take down 20 women? Although they didn't dare to fight 5,000 zombies, taking down a few women should be easy, right? After all, zombies carried viruses, and fighting them could easily lead to casualties. Just a brush from a zombie could mean death. Many people were like that. They were tough at home but cautious with zombies, yet ruthless with their own kind. One delivery guy even shouted loudly at the girl across from him, "Hey, you over there, yes, you, surrender immediately, and this handsome guy guarantees you won't get hurt." However, what responded to him was a barrage of bullets. Seeing this, Wang Jingguo roared, "Idiot, if you want to let them go, they don't think the same way. If we delay too long, Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao's teams will notice the situation here and come to ambush us. None of us will escape. This is the apocalypse. Put away your thoughts of cherishing the fairer sex. If you want them to enjoy themselves, they'll make you taste bullets, understand? Fools." Wang Jingguo's voice was loud enough to cover the entire area. All the ability users exchanged glances. After sighing, they launched a counterattack. The abilities of the users were varied and bizarre. If not controlled well, they could take lives. This was also why they hadn't counterattacked before. After all, if they killed these beauties, it would be hard to find such in the apocalypse again. But now they had no choice. Boom boom boom. The counterattack from the ability users came swiftly, shattering the surroundings. The entire parking lot was engulfed in a layer of dust. The girl's line of sight was obstructed. Meanwhile, the close combat ability users on Wang Jingguo's side took action. Although their speed wasn't as fast as Chen Ming's, they were still quite quick. Aside from the areas being swept by the Gatling gun, there weren't too many blind spots. Once the rifles lost their targets, they quickly approached the armored vehicle. Two of them were the fastest. Their eyes were filled with lewdness as they looked at the girls. Hee, little girl, please don't resist. Don't make it hard for us to pluck the flower. Otherwise, we don't mind taking advantage of the situation, you understand? Get lost. Just when they thought they had succeeded, a pair of metallic hands grabbed their necks. My woman, is she also something you can touch? Cough cough. Who are you? At that moment, other ability users rushed to the front. They intended to continue their attack but were startled by the sudden appearance of hundreds of iron needles, especially since these iron needles were aimed directly at his brow. They wouldn't want to test whether the needles were made of iron or if their heads were made of iron. They also have ability users. One of the ability users spoke up. The firefight between both sides came quickly and ended just as fast. Suddenly, the entire scene fell silent. Among the 300 survivors, there were over 150 ability users, all surrounding the armored vehicle tightly. At that moment, Wang Jingguo stepped to the front of the line. He just opened his mouth to say, "You are." Smack! Chao Chuan slapped Wang Jingguo away. "Did I give you a chance to speak?" Chao Chuan stepped down from the armored vehicle. The two men being choked by metal turned beet red. "Boss, save me." At this moment, Wang Jingguo looked at Chao Chuan in shock. His eyes were filled with apprehension. He clearly saw that slap just now, but there was no way to dodge it. The man's strength was far above his own. Who exactly was he? As for the two subordinates being choked, they could only hope for the best. Thinking of this, Wang Jingguo immediately spoke up, "Brothers, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding." "These are all my brother's family members? Misunderstanding?" Chao Chuan smiled. "In the apocalypse, there is no such thing as misunderstanding. Everyone's actions are purposeful, wouldn't you agree?" Cough, "It really is a misunderstanding. We just came to find a teammate, he disappeared when he came this way. Since he's not here, we'll leave now," Wang Jingguo said with a smile. Then, he turned to his subordinates behind him and said, "Brothers, this is someone else's territory. Let's not disturb their married life, we'll be leaving now." After saying that, he acted as if he hadn't seen the two subordinates being choked at all. This left the two subordinates looking at their boss, who was just going to leave, feeling utterly hopeless. They had agreed to play with women together. How could it come to this? They had run into a gun barrel. Before Chao Chuan could speak, Wang Mengmeng spoke up, "Stop. You must be talking about this person." A survivor's corpse was thrown out by Wang Mengmeng and her group. After hitting the ground, it rolled right to the feet of Wang Jingguo and the others. The survivors looked at the corpse that had been thrown out. Who else could it be but Chen Ming? They never expected Chen Ming to have died at the hands of this group. Everyone was shocked. It should be known that Chen Ming was the fastest man in their survivor tower. A man with such speed had actually been taken down. What kind of strength did these people possess? Wang Jingguo's expression changed. Then, with a forced smile, he replied, "Oh, it really is one of ours. This young lady, we didn't expect him to be asleep. We'll take him back now." Wang Jingguo's face was calm, as if he hadn't seen that Chen Ming was dead at all. He directly picked up Chen Ming's corpse and tossed it to the other ability users behind him. It seemed nonchalant, but in reality, Wang Jingguo's palms were sweating profusely. In his view, although Chen Ming's combat ability was lacking, his speed in escaping was extremely fast. He had just tested Chao Chuan's strength himself. He couldn't even see how he had made his move. How could he fight? They were not even on the same level of ability users. Now even Chen Ning's speed had been completely outclassed by Chao Chuan. He couldn't run away, nor could he fight back. What kind of enemy had he provoked? Wang Jingguo looked up at Chao Chuan, who stood there calmly without saying a word. He was already sweating coldly, and his legs were starting to weaken. Hearing Wang Jingguo's response, Wang Mengmeng smiled and said, he really is asleep. However, he just did some bad things, so I'm afraid you companions need to compensate us with some zombie crystal cores. She recalled what Chao Chuan had said earlier and was ready to follow suit. What? What happened? Wang Jingguo looked at the big bear girl in front of him with a puzzled expression. Wang Mengmeng spoke up, this person who was sleeping just touched my waist without my permission, and now he owes me 5,500 zombie crystal cores. 5,500? Why don't you just rob him? Wang Jingguo exclaimed. This was simply treating him like a pig to slaughter. Isn't that what I'm doing? Wang Mengmeng said coldly, her mouth at a chilling 37 degrees. This made Wang Jingguo clench his fists tightly, veins bulging. We don't have it, Wang Jingguo replied. Oh really? If you don't give it, my husband seems a bit unhappy. Wang Mengmeng's words left all the survivors across from her dumbfounded. Just because Chen Ning touched her waist, it wasn't like she was assaulted, yet they were being asked to compensate 5,500 zombie crystal cores. This joke had gone too far. How precious are zombie crystal cores? With so many of them, they could only gather about 700 to 800 cores in a day. If someone got injured or needed to cultivate, they would have to use the zombie crystal cores. If they were lucky, they might save up over 300 cores in a day. 5,500 zombie crystal cores would take nearly 20 days to accumulate. Is your waist made of diamonds? How dare you ask for 5,500 zombie crystal cores? Wang Mengmeng's demand quickly spread among the survivors. When everyone learned the reason, the ordinary people who had come to help move supplies were furious. One by one, they disagreed with the demand, getting so agitated that they started arguing in the back. Why should we compensate? When I was part-time scamming a Rolls-Royce, I didn't dare to ask for this much. Damn it, this is just outrageous. We won't agree. You useless bunch, don't you know how to fight back? Don't you have abilities? If you won't say it, I'll say it. A few older women pushed their way to the front in anger. As soon as they reached the front, they pointed at Wang Mengmeng and shouted, little girl, what are you talking about? 5,500 zombie crystal cores? What a joke, even selling you wouldn't be worth that much. Little girl, leave some room for future encounters, don't be so aggressive. When a person dies, the debt is cleared, understand? He's already dead, just pretend nothing happened, and it'll be fine. Little girl, I advise you not to go too far. I'm an experienced woman, if you make such demands, aren't you afraid of having a son with no butt? Back off, back off, back off. Their voices were loud. They even spat as they spoke, scaring Wang Mengmeng to step back several paces. It seemed they had been arrogant before the apocalypse and still maintained that aggressive attitude now. Seeing Wang Mengmeng retreat, they naturally thought she was afraid. One by one, they proudly lifted their heads and looked back at the silent ability users, as if to say, you little chickens, at a critical moment, it still takes the aunties to step in. They then continued to shout loudly at Wang Mengmeng and the other girls, saying all sorts of nonsense that made Wang Mengmeng want to hit someone. Naturally, she couldn't just agree to not pursue the matter. She replied, so you mean you won't give it? What do you mean? Haven't you understood what the auntie has been saying for so long? Don't think just because you're pretty you can get away with this. I tell you, I was even prettier than you when I was young, have some self-respect. At first, they were somewhat restrained, but as they continued, they began to insult Wang Mengmeng. You bunch of little bitches, not a single good one among you. Auntie is saying it here today, if I don't give it, what can you do? You little harlots, do you dare to kill me? What a joke, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. 5 minutes had already passed. Wang Mengmeng could no longer bear the insults. She directly grabbed the M416 from the girl next to her, pulled the safety, and aimed the gun straight at the head of the woman in front of her. Without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Puff. Finally quiet, thought you could act tough, huh? Is there anyone else who disagrees? You, right? Wang Mengmeng aimed the gun at another woman, who had also been hurling harsh words just moments ago. I didn't. Please don't. Puff. Right, you too, Wang Mengmeng said calmly, not even blinking. Looking at the 5 or 6 women who had fallen, the survivors finally quieted down. These women were so fierce that the survivors present felt an immense chill. At that moment, no one dared to utter a word, fearing they might be shot by these women. All the survivors turned their gazes toward Wang Zhenghua, waiting to see what their leader would say. After a long silence, Wang Zhengwei remained speechless. The crowd exchanged glances. Some survivors who had originally come along to scavenge quietly murmured, "Isn't he supposed to be a powerful ability user? Why is he acting like a turtle now? If anyone should step up, it should be those ability users. We ordinary people can only take down a few zombie cores a day. How can we afford this? We never intended to come here, it's all Wang Zhengwei's fault." These ordinary survivors were quick to distance themselves from the situation, having long forgotten the excitement they felt when Wang Zhengwei led them to seize supplies. But what good was it to say these things now? Wang Mang and her group would not let these survivors off the hook. Those who came out to mix in this world had to pay the price. The path they chose had to be walked to the end, even if it meant shedding tears. Wang Zhengwei's face shifted between shades of green and red. What to do now? Not to resist? He feared that by next year, the grass on the graves would be a meter high. No, in this era, where would there be graves? They would directly turn into zombies. If they gave in, who could produce so many zombie cores? Just then, among the survivors, a path opened up as they stepped aside. A woman walked out from the crowd. She appeared to be in her early 30s, with a high ponytail and wearing a long dress that seemed out of place in the apocalypse. Her large, beautiful eyes had a gentle gaze, resembling a friendly neighbor. She was warm and gentle, giving a strong sense of security. Even when pushed forward by others, she did not get angry. Instead, she adjusted her clothes and gracefully walked in front of Wang Mang. "Hey, this woman looks a bit familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere," Zhao Chuan said in confusion. He immediately checked the woman's information. Name, Lin Xuxin. Photo, image. GIF, age, 31, beauty score, 97, body score, 94, purity, 99%, current health, 100%, overall score, 96, attributes, strength, 77 stamina, 41 speed, 52 mental power, 107, system comment, a woman with water-based abilities, gentle as water. Although she is already a mother, she can give birth to offspring with better qualifications for the host. Please have the host take action soon. Looking at this woman's information, Zhao Chuan was surprised and thought to himself, it's actually her. This celebrity has been in the Magic City all this time. I didn't expect to see her in our young city. However, before the apocalypse, Lin Xuxin had graduated from the police academy and, in just 3 years, had risen from an ordinary newcomer to a top-tier female star, becoming incredibly famous. He had originally thought she had relied on her looks and figure to succeed. He was surprised to find out her purity was actually 99%, having only dated one man. However, what does it mean for her to come out now? The next moment, after she stepped out, she walked directly in front of the girls and said, "Sister, you know that it's quite difficult to earn crystal cores now. Could you do me a small favor and let us pay a little less?" Looking at the woman who stepped forward, Wang Mang was first taken aback, then exclaimed in surprise, Lin Xuxin? This sister knows my older sister, so is it possible? Lin Xuxin was a top-tier female star, not only free of any scandal but also actively involved in charity, always leading the way in donations. After 8 years in the industry, she had maintained this reputation and was deeply loved by the public. She not only attracted men but also women. Even now, several of Wang Meng's friends had Lin Xuxin as their phone wallpaper. Now that she had spoken up, Wang Mang initially wanted to agree to her request, but having just dealt with several older women, agreeing now would be like slapping her own face. She needed a way out. Hesitating, she stayed in place. Wang Zhengwei was also taken aback to see Lin Xuxin approach. He had considered asking her for help earlier, but she had expressed her unwillingness to get involved and told him to handle it himself. He never expected this woman would actually step forward now. Why didn't she come out when those older women were dying? However, as he watched Lin Xuxin's back, he swallowed hard. Wang Zhenghua had once harbored improper thoughts about Lin Xuxin, but as a girl from a police academy, even though she hadn't trained for years after becoming a star, her foundational skills were not weak. Moreover, her water-based abilities could heal some injuries, and she had a high reputation in the survivor base, so he didn't dare to force her. He could only look but not touch. Now that she had stepped forward, Wang Zhenghua felt a surge of hope. Perhaps there was a chance. Lin Xuxin's high status might persuade the group opposite to let them go. The other girls also gathered around. The big sister they had only seen on television was now so close, which felt somewhat magical. At some point, among the girls, a thought arose. It would be great if Sister Lin Xuxin could become their sister. For a moment, they were uncertain and turned to look at Zhao Chuan. Zhao Chuan smiled and immediately walked over to Lin Xuxin, saying, "It's not impossible for us to lower our demands, but I have one condition." Lin Xuxin gently replied, "What condition? As long as I can do it, I can agree to your request." Looking at Lin Xuxin's gentle and beautiful face, Zhao Chuan immediately responded, "My request isn't high. As long as you can join my team and become my partner, I can agree to only collect 1,000 zombie crystal cores from them. As soon as Chao Chuan finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar. Damn, these people are despicable and shameless to say such things. Bro, don't speak. Whether we can leave depends on whether Lin Xuxin agrees. Don't you want to get out of here? I suspect they had this planned all along, eyeing our female star and putting on this act to demand compensation. I hope Lin Xuxin can agree. After all, 5,500 zombie crystal cores compared to 1,000 is a difference of a full 4,500 cores. With so many of us, each ability user can contribute 3 or 4 cores, and if each of us gives 1, we can gather these 1,000 cores. Let's wrap this up. I agree to give 1 zombie crystal core. Everyone expressed their thoughts directly. Facing a team that kills without blinking, losing just 1 ability user was nothing. After all, they wouldn't benefit from it anyway, and trading it for a life was a great deal. At this moment, Lin Xuxin also snapped back to reality. She was no longer considering the issue of reducing compensation. Instead, she was contemplating whether she should join Chao Chuan's team. Looking at these girls, each one has a rosy complexion, they must be eating quite well. Moreover, they have now secured resources from a supermarket. Joining them should lead to a better life, right? With this thought, Lin Xuxin spoke up. I can join your team and be your companion, but I have one more request. What request? Find my daughter. Your daughter? The group of women was taken aback. Lin Xuxin had never posted online about having a daughter. Everyone still believed she was child-free for her career. They never expected she had secretly given birth to a daughter. Yes, my daughter. She is also in Yong City. I came here this time to bring her back, but unexpectedly, right after I arrived, this happened, and I couldn't see her. However, she replied to my message a few days ago. She is still alive, Lin Xuxin explained. Alright, I have no problem with that request. I can agree. As long as they were in Yong City, Chao Chuan could agree. After all, there were plenty of resources in Yong City, and it would take a lot of time to sweep through them all. Finding one more little girl was no big deal. Seeing Chao Chuan agree so quickly, Lin Xuxin felt relieved and agreed to join the team. Chao Chuan also kept his promise, only taking 1,000 zombie crystal cores from Wang and the others before letting them leave. Soon, the entire supermarket parking lot was left with only Chao Chuan's armored vehicle. Wang and the others quickly disappeared from Chao Chuan's sight. Another survivor next to Wang immediately said, "Boss, are we just going to let this go? We got hit for 1,000 zombie crystal cores. What, do you want to take revenge on him? Can you beat him?" Wang Zhengwei replied, "We can't swallow this anger." In the team, the sons and sons-in-law of several older women were also present. Hatred flashed in their eyes. Their mothers were killed, and they could do nothing about it. In this situation, one of them walked up to Wang Zhengwei and said, "Boss, why can't we join forces with Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao's teams? We don't believe that 3 teams combined can't take down these women." "Yeah, boss, even if the resources from the Little Ruinfa supermarket are divided among 3 teams, they can last a long time. Although we might suffer a bit, we can still get back some, right?" The suggestion from several survivors left Wang Zhengwa stunned. It made a lot of sense. How had he not thought of this? In Li Tianming and Zhao Guanyao's teams, there were not only ability users but also a large number of firearms, which were not inferior to these women. They didn't necessarily have to defeat Chao Chuan. As long as they could control these women, they needn't worry about Chao Chuan not handing over the resources. With this thought, Wang Zhengwei immediately took out his phone to contact Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao. However, when he pulled out his phone, he was dumbfounded. The signal was 0. This had never happened before. Could it be that the nearby base station was down? "Boss, why don't we head back to the building first? What if there's a signal there? It's the apocalypse now. It's normal for some areas to have no signal." "Do you have no signal either?" "None. Then we can only head back to the building." On the way back, Wang Zhengwa kept trying, but there was still no signal. This unusual result made Wang Zhengwa frown. It seemed the entire network had collapsed. After holding on for so long, the signal finally broke down at the most critical moment. He didn't know if it was just bad luck. Fortunately, there was still water. Water? Wang Zhengwa, who wanted to brew a pot of tea in his office, found that he couldn't get any water out. He immediately left his office and tried on the entire floor, but there was no water. At first, he thought it was a lack of water pressure. However, after he arranged for other ability users to test it on each floor and found that no water could be released, he suddenly understood. The network was down, and so was the water. The real apocalypse had arrived. Perhaps it was a joke from heaven. Inside the building, the lighting relied entirely on the surrounding glass walls, and if the lights were not turned on, it would be very dark inside. It was at this moment that the lights suddenly went out. It was so abrupt that many ordinary people were startled. The offices were occupied by ability users, while the lobby was their territory. Before, there hadn't been much of a feeling. Now, it was dark. Some timid ones were scared to tears. Inside the armored vehicle, Lin Xuxin's arrival did not cause any waves. They continued to eat and drink as usual. Lin Xuxin originally thought that Chao Chuan and the others only had instant noodles and sausages. If they had something a bit more upscale, like a self-heating hot pot or rice, that would be impressive. She didn't expect a table full of dishes to leave her a bit dazed. She had previously seen those girls with glowing faces and guessed that they were living quite well. She didn't expect it to be this good. At that moment, Chao Chuan also took out an M416 rifle and a nano combat suit from the space and handed them to Lin Xuxin, saying, "Since you've entered my door, you're one of my people now. Take these with you." Lin Xuxin stared blankly at the items Chao Chuan had produced. She looked around, unable to figure out where Chao Chuan had gotten these things from, her face full of confusion. Just as she was about to ask something, the lights in the lobby suddenly went out. "What's going on?" Chao Chuan said, puzzled. Li Yujin spoke up, "Honey, it should be a power outage. I was using the city electricity." The girls exchanged glances. Having lived with Chao Chuan, they had never felt the sensation of an apocalypse until today. If there was no electricity, would their phones also be? Sure enough, one by one, they checked their phones and found that there was no signal at all. "I haven't finished watching the drama I was following," Lin Yue said, frustrated. "Me too, I had saved some dance videos to practice before bed, and now I can't see them," Zhang Ruer said at the same time. Chao Chuan smiled. The system had anticipated this situation long ago, and the rewards were still in the space, so he would take them out for them. The armored vehicle's nuclear power had other uses. Solar power was enough for electricity. First, he took out a high-end solar generator and handed it to Li Yujin to install on the top of the armored vehicle, connecting it to the entire villa's power system to restore electricity. Then, he took out dozens of phones and placed them on the living room table. Looking at the girls, he said, "Wives, switch to these phones." "Honey, what is this?" "But now there's no signal. Even with these phones, it's useless." "You'll know if you try." Listening to Chao Chuan, the girls were still a bit confused but obediently picked one up. When they turned on the phones, they were stunned. "So amazing. The drama I was following required VIP access, but I can watch it directly on this phone my husband gave me. It's simply fantastic." "Me too, it's incredible. The free novels I downloaded on Shimao, I haven't finished reading them yet." "Me too. Thank you, husband." "Wow, what kind of phone is this?" The girls looked at Chao Chuan, their eyes sparkling. No matter when, Chao Chuan always managed to bring them surprises. Chao Chuan replied with a smile, leading the way. After resolving the issues with electricity and phones, Chao Chuan then got up and walked into the villa's water supply system. Originally, the villa had 2 water storage tanks. After this period of use, there was very little left. If nothing unexpected happens, the power system is down, and the water plant can't operate either, so there should be no water. Chao Chuan directly inserted the freshwater exchange card, 10,000 cubic meters, into the villa's water supply system. As expected, the system rewards can indeed be used together. It fits perfectly. With the water, electricity, and communication systems resolved, happiness can return. When Chao Chuan returned to the living room, all the girls had prepared their bowls, waiting for him to give the command to start eating. Naturally, Chao Chuan wouldn't let the girls go hungry and said, "Let's get started." As soon as he finished speaking, the girls immediately became lively. After eating and drinking their fill, Chao Chuan returned to his room. After a busy day, he was indeed a bit tired. He didn't call the girl over to play a duo with him. After all, they had fought zombies during the day, collected crystal cores, and then battled with Wang and the others, which had already worn them out a bit. Chao Chuan was a conscientious boss and didn't want to make the girls work overtime. He lay on the bed, scrolling through his phone, checking out the inventory of Douyin girls, marveling at the technology and hard work before the apocalypse. Using the system to check the girls' attributes, none of them scored above 80 points. With the enhancement of beauty filters, their looks seemed comparable to his own girls. He sighed at how impressive the products of technology were. However, Chao Chuan hadn't played for long when he suddenly heard the door to his room being pushed open slightly. A pair of beautiful eyes peeked in from outside. Chao Chuan, puzzled, turned to look back. He wondered which girl had so much energy and wanted to work overtime. Although he couldn't see her appearance, he could check her attribute panel using the system, achieving the goal of seeing through walls. Name, Ding Kiki Photo, Image. GIF age, 22 Beauty Score, 87 Figure Score, 89 Purity, 100% Current Health, 100% Overall Score, 88 Attributes, Strength, 15, 8 Stamina, 14, 7 Speed, 12, 1 Mental Power, 10, 6 system comment, meets the requirements, please capture her as soon as possible. Ha, ding Kiki? I didn't expect it to be this girl, the bonus sent by the Strong Brothers. I didn't even cool her, and she's so proactive? Chao Chuan stroked his smooth chin, looking over with interest. Seeing that Chao Chuan wasn't asleep, Ding Kiki quietly opened the door a bit wider and slipped inside. At this moment, Ding Kiki had transformed her nano-combat suit into a lace nightgown. The lace trim was very intricate. You could almost see all the details. Her figure was good. After all, she was a college student. As long as she wasn't too deformed and developed normally, how bad could it be? Originally, Chao Chuan had no thoughts for today. Unexpectedly, this girl, with a 100% purity, could be so proactive. Since she was here, it seemed wrong for Chao Chuan not to appreciate her carefully arranged outfit. Without saying a word, he stood up and pulled Ding Kiki into his arms. He said, "Do you know that your behavior is very inappropriate?" Ding Kiki timidly replied, "Husband, don't you like it? Where did you learn these things?" Chao Chuan pinched her QQ bouncy cheeks and asked, That day, I saw Xie Xinran sneak into your room, so." Upon hearing this, Chao Chuan realized it was like that. He didn't expect that day, while playing poker with Lin Yue and Xie Xinran, this little girl had seen them. So what if she saw? After all, they were all on the same side. Chao Chuan smiled and said, "You want to experience it too, right?" Ding Kiki buried her head into Chao Chuan's solid chest. "Then let me teach you what it means to be above the moon." Ding! The host has successfully saved the beauty, and the girl has been rated 88 points. A reward is being issued. Ding! Congratulations, the host's space has advanced from 40 by 40 by 40 to 50 by 50 by 50. Listening to the system's prompt, Chao Chuan held Ding Kiki and smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth. The system space, which had only a little material put in, had unexpectedly upgraded again. My speed of collecting materials hasn't been as fast as the system's upgrade, which is a bit embarrassing, but this feeling is really refreshing. Looking at Ding Kiki's dazed eyes, Chao Chuan smiled and said, "How's the trial period?" I'll dare next time," Ding Kiki said, wrapping her arms around Chao Chuan's neck and breathing softly in his ear. Chao Chuan immediately pecked her little cherry lips and replied, "Haha, you're most welcome." Time quickly passed, and a pleasant night went by. The next morning, Chao Chuan energetically walked out of the room. At this moment, the veteran girls had already taken the new girls and the newly arrived Lin Xuxin to the parking lot to practice shooting, leaving only Li Yujin still tinkering in the kitchen. Chao Chuan was indeed a bit hungry after just waking up. He went straight into the kitchen to make something to eat, while teasing Sister Yujin. It had been a long time since he had been intimate with Sister Yujin. Looking at Li Yujin in her apron, Chao Chuan walked up to her and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "Ah!" Li Yujin turned around and saw it was the bad guy Chao Chuan, immediately shyly saying, "Hubby, what are you doing? It's broad daylight." "Of course, I miss my Yujin sister. Come give your brother a kiss." Hubby, you're so bad." Li Yujin said she didn't want to, but her body was very honest. She leaned directly into Chao Chuan's embrace, closed her eyes, and tilted her head, waiting for Chao Chuan to pick her. Just as Chao Chuan was about to lean in, several exclamations suddenly came from outside. What happened? Chao Chuan and Li Yujin, forgetting their intimate moment, immediately went to the window to check the situation. They saw Wang Mang squatting on the ground, holding her stomach, her face pale. The other girls were also confused, looking at Wang Mang helplessly, wanting to ask what was going on. Chao Chuan couldn't care about Li Yujin anymore and rushed out of the armored vehicle to Wang Mang's side. "What's wrong?" Chao Chuan asked. Wang Mang saw Chao Chuan coming and immediately hugged him, saying, "Hubby, my stomach hurts. It hurts so much. I don't know what's going on." Where does it hurt?" "I'll carry you back to the room and see if there's any medicine you can take," Chao Chuan said anxiously. He picked up Wang Mang and was about to head back to the room. At that moment, a bit of transparent liquid flowed from Wang Mang's body, dripping onto the ground. This made Lin Xuxin, who had been puzzled behind them, immediately realize what was happening. She quickly came to Chao Chuan's side and said, "You need to hurry and carry Wang Mang back to the room." "What? You know what's going on?" Chao Chuan looked at Lin Xuxin in confusion. Lin Xuxin didn't keep him in suspense and directly said, "Your wife is about to give birth." "About to give birth?" Chao Chuan looked at Wang Mang in his arms in shock. It had only been a dozen days, how could she be giving birth? This was too fast. He ruled out the possibility of being cheated on. Was the effect of this zombie crystal core really that powerful? However, Chao Chuan didn't hesitate and immediately took Wang Mang back to the room, placing her on the bed. He nervously watched Wang Mang. Seeing her in pain, he wished he could help her give birth. Chao Chuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, completely unsure of what to do. At this moment, all the girls were gathered at the door of the room. He turned to the other girls and asked, "Is there anyone here studying medicine? Does anyone know how to deliver a baby?" The girls immediately looked at each other, shaking their heads, indicating they were helpless. These girls were all brought out from Yongjang University. Yongjang University was not a medical school, although some majors were related to medicine, they were only tangentially so. Moreover, none of them were students of those majors. Chao Chuan had thought about finding some doctors or nurses as soon as he left school, but it had only been a short while since they came out, and the plan was to implement it in a few days. Chao Chuan never expected Wang Mang would give birth so quickly. Where could he find doctors and nurses in such a short time? This completely disrupted Chao Chuan's rhythm. The girls were all college students. Not only had they never delivered a baby, but none of them had even given birth before, and for a moment, Chao Chuan had no idea what to do. Given birth? Suddenly, Chao Chuan remembered that there was a celebrity in the group who had given birth. Thinking of this, Chao Chuan immediately turned to Lin Xuxin and said, "Xuxin, can you help deliver the baby?" "Ah, me?" Lin Xuxin was taken aback. She smiled and replied, "Chao Chuan, don't worry, I'm just an actress, and I studied martial arts in college. Are you sure you want me to deliver the baby?" The other girls looked at Lin Xuxin with anticipation. "Sister, please help Mang. At least you've given birth before, and we've never even seen it. Sister, just think about how you gave birth and do it step by step. Sister, Mang needs you right now." However, seeing the expectant gazes of the other girls, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. She could only nod and say to Chao Chuan, "I'll try my best." After saying that, Lin Xuxin walked into the room, starting to recall the things needed for childbirth. She turned to Chao Chuan and said, "Towels, disinfectant cotton, nursing pads, scissors, alcohol. Oh, and baby supplies, diapers, clothes, swaddles, etc." Lin Xuxin listed a series of items she could think of and began to take action. A few of the more capable girls went in to help. After a long wait, the door to the room finally opened. A very cute little sprite was brought out by Lin Xuxin. Chao Chuan couldn't care about anything else and immediately stepped forward to check. A lovely baby was tightly wrapped in a swaddle, eyes closed peacefully. Lin Xuxin said, "It's a girl. You should go see Mang first. After all, we're not very professional, and she needs you right now." Chao Chuan nodded immediately. Just as he was about to enter the room, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to a child, contributing to the revival of humanity. You can receive a reward *2, please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving a reinforcement voucher *1, can reinforce any rewards issued by the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to control lightning, C grade. The 3 consecutive notifications made Chao Chuan stop in his tracks. However, he did not check them but directly entered the room and went to Wang Mengmeng's side. "Hubby, I gave you a daughter," Wang Mengmeng said weakly at this moment. Looking at her pale face and then at the bloodstains on the used sponge nursing pad beside her, Chao Chuan went over, hugged her shoulder, and said, "You've worked hard, my wife. Don't talk, just rest well." I am indeed a bit tired. I want to lean on you for a while, but I want to hear you name our daughter." Listening to Wang Mengmeng's request, Chao Chuan closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Then he said, "Let's name her Chao Yimeng. What do you think, my wife?" "Chao Meng, that name sounds nice, thank you, husband." At that moment, Lin Xuxin also brought the child back. She said, Meng, check if you have produced any food. It's time to prepare for the baby." "Ah!" Wang Meng was momentarily stunned by Lin Xuxin's words. Then her face flushed bright red. "Milk? For the baby?" Wang Meng couldn't quite accept that she had become a young mother. However, maternal love compelled her to reach out and hold little Chao Yimeng in her arms. As a new mother, she still didn't know how to extract the food supply. With Lin Xuxin's help, she finally got everything ready. The daughter cooperated well and began to cry. "Oh, baby, don't cry, mommy will feed you right away," Wang Meng said. Then she quickly stuffed the food supply into the baby's mouth. Cough cough. The baby choked on the first bite, startling both Wang Meng and Chao Chuan. With Lin Xuxin's assistance, everything was sorted out. Lin Xuxin looked at Wang Meng, who was gradually getting the hang of things, and smiled, saying, "There's quite a bit of food, fitting for your scale. If you can't finish it, you should suck it out and store it in the fridge, okay? Otherwise, it will go to waste." "Oh, thank you, sister." Watching Lin Xuxin's actions, Chao Chuan was glad he had considered bringing her in. Otherwise, being a first-time dad, he wouldn't know so much. After the baby was fed, Chao Chuan took out a crib from his space and placed it beside Wang Mengmeng's bed, then gently closed the door and stepped outside. As soon as he came out, Lin Xuxin approached him. She said, "Today's delivery was quite lucky. it was mostly Wang Mingming's effort, and we just helped a bit. With so many female companions, I doubt this is the only pregnancy. If you encounter a difficult delivery next time, I might be of no help. I suggest you find some doctors and nurses as soon as possible." Chao Chuan nodded in agreement. He was aware of this issue. Even if Lin Xuxin hadn't mentioned it, he would have to address it. Now that Wang Mengmeng had given birth, there were still Li Jiayu and Yang Yiyun to consider. This needed to be done immediately. Fortunately, he hadn't recklessly let all the girls get pregnant, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take care of them all. After bidding farewell to Lin Xuxin, Chao Chuan instructed Wulan Lan to drive the armored vehicle to a warehouse. This warehouse had previously stored large machinery, with enough height and width for the armored vehicle to enter, making it suitable for concealing vehicles. After all, he was going out to find doctors and nurses, and the armored vehicle's speed wasn't fast enough. He needed them to find a safe place to hide it, ensuring everything was foolproof. Chao Chuan didn't believe that Wang Zhenghua and his gang would let things go so easily. If they came to ambush him while he was away, it was very likely that they would raid his home. One must always be cautious. If he had time later, he would need to eliminate this hidden danger. After confirming the arrangements, Chao Chuan briefed the girls on what to pay attention to. During this time, they should rest at home, and no one should go out unnecessarily. In Chao Chuan's view, Wang Zhenghua would definitely not let this grievance go. At least if he were in that position, he would look for an opportunity for revenge. If the armored vehicle stayed in place, it was likely that as soon as Chao Chuan left, they would come with a large force, and that would be disastrous. The armored vehicle had many entertainment facilities, so they wouldn't get bored for at least a week. With everything arranged, Chao Chuan soon left the armored vehicle and stepped out onto the street. This time, he was not only looking for doctors and nurses but also needed to eliminate the hidden danger posed by Wang Zhenghua. The reason he hadn't dealt with him before was that he was afraid of scaring Lin Xuxin, otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to return that day. There is another task. Lin Xuxin's daughter needs to be found in the next couple of days. This is a promise to Lin Xuxin. However, the information provided by Lin Xuxin indicates that her daughter is too far from the location of Chao Chuan and the others, so it has to be dealt with last. He proceeds along the street. Fortunately, Chao Chuan is very familiar with this area. The delivery team mostly operates in this vicinity, and he knows all the hidden paths like the back of his hand. There is a community health clinic nearby, and Chao Chuan plans to check it out first, in case he encounters a midwife who could be a valuable find. If not, he will have to go to the district-level maternal and child health hospital. Not only is the district hospital far away, but it is also in a bustling area, where the number of zombies is certainly not small. Chao Chuan does not hesitate for a moment and heads straight for his destination. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. If he can avoid it, he will. His main strategy is to survive. Along the way, Chao Chuan's shadow clones attract a large number of zombies from the residential area, who rush towards these clones. Roar, roar, roar. The zombies are excited, surrounding Chao Chuan's clones like a stack of acrobats. When the clones are touched by these zombies, they explode. Iron needles shoot out in all directions like radiation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This causes the zombies that were originally surrounding the clones to have their heads pierced and fall to the ground. Subsequently, the heads of these zombies explode as if they have seen a ghost, one after another. All of them burst apart. Chao Chuan looks at the dozens of zombie cores in his hand and nods in satisfaction. Although this combination skill is not as impressive as he had imagined, like holding TNT explosives, it is still a decent group taunt and group kill skill. Chao Chuan is quite pleased. He continues to harvest zombies along the way, constantly improving the strengths and weaknesses of this skill. Before he knows it, he has arrived at the entrance of the community health clinic. At this moment, the first floor of the clinic is filled with dismembered bodies, a sight too gruesome to bear. The community health clinic is already small. Moreover, it usually charges very low fees, so most residents with poorer conditions come here for treatment. This has resulted in a consistently busy situation. During the zombie outbreak, it was also a heavily affected area. Seeing this situation, Chao Chuan actually has no hope of finding any doctors or nurses. However, medicines are also scarce in the apocalypse. Since he is here, he cannot leave empty-handed. Chao Chuan chooses to enter the community hospital directly. As soon as he steps into the clinic, a system prompt sounds in his ear. Ding! A suitable pregnant woman nearby is in danger. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Relevant information has been sent to the host's system notification. Please check it promptly. There really is a girl. Chao Chuan's body trembles with excitement. He had lost all hope, but unexpectedly, there really is someone. he just doesn't know if she is a doctor or a nurse. Without hesitation, Chao Chuan checks the system panel. The information of two girls appears before him. Name, Lu Kerson. Photo, Lu Kerson image. GIF, age, 28, beauty score, 89, body score, 90, purity, 99%, current health, 30%, fainted, overall score, 89, attributes, strength, 10 stamina, 12 speed, 9 mental power, 10, system comment, this woman has fainted. Please rescue her as soon as possible. Name, Guan Weiwei. Photo, Guan Weiwei image. GIF, age, 21, beauty score, 90, body score, 88, purity, 99%, current health, 25%, fainted, overall score, 88. Looking at the system panel, Chao Chuan was taken aback when he discovered that one girl had only 30% health and the other only 25%. Damn, how could it be so low? They would starve to death. He had to find these two girls immediately. Without a second thought, Chao Chuan began searching the entire community health center. Before he could even start, two zombies charged at him. As they reached him, they were about to bite. But when they did, they ended up biting nothing but air. The two zombies were momentarily confused, standing still in place. Then, a dark hole appeared in their foreheads, and they fell to the ground. Chao Chuan dispatched each zombie with a kick. Any zombie he encountered was either kicked to death or lured by his shadow clone and then blown up. One by one, the zombies fell. Chao Chuan fought his way to the third floor. At the end of the hallway on the third floor, he saw several zombies lingering at the door of a patient room, unwilling to leave, occasionally letting out a roar. This startled Chao Chuan. Generally, zombies wander around and rarely stay in one place unless they can't get out. Clearly, this was not such a scenario. The series of patient rooms had a corridor in the middle that stretched for dozens of meters. Chao Chuan, controlling a metal needle, directly delivered a cranial puncture to these lingering zombies. He approached the spot where the zombies were hanging around. The door to the patient room had glass. Looking inside from the outside, he saw two girls curled up in a corner. Their white coats were a bit darkened, and they were both on 4 drips, which were connected to empty bottles. The area where the needle connected to their palms showed signs of blood backflow. Chao Chuan guessed they had been unconscious for quite a while, otherwise, the blood wouldn't have flowed back so much. He gently twisted his hand and found that the door to the patient room had been locked from the inside. However, this was no challenge for Chao Chuan. He easily manipulated the lock to pop open. With a click, he entered the room. As he got closer, he noticed the girl's lips were pale and devoid of color, a sign of long-term starvation and dehydration. If it weren't for the glucose solution keeping them alive, they would have likely turned into 2 pink skeletons by now. Without hesitation, Chao Chuan picked up the 2 girls and placed them on a nearby bed. He took out a bottle of mineral water from his space and fed it to them little by little. At first, he worried they might not be able to drink, wanting to resort to artificial feeding. Fortunately, in their instinctive state of sucking, the mineral water was absorbed into their bodies. He also stuffed a few zombie cores into their mouths, and now all he could do was wait for them to wake up. The 2 girls had not yet awakened. Just as Chao Chuan was about to get up to collect the zombie cores he had just taken down, he suddenly heard the sound of a diesel vehicle braking from downstairs. Hurry, hurry! We must bring back some medicine today, or many brothers won't last. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of people jumping out of the vehicle echoed up. Listening to the noise, Chao Chuan assessed, 5 people? All the medicine in the health center had already been collected into a space while he was sweeping through the patient rooms. Now, there wasn't even a packet of Ban Lan Gen to be found in the entire community health center. However, after killing so many zombies, he couldn't just give away the zombie cores for free. With that thought, Chao Chuan used metal to create an alloy door for the patient room and immediately went downstairs. As he reached the corner on the first floor, he heard the survivors cursing. Damn it, there's no medicine at all. We came here for nothing. Crap, that third brother is probably in big trouble. We don't have enough time to go to the next hospital. Wait, brothers, these zombies are still warm. Their blood hasn't even congealed. It seems that the last group of people just swept through this hospital not long ago. They probably haven't gone far. Big brother, should we chase after them? Hold on, I think I see that these zombie cores haven't been dug out. Could it be that they were in such a hurry to leave that they didn't even have time to touch the zombie cores? Hearing this, the others immediately rejoiced. They were about to reach out to dig out the zombie cores. Suddenly, a black hole appeared in front of them. The group was taken aback, staring at the suddenly pierced ground. Then they looked up and saw Chao Chuan standing at the stairway. You, who are you? Several of them immediately raised their shotguns, pointing them directly at Chao Chuan. After a few seconds of contemplation, they suddenly realized that the bullet holes in the ground looked exactly like the black holes in the zombies' skulls. They quickly understood that this man in front of them had taken down these zombies. However, they did not let their guard down and continued to watch Chao Chuan warily. Chao Chuan completely ignored their actions. He slowly collected the zombie cores, cleaned them, and put them into his space. One of them spoke up, "Did you kill all these zombies? Are you an ability user?" Chao Chuan did not answer their question. Instead, he collected all the zombie cores before replying, "What do you think? You killed the zombies, so did you also take all the medicine here?" The others said excitedly. Chao Chuan did not hide it and nodded in response, "Yes, it's all on me. Is there something you need?" Hearing Chao Chuan's answer, the group was overjoyed. One man, who seemed to have the most say in the 5-person team, spoke up, "Could you spare us some medicine? I need to save someone." Chao Chuan looked at them with a cold smile. He did not speak. The team leader immediately said, "Respected ability user, we won't take your medicine for free. We can exchange zombie cores with you." Listening to their words, Chao Chuan felt a bit unaccustomed. For so long, they had been at odds, and these people, who didn't seem like good guys, were actually offering to buy from him. Chao Chuan did not refuse. Although the variety of medicines was not many, the quantity was still significant. Giving a little wouldn't hurt. He then replied, "What kind of medicine do you need?" "Thank you, respected ability user. We need a lot of medicine. I'll get the list for you right away." The team leader finished speaking and pulled out a piece of paper from his chest pocket, handing it to Chao Chuan. Chao Chuan took the paper and glanced at it. It contained very ordinary medicines, anti-inflammatory, fever-reducing, and antibiotics. These were not in short supply. However, he still needed to think carefully about the price. Seeing that Chao Chuan was silent, the team leader thought the quantity was insufficient. He immediately spoke again, "Respected ability user, even if the quantity is not enough, giving us half would be fine. We are willing to offer 500 zombie cores in exchange." 500? Chao Chuan was taken aback. Were these people really that wealthy? 500 was not a small amount. He didn't expect that this ordinary 5-person team could come up with so many zombie cores. To recall, when Chao Chuan tricked Wang Jinghua's team, they had to gather 1,000 zombie cores with over 300 people. Now, this seemingly ordinary 5-person team could actually produce 500 zombie cores. He felt a bit overwhelmed. He hadn't expected the gap to be so large. The team leader saw Chao Chuan's ambiguous response and the long pause without a price, thinking he found it too little. Gritting his teeth, he spoke again, "Respected ability user, if you find it too little, we can add 50 more. This is our limit. We hope you can understand. After all, we are just ordinary people." Listening to the responses of these people, Chao Chuan's lips curled slightly upward. He hadn't expected to be able to add more. Indeed, if one doesn't push oneself, one will never know how excellent they can be. It seemed that these 550 zombie crystal cores were the limit for these individuals. Since they were so sincere, Chao Chuan didn't deliberately make things difficult for them. He directly took out the medicines they needed from his space. The quantity they wanted wasn't much, and Chao Chuan was fully capable of providing all of it. However, they had previously agreed to only give half. Chao Chuan wouldn't let them down. After seeing Chao Chuan provide the medicines, the faces of the few people lit up with joyful smiles. Thank you, esteemed ability user. Thank you for your generosity. We know that these zombie crystal cores can't buy this much medicine, but you still agreed. We are truly grateful." Listening to their words, a thought emerged in Chao Chuan's mind. Were these medicines really that expensive? I thought I was making a profit, but it turns out I was still at a loss. However, since he had already accepted their zombie crystal cores, there was no turning back. He nodded to indicate his understanding. At that moment, the captain spoke again, "Esteemed ability user, thank you. I, Wang, promise you today that in the future, whenever you need my help, I will definitely assist you splendidly." Chao Chuan smiled and gestured for them to leave. He didn't take Wang's promise to heart. What could an ordinary person do for me? If I can't handle something myself, these ordinary people would be of no use. Chao Chuan dismissed the thought. After watching them leave, he unhesitatingly returned to the 3rd floor. At this moment, the 2 girls in the room were still unconscious. Just as Chao Chuan was hesitating whether to take them back first, one of them stirred her long eyelashes. Then, she opened her eyes and looked at Chao Chuan. After checking that her clothes were still neat, she finally regained her composure and, frightened, said to Chao Chuan, Who are you?" Looking at the weak sleeping beauty before him, Chao Chuan smiled and said, "The one who saved you." After hearing Chao Chuan's response, the girl struggled to sit up despite her discomfort. She then looked around and, upon realizing she was still in the same hospital room where she had fainted, she finally felt relieved. Chao Chuan took out a bowl of seafood porridge from his space. This was something Li Yujin had asked him to bring when she left. However, Chao Chuan wasn't hungry. With the enhancement of his attributes, his body had gradually transcended that of an ordinary human. The 2 girls were different. Having been hungry for so long, They needed this kind of liquid food to replenish their strength. The other girl was also drawn in by the fragrant seafood porridge in Xiao Chuan's hand. She drowsily said, "Coxin, I think I smell seafood. Did we die and go to heaven where there's food?" After saying that, she fell back into a deep sleep. Lu Kurson looked at the seafood porridge in Xiao Chuan's hand and swallowed hard. She didn't ask for it. She wondered if there was any drug in it. But the next second, she found herself smiling foolishly. If this man, who was as handsome as a god, wanted to eat them, then when she was unconscious before, she would have been completely devoured. How could she think so poorly of her savior? Lu Kurson shook her head, immediately propping herself up and leaning back, and said to Xiao Chuan, Sir, is this for us?" "Yes, eat it while it's hot to regain some strength," Xiao Chuan said gently. Lu Kurson was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Chuan's gentle voice, and her fondness for him instantly soared. She wanted to reach out for the seafood porridge, but in the next second, due to not having eaten for a long time, she was barely hanging on with just a bit of glucose, lacking any strength. She couldn't even hold the bowl steady. It fell to the ground. Ah! Lu Kurson was startled. At that moment, Xiao Chuan's attention was also on Lu Kurson, watching the bowl drop. He immediately reached out to catch the seafood porridge. "How can you be so careless? How long has it been since you last ate?" Xiao Chuan scooped a spoonful of porridge to his own side, gently blew on it, and finally handed the spoon to Lu Kurson. Lu Kurson tensed up, startled by Xiao Chuan's action. "This handsome younger brother is actually feeding me? I've grown up without anyone feeding me, not even my own husband, and here I am being fed by such a handsome younger brother. This is too embarrassing." However, she obediently opened her cherry-like mouth and ate the porridge. After finishing, Lu Kurson asked, "What date is it today?" Xiao Chuan smiled and told her the date, then scooped another spoonful and brought it to her mouth. Lu Kurson was momentarily stunned. Has it already been 4 days? She didn't expect time to pass so quickly. It seemed that the King of Hell didn't want to collect her just yet. A few minutes later, the two sat in silence, the atmosphere warm. Xiao Chuan patiently fed Lu Kurson spoon by spoon. After all, she was going to be his future wife, so he naturally took care of her. Moreover, looking at their outfits, one was a doctor and the other a nurse. They were both talents he needed. Having eaten well, Lu Kurson regained quite a bit of strength. With Xiao Chuan's help, she got out of bed. At that moment, Wan Weiwei finally woke up from her struggles. When she saw Lu Kurson being held by another man, she was taken aback. With surprise, she exclaimed, "Kurson's sister, is this your husband? Your husband is so nice. It's so dangerous with zombies everywhere, and he came to save you. Whoa, if only my boyfriend had half of your husband's qualities." Hearing Wan Weiwei's words, Lu Kurson's face turned beet red, feeling lost for words. She didn't know how to explain at that moment and could only say, "Weiwei, no, it's not like that." Wan Weiwei looked at her in disbelief. If he wasn't her husband, could he be a male best friend? However, she was very weak and lay back down, cursing her useless husband for becoming a zombie on the very day the apocalypse arrived. He even tried to bite her. Luckily, she had quickly hidden in this room. However, since someone had managed to enter this room, her husband's zombie must have already perished. Guan Weiwei's face was filled with despair, feeling that there was no joy in surviving in this apocalypse anymore. Just then, Lu Kurson brought a bowl of seafood porridge to her side. After gently shaking the hospital bed, Guan Weiwei looked at the bowl in Lu Kurson's hand in disbelief and said, "Was I just imagining things? Is this really warm, edible porridge? Hurry and eat. This is brought to us by our savior," Lu Kurson said. Guan Weiwei smiled. "Savior? Sister, you can't be time traveling, speaking so formally. Drink your porridge, you have so much energy to argue, drink it yourself." "Woo, sister is bullying me." In the room, Lu Kurson was feeding Guan Weiwei while Chao Chuan observed the surroundings from the window. At that moment, a system prompt suddenly sounded, and Chao Chuan thought it was another suitable girl. Upon listening closely, he realized there was actually a third-tier zombie nearby. Third-tier zombies had high-level zombie cores. He couldn't let this opportunity slip by, especially with so many wives waiting to awaken their powers. Thus, Chao Chuan nodded at Lu Kurson, directly took out some metallic liquid from his space, and sealed the doors and windows with a metal mesh. Lu Kurson was puzzled, but he didn't raise any questions. After all, if he really had ideas, he couldn't refuse them anyway. It was better to be a bit more obedient and say nothing. After bidding farewell to the two women, Chao Chuan left the health clinic and quickly arrived at the entrance of a residential building. This building had quite a bit of age to it, exuding a sense of decay everywhere. It seemed to be inhabited mostly by elderly people, and unexpectedly, the population density here wasn't very high, yet mutated zombies had appeared. Chao Chuan walked in without hesitation. The building wasn't very tall, only 7 stories, so there was naturally no elevator. There were no traces of blood in the stairwell. Either everyone had turned into zombies, or humans simply couldn't escape. As soon as Chao Chuan reached the second floor, he sensed something was off. Even in the absence of living people, there should be some noise if there were zombies, but now, it was terrifyingly quiet. Even someone as strong as Chao Chuan felt a bit creeped out. If it weren't for his solid strength, he would have chosen to turn around and leave. What kind of monster was this? Chao Chuan stopped and immediately checked the zombie's attributes. Monster category, zombie name, poison tongue level, intermediate tier 3 talent. See attributes, strength, 150 stamina, 300 speed, 150 mental power, 40 skills, poison mist, long tongue, devour zombie origin, a notorious gossip in Urjiang Bridge, skilled at embellishing others' embarrassing stories, was ostracized by the entire building, and during the apocalypse, committed suicide in her room, becoming infected with the zombie virus and mutating, gaining a special poison sac and long tongue. System comment: this tongue is disgustingly vile, please eliminate it quickly. The system feels like vomiting just looking at it. Looking at the zombie's attributes, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Smoker? Before Chao Chuan could react, a purple mist suddenly enveloped the surroundings. This mist had a strong corrosive effect on the skin. The moment it touched Chao Chuan, it was blocked by his nano-combat suit. Chao Chuan was startled. He hadn't expected the lethality of this mist to be so great. If it weren't for the nano-combat suit keeping the toxins at bay, he might have fallen victim to it. Indeed, one should never underestimate any opponent in the apocalypse. Only after coming into contact with this mist did Chao Chuan understand why this residential building was so quiet. This mist did not distinguish between friend and foe. Even ordinary zombies would be affected by this poisonous fog. How long could ordinary zombies last in its toxins? Probably not even 3 minutes. Chao Chuan casually kicked open a room, finding no signs of disturbance inside. Instead, he saw several skeletons on the floor. Just as he had guessed, the ordinary zombies here had all been corroded by the mist. On the other hand, Chao Chuan also realized another ability of this zombie. It had launched an attack as soon as he entered, indicating that this zombie not only played with poison but also had strong perception. Knowing that this zombie's combat method was ineffective against him, he felt no need to worry. As long as he paid attention to its tongue, he could basically secure this zombie crystal core. He couldn't be bothered to check the other rooms and headed straight for the top floor as indicated by the system prompt. Upon reaching the top floor, in the smallest room, Chao Chuan saw the poison-tongued zombie sitting at the head of the bed. At that moment, this zombie's face was covered in pus-filled blisters, each oozing purple gas, making it impossible to see its face. In the midst of these blisters was a tongue that had already drooped to the ground. The layout of the room was also very simple, with just a bed, a wardrobe, and a table. One might think it was a rental room. The zombie looked up at Chao Chuan and directly unleashed its tongue to entangle him. Knowing its attack method, how could he possibly be hit? He gently dodged, avoiding the zombie's strike. The tongue shot past Chao Chuan and slammed into the corridor wall. Bang! The wall was easily reduced to powder by the attack. After dodging, Chao Chuan took out the Nepal he had forged from his space. With one slash, he severed the tongue in half. The zombie let out a terrible scream as its tongue was cut off. The toxic mist emanating from its body surged out like it had been catalyzed. The entire room was left in purple. Chao Chuan was about to control the metal to slay it. Suddenly, the zombie, clutching its head in agony, viciously said, "It's all their fault. I just like to hear the embarrassing stories others tell. Why do they have to isolate me? Damn it, they all deserve to die." The venomous-tongued zombie kept shouting, leaving Chao Chuan utterly bewildered. This zombie has been chewing on others' tongues, and even after becoming a zombie, it still clings to its obsession. Its mouth is hard as iron. Fine, I'll be a good person to the end and give it a quick release, so it won't continue to harm others here. The zombie was no longer a threat. Chao Chuan naturally wouldn't waste time entangled in such matters. He directly unleashed 1,000 needles piercing through its heart, ensuring it was dead beyond recovery. After dealing with this zombie, only a few minutes had passed. Chao Chuan estimated that Guan Weiwei should still be eating, so he casually cleared out the zombies in the adjacent building. These buildings were mostly inhabited by the elderly and those with weak constitutions, who had almost all perished during the first wave of the zombie virus. Just as Chao Chuan had guessed, after clearing out the nearby old buildings, he found not a single survivor. They had all turned into zombies. These zombies appeared somewhat malnourished. Their movement speed was very slow, and Chao Chuan controlled the iron needles without even needing to predict their movements, easily dispatching them. After so many upgrades, Chao Chuan's control over metal had reached a new level. Just now, he had learned a new skill, he could drive the iron needles into the zombies' bodies without retracting them. Instead, he could directly dissolve the needles, transforming them into a sphere that encapsulated the zombie's crystal core and returned it to the system space. Although he could only control a little over 100 at a time, it was still much faster than digging them out by hand. However, Chao Chuan was quite disappointed with these buildings. The evolution speed of elderly zombies should be much slower than that of the robust, and surprisingly, more than half had not even evolved a crystal core. This left Chao Chuan feeling quite frustrated, having wasted several minutes. Returning to the community clinic, he found Guan Weiwei had only eaten halfway. Feeling too lazy to go out, he simply lay on another hospital bed and played on his phone. The phone produced by the system had connected all devices together and even had its own social platform. At that moment, Chao Chuan could see from the photos sent by the girls just how much fun they were having. One by one, photos that required payment to view before the apocalypse were posted. Chao Chuan enjoyed it immensely, immediately sending messages asking for more. The girls were very cooperative, sending various revealing photos that made him, a man fighting zombies outside, feel his fists clench tightly. He couldn't help but want to rush back and experience it all. At that moment, Lu Kerson, who was feeding Guan Weiwei, noticed Chao Chuan sitting alone, seemingly at a loss. Driven by curiosity, she stole a glance. What she saw left her stunned. The spoon in her hand was frozen in front of Guan Weiwei's mouth, as if she had turned into a fool. Wow, I can't believe he's reading a dirty book. Lu Kerson's heart raced like a stampede of horses. She never expected that Chao Chuan, this clean and youthful handsome guy, would have such a hobby, but she quickly regained her composure. Well, maybe it's because there are too few girls in the apocalypse, and this handsome guy has some urges. Without any girls providing services for love, he has to resort to self-sufficiency? Thinking of this, Lu Kerson's face flushed. A little devil and a little angel appeared in her mind, whispering opposing thoughts in her ears about her next reaction. After 3 seconds of their argument, both the angel and the devil returned to their respective places, leaving her with just a few thoughts. Should she give it a try? No, that would make her seem too cheap, too humble. This guy looks so young, and she would be taking advantage of him. It's like an old cow eating tender grass. Just a little tease? Sister, huh? Sister? What are you looking at? Guan Weiwei asked. Nothing. Lu Kerson was startled by Guan Weiwei's question and stammered in response, her face turning bright red. She immediately shoved the spoon in her hand into Guan Weiwei's mouth and said, "Hurry up and eat, don't keep him waiting." "Oh, sister, what are you doing? It's so hot." "Woo, sister doesn't love me anymore, making me eat it all at once." Guan Weiwei joked. But she also knew it wasn't the time for jokes, so she obediently swallowed the abalone on the spoon. Then, in a flash, she quickly finished her food. Only then did she have the strength to get out of bed. The two of them helped each other to Chao Chuan's side, just about to speak. Chao Chuan, hearing the commotion behind him, put away his phone and said, "Are you full?" Thank you, big brother, for saving us and feeding us." "We're full now," Lu Kerson replied. "Well, as long as you're full, I had my reasons for saving you," Chao Chuan said lightly. Guan Weiwei tightened her clothes instinctively, looking cautiously at Chao Chuan. Seeing the girl's reactions, Chao Chuan smiled and got straight to the point. "Don't be nervous, I am indeed very interested in you both, and I won't harm you, in any way, including..." "Well, you know." Chao Chuan scanned the two girls from head to toe. They were curvy, especially Guan Weiwei, who was tall and looked at least 175 centimeters. He was very satisfied. He continued, "Let me also state my conditions. I can provide you with safe housing, endless food, and weapons, while what you need to do is give birth to offspring and perform your duties as my wives to assist in childbirth." The words shocked the two girls. They never expected this seemingly gentle and soft-spoken guy to be so direct. What does it mean to give birth to offspring? He could have just said it plainly. Both girls, being adults, naturally understood what it meant. As for assisting in childbirth, Guan Weiwei was taken aback. She didn't know how. She then looked at Lu Kerson, wanting to ask for her opinion. Also, if she heard correctly, Chao Chuan mentioned wives. How many wives does he have to use the plural form? Guan Weiwei looked at Lu Kerson in disbelief. Lu Kerson also glanced at Guan Weiwei at that moment and nodded. Lu Kerson said, "I studied childbirth in college, but I haven't been in touch with it since I started working at this clinic. However, I should still be able to manage. As for your request to have offspring, I'd like to see your base first before making a decision. Is that okay?" "Sure." Chao Chuan was very confident. Which girl would see his assets and still want to leave? They probably wouldn't want to leave even if he chased them away. Unless there's really something wrong with the brain, it's better not to have descendants that could be affected. Chao Chuan chuckled inwardly. He didn't expect to successfully recruit a doctor and a nurse so smoothly today. which meant he wouldn't have to go to the district-level maternal and child health center. Next, he just needed to send these two girls back to the armored vehicle before going to find trouble with Wang Zhenghua. Leaving the health clinic with the two girls, Chao Chuan initially thought about carrying them back directly, but then he reconsidered. It wasn't quite appropriate. After all, they hadn't agreed to anything yet. So, Chao Chuan spotted the UFO bicycles parked at the entrance and suddenly came up with an idea. He said, "I'll take you back right now." "Okay, sure," Lu Kerson replied. Before she could ask how they would get back, Chao Chuan immediately merged the three UFO bicycles together. The two back seats had no pedal drive, leaving only one footrest. All the power was provided by the pedals at the front. To ensure comfort, Chao Chuan also extended and widened the seats. He even added a metal shield and windscreen at the front. This scene left the two girls in shock. Indeed, the abilities of a supernatural being were terrifying. In this apocalypse, it might be necessary to rely on someone with such strength. Chao Chuan was young and handsome. If they were to rely on someone, he was indeed a good choice. Next, it was time to see if his base was as impressive as he claimed. "Get in the car," Chao Chuan said. He then took the front power position while the other two girls sat in the back. As soon as they settled in, Chao Chuan warned, "Hold on tight, the speed will be fast, so don't get thrown off." The two girls nodded in unison. After checking that the bicycle had no issues, Chao Chuan began to pedal. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The tires spun at high speed, kicking up a cloud of dust. In an instant, they shot forward. Holy crap! Guan Weiwei was left dumbfounded. Am I on a high-speed train? Lu Kerson, sitting closer to Chao Chuan, was even more shocked. She could see the blur of Chao Chuan's feet on the pedals. At the moment of acceleration, she could only see after images. What kind of acceleration was this? Even a supercar would only be eating dust behind him. The incredible speed created a wind that, even if just a little, caused a stinging pain on Guan Weiwei's skin. Weakly, Guan Weiwei said, "Faster, too fast, Chao Chuan, slow down a bit, I can't take it. Just hang on a little longer, we're almost there," Chao Chuan replied. He then drifted to the right at the end of the road, tearing open a gap in the rolling shutter door and charging inside. As the bicycle came to a stop, the two girls felt dizzy as they got off. "Did we arrive?" They opened their eyes, feeling a bit disoriented. Before them stood an empty warehouse. Is this what they called a safe residence? A question mark appeared over Guan Weiwei's head. Looking at the drafty warehouse, she felt deceived, but the armored vehicle in the middle did pique her interest. This couldn't be the residence Chao Chuan mentioned, could it? It looked relatively safe. It would have to do. However, Chao Chuan had mentioned needing to assist his wives in childbirth, and although this vehicle looked large, it could only accommodate a few dozen people. If she really followed him, doing intimate things might be a bit awkward, with even a slight movement causing their bodies to touch. This was too embarrassing. Thinking of this, Guan Weiwei glanced at Lu Kerson beside her, who also wore a face full of confusion. Chao Chuan didn't keep them in suspense. Directly bringing the two girls to the front of the armored vehicle, he controlled the side sliding door to slowly open. The stairs also descended gradually. The two girls, filled with confusion, followed Chao Chuan into the armored vehicle and were instantly stunned by the exquisite decor. I can't be seeing things, right? She rubbed her eyes again. Suddenly, she couldn't say a word. Chao Chuan smiled at the two girls and said, "Welcome to my world, Chao Chuan. This is our future home. Do you like it?" "Why yes, I like it," Guan Weiwei replied, dazed. Seeing such an environment, anyone would find it hard to say they didn't like it. However, Lu Kerson was a bit shy. Her face flushed as she asked Chao Chuan, Chao Chuan, where's the patient? Still calling me Chao Chuan? Then what should I call you?" Lu Kerson looked at Chao Chuan with a puzzled expression. Chao Chuan chuckled and asked again, "What do you call your boyfriend at home?" Lu Kerson's face turned red like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. In a voice as small as a mosquito, she said to Chao Chuan, "Hubby, what did you say? I didn't hear you, it was too quiet." "Hubby, very good." Chao Chuan smiled as he pressed his finger against Lu Kerson's chin, pulling her into his embrace. With one bite, the overwhelming taste made Lu Kerson's eyes widen. "Next time I eat you, I have other things to do. You go down the corridor to the second-to-last room. The girl inside is called Wang Mang. She just gave birth to a daughter for me. Go check if she's okay." After saying this, Chao Chuan placed some equipment, medicine bottles, and 2 sets of nano-combat suits on the table next to the two girls. As for the rifles, he would give them to the two girls when Wang Mang could train normally. After all, there were several girls waiting for them to assist in childbirth, and they didn't need to fight for now. They could learn how to use them later. For the time being, they could just handle logistics like Li Yujin. After everything was set, he left the armored vehicle and walked back onto the street. Chao Chuan walked for quite a while. Lu Kerson didn't even notice when he left. It wasn't until Guan Weiwei nudged her that she came back to her senses. Guan Weiwei said, "Sister, how does it feel to be with Chao Chuan?" "Ah, you little brat, how dare you tease your sister? Just wait until I spank you." "No, I was wrong, okay?" Guan Weiwei dodged back. The two of them bickered a bit. Just as they were about to grab the medical equipment and head to the location Chao Chuan mentioned, Li Yujin walked out of the kitchen. She looked at the two girls, revealing a very sunny smile, and said, "Are you two new here?" The two girls immediately stopped their movements upon seeing the little chef in an apron. Li Yujin's looks were undoubtedly stunning, appealing to both men and women. The two girls felt warmed by her presence. Lu Kerson straightened her clothes and said, "Hello, I'm Lu Kerson. Nice to meet you." Guan Weiwei also chimed in, "Guan Weiwei." Li Yujin extended her delicate hand and replied, "Li Yujin, I'm the cook here. By the way, judging by your outfits, you must have come from the hospital." Yes, Yujin. I'm a clinical doctor from the Urjiankyo Community Health Center, and she is a nurse from there," Lu Kerson said. Upon hearing this, Li Yujin immediately said happily, "That's great, we really need a doctor and a nurse. Sister Wang Mang just gave birth to a little baby yesterday. She said she was fine, but we are still very worried." Yes, Chao Chuan just asked us to check on her. "Don't rush, sister. You just escaped from a life and death situation, and your bodies must not have fully recovered yet. Go take a shower first, rest well, and then show it to Mang. By the way, the other two sisters are also pregnant, you should all take a look together." Listening to Li Yujin's words, the two women exchanged glances but still sniffed at the smell on themselves. Although it wasn't particularly pungent, it was still out of place compared to the youthful fragrance emanating from Li Yujin. They smiled awkwardly and said to Li Yujin, "Ah, that works." Li Yujin returned to the kitchen, hung the white lace-trimmed apron on the wall, and then led the two women upstairs. The second floor had quite a few empty rooms, and she casually brought them into a new room. They placed the equipment that Chao Chuan had left for them in one corner of the room and awkwardly asked Li Yujin, "Sister Yujin, we don't have any clean underwear or outerwear." "None? Alright, I'll help you find some. By the way, what are your sizes?" Since they were all girls, there was no need to hide anything. Lu Kerson said, "I'm a D cup." Guan Weiwei said, "I'm a C." "Okay, you two go take a shower first. I'll go get you some. My husband brought back a lot from the supermarket. I'll get you 2 sets, and you can look for any styles you like afterward. As for the outerwear, didn't my husband leave you 2 sets of nano combat suits?" "Nano combat suits?" The two women looked at Li Yujin in confusion. "It's the silver clothes behind you that emit a colorful glow." "Ah, we know about that." After explaining how to use them, Li Yujin left the room and entered another storage room. This room was relatively large and was specifically left by Chao Chuan for them to store common items. She picked up a few half-lace pieces and murmured, "It seems like my husband really likes this style, so I'll get these for the two sisters to wear." She then returned to the two women's room and placed the underwear at the foot of the bed. The two women, who were bathing inside, were so moved they almost cried. They never expected to enjoy such a comfortable hot shower in this apocalypse. The key was the bathtub. Lying inside, they really didn't want to move at all. An hour later, the two women finally emerged comfortably. Looking at the underwear at the foot of the bed, their faces flushed bright red. "Sister, I've never worn something like this before." "Me neither. Just make do with it. Otherwise, there's nothing else to change into." After putting on the underwear, they followed Li Yujin's instructions and donned the nano combat suits. After slightly altering their appearance, 2 youthful and beautiful girls appeared in the room. "Sister, what should we do next? Do you want to rest, sister?" No need." "Alright then, let's go check on the patients. Chao Chuan has treated us so well, we just arrived and are resting without doing anything. It feels a bit embarrassing." Then the two women transformed their nano combat suits into white lab coats. They grabbed their equipment and walked out of the room. As they stepped out, they bumped into Wang Mang and Li Jiayu, who were wearing bikinis. Especially Wang Mang, whose figure had become more pronounced after giving birth, was particularly eye-catching. "Hey, new sisters!" Wang Mang exclaimed. "Hello, I'm the new doctor brought back by Chao Chuan. My name is Lu Kerson." "I'm Wang Mang. Li Jiayu." Hearing their introductions, Lu Kerson and Guan Weiwei said in unison, "It's you. How do you two know me?" Wang Mang asked in confusion. She racked her brain for a while but couldn't remember who these two girls were. Guan Weiwei immediately said, "No, you misunderstood. It's Chao Chuan who asked us to show you. Didn't you just give birth?" "This. Oh, I see. You're saying my outfit doesn't look like a new mom, right? Guan Weiwei replied. Maybe I recovered pretty quickly. Since you all came, let's go to the pool and take a look. This weather is uncomfortable. If there's no problem, I'll get in the water, Wang Mang responded. Well, that works, the two women thought. It was their first time visiting someone for a checkup, and they didn't feel any discomfort. They just found it a bit strange. Getting a checkup at the pool, if this got out, they would definitely be teased for having a serious illness. The four of them walked side by side and soon arrived at the room where the pool was located. As soon as they walked in, they saw quite a few girls already playing water volleyball. Everywhere was a sea of white, and even Guan Weiwei, a straight woman, couldn't help but drool a little. Is this heaven? My goodness. No wonder Lu Kerson said she wanted to take a look before deciding. Xiao Chuan must have agreed so readily because their family is in such good condition. Guan Weiwei even felt a little tempted to strip down and join them in the water. Ahem. Work is important, Lu Kerson said, pulling Guan Weiwei, who was almost drooling. Right, Guan Weiwei rubbed her stiff cheeks. She began assisting Lu Kerson in doing a full-body check on Wang Mang, especially focusing on the areas affected by childbirth and her lower abdomen for postpartum recovery. After the examination, Lu Kerson was taken aback. In disbelief, she said, "You really gave birth?" After the checkup, Lu Kerson found that Wang Mang, who claimed to have given birth, was even tighter than her, a married but childless young woman. No one would believe it if she said it. Wang Mang nodded and replied, "Although I really don't want to admit it, I have indeed gone from being a girl to a young woman. If my daughter weren't asleep, I wouldn't have had time to come out and play in the water. Since there's no problem, how about the two sisters join in? Come on, you should also be wearing the nano combat suits provided by your husbands, right? Just transform them into bikinis." With a bit of persuasion, Lu Kerson and Guan Weiwei joined the friendly match of water volleyball. The four of them made a perfect pair, so there was no issue. At that moment, Li Jiayu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She leaned against the tiles by the pool and climbed up, clutching her belly and sitting down beside it. "What's wrong? What's going on? Quick, doctor sister, come take a look." Seeing Li Jiayu's face turn pale quickly, Lu Kerson didn't hesitate at all and swiftly got out of the water to grab her equipment. The other girls helped Li Jiayu onto a beach chair to lie down. Lu Kerson came in front of Li Jiayu and immediately began examining her. After a while, Lu Kerson's expression turned very serious. She angrily said, "Why didn't you tell us you were pregnant? And this is cold water in the pool. Pregnant women can't soak in cold water, you know? You're joking with your own body." Looking at Lu Kerson, who was very angry, Li Jiayu shrank her head back. Feeling very embarrassed, she said, I didn't know. Whoa, I'm sorry, it hurts so much. Sister, please help me." The other girls looked at Li Jiayu with concern. They didn't expect that just playing in the water would lead to such a situation. Seeing the girls standing there in a daze, Lu Kerson said again, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly take her back to the room. I'm preparing to deliver." "Okay, we'll do it right away." The girls immediately lifted the beach chair and took her back to the room. At that moment, Guan Weiwei and Lu Kerson also quickly prepared for the preliminary work. Entering the room, the door was slammed shut with a bang. The delivery began. At this moment, the other girls had also learned that Li Jiayu had almost given birth in the swimming pool, and they all stopped their entertainment activities, gathering outside the room to wait. In just a few minutes, Li Jiayu gave birth to a son. The speed amazed Wang Mang, who had taken half an hour to give birth before. Indeed, a professional doctor, the delivery was quick. On the street, on a wide avenue 500 meters away from the armored vehicle, a human encountered dozens of zombies. These zombies did not immediately attack Xiao Chuan but waited for something. Among them, a very small zombie hid inside, surrounded by the other zombies. If one did not look closely, they would not notice this particular zombie. At this moment, this zombie wore a cunning expression. It cautiously observed the human in the middle through the eyes of the zombies in the front row. Through the perspectives of the other zombies, it realized that this human was the strongest it had ever encountered in its zombie life. Xiao Chuan did not move. It would not move either. As a fourth-tier intelligent mutated zombie, it understood its advantage as well. That was the tactic of the Sea of Corpses. Moreover, it had advanced to the fourth tier at this stage, and being careful and cautious was key to its advancement. However, what it did not know was that Xiao Chuan also had patience, and it was abundant. Watching the zombies rush over from a distance, Xiao Chuan smiled. At this stage, due to needing to make way for his wives to advance, he had not replenished zombie cores for a long time. He had only saved that pair of medical sisters by killing a few hundred zombies. A few hundred zombie cores were too few for Xiao Chuan at this moment. Now, this fourth-tier intelligent zombie was gathering a tide of zombies, and it was time to send the girls directly into action. Just then, the the system's prompt sounded in Chao Chuan's mind again. Ding! Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to a child, contributing to the revival of humanity, and receiving a reward *2. Please check. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 secondary zombie core enhancement stones, can increase the quality limit of zombie cores once, up to B grade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the ability, lightning control ability C grade, upgraded to B grade. Another child was born? This reward came just in time. I was still thinking that my C grade lightning control power was insufficient, and the reward directly upgraded it to B grade. Wow, the system is really amazing. It gives you what you think of, much better than some game companies before the apocalypse. B-grade abilities correspond to 4th tier zombies, and now I have 2 abilities exceeding the 4th tier, plus hundreds of basic attributes. I am still invincible. Since another child has been born, I'll kill a 4th tier zombie to celebrate. The 4th tier zombie seemed to sense the changes in Chao Chuan's body. This shocked it greatly. The increase in aura was not slight but explosive. What was going on with this human? At this moment, it controlled the zombies and confirmed that there were already 7 or 8,000 ordinary zombies around, over 100 first-tier zombies, more than 30 second-tier zombies, and 7 third-tier zombies. With so many zombies, it should be enough to brutally kill this somewhat outrageous human. Thinking of this, it let out a low roar, commanding the horde of zombies to launch an attack immediately. The 7 third-tier zombies were massive, giant zombies. Although they were not as terrifying as tyrants, they stood 3 to 4 meters tall, shaking the ground as they walked, wielding electric poles like weapons, exuding a fierce presence. The second-tier zombies were similar to the smoker, controlling mutated zombies. The first stage is ordinary enhancement, but the overwhelming feeling of pressure from so many zombies surrounding Chao Chuan from all directions is suffocating. The 4th stage zombie displayed a human-like smile. I must pry open this human's brain and savor what it tastes like. At this moment, the commotion caused by this 4th stage zombie drew the attention of all the survivor groups on Urgienkyo Street, especially in the building occupied by Wang, the tallest structure in Urgienkyo. Standing high allows for a far-reaching view. They could see this scene clearly. Wang stared in shock at that direction. It was densely packed with zombies. There were also quite a few mutated zombies. What the hell? Who is this? So impressive. Did they break some heavenly rule? How can there be so many zombies rushing over there? Wang cursed in fear. The largest group of zombies he had encountered was just over 1,000. Even the 5,000 or 6,000 zombies hoarded at the Shaoruanfa supermarket made him too afraid to provoke them, fearing they would all rush out and swallow him whole. And now, he was seeing a group of zombies even larger than that supermarket. The estimated number was close to 10,000. Damn it! This scared the 40-something baby out of him. Fortunately, this tide of zombies did not launch an attack on his base. At that moment, another ability user from the team walked over. His ability was Enhanced Vision. Quite ordinary, just like having a long-distance eye, usually providing intelligence for Wang. Naturally, he could see who was in the zombie horde. Chao Chuan? Damn, this news is explosive. He immediately noted this scene down. Not saying what he discovered would make him feel uncomfortable. Seeing Wang beside him, he spoke up. Damn, so many zombies. Chao Chuan actually attracted this many zombies. It looks like he's in big trouble. Yeah, so many zombies. Wang also sighed. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. He immediately grabbed the ability user and asked, "What did you just say? Who attracted so many zombies?" Without thinking, the ability user replied, "Chao Chuan, you know, the one with a truckload of female soldiers." Hearing the ability user's words, Wang felt as if he had just made a fortune. He exclaimed, "Chao Chuan, huh? It's actually Chao Chuan. Heaven hasn't abandoned me. You die, zombies, tear him to shreds." Thinking of this, he slapped his thigh. Now that the zombies had gone over there to attack Chao Chuan, didn't that mean there were no zombies on their side? There were also no zombies near that truckload of girls. Just thinking about those women, each one more alluring than the last, made him stiffen up. His limbs were all tense. He couldn't wait to find a cave to practice his lightning-fast whip technique and vent his frustrations. Wang immediately said, "All brothers, grab your weapons, we're going to take back what belongs to us." "What belongs to us, boss? Is there anything left outside?" "What are you talking about, boss?" The crowd was momentarily stunned and asked. Wang smiled, pointing out the window. "Do you remember that group of female soldiers we encountered before?" "Female soldiers? You mean the team we lost 1,000 zombie cores to?" "Boss, are you confused? Just escaping from that Chao Chuan is already good enough, and you still dare to look for that ruthless guy? Isn't that seeking death?" Another ability user spoke up. "The ruthless person you speak of is now in dire straits. and it's time to reclaim what we've lost, Wang said. The crowd still didn't understand. But when they came to the window and saw a group of zombies surrounding a single person, they were shocked. They exclaimed, "Could that be Chao Chuan?" "Exactly, if we don't go now, when will we?" Wang Jingwei laughed. "Brothers, grab your weapons. If anyone is late, they won't get any meat." "But Li Tianming and Zhao Guanyo have already sent someone to notify us," another ability user spoke up. Wang Jingwei smiled. "Are you stupid? Now that Chao Chuan is gone, those female soldiers are like toothless tigers. We can handle them ourselves. Their not coming is their loss. I want all the supplies and those beauties from the entire Xiarunfa supermarket. Let's move out." The group quickly left the original location and went downstairs. Just as they left, Chao Chuan launched his attack. If they had seen this scene, they probably wouldn't have been so confident in their actions. Watching the approaching zombies, Chao Chuan knew it was time to strike. He took out a coin and flicked it towards the horde of zombies ahead with his thumb. He recalled that iconic scene that once swept through the two-dimensional world. He murmured the classic line, "The electric light dancing at your fingertips is my unchanging faith in this life. Only my railgun shall endure forever." Boom! Accompanied by a massive shockwave, the area directly in front of Chao Chuan, 2 meters wide and several hundred meters in diameter, was instantly cleared as if bombarded by a super laser. From the ground to the sky, a vacuum was formed. The zombies were blown to pieces. Everything in front was reduced to rubble. Wherever the railgun passed, it left behind ruins. Watching this power, Chao Chuan silently praised the technique of his railgun sister. "This is truly impressive." The other groups followed suit, firing a few rounds in the same manner. Boom boom boom. The zombies on various paths were shattered by the replicated skills. The 4th-tier mutated intelligent zombie was dumbfounded. Were the little zombies he had just summoned so fragile? His proud zombie tide tactic had no effect on this human at all. What a waste. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Seeing this situation, the 4th-tier zombie decided to flee. But Chao Chuan would not give it the chance to escape. He accelerated, targeting the 4th-tier mutated zombie. "Now that you're here, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Stay and play with me. He. What?" The 4th-tier mutated intelligent zombie's face became human-like in shock. It never expected this human to be so strong in combat, and so fast. Since becoming an intelligent zombie, it had allocated all its points to escape attributes. Even the speed-enhanced zombies were only on par with it. It was confident that with its intelligence and all points in speed, those who could catch up to it lacked the combat power to kill it. But today, it was truly caught off guard. This damn human. Not only was its combat power strong, but it also had area attack skills. The area attack's combat power was high, and now the speed was fast too. What the hell is this? Is this a hexagonal warrior? Is it reasonable? Is it scientific? Faced with such a human, the 4th-tier zombie naturally ran for its life, hearing movement behind it, with no intention of stopping. After running for a while, as its stamina depleted and the sounds behind faded, the 4th-tier mutated zombie finally stopped. It thought to itself, "Trash, can't catch up to me." Human endurance really isn't that great. When it comes to the rulers of Blue Star, it still depends on my zombie clan. Just when it thought it had escaped and turned to look back, it saw that behind it was densely packed with that human. Instantly shocked, it thought, "What the hell? Why are there more and more of them?" However, at that moment when the 4th-tier zombie paused, hundreds of iron needles pierced into its head. Ah! Roar! The pain coursed through its entire body. If it were an ordinary zombie, it might not feel much, but this was an intelligent zombie, and its bodily sensations were nearly akin to that of a human. Pain. It hurt so much, but it wasn't fatal. It could still hold on. Just as it wanted to struggle, powerful currents of electricity surged in. Its proud intelligent brain turned into a furnace. It was dead beyond recovery. Bang! The body of the intelligent zombie fell forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this stage, the 4th-tier mutated zombie, the king among zombies, was thus killed. This martial soul fusion technique is surprisingly strong, truly worthy of the title of the first Demon King, the Thunder Law King Yang Yongshin's signature skill. I merely imitated it slightly, and this was already the limit for this zombie. Indeed impressive. Chao Chuan approached the corpse of the 4th-tier zombie. Gently controlling the metal inside, he extracted the zombie's crystal core. Holding it in his hand, the size of this zombie crystal core was about that of a small cherry. He compared it with the 3rd-tier zombie crystal core he had on him. It was indeed significantly larger, especially the rich energy, constantly enticing Chao Chuan to swallow it. Just then, the system's prompt sound came again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for eliminating the 4th-tier mutated intelligent zombie for the revival of humanity, preemptively stopping the outbreak of 100,000 level zombie tide, saving thousands of humans, and receiving an additional reward of plus 50 to all attributes. Listening to the system's prompt, the smile on Xiao Chuan's face grew even wider. He hadn't expected to accidentally take down a mini-boss. But then he thought, this mutated zombie was incredibly cunning. If given time to gather zombies, 100,000 zombie tide would indeed not be a difficult task for this intelligent mutated zombie. Xiao Chuan stored the zombie crystal core safely and began to check the rewards he had just obtained. 8,140 ordinary zombie crystal cores, 104 first-tier zombie crystal cores, 33 second-tier zombie crystal cores, mostly D or F grade talents that could only be used as fertilizer, and 7 third-tier zombie crystal cores, mostly C or D grade. Next came the main event. Xiao Chuan examined the 4th-tier zombie crystal core. Good heavens! It was actually an A-grade talent zombie crystal core. It should be noted that an A-grade talent could allow this zombie to smoothly advance all the way to the 6th tier. He hadn't expected it to meet its end here. This was different from the S-grade zombie couple he had previously defeated. They hadn't even begun to exert their strength, nor had they reached the level of a first-tier zombie. Yet this zombie in front of him had already advanced to the 4th tier. Absorbing the A-grade talent zombie crystal core could awaken an A-grade ability. An A-grade was indeed formidable. Currently, his ability to control metal was A-grade, and its power was beyond doubt. Even for the same attribute, the level of talent severely affected combat power. Now another A-grade was coming. He wondered how powerful it would be. Looking at the zombie crystal core in his hand, along with the ones he had saved earlier, he now had a total of 8,600 ordinary zombie crystal cores, 104 first tier, 35 second tier, 9 third tier, and 1 fourth tier. Xiao Chuan made a plan. He found a safe location, surrounded by metal he controlled to create a safe house, and then began. He absorbed all the ordinary zombie crystal cores and the 4th tier zombie crystal core to enhance his strength. For Xiao Chuan's team, his existence was akin to a nuclear bomb. The stronger he became, the happier the girls would be to level up and nurture their children. As for the 1st tier and 2nd tier zombie crystal cores, they were left for the girls to use as fertilizer. The 3rd tier C-grade zombie crystal cores would be used to help the girls awaken their abilities, while the 3rd tier D-grade zombie crystal cores, to be honest, they were quite a headache. After all, they had already reached the 3rd tier. D-grade talent was just too poor. It was truly tasteless to eat, yet too precious to discard. Using it as fertilizer would be too extravagant. Forget it. I'll keep it for now. Let's see if there's a way to advance later. The 4 D-grade zombie crystal cores were thus placed into the space by Xiao Chuan. After putting away the items, Xiao Chuan absorbed all the ordinary zombie crystal cores into his body. Feeling the heat surging through him, he immediately checked the system panel. Name, Xiao Chuan. Age, 21. Attributes, Strength, 346 Stamina, 345 Speed, 326 Mental Power, 335 Unallocated Free Attribute Points, 860 Passive Skills, Insulator, Do As You Please, Golden Kidney, Phantom Clone Title, Zombie Butcher Superpower, Metal Control, A grade, Lightning Control, B grade. Special Skills, Woman Radar, Storage Space, 50 by 50 by 50, Special Items, M416 Assault Rifle * 74, 5. 56 bullets * 948700, Heian Solar Generator * 9, Nano Combat Suit * 72, Pork, Beef, Mutton * 99 tons, Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle * 98, 12. 7 by 99mm Bullets * 991874, Blue Fire Gatling * 95, 7. 96mm Bullets * 891412, Unlimited Mobile Phone * 74, Secondary Zombie Crystal Core Enhancement Stones * 10. Looking at the skyrocketing data and the unallocated attribute points, Xiao Chuan unhesitatingly raised his strength and speed to 600, allocating the remaining points to mental power and stamina. This wave of killing the 4th tier mutated zombies had directly doubled Xiao Chuan's attributes, but that was still far from enough. Xiao Chuan looked at the last zombie crystal core in front of him and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, everything went black, and he fainted. When he woke up again, it was already night. Xiao Chuan felt his body. There was no discomfort. He checked his phone and saw it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Chuan never expected that a 4th tier zombie crystal core could make him faint for an entire day. Thankfully, he had been cautious and set up a temporary safe house, otherwise, he might have encountered danger by now. However, he was curious about what kind of superpower he had gained from absorbing that 4th tier zombie crystal core. As soon as he opened his attribute panel, Xiao Chuan was stunned. All his attributes had doubled. Strength and speed had reached 1200. What kind of superpower could be this powerful? He continued to look down. In the superpower section, Xiao Chuan saw his new ability. Night King, a great night is approaching. This is your empire. As long as you act in the dark, your attributes will receive a 100%, a grade, boost. The higher your talent level, the greater the boost. You can merge into the darkness, making it impossible for others to see your presence. If you encounter a dark superpower with a talent level lower than yours, it will be weakened by 100% of its attributes. You are the king of the night. Looking at the introduction of this new superpower, Chao Chuan couldn't remain calm. Doubling his attributes at night was one thing, but being able to merge into the darkness was an essential skill for being the sixth wheel. Combined with his other passives, it would be incredibly effective. Not to mention the last part of the introduction, the king of the night. All dark superpowers below his level would become ineffective. Incredible! This wave of fainting was worth it. After eating a bit of the heart-shaped bento he had brought from home, Chao Chuan retracted the defenses around him. Only then did he leave the spot, stepping out of the safe zone. On the street, with a light step, he was already over 1,000 meters away. With a speed attribute of 1200, Chao Chuan moved like a ghost. Moreover, the entire Yang city was now in a power outage. Although some streetlights were solar-powered, most still relied on city electricity. Darkness enveloped everything. Before Chao Chuan's doppelganger even took form, it had already merged with the darkness. There was no trace of Chao Chuan's movement to be found. This was the terrifying aspect of the Night King. In the blink of an eye, Chao Chuan had already entered Wang Jinggua's mansion. The building had no power supply, and it was essentially engulfed in darkness. Only near the windows could one barely see the moonlight. In such darkness, even the guards on the stairs had begun to doze off. Chao Chuan moved quickly up the stairs. However, before he reached the floor where Wang Zhenggui was located, he heard a commotion. Boom! 2 ability users were kicked out, crashing against the wall and forming a human shape. The noise startled the surrounding survivors. "You 2 little bastards, you tricked us here, and now where's Wang Zhenggui?" Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao vented their displeasure at the 2 ability users who had called them. They had agreed to come here to discuss how to deal with a super powerful ability user. They had even mentioned sharing all the resources of the super large supermarket, Little Ruinfa. But upon arriving, they found a bunch of useless people lying around. Wang Zhenggui was nowhere to be found. The 2 of them, enduring their pain, knelt before the 2 leaders. "We were really sent by Wang Zhenggui to find you. Now that they're not here, they've probably already left." Is that true? Absolutely true, 2 leaders. "We are just ordinary ability users with acceleration powers. Our combat ability is so low, how could we dare to deceive you? Moreover, we are definitely not lying. Chao Chuan's women are all more beautiful than celestial beings." Listening to their explanation, Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao knew this had to be Wang Jinggua's orders. Otherwise, these ability users wouldn't be the type to dare deceive them. However, they were very displeased about being stood up by Wang Zhenggui. Beating up these 2 opposing teams' little lackeys was merely a way to vent their frustration. Since the conversation had reached this point, Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao did not continue to make things difficult. Resources and beautiful women were unavoidable topics in the apocalypse, but they had already tacitly accepted that these 2 things were hard currency, levels that should not be missed when encountered. Subsequently, Li Tianming and Zhao Guangyao asked the 2 to describe the information about Chao Chuan's team of women. After hearing that these were all beautiful girls aged 18 to 20, they immediately decided to set off. The apocalypse had long taught these 2 leaders the rules of survival. Since they had the strength, why suppress their desires? Indulging freely was the law of survival in the apocalypse. Listening to the leaders' plans, the other ability users and mercenary-type ability users also showed eager expressions. They had long heard that college life was good. They hadn't tried it yet. Once the leaders had their turn, they would surely let them try as well. They were very much looking forward to it. Chao Chuan, listening to the filthy words coming from upstairs, was filled with rage. This group of people actually dared to have designs on his wives. They were truly courting death. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Since they all had such thoughts, Chao Chuan had no choice but to strike first. He went downstairs to prepare, waiting to team up with Wang Zhenggui for a group building activity. Crack! The door to the floor they were on was kicked open by Chao Chuan. Which idiot is so blind, not knowing that Boss Li and Boss Zhao are doing business here? Who the hell dares to open the door like this? As the words fell, a number of rifles aimed at Chao Chuan's position. But at that moment, it was night. The room had light, but the corridor had no light source. Chao Chuan's figure had already blended into the darkness, making it impossible to detect him. What's going on? No one here, and there's not even that much wind inside the building? Let me check. Seems like no one is around. Damn it, who cares if there's anyone or not? Let's just shoot a few rounds to scare them. A few survivors said this and tried firing a few shots into the darkness. The sound of bullets hitting the wall was different from elsewhere. They quickly determined it was hitting the wall. No one. Since they found nothing unusual, they ignored it. They continued discussing how to take down the girls' team. One by one, they checked their gear and were about to head out. At that moment, a multitude of iron needles suddenly appeared in the room. What's happening? They hadn't reacted yet. The iron needles began their attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron needles indiscriminately started a one-sided massacre. Chao Chuan stood in the corridor without even glancing inside. All he could hear were the screams, and within a minute, the sounds abruptly stopped. Next is Wang Zhenghua. The deaths of Li Tianming, Zhao Guangyao, and others did not stir a single emotion in Chao Chuan's heart. From the moment they began discussing how to toy with Chao Chuan's women, they had already paved their path to death. For these beasts, who spoke filthy words and never regarded Chao Chuan's girls as human, killing them felt just like slaying zombies. After quickly leaving the building, Chao Chuan hurried towards the location of his armored vehicle, encountering 2 third-tier zombies along the way but ignoring them. He knew that absorbing that 4th-tier zombie had left him unconscious for an entire day. It had been too long enough for Chao Chuan to worry about the safety of his wives. Although he had moved the girls to safety early on, who knew if those beasts would find them after such a long time? In Wang Jinggua's team, Chao Chuan recognized a few familiar faces. They were from the delivery days before the apocalypse. In the area of Urgiankyo Street, they were more formidable than the most unscrupulous maps. No matter how ambiguous the address you wrote, they could find it. Even though he had hidden his wives in the factory, it still wasn't safe enough. His wives were weak. Aside from using firearms and the ability of Lin Shixin, they had no real combat power to speak of. Swish, swish, swish. Chao Chuan's figure darted through the streets. On the other side, Urgiankyo Logistics Park. A group of over 100 people walked out of the park with gloomy faces. Since entering the Xiarunfa supermarket this morning, all hope had been shattered. Wang Zhenggui was extremely angry. A super-large supermarket with supplies worth millions. How could a mere armored vehicle quickly transfer everything? Things couldn't just disappear into thin air. But they had searched the area all day without finding anything. In the entire afternoon, they lost over 40 brothers trying to take this logistics park. The logistics park was captured. There were quite a few supplies inside, but they couldn't feel happy about it. Most of the supplies weren't food, and the variety couldn't compare to that of Xiarunfa supermarket at all. Just thinking about how an entire supermarket's supplies were swallowed by Chao Chuan alone made them feel miserable. He was surrounded by zombies and could have brought all the supplies back. Could such a good opportunity really be lost just because they couldn't find it? Right, and what about those women? Who were they so pretty for? Didn't they need men? Didn't they have a sense of sacrifice? Everyone stood at the entrance of the logistics park, disheveled by the wind. From being almost certain to now doubting life was truly more thrilling than a roller coaster. Boss, where do we go now? A supernatural being asked Wang Zhenghua. Wang Zhenggui was momentarily stunned. Where else can we go? The supplies at the logistics park have been secured, and we still need to station people here. Just then, an ability user stepped forward and said to Wang Zhenghua, Boss, since there's nothing in the logistics park, I suspect it's in another place? Where? Wang Zhenghua asked, puzzled. The industrial park. Since there's nothing outside, it's likely hiding inside the factories, and the only place that can accommodate such a large armored vehicle is the industrial area, the ability user continued. After hearing this, Wang Zhenghua was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Damn, how did I forget about this place? Large buildings, not just the logistics park. As long as the factories don't have machinery, the space can rival that of the logistics park, Wang Zhenghua exclaimed. He then turned to the ability user and said, Why didn't you say this earlier? The ability user immediately replied, I just thought of it. Wang Zhenghua knew this wasn't the time to dwell on that. He addressed everyone, brothers, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. They left a dozen people to guard the supplies while the others followed the ability user to the industrial area. Little did they know, Chao Chuan had already returned to his armored vehicle. When they arrived, there would definitely be a big surprise. The group that left the logistics park moved quickly. It was now nighttime, and the zombies had become extremely ferocious. The ordinary zombies they usually encountered had turned exceptionally violent, their combat power nearing that of first-stage mutated zombies. Everyone was struggling in the fight. To save time, they pushed through battles that could have been resolved with a slight detour. Just thinking about that group of girls and the massive supplies made them feel invigorated. Charge! For the women, for the supplies. Brothers, don't be too anxious. We've fought those women before. With a few Gatling guns, we can easily dodge them at our speed, right? Brothers, I mentioned last time that the girl with the sniper rifle is my type, so don't steal her from me. Don't worry, there are plenty of women. One fat catch can feed a dozen men without any problem. Just charge ahead first, and we won't compete with you. You guys better not steal from me later. Although they encountered some zombies and wasted a bit of time, under the chaotic bombardment of abilities, their speed was still not slow. They soon arrived at the industrial area. The factory doors here were 7 to 8 meters high. Basically, all the warehouses could hide the armored vehicle. However, the target was still not clear enough. They had to check each one inside. Thus, they split into 2 teams and began to sweep through the industrial park. After searching several factories and finding that a few zombies had already been dealt with, they immediately concluded it was Chao Chuan's team. They had indeed come to the right place. Finally, around 10 p.m., only one last factory remained unsearched. If Chao Chuan and the others were here, it had to be this place. Boom, boom, boom. The warehouse door of the armored vehicle where Chao Chuan was located opened. The originally dark warehouse gradually brightened under the moonlight. The bright moonlight began to shine on the armored vehicle, reflecting a very textured sheen. Back then, at the entrance of the Shao Ruanfa supermarket, amidst the smoke, they hadn't seen it clearly. Now, looking at the armored vehicle in such high definition, everyone gasped. So cool, so strong, so damn impressive. They had to seize it today. The moment the factory door opened, the girls also noticed the enemy invasion. They immediately rushed to the combat platform, fully armed. Everyone watched as more and more girls came out with weapons, carefully searching for Chao Chuan's whereabouts, completely oblivious to the fact that the weapons in the girls' hands had already undergone some changes. No, we haven't found any trace of Chao Chuan at all, one of the ability users said with a laugh. Ah, then Chao Chuan really isn't here. He, let's hunt to our heart's content tonight. Looking at Wang Zhenghua and the others who had just arrived, the girls recalled what Chao Chuan had said an hour earlier. In the apocalypse, apart from their husbands and sisters, no one could be trusted. Soon, they would encounter the return of Wang Zhenghua and his group. At first, the girls didn't believe it. They had seen Chao Chuan's strength. How could he possibly come to his death? Chao Chuan had said 4 words, greedy and insatiable. An hour passed. Wang Zhenghua and his group really did find them, just as Chao Chuan had said. Looking at the approaching survivors, all the girls remained calm and composed. Everything was under Chao Chuan's control. They had already lost. Time rewound to an hour ago. Chao Chuan quickly returned to his temporary base. Seeing that the traps he had set at the factory entrance were unchanged, he felt relieved. No one else had found this place yet. Slowing his pace, Chao Chuan entered the armored vehicle. As soon as he stepped inside, he heard the girls chattering excitedly. They had been playing all day. Now was the time to rest. At that moment, the girls had already taken their baths and changed into pajamas, playing in the living room before going to sleep. Suddenly, the door of the armored vehicle was opened from the outside, startling them. They immediately grabbed the weapons that were set aside, looking warily at the stairs. If it was a stranger, they would just shoot without hesitation. When they saw it was Chao Chuan, the girls immediately put down their weapons and rushed over. Honey, you're back. Woo, Susu missed you. Honey, you're not going out tonight, right? I learned a new dance. Can you come watch later? Some girls who had never received Chao Chuan's affection tried every possible way to get him into their rooms. Chao Chuan smiled and said, "Don't rush, my darlings. Just a little longer, I still have some flies to deal with. Once I'm done with these flies, you won't be able to get out of bed for days, hee." Hearing Chao Chuan's words, the girls shyly turned their heads away, secretly cursing him for being too shameless. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chao Chuan conveyed the news that Wang Zhenghua was coming to everyone. "That's impossible, honey, they're afraid of you." "Yeah, honey, they ran away in a hurry not long ago." The girls spoke up. After hearing their words, Chao Chuan smiled and replied, "A greedy heart is a knife above the head. I believe they are definitely coming for us." "Why?" "Because they are greedy and insatiable." After a simple interaction with the girls, Chao Chuan took out 5 zombie crystal cores from his pocket. These 5 had been enhanced with secondary zombie crystal core enhancement stones from 3rd-tier zombie sea-level talent cores. Looking at the shiny zombie crystal cores in Chao Chuan's hand, the girls all looked over. They asked, "Honey, what is this?" "Zombie crystal cores. So big." Of course, these were dug out from 3rd-tier mutated zombies. "They can help you awaken your abilities. Do you want them?" Chao Chuan said with a smile. I want it. Looking at those ability users, we are so envious. We never expected to have a day like this ourselves. I want it, honey, me too, honey. Looking at the reactions of the other girls, Chao Chuan immediately spoke up. "Don't worry, everyone will get a share, but not right now. I only have these 5 zombie crystal cores in hand, and it seems the wives will have to line up, one by one. Those at the back, don't be upset, you'll all get your turn." Xia Xinran looked at the 5 zombie crystal cores, her eyes sparkling with excitement. she asked. Can I go first? Shinran, these zombie crystal cores have painful side effects. Are you sure you want to go first? Xia Shinran glanced back at Lin Yue and said firmly, yes, husband, I'm not afraid. To stand out among the other girls, one must learn to show up more. Alright, you go first, Zhao Chuan said. Seeing Xia Shinran become the first to gain powers, the other girls were envious. The other girls also expressed their desire to awaken their powers. However, even though Zhao Chuan had 5 B-grade zombie crystal cores in hand, he didn't let all 5 of his women use them at once. After all, even someone as strong as Zhao Chuan had fainted for an entire day after consuming 1 A-grade zombie crystal core. While the side effects of the B-grade zombie crystal cores weren't as severe as those of the A-grade, if all 5 wives had issues at once, he wouldn't be able to take care of them all. Thus, one already evolved B-grade third-tier zombie crystal core was consumed by Xia Shinran. After half an hour of unconsciousness, she had now awakened. How is it? What powers did you awaken? Sisters, tell us. We're dying to know. Hearing the other girls' inquiries, Xia Shinran quietly said, Enchanter. Enchanter? Upon hearing Xia Shinran's words, Zhao Chuan immediately checked her attributes. Name, Xia Shinran, photo, image. GIF, age, 18, beauty score, 96, body score, 93, purity, 100%, current health, 100%, overall score, 95, attributes, strength, 24 stamina, 35 speed, 17 mental power, 57, powers, enchanter, B-grade can consume mental power to enchant weapons, increasing their speed, accuracy, lethality, and adding elemental attacks. The duration of each enchantment is 1 hour. Pregnancy status, not pregnant. Looking at the introduction of the enchanter, Zhao Chuan smiled. This was a good deal. Time returned to the moment when Wang Jinghua and the others entered the factory. Xia Shinran said, Sisters, the weapons have been enchanted and are ready for battle. Good, then everyone can take their positions. Zhao Chuan nodded. After hearing Zhao Chuan's words, the girls began to prepare as he instructed. The girls who received weapons were all extremely excited. They could finally help their husband. Next was the moment to perform. You shameless scoundrels, back then you begged us to let you go, and now you dare to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Lu scolded. Wait, aren't you afraid that my husband will kill you all? Zhang Lu quickly changed her tone. Sister Zhang, just ignore them and focus on fighting. Don't disturb my husband's rest, Yang Yiyun said calmly. Wang Jinghua and the others listened to the girl's words, and the ability users attacked while verbally taunting. Is he sleeping or not back yet? Ha ha ha, do you really think we're fools? Zhao Chuan is nothing. My big brother Fei is here to declare that even if Zhao Chuan is here, I will step on his head and play poker with you. Little lady, big brother is coming. Ha ha ha, if you have the guts, call Zhao Chuan out, you little harlots. Little did they know, at that moment, the girl's strong support was sipping coffee through the car window, watching them like a group of clowns performing. They quickly approached the armored vehicle, about to collide, their lewd expressions making the girls feel disgusted. Zhang Rower couldn't be bothered to talk to them and directly pulled the trigger. Just looking at you makes me sick, a bunch of lowly men, Zhang Rower said. She raised the Gatling gun in her hand and aimed it directly at the foremost ability user, spinning it rapidly. After being enchanted by Xia Shinran, the attributes of the Gatling gun were significantly enhanced, feeling like a product from a completely different era in her hands. The ability user laughed and said, Sister, times have changed. If your fire stick can hit me, I'll admit defeat. Zhang Rower smiled but said nothing. Heh, times have indeed changed. The Gatling gun, after being enchanted, emitted a golden sheen, somewhat beautifully enchanting. Day. You dare to show off your petty skills here? The speed of the Gatling can keep up with me. What's going on? What kind of Gatling is this? How can it be so strong? The doubled firing rate left the rushing ability user completely unable to react. They had already grown accustomed to the attributes of the Gatling gun from the last battle, calculating meticulously. Bullets that could have been dodged before were now impossible to evade due to the enhancements. They could only watch helplessly as dozens, even hundreds of bullets struck him, piercing through his defenses, blooming into brilliant red flowers. In just one exchange, this ability user was turned into a sieve. After Xia Shinran's enchantment, his combat power skyrocketed. Is this it? You talk so big, I thought you were something special, Zhang Rower said indifferently. Shock. Watching the ability user fall before them, the others were left dumbfounded. It should be noted that he was the fastest and the strongest among them. Although he couldn't compare to someone like Wang Jinghua, he was still a small expert with sea-level talent. How could he be taken down so easily? This doesn't make sense. When they first fought against her, he could still dodge the Gatling's attacks, right? Not to mention this small expert, even they could easily dodge back then. Why couldn't he do it today? the few of them were still questioning their lives. However, the girls wouldn't give them a chance to think. The other girls also began to empty their magazines towards this side. The enchanted weapons and bullets carried various debuffs: freezing, slowing, burning, poisoning, electric shock, hallucination. Even if they couldn't be killed in one hit, the various negative effects made it impossible to evade other attacks. In just one exchange, 7 of Wang Jinghua's ability users were killed. Wang Jinghua couldn't bear such a casualty rate. He wasn't foolish enough to keep sending his underlings to their deaths. Although his ability users weren't strong, they could still provide him with considerable support. Thinking of this, Wang Jinghua said, "Everyone come back, find cover and hide. I'll handle this." After Wang Jinghua finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. In this empty factory, where was there any cover? However, since Wang Jinghua was willing to take action, they had no objections and quickly retreated. Wang Jinghua's strength was still considerable. He easily dodged all attacks and charged directly to the front of the armored vehicle. Just as he was about to strike, a curtain of water blocked him. "Lin Shuxin, we've known each other for a while. I don't want to make things difficult for you. Step aside, and I'll pretend nothing happened," Wang Jinghua roared. "Wang Jinghua, your character isn't the worst in the apocalypse. Stand down. If you don't leave, you will regret it," Lin Shuxin replied. "Lin Shuxin, do you really think I won't take action against you?" Without Chao Chuan, at Erjiang Bridge, I, Wang Jinghua, have the final say. After Wang Jinghua finished speaking, he directly activated his ability and charged at Lin Shuxin, his face full of mockery. Lin Shuxin was a semi-support ability user. The combat power is fundamentally weak. To dare to stand in front of him is simply like a mantis trying to stop a car. A punch was thrown. Crack! Wang Jinghua's expression shifted from arrogance to shock, turning as red as a pig's liver. My hand. Wang Jinghua couldn't even fathom what he had hit. How could it be so hard enough to break his own hand? As the smoke cleared, Wang Jinghua was terrified. Cold sweat broke out on the back of his head. Standing in front of him was a tall and handsome figure, none other than Chao Chuan. His punch had directly struck the iron shield that Chao Chuan had conjured out of thin air. The immense recoil had broken his hand. Are you human or a ghost? Why are you here? Aren't those people surrounded by zombies you? Wang Jinghua said in terror. The others also felt a chill at Chao Chuan's appearance. Wasn't he supposed to be gone? Why was he here now? What was the point of fighting? Chao Chuan could kill them all with just a finger. A few of the more cautious ability users showed no hesitation. At that moment, they began to retreat. However, Chao Chuan had anticipated this. Before they even reached the factory door, they saw that the original rolling shutter had transformed into an incredibly thick metal door. Chao Chuan smiled and said, "In such a hurry to leave, let me send you on your way." With that, he prepared to unleash a set of his signature lightning techniques. Wang Jinghua's eyes widened in fury. He shouted, "Don't go too far. I, Wang Jinghua, am not a soft egg for you to manipulate." "Oh," Chao Chuan chuckled. It wasn't that he looked down on Wang Jinghua. It was just that all of Chao Chuan's attributes had surpassed 1,000. Possessing the ability of the Night King. In the night, Chao Chuan was a god. How could a mere mortal challenge a divine being? Ridiculous. Every counterattack from Wang Jinghua seemed to Chao Chuan like a small child swinging their tiny arms, trying to knock down a 1.9-meter-tall strongman. Chao Chuan's patience was wearing thin. It was late, let them die. With that thought, arcs of electricity flashed in Chao Chuan's eyes. He controlled the iron needles to aim directly at all the ability users. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron needles pierced through their skulls without resistance. Like lightning rods, they drew the arcs of electricity. All the ability users present screamed in agony. The next second, the entire factory fell silent. The air was filled with a burnt smell. The girls watched Chao Chuan display his might, their eyes filled with stars. So impressive. These people brought this upon themselves. We left the Xiarunfa supermarket, and they still chased after us. Who gave them the courage? Liang Jingru? Thank goodness my husband is back, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although these people died gruesomely, thinking of their previous actions left no sympathy in the girls. They didn't even want to deal with the bodies, leaving them to lie there. Some girls turned to Wulan Lan and said, "Sister Lan Lan, let's change places tomorrow. There are too many stinky rats here." "That depends on what Chao Chuan decides," Wulan Lan replied. "Then let's change locations. The matter is resolved, and everyone should rest early." After just going through a battle, smelling of gunpowder, the girls quickly returned to the armored vehicle. One by one, they cleaned themselves up and came to the living room to chat. The star of the evening's conversation was undoubtedly Xia Shinran. "Sister Shinran's ability is so powerful. My little M has become super strong. It's great. My Gatling gun is also more than twice as powerful. those lower-tier men couldn't dodge my attacks at all. Let's see how they act so arrogantly now. Shinran, my sister, you have to help me enchant the most powerful attribute in the future. Shinran's enchantment is amazing. No, it's all thanks to my sisters giving me the opportunity to awaken this ability. However, this skill can't enhance my own combat power. It can only help my sisters strengthen theirs, Xia Shinran said shyly. Xia Shinran's enchanting ability has a time limit. With her current strength, she can enchant a weapon 48 times, which means she can enchant 48 weapons for an hour if done separately. However, it only takes 6 hours to recover this ability, and eating can speed it up. Basically, a good night's sleep can restore it. Unfortunately, the time and number of enchantments cannot be preserved or stacked. If she doesn't finish enchanting each day, it's wasted. While the sisters were chattering away, Chao Chuan finished grooming and walked out. Hearing the commotion from Chao Chuan's side, the sisters immediately stopped their discussion and looked over. Honey, you're done washing up. You've had a long day, so you should rest early. Let me give you a foot massage. Honey, are you hungry? I can prepare something for you. Honey, you must be tired from the battle earlier. Let me massage your back. A few clever sisters rushed over to show their attentiveness as soon as they saw Chao Chuan. The other sisters regretted not acting quickly. Now that they missed their chance. They slapped their thighs in regret. Chao Chuan did not refuse. When it's time to enjoy, one should enjoy. Now, all three organizations with some power in Urjan Bridge had fallen into his hands. It seemed he could relax and sow seeds for a while. Chao Chuan quietly enjoyed the sisters' service. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and stood up. The few sisters responsible for the massage were startled, fearing they had touched something they shouldn't have. Their faces turned pale with fear, worried that Chao Chuan might be angry. Seeing Chao Chuan's expression, Li Yuding immediately walked over and asked, "Honey, what happened? I seem to have forgotten something important." "What is it, honey? Where's my son?" "Ha!" The girls had just forgotten about Wang Jinghua. At this moment, the newly brought doctors and nurse sisters were nowhere to be seen. They must still be taking care of Li Jiayu, that new mother. Without any hesitation, Chao Chuan got up and went to Li Jiayu's room. As he entered, he saw Li Jiayu holding their son, feeding him. Hearing movement at the door, Li Jiayu immediately looked up at Chao Chuan. "Honey, you're back. Come and see our son, he's so cute." The soundproofing in each room was excellent, and Li Jiayu was so focused on the child that she didn't even realize Chao Chuan had returned. Seeing this scene, Chao Chuan really wanted to slap himself. The sister was feeding their baby, and he had just been outside enjoying the service of other sisters. It was truly inconsiderate. If he wanted to enjoy, he should let the sisters enjoy too next time. However, since Li Jiayu had just given birth, she couldn't do anything too strenuous. After a while, the baby finished eating and stopped crying. Looking at this adorable baby, Chao Chuan immediately went over to take him. He looks just like his dad. He will definitely be a little troublemaker like Chao Chuan in the future, Li Jiayu said. "He looks like me, so he'll have food to eat, little baby," Chao Chuan said, looking at the baby in his arms, feeling very fond of him. Little boys are indeed cuter than most little girls when they are young. No wonder some uncles were refining copper before the apocalypse, and it was still non-copper. Having never raised a child, he hadn't thought of this. "Honey, let's give our child a name," Li Jiayu said. Chao Chuan pondered for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, "Let's call him Chao Yuxuan." Hearing the name chosen by Chao Chuan, Li Jiayu smiled happily and said, Yuxuan, it sounds so nice, thank you, husband. I should be thanking you for giving me a big, chubby boy. This little guy is so round and cute." Holding their son, Chao Chuan looked at him and was indeed satisfied to see the resemblance to himself in the boy's features. Suddenly, Chao Chuan thought of a terrifying question. Now that it was the apocalypse, who besides him would dare to have children? This baby wouldn't be single for life, would he? And he certainly couldn't let his daughter and son. Oh no, what a terrible thought. He absolutely must not let them watch that kind of anime. He needed to delete that resource immediately when he went out. Just thinking about his son's lifelong happiness gave Chao Chuan a headache. Maybe once he developed himself, he could create a small town where resources would be given for having children. Was he planning to arrange child brides and grooms for his son and daughter in advance? Chao Chuan stayed in the room for a long time before Lu Kurson finally kicked him out, citing the need not to disturb the pregnant woman's rest. Chao Chuan had wanted to take his son with him, but a sharp retort of "Do you have breasts?" left him speechless. He left in a huff. After leaving Li Jiayu's room, Chao Chuan returned to his master bedroom. Just as he was about to take out his phone to delete the resources related to that anime, a cute little head peeked in from the doorway. Seeing Chao Chuan in the room, the girl immediately slipped inside, closed the door behind her, and locked it from the inside. "Husband, I'm in my ovulation period today. I also want a child. Su Wanru said. Such a direct statement made Chao Chuan immediately understand what she meant. He looked at Su Wanru, and the system panel popped up at the same time. Name, Su Wanru. Photo, image. GIF. Age, 22. Attractiveness score, 90. Body score, 91. Purity, 99%. Current health, 100%. Overall score, 90. Attributes, strength, 21. Stamina, 25. Speed, 18. Mental power, 21. Abilities, none. System comment. Although she has communicated with a boyfriend, her ex seems to be lacking, and she has never experienced the joy of being a woman. The system suggests the host give the girl a good lesson and quickly conceive offspring. Looking at Su Wanru's attribute interface, her looks and figure were quite good. Since she had said so, it would be too heartless not to agree. He completely forgot that his other wife had just given birth to a child. Faced with the choice between morality and system rewards, he chose the latter. Chao Chuan replied, "Sure, do you want a boy or a girl? I can accept either, as long as it's a child of Chao Chuan." Su Wanru hadn't finished her sentence when Chao Chuan pulled her into his arms. Looking at the lovely girl in his embrace, even though Chao Chuan had been tired all day, he decided to let Su Wanru take the initiative today for the sake of the happiness of the girls. Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Su Wanru's face instantly turned red, and some little scenes flashed in her mind. Starting off like this isn't very good, is it? Su Wanru thought to herself. However, having finally been the first to sneak into the room among the girls, she didn't want to waste this opportunity. To put it bluntly, she was just an accessory to Xia Xinran. With her low status, she needed to work hard. What if she could turn the tables? Whatever Chao Chuan wanted, she would naturally do her best to serve and satisfy him. In this world, identity and status were given by oneself. She believed her looks and figure were not inferior to Wang Mingming's, and she could stand out by constantly showing her face in front of Chao Chuan. Without any hesitation, Su Wanru transformed her nano-combat suit into the cat-eared maid outfit that Chao Chuan loved the most, deliberately enhancing her allure. She leaned in and kissed Chao Chuan's handsome face. Ding! Host has successfully saved the beauty. Detected. The girl's score is 90 points. A reward can be obtained. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 7-seater armored off-road vehicles. Chao Chuan, in high spirits, had no interest in the system's rewards. The charming girl before him only made him like her more and more. Tonight, he was going to reward her generously. A storm was brewing. Rumble! With continuous flashes of lightning and thunder, a fierce wind rushed in from afar. Although it wouldn't blow the zombies away, it made people's scalps tingle, and no one dared to go outside. Trees, bicycles, electric scooters, and other easily blown-away items were tossed around the streets. The howling wind was followed by rain, and it came down in torrents. In less than half an hour, the low-lying areas were flooded up to the thighs. While Chao Chuan was working hard, he had no idea that a torrential downpour was falling outside the factory. The heavy rain accompanied by strong winds and lightning covered the entire Blue Star. No place in the world was spared. It was already night, and basically, no survivors dared to step outside. Now, with the pouring rain and thunder, even the most reckless outlaws stayed hidden indoors. Inside the factory in the Urgiankyo industrial zone, Chao Chuan was completely oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on his studies. Although the book he was reading wasn't exactly serious, the soundproofing of the armored vehicle, combined with the isolation of the factory, meant that the other girls were not affected by the heavy rain at all and slept soundly. Only 2 or 3 girls tossed and turned restlessly. The thought of their good friend rolling in bed with Chao Chuan while they were left out made them very uneasy. They decided to sneak into Chao Chuan's room the next night. Outside the armored vehicle, the concrete ground suddenly cracked open with dark figures emerging. These shadows were not small, each was about the size of a husky, with long tails nearly 2 meters long. After these shadows crawled out from underground, they rushed straight towards the charred corpses. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The shadows excitedly called out upon seeing the bodies. Their blood-red eyes gleamed, and their sharp fangs easily bit into the charred flesh. They began to swallow mouthfuls, the meat being chewed and consumed. These shadows had decaying parts on their bodies, but it did not affect their feeding. One could even see the movement of their intestines. Terrifying. Soon, they devoured all the corpses. This scene played out in every corner of the globe. In a building, African cockroaches the size of orange cats crawled out from various corners, first arriving at the location of the corpses. Like a swarm of locusts, they licked the ground clean of the already congealed blood. After finishing the human corpses, they continued to search throughout the building. They quickly discovered ordinary human survivors on the upper floors, their eyes glowing red as they pounced. The cockroaches, which could have been easily squashed, had transformed into vengeful spirits. What is that? Ah, my foot, my foot. Help! Where are those superpowered beings? What happened? Help me! Help! A bloody massacre began. As the rain started, the animals and insects that should have died, after absorbing the black rainwater, all came back to life. Not only that, the living animals and insects began to mutate, their sizes swelling several times, even 10 or 100-fold. The weaker creatures before the apocalypse were enhanced the most. Even some plants were no exception. The climbing vine by the factory wall had endured a night of black rain. It had completely covered the entire factory with its tendrils. All over the vines, blood-sucking thorns had grown. The zombie rat, which had originally intended to attack the armored vehicle, accidentally brushed against a vine and was instantly drained dry, scaring it away from the spot. The whole world was evolving. It seemed as if only humanity had been forgotten on Blue Star. A night passed like this. The next morning, the girls stood on the terrace, their faces filled with disbelief. It was as if they had crossed over from the factory into another world. What the hell is this? But the rebar is still there. We're still in place. Am I seeing things? Why are there vines all over my head? But this feels pretty good, much better than the cold steel and concrete. Sisters, don't let your guard down just because it looks like plants. Any abnormality in the apocalypse could be a sign of danger. Just look over there. Zhang Lu spoke up. Hearing her voice, the girls immediately turned their gazes. They saw that the corpses of the survivors from last night had now turned into skeletons. What's going on? In just one night, where did their flesh and blood go? The girls quickly became alert, scanning their surroundings. Soon, they discovered a pitch-black corpse inside the factory. Looking at its outline, it seemed to be the body of a rodent. But it didn't seem like any rodent of this size existed. This corpse looked like an enlarged rat. What on earth happened during that rain last night? How did everything change so much overnight? In other areas, the poured concrete floor had all cracked open, leaving behind numerous pits. Hiss! The girls looked outside in confusion. Yang Yun, seeing this scene, tentatively fired a shot. Bang! Ding! The Barrett's bullet seemed to hit a steel plate. How is that possible? Not even the Barrett can penetrate? Xia Xinran frowned at the situation. She walked over to Yang Yun and said, "Sister, let me enchant you. Try again." "Okay. Thank you, sister." After taking the Barrett from Yang Yun, Xia Xinran enchanted it with fire attribute attacks and an overall enhancement to the firearm's attributes. The Barrett instantly looked as if it had a lava effect. Yang Yin took back the Barrett without hesitation and fired a shot. Bang! The moment the bullet made contact with the vine, it exploded, the attribute-laden bullet shredding the surrounding vines to pieces. Moreover, flames began to spread from the explosion. It worked! Lu Xinxin exclaimed. However, the next second, the vines in other areas rushed over and extinguished the flames in a matter of moments. It seemed that this time, the burning had angered them. After putting out the flames, the vines acted like tentacles, thrashing wildly around. Each vine was powerful enough to bend the central pillars of the factory. At that moment, several vines seemed to have noticed the armored vehicle and came crashing toward it. Watch out! Most of the girls hadn't expected that these vines could reach them from such a distance. Especially Yang Qianqian, who was standing closest, was about to be hit. In an instant, dodging became nearly impossible. If she got struck by the vine, it would mean certain death. These girls, even after consuming a large amount of zombie crystal cores to enhance their attributes, are still mere mortals. If their attributes don't increase in quantity like Chao Chuan's to form a qualitative change, how can they match the strength of a metal pillar? That thing can bend. Who can withstand that? Just then, a tall figure burst out from the armored vehicle, directly blocking the vine and saving young Shanshan. "Beast!" Chao Chuan shouted angrily, grabbing the vine and pulling hard. The entire climbing tiger trembled. However, the climbing tiger, taking advantage of its geographical position, quickly retracted the vine to avoid being uprooted. System, show me the attributes of this plant. Ding! Request from the host received. Mutated climbing tiger classified as a normal blue star evolved organism, non-zombified. First view is free, subsequent views require the host to provide zombie crystal cores. For the next view of this level of mutated organism, a second-tier zombie crystal core or 10 first-tier zombie crystal cores is required. What the hell? I have to pay to see the attributes of a mutated organism? This system is really shady, Chao Chuan complained inwardly. However, the first free view still displayed the attributes of the organism. Category, mutated organism name, mutated climbing tiger level, peak of tier 3 talent. B grade attributes, strength, 600 stamina, 0 speed, 0 mental power, 0 skills, great strength, entanglement, division, blood-devouring mutation source, a creature mutated from absorbing black rain during the second stage of the apocalypse, with formidable strength. System comment, mutated organism is non-zombified, produced by Blue Star Evolution. Please do not indiscriminately hunt, as it affects ecological balance. Chao Chuan frowned as he looked at the attributes of the mutated climbing tiger. From the attribute panel, he learned two effective pieces of information. First, these are the inevitable results of the post-apocalypse, and second, they have now entered the second stage of the apocalypse. Although he heard the heavy rain last night, he didn't pay it any mind. He didn't expect so many changes to occur overnight. Thus, Xiao Chuan asked the system again, besides these plants, can other organisms also evolve? Can zombies evolve? This time, the system responded quickly without requiring a zombie crystal core. The system replied, ding. Host, entering the second stage of the apocalypse, all organisms on Blue Star that absorb black rain energy will evolve, including zombies, animals, insects, and plants. Except for humans, as humans are intelligent beings with numerous evolution pathways. Host, please continue to work hard. Listening to the system's response, Xiao Chuan was taken aback. So humans can't evolve? But thinking about it, it made sense. After the first wave of awakening abilities, humans can subsequently awaken through zombie crystal cores. As long as they are willing to kill zombies, even without awakening, consuming zombie crystal cores will significantly boost their attributes. Other plants and animals, however, cannot do that. Now, the second stage is equivalent to putting these organisms on the same starting line as humans. Xiao Chuan could conclude that this climbing tiger must be among the best. Otherwise, if mutated plants have such high levels, humans would almost have no place to survive. Xiao Chuan had one last question. He spoke again, can plants and animals provide zombie crystal cores for human evolution? The system quickly provided an answer. Mutated organisms are non-zombified and cannot provide zombie crystal cores. However, they will also hunt zombie organisms to provide resources for their own evolution. Additionally, mutated plants and animals can be tamed for human use. What the hell? Not only can they not provide, but they also have to compete with humans for resources? And how are these things supposed to be tamed? When humans first domesticated wolves into dogs before the apocalypse, who knows how much effort was wasted? That was still under the condition that humans could overpower wolves. Now, in this situation, let alone overpowering them, it would be good enough not to get killed by them. Humans really have it tough. However, this thought only flashed through Xiao Chuan's mind. What others found difficult had nothing to do with him. Since this mutated climbing vine couldn't provide resources for Xiao Chuan, and this immobile plant couldn't be taken even if tamed, he preferred animals like the king of the forest, the tiger, the ruler of the grasslands, the lion, or even the iron-eating beast that Chi Yu rode. Naturally, he was too lazy to kill it. There was no point in expending effort for nothing. After calling all the girls back into the armored vehicle, Xiao Chuan instructed Wulan Lan to drive the armored vehicle away from the factory. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Chuan's armored vehicle hit the main road, re-entering the Urgienkyo Street. Everywhere he looked was green. At this moment, the originally flat asphalt road was occupied by various plants. Ordinary family cars probably couldn't drive normally anymore, but high-clearance off-road vehicles and pickups were unaffected. Fortunately, these plants were just as Xiao Chuan had imagined. Most of the mutated plants had not evolved much, at most having first or second tier strength, and they hadn't completely squeezed out human living space. Instead, if used properly, these plants' attributes could help create safe zones for humans. It was unclear whether climbing plants had some unique talent, but in the distance, various tall buildings were overtaken by these climbing plants, forming a bizarre forest city. As they moved forward, the sound of the armored vehicle soon attracted the attention of some zombies. They rushed out from all directions, directly attacking Xiao Chuan's armored vehicle. Xiao Chuan looked at these zombies and checked their attributes. Goodness, the weakest were at least first tier, and there were quite a few second tier ones. No wonder the system didn't mention ordinary zombie cores. This could be seen as a way to accelerate human evolution. Thus, Xiao Chuan spoke up, "Ladies, it's time to work." Daily updates have unknowingly reached 100 chapters, and there hasn't been a single day without updates. Readers who see this, please leave a good review, votes, and free gifts. As Xiao Chuan spoke, the girls immediately took their enchanted and enhanced weapons to the terrace to start fighting back. Da-day-day, da-day-day, da-day. Once the girls came out, they showed no hesitation and began to output damage. Fighting zombies was as enjoyable as playing a game. Xiao Chuan didn't leave immediately. He needed to see how effective these firearms were against the evolved zombies. After all, resources had to be obtained from these zombies. If the firearms weren't efficient enough, the girls' evolution speed would slow down. Fortunately, Xia Xinran's enchanted abilities did not disappoint Xiao Chuan. As the girls opened fire, various colored bullets poured out towards the zombies. These zombies were still as easy to harvest as cutting chives. Xiao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the enhanced weapons could easily deal with these evolved zombies, and he was much less worried about the girls' safety. Even second-tier zombies couldn't gain any advantage against the girls' weapons, they could only be mercilessly slaughtered. Except for a few faster zombies, Lin Xuxin, as an ability user, could completely handle these second-tier zombies. Now he felt at ease. There was no need to keep watching over them. Next, he should arrange for the girls to awaken their abilities. This couldn't be delayed. The stronger the girls became, the more they could free their hands to do their own things. Who should get the zombie cores? Chao Chuan thought it over and decided to approach Li Yuting first. After all, her looks were among the best among the girls, and with her little sister, the cook, around, it wouldn't hurt to give them a little favor. Besides, it would be nice to have her bear a child. After all, they already had a doctor's sister and a nurse sister. They could move up the timeline for these girls to have babies. With the target set, Chao Chuan walked directly behind Li Yuting and said, "Yuting, stop fighting the zombies for a moment and come with me. I have something important to discuss." Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Li Yuting obediently put away her gun. She turned around and saw Chao Chuan heading back to the room. Looking at Chao Chuan's back, Li Yuting's heart skipped a beat. In broad daylight, her husband was. This seemed a bit inappropriate. However, it had been a long time since she had been intimate, so daytime would do, and there was no need to turn on the lights, which saved electricity. With that thought, Li Yuting blushed and walked into Chao Chuan's room. Before entering, she transformed her nano-combat suit into a new outfit, a purple lace-trimmed nightgown. Her sister said purple was very charming, and she believed her husband would definitely like it. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Chao Chuan playing with a round object that looked like a zombie crystal core. But they were about to go into battle. What was her husband doing playing with a zombie crystal core? Why not play with her instead? Li Yuting carefully closed the door and sat down beside Chao Chuan. "Honey, why are you so interested today?" After saying this, her face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Chao Chuan looked up just in time to see Li Yuting bending down to sit. That flash of white made him freeze in place. He immediately exclaimed, "What the hell, Yuting, what are you doing? Why did you change your clothes? Woo-woo, does my husband not like it? I specially prepared this purple nightgown for you. It's not about liking or not, it's broad daylight. What are you thinking in that little head of yours? I called you over to awaken your abilities, not for, but if you want it, I suppose it's not impossible. Ahem, anyway, just absorb this zombie crystal core first." Upon hearing this, Li Yuting immediately felt wronged and said, "You bad person, you called me to the room, and I thought, hey, what are you doing, husband? Giving you a smack on the head for all your daydreaming. I called you to the room because absorbing the zombie crystal core to awaken your abilities has side effects. Do you want to eat it in the living room and sleep on the sofa?" Listening to Chao Chuan's words, Li Yuting realized she had misunderstood and quickly took the zombie crystal core. "Woo-woo, got it, husband." With that, she swallowed the zombie crystal core. The moment it went down, the energy contained in the crystal core erupted within Li Yuting's body. The powerful energy surged through her limbs and bones, and she fainted just like that. As expected, using the zombie crystal core to awaken abilities will cause fainting. I just don't know how long it will take for Li Yuting to wake up. Chao Chuan picked Li Yuting up and laid her down properly. Her transformed outfit was originally a short nightgown, barely reaching her thighs, but unexpectedly, Li Yuting had a little scheme and intentionally made the nightgown a size smaller. The curves it outlined made Chao Chuan's mouth dry. This was simply tempting fate. This wouldn't do. It had to be strictly prohibited. Well, he would educate her properly when she woke up. Only strict discipline could make her remember. Just as Li Yuting's body underwent a significant change, outside the armored vehicle, the zombies had been completely cleared away. As the girls happily prepared to welcome the joy of harvest, a loud boom suddenly erupted from the ground as a massive creature burrowed its way up. It shamelessly snatched food from the tiger's mouth, opening its gaping maw to swallow the nearest dozen or so zombie corpses in one gulp. What is that? The girls were stunned by the scene before them, momentarily at a loss for what to do. That looks like a giant earthworm. Earthworm? You call this thing, nearly a meter in diameter and over 3 meters long, an earthworm? I'd believe it if you said it was a giant dragon. The girls were dumbfounded. This insect evolution was a bit absurd. If it were to eat humans, one could wipe out an entire small base. What was happening in this world? It felt like stepping into a magical realm. Alice in Wonderland? Before the girls could go down again to collect the zombie cores, the earthworm emerged once more, swallowing another dozen zombie corpses in one bite. Ah, sisters, hurry down to collect the zombie cores. If we don't go now, our efforts will be in vain. But what if that disgusting earthworm attacks us? I'll try to hold it off for a bit. You all hurry, Lin Xuxin said. The girls nodded at Lin Xuxin's words. Then we'll trouble you, Sister Lin. Without any hesitation, they jumped out of the vehicle and began collecting the zombie cores. Meanwhile, the mutated earthworm seemed to have developed a taste for free food. It launched another attack. Lin Xuxin immediately took action. Although her water attribute ability wasn't strong in combat, she could still hold it off. Roar! The mutated earthworm, unable to succeed, let out an angry roar and burrowed back underground. They thought they had driven it away, but it unexpectedly launched a sneak attack on the armored vehicle. You beast, how dare you! Meanwhile, Chao Chuan, who was guarding Li Yuting in the room, although he hadn't left, used his metal ability to form a giant iron fist outside the armored vehicle. With one punch, he sent the attacking mutated earthworm retreating back into its pit. Boom! Roar! The power of this punch was immense, visibly denting the body of the mutated earthworm. However, it seemed to cause no substantial damage. Instead, it only further enraged the creature. It emerged from the pit once again, rows of compound eyes and fangs fixated on the humans before it. Roar! This mutated earthworm was clearly not a docile creature. Seeing that it couldn't take on the armored vehicle for now, it set its sights directly on the girls who were collecting the zombie cores. With its gaping maw wide open, it lunged forward. Watch out! The girls had been keeping an eye on the earthworm's movements while collecting the zombie cores, and they quickly dodged to the sides. They managed to avoid any substantial harm, though they looked a bit clumsy while escaping. Zhang Ruo reacted quickly after dodging. Seizing the moment, she launched a counterattack. The earthworm, being of the water attribute, was more vulnerable to the fire attribute Gatling gun, which dealt it more damage than other attributes. But it was only a slight increase, it couldn't inflict any significant harm. Instead, it further enraged the mutated earthworm. It burrowed around on the ground, seemingly trying to churn up the earth and trap Chao Chuan's team underground. Chao Chuan hadn't expected this mutated earthworm to be so troublesome. What on earth was this thing? He immediately spoke to the system. System, check the attributes of this mutated earthworm. Ding! Does the host wish to consume one tier 3 zombie core to check the attributes of the mutated earthworm? Ha! It actually requires a tier 3 zombie core? Is it that expensive? Could it be a tier 4? The third tier zombie crystal cores still have quite a few with D-level talents. Chao Chuan originally intended to use them as fertilizer, but now using them to check attributes isn't a waste at all. Thus, Chao Chuan replied, yes. Soon, the system displayed the status of this mutated earthworm. Category, mutated creature. Name, mutated earthworm. Level, early 4th tier. Talent, A level. Attributes, strength, 800 stamina, 300 speed, 400 mental power, 300, skills, division of force, irritability, pounce, digestion, skin softening, vengeful retribution, mutation source, a creature that mutated from absorbing black rain during the second phase of the apocalypse, possessing formidable strength, seemingly only able to be eliminated with sharp weapons. System comment, an ugly mutated creature, just kill it if you encounter it. After reading the attributes, Chao Chuan was surprised that this mutated earthworm also had an A-level talent, just like him. Its strength was off the charts. Although Chao Chuan's combat power was high, without the enhancement of abilities during the day, he couldn't take it down with his iron fists. Now that he knew he needed a sharp weapon to slay it, Chao Chuan controlled the metal to transform into a 40-meter-long blade and slashed down directly. Whoosh! The blade came down vertically in one stroke. The speed of the blade was very fast. The mutated earthworm, seeing such a close weapon, had no time to dodge. Its plump body swayed to the side, avoiding the risk of being cut from head to toe. The blade still came down, slicing the exposed flesh and the earth beneath into 2 parts. Scared me to death. Luckily my husband acted in time. I'm most afraid of these soft-bodied animals, earthworms, leeches, and snakes. I didn't expect them to grow so big. I was dumbfounded. Husband is amazing. He solved it with one slash. I didn't expect such a large mutated earthworm to be killed in an instant. The girl collecting the zombie crystal cores said happily. She didn't notice that the piece of the mutated earthworm's body that had been cut off began to wriggle again. They collected all the zombie crystal cores and were about to leave when suddenly, the mutated earthworm beside them moved again, its massive mouth lunging directly at the girls. Chao Chuan had felt puzzled earlier. A 4th-tier mutated creature shouldn't be so easily slain. Sure enough, it had a trick up its sleeve. Chao Chuan was waiting for this move. The 40-meter blade attacked again. Before Chao Chuan could strike, the ground began to tremble. Chao Chuan was shocked. He had forgotten that this earthworm had such biological properties. When cut, it split directly in 2. When sliced horizontally, the severed parts would undergo cell division, forming new heads and tails. 1 became 2, 2 became 4. It turned out he only needed to hit 1. After that one slash, it now became 2 to deal with. Damn, I want to report someone for cheating. Boom boom boom. 1 on the ground, 1 underground. The 2 mutated earthworms launched simultaneous attacks from both sides. Xiao Chuan knew it would be difficult to take down these two mutated earthworms, so he changed his strategy and decided to rescue the people first. Roar! Xiao Chuan's speed far exceeded that of the mutated earthworms. He easily rescued the girls and got them all into the armored vehicle. You all hide back in the armored vehicle. This mutated earthworm is 4th tier. I don't need your support. I can handle it alone. The girls also knew that helping at this moment would not only be useless but would also distract Xiao Chuan. They quickly hid back in the armored vehicle. Roar, 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 roar. The attacks of the two mutated earthworms were evaded by Xiao Chuan, who relied on his speed advantage. They became even angrier, constantly thrashing around, venting their dissatisfaction. Roar! The ground around the armored vehicle was riddled with holes. It was impossible to leave easily now. Looking at such a powerful mutated earthworm, Xiao Chuan sparked an idea. Since he couldn't find a way out from the outside, he would attack from within. Xiao Chuan stared at it, recalling a tactic he had read in a novel. If I use a magnetic storm bomb to attack, how would you respond? Without any hesitation, Xiao Chuan pulled several 3rd-tier zombie crystal cores from his pocket as bait. He then utilized the passive ability of his shadow clone and applied a method he had just learned from the novel. He compressed extremely unstable ultra-high voltage electricity into a sphere using metal, and linked thousands of sharp iron needles around it with magnetic force. Xiao Chuan smirked coldly. This beast would definitely not notice. Sure enough, as Xiao Chuan's clone filled the entire open space, the mutated earthworm couldn't hold back. It bit down directly. The mutated earthworm showed a human-like confusion. It had clearly swallowed something human, yet it felt as if it had swallowed air. The next second, boom, accompanied by a deep rumble, the half of the mutated earthworm's body exploded from within. The women, who had just been worried about Xiao Chuan, gasped in shock as the mutated earthworm blew up. What happened? Why did it explode from within? Hubby is amazing. The inside of the mutated earthworm's corpse was now a mess of holes. This magnetic storm bomb would explode upon the slightest impact, proving to be incredibly powerful. Once it left its original position, there was no chance of escape. Unfortunately, there was nothing usable on this mutated earthworm. Killing it was purely a counterattack and a waste of time. Of course, it was also possible that no one had noticed at this stage. After all, for them, what was delicious was food, and what was not was medicinal material. There were no wasted materials. Xiao Chuan certainly didn't have the time to study these things. To him, it was just a pile of rotten meat. The other half of the mutated earthworm became even more frenzied. However, knowing that its other half had been killed from the inside after swallowing Xiao Chuan, it no longer lunged to devour him. Instead, it continued to dig holes. The area was about to collapse. Xiao Chuan steeled his heart. Since you won't come out, then I'll go in. Xiao Chuan charged straight underground. Below, the mutated earthworm was stronger than it was on land. Its compound eyes watched Xiao Chuan, wishing it could swallow him whole. But upon remembering that its other half had been blown to bits, it abandoned that thought. It was solely focused on creating a sinkhole to trap Xiao Chuan and the others underground. Xiao Chuan certainly wouldn't let it continue unchecked. He notified Wulan Lan to leave the area quickly while continuously creating magnetic storm bombs and controlling the metal to lay a net on the ground, magnetically attracting the bombs to the net. As soon as this beast touched any part of the metal net, it would trigger the explosion of the entire magnetic storm bomb. Since you want to destroy this place, I will grant your wish and flip the entire ground. While suppressing the mutated earthworm, Xiao Chuan arranged everything. Not long after, boom boom boom. This beast, I finally caught it. With the continuous explosions of the magnetic storm bombs, even hiding underground, it couldn't escape the blast radius. At this moment, the mutated earthworm was on the brink of death. Its entire body had been blown to mush, and only one of its compound eyes remained open. Its massive mouth had lost its jaw. It was truly a miracle that it was still alive. Xiao Chuan pulled the mutated earthworm directly out from underground, looking at its pitiful state. Xiao Chuan did not feel any sympathy. Bringing it out was not for any other purpose, but to confirm whether it was dead or not. Xiao Chuan would not give it any chance to take advantage. Since it was not dead, he would deliver the finishing blow. After dealing with this mutated worm, the road ahead could no longer be traversed normally and would have to be detoured. With the main road blocked, they could only take a small path to cross over before reaching another street. The journey was calm, and occasionally a couple of zombies appeared, only to be taken down by the girls. On the path of the armored vehicle, at a window, a muscular man was watching the route of the armored vehicle through binoculars. Long before Xiao Chuan and the others fought the mutated worm, the commotion had attracted the attention of this group of survivors. Previously, their view had been blocked by buildings, and they could only vaguely see a tall vehicle on one side and a giant mutated beast on the other. It seemed that even if the humans managed to survive, they would surely be running out of fuel. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw it. "Brothers, a big fish is coming," the muscular man said. This floor was originally a gym, and when the apocalypse struck, only a small portion of the people turned into zombies. The others easily killed the zombies using the gym equipment. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, they swept through the entire building, collecting a large amount of supplies. Moreover, they had gone out multiple times to hunt zombies, and aside from 3 who awakened their abilities when the apocalypse began, the others also awakened powers by absorbing zombie cores later on. They had absorbed a significant number of zombie cores, greatly enhancing their physical attributes. They could be considered the strongest human force in the vicinity. Of course, they were still slightly weaker than the 3 forces that Chao Chuan had killed, as they were fewer in number and lacked any firearms. Watching the slowly approaching armored vehicle, they developed the idea of killing and seizing the vehicle. This was not the first or second time they had done such a thing, so they were naturally quite skilled at it. "Monkey, it's up to you," the muscular man said. The man called Monkey immediately came to the window and grabbed the binoculars. He looked at the approaching armored vehicle and said, "This fish head is a bit tough. I'm afraid I can't handle it alone." "Then let old Ghost go with you. We must keep this armored vehicle here." "Understood, third brother." After Monkey finished speaking, he immediately walked to another hall. He said, "Old Ghost, come with me. We've got a big fish today. It's time to cast the net." "Monkey, was that explosion just now? That really is a big fish." "Alright, old Ghost, I know what you want to say. If there are indeed women on the vehicle, third brother can enjoy first, and then I'll let you have your turn." "Kukuko, Monkey, you understand me, let's go." The two exchanged knowing smiles and immediately left their positions, heading directly to the stairwell and leaping down. Just before landing, they gently bounced and landed smoothly. "Old Ghost, this time it's a big guy, you must unleash your full power." "Don't worry, Monkey, as long as you meet my needs, you can have whatever you want." Kukuku. Monkey nodded. The two quickly arrived at the necessary path for the armored vehicle. They unleashed their abilities, one controlling sand and the other manipulating gravity. They had coordinated this many times before. Usually, for small fish, Monkey could set traps alone. Now that it was a big fish, they naturally did not dare to be careless. They worked very discreetly, and since the surface concrete layer was not damaged and the surrounding plants were very dense, the two of them remained unseen. They continued to move at a steady pace. A few oblivious zombies blocked the path of the armored vehicle. Wulan Lan was unaffected and simply crushed her way through. After the few zombies were taken down, a girl jumped out of the vehicle and skillfully separated the zombies' heads, extracting the crystal cores, before returning to the armored car. The series of movements flowed seamlessly, with rapid combos. Although the girl's actions were quick, they were still noticed by 2 people. "Hey, there really is a girl. She looks to be around 18, damn, you old Ghost earned this." "Old Ghost, I like this kind of thing. If you have any supplies or something, you can hide a bit, and I won't say I saw it." Hee hee, happy cooperation. With just a glance, the two had already divided the spoils. Next, they waited for the lamb to fall into the trap. What they didn't know was that inside the armored car was not a lamb, but an existence they couldn't afford to provoke. "What's happening to me?" Li Yuting woke up from her coma. She looked around and saw only Chao Chuan and her sister Li Yujin by her side, which immediately put her at ease. "Do you feel any different in your body?" Chao Chuan smiled. Li Yujin looked at Li Yuting with great anticipation. She was very happy that her sister's strength had increased, just like when her sister got a promotion and a raise before the apocalypse, so she naturally wanted to ask and share the joy. "What feeling?" Li Yuting asked, puzzled. Then she remembered eating a zombie crystal core before she fainted, which according to Chao Chuan could awaken supernatural powers. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead, recalling the cause and effect. She immediately began to check her body for any changes. After a thorough check, her eyes lit up. She exclaimed, "Husband, sister, I have supernatural powers now. I have supernatural powers. Quick, use it so we can see," Li Yujin said immediately. Li Yuting nodded. She climbed out of bed and began to communicate with her supernatural powers on the ground. Soon, the entire room was illuminated with a red light. Flames surged from Li Yuting's body. "Not bad, it's an offensive fire-type supernatural power. This type has a very high restraining effect on zombies." "Very good," Chao Chuan said. "Wow, sister is so amazing. Does that mean she can become the main force of our sister army?" Li Yujin said happily. "For now, yes. Although Lin Xuxin's powers might be a bit higher, hers is semi-supportive and can't be the main force." Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Li Yuting was very happy and smiled. "Thank you, husband, you're so good to me." Chao Chuan smiled and hugged Li Yuting tightly. Even with Li Yujin present, he still couldn't help but explore every inch of Li Yuting's forbidden zones. He said, so how are you going to thank me? Li Yuding trembled at his words, her face flushed as she said, husband, don't do this, it's still daytime, and my sister is right here. It's fine, hee, you two can join in later. Have you thought about how to thank me? Whoa, husband, I also want a child, Li Yuding said immediately. A child? Ha, I was just thinking that, Yujin, you should join too. Husband, you're so bad, I really like it, Li Yujin quickly said. Just as Chao Chuan was about to make a move, the armored car suddenly jolted. It seemed to have hit something. Chao Chuan was about to ask Wulan Lan what was going on when suddenly, the front of the armored car began to sink down. Husband, not good, there's a problem with this stretch of road, another girl ran over. When she saw Chao Chuan hugging Li Yuding with Li Yujin standing beside them, she realized this was her husband preparing to cultivate, and immediately awkwardly closed the door and retreated. And no, I'm sorry, husband, I disturbed you. With trouble brewing, there was no mood left for such things. Chao Chuan picked up Li Yuding from his body and placed her aside, then approached the door and said to the girl, what are you hiding for? Next time you see your husband doing this, just join in and it'll be over. Do you really think I can't handle you three little girls? After hearing Chao Chuan's words, the girl's face turned even redder. She was also one of Xia Xinran's gifts. Now, relying on her own excellence, she had already become a trainee sniper. But after being with Chao Chuan for so long, she hadn't had the chance to be chosen, so it was impossible not to feel a bit of anticipation. Today, she happened to run into him, and she actually backed out. She regretted it immensely, wishing she could slap herself twice. Now that Chao Chuan had said this, she planned to prepare for a daily encounter next time. If she couldn't win, she'd just join in, heh. After calming the girls down, Chao Chuan went to the front of the vehicle and looked ahead. He saw that the entire concrete surface near the armored vehicle had been crushed to pieces. Beneath the concrete was a quicksand-like substance, just like in a desert. He immediately understood the situation. They had been ambushed. It was either mutated beasts or humans. And now, the surroundings were eerily quiet, not at all resembling the presence of mutated beasts. Chao Chuan instructed Wulan Lan to open the shooting platform. He stood at the front and said, come out, I know you're nearby. Lao Gui and the monkey had planned to wait for the main force to arrive before making a move. But when they saw Chao Chuan and a group of girls come out, especially with the hot weapons in their hands, they immediately calmed down. Hot weapons? Not even worth a dog. The sound was loud but lacked lethality. It turned out to be some survivors using hot weapons. They seemed pretty average. The two nodded and slowly walked out from the side. Hee, little brother, you really have good fortune with so many women. Can you spare a few for me to play with? Lao Gui said with a smile, clapping his hands as he walked out. The monkey was about to say something to show off when suddenly, Chao Chuan directly controlled his ability and shot a metal needle straight at him. Lao Gui didn't even have time to react. In an instant, a blood hole appeared in his forehead, and he collapsed to the ground. Ha! What the hell? The monkey was shocked to see Lao Gui drop dead at first glance. This was not how battles were supposed to go. There was no warning at all. The gravity that Lao Gui had controlled disappeared instantly. The armored vehicle, which had been sinking, also stopped sinking at the same time. Wulan Lan felt the stop and immediately began to reverse. The multi-wheel drive armored vehicle easily got out of trouble. The monkey's expression changed repeatedly. Faced with a tough opponent, he had lost his previous arrogance, leaving only fear on his face. Where are the third brother and the others? Damn it! The monkey was about to flee backward. Just then, Chao Chuan suddenly appeared in front of him, causing him to fall flat on his face. Where do you think you're going? Chao Chuan said with a smile, looking friendly. But to the monkey, Chao Chuan's smile was more terrifying than death. His good partner Lao Gui had just been turned into a sieve by him seconds ago. If he fell into his hands, he would definitely not even have a complete corpse left. Just as the monkey was filled with despair, a voice came from behind him, approaching quickly. Monkey, where's Lao Gui? The muscular man asked. Hearing the muscular man's voice, the monkey immediately thought he was saved and quickly said, third brother, you finally came. He was also. Before the monkey could finish his sentence, Chao Chuan's needle had already pierced through his skull. He was dead beyond saving. You dared to kill my subordinate in front of me, seeking death. The others also showed fierce expressions, as if they were about to jump over and tear Chao Chuan apart. Kid, don't think that just because you're an ability user you can act recklessly. Surrender quickly. Are you good at fighting? What good is being strong? Out here, it's all about power and background. Look around, we're all ability users, we have everything, and you're just one person, Xiaobei-san. Can you take us all on? If I were you, I'd be on my knees by now, licking our third brother's shoes clean, saying, third master, I was wrong. Maybe then we'd leave you with a whole corpse. Chao Chuan casually glanced at the group. A bunch of ants had no idea of the strength of a giant. Trash always drags its opponents down to the same level, then uses its familiarity with that level to crush you. However, Chao Chuan paid them no mind. What strong person would bother with a barking teddy on the roadside? Although the ones opposite were all ability users, their auras were merely E or F level talents. Purely natural awakened abilities would hardly be that low. It was obvious that these people had become ability users by absorbing first or second tier zombies. They were firmly at the bottom of society. They would never break through in this lifetime. Ridiculous. This kind of awakening that doomed their future was beneath Chao Chuan. Seeing that Chao Chuan remained silent, they unilaterally assumed he was afraid. One by one, they strutted over. Earlier, from a distance, they hadn't seen clearly. Up close, they realized that besides Chao Chuan, the car was filled with beautiful women. Each one looked like a movie star. They had never even seen such high-level beauties before. Each had bright eyes and white skin, and especially their attire, there was no hint of an apocalyptic look. They dressed beautifully, seemingly without a thought that such outfits were inconvenient for fighting. They looked as if they were on vacation. Did they not have food anxiety? Did they bathe every day? Looking at their side, it seemed like it had been ages. How long? They couldn't remember anyway. They hadn't changed clothes. On the opposite side, a fragrant aura wafted, while they felt as if they had just crawled out of a cesspit. In comparison, they felt like beggars. The evil thoughts in the hearts of the ability users erupted instantly. This feeling of imbalance made them clench their fists, their veins bulging. So, they were all delicate little princesses, huh? This was Yong City, the land of the apocalypse. Here, there were ways to survive. Even the lofty fairies had to be brought down to earth. One of them spoke up. Ladies, you wouldn't want to see the man in front of me dismembered, would you? I'm giving you a chance. As long as you're willing to come with us, I guarantee on behalf of our team that we won't harm this kid's life. The others nodded in agreement. They had basically cleared out the zombies nearby. They weren't afraid of any zombies interrupting their good fortune. The way the girls looked at them began to grow bolder, especially the third brother standing in the middle. He looked at Lin Yue. This woman resembled his ex-wife so much, in both demeanor and figure. She was basically a replica of his ex-wife. It felt like he was back on that night. If only he had awakened his abilities sooner, he could have saved her. And now, it seemed like heaven was giving him a chance. He wanted this woman. Just as the third brother was about to step forward, Eugenia spoke up. Honey, stop wasting time with them. Just kill them. The girls looked at the muscular men with disgust. The one who felt the most nauseated was Eugenia. She hated these gym muscle men the most. When she had gone to the gym to hang out with her best friend, she had almost been. If it weren't for her friend live streaming, they might have become impure that day. Now, this row was filled with such people. The same muscles, the same gaze, the same tone. That scene from back then reappeared before his eyes. Chao Chuan hadn't even started to speak. Eugenia, holding an M416 with an icy skin, pulled the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The silenced rifle launched an attack. The bullets, enhanced, flew at incredible speed. One struck the center of an ability user's forehead. An ice flower bloomed instantly. The nearby ability users were startled. One shouted loudly, fourth brother, damn it, fourth brother is dead. Ha, dead? No one expected this. They had so many strong men, each with abilities standing here. These little sheep dared to strike first. Anger surged among them. They cursed out loud, damn you, how dare you make a move? Brothers, this damn bitch actually dared to attack us. Since that's the case, let's not hold back. Even if it's a wreck, we can still play. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Fourth brother died so tragically, I'll kill you all. The ability users immediately unleashed their full firepower, activating their abilities one by one. Red, yellow, blue, green. The scene was extremely chaotic, like opening an old pay-to-win game, with cheap effects blooming before them. However, in Chao Chuan's eyes, that level of combat power couldn't even match his unawakened sisters. Killing them was just a matter of time. It was also time for his sisters to experience the feeling of battle. Watching both sides in a fierce struggle, Chao Chuan arranged for someone to break the deadlock. Thus, he began selecting candidates among the sisters. Soon, his gaze fell on Li Yuting. Li Yuting's attributes appeared before Chao Chuan. Name, Li Yuting. Photo, image. GIF age, 22 beauty score, 96 figure score, 91 purity, already in the harem. Current health, 100% comprehensive score, 94 attributes, strength, 47, 6 stamina, 39, 8 speed, 36, 8 mental power, 71, 6 ability, flame control, B level. Looking at Li Yuting's attributes, she could easily take on 10 opponents. Anyway, there was no real danger now, so he decided to arrange for her. Thus, Chao Chuan said, Yuding, leave everything to you except for the one in the middle. Li Yuding was taken aback for a moment. She wanted to say something, but upon seeing Chao Chuan's trusting gaze, she nodded seriously and charged to the front. The opposing ability users also saw this scene. They burst into laughter. Is she a soft-shelled shrimp? She doesn't even dare to come up herself and sends a girl over. He, then we'll gladly accept. Just as he finished speaking, Li Yuding had already launched her attack. A fiery red whip wrapped around his neck. Then, with a strong pull, the flames burned so fiercely that they nearly pierced through his skull. Coupled with Li Yuding's strength, the ability user was instantly decapitated. How is this possible? They didn't expect it. The seemingly delicate beauty was so fierce. That fiery whip was like a death-dealing vine, instantly killing an ability user. Although they were shocked, they weren't afraid. In their eyes, this girl was just taking advantage of a sneak attack. They weren't afraid of facing her head-on. One by one, they turned their guns towards Li Yuding and unleashed their abilities. Li Yuding had awakened a B-level talent ability. The skills she possessed were far superior to their trashy F-level abilities. Watching them unleash their skills towards her, her expression changed. Not used to fighting, she felt a bit scared in this situation, but the skills ingrained in her bones were unleashed. Like an infinite skill activation, Li Yuding's speed suddenly increased, leaving a scorched mark behind her as she charged straight at them. You stinky bitch, don't think you're the only one with powers. Among the opposing ability users, one with fire abilities looked at Li Yuding with disdain. In his mind, the one who awakened first was the strongest. Although he didn't know when this woman had awakened, he was sure it wasn't before him. He knew his fire control was many times stronger than hers. He immediately activated his powers and launched an attack on Li Yuding. Boom! Li Yuding was forced to stop in her tracks. Meanwhile, the ability user staggered back, unable to stand firm. His face was filled with disbelief. His power was actually inferior to this slender girl. How is that possible? He questioned his life, but Li Yuding didn't give him any time to ponder. She wrapped her hands in flames again and charged at him, knowing she was about to die. At that moment, the third brother standing in the middle moved. With his strength, he could clearly see that their side's ability users were obviously weaker than Chao Chuan. Continuing to fight would only lead to the death of his subordinates. Losing one was losing one too many. He had originally wanted to be a hands-off manager, but now it seemed impossible. He looked at Li Yuding with a bloodthirsty expression. He spoke, Woman, we gave you a chance, but since you don't cherish it, don't blame us. The third brother immediately launched an attack. His ability was vines, which he controlled to fly over. He aimed to capture Li Yuding in one fell swoop. Just as he was about to reach her, several iron needles pinned his vines in place. Chao Chuan smiled and said, Did I tell you to make a move? The third brother was furious. Since awakening his powers, he had never suffered a loss at the hands of others. Now, being stopped by a little North 3, he immediately said, In that case, I'll send you on your way first. Entangle. In an instant, dozens or even hundreds of vines shot towards Chao Chuan. From all directions, they formed a cage that trapped Chao Chuan in place. At the same time, seeing that the vines had ensnared Chao Chuan, the third brother's lips curled slightly. Little North 3 is just Little North 3, you were captured as soon as we met. After saying this, the third brother began to shrink the cage. His vines had thorns like roses, sharp enough to rival Wolverine's claws. Previously, even third-tier zombies had been turned into pincushions by his cage. Could this human withstand it? In the third brother's eyes, he already envisioned Chao Chuan being shredded into meat paste. However, when he looked closely, he saw that Chao Chuan inside the cage showed no fear at all. In fact, there was a mocking expression on his face, as if from Chao Chuan's perspective, he was just a clown. The third brother immediately increased the pressure, and he could even see the glint of the thorns. At that moment, Chao Chuan was enveloped in lightning. It spread directly along the vines. The third brother's face turned pale instantly. He cut off his connection with the vines without hesitation. It felt like severing an arm. You forced me, the third brother's eyes blazed with anger as he brewed a more powerful move. Chao Chuan smiled, showing little change in expression. He was merely doing a basic attack. This so-called third brother had just revealed all his powerful moves. It was truly like a clown. At this moment, Chao Chuan lost his patience. He prepared to quickly end this third brother's life. Meanwhile, the third brother was now half-squatting on the ground. He trembled uncontrollably, as if he had suffered immense humiliation. His eyes glowed red as he looked at Chao Chuan. This skill was his last trump card. Once unleashed, everyone would die. He hadn't wanted to use it. If he did, none of these women would likely survive. But at this moment, he couldn't afford to hesitate any longer. His eyes began to redden, and blood seeped from the corners of his mouth. He saw the bloodthirsty gazes of Chao Chuan and the others. Tap, 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 blood tears began to fall. The ritual was complete. Rise, my beloved. Boom, 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 boom. Suddenly, a large mass of dark clouds began to form in the previously clear sky. Thunder roared violently. Crack, bolts of lightning struck the ground in front of third brother. Then came a howling gale. At this moment, both sides began to feel a sense of shock. What was happening? What the hell was this skill? Was he summoning spirits? Even Chao Chuan frowned. Looking at the situation, he began to regret not killing third brother directly earlier. What if he summoned some terrifying entity? That would endanger all of humanity. Chao Chuan attempted to attack third brother. Before the skill could reach him, it was absorbed by the lightning. He looked up at the sky, his expression growing serious. The rumbling in the sky grew closer, as if it were about to tear apart the very fabric of space. A heavy gloom settled, like the moment Doomsday had just arrived. Boom! The thunderous sound echoed again. Everyone stopped their actions. At this moment, winning or losing no longer mattered. What mattered was what third brother intended to do. His teammates had never seen this move before. It had never been used. Now, encountering Chao Chuan, he actually used it. It was clear that Chao Chuan must be too powerful, forcing third brother to reveal his trump card. Ah, you little Bei-san. Being able to make me use this move, you can rest easy now. My beloved will eliminate all living beings she sees. What? Eliminate everyone? What about us, third brother? Sorry, I can't stop her either. You're on your own, run. Ah! The next moment, a graceful figure slowly appeared before third brother. The entire space was filled with the scent of blood. The venue fell silent. What kind of skill did third brother possess? The other ability users behind third brother looked at the increasingly terrifying aura, their faces turning pale with fear as they retreated one after another. After distancing themselves a bit, they immediately turned and ran. Since they didn't have to fight, they ran as fast as they could. After all, once the great deity summoned by third brother finished off the opponents, they could come back to scavenge for supplies. It was a pity for so many beautiful women. Such a waste, truly a waste, all those fine cannon fodder. It was a crime against nature. They pounded their chests in despair. The girls had intended to pursue but were stopped by Chao Chuan before they could act. Those ants are not to be feared. They won't get far. But this one in front is probably not so easy to deal with. You all go back to the armored vehicle for now, and leave the rest to me. Hearing Chao Chuan's words, the girls wanted to say something, but seeing the unusual commotion on third brother's side, they nodded and returned to the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle had its own defense system, and it wasn't easy to break in. However, at that moment, the graceful figure became clearer. A woman in a red wedding dress appeared in the formation before third brother. Upon seeing her face, Chao Chuan was taken aback. The woman summoned by third brother was half rabbit, half human. But it didn't look like a monster, it resembled a rabbit-shaped orc. Optimized version of the god of joy? As soon as the rabbit woman appeared, it felt as if the entire world was bleeding. Brother San, excited, shouted loudly, my love, destroy everything you see. Ha 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 ha. Brother San laughed hysterically. His eyes were filled with madness, fixated on Chao Chuan. First, kill this one. I want him dead. The rabbit woman, receiving Brother San's command, immediately launched an attack. Her delicate, fair hands transformed into enormous bloody hands, slamming down towards Chao Chuan. Bang! Chao Chuan didn't dare to be reckless and quickly left his original position. Feeling that destructive power, his face turned ashen. Damn! Not killing Brother San just now was the biggest regret of my life. Before Chao Chuan could steady himself, he saw his shadow clone at the original spot being smashed to pieces. What kind of monster is this? Damn, I almost capsized in the gutter. Chao Chuan stared intently at the rabbit woman. He couldn't keep dodging. He was afraid that if she couldn't hit him, she'd go over to the armored vehicle and show off her strength, where his woman was. He couldn't let her get there. How to break this deadlock? If only it were night. At night, his attributes would definitely crush hers. No matter how much she barked, in front of him, she was just an ant. System, can I check this monster's attribute panel? Ding! Does the host want to consume one Tier 3 zombie crystal core to view the rabbit woman's attributes? Tier 3 zombie crystal core, does this monster indicate Tier 4? That's good to know. I thought it was Tier 5. Tier 4 is barely reachable. If it were Tier 5, I'd turn and run. Moreover, this isn't a zombie, it's a summoned creature. I don't believe Brother San can outlast me. Category, Undead Summon Name, Ghost King Xiaowu Level, Peak Tier 4, Suppressed, determined by the summoner's strength, talent, S-Class attributes, Strength, 999 Stamina, 999 Speed, 999 Mental Power, 999 Skills, Blood Domain, Revenge, Divine Couple, Ultimate Madness, My Love Source. A mutated beast of human form that has died, filled with immense resentment. As long as it is summoned by a close relative, it can return to the Blue Star continent to eliminate all enemies for its loved ones. However, due to its overwhelming power, it has a strong backlash effect on the summoner, and each summoning can only last 30 seconds. System comment: if the host can't win, just hide. Don't worry about dignity, your life is more important. Looking at this monster's attributes, Chao Chuan was dumbfounded. Wow, incredible. S-class talent. If it were a zombie, I would find a way to take it down. Unfortunately, it's a summoned creature. But Brother San really has a heavy taste. What did he just say? Revive, my love? A mutated beast in human form. That's quite a heavy taste. However, Chao Chuan thought of another question. How did such a fierce mutated beast die? Just then, the Ghost King's attack came again. His proud speed felt like that of a baby in front of the Ghost King. If it weren't for the passive of the Shadow Clone, which confused the Ghost King's vision, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single slap. Counting the time, 5 seconds had already passed. 25 seconds left. Die, die, die. You damn bug, my love, crush him hard. Brother San continued to shed blood tears from behind. To maintain the existence time of Ghost King Xiao Wu, he needed to keep expending his energy. Cough, cough. Xiao Wu, hurry up and kill him. Cough, cough. The girls in the armored vehicle had never seen Chao Chuan suffer such a huge loss. The summoned ghost from across the way turned out to be incredibly powerful. So powerful that Chao Chuan had to keep dodging, not daring to counterattack at all. Seeing this situation, the girls wanted to help, but were quickly stopped by teacher Zhang Lu. She shook her head. It's obvious that my husband is currently holding back this ghost. Since it was summoned, it must have a limited time of existence. We shouldn't disturb them now, or all his efforts will be in vain. Listening to teacher Zhang Lu's analysis, the girls finally understood the stakes. Each of them was worried sick, but they didn't go to help him. Looking at the third brother squatting on the ground, they wished they could rush over and tear him apart. Boom, boom, boom. The battle continued, and with the phantom clones, Chao Chuan didn't suffer much. This made the third brother extremely furious. Die, why won't you die? Cough, cough. Feeling the third brother's anger, Ghost King Xiao Wu was frozen in place, unleashing a massive area skill. Blood mist enveloped the entire battlefield. The surrounding greenery visibly melted away, as if poisoned. It's toxic. The girls immediately looked outside with concern. Even the mutated plants nearby were directly poisoned to death at that moment. How could humans withstand that? Chao Chuan also stepped out from his hiding spot. Although the poison was fierce, it couldn't harm his nano-combat suit. This product of a high civilization was simply a dimensional strike against these people. The third brother spat blood. Since he obtained this skill to summon his wife, he had never used it, but his wife's attacks were so powerful that logically, it should be strong. Now, why was he unharmed? After Ghost King Xiao Wu finished unleashing this skill, Chao Chuan immediately received a system notification. Ding! Detected that the ghost has released a skill and entered a state of rigidity. This ghost cannot move or counterattack for 5 seconds. Please seize the opportunity and counterattack quickly. Hearing the notification, Chao Chuan grinned wickedly. A few seconds of immobility? Isn't that just like a scene from a movie where time stops? I can't waste this opportunity. I must counterattack immediately. Without any hesitation, Chao Chuan made his move. Just now, you were hitting me so happily, and now you're frozen. Aren't you just at my mercy? Judging by the time, your wife should be running out of time soon, Chao Chuan said as he walked over to Ghost King Xiao Wu. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Of course, I want to send you both to become tragic lovebirds. To be honest, if this Ghost King Xiao Wu didn't have a head, she would actually be quite good looking. Chao Chuan initially wanted to tease this Ghost King Xiao Wu, putting on a little skit. He thought about saying something like your wife is very moist to deliver a double blow to the third brother. But upon seeing her rabbit ears and rabbit head, Chao Chuan really couldn't bring himself to do it. It was better to just finish her off. You're seeking death. Wife, kill him, kill him. The third brother shouted loudly. But his wife, Ghost King Xiao Wu, who always listened to him, seemed to not hear his words at all. She stood there frozen, not moving at all. The aftereffects of her skill, which the third brother was completely unaware of, meant she needed a few seconds of cooldown time to counterattack. Now, she could only be at Chao Chuan's mercy. Chao Chuan didn't give the third brother much chance to suffer. He directly held down his head and increased the electric current. The next second, boom! The third brother's eyes bulged red, his whole body radiating heat. Meanwhile, behind Chao Chuan, Ghost King Xiao Wu seemed to sense that her human husband was in danger and desperately tried to struggle. After a few seconds of struggling, she finally could move. The first thing she did was turn around. wanting to kill Chao Chuan in one blow. Just as her bloody hand was about to touch Chao Chuan's head, she began to feel unstable all over. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The sound of a storm rumbled in the air. A massive black hole appeared directly behind the Ghost King, Xiao Wu, and its overwhelming suction force swallowed her whole. As she vanished, she immediately screamed, "No, no." Xiao Wu raised her hands, not wanting to return to that ghostly realm. After she was pulled away, the dark clouds quickly dispersed, and the wind came to a halt. It was as if nothing had ever happened. The sky turned clear and bright. Seeing this, the girls were dumbfounded. One after another, they chattered, "Where did that ghost go? How did it just disappear? Hubby is fine. When that poisonous mist appeared, I thought hubby was going to be in trouble. Woo, thankfully he's okay. Now that the ghost is gone, can we fight back?" Chao Chuan listened to the girls. He smiled and said, "It's fine, it's time to counterattack." As soon as Chao Chuan's words fell, Wulan Lan drove forward without hesitation. The sanded road had been temporarily turned into a floor using a metallic solution that Chao Chuan created for the armored vehicle to pass. The vehicle quickly arrived in front of the building where the gym was located. At this moment, the superhumans on the upper floors had already popped champagne the moment the Ghost King, Xiao Wu, unleashed her power. They were all busy preparing materials, ready to celebrate once they got the supplies from Chao Chuan. Not a single one was at the window checking on the battle situation, completely unaware that Chao Chuan and the others had already brought the armored vehicle to their building. The one summoned by third brother looks a lot like Sister Xiao Wu from a distance. I feel the same way, it seems familiar. Do you think it could be Sister Xiao Wu? Don't say that, be careful or third brother will come back and beat you. It's a pity so many girls are gone. Third brother said he would kill everyone he saw. I actually hope one or two can escape. While everyone prepared the ingredients, they happily chatted. They also brought out the beer they had treasured for a long time. All the bowls and chopsticks were already set on the table, just waiting for third brother to bring back the ingredients. At that moment, the sound of orderly footsteps reached their floor. Trained individuals took their positions, waiting for the vanguard to arrive. In just a few minutes, this floor was completely surrounded by Chao Chuan and the others. What happened? What's going on? No one answered their questions. Eugenia, holding a weapon, walked in. They didn't intentionally lower their voices. The commotion had already drawn all their attention. When they saw the delicate girl who had just entered, they laughed. "Ha, third brother is indeed reliable. There are still girls alive, and she's armed. Is this a cosplay? Hee, don't say that. We've already opened the champagne. Hurry up and join us at the table, and we'll take good care of you." Others wanted to make lewd comments but found that more and more girls were walking in, each holding a weapon. Not a single one was missing, and they were all very surprised. Didn't they say they were uncontrollable and would kill anyone they saw? What was going on? Not a single one had died? They exchanged glances, each with question marks in their heads, speculating wildly. Good news, the girls on the other side were all there, but the man was missing, possibly dead. Bad news, third brother was also absent. Just as they were about to continue talking, a figure slowly entered their line of sight. Chao Chuan? Then where's our boss? After Chao Chuan entered, he didn't say a word. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the girls to start their actions. The other girls immediately understood and quickly pulled the triggers. Shoo, bang. At such a close distance, all the weapons were enhanced, with firing rates and damage levels that were already at a high civilization standard. Those people simply couldn't react in time. What the hell? One by one, they fell like targets, shot dead on the spot. With the last ability user collapsing, this absurd farce of a mouse licking a cat came to an end. Looking at the bodies, Chao Chuan immediately ordered the girls to finish off the remaining targets and start looting. This was a very good habit that must be maintained. After a while, the girls came over and said, "Hubby, these people are so poor. They don't have any zombie cores or supplies on them." So poor? Hearing the girls' words, Chao Chuan was taken aback, but then he thought about it. These people had been in the same place since the early days of the apocalypse. How much supplies could they have? They probably had already scavenged the area clean. Not even a hair left. The champagne they had opened was probably the last of their stock. Chao Chuan didn't expect to get any supplies from these people. It was purely about settling scores and not letting them have it easy. After dealing with this group of losers, there was nothing worth collecting at their location. Chao Chuan quickly took the girls downstairs. Back in the car, he instructed Wulan Lan to continue along the road and went straight back to the room. This wasn't about being well-fed and thinking of lust, but rather preparing to look for a third girl suitable for awakening. Well, Chao Chuan intentionally set the location in the room. He opened the group chat, ready to line up the girls' avatars to see who would be good. Suddenly, a message appeared in the group. Lin Yaya at Zhang Shiyun, when are we going to sneak attack hubby together? Shiyun at Lin Yaya, I'm planning to go later. I just killed someone and smell like blood, so I need to take a shower first. You can come to my room and knock when you're ready. Lin Yaya, okay, sister, I'll shower first too. Let's gather in your room later. I just got a pack of pills from the gym. Shiyun, what pills? Lin Yaya, sildenafil tablets. Shiyun, what the hell, how did you get that? That's amazing. Wang Mang, what are you two up to? Shiyun, Lin Yaya? Shiyun, sister Mang, how come you're in our little group? Lin Yaya, yeah, sister Mang, you saw everything. I'm a bit embarrassed, but you can't stop us. We've been in the team for so long, and we haven't even touched hubby Chao Chuan's hand. Lin Yaya, boo-hoo, how pitiful. Shiyun, 94 Wang Mang, hee, what are you two doing? You two flirty girls better take a good look at what kind of group this is. Shiyun, Lin Yaya? Shiyun, retracted a message. Lin Yaya, retracted a message. After a while, the entire chat history in the group was instantly cleared. They thought they were safe. Unexpectedly, the next second, they saw Chao Chuan's avatar appear in the group. Chao Chuan at Lin Yaya, come to my room. We need to have a good talk. At Zhang Shiyun, I'll settle accounts with you next time. The two girls stared at the reply in the group, stunned. They didn't expect that their entire chat record had been seen by Chao Chuan. Oh my god, what a huge embarrassment. And Lin Yaya, looking at the little pill in her hand, was so scared that she tossed it aside, praying that hubby wouldn't be angry. Not only Lin Yaya, but Zhang Shiyun was also tossing and turning in her room at this moment. She was brainstorming, wondering what to do. Just then, there was a knock on her room door. Zhang Shiyun, frightened, hid behind the door and nervously said, "There's no one inside. Zhang Shiyun has gone out to fight zombies. Come back next time. It's me, sister, Yayao." Lin Yayao spoke from outside the door. Hearing her good sister's voice, Zhang Shiyun immediately opened the room door, poked her pretty head out, looked around to see no one else, and quickly pulled Lin Yayao inside. "Yayao, you scared me to death. I thought Sister Mang was angry and came to find me," Zhang Shiyun said. She wanted to say something else, but suddenly, she was dumbfounded. Looking at Lin Yayao's outfit, she pinched Lin Yayao's cheek and said, "What are you doing, Yayao?" "I'm fine, what's wrong?" Lin Yayao replied with a smile. You, are you going straight to Chao Chuan's husband?" Zhang Shiyun said in surprise. "Yes, I'm going over soon. Sister, I'm one step ahead of you now. But didn't we just get scolded? Aren't you afraid to go over? Sister, aren't you afraid of being punished by Chao Chuan?" "You're wrong, sister. I'm not going to get scolded. My husband called me over." "Sister, I'm going to take the lead, hee." After Lin Yayao finished speaking, she swayed her slender waist and left the room. She didn't hesitate at all and headed straight for Chao Chuan's room. Along the way, the other girls looked at Lin Yayao in confusion. They hadn't seen the group messages and naturally didn't know what was going on with her. They just felt that this girl was a bit fierce, dressed so provocatively even in the car. One by one, they looked at her back and said, "Sister, if you ask me, Chao Chuan's husband is saving the girls too quickly. Look at so many girls keeping the empty rooms, and now another one has gone crazy." "Yeah, sister, don't you want it? The older sisters have all had babies, and we haven't even started yet." "Don't say it so loudly, my husband isn't a machine. It takes more than a week to handle several in one night." "Forget it, I don't know when it will be my turn, but I don't dare to just push open my husband's door. That would be so embarrassing. Unless something unexpected happens, I'm actually planning to go. If you don't go, just wait your turn." "Woo, sister, take me with you." Although Chao Chuan didn't specifically listen to the voices, the two girls were not far from him, and besides, the door had already been left open for Lin Yayao to come in. He heard their conversation clearly. Chao Chuan stroked his chin, pondering the issues the two girls had mentioned. It had indeed been too busy lately. He hadn't had much time to take the initiative. The ones before had come into his room on their own. How embarrassing. It wasn't just him who had needs, the girls did too, and he hadn't been attentive enough to their feelings. Thinking of this, Chao Chuan decided to squeeze out time as much as possible to take care of all the sisters. Just then, the room door was pushed open. Although Lin Yaya was dressed very lightly, he thought she was a more open-minded girl. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the room, she got timid. "Husband, I walked into the wrong room." At this point, how could Chao Chuan let her leave? He walked straight up to her and grabbed her delicate little hand. Immediately, the attribute panel of this girl appeared before him. Name, Lin Yayao. Photo, image. GIF, age, 21, beauty score, 89, body score, 88, purity, 100%, current health, 100%, comprehensive score, 88, attributes, strength, 21, 5 stamina, 26, 4 speed, 19. 8 mental strength, 24. 5. System comment, meets the requirements, please host take action as soon as possible. Looking at Lin Yaya's attribute panel, Chao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. She was still a pure girl, which was really nice. Cuddled in Chao Chuan's arms, Lin Yaya was too scared to open her eyes. She only felt her feet floating as they arrived at the peak of a cloud. Chao Chuan gently brushed her hair and said, "Don't be nervous, I'm very familiar with this. Just follow my rhythm." "Woo woo, I'm scared," Lin Yaya bit her lip and said. The extreme temptation made Chao Chuan's breathing quicken. "The way you're using your lips to entice me doesn't seem like you're scared," Chao Chuan said with a smile. Hearing his words, Lin Yaya's face turned red all the way to her ears. She shrank back a little. Just then, Lin Yaya's long legs seemed to touch something. She looked over in confusion, and her eyes widened in surprise. "Hubby, you this. How is it? Are you reassured now? Do you like it? But didn't you prepare some props before? Let's see if we still need them now." "No need. No need anymore. Alright, let's not waste this beautiful time during the lunch break." "But, it's still morning." "It's fine, when you go out, it will definitely be noon." Ding! Host successfully rescued the beauty, detected the girl's score is 88 points, a reward can be obtained, the reward is being issued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining B-level talent Zombie Crystal Core *1. Time quickly passed, and it was soon afternoon. Chao Chuan left the room feeling refreshed, while Lin Yaya was peacefully asleep, completely unaware of how intense Chao Chuan had been. What she didn't know was that Chao Chuan had already made her pregnant. Chao Chuan went to the living room, where Wulan Lan and the girls had also finished off the zombies and returned to the armored vehicle. They had a fruitful morning. Each one returned to the vehicle excitedly, chatting and laughing about their recent gains. Li Yuding excitedly placed a third-tier zombie crystal core in front of the girls, instantly causing quite a stir. Remembering the first third-tier zombie they encountered, that feeling of helplessness still lingered in their memories. They never expected that among them, there would be someone capable of killing a third-tier zombie. Li Yujin prepared a large table full of dishes to treat them. Just as they were about to dig in, they heard some noise from behind. They saw Chao Chuan had already come out. Yang Chanxian immediately stood up, nervously walked to Chao Chuan's side, and handed him something she was holding. "Hubby, this is what I brought back for you. I don't know what it is, but you might find it useful," Yang Chanxian said. "What is it?" Chao Chuan was also puzzled. However, he still took the item. Once he picked it up, ding! Detected 5th tier zombie crystal core. To enhance the host's strength, please absorb it quickly and awaken new skills. What? 5th tier zombie crystal core? Chao Chuan was shocked. According to the system's prompt, he immediately checked the attributes of this zombie crystal core. The talent turned out to be an S-level talent. Wow, simply invincible. He never expected that what Yang Chanxian handed over was a 5th tier zombie crystal core. At this stage, there shouldn't be such a powerful zombie. Moreover, zombie crystal cores can only be obtained after the zombie dies. How did this thing come about? Chao Chuan looked at Yang Chanxian, placing his hands directly on her shoulders, and asked, "Where did you find this? What is this thing? Is it very important?" Yang Chanxian spoke up. Looking at Chao Chuan's expression, Yang Chanxian also knew that things were not simple. She immediately described the entire process of how she obtained this zombie crystal core to Chao Chuan. "Did you notice anything different at the scene?" Chao Chuan asked again. "No, nothing else. At that time, I saw more than a dozen zombies standing there motionless. I immediately ambushed and killed them all, and in the middle, I saw this thing." "Oh, right, it was lying in the arms of that zombie," Yang Chanxian replied. After understanding the process, Chao Chuan said to her again, "Take me to that location to have a look." Seeing Chao Chuan's very serious expression, Yang Chanxian nodded and placed her hand on Chao Chuan's large hand. Chao Chuan did not hesitate and immediately rushed out. After a while, under Yang Chanxian's guidance, Chao Chuan arrived at the crime scene. The scene was exactly as Yang Chanxian had described. Around a zombie, there was a circle of zombie corpses, and the crystal cores of these zombies had already been dug out. The dark blood was still very fresh, indicating that this zombie had died just a few hours ago. "Is this the place?" Chao Chuan asked. Yang Chanxian nodded and replied, Without hesitation, Chao Chuan walked directly to the zombie and found that there was a decaying aura around it. A gentle touch turned it to ash. Can the system analyze the specific level of this zombie and its other attributes? Ding! Analyzing this zombie requires 1/4 level zombie crystal core, or a simple analysis can be done without using a zombie crystal core. 4th level zombie crystal core? This system is too much of a scam. Host can choose the free version if there is no money. What the hell? This system actually looks down on me. It's just a 4th level zombie crystal core, but I really can't afford it. Just do a regular analysis. Cause of death for the 5th level zombie, old age. Looking at these words, Chao Chuan fell into deep thought. Zombies can also die of old age? Didn't zombies only transform after the apocalypse invasion? I didn't expect there to be such a thing as dying of old age. Is there something else going on here? After bringing Yang Qianqian back to the company, she also learned that this was a 5th level zombie, and she was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth. She didn't expect to be so lucky, but unfortunately, this situation couldn't be replicated. After settling Yang Qianqian down, Chao Chuan immediately returned to his room, and the 5th level zombie crystal core that was originally in his space appeared before him. Without any hesitation, Chao Chuan swallowed the 5th level zombie crystal core in one go. Ding! Congratulations, host, for learning a new ability. Time control, S level. Please check the relevant attributes. Name, Chao Chuan, age, 21, attributes, strength, 600 stamina, 500 speed, 600 mental power, 512 free attribute points to allocate, 0, passive skills, insulator, do as you please, golden kidney, phantom clone, title, zombie butcher, abilities, time control, S level, metal control, A level, king of the night, A level, lightning control, B level. Special skills, woman radar, storage space, 50 by 50 by 50, special items, M416 assault rifle asterisk 74, 5, 56 bullets asterisk 888700, Heian solar generator asterisk 9, nano combat suit asterisk 72, pork, beef, mutton asterisk 99 tons, Barrett heavy sniper rifle asterisk 98, 12, 7 by 99 millimeters bullets asterisk 991874, Blue Fire Gatling asterisk 95, 7, 96mm bullets asterisk 741412, Unlimited mobile phone asterisk 74, 7-person armored off-road vehicle asterisk 10, Secondary zombie crystal core enhancement stone asterisk 5, B-level talent zombie crystal core asterisk 1. Looking at this S-level ability, Chao Chuan was stunned. What the hell? What the hell? It turned out to be a time ability, which is said to be the most powerful ability in other novels, without exception. When time is not in play, space reigns supreme. When time is unleashed, all beings are equal and become mere ants. Looking at such an impressive ability, Chao Chuan wanted to use it immediately to see the effect. He was eager to find out just how powerful this time ability really was. However, before he could make a move, he fainted. Just before losing consciousness, Chao Chuan was incredibly excited. Damn! He was so thrilled to have obtained a 5th-tier zombie crystal core that he completely forgot about the side effects of absorbing the zombie crystal core. Chao Chuan remained unconscious for 3 days. The entire world's landscape was affected by the second phase of the apocalypse, changing every moment. Moreover, this was 3 days. Not only had most of the zombies outside evolved to the 2nd tier, but the girls' team also encountered several 3rd-tier zombies. Fortunately, they managed to eliminate the 3rd-tier zombies and obtained 5 3rd-tier zombie crystal cores. This scene was playing out in Yang City and across the entire Blue Star. Although the places where humans could survive were further compressed, and the death rate was the highest since the first day of the apocalypse, it was also at this time that the remaining humans' combat power was significantly increasing. In Yang City, high-tier zombies were sprouting up like bamboo shoots after the rain, while in more populated areas like Chuanyu, Jiang City, Star City, Sheep City, Magic City, and Imperial City, 4th-tier zombies were as common as dogs, and 5th-tier zombies were everywhere. Of course, most were 1st and 2nd-tier zombies. After all, in any era, there will always be a few who stand out, and zombies were no exception. During these few days, the girls had been killing zombies and making considerable progress, but since Chao Chuan had not yet awakened, they had no idea what their next goal was and could only continue along the main road. The mundane days passed quickly. During this time, several girls secretly snuck in wanting to play poker with Chao Chuan. Each time they opened his door, he was still in a coma. This made their little antics impossible to carry out. Even when they tried to feed him candy, there was still no response. He was like a vegetative person. At first, they were startled, wondering if Chao Chuan would ever wake up. One by one, the girls glared at Yang Qianqian, questioning what she had given to their husband that caused him to faint. After explanations from Li Yuding and Xie Xinran, they learned that he had absorbed a zombie crystal core and awakened an ability. However, they did not expect that this time absorbing the zombie crystal core would take so long. Seeing that Chao Chuan had no reaction, the girls left, their faces flushed and disappointed. A few of them hid in the room, crying softly. I finally mustered the courage to come over, and you made me lose so thoroughly, not even willing to open your eyes to look at me. Am I really that bad? At that moment, it was a silent exchange of emotions. When he finally woke up, it was already the night of the 3rd day. Chao Chuan left his room and stepped outside. The entire armored vehicle was incredibly quiet. He looked at the brilliant starry sky outside and was momentarily stunned. Damn, how long has this S-tier ability put me out? Thinking of this, he immediately checked his phone. Holy crap! Upon seeing the time, he realized he had been unconscious for 3 days. How long would he be out if he absorbed an SS or SSS tier zombie crystal core? Chao Chuan was completely dumbfounded. However, if he could obtain an S-tier ability and only be unconscious for a few days, with no other side effects, that would be like Emperor Qin Shi Huang touching a live wire. A huge win. At this moment, it was still late at night, and the girls were resting, with only 1 or 2 keeping watch in the monitoring room. However, given the armored vehicle's defenses, even if an intrusion occurred, it would hold out until they reacted. Chao Chuan did not disturb the 2 girls who were sleeping soundly in the monitoring room. However, he walked directly out of the vehicle, taking this opportunity to experiment with his time ability. Leaving the armored vehicle, Chao Chuan's attributes increased significantly in the darkness. Even without his powers, he could escape unscathed from a 5th-tier zombie. Moreover, now that Chao Chuan possessed the most powerful time ability, when faced with a 5th-tier zombie, it was likely that the one fleeing would be the newcomer. Chao Chuan left the armored vehicle and soon arrived at the place where he had obtained the 5th-tier zombie crystal core. Looking at the 5th-tier zombie corpse still drying out here, Chao Chuan performed a time rewind on the body. He quickly learned the cause of this zombie's death. He was utterly shocked. He had never expected that this zombie was also a mutated zombie with time attributes. It had immediately used its time acceleration ability to boost itself to the 5th tier, but its body remained at the 2nd tier. It simply could not withstand the ravages of time. It had directly turned into a dried corpse. Fortunately, this zombie made its greatest contribution. By raising its power to the 5th tier, it had benefited Chao Chuan, the old 6. Just as Chao Chuan was about to leave, several faint footsteps suddenly reached his ears. These footsteps were definitely not the sounds made by zombies. Instead, they were human. Even this late, there are still humans wandering around. Don't they know that zombies become more powerful at night? Anyway, with nothing to do, Chao Chuan did not leave immediately but instead blended into the darkness. The sounds did not keep Chao Chuan waiting long. Several human figures quickly emerged from the darkness. Behind them, they dragged bundles wrapped in long strips of cotton blankets, which seemed to contain something inside. Soon, the voices of the group gradually reached Chao Chuan's ears. Tiangu, are we in such a hurry? Traveling at night, the zombies are in a frenzied state. If we provoke them, we might not be able to escape. Nonsense, if we delay too long, what will happen to those who have died? The dosage we used is seriously lethal. What a pity for those girls. They could still be useful after a wash, and now they have to be sent to the doctor. Stop talking nonsense. The doctor isn't refusing to give you zombie crystal cores. It's only right to collect money for services rendered. Once we get the zombie crystal cores and return to Utopia, there will be a whole street of women for you to choose from. True, he. The voices of the group faded slowly from near to far, disappearing from Chao Chuan's sight. Listening to their conversation, Chao Chuan gathered several useful pieces of information. Doctor, Utopia. It seemed there was a large human gathering place in Yong City, and the character referred to as the doctor likely played an important role there. Interesting. Chao Chuan planned to follow them to check the situation. After all, he had a phone rewarded by the system, so it would be relatively easy to learn about the current status of the women. Although the speed of the group was fast, it was still far inferior to Chao Chuan, who was in the night. Before long, Chao Chuan caught up with their pace. Blending into the darkness, Chao Chuan was naturally not something these low-tier survivors could compare to. No one noticed his presence. These women are really foolish, actively revealing their hiding place to others, and now they are being packed up like dumplings. I wonder what the doctor will do with them. Mind your own business. Besides, we didn't catch them. We're just the couriers, picking up goods from the client and delivering them elsewhere. It has nothing to do with us. As long as we get the zombie crystal cores, we'll do it. I just feel that those young girls, who originally had a bright future, now. Stop talking nonsense. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, don't. We're already in this line of work, so don't spout such grandiose words. I don't want to hear it, just because you read more books, right? I was wrong. I promise I won't say it again. The group continued to move forward at a steady pace. Soon, they left the area of Urgiankyo Street and entered the suburbs. The surrounding buildings gradually diminished. Before long, they entered a no man's land. In this desolate area, there stood a steel city the size of a factory. It appeared to be a survivor base converted from an abandoned factory. At this moment, a large number of armed soldiers were patrolling the walls of the base. When they saw the group approaching, a beam of light shone on them. An officer spoke up. Who goes there? Stop in your tracks. Without any hesitation, the group immediately halted. One of them said, "Sir, we are scavengers. We have completed the escort mission for the doctor. Here is our receipt. Please let us pass." After saying this, they promptly handed over the receipt, which was held in a hand that also displayed 2 second-tier zombie crystal cores. The officer took the receipt, his brow furrowing slightly. However, upon seeing the 2 zombie crystal cores behind it, his expression changed immediately. It relaxed. The officer said, "The receipt is fine, you may pass." The group nodded and bowed as they walked in. Chao Chuan closely followed behind. After all, he had blended into the darkness, and in a place with only 1 or 2 lights, he felt quite at ease. Entering this so-called utopia of human gathering, once inside, Chao Chuan no longer followed the scavengers. In this apocalypse, let alone catching a few girls, he wouldn't find anything strange even if he had to eat people. Moreover, although the bedding of those girls had not been opened, the system still provided a prompt for fertile women. Chao Chuan checked, and each one was at an ordinary level of around 60, with purity scores below 97. They did not catch Chao Chuan's eye. Naturally, he had no interest in saving anyone. After leaving the group, Chao Chuan began to observe his surroundings. Inside this base, the class divisions were very clear. At the outermost edge, near the city walls, there was a large circle of oversized tents, surrounded by waterproof tarpaulins. Due to the loss of electricity, it was damp and stuffy inside during this season. Iron frames were lined up closely together, with hardly any gaps except for the aisles. With so many people and the space enclosed by tarpaulins, the temperature inside the tents was at least 10 degrees higher than outside. It was hardly a place for humans to stay. Such locations were most prone to breeding viruses. Beyond the concentrated tent area were very rudimentary foam board houses. This was also where ordinary people lived. However, the difference was that living in the large tents was free, while the foam board houses required payment in zombie crystal cores to reside. The price wasn't very high, one could stay for a day with just 1 first-tier zombie crystal core. Any ability user, after a day of fighting outside, could definitely bring back quite a few first-tier zombie crystal cores. However, in reality, the ratio of ability users to ordinary people in the entire survivor base was still 1:10. Most of the residents were ability users of this level. Behind them were more and better accommodations. Inside, it was no different from an ordinary small villa. Indeed, the hierarchy was strict. The so-called scavengers who had brought the girls in were seen by Chao Chuan entering a building similar to a university dormitory, looking like they were doing quite well. There was not much to see at night. Most people were resting at home. Only a few scavengers who had just returned from outside were still wandering around. 2 scavengers exchanged wary glances and hurriedly left. Their small actions were nowhere to hide from Chao Chuan. The moment they saw each other, they had already reached for their weapons. It seems that even in a survivor base ruled by the wealthy, it is still not as safe as it appears on the surface. One must protect oneself when out and about. After wandering around the entire base, Chao Chuan had a rough grasp of the strength and scale of this survivor base. Other information might have to wait until daytime to be revealed. After all, 99% of the people were resting at night, and even eavesdropping wouldn't yield much information. Since that's the case, he would come back tomorrow. Just as Chao Chuan was preparing to leave, a shop that was still open caught his eye. It was a store that had already begun recycling mutated beasts. Indeed, there is strength in numbers, and they had quickly discovered the uses for mutated beasts. Chao Chuan looked over with great interest. From the sign they had hung up, it seemed they already knew dozens of ways to utilize mutated beasts. First-tier mutated red-skinned beetle, red fatty recycle the entire body, complete 3 first-tier zombie cores, broken 1 first-tier zombie core, uses for meat, first-tier mutated green-skinned mantis, recycled the forelimbs, complete 1 first-tier zombie core, broken not accepted. Third-tier mutated plant climbing tiger, recycle seeds, 1 second-tier zombie core. In total, there were dozens of types. Most of them Chao Chuan had encountered before, and he didn't expect them to be quite valuable. Next time, he could have the girls collect them and come here to exchange for some, or they could go to other large bases as well. Even this small place, Yongchang, had such a large survivor base. The big cities would definitely have more. Having obtained the information, Chao Chuan did not plan to spend the night at this survivor base. Without beautiful women accompanying him, it was naturally more enjoyable to return to his armored vehicle. Subsequently, Chao Chuan opened fire and headed back. Brother, it seems something flew by, a guard said. You must be too tired in seeing things. I didn't see anything. Don't slack off, or I'll have your head, and don't drag me down, another guard replied. How could that be? The guard rubbed his eyes and looked carefully, but there was no movement. It seems you really are tired. A few minutes later, Chao Chuan returned to the armored vehicle. On the way, he had conveniently killed 2 third-tier zombies, obtaining 2 C-grade talent zombie cores. It's only been a few days since I logged on, but it feels like the strength of the zombies has increased quite a bit. The number of third-tier zombies is noticeably higher than before, Chao Chuan murmured. However, he didn't mind. To him, third-tier zombies were just like first and second-tier zombies. Even without using abilities, he could take them out with a single punch. After returning to the armored vehicle, Chao Chuan immediately entered a girl's room and fell asleep. The next day, Lin Yue woke up. She had a dream last night where Chao Chuan had awakened, and the apocalypse was over. After waking up, he drove a convertible, taking her on a world tour, visiting places both known and unknown. At night, they stayed in some high-end 5-star hotels, soaking in hot springs and bathing. As night deepened, the lights went out. She hadn't even had the chance to do anything embarrassing before she woke up. Woo-woo. In this apocalypse, even spring dreams weren't allowed. Just then, it seemed there was someone beside her. She immediately said angrily, "Xia Xinran, what are you doing in my bed?" Then she turned around to look. To her surprise, a familiar face appeared before her. "Hubby." Lin Yue rubbed her eyes and looked again at the person beside her. No mistake, it was her husband. Without any hesitation, she directly wrapped herself around Chao Chuan like an octopus. Inadvertently, she ended up giving Chao Chuan a face wash. Pressing down on him, he couldn't catch his breath and was directly suffocated awake. What happened? Chao Chuan suddenly woke up and spoke. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a dazzling scene, a rich scent of milk enveloping him, making it hard for Chao Chuan to breathe. "Honey, you're awake," Lin Yue said. Looking at the enchanting figure before him, Chao Chuan wanted to mumble a few words. However, he couldn't utter a sound. There was no way. At that moment, Lin Yue's outfit had completely changed. She was now wearing a silk lace-trimmed camisole. The length of the nightgown barely reached her thighs, and her posture was so alluring. This left the early-rising Chao Chuan unable to resist such temptation. He already had a habit of morning arousal, and now he was in close proximity. "Wei Wei, have you been lacking exercise lately? I think your figure has changed a bit," Chao Chuan said. Lin Yue was taken aback. "My figure has changed?" Being particularly sensitive about her body, she immediately stood up from Chao Chuan. She touched herself up and down, even lifting her nightgown to feel her flat abdomen. Although there were no visible lines, there was still a hint of shape. "Where has it changed?" Lin Yue looked at Chao Chuan with a resentful expression and said, "Honey, you're lying. How could my figure have changed? It's clearly just as good as before. You must have too many girls around you lately and got it mixed up. I'm not happy. You owe me." Chao Chuan was dumbfounded. Can I really be counterattacked like this? But the wise man has his own tricks. Chao Chuan spoke again. "You see your body every day, so naturally, you don't feel anything. It's been a long time since I've touched you, so it's not surprising that I noticed right away. Just lie down obediently and let me check you properly." Lin Yue couldn't resist Chao Chuan and had to comply. She lay down obediently. Chao Chuan wasted no time and carefully examined Lin Yue's body. Ding! The host's passive skill indulgence has successfully activated, and Lin Yue has successfully conceived. Ding! System warm reminder, rewards will only be issued after successfully giving birth, so please ensure the host protects the pregnant body to successfully give birth. Having accomplished something significant once again, Chao Chuan satisfiedly kissed Lin Yue before leaving the room and heading to the hall. He hadn't been out long, and when he emerged, the other girls were having breakfast. Looking at them, Chao Chuan prepared to upgrade the remaining zombie crystal cores for them. After all, he planned to enter Utopia for some research. You can't build a car behind closed doors. Some things need to be learned from the inside. Chao Chuan held the 3 upgraded B-grade talent zombie crystal cores in his hand and said to the girls, "I have 3 zombie crystal cores here. Who wants to awaken their abilities can sign up now." As soon as Chao Chuan finished speaking, the girls lost their appetite. With over 20 girls and only 3 zombie crystal cores, how could they divide them? If they stepped forward, wouldn't it make them seem very, well, at least they were all sisters. Chao Chuan's words put them in a difficult position. Seeing the girls frozen in place, Chao Chuan guessed the reason. Thinking of this, he spoke to Wang Mang. "As the captain, you should awaken first, then give 1 each to Yu Jinyao and Li Jiayu. When you take the zombie crystal cores, make sure to space out the time, don't take them all at once. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I won't be able to handle several at once." Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Wang Mang was first delighted, then nodded. The most surprised among them was Li Jiayu, who had been taking care of the baby these past few days. She thought Chao Chuan had forgotten about her. After all, he had only seen her once after she gave birth. After that, there had been no contact. She knew Chao Chuan was busy, and she didn't have an advantage among the girls, so she naturally didn't dare to say anything. Now, Chao Chuan was actually willing to give her the first batch of ability awakenings. Tears welled up in her eyes. Watching the zombie crystal cores distributed by Chao Chuan, the three girls couldn't wait to consume them immediately. But recalling what Chao Chuan had said about needing to separate, they suppressed their anxious feelings and waited. The first to awaken was Li Jiayu. Afraid that Chao Chuan would change his mind, she absorbed it right away. Chao Chuan didn't even have time to let her return to her room to use it. Seeing her faint directly on the stool, Chao Chuan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Was she really that anxious? Soon, half an hour passed. Li Jiayu, who had absorbed the zombie crystal core, opened her eyes. Since it was her first awakening, she wasn't very skilled at controlling it yet. She accidentally activated her ability. Suddenly, the potted plants that Li Yujin had been nurturing in the car grew enormous. The other girls were so frightened that they stepped back repeatedly. However, the living room was left in a complete mess. Li Jiayu immediately felt embarrassed and said, "Sorry, sisters, it's my ability that I couldn't control well." "What ability is it?" Chao Chuan asked. "Husband, mine is plant affinity. I can control plants for my use," Li Jiayu replied happily. "Not bad, you can output and control. If you want to maximize your ability, you need to find some strong plants to have around you." "Got it. Thank you, husband." After saying that, Li Jiayu quickly pecked Chao Chuan on the cheek and then hid back into the crowd. Seeing Li Jiayu's excitement, Chao Chuan didn't say anything. He then looked at the other two girls and said, "Who wants to go next?" Wang Mang stepped forward and said, "Husband, let me go first." However, before consuming it, she took out a few zombie crystal cores from her pocket. She looked at Chao Chuan with a questioning expression and said, "Husband, we also have third-tier zombie crystal cores. Can you see if any of them can be used?" Looking at the zombie crystal cores Wang Mang handed over, Chao Chuan immediately checked them. He replied, "There are 2 that can be used, but I need to enhance them first. By the way, other wives, do you have any?" The girls immediately shook their heads and replied, "We handed all the zombie crystal cores to Mang for safekeeping. This is all the third-tier zombie crystal cores we've collected in the past few days." Chao Chuan nodded. Among the girls, there were already few with abilities, and being able to collect so many was impressive. If he hadn't previously instructed them to wait for him to check the advanced zombie crystal cores before using them, they would have all likely turned into EF-level ability users by now. After confirming the issue with Wang Mang, she immediately began to absorb the zombie crystal cores. As soon as she absorbed them, she fell into a coma. While everyone was waiting, they suddenly heard the radar alarm of the armored vehicle. "Zombies are approaching, husband, we need to handle this first," Yang Chanxian said. "Okay, those of you who have awakened your ability should go out and handle it, get familiar with your powers, and you'll be able to fight independently when you encounter strong zombies." Li Jiayu and the other girls nodded and left the armored vehicle. Once outside, they found dozens of zombies surrounding them. They all looked like fairly ordinary zombies, and the girls weren't too scared. They immediately activated their abilities and began to attack. However, at that moment, a zombie suddenly disappeared. Several confident ability users didn't think there would be any problems and didn't even notice the existence of this zombie. After each girl released her skills, they instantly killed all the zombies in front of them. These were all first and second tier ordinary zombies. For them, as B-grade talent ability users, dealing with these zombies below the second tier was quite easy. At that moment, the lurking zombie was still crawling. It patiently hid to the side. Even the zombies that had come along with it were all dead, but it remained undeterred, waiting for an opportunity. Just as the girls were collecting the zombie crystal cores and preparing to return to the armored vehicle, the zombie moved. It was fast, directly targeting Li Jiayu, who was walking at the back. At that moment, Li Jiayu was still satisfied with the zombie crystal core she had just obtained on her way back. Suddenly, the zombie launched an attack. It burst out from the shadows and headed straight for Li Jiayu's head. This made Li Jiayu feel a jolt of panic. Before she could dodge, she was startled by a sound cutting through the air. If it weren't for the plants she had on her, her survival instinct made her dodge just in time, avoiding the fatal blow and saving her life. That was close. Be careful. Another girl saw the situation and was immediately startled, shouting loudly. What was happening? Li Jiayu turned around to take a look. To her surprise, there was another zombie behind her. When did it appear? Hadn't they just killed all of them? However, she didn't hesitate at all. She immediately began to counterattack. Her ability activated, and several vine-like plants around her reached out, wrapping around the zombie. At that moment, Li Yuting also acted without hesitation. Her fire ability was thrown directly at the zombie. The flames quickly ignited the zombie. It was just a small second-tier mutated zombie. How could it withstand the flames of this B-level talent? Soon, it was burned to a crisp. Watching the zombie being killed, Li Jiayu calmed her emotions and said with lingering fear, "Sister, when did this zombie appear? How did I not notice it just now?" Looking at the dead zombie in front of them, the other girls fell into deep thought. Yes, when did this zombie appear? How did no one see it? I think I saw one less zombie just now. I counted again later, thinking I was just seeing things. If I had known, I should have said something. Jiayu almost got hurt, Xie Xinran said. What, was this zombie one of those from earlier? It's not just us who have abilities, zombies have abilities too. We were too careless. Having abilities has made us too complacent. Does everyone remember how we felt the first time we faced zombies? What was our mindset then? Fear, terror. We were on high alert, treating it seriously. But now, under the protection of our husband Xiao Chuan, we've lost that sense of vigilance and instead feel that fighting zombies is easy, like playing house. It's simply foolish. Li Yuting's words struck deep. The girls lowered their heads. They kept reflecting on the events that had just occurred. If it weren't for Li Jiayu's quick reaction, she would have been in a dire situation, becoming a redskin skeleton. In the apocalypse, one must never underestimate any enemy, whether high-level or low-level zombies. They all carry the zombie virus. Any small mistake could deal them a heavy blow. This time, fortunately, it was a close call. It served as a valuable lesson for them. With a sense of disappointment, the girls returned to the armored vehicle one after another. Once they were back in the living room, none of them spoke. The other girls, seeing them return, wanted to ask what had happened, but when they saw the lifeless expressions on their faces, the words got stuck in their throats. At that moment, Xiao Chuan looked at them, each face devoid of smiles. Even Li Jiayu, who had just gained her ability, wore a worried expression. He immediately guessed what had happened. They must have encountered a troublesome zombie. He understood that feeling of disappointment when they couldn't push through smoothly. However, Xiao Chuan did not comfort these girls. Such situations can only be resolved by thinking deeply about the existence of the problem. When faced with issues, one must solve them. Blindly soothing them would only turn them into little lambs. And now, Wang Mang in front of him had also entered a critical period of awakening her abilities. There was no way to avoid it, and it was even more impossible to go and comfort them. With things having come to this point, they could only review the situation themselves and then improve. Time passed quickly. Wang Meng's abilities began to awaken. When she opened her eyes, a light dazzled everyone. Who's showing off? It's so blinding. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly turned their heads toward the girl who spoke. This girl, named Sun Xiaoqiao, was usually quite lively, with a cheerful personality and a love for jokes. She was the darling of the group. But was it really appropriate to joke around in this situation? The older sisters shot a glare at Sun Xiaoqiao. Everyone knew her personality, so they didn't blame her too much. Ahem, sisters, I was just joking, don't take it seriously. I just wanted to lighten the mood, Sun Xiaoqiao said with a grin. Xiaoqiao, be serious, Zhanglu said. Sun Xiaoqiao nodded and stepped aside. Mang, quickly tell me, what ability did you awaken? Yang Yun immediately asked. The question of what ability had awakened was something all the girls were quite concerned about. One by one, they widened their eyes, looking at Wang Mang with anticipation. Wang Mang had just awakened and was still unfamiliar with her abilities. Seeing her sisters so eager, she didn't keep them in suspense and immediately revealed her ability. I awakened the sunlight ability, which grants a 50% damage boost in areas illuminated by sunlight, and it comes with several skills that I'm still learning, so I don't know how effective they are yet. After Wang Mang finished speaking, the girls all looked enviously at her. Wow, this ability directly increases combat power by 0.5 times during the day, that's amazing. Mang, when we fight zombies next, we'll rely on you to lead us. We're all sisters. Why talk about leading or not? Let's work hard together. After Wang Meng's awakening, it was Yu Jinyao's turn. Half an hour later, Yu Jinyao also awakened her ability, which was also offensive. With this, the girl squad now had 6 ability users, 5 with B-grade zombie cores awakened, plus 1 naturally awakened A-grade talent ability user. This was still far from enough. The combat power of the girl squad was still too low. Xiao Chuan took out several zombie cores that Wang Mang had given him. There were still 2 cores that could be awakened, but they needed Xiao Chuan to enhance them first. Xiao Chuan took out enhancement stones from the system space. He immediately enhanced these 2 zombie cores to B-grade talents. Then he pulled Lin Yue and Zhang Lu from the group. There are 2 more zombie cores, you 2 should awaken them, Xiao Chuan said. Is it really me? Thank you, hubby, you're so good to me. I want to have 100 kids for you, Lin Yue said excitedly. Hearing Lin Yue's words, Xiao Chuan smiled. You said it, huh? You already have a little baby in your belly. What? I'm pregnant. Xiao Chuan's words shocked Lin Yue. She touched her flat stomach, looking at Xiao Chuan with a resentful expression. Honey, why didn't you tell me you wanted me to have a baby earlier? Whoa, I'm not ready yet. It's okay, you will all experience this. Just awaken first, and once I see you finish awakening, I will head out. I have very important things to do. Got it, husband. After more than an hour of waiting, Lin Yue and Zhang Lu both awakened their abilities in succession. This time, they also awakened offensive abilities. Thus, the beautiful team now had 8 ability users. Each of them had at least a B-level talent, so they wouldn't be pushed around in this novice village. Xiao Chuan left 2 armored off-road vehicles next to the armored car. He reminded them to prioritize safety, and if needed, they could take the 2 armored off-road vehicles out to hunt monsters. Only then did he leave the armored car, heading towards Utopia. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered that some mutated insects and plants could be exchanged for zombie crystal cores. He immediately took out his phone, preparing to send information about the usable mutated insects and plants he would encounter in Utopia. As soon as he opened his phone, he saw a message from Lin Yue. Lin Yue, husband, don't work too hard outside. Safety comes first. We're not worried about food or clothing right now, and our strength is decent. As long as we can live together, that's enough. Lin Yue, by the way, husband, do you prefer a baby boy or a baby girl? Lin Yue, I prefer a baby girl because she can wear many beautiful clothes. Lin Yue, if you can come back tonight, please don't stay out overnight. Lin Yue, boys need to take care of themselves when they're out. Lin Yue sent Xiao Chuan dozens of messages. Looking at these very ordinary messages, Xiao Chuan felt deeply moved. He felt like a newlywed couple just married before the apocalypse, where the husband had to leave the province to work, while the wife stayed home with the child, watching her husband's back as he left, feeling both reluctant and worried. Xiao Chuan felt exactly this way. This was the feeling of being a couple. Xiao Chuan even started to miss home a little. After replying to Lin Yue with some sweet words, he forwarded the information about the mutated insects and plants he learned in Utopia to the group. He asked them to collect these insects and plants when they went out to hunt and bring them back to their armored vehicle. When the time came, he would take them to exchange for zombie crystal cores with the merchants. Turning off his phone, the walls of Utopia were now in sight. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Xiao Chuan transformed his nano-combat suit into the appearance of a wildman hunting outside. Although he changed into this heroic outfit, it did not diminish Xiao Chuan's handsome face, which rivaled that of a celebrity. Xiao Chuan first waited at the entrance of Utopia. Finally, he saw several wildmen returning from outside. He watched how they entered the city. Sure enough, Xiao Chuan discovered that every wildman entering Utopia had to offer 2 second-tier zombie crystal cores to the regular army responsible for security. After receiving the items, the security forces smiled and didn't even bother to check. They simply let them in. Confirming that there were no issues, Xiao Chuan also stepped out from his hiding place. Without any hesitation, he walked directly towards the gates of Utopia. Halt! What are you doing? The guard called out. Xiao Chuan, with a steady heart and calm demeanor, replied with the words the wildman had said before. He also willingly handed over 2 second-tier zombie crystal cores. The guard accepted the crystal cores and, indeed, didn't check anything, directly allowing Xiao Chuan to enter. As soon as he stepped into Utopia, the bustling scene of the daytime appeared before him, on the road that had been empty last night. At this moment, a bustling scene akin to a market had unexpectedly emerged. Along both sides of the road, numerous shops were opening for business, calling out to customers. These shops were generally run by larger groups of scavengers, though there were also official stores. In the areas surrounding these shops, many smaller teams or lone wolves had set up stalls. A large number of scavengers were selling various items they had brought back from outside. Those seemingly ordinary items from before the apocalypse were now being sold here for zombie cores. Relying on his powerful attributes, Xiao Chuan navigated through the crowd, naturally gathering a lot of information. Most scavengers or those working for the officials in the Utopia would choose this time to come here to buy or exchange goods. There were plenty of items they needed. The scavengers typically conducted transactions in the morning, only venturing out to scavenge during the afternoon when the sun was at its fiercest, returning to their base at night, or finding ways to hide in the wild if they couldn't make it back. After all, at noon, the sun was the hottest, and the zombies were at their weakest. They could obtain zombie cores or supplies from areas with a large number of zombies at the lowest cost. With the presence of mutated animals and plants, food was no longer so scarce. Even the most pathetic humans could survive on a bit of grass. Instead, industrial products were particularly valuable here. These items could no longer be manufactured by hand. Every little bit used meant one less available. Chao Chuan even saw a stall where a small Durex umbrella was daringly being sold for a second-tier zombie core. It was truly absurd. This was simply an outrageous price. Would anyone actually buy it? Just as Chao Chuan maintained his skeptical attitude, a sleazy-looking ability user walked over and grabbed the Durex umbrella from the stall. "Brother, is this your only one?" the sleazy man asked. "It's all sold out, but there's one left. Do you want it?" The stall owner replied, sounding quite arrogant, as if he wasn't worried about selling out at all. "Is that so? Just one? I'll take it." The sleazy man readily pulled out a second-tier zombie core and handed it over. After acquiring the Durex umbrella, Chao Chuan watched as the sleazy man approached a sweet-looking female ability user. This female ability user was quite attractive, easily scoring an 85 in looks. She seemed completely mismatched with the sleazy man, creating a Beauty and the Beast vibe. "Baby, I've got the item. Shall we start now?" the sleazy man said. The female ability user replied, "Is everything ready?" "Of course." The sleazy man showed her the Durex umbrella in his hand. "Alright then, follow me." Chao Chuan had no idea what transaction was taking place between them, but he quickly began to understand. In the apocalypse, how troublesome would it be if one accidentally got pregnant? Not everyone had the conditions like Chao Chuan to bear children. For them, a child was merely a burden. But with demand, there had to be a solution. They couldn't just hold it in, right? Even outside, there was a risk of pregnancy. They still needed something like that little umbrella to protect themselves. It was truly chaotic. Chao Chuan shook his head and continued to wander through this lively place. Just then, the other side of the road suddenly became noisy. "The young lady has arrived, everyone step aside." "Damn! That female tyrant is here, everyone hide. She comes here to go crazy every day. I really don't know when it will end." "You should say less. Be careful her little minions hear you. You won't have a good time." After hearing another ability user's words, the man immediately shut his mouth. Chao Chuan was very curious. He walked straight into the midst of these people. Directly handing over a small white dragon cigarette, he asked, "Bro, I just arrived here. Can you tell me what happened over there?" The man initially intended to ignore Chao Chuan, but upon seeing the cigarette handed over, his expression immediately changed. Sure, bro. You can ask me anything." The man took the cigarette, holding it as if it were a treasure, sniffing it repeatedly. Cigarettes were hard to come by now. After all, convenience stores and supermarkets were all in places densely populated with zombies. Not to mention this kind of small white dragon. Even 25s were no longer found. Cigarettes costing $20 or $30 could only be enjoyed by the upper echelons of utopia. He, a small-time nobody in the fringes, had no right to enjoy such things. He suddenly became interested in Chao Chuan's identity. "What's the deal with that young lady?" Chao Chuan asked. "Oh, you mean her? She's the daughter of the military commander of Bang, practically a princess here. She's used to being spoiled, rarely goes out, and I don't know which idiot sent her 3 mutated huskies. Now she walks them out to play every day. You should understand what a husky is, right? They're crazy, and these are mutated ones, each as big as a lion. If you're not careful, they might bite you. Just run when you see them." "I see." Chao Chuan nodded. "Where there are people, there are classes. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as cattle or horses. Even when the apocalypse comes, it's rare to change one's social status." Chao Chuan naturally couldn't be bothered with her. As long as she didn't provoke him, everything was fine. Then, as fate would have it, those 3 huskies came straight towards Chao Chuan. He initially didn't want to deal with them, but one of the huskies, for some unknown reason, dashed right in front of him, barking wildly. Its foul-smelling saliva was almost spraying onto Chao Chuan's face. He didn't want to stir up trouble and tried to walk aside, but this silly husky was fixated on him, following him wherever he went. Its drool even splattered on his face. How could Chao Chuan tolerate this? His expression turned a bit ugly. With a flash of electricity in his hand, an arc shot directly at the husky. Chao Chuan didn't expect that this husky was just a first-tier mutated creature. The arc merely grazed it, and it immediately fell over, smoke rising from its head, legs in the air. It was dead as a doornail. What the hell happened? The princess's husky was electrocuted. Does this ability user have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard? How dare he do this in Utopia? Awesome, this brother just got rid of a nuisance for everyone. Bro, while the princess hasn't come over yet, you better run, or 10 of your lives won't be enough to pay for it. Hearing the crowd's words, Chao Chuan frowned. Damn, what a disaster. This husky was so damn stupid, with such pathetic strength, yet it dared to provoke others. He never expected it to be so weak, dying from just one shock. He had wanted to get along with these people as an ordinary person, but now, it seemed he couldn't hide it any longer. Just then, a scream came from afar. Miss Ah-san! A woman in a maid outfit screamed in shock. Everyone present recognized this woman. She was the personal maid of the Princess of Utopia. She looked to be around 27 or 28, with a curvaceous figure and a round, cute face that looked adorable even when angry. For someone a few years older than him, she was irresistibly tempting to Chao Chuan. He looked over with great interest. The other stall owners, upon seeing this woman, instantly felt a chill run down their spines. One by one, they dodged to the sides as if they had seen a natural enemy. What's going on? Chao Chuan stood frozen in place. The ability user who had taken the Sichuan cigarettes directly spoke to Chao Chuan. Brother, you really dare. That's the little princess's husky. You say kill, and you kill? Run, or you won't have a chance. Watching the husky die beside him, everyone scattered like they were avoiding a plague, fearing that if they were even a second late, the responsibility would fall on them. In an instant, the area around Chao Chuan turned into a vacuum. These huskies were usually adored by the Utopian princess. They were her most beloved toys. Now, they had been taken down by an unknown ability user. That was truly like a mouse licking a cat, seeking death. The road was completely cleared. The sister's face turned extremely ugly. Surrounded by a group of Utopian soldiers, this sister in a maid outfit walked over. She approached the husky and immediately said, "Who is it? Who killed Mrs. Ah-san? Arrest everyone around here." Yes, the Utopian soldiers immediately complied. Then, this group of soldiers drew their weapons and surrounded everyone nearby. Some ability users, realizing they were being implicated, immediately shouted, "What? Sister Bei, we didn't do it. There's a head to the grievance and a master to the debt. This mutated beast was killed by him." Exactly, we all saw it. He did it. Everyone's gaze focused on Chao Chuan, fearing that this little maid wouldn't know. Being pointed out by everyone, Chao Chuan didn't mind. It was indeed his doing, and there was nothing to deny. As for the threats from the group of Utopian soldiers and this sister, Chao Chuan wasn't too concerned. Most of the soldiers had C and D level abilities, which were just ordinary among ability users. Even his wives could easily defeat them, so he naturally didn't take it to heart. Moreover, this sister posed no threat to him at all. Chao Chuan looked at this little maid with interest, taking in her ample figure. She must be very fertile. Soon, the little maid's information appeared before Chao Chuan. Name, Long Bebe photo, Long Bebe image. GIF age, 27 appearance rating, 92 figure rating, 91 purity, 100% current health, 100% overall rating, 91 attributes, strength, 37 stamina, 54 speed, 29 mental power, 81 ability, mind control, sea level, system comment, has spent her life taking care of the young lady in a big family. Although other male servants are quite interested in her, none have caught her eye. Please, host, take her down quickly. Seeing this attribute panel, Chao Chuan didn't expect that this little maid was still a virgin. Good girls shouldn't be missed. Chao Chuan had already decided to take this woman for himself. Long Bebe looked at Chao Chuan with a gaze that seemed to want to devour her, and her previously aggressive demeanor suddenly quieted down. Long Bebe felt a bit scared. This gaze was exactly the same as how the master looked at her. She immediately shouted, "Arrest him! Get him!" The other soldiers quickly surrounded Chao Chuan and tried to apprehend him, but upon sensing the aura emanating from Chao Chuan, they wilted. Still, a few stubborn soldiers attempted to grab him. Chao Chuan smiled and easily dodged their attacks, effortlessly sending them flying. What's going on? How dare he fight back? He's doomed, definitely doomed. The Utopia garrison doesn't tolerate any losses. Many here could take on these soldiers, but who would dare? Damn, I like this kid, but he's about to die. Even Long Bebe, sitting opposite Chao Chuan, was shocked. After mingling in Utopia for so long, it was the first time she had seen someone dare to defy them. Just as she was about to speak, another voice, as delicate as a white spirit bird, came from afar. "Don't act yet." Hearing this girl's voice, the tense Utopia garrison halted their movements. They then parted to make way. In the distance, a girl who looked around 18, also dressed in white military attire, appeared. However, she lacked any of the soldier's aura and instead looked adorably cute. Even Chao Chuan, who had countless women at his disposal, couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. "Miss, it was this person who killed Ah-san," Long Bebe immediately said as she saw the girl approach. "Okay, I understand." The girl walked closer, curiously examining Chao Chuan. After being in Utopia for so long, it was her first encounter with a boy who dared to resist her, making it feel very special. Take off your hat so I can see why you dared to kill my dog, Shindingling said. Interesting. Chao Chuan looked her up and down. She was clearly used to being a princess, exuding an air of superiority right from the start. Chao Chuan had a rebellious nature. You think I'll just show you because you asked? Maybe I'd consider it if you begged. However, he didn't voice these thoughts, saying them could lead to big trouble. Seeing Chao Chuan remain unmoved, Long Bebe immediately said, Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear our lady asking you to take off your hat? Long Bebe wanted to say more, but Shindingling stopped her, saying, Don't rush, I want to have some fun. Shindingling walked in front of Chao Chuan. Her height only reached his chest, yet she was still incredibly confident, a smile radiating from her face. She extended her right hand and pressed it against Chao Chuan's chin, saying, TSK TSK TSK, you've succeeded, you've piqued my interest. I'll give you 2 options. 1, pay with your life. My dog's life is quite valuable. 2, compensate with your body and become my personal guard. Personal guard? What do you mean by personal? Chao Chuan smiled, always patient with beauties of this caliber. Besides, the conversation had reached this point. Chao Chuan didn't hold back. After all, he was still quite handsome, only slightly less than the reader's ideal. There was no way anything absurd like a death by exposure would happen. After saying this, Chao Chuan took off his hat. A strikingly handsome face was revealed to the air. The other onlookers, who were also ability users, were utterly shocked by the scene. I can't be seeing things, right? The lady actually took a liking to this man. Is there no justice left? Although the lady is willful, she's also the most beautiful in our Utopia base. Is it really okay for her to flirt with a man like this? Ha, you up there, didn't you just say the lady was a female tyrant? Why the change of heart? Talk about double standards. You didn't see anything. My cousin used his powers to control me to say that. Damn, how come I've never seen this guy before? Where did he come from? He must have skipped 500 years of hard work. Let go of that man and let me come. Watching Shindingling, this little beauty, openly flirt with another man, everyone's hearts shattered. Once high and mighty like a saint, Princess Shindingling was not someone who was above the mundane. She simply hadn't met the right person, someone she liked. And as for her personal bodyguard, it seemed he was getting a bit too close for comfort. Whoa, our youth is gone. Shindingling looked at Chao Chuan, who had already taken off his hat, and her smile grew even brighter. Not bad, I really didn't misjudge you. You look decent enough, just a beast, and if you die, you deserve it, Shindingling said. I don't like your outfit, change it for me right away, she added. From being a feared disaster star, to now laughing and joking, becoming the envy of everyone, this transformation took only a few minutes, and Chao Chuan was undoubtedly the biggest winner of this farce. Although it felt dreamlike, almost like a sci-fi movie, could this possibly be the legendary protagonist's halo? Chao Chuan couldn't help but smile. Since the crisis had been averted, he naturally wouldn't think too much about other things. He definitely wanted to win over these 2 girls. His goal was to gather the latest information about humanity from Utopia. With Shindingling as a connection, it would be even more convenient. He spoke up, So, what does the young lady want me to wear? Clap, clap. With 2 claps from Shindingling, one of the servants immediately walked over and handed a set of clothes to Chao Chuan. Chao Chuan initially thought it would be some kind of white suit with white gloves, like a servant's outfit. To his surprise, it was a formal suit. Although this suit looked great, it wasn't suitable for everyday wear. It could only be worn at home like a vase. Did this girl want to keep me as a decorative piece at home? Chao Chuan wanted to refuse, but then thought, since his nano-combat suit could transform, he could just change it once they arrived at their destination. Long Bebe looked at Chao Chuan, her eyes showing a hint of panic. What was the young lady doing taking this man in? Did she not like her anymore? She wanted to say something more, but seeing Shindingling's excited expression, the words got stuck in her throat. Soon, the troops began to wrap up and prepare to return. The other 2 huskies avoided Chao Chuan's gaze, especially since their brother had just been taken down by him, and he faced no punishment but could return with his master. Wasn't this bullying? Killing a dog and getting away with it? Given this, the huskies could only tuck their tails and act like dogs. The group quickly returned, and they were met by a new type of transportation. Chao Chuan had never been in one before. Noticing Chao Chuan's puzzled expression, Shindingling explained, "This is the latest vehicle developed by our base research institute. It hasn't been mass-produced yet, so it's only suitable for small-scale use. What do you think? Not bad, right?" The interior of the vehicle was quite luxurious, but compared to Chao Chuan's armored vehicle, it still fell short. After all, it was a product of the system, not from the same era. Following Shindingling, they soon arrived at the core area of Utopia. The buildings here were very modern, and nearby was a large building heavily guarded. with strict checks on anyone entering or exiting. They even saw some superhumans delivering survivors wrapped in bedding. Wasn't that what they had seen the other day? This must be where the legendary doctor was. Shindingling noticed Chao Chuan staring intently at that direction and asked, "Are you interested in what's inside?" Chao Chuan maintained his expression without any change and replied, "What is that place for?" "It's a secret," Shindingling said, sticking out her tongue. "Wow, this little girl is really playing with me." Chao Chuan domineeringly pulled Shindingling into his arms and said, "Say that again?" Before Shindingling could respond, Long Bebe immediately glared at Chao Chuan and said, "How dare you treat the young lady like this? Let her go. Young lady, please allow me to kill this scoundrel." "Shut up, don't speak," Shindingling said to Long Bebe. "Can't you see I'm busy? I was just about to kiss him." "Young lady, I'm doing this for you," Long Bebe whispered. Long Bebe's voice came out again. However, this time Shindingling ignored her. Instead, she looked up at Chao Chuan, who was holding her, her face becoming extremely dreamy as she said, "Keep going. Be more domineering. I like it." Shindingling looked at Chao Chuan, her face full of satisfaction. "In this entire utopia, all these men are spineless, too afraid to say a word to me, only nodding and bowing. It's so annoying. But this man in front of me is different, and he's handsome too. Let's see how it goes." Hearing Shindingling's words, Chao Chuan never expected her to be this kind of person. It seems she's really hungry. With the answer in hand, Chao Chuan had no more hesitation. Not making a move would be letting himself down. He immediately supported Shindingling's head with his hand and kissed her. The smell of hormones. Shindingling's eyes widened as she enjoyed this beautiful moment. Long Bebe felt her heart shatter. Her pure young lady had actually thrown herself into this man's arms. No longer pure. Boo-hoo. However, Long Bebe didn't know that their constant restrictions on Shindingling from touching these things had led to her current situation. The more they withheld, the more she wanted. Time passed quickly. It was 10 o'clock at night. A day had passed since the morning's commotion. Chao Chuan was indeed right. He had been kept at home like a decorative vase by Shindingling, not stepping out of the front door or the back door. The key point was that apart from that kiss in the morning, nothing else had happened, leaving Chao Chuan waiting in the room for a long time. Eating a vegetarian dish at a restaurant, who could stand that? Opening the door, Chao Chuan wanted to go out for some fresh air. Before his left foot even stepped outside, a large group of soldiers appeared in front of him and said, "Brother, don't make it hard for us, you understand." Looking at these people's expressions, it was clear that going out tonight was impossible. He was obviously being kept as a male pet. Good. The male pet turned out to be myself. Chao Chuan never expected this day would come. He was too lazy to waste words with these people and directly closed the door. As the room fell into darkness, his body gradually merged into the shadows. He easily walked out of the room again. Even just now, he passed right behind those soldiers, and they didn't notice his presence at all. This is the power of the Dark Sovereign ability. As long as there is darkness, unless someone exceeds several major realms above Chao Chuan, they cannot detect his presence, let alone these low-level ability users. Truly one of the essential abilities for a schemer. Chao Chuan did not take action against these soldiers. Instead, he left the original spot directly. In the apocalypse, electricity generation relied entirely on solar and oil energy, and being too bright easily attracted the attention of zombies. Darkness still dominated most areas. Apart from a few main doors, there was no light elsewhere. The soldiers on guard began to doze off. Chao Chuan casually moved through the shadows and easily left the room where Shindingling had restricted him. When he exited the residence, he didn't disturb a single person. Those soldiers still thought Chao Chuan had gone to bed, carelessly discussing him in the dark corners. They would never have thought that Chao Chuan had already left directly behind them. "Brother, who is that man the young lady brought back today? How did he win her favor? That guy seems to be a lowly wasteland dweller. I don't know where he got the information, but he knows the young lady doesn't like weak men who are submissive. He openly defied her, and unexpectedly, he actually won her affection. Looks like he's planning to keep her hidden away. Damn it, how can that dog have such good luck? It's really infuriating. What's the use of saying this now? Do you dare to hug the young lady and kiss her? Are you kidding?" The young lady is a peak-level Tier 4 ability user, equivalent to the strength of a Tier 4 mutated zombie. She's about to advance to Tier 5. If I provoke her, isn't that asking for death? Then why are you even talking? Keep an eye out, I'm going to take a nap. Damn you, not this again. If you pretend to be asleep again, I swear I'll report you. Don't worry, I won't. The voices of these people gradually faded as Chao Chuan left Shin Dingling's residence. Outside, it was already a nighttime utopia, under a curfew policy. At night, apart from the patrolling troops, everyone else stayed inside their homes. Looking at the empty streets, it actually made it easier for Chao Chuan to move. His only target was the research institute where the doctor was located. The research institute was very close. Chao Chuan didn't spend much effort and directly entered the institute. In the lobby of the research institute, there were various vessels of all sizes, and many zombie parts were neatly arranged around. At the far end, there were large cultivation tanks, with rows of living zombies in a state of dormancy. Chao Chuan could sense that the zombies inside were still alive. What were they researching? Could it be a zombie vaccine? Chao Chuan initially thought there would be people here. He moved cautiously through the shadows. However, after wandering around the lobby, he found no one. But in a small room next to the lobby, Chao Chuan discovered several researchers asleep, wearing white lab coats, slumped over their office chairs. In front of them, Chao Chuan glanced at the laptop recording their work, and indeed, it was research on vaccines. These were the pillars of humanity. Chao Chuan naturally wouldn't make things difficult for them. After leaving the room, he went up to the second floor of the research institute. The layout of the second floor was similar to the first, but this was where they researched mutated plants and organisms. Most of the information about edible mutated organisms and plants came from here. These scientists were truly great. Chao Chuan expressed his deep respect. However, he secretly copied their research results and sent them back to his family group for the girls to study. Leaving the second floor, he entered the third floor. As soon as he stepped onto the third floor, he smelled blood. Then, Chao Chuan's pupils constricted, as if he had seen something he shouldn't have. On the third floor, there were also numerous cultivation tanks, but inside these tanks were living humans. Now Chao Chuan understood why so many people were sent here. They were actually using humans for experiments. Although Chao Chuan wasn't a savior, he couldn't stand by while others did such things. He rushed in. In the center of the third floor, a researcher in a white lab coat was dissecting a human. He first removed the human organs and then replaced them with zombie organs. "This won't do, another failure," the researcher muttered. Just as he finished speaking, the human who had been given zombie organs opened his eyes due to the infection of the zombie virus. Before he could scream, the researcher killed him directly, tossing him out like garbage. Next, the researcher released a young woman from the cultivation chamber, casually drying her off with a towel before tossing her onto the dissection table, ready for examination. Chao Chuan intended to intervene. In the next moment, he opened the young woman's attribute interface to take a look. Name, Zwayani. Age, 23. Appearance score, 70. Body score, 81. Purity, 40%. Current health status, 5%, infected with zombie virus, syphilis, AIDS, organ failure. Overall score, 65. Attributes, strength, 6. Stamina, 7. Speed, 9. Mental strength, 8. System comment, biochemical virus carrier, host should stay away quickly. Looking at the girl's attributes, Chao Chuan's movements came to a halt. Her health status was shockingly low. Could it be that he had misjudged this doctor? Chao Chuan continued to watch silently from behind. Time passed second by second. The doctor directly cut open the young woman's abdomen with a scalpel. His actions did not resemble those of someone trying to save a life, but rather those of a murderer. At this stage, the doctor did not perform any disinfection, and blood splattered everywhere without any treatment. Instead, he continued to cut away all the damaged parts. After removing the problematic organs, he discarded them to the side like trash without a second glance. Then, from a nearby freezer, he took out some zombie entrails and directly replaced the girl's organs with new zombie parts. Ugh! The scene was extremely disgusting. Extremely perverse. The doctor forcefully made the exchange without any disinfection or blood clotting, mixing the normal bright red blood with the black blood of the zombies, creating a bizarre sight. At that moment, a human burst in, kneeling before the doctor while holding a human covered in black spots. He spoke, "Doctor, please save my brother. He went out to fight zombies and got bitten." The doctor was busy with the woman in front of him and replied to the ability user, "Wait, doctor, my brother really can hold on, cough cough." The ability user's voice seemed to disturb the doctor's operation, causing him to lose grip on the scalpel and accidentally slice the woman's neck. Useless. Another failure, the doctor rasped. He then turned to the kneeling ability user, his grotesque face fixed on him as he spoke again, "You want me to save your brother?" The ability user instinctively shrank his neck at the sight of the doctor's face, feeling a primal fear. But with his brother's life hanging by a thread, he suppressed his fear and said, Yes, doctor, please help save my brother. I am willing to pay the price." "Ha ha ha, very good. it seems you know the rules. The doctor stepped in front of the ability user and examined his brother. He then spoke again, 100 zombie crystal cores. Okay. The ability user painfully took out the zombie crystal cores from his pocket. However, after he produced the cores, the doctor's raspy voice came again. Ha, I want 100 third-tier zombie crystal cores. What? 100 third-tier zombie crystal cores? The ability user was dumbfounded. He knew the doctor's services were expensive, but he never expected it to be this costly. So many crystal cores, he couldn't possibly gather them even if he were killed. Doctor, I can't produce third-tier zombie crystal cores. I am a third-tier ability user. I can work for you, just please help save my brother. Third-tier ability user? Yes, I am a third-tier ability user. I have never experimented with a third-tier ability user. You might be a good choice. What? The ability user was completely stunned. How could he still dare to kneel on the ground? To save his brother, he would be willing to spend all his family wealth. But to take his life? That was not so noble. He immediately spoke up. Doctor, I won't save him. Cuckoo, do you think this is a public restroom? Come and go as you please? Once you come to me, you won't have a say in it. After the doctor finished speaking, his hands transformed into tentacles, directly grabbing the ability user. As for his brother, who looked like he was about to die, he was just a low-level ability user, of no interest to him at all. A third-tier ability user was considered a small expert in Utopia. He was full of enthusiasm and directly threw the ability user onto the operating table. Chao Chuan watched this scene clearly from the shadows. Now he understood. This doctor was not researching how to cure diseases and save people. He was a living king of hell, drinking blood and eating flesh. Although he didn't know exactly what the doctor was researching, using a woman who had already been infected by a virus for live experiments was certainly not the act of a good person. Who knew what would happen in the future? What if there were uninfected humans? Would he use other healthy living people for experiments? Or perhaps high-level ability users were also very likely. Chao Chuan considered himself no saint, but when faced with such evil beings who slaughter their own kind, he absolutely could not let him live, as it would affect the revival of humanity. Just as Chao Chuan revealed his killing intent, the doctor stopped his movements. Who is it? The doctor suddenly erupted, sending his tentacles attacking in all directions. These tentacles pierced through everything they encountered like long spears. They even released several zombies that were in the cultivation chamber. Cough. The released zombies hadn't even started moving before they were directly killed by the doctor's tentacles. This wave of skills completely devastated the surroundings. That poor brother also had his heart pierced in this wave, dying beyond recovery. Chao Chuan naturally would not reveal himself easily. As an old fox, he could never expose himself to the sunlight. Originally, Chao Chuan thought that if he didn't show up, the doctor would continue his experiments. But the doctor continued to speak. Come out. My sixth sense knows of your existence. Come out. Chao Chuan did not expect this doctor to be so powerful, able to sense the presence of danger. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. He stepped out from the shadows. The ability user trapped on the operating table was overjoyed to see Chao Chuan suddenly appear. He shouted loudly, "Help! Help!" The doctor also looked at Chao Chuan with a wary expression, observing the man who wore a lazy smile and was dressed in a suit. Who are you? Why did you invade my territory? The doctor said. Chao Chuan smiled and replied, the one who will kill you. Seeking death. I, Wang Defa, am not someone you can casually mock. After the doctor finished speaking, he immediately launched an attack on Chao Chuan. This doctor was completely a pervert. Not only did he use others for live experiments, but he had also transformed himself to the point of having no signs of humanity. His right hand turned into a tentacle, his left hand into a scythe. Even his feet had transformed into other forms. He was simply a conglomerate of multiple zombies stitched together. At that moment, the system's prompt sound came again. Ding! Detected a 5th-tier zombie, crazy doctor. Please eliminate it as soon as possible. Ding! Do you want to consume 1 4th-tier zombie crystal core or 10 3rd-tier zombie crystal cores to check the attributes of the crazy doctor? What? I actually need to consume a 4th-tier zombie crystal core to check this doctor's attributes? Damn it! This doctor is actually a 5th-tier zombie. This is a 5th-tier zombie. In the largest survivor base in the eastern part of Yong City, Utopia, there is actually a 5th-tier zombie. No one would believe it if told. Chao Chuan was also dumbfounded. However, he felt more excitement. What does a 5th-tier zombie represent? 3rd-tier zombies have a talent level of C, 4th-tier zombies have a talent level of B, and 5th-tier zombies have a talent level of A. It could even be S level. This is a walking A-level talent zombie core. The doctor, seeing that his first attack missed, prepared to launch a second strike. Suddenly, he noticed that the human in front of him was showing an excited expression. This was something he had never encountered in his zombie career. The doctor became angry. In his eyes, humans were merely subjects for his research. As long as he offered a little bit of zombie core, he could have one human after another brought to him for experiments. And now, the expression on this human's face was exactly the same as that of a favored test subject. Die, die, die. How dare you treat me as a test subject? His entire body transformed into a different form. His body swelled several times. He looked almost like the legendary Meat Mountain. At this moment, Chao Chuan, knowing that this doctor was actually a 5th-tier zombie, hesitated no longer. He immediately agreed to use a 3rd-tier zombie core to check his information. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy can one win every battle. The information provided by the system was something Chao Chuan highly recognized. He could even see the weaknesses of the opponent. Monster category, zombie, name, doctor, level, mid-level 5th tier, talent, A-level, attributes, strength, 1500 stamina, 1000 speed, 1000 mental power, 1500, weapon, flesh, skills, limb enhancement, high IQ, rage, self-enhancement upgrade, anthropomorphism, zombie background, researcher at the Young City Research Institute, possessing a super high IQ, inheriting a passion for research from his life, showing no interest in ruling humans. Upon becoming a zombie, he absorbed his own research on zombie enhancement and transformed into an A-level talent zombie. System comment: having a super high IQ makes it not so easy to kill, but the host can provoke it to make it lose its mind. Looking at the attributes of this doctor, it was clear that a wise zombie was indeed not easy to deal with. It should be said that 5th-tier zombies at this stage are not easy to handle. If it were daytime, Chao Chuan would definitely turn and leave. But now, it was night, and with the powers of the Dark Lord, Chao Chuan's attributes were not much inferior to this zombie. Moreover, Chao Chuan could also slip into the shadows, putting him in an invincible position. First, he needed to provoke it, starting with what it valued most. And what this zombie valued most was undoubtedly its research results. Chao Chuan looked at the notebook on its desk and suddenly revealed an evil smile. You like research, huh? What would you do if I smashed your computer? With this thought, Chao Chuan immediately began to clash with the zombie. Ding! A coin was thrown into the air by Chao Chuan. Boom! An electromagnetic cannon was directly fired into the air. Although the doctor's speed attribute was 1000, under the cover of night, Chao Chuan's speed reached over 1200. With the attribute advantage, there was no way to dodge this electromagnetic cannon. But a single shot from the electromagnetic cannon was not enough to take down the doctor. The tentacles in the doctor's hand transformed into a shield, easily blocking the attack. The shockwave created by the clash shattered the surrounding glass cultivation tanks. Fortunately, the doctor reacted quickly and protected his computer in time, avoiding it from being destroyed. Seeing this situation, Chao Chuan couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. The zombie was indeed only interested in research. It immediately protected its research results. After confirming that the approach was correct, Chao Chuan launched another attack. He constantly changed positions, trying to spread his phantom clones across the entire 3rd floor. The sounds of explosions from the battle between Chao Chuan and the doctor quickly caused the entire Utopia survivor base to tremble. What's going on? Why are there explosion sounds? Is there a zombie invasion? Everyone, go out and check the situation, see what happened. It's the Research Institute, there's fighting over there, it's bad, doctor. Soon, the station troops of Utopia, along with the powerful ability users in the inner city, rushed to the location of the explosions. When they saw it was the Research Institute, they all rushed over. The Research Institute was the foundation of the Utopia base and could not afford any losses. When they reached the perimeter of the Research Institute, they saw that all the glass on the 3rd floor had been shattered. They immediately rushed up. On the 3rd floor, a huge zombie was fighting a human. Everyone was puzzled. They had never seen this Chao Chuan person, but there was such a powerful zombie in Utopia, so they immediately went to help. Upon entering, everyone was dumbfounded. What the hell? There are so many humans on the ground. Wait, are these even humans? Both sides are monsters. As Chao Chuan's phantom clones were pierced one by the doctor's zombie's tentacles, the electromagnetic landmines he had prepared were also detonated one by one. Boom, boom, boom. Chao Chuan alone created the feeling of an army. Damn, this human is so strong. This zombie is clearly being suppressed. Not necessarily, although the explosions keep going off. This zombie hasn't taken much damage. It might not be as we imagine. What do we do now? We can't get involved at all. The entire 3rd floor was in ruins, except for the area next to the computer. The zombie was in a frenzy but still guarded its computer. Just as Chao Chuan was thinking about how to break the deadlock, another white figure ran over from a distance. Ding! Detecting a suitable pregnant woman. This area is dangerous. This area is dangerous. Please host evacuate her quickly. Xiao Chuan was momentarily stunned when he suddenly heard this voice. He immediately looked around and indeed found a woman in a white lab coat running over. The woman's information was displayed directly on his system interface. Name, and I Ching, photo, image. GIF, age, 29, attractiveness score, 91, body score, 92, purity, 100%, current health, 100%, overall score, 91, attributes, strength, 35 stamina, 28 speed, 24 mental power, 78, ability, wood element affinity, A-class, system comment, a female researcher dedicated to studying mutated plants, having developed a large number of edible mutated plants. Please host, capture her quickly to contribute to future development. Xiao Chuan was contemplating whether to save this woman. And I Ching spoke up, Lu Tianming, what are you doing? Stop it. Lu Tianming? Doctor? Wait, why is Dr. and calling someone Lu Tianming? I only see the doctor here. The doctor is working on the 3rd floor. Could he be trapped underneath? Everyone, hurry and help, save the doctor. Upon hearing the voice of this female researcher, everyone was momentarily stunned. Dr. Lu Tianming was a figure in Utopia, on par with the leader. He had researched a large number of humans, allowing everyone to discover the effects of awakening with zombie crystal cores early on. Moreover, some survivors, half dead, were sent to the doctor and were revived. Although the success rate could not be guaranteed at 100%, at least there was a 50% chance either dead or alive. It can be said that the doctor's status in Utopia is transcendent. Even though he has done some things that are a bit hard to understand, it does not affect his position in the slightest. He is extremely respected in Utopia. One could say that without the doctor, there would be no Utopia as it is today. And now, according to Dr. and the doctor seems to still be on the battlefield. Everyone is extremely anxious. The fighting situation on site is too intense. The sounds of explosions are everywhere, and the combat power is comparable to crossing tribulations. No one can enter now. Several 4th-tier ability users tried to get in, but as soon as they approached, they were blasted away by the fighting waves. According to them, entering would mean being melted. It's too terrifying. At this moment, the doctor's zombie seems to have heard an I Ching's call. The tentacles paused for a moment. The opportunity has come. Xiao Chuan has been looking for a flaw in this Dr. Zombie. It is indeed the strongest boss in the current version, giving Xiao Chuan no chance at all, until the arrival of this woman. Taking advantage of the gap, Xiao Chuan immediately slipped into the shadows and arrived next to the computer where the data was stored. The moment he touched the computer, he directly absorbed it into the space. At the same time, because an I Ching attracted the zombie's attention, the already red-eyed Dr. Zombie directly grabbed an I Ching with a tentacle. An I Ching looked at the doctor with tears in her eyes. She reached out to touch the extending tentacle, trying to soothe the zombie. However, in the next second, the Dr. Zombie discovered the disappearance of the computer. It instantly went berserk. The Dr. Zombie, which had regained a bit of clarity, went into a frenzy. An I Ching was tossed around in the air by the Dr. Zombie's tentacle, her life hanging by a thread. An I Ching had already resigned herself to her fate. Lu Tianming was her university alumnus. They had all entered the research institute in the eastern district of Yongcheng to work together. The two had already started to develop feelings for each other back in college, but both were taciturn people, and even after working together for many years, they had never taken that step, not even holding hands. Yet An I Ching knew that she actually had feelings for Lu Tianming. They had agreed to officially date after achieving results, but the plot twist led them to encounter the outbreak of the zombie virus. Lu Tianming turned into a zombie in the first wave. An I Ching never expected that it would come to this situation. If she was to die, then so be it. Suddenly, a feeling of weightlessness occurred to her. She opened her eyes. She found herself being held by a handsome young man, and the tentacles that had bound her were severed and fell to the ground. Are you okay? Xiao Chuan's gentle voice rang in her ear. The slight warm breath made her ears tingle. Having never been close to a man after years of studying, she instantly softened. I'm fine, and I Ching stammered. That's good. Sit tight, that beast will die tonight, Xiao Chuan said again. He then gently set her down and was about to leave. And I Ching grabbed the corner of Xiao Chuan's clothes and said, Can you not kill him? Humans and zombies are on different paths. Grieve, you can't go back to the past, Xiao Chuan replied before entering the battlefield again. Among the crowd, two pretty girls were also present under the protection of the troops. Long Bebe said, Miss, that guy just now looks so familiar. He seems to be the man we brought back from the entrance before. What was his name again? It seems to be Chow. It's Chow Chuan. Shen Dingling rolled her eyes at Long Bebe and said. In fact, Shen Dingling had long known about Chow Chuan's immense strength, otherwise, she wouldn't have just entered his embrace like that. A powerful, handsome, and young ability user like him is one in a million. Moreover, the clothes that man was wearing were prepared by her. It was impossible for there to be the same outfit, because this outfit was designed and made by her personally. There is absolutely no second one. Shen Dingling watched Chow Chuan continue to fight the mutated zombies from a distance, her heart anxious, but she couldn't intervene at all. Among the few fourth-tier ability users who had just tried to enter, one of them was her. She couldn't do anything at all. Shen Dingling misjudged the situation. She didn't expect Chow Chuan to be so powerful, as it was impossible to tell during the day. She didn't know that one of Chow Chuan's abilities was that his powers doubled at night. Boom boom boom. The tentacles were exploding everywhere. Chow Chuan didn't gain any advantage either. Watching the doctor's zombie attack with such rhythm, it seemed he needed to add some fuel to the fire. Chow Chuan said, "Isn't your computer missing?" Hearing the word computer, the doctor's zombie's eyes turned a shade redder. "Give it back to me. Roar. Quick, give me back my computer." The originally rhythmic tentacles became a bit chaotic at this moment. It worked. Chow Chuan grinned. The computer used by this Dr. Zombie was a very ordinary American model. When he was searching the supermarket, many of the staff used the same model. Thus, Chow Chuan immediately took out a computer of the same model from his space. He held it directly in his hand. "Is this the one?" Chow Chuan said with a smile. The doctor's zombie looked at the computer Chow Chuan took out, and its eyes turned completely red. It screamed hysterically, "Give it to me, quickly. I still have experiments to do. I have so many experiments to do. He. Chow Chuan chuckled and directly pierced the computer with an iron needle. Watching the computer turn into fragments, the doctor's zombie immediately stopped its attack. The tentacles naturally drooped down. "Ha, what's going on?" The computer was destroyed, its CPU burned. Before Chow Chuan could figure out the situation, the doctor's zombie erupted in fury. "You, actually, destroyed my computer, my research. I want to eat you. Boom boom boom." The doctor's zombie used all its strength, crazily smashing everything around. Bang bang bang, crackle crackle. The onlookers were stunned. They kept retreating, almost getting caught up in the battle. What kind of computer was that? That big guy went crazy after the computer was destroyed. What computer? Just an ordinary one. There are plenty on the street. By the way, the computer from the research institute was one I picked up from the roadside. That one looks a bit similar. Bro, are you saying that computer is somewhat like the one the doctors use? Not somewhat like, it's exactly the same. So, that means the big guy destroyed the researcher's computer? The third floor is the doctor's lab. He destroyed the doctor's computer. Holy crap! The crowd was suddenly astonished, as if they had figured something out. Earlier, Dr. An had called out Lu Tianming's name to the two fighting. That human was clearly not Lu Tianming. Could it be? The crowd looked at the big guy in terror. On that big guy, they saw the torn white lab coat, and on the corner of the lab coat, a blue pentagram. This pentagram only appeared on the doctor's coat, sewn on by an I Ching. The crowd was dumbfounded. That fifth-tier zombie was the real doctor. Holy crap! More and more people began to understand the whole situation. One by one, they gasped. Zombie, super zombie, fifth-tier mutated zombie. It turned out to be the doctor. They couldn't accept it, but the current scene forced them to believe. The doctor had been so good to them, but a zombie was still a zombie. There was no way to change the gap between the two races. Kill him, hurry, kill him. The doctor is already dead, there's no choice left. The public opinion quickly tilted, with most people supporting Chow Chuan in eliminating this zombie. Only a small number still missed the good doctor, but it was already irreversible. At this moment, the doctor zombie was blinded by rage. Its tentacles had already splattered bright red blood. Relying on his fast movement speed and the phantom clones to confuse the vision, Chow Chuan had already broken several of the doctor zombie's tentacles. Taking advantage of the fact that it had lost its mind, he had drained a significant amount of its blood. Just when Chow Chuan thought he could take his time, the doctor zombie revealed a serious flaw again. Several of its wounds had begun to fester. There were still many iron needles stuck inside. If they weren't removed, the festering would continue indefinitely, and there would be no way to reverse it. Continuing to fester? This is good. Chow Chuan still had a stronger ability that he hadn't used yet. Finally, I've been waiting for you. Good thing I didn't give up. I still have a more powerful ability that I haven't started using. I just need these kinds of wounds. Without a second thought, Chow Chuan charged towards the tentacle. he immediately activated his time ability, time acceleration. As Chao Chuan's words fell, the ulcerated wound visibly spread. Soon, it corroded the entire tentacle. But that wasn't the end. The time acceleration continuously deepened the corrosion. It also expanded the range of the ulcer. 1 transmitted to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. How many tentacles the Dr. Zombie had, that many it infected. The speed of this infection was almost instantaneous. Even if the Dr. Zombie's reaction speed was fast, it couldn't stop the pace of the festering. Roar, 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 roar. The Dr. Zombie screamed in agony. The time ability truly was the most powerful ability. Nothing could stop the passage of time. This was the nature of zombies. No matter how high their level, what use was it? As long as time was given a little opportunity, even a mold spot could rot an entire building, let alone a zombie. Boom, boom, boom. On the other side, Chao Chuan continued to suppress the Dr. Zombie with his electromagnetic cannon. The Dr. Zombie's tentacles had completely lost their effectiveness. The other ability users who had been watching saw this state. Seeing that the Dr. Zombie had completely lost its ability to counterattack, they all rushed forward, wanting to kill this Dr. Zombie together. But who was Chao Chuan? He immediately saw through the intentions of these ability users. They actually wanted to come over and snatch this 5th level zombie crystal core. How could he let them succeed? Miss, they all went over. What should we do? Long Bebe also spoke up. Hee, I didn't expect these people to be so cunning, wanting to take advantage of everything. Chao Chuan is someone who can defeat 5th level zombies. Do these 4th level ability users think they can pick up the scraps? Shin Dingling replied. Miss, do you think there's a possibility they could both suffer losses? Even if it's 4th level, they could still pick up the scraps? Long Bebe's words awakened Shin Dingling. Why didn't you say this earlier? If something happens to Chao Chuan, I'll hold you accountable. After Shin Dingling finished speaking, she charged forward. She was about to advance to a 5th level ability user. Even without this 5th level zombie, she could still advance. But she didn't want to be outdone by others. This 5th level zombie was captured by her man, Chao Chuan. No one else should even think about touching it. Long Bebe watched as Shin Dingling charged forward, feeling extremely excited. The young lady was also going to take action. How could these people be a match for the young lady? My lady is the strongest. She immediately shouted, the young lady has arrived, everyone step aside. Shin Dingling listened to Long Bebe's words and almost choked. This is just too embarrassing. So cringeworthy. Every time we go out, she shouts like this, it makes me feel shy. Shin Dingling shot Long Bebe a glare. You said it well, but don't say it again next time. Her words were filled with undeniable authority. But Long Bebe seemed to have a different way of thinking than others. The young lady praised me. Shin Dingling ignored Long Bebe's antics. At that moment, she rushed to the top of the research institute, looking unfriendly at everyone. At this time, Chao Chuan also delivered the final blow to the Dr. Zombie. The 5th tier zombie crystal core was successfully in his hands. But everyone clearly was unwilling to leave just like that. They wanted the zombie crystal core in Chao Chuan's hands. Yet, thinking of his immense strength, no one dared to leave. Chao Chuan smiled at these people. He spoke. What, looking to pick up a bargain? That depends on whether you have the strength for it. Big shot, you must be joking. How could that be? We have no such thoughts, just came to help. Help? Why didn't you help before? Shin Dingling said unkindly. Young lady, aren't you misunderstanding us? We have no such intentions. But who is this big shot to you? He's my husband, you all can leave now. Hearing Shin Dingling say such a thing, everyone was left speechless. With the Shin family involved, this bargain was no longer attainable. A group of people left in anger. Some still had ulterior motives, but helplessly, as others had left, they couldn't take on Shin Dingling, especially considering the man behind her, whose strength was unknown. They could only leave in resignation. The battle ended. Late at night, Shin Dingling's residence. At this moment, Shin Dingling had returned with Chao Chuan. Long Bebe no longer had any thoughts of confronting Chao Chuan. After all, he was someone who could take down a 5th tier zombie. It was good enough that he didn't cause trouble for her. The three of them didn't speak. After returning to their respective rooms, they washed up and went to sleep. Everyone was tired. Whatever needed to be discussed could wait until tomorrow. After Shin Dingling saw Chao Chuan return to his room, she immediately withdrew the stationed guards. Their strength was too low. For a 5th tier ability user, they were completely ineffective. If they continued to monitor him, it would only cause discomfort for Chao Chuan, so withdrawing was more acceptable for both sides. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Shin Dingling brought breakfast to Chao Chuan's room door. She had tossed and turned all night and couldn't sleep. After thinking it over, she decided to bring breakfast for Chao Chuan. Shin Dingling tidied her clothes, confirmed there were no issues, and then extended her delicate fingers. Knock, knock, knock. She gently tapped on the door, the sound soft, like a little lady. If Long Bebe were here, she would surely be shocked. Shindingling, the young lady, had always been the darling of the family. Wherever she went, she didn't need to report or knock. Even in the rooms of the master and mistress, she moved freely. She could enter whenever she wanted. Unexpectedly, she was now knocking on Chao Chuan's door. At that moment, Chao Chuan, who was still resting, heard the knocking. He sprang up and walked to the door, opening it wide. As soon as he opened it, he saw a beautiful sight. "Good morning, Chao Chuan." So early, what brings you here, Miss Shun?" Chao Chuan replied. This woman treating him like a kept man was one thing, but not even flipping his card was a bit much. Right, he hadn't checked Shindingling's attribute interface yet. Now that he had time, it was a good opportunity to study it closely. With that thought in mind, Chao Chuan immediately checked Shindingling's attribute interface. Name, Shindingling. Photo, image, GIF. Age, 19. Beauty score, 95. Figure score, 95. Purity, 100%. Current health, 100%. Comprehensive score, 95. Attributes, strength, 999. Stamina, 999. Speed, 999. Mental power, 999. Abilities, Child of the Earth, S-class as long as standing on blue star, can gain an endless supply of power. Pregnancy status, not pregnant. Looking at Shindingling's attribute interface, Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. This girl was indeed formidable. As expected, she was a peak-level 4th-tier ability user, having reached the limits of this tier. All her abilities had already reached the peak of the 4th tier. Even a newly entered 5th-tier ability user would probably not be guaranteed to defeat Shindingling. Truly the strongest 4th tier. At this moment, Shindingling was also very puzzled. In her perception, the Chao Chuan in front of her was completely different from the Chao Chuan of last night. Last night, Chao Chuan was powerful, as if he were a king overlooking the world, with any zombie before him crumbling like dirt, easily killed. But now, Chao Chuan seemed weaker than her. It was as if the man had finished his business and was left without strength. "Chao Chuan, are you injured?" Shindingling asked. Then your strength, I feel it has decreased a lot." Shindingling spoke directly without beating around the bush. Hearing Shindingling's words, Chao Chuan understood what she meant. Last night, he had an enhancement to his abilities, and his strength had doubled. Now that it was daytime, he had naturally weakened by half. Shindingling had not yet entered his harem. He didn't want to reveal his abilities to her just like that, so he told a kind lie, informing Shindingling that he was injured. After hearing Chao Chuan's words, Shindingling immediately approached and began to feel around Chao Chuan's body. "I don't seem to find any problems, no external injuries. Could it be internal injuries?" Shindingling said. Being touched by a pair of soft little hands, Chao Chuan enjoyed it. Injured? That was simply not the case. He had been pressing down on that zombie all night, and aside from the waist blue, Chao Chuan's red bar hadn't even dropped a few drops of blood. Since Shindingling had misunderstood, he naturally wouldn't explain too much. Why not enjoy the girl's concern? "It could be, my body is still a bit weak," Chao Chuan said mischievously. Concern leads to confusion. Shindingling didn't notice anything wrong with Chao Chuan. Instead, she asked with concern, "Do you need to rest more? Should I call a doctor over?" "No need, how about you help me to the bed? I just need to rest for a bit." Shindingling didn't think too much and directly helped Chao Chuan back to the bed. Just then, Chao Chuan played a trick of blocking with his left foot and stumbled, falling directly toward the bed. Shindingling, who was supporting him, was pressed down onto the bed. Chao Chuan naturally ended up on top of Shindingling. Before Shindingling could say anything, Chao Chuan began to kiss her. Shindingling's eyes widened. She looked at Chao Chuan, who was kissing her, her little face growing redder, but she didn't dare to push him away. After all, he was a patient now, and her own strength was so great. If she didn't control her strength well, it would be easy to hurt Chao Chuan. A few minutes later, Chao Chuan finally stopped, getting off Shindingling. Just as they separated, there was even a ripple. "Have you kissed enough? You're injured and still coming to take advantage of me," Shindingling said, surprisingly not angry. "What's wrong?" Chao Chuan asked with concern. This made Chao Chuan feel extremely awkward. They were fighting fiercely, while I was here trying to figure out how to make a girl happy, living a life where everything was handed to me. However, Chao Chuan didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He had come to gather intelligence and, by the way, flirt with girls. Since the girl was already beneath him, why bother with anything else? Just go for it. "I'm fine, no wait, my heart hurts so much," Chao Chuan exaggeratedly said. "Heart? Did you hurt your heart? You say you're fine, just wait, I'll call someone over to take a look at you right now." Shindingling immediately wanted to leave. Chao Chuan blocked her directly. "My heart was stolen by you, that's why it hurts. Cut it out." What kind of cheesy pickup line is that? I'm not falling for it, Shen Dingdaling said angrily. She was over there anxiously worrying about Chao Chuan's health. Yet, Chao Chuan was actually trying to flirt with a girl? Alright, since you're fine, hurry up and eat breakfast. I'm leaving, Shen Dingdaling said. Where are you going? Stay and keep me company, Chao Chuan stopped her. Do you have something else to do? I'm very busy right now. The incident with the doctor turning into a zombie has raised a red flag for us. We don't know how many zombies are lurking in Utopia. As the captain, I need to investigate, Shen Dingdaling said seriously. Of course I have something, Chao Chuan immediately replied. What is it? Shen Dingdaling asked, puzzled, as she had never seen so many people around. Of course it's. Chao Chuan hadn't finished his sentence when Long Bebe burst in. As soon as she entered, she shouted, Miss, it's bad. What's going on? Speak quickly, Shen Dingdaling said immediately. Miss, it's terrible, terrible, there's a zombie tide, Long Bebe shouted loudly. What? Just last night there was an incident with the doctor, and we haven't even started dealing with it, and now there's a zombie tide coming? What a perfect timing, Shen Dingdaling exclaimed in surprise. At this point, let's not worry about anything else, let's go take a look. Hearing about the zombie tide, Chao Chuan lost interest in other matters. After Chao Chuan spoke, Shen Dingdaling nodded in agreement. For now, they would leave the things inside alone and focus on facing the zombie tide. The two quickly arrived at the entrance of Utopia. At this moment, the walls of Utopia were already filled with troops, and the firearms in their hands were continuously firing. One of them spoke up. Is it because of yesterday's battle that the noise attracted the surrounding zombies? Definitely, we've been here for so long, and Utopia has never encountered so many zombies. Stop talking so much, just do it. The arrival of Chao Chuan and Shen Dingdaling excited these people. Miss, big shot, you're here. Everyone, charge. Eliminate all of them. However, Chao Chuan didn't expect that the number and level of these zombies were extremely high. From a distance, he saw a zombie that looked like a mountain. Ding! A large number of zombies detected. To revive humanity, the host must help Utopia complete this zombie defense battle. Ding! A-level zombie mountain detected, please eliminate it as soon as possible. Ding! Would you like to consume 1 4-star zombie core or 10 3-star zombie cores to check the mountain's attributes? Hearing the system's prompt, Chao Chuan immediately spoke up. Yes. Category, mutated zombie, name, mountain, level, tier 5, talent, A-class, attributes, strength, 1200 stamina, 1000 speed, 300 mental power, 800, skills, giant strength, roar, fury, mutation source, transformed from a doctor zombie. System comment, a disgusting mountain of flesh, please eliminate it as soon as possible. I didn't expect to encounter such a tough opponent right away. This zombie, resembling a mountain of flesh, is actually a man-made zombie. I've already made the biggest move possible against this doctor. Ding! Crisis detected for the host, temporarily enabling the suppression of side effects from consuming the zombie crystal core until safety is assured. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded again. Chao Chuan was immediately overjoyed. He had been unsure how to deal with the Dr. Zombie's crystal core to enhance his strength. Now, thinking about consuming the A-class zombie crystal core, he feared the side effects would last until night. He hesitated to consume it. Now the system had actually provided a way to delay the side effects temporarily. Wasn't this like a little cow riding a rocket, soaring into the sky? Ha ha ha. I'm about to awaken another skill. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Chao Chuan told Shen Dingdaling to go up first. He then found a safe spot. He directly took out the A-class zombie crystal core from the system and swallowed it whole. With a dizzying sensation, the feeling of fainting disappeared. In its place was an overwhelming surge of power throughout his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired A-class ability, Control of Light. Awesome, awesome. The system is indeed amazing. After marveling at the system's power, Chao Chuan immediately opened his attribute interface to check. Name, Chao Chuan, age, 21, attributes, strength, 600 stamina, 500 speed, 600 mental power, 512 free attribute points to allocate, 0, passive skills, insulator, free will, golden kidney, phantom clone, title, zombie butcher, abilities, time control, S-class, metal control, A-class, control of light, A-class, king of the night, A-class, lightning control, B-class, special skills, woman radar, storage space, 50 by 50 by 50, special items, M416 assault rifle asterisk 74, 5. 56 bullets asterisk 888700, Heian solar generator asterisk 9, nano combat suit asterisk 72, pork beef mutton asterisk 99 tons, Barrett heavy sniper rifle asterisk 98, 12. 7 by 99 millimeters bullets asterisk 991874, blue fire gatling asterisk 95, 7. 96mm bullets * 741412, unlimited mobile phone * 74, 7-person armored SUV * 8, secondary zombie crystal core enhancement stones * 3, control of light. A class god said, "Let there be light," and there was light. In the presence of light, you can always enhance your combat power, with a maximum increase of 100% combat power over time. I can't believe it, this is too amazing. With this, my strength during the day and night won't drop much. The presence of light is still increasing. Looking at the zombie horde before him, Xiao Chuan soared into the air. He shouted loudly, "I will guard this place today, you all go elsewhere." Some ability users, shocked while fighting zombies, initially wanted to curse at Xiao Chuan upon hearing his words, but when they turned around and saw it was Xiao Chuan, they stopped talking. Silently, they put away their weapons and headed in other directions. "Brothers, where are you going? There are still so many zombies here. Do you really believe that one person can hold this place?" One ability user said doubtfully. Another person spoke up, "That person is a god. You shouldn't use human reasoning to think about a god or speculate on his intentions. That would be disrespectful. His meaning is quite clear, he has taken charge here. If you don't believe it, you won't even get a sip of soup. Is it really that exaggerated? Is this something a human can achieve? Whether it's exaggerated or not, you can keep that to yourself. We're leaving." A few people said disdainfully, having participated in last night's farce. Even a 5th-tier zombie was suppressed and beaten by this Xiao Chuan. The small zombies here were simply not enough for him to kill. As they saw people gradually leaving, Xiao Chuan laughed heartily. "Little zombies, I'm coming." Some slightly intelligent zombies, seeing that the number of human guards was dwindling, became increasingly excited. One by one, they rushed forward, eager to devour human flesh and blood. Zombies with special abilities launched attacks from a distance. Ice, flames, toxins, lightning, and sandstorms. Entering the Apocalypse 2.0 version, the zombies' abilities had become diverse. With so many zombies, quantitative change had led to qualitative change. In such battles, even high-level ability users dared not rush into the horde of zombies. After all, a single zombie's combat power is low, but when combined, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 zombie skills could create terrifying destructive power on the level of forbidden spells. No ability user would dare to engage in direct combat in such a scenario. This situation was primarily about skill exchanges. Cough cough, roar roar roar. However, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Xiao Chuan directly abandoned the geographical advantage and jumped out from the base. He quickly walked toward the horde of zombies. What is that big shot thinking? Charging out with so many zombies, he's definitely going to his doom. Damn, does he really think he's invincible just because he took down the doctor? This zombie tide not only has a large number of low-tier zombies, but there are also quite a few 3rd and 4th-tier zombies, and even a few 5th-tier zombies. Isn't he just asking for death? Damn, everyone prepare to retreat and guard. What a waste of our expressions. We thought we could avoid splitting up to watch that side, and it turns out to be this? You don't understand. If I were invincible, I would be just as confident. They're just some zombies. Let's do it. Just some zombies? There are billions of them. Looking around, they could hardly see the end of the horde, and the Xiao Chuan they spoke of was now small in stature, seemingly invisible, and in a moment of inattention, he had walked directly into the zombie crowd. The zombies, like sharks sensing blood, immediately surrounded him. He's done for. Even if he's a 5th-tier ability user, if a zombie touches him, he'll be infected with the zombie virus. He's too arrogant. What a shame for such a good-looking guy. If I had such strong abilities and such a handsome face, I'd just live on and marry a girl, spreading my lineage. Watch out, big guy. A few girls shouted loudly as they saw Xiao Chuan surrounded by zombies. However, at that moment, lightning flashed around Xiao Chuan. Even in broad daylight, everyone's eyes were blinded by the brightness. What the hell just happened? Did someone throw a flashbang behind him? All the zombies within a 200-meter radius of Xiao Chuan instantly turned to charcoal. Some survivors who hadn't seen clearly didn't even react. It felt like the whole world turned white, and the zombies disappeared. It was quick, so quick that it felt like their pants were halfway down when they suddenly got a shock. Speechless, awkward. Some ability users who had just said Xiao Chuan was doomed felt as if they had swallowed a bitter pill. The female survivors had stars in their eyes. So strong, so handsome, I want to have his children. And it wasn't over yet. After killing this batch of zombies, Xiao Chuan, countless iron needles shot out from his body, accurately striking the heads of the zombies. This was not only to deliver the finishing blow but also to collect all the zombie cores. Shockwaves of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Everyone was dumbfounded. Was there really such a way to kill zombies? It was just like a hero from a phenomenal online game before the apocalypse, known as the Electric Rat. Once he entered the crowd and unleashed his ultimate move, everything melted away. Strong, truly too strong. Some survivors stood frozen in place, not even realizing when a zombie jumped in front of them. Watch out, you idiot. The zombie's sharp teeth and claws are just a millimeter away from you, a nearby ability user shouted. Ha, did a zombie charge at me? Damn, you have no idea. I was so stunned watching that godly figure unleash his attack, I was completely dumbfounded. Is he cheating? Thanks, bro. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone, hurry up and kill. One ability user shouted loudly. Why the rush? Save some strength. What if there's a second wave of zombies? Another ability user asked in confusion. I'm afraid you won't get a single zombie core from this wave, and all of them will be taken by that godly figure. The previous ability user replied again. No way, the crowd murmured, looking bewildered. How could there be so many zombies and not a single zombie core? Even if they didn't fight, wouldn't they still be able to collect some zombie cores when cleaning up the battlefield later? You all can see for yourselves. As everyone listened, they turned their heads in that direction. They saw Chao Chuan controlling the flying iron needles, which flew back from the zombies' heads. Those glimmering beads were indeed the zombie cores. My goodness, this godly figure is just too invincible. Not only does he fight quickly, but he can also control his abilities to collect zombie cores. He really isn't leaving any scraps for the brothers. Fortunately, he didn't have any long-range skills. He could only approach and kill in groups. Only then did everyone sigh that the way of heaven was still fair. At least this godly figure hasn't become a hexagonal warrior. We still have our uses, right? At least the distant zombies still rely on us. Yeah. I can hit zombies within 1,000 meters. Leave the distant ones to me. I'm a bit stronger. I can hit them at 1,500 meters. However, before they could finish their words, they saw Chao Chuan playing with a coin in place. The big shot is so bored, just flipping a coin to pass the time. If only we could kill zombies so comfortably. Guess how many zombie cores that God just collected from that last wave? It should be 5 or 600. 5 or 600, more like 1 or 2,000. Just then, boom, a shockwave erupted. A straight path formed in front of Chao Chuan. This shockwave directly melted all the zombies within 1,000 meters ahead. Is this a long-range skill? Damn, I'm out. Oh my god, there really is a hexagonal warrior. This is called a hexagonal war god. After killing this wave, Chao Chuan continued to control the iron needles to deliver finishing blows and collect zombie cores. Looking at the numerous zombie cores in his space, he nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, only during a zombie tide could such rapid collection of zombie cores occur. Seeing the densely packed zombies in front of him, a smile appeared on Chao Chuan's face, especially those last few 4th and 5th tier zombies. Each one had B and A grade zombie cores. Come to my bowl. There were too many zombies. Chao Chuan continued to attack with the electromagnetic cannon. Dealing with these zombies below his level, this long-range area attack skill was simply delightful. With a single shot, at least 700 or 800 zombies were turned to charcoal. The speed of this monster slaying was such that Chao Chuan alone was like an entire army. Knowing Chao Chuan's immense strength, no one dared to compete with him for kills. The number of zombie crystal cores in the space was increasing rapidly. Unbeknownst to him, a vacuum zone had already been cleared directly ahead. In contrast, on the other side of the city wall, the zombies were almost at the wall itself. However, they could still hold their ground, so Chao Chuan did not go over to help. After all, fighting zombies was not just about defending one's home and country. It also provided a wealth of resources. In the apocalypse, besides supplies, strength was the most fundamental necessity. Zombie crystal cores were an unavoidable element on the path to advancement. Naturally, the more, the better. Taking advantage of the distance the zombies still had to cover, Chao Chuan directly gathered all the zombie crystal cores in the space into his hands. There were 5,500 first-tier zombie crystal cores, 2,100 second-tier zombie crystal cores, and 208 third-tier zombie crystal cores. He decided to hold off on the third-tier zombie crystal cores for now. He absorbed all the first and second-tier zombie crystal cores as fertilizer, converting them into attribute points. With so many zombie crystal cores, Chao Chuan gulped them down in one go, nearly choking. Fortunately, these special items entered the body in a liquid energy state, akin to drinking water. But the quantity was equivalent to Chao Chuan drinking a whole 10-liter barrel of purified water. It was indeed quite uncomfortable. However, the effect was evident. When Chao Chuan opened his attribute panel to check, he was startled by the increase in unallocated attribute points. A total of 970 unallocated attribute points had increased. Wait, Why are there only 970 points? Didn't I absorb 5,500 first-tier zombie crystal cores and 2,100 second-tier zombie crystal cores? Chao Chuan was momentarily stunned. This was far less than he had imagined. He immediately inquired of the system, why is the number of unallocated attribute points gained from first and second-tier zombie crystal cores not doubled based on the ordinary zombie crystal cores? Ding! Replying to the host, when the quality of the zombie crystal core increases to first tier, the number of attribute points gained remains unchanged, but an additional 1 ability advancement point is obtained. For second-tier zombie crystal cores, the attribute points gained increased to 0.2 per core, along with an additional 2 ability advancement points. After hearing the system's response, Chao Chuan immediately checked his system interface for any differences. Sure enough, in the ability section, he saw a plus sign next to several of his abilities. Chao Chuan immediately looked at the first S-level ability, Time Control. It actually required 1 million points to advance to SS level. Above SS level, there was also SSS level, which he couldn't see yet, but it must be an astronomical number. Converted into the number of zombies, that meant 1 million first-tier zombie crystal cores or 500,000 second-tier zombie crystal cores. My goodness, it actually required so many. He couldn't bear to look, it was simply too much. He then turned his attention to the second A-level ability. After calming himself down, he saw that advancing from A-level to S-level only required 10,000 points. Not bad, not bad. After all, S-level was already quite impressive. A few thousand second-tier zombies were still manageable. With a bit more effort, he could reach it. Moreover, he currently had 9,700 points, just 300 points short. Thus, Chao Chuan looked at his third-tier zombie crystal cores. After selecting all the C-level ones, he placed all 50 C-level cores into the space and directly absorbed the others. Third-tier zombie crystal cores could provide 0.3 attribute points and 3 advancement points. The unallocated attribute points increased to 1,017. 4 points. The advancement points also rose to 10,174 points, enough to advance an A-level ability to S-level. After taking a glance, Chao Chuan decisively chose to advance his metal control ability. There's nothing else, this is Chao Chuan's first ability, akin to a first love that must be cherished. Ding! Congratulations, host. Metal Control, A level, has been upgraded to Metal Control, S level. Metal Control, S level, the range of Metal Control has increased to 1,000 meters, and you can manipulate the metal attributes within opponents of the same level. Looking at the attributes of Metal Control, Chao Chuan was directly startled. Wow, the range of Metal Control has doubled. The most important thing is that he can actually control the metal elements within his opponent's bodies now. If Chao Chuan remembers correctly, there is a significant amount of iron in the human body, right? He couldn't even imagine how powerful he was now. However, Chao Chuan noticed a problem. After Metal Control was upgraded to S level, the plus sign disappeared. Chao Chuan immediately asked the system, what's going on? Ding! Replying to the host, the maximum upgrade limit for abilities at a level and below is S level, while S level can be upgraded to SS level, and SS level abilities can be upgraded to SSS level. Is everyone like this? Ding! This is enhanced by this system. Ordinary survivors can only upgrade to a level at a level and below. A level can be upgraded to a plus level, and S level and above cannot be upgraded. Alright, I understand. It seems that this system's enhancement has allowed him to far surpass ordinary people. He finally has a bit of a protagonist's aura. Next are the attribute points. 1,017. 4 points, another leap. He directly allocated 400 points to strength and speed, totaling 800 attribute points, and the remaining 217. 4 points were all given to mental power. After all, the level of mental power affects the upper limit and recovery of blue energy. As for stamina attribute points, with 500 stamina points, having a night of 7 times is definitely not a problem. He wouldn't even use them all. After confirming the attribute points, the system panel refreshed. Name, Chao Chuan, age, 21, attributes, strength, 1000 stamina, 500 speed, 1000 mental power, 729. For free attribute points to allocate, 0, overall strength, tier 5 ability user, passive skills, insulator, free will, golden kidney, phantom clone, title, zombie butcher, abilities, time control, S level, light control, A level, metal control, S level, king of the night, A level, lightning control, B level, special skills, woman radar, storage space, 50 by 50 by 50, special items, M416 assault rifle asterisk 74, 5. 56 bullets asterisk 788700, Heian solar generator asterisk 9, nano combat suit asterisk 72, pork, beef, mutton asterisk 95 tons, Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle *98, 12, 7x99mm bullets *921874, Blue Fire Gatling *95, 7, 96mm bullets *441412, Unlimited Mobile Phone *74, 7-person Armored SUV *10, Secondary Zombie Crystal Core Enhancement Stones *5, B-level Talent Zombie Crystal Core, etc. Looking at the growth of his attributes, this wave is a direct takeoff. At the same time, the zombies filled the vacuum period and surged toward the playground again. Come on, hee, little zombies, I want you to help me cultivate to all S levels. The zombies seemed to be provoked by Chao Chuan's arrogance. Their steps quickened, and one by one, they rushed toward Chao Chuan. Boom! Chao Chuan alone was like a moving bomb. When enough zombies gathered around him, 100,000 volts. Everyone saw a flash of white light, and then all the zombies beside Chao Chuan turned to charcoal. Wow, the great god is indeed a great god. Fighting zombies is like shopping. I feel like the great god has become a bit stronger again. Those zombies seem even darker than before. No kidding, have you forgotten how many zombies the great god just killed alone? With so many zombie cores absorbed, even if you were a pig, you'd have turned into a heavenly marshal by now. So envious, so envious. Watching Chao Chuan so relaxed and at ease, everyone felt a mix of emotions, like a spilled spice rack. At this moment, Long Bebe looked at Chao Chuan in shock and said to Shindingling, "Miss, he's so amazing. Did you see that? This is the man I want to marry. No one in this world is better than him. Why don't you join me? Buy one, get one free. Our bargaining power will be greater." "Miss, what are you saying?" Long Bebe's face turned bright red at Shindingling's words. Any normal girl wouldn't refuse an outstanding man like Chao Chuan. However, Long Bebe didn't expect Shindingling to say this so openly. She secretly rejoiced. She had been worried that Shindingling wouldn't allow it, but now she could express her feelings. "When the Miss and Chao Chuan get together, I'll join in too." Oh, how embarrassing. Long Bebe quickened her pace in killing zombies. Her strength wasn't lacking. It was just overshadowed by Shindingling's brilliance. Looking at the zombie cores in her hand, Long Bebe bit her lip and glanced at Shindingling. Seeing that she wasn't paying attention, she immediately swallowed the handful of zombie cores. Boom, boom, boom. Energy exploded within Long Bebe's body. A pure energy flowed through her. Her limbs and bones crazily absorbed this pure energy. In the next moment, her aura surged. "I'm a level 4 ability user now." Just when she thought she was barely catching up to Chao Chuan, he killed zombies within a radius of several thousand meters. All the zombies in that direction were cleared by Chao Chuan. "Before, I was like a chasm compared to him," Long Bebe said. However, she wasn't too discouraged. After all, what was there to be sad about if she couldn't keep up with Chao Chuan's pace? Chao Chuan's impressive performance naturally attracted everyone's attention. Hurry up and kill, hurry up and kill. I said before, if we kill slowly, we won't even get a sip of soup. Why do I feel like these zombies are so easy to kill this time? Damn, I'm really envious that the great god caught a good opportunity. Ha, you don't really think the zombies have weakened, do you? Then what is it? Isn't that obvious? Our numbers haven't changed. If it weren't for Chao Chuan holding down one side, our numbers on the other sides would have increased, making it easier to kill. Some ability users immediately understood upon hearing this. So that's the reason. It turned out that with so many of them guarding 4 sides, and now only 3, each team had increased by a third in numbers, making it definitely easier to fight than before. Some ability users suddenly fell silent. Enjoying the benefits brought by Chao Chuan while speaking carelessly could lead to being attacked by the group. The battlefield situation changed rapidly. Their previous information was already outdated. At this moment, there wasn't a single zombie left around Chao Chuan. Originally, there were a few level 4 zombies left, but 2 fast ones had already run to other battle zones. The other 2 slower ones had become zombie cores in Chao Chuan's hands. 2 B-grade talents, bring them back for the treasures, Chao Chuan said with a smile. Now that there were no more lower-level zombie core enhancement stones, a large number of zombie cores were needed to upgrade, so directly bringing back B-grade zombie cores was still quite good. Chao Chuan stored them in his space and didn't plan to use them himself. There were no zombies left here. The next step was to move to other locations. Chao Chuan pushed off the ground with force and soared into the air. Whoosh! He charged to the other side. The ability users here were in the thick of battle. Suddenly, an electromagnetic cannon wiped out a whole row of zombies behind them. Instantly, someone wailed, "My zombies, my zombies." It was unclear whether the zombies felt sadness or sorrow upon hearing the ability user's words. Chao Chuan didn't care about that. Resources were something to be fought over. Since there were abundant resources here, Chao Chuan naturally wouldn't let them go. The lower-tier ability users felt indifferent. They were only first or second-tier ability users, and on this battlefield, they couldn't gain any benefits. It was better to end things quickly and then team up to go into the city to hunt low-tier zombies and develop safely. As soon as Chao Chuan entered the battlefield, it was like a large meat grinder. Wherever he passed, not a blade of grass grew. That wasn't all. The key was that Chao Chuan's speed in collecting zombie cores was also extremely fast. Moreover, he had a 360-degree coverage. In an instant, he collected all the zombie cores from the zombies he killed into his space. Even those killed by others were taken in. The guarding ability users were furious but dared not speak out. They muttered quietly, "Damn, it seems like the big shot has taken our zombie cores too." "Don't talk, the battlefield is full of zombie bodies. Who knows who killed them? What if the big shot collected them by mistake? Why did he only take mine? I've been fighting for so long. Damn, mine was taken too." It was a tragic situation. In this wave of zombies, they seemed to forget that without Chao Chuan, they might not have been able to hold their ground, and even if they did, most of the ability users would have died. But everyone was blinded by profit. Some even privately insulted Chao Chuan. Of course, that was a later matter. Not long after, the zombies on this side were cleared out by Chao Chuan. The zombies they had killed earlier, whose cores they hadn't had time to collect, were all gathered by Chao Chuan, who, adhering to the spirit of helping others, collected them all, and where they were placed was not their concern. Just say whether he helped or not. Ability users from other areas were even more nervous, carelessly throwing their abilities around as if they were free. Seeing that Chao Chuan was about to approach, they stopped fighting and jumped down from the city walls to collect zombie cores. However, zombies didn't distinguish between interests. They charged at anyone they saw to bite. "Ah, is it really worth it for these zombie cores? No, I'm about to level up to tier 3, damn big shot, you're not giving us a way out." Ah, some 4th tier ability users shook their heads upon hearing these words. They were just a bunch of fools blinded by profit. If it weren't for Chao Chuan, being a 4th tier should be no problem for them, but these peak 2nd tier ability users probably wouldn't survive. Shaking his head, he continued to fight. On this battlefield, there were still 5 4th tier zombies left. 3 were originally from this side, and 2 had just escaped from Chao Chuan. The 2 escaping zombies showed a human-like fear on their faces. Chao Chuan's strength, surpassing tier 5, terrified them. Before Chao Chuan could make a move, the 2 zombies prepared to flee again. However, Chao Chuan wouldn't give them a second chance to escape. He ignored the 3 and directly focused on the 2. Roar! The 4th tier zombies erupted with instinctive fear. Before they could turn back, Chao Chuan shot one through the head with an electromagnetic cannon. The other 3 zombies hadn't reacted yet when their 2 good brothers were dead. Damn! No wonder they wanted to run. Why didn't they say so earlier? Zombies that could advance to tier 4 were no fools. They decisively turned around and ran. However, it was already too late. After taking down those 2 4th tier zombies, when he turned to look at the 3 zombies, only a few seconds had passed. They didn't have time to escape and were directly pursued by Chao Chuan. Just in time to experiment with the S-Class metal's control over the iron content in blood, Chao Chuan said with a smile. The few zombies hadn't reacted yet. They felt the blood in their bodies stop flowing. No, it wasn't flowing to begin with, it suddenly accelerated. The faces of the zombies showed disbelief and fear. Then, they felt as if they were about to ascend. Chao Chuan directly controlled the iron elements in their bodies, lifting the zombies into the air. Then he forcefully pulled them back. They were brought right in front of Chao Chuan. Roar, roar, roar. The 4th tier zombies looked at Chao Chuan in terror, realizing they couldn't escape, so they decided to fight back. At such a close distance, they unleashed their abilities, hoping to make Chao Chuan suffer. However, it was completely different from what they imagined. Before they could even strike, Chao Chuan had already extracted the iron elements. And this was not just a simple extraction of iron elements. Chao Chuan controlled the iron elements to attach to the zombies' organs and pulled them out along with the organs. The 3 zombies hadn't even realized what was happening before they lost consciousness. This battle scene lasted only a few seconds. The ability users standing at the city gate were left dumbfounded. Those 5 just now should definitely be 4th tier zombies, right? If we didn't see it wrong, it should be correct. You upstairs understand nonsense literature. Everyone can prepare to pack up and go home to wash up and sleep. Just pretend we didn't encounter any zombie cores. I must say, this is the 3rd zombie tide I've encountered in the apocalypse, and it's the largest and highest level zombie tide, and the easiest one to deal with. I just want to say, the boss is amazing. Among these 4th tier zombies, some ability users had encountered them before while collecting supplies in the city, paying the price of 4 companions and still not managing to injure a single 4th tier zombie. After all, the size and fearless state of the zombies were not something humans could compare to. Today, they finally understood what it meant to be crushed by strength. Those zombies were like little sheep in front of Chao Chuan, easily handled. It felt just like fighting first-tier or second-tier zombies. Even third-tier zombies couldn't be dealt with so easily. Didn't that mean Chao Chuan was at least 2 tiers above 4th-tier zombies? Holy crap, 6th tier? Chao Chuan paid no attention to the reactions of these ability users. At this moment, he looked at the 5 extra zombie cores in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Another 5 B-class talent cores. I can enhance the strength of 5 more girls. Now with 5 cores, plus the previous 2, he had a total of 7 B-class zombie cores. Additionally, there were still 50 C-class 3rd-tier zombie cores. As long as he could get a bit more low-tier zombie core enhancement stones, Chao Chuan could elevate all the girls to B-class. Give them a little more time to reach A-class, and that would be an entire team of A-class ability users. This force would be high-end combat power wherever it went, and Chao Chuan's ideal blueprint was about to be realized. After setting the zombie cores aside, Chao Chuan looked at the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd-tier zombie cores he had just obtained. 1st-tier zombie cores, 6,200, 2nd-tier zombie cores, 3,800, 3rd-tier zombie cores, 250. These were the zombie cores Chao Chuan had just collected, slightly more than before. He decided not to rush over to the zombies on both sides just yet and took a moment to recover his stamina. At the armored vehicle, affected by the zombie tide from the base direction, the zombies on the entire Urgienkyo Street went into a frenzy. Although the number of zombies had decreased, each one was even more violent. The girls found it very strenuous to kill them. At this moment, led by several girls who had already awakened their abilities, they were also dealing with zombies. To chase a few isolated 3rd-tier zombies, they left only 2 ability users to guard the armored vehicle while the others rushed out. Although they did not have abilities, they had absorbed a large number of zombie cores, giving them high attributes. It wasn't a problem at all. Just then, a zombie with specialized arms suddenly charged out from a ruin. The other girls saw this and immediately shouted loudly, Mang, be careful. Ha, did this 3rd-tier zombie think it could counterattack? Dream on. Wang looked at the charging 3rd-tier zombie with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. She activated her ability directly. Light binding. A light circle immediately pinned the 3rd-tier zombie in place. Sisters, attack. Wang said the moment she restrained it. The other girls showed no hesitation. They had coordinated in this situation many times before. After killing the 3rd-tier zombie, they were preparing to chase another one. Suddenly, Yang Iyun, who was covering from behind, felt a sharp pain in her stomach and squatted down on the spot. Iyun, what's wrong with you? The other girls, also covering from behind, immediately surrounded her. My stomach suddenly hurts so much. I don't know what's going on. Ah! Yang Iyun screamed in agony. Hearing the commotion behind, Wang Mang and Li Jiayu immediately retreated. Li Jiayu took charge of the lookout while Wang Mang squatted down to check Yang Iyun's condition. After examining her for a while, Wang Mang said, Iyun, you're about to give birth. What? Yang Iyun exclaimed in shock. Iyun is in labor now, we should all head back. There are zombies everywhere, no more chasing. Wang Mang said, okay, fall back. The armored vehicle was not far away. When the girls responsible for security saw Wang Mang and the others returning, they immediately opened the hatch for everyone to get in. You're back so soon? Wulan Lan asked. Iyun is about to give birth. Quickly call the doctor out. Ah, so sudden? Alright, I'll go right away. Soon, the doctor and nurse were called out. They saw Yang Iyun being carried back and immediately got ready. Earlier, when Chao Chuan left, he had already informed them that several girls were pregnant, especially Yang Iyun, who was among the first batch. Everything had been prepared long ago. Now it was just a matter of setting it up to begin the delivery. As Yang Iyun entered the delivery room, the sound of a baby crying came from inside. At the same time, Chao Chuan, who was still killing zombies, suddenly heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully birthed a child, contributing to the revival of humanity. You may receive a reward *1, please check. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received a villa upgrade voucher *1, the exterior of the armored vehicle remains unchanged, but the interior space is doubled. Ha! Chao Chuan was about to absorb a zombie core when he suddenly heard this sound, and a smile reminiscent of an ant appeared on his face. He went out and didn't know which wife had given birth. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his phone. Sure enough, he saw messages from the girls in the group chat. Lu Xinqin at Chao Chuan, husband, Ian has given birth. When will it be my turn? /Shiyang Chanqian at Chao Chuan, husband, Ian has given birth. When will it be my turn? /Shi+1 Wulan Lan at Chao Chuan, husband, Ian has given birth. when will it be my turn? /shy+1. Looking at the girls flooding the chat, Xiao Chuan immediately replied, wait for me to return, you all go together, and I guarantee you'll all get pregnant. After sending this message, he saw Wang Meng post the information about Yang Yun's delivery. Wang Meng, image, it's a baby girl. Xiao Chuan, alright, I'll bring you gifts when I get back. The girls, thank you, husband. Just as Xiao Chuan was about to continue replying to the messages, a transparent figure appeared behind him. It suddenly leaped up and pounced directly at Xiao Chuan's body. Just when it thought it had succeeded, a huge iron spike appeared behind Xiao Chuan. The object that had lunged forward couldn't stop in time and landed directly on the iron spike. The iron spike pierced through its face with precision, directly penetrating its head. At the moment of its death, the transparent body materialized in mid-air, its face filled with shock. Sending a crystal core from 1,000 miles away, it's a small gift but carries deep feelings, Xiao Chuan said with a smile. He then controlled the iron spike to extract the zombie crystal core from its head. 4th tier A class, not bad, I can gain another ability. Xiao Chuan brought the zombie crystal core to his mouth, preparing to absorb it. Suddenly recalling the side effects of absorbing zombie crystal cores, he immediately asked, System, will there still be a fainting side effect if I absorb the zombie crystal core to awaken an ability? Ding! Replying to the host, the current host is a 5th tier ability user, and the fainting time after absorbing an A-class talent zombie crystal core is reduced to 1 hour and 30 minutes. So there are still side effects, but since I've advanced, they are weakened. Ding! Correct! Listening to the system's response, Xiao Chuan fell silent for a moment before placing the zombie crystal core into the system space. An hour and a half is too long. By the time I awaken, the flowers will have wilted. Xiao Chuan immediately left the spot and headed towards the next city wall. Influenced by Xiao Chuan, the number of ability users guarding one direction doubled. In the few minutes that Xiao Chuan had delayed, the number of zombies had decreased significantly, and the battle had entered a heated state, with all low-tier zombies eliminated, leaving only tier 3 and above zombies. Not only that, the ability users were fighting while also collecting zombie crystal cores. Suddenly, they noticed several iron needles abruptly appearing in the heads of the zombies that they hadn't had time to collect the crystal cores from. What's going on? Iron needles? Suddenly, they remembered that man. Turning around, they saw Xiao Chuan's incredibly handsome figure appearing before them. Damn, the big shot is here. I just collected a few dozen zombie crystal cores, and he's already here so quickly. Aside from these few exclamations, the others took the opportunity to collect more zombie crystal cores. Then, in the next second, all the iron needles drilled into the zombies' heads. They quickly flew out again. One by one, the hard-to-extract zombie crystal cores were taken away, all ending up in Xiao Chuan's hands. Holy crap! The zombie crystal cores we fought for have all been snatched by the big shot. Damn, this big shot is so shameless, we did all the fighting. They saw the higher-ups of Utopia and urged them to intervene in Xiao Chuan's actions. However, at that moment, the higher-ups of Utopia were all as if they were constipated. Who dared to say a word? Their strongest leader was only 5th tier. And at this moment, the power Xiao Chuan displayed far exceeded 5th tier. What could they say? Could they fight back? Looking for trouble? Some clever ability users immediately left the area, heading to the next stop. As the first person left, the others understood what it meant and quickly followed suit. At the next place, there might still be a chance to obtain zombie crystal cores, but here, they shouldn't even think about it. Xiao Chuan's speed was fast, and he also had the ability to collect zombie crystal cores in bulk. Wherever he went, not a blade of grass grew. Even the small first-tier zombie crystal cores, Xiao Chuan didn't let go of. Kill, kill, kill. Under the sunlight, Xiao Chuan resembled a war god. He charged in and out 7 times, killing zombies as if plucking fruit from a tree. The 3rd-tier zombies couldn't hold him back for long. In just a moment, all the 3rd-tier zombies were wiped out. Only a few 4th-tier zombies remained, looking as if they had seen a ghost, along with the leader of the zombie horde, the only 5th-tier zombie, Mountain. Roar, roar, roar. The 5th-tier zombie watched as its minions were all eliminated, roaring in anger. It turned to the 4 4th-tier zombies behind it. Roar, 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 roar. The 4th-tier zombies reluctantly stepped forward and launched an attack on Xiao Chuan. The ground shook, as if the apocalypse had arrived. However, the thunder was loud but the rain was light. When the rooster arrived beside Xiao Chuan, it was extinguished immediately, causing no harm at all. The 5th-tier zombie seemed to not understand what was happening. Seeing its minions unable to move Xiao Chuan, it stepped forward to attack him personally. Its massive body loomed like a wall, blocking out the sun. As the 5th-tier zombie approached, a playful smile appeared on Xiao Chuan's face. I've been waiting for you, Mountain. Your crystal core is mine. I mean it. Not even Jesus can stop me. Chao Chuan's voice was not loud, but the fifth-tier zombie heard him clearly. It was furious, enraged. Since the day it was created by the doctor, it had never been spoken to like this. How dare you want my zombie crystal core? You must have eaten the doctor's courage. I will tear you to pieces. Thud, 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 thud. Each step of the fifth-tier zombie caused the ground to tremble. Even the ability users on the other side felt the vibrations. It was as if an earthquake had struck. They looked over in panic. Damn, that fifth-tier zombie as big as a mountain is making a move. Don't be afraid, it's just a fifth-tier mutated zombie, right? With this big shot here, even a fifth-tier zombie is nothing to fear. No, brother, what I mean is that the big shot is about to add another fifth-tier zombie crystal core. After hearing this, the latter was momentarily stunned and said, why is the gap between people so huge? This is the gap between man and God. Stop talking. If you have time to chat, you might as well kill a few more zombies. When the gap was small, there was still some jealousy among the crowd. But when the gap became too large, all that was left was worship. There was nothing to be jealous of when they were not even on the same dimension. Chao Chuan stood there waiting for the fifth-tier zombie to arrive. Mountain drew closer and soon made its move. Its massive hand descended like a five-fingered mountain, directly pressing down towards Chao Chuan. Boom, boom, boom. A powerful force created an explosion in mid-air. At that moment, Chao Chuan showed no fear. Instead, he began to play with a coin right where he stood. Just as the hand was about to reach him, he exerted force with his thumb, sending the coin flying upwards. Clang! As the coin soared into the air, an electromagnetic wave shot up, colliding directly with the five-fingered mountain. Boom! Although metal was used as a medium, Chao Chuan's lightning control ability was still B-level, slightly lowering its lethality. However, relying on his own attributes being higher, he was able to clash with it. The massive shockwave from the clash stirred up a cloud of dust, causing the air in the entire area to become murky. Visibility dropped significantly. Taking advantage of the artificial smoke, the four fourth-tier zombies turned and fled, having no desire to fight. Among those dead fourth-tier zombies, many were their good brothers. Their strengths were evenly matched, and now they had all been sent down by Chao Chuan for team building. Why should they stay and wait for their crystal cores? The five-tiered zombie mountain was slightly shocked during this round of confrontation. However, it did not use its full strength. Both sides were testing each other, and now that it understood the opponent's power, the mountain was filled with confidence. If just this one human could challenge its strength, then today it would definitely break through this human gathering place. The mountain launched another attack. This time it was not a test, but a full-on effort. As for the four escaped four-tiered zombies, it would settle the score with them later. Boom, boom, boom. The mountain exchanged blows with Chao Chuan several times. Its face was full of mockery, as if it had already secured victory over Chao Chuan, and it let out a boastful roar. Then the entire zombie leaped into the air. Even the other ability users in different positions were dumbfounded. This zombie, like a city wall, could leap to a height of 100 meters. If it fell under the force of gravity, it would crash down. Its speed was astonishing, and just as it was about to land on Chao Chuan's head, Chao Chuan looked up. A triumphant smile appeared on his face. He simply uttered two words, time. The mountain had not yet understood what it meant. Suddenly, it realized that the person beneath it had vanished, replaced by a massive steel needle that pierced through its body from the rear to the head. It would never know how Chao Chuan had done it. Chao Chuan reappeared in front of it, effortlessly controlling the metal to extract the crystal core from its head. The battle between the two lasted less than a minute. The four-tiered zombies had not run too far. The crystal cores of these four zombies could create four girls, and Chao Chuan naturally would not let this opportunity slip by. Thus, he immediately chased after the direction in which the four-tiered zombies had fled. With a speed attribute of up to 2,000 points, Chao Chuan's speed was terrifying, and he easily caught up with the few four-tiered zombies. He manipulated the metal to directly attack these four zombies. Chao Chuan didn't even need to rush in front of the zombies. He had already extracted their crystal cores and stored them in his space. Another 4 B-grade Talon zombie crystal cores. Satisfied, Chao Chuan turned back, and just before reaching the city wall, a white figure appeared in his path. Chao Chuan stopped in confusion. Only then did he see who was blocking him. It was her. An Iching. Were you waiting here for me? Chao Chuan asked in puzzlement. An Iching nodded and said to Chao Chuan, you should not have destroyed Lu Tianming's computer. Hearing An Iching's words, Chao Chuan was taken aback for a moment, then looked at An Iching. She could guess this? Truly, a girl with a PhD background, her reaction ability was quick. Chao Chuan naturally did not keep her in suspense and replied directly, you guessed right, I indeed did not destroy it. Although he is a zombie, from my observation, his research results should be beneficial to humanity. I would not foolishly destroy something that contributes to humanity. After hearing this, An Iching sighed. Lu Tianming was already a thing of the past, but her life had to go on. Research had to continue. So, An Iching asked Xiao Chuan, "Can you give me the computer? I want to continue my research." Looking at An Iching, Xiao Chuan thought to himself, research definitely needed her, but girl, I have my eyes on you, so come research in my armored vehicle. However, how to lure her back was a problem. Seeing that Xiao Chuan did not respond, she immediately said anxiously, "Sir, keeping these research results is of no use to you. As long as you are willing to provide them, I can agree to whatever you need." An Iching was an A-grade talent ability user. According to the timeline, she should have at least reached the 3rd tier by now, but she was only a small 1st tier ability user, which showed that in her heart, the importance of research outweighed her own strength. Xiao Chuan expressed great respect for such selfless individuals. "It was too dangerous in Utopia. It was much safer inside my little armored vehicle." Thus, Xiao Chuan tentatively asked, "Really? Anything can be agreed upon? How about you come to my base to do research?" "Go to your base to do research?" An Iching was taken aback. In fact, it didn't matter to her where she did research. However, as far as she knew, the most powerful survivor base in this area was Utopia. The research facilities in Utopia were barely adequate. Could Xiao Chuan's base surpass that? An Iching's face was full of skepticism. For a moment, she didn't speak. Xiao Chuan thought it was because she was unwilling and was about to say something. Just then, An Iching spoke up. "Do you have a research lab available for me?" "What kind of research lab do you want?" Xiao Chuan asked. "At least one that is on par with Utopia's research institute." After hearing An Iching's words, Xiao Chuan smiled. "Alright, no problem, just wait for me a moment. Wasn't it just a research institute like Utopia? I can just move this research institute back, and that would be it. I thought there would be some other requirements, and I wasted 2.5 minutes worrying for nothing." With that thought, Xiao Chuan went directly to the place where he had fought with Lu Tianming before. The 3rd floor had already been tidied up, with no traces of the previous battle. Even the walls had been restored. Xiao Chuan took a glance. This should be the work of Earth-type ability users. Indeed, many hands make light work. None of his sisters had such talents. He hoped that after dealing with this zombie tide and returning, there would be 1 or 2 sisters with such abilities. It was still very practical. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chuan entered the research institute. Starting from the 3rd floor, everywhere he went, all the instruments and equipment, whether useful or not, were collected into the system space. Next was the 2nd floor, then the 1st floor. There were still quite a few researchers inside. When they turned around, they were stunned. "Where are my devices?" However, after collecting everything in the research institute, Xiao Chuan took a stroll nearby and collected everything from the warehouse into the space as well. Only then did he leave satisfied. It had been less than 2 minutes since he reappeared in front of An Iching. With a beaming smile, Xiao Chuan said to An Iching, "Alright, my base's research lab is ready. I guarantee you'll feel both strange and familiar." Okay, good," An Iching replied, puzzled. However, since Xiao Chuan could arrange a research institute for her, she had no reason to refuse, especially since Lu Tianming's research results were still with Xiao Chuan. After An Iching confirmed she would go to Xiao Chuan's place, he was immensely excited. He couldn't get into a doctoral program himself, but now he could attend one that was still pretty good. Without saying much, Xiao Chuan brought An Iching to his side. He arrived at the last city wall, looking at the few remaining zombies. Without hesitation, he placed An Iching on the city wall and jumped down to charge at the zombies. The last batch of zombies for the Reaper. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Can't let it go to waste. At noon, Xiao Chuan returned with a group of ability users behind him. There were both surprises and joys. Except for a few disheartened ability users, most were very happy. "Zombie tide? Is that all?" One ability user spoke confidently, boasting to another beside him. He then pulled out 2 third-tier zombie crystal cores. "Look how impressive I am." He had experienced 2 zombie tides. The last time was at a small base where everyone except him had died. He felt nothing about not gaining any benefits from the zombie tide. The other person across from him had a gloomy face. With his fists tightly clenched, he held 2 second-tier zombie cores and a dozen first-tier zombie cores inside. He was a peak second-tier ability user, and he only needed 1 more third-tier zombie core to advance to the 3rd tier. However, now that the zombie tide was over, he still hadn't managed to gather enough zombie cores. His resentful gaze was fixed on Xiao Chuan in the distance. "It's all because of you, you wretched person, hoarding all the resources for yourself. What are we supposed to eat?" "What did you say?" Another ability user, a cheerful optimist, casually asked as he overheard the mumbling. As long as he wasn't dead, everything was negotiable. Zombie cores? As long as there were enough, it didn't matter if there wasn't a zombie tide. Zombies were everywhere, so why worry about not having cores to use? The peak second-tier ability user trembled all over, grabbing the man in front of him by the throat and saying, "It's all your fault. Your indulgence allowed that idiot to be so consumed by his so-called desires. He took all the resources for himself. What are we supposed to eat?" His actions quickly drew the attention of others. Even Xiao Chuan, who was about to leave, looked over in confusion. The next moment, it seemed as if this person had reached his breaking point and exploded. He spoke again, "Xiao Chuan, what's he even worth? Just luckier than us, awakening a powerful ability. I could do it too. He monopolizes the resources. What's the difference from market monopolization in peaceful times? Isn't anyone going to do something about it? Cough, 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 brother, let go first. Useless. Besides being arrogant in your own little corner, what else can you do?" His voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, even Xiao Chuan. Xiao Chuan smiled and walked directly in front of him, asking, "Do you have a problem with me?" The peak second-tier ability user became even more agitated as Xiao Chuan approached. "It's all you. I could have advanced to a third-tier ability user, but you stole the zombie cores I killed. I wanted to go to the second wall to kill zombies, but you drove me away. There were no third-tier zombies for me to kill at the third wall. You've ruined my life." The man shouted hysterically, even stepping closer to Xiao Chuan, saliva spraying onto him. "You must be a mama's boy." "What?" The man didn't understand what Xiao Chuan meant and stopped talking. Xiao Chuan smiled, "You're just a giant baby, thinking you're entitled." After saying this, Xiao Chuan slapped his head, turning it into a mushy mess. Bright red blood splattered everywhere. After dealing with this person, Xiao Chuan looked at the others and said, "Is there anyone else who's dissatisfied? Feel free to speak up. We're all human. I'm not unreasonable. If you can convince me, I'm willing to give up part of the zombie cores I just got." Xiao Chuan's words left the ability users present stunned. Reason? In this apocalypse where strength ruled, reasoning was the least useful. The zombie cores obtained by one's own ability were not something anyone would willingly give up. The atmosphere became eerily quiet. Some lower-tier ability users curled up in the corners, fearing that if Xiao Chuan got angry, they would be killed too. After waiting for a long time with no one speaking, Xiao Chuan snorted coldly and left with an Iching. After leaving the city wall, an Iching said, "Can I go back to the residence for a moment? I need to get something." Of course, Xiao Chuan replied gently. His demeanor was completely different from the reckless attitude he had on the city wall. His tone was as refreshing as a spring breeze, making an Iching feel a bit unreal. After all, this tone was reminiscent of dialogues between the main characters in a cliché youth campus drama. However, an Iching still blushed and replied, "Okay, thank you." After an Iching finished speaking, Xiao Chuan directly wrapped his arms around her slender waist and quickly arrived at her residence. "Wow, we got here so fast," an Iching said in surprise. "After all, my strength is here, so it's normal to be a bit faster. No rush, you can organize your things first, and I'll help you take them over later." For a sister of an Iching's caliber, Xiao Chuan naturally had to treat her gently. Otherwise, it would be bad if he scared her away. Just holding an Iching and inhaling her gentle scent, Xiao Chuan was convinced that he had to win her over. "Thank you so much," an Iching said, feeling flattered. Having been engaged in research work, she had only encountered either bookworms or overly self-important high achievers. She had never met a man as gentle as Xiao Chuan. The key was that he was also very handsome and young. And Iching felt that for the first time in her 29 years, she had met such a man. She found it hard to control her feelings, her heart fluttering. While organizing her things, she couldn't help but glance back at Xiao Chuan. Every time she saw him, he had such a gentle demeanor. Wow, so sunny and handsome. How wonderful it would be to have a passionate romance with such a man. However, she was almost 30, while he was just in his early 20s. And Iching shook her head. No, she wasn't that kind of shameless woman. She couldn't be an old cow eating young grass. With that thought, an Iching calmed herself and continued organizing her things. Time gradually passed. Half an hour went by in no time. As she organized her room, a bead of sweat like a pearl formed on an Iching's forehead. She paused to rest for a moment. "Phew, I'm so tired, but I've finally organized everything," an Iching murmured to herself. Just then, a strange fragrance wafted into her nose. "What is this?" An Iching turned around to see Xiao Chuan setting 4 dishes and a soup on the neatly arranged dining table. Seeing an Iching look over, Xiao Chuan said, "You must be hungry. I made a simple meal, let's just make do with it. Later, I'll take you back to my base." An Iching walked over and looked at the sumptuous dishes in front of her, instantly moved to tears. "This is so generous," an Iching couldn't help but exclaim. Xiao Chuan took her hand and led her to the table, helping her sit down. Such a gentlemanly gesture was something an Iching had only seen on television before. Gurgle, gurgle. At that moment, an Iching's stomach also growled. Xiao Chuan conveniently pushed a bottle of 1982 cola in front of her. "Thank you." and Iching no longer hesitated and started eating. Xiao Chuan didn't say anything else. At that moment, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began his lunch. The scene was extremely warm. Meanwhile, outside the city, it was still a dark, viscous sea of blood, forming a stark contrast. After eating and drinking enough, Xiao Chuan was ready to take her away from Utopia. Just as they reached the door, they were stopped by two other graceful figures. Xiao Chuan, where are you taking her? Shen Dingling said angrily. Of course, to the place we should go, Xiao Chuan replied. Then take us along, Shen Dingling immediately said. Even Long Bebe beside her looked at Xiao Chuan with anticipation. This left an Iching momentarily stunned. Miss Shen, what is this? An Iching asked in confusion. Dr. And, to be honest, before Xiao Chuan met you, we had already. You should know, Shen Dingling said. Hearing Shen Dingling's words, an Iching looked at her in shock. Shen Dingling was the highest leader of their Utopia base, the daughter of the military commander. Although Shen Dingling was usually spoiled, she had never heard of her being with that man. Now she openly spoke of her relationship with Xiao Chuan. This left an Iching utterly shocked. Could it be that Xiao Chuan's strength attracted her? No, there are plenty of strong guys, but she had never seen Shen Dingling act this way. She had always been engaged in scientific research, with low emotional intelligence, and had never considered the lethal charm of a handsome, fit, strong man in his 20s like Xiao Chuan on girls. She could only sigh at how wonderful the world was. Naturally, Xiao Chuan would not refuse the addition of the two. As for Shen Dingling, not only was she good-looking, but her strength could significantly elevate the level of his girl squad. Of course, she was extremely welcome. Once they got into Xiao Chuan's armored vehicle and let the other girls enjoy the breeze, he believed they would soon succeed. Xiao Chuan was unaware that Shen Dingling and Long Bebe had already conspired on how to deal with him. With 3 women in tow, Xiao Chuan couldn't possibly carry all 3 alone, and since there was no rush, he directly took the armored off-road vehicle out from his space. Shen Dingling and the others did not ask too many questions about the suddenly produced armored vehicle. Everyone has their secrets, especially a powerful man like Xiao Chuan. The more secrets he had, the more hidden cards he possessed. His strength was even more unfathomable. As the 4 left, in the central office building of Utopia, a middle-aged man stared out the window, lost in thought. One cigarette after another extinguished in his hand. He didn't know how long it had been. At that moment, another man in military uniform walked in. The commander's daughter has left with that man, the man in uniform said. Has she finally left? Perhaps this is a good choice. I hope I won't regret it, the middle-aged man murmured. Commander, why not keep the young lady by your side? With our strength, no organization or zombies should be able to threaten our lives, right? The middle-aged man did not respond but instead asked, Xiaolu, you've been with me for 10 years, right? The man in uniform, unsure of the intent behind the commander's question, answered honestly, yes, Commander, it's been 10 years and 6 months. Then how do you think I judge issues? The commander's vision is sharp, and your foresight is strong. You have always chosen the right path. Utopia has reached this point today because of your choices, becoming the largest survivor base in this area. This time, my intuition tells me that Dingling can only survive better in this apocalypse by following him. In the armored off-road vehicle, Long Bebe was driving ahead, occasionally glancing back at Xiao Chuan. She hadn't felt this way before, but since the young lady had broken through that barrier, Long Bebe no longer harbored any negative feelings towards Xiao Chuan. Instead, the more she looked, the more she liked him, seeing only his merits. Even when Xiao Chuan farted, she thought it was fragrant. At this moment, the 3 women in the vehicle each had their own thoughts. Shen Dingling showed no pretense, directly clinging to Xiao Chuan. Even Xiao Chuan, who had dealt with countless women, felt that Shen Dingling was a bit obsessively attached to him. Xiao Chuan wanted to say something to an Iching. Just as he opened his mouth, Shen Dingling's cherry lips pressed against him, directly merging with him. If it weren't for being in the car and the presence of the other 2 girls, Xiao Chuan even felt that Shen Dingling might have taken him right there. Yes, she was that fierce. Xiao Chuan looked at Shen Dingling's stunning face, momentarily breathless. I can't believe I brought a Yandere girl into the car. Damn! Xiao Chuan had seen enough Japanese anime before the apocalypse. Yanderes could be terrifying. But as soon as he saw Shen Dingling's youthful, stunning face, along with her smooth, jade-like skin that looked as if it had just emerged from water, Xiao Chuan found himself unwilling to want this sickly sweet girl, but Koengu disagreed. It seemed to quite like this girl, even responding intensely to Shen Dingling's teasing. Xiao Chuan was about to reach his limit. Just then, the armored off-road vehicle came to a stop. Miss, we've spotted a large armored vehicle ahead, Long Bebe said. Upon hearing Long Bebe's words, Shen Dingling reluctantly got off Xiao Chuan. She looked at the armored vehicle and said, this armored vehicle is so impressive, if only it were ours. How about I go and steal it? Xiao Chuan, having heard Shen Dingling's conversation with Long Bebe, naturally knew what armored vehicle they were talking about. He immediately sat down next to Shin Dingling and gave her a light knock on her round head. "Steal it? That's my armored vehicle." At the same time, several girls got out of the vehicle, armed with various weapons. "Honey, you're back," one of the girls called out, her voice loud enough for all the girls in the vehicle to hear. "Honey?" The other girls looked at Chao Chuan. Indeed, wherever an outstanding person went, there were always girls around. It was only natural for someone as excellent as Chao Chuan to have more than one wife. Since they were all on the same side, Long Bebe didn't hesitate. She directly unlocked the off-road vehicle and opened the door. Then Shindingling, and Iching, and Long Bebe got out in succession, with Chao Chuan being the last to exit. After getting out, Long Bebe sized up the girls. Compared to their young lady, they were still quite lacking. Indeed, Miss Shindingling was the most beautiful, cutest, and most likable girl in the world. How could Chao Chuan's previous wives compare to Miss Shindingling? Their looks were simply no match. Seeing that these girls posed no threat, Long Bebe grew confident. She walked up to them and said, "Hello, may I ask which one of you is Chao Chuan's companion?" Upon hearing this, the girls immediately understood that these women were definitely new sisters saved by Chao Chuan. One of the girls spoke up, "Hello, sister, welcome to our big family. We all need to work together to help Chao Chuan." "We? Big family?" Long Bebe repeated those words in confusion. "How many sisters do you have?" Shindingling asked. Listening to Shindingling, the girl replied, 32. "What?" Long Bebe exclaimed in shock. 32. If they played around, it would take a month without repeating anyone. This was just too many. And Iching was also taken aback by the number just revealed by the girls. Her entire research team didn't even add up to half of Chao Chuan's wives. Was this a joke? Moreover, this armored vehicle didn't seem capable of holding 32 girls. They must have said that to scare us off. The girls smiled slightly at their reactions. Every time new sisters arrived, they would mention this number. Seeing their shocked expressions was truly amusing. With that thought, the girls laughed heartily and were about to take Long Bebe and the others back to the armored vehicle to show them the world. Thus, one of the girls said, "Sisters, your timing is just right. We've been fighting zombies quite late today, and we haven't had lunch yet. Let's eat together." The girls didn't refuse. After fighting all day, they hadn't eaten anything and were indeed a bit hungry. Long Bebe turned back to look at Chao Chuan. He nodded, indicating that they could follow. Anyway, they would meet sooner or later. It was impossible for their girls not to live together. What kind of big family would that be? As the three girls climbed onto the armored vehicle, they were immediately taken aback by the unexpected interior. A few words popped into their minds: space treasure. Just like something out of a fantasy novel. They never expected such a thing to exist in reality. How many hidden cards does Chao Chuan have? As soon as the three of them entered, Li Yujin had already brought out the last dish. The three girls looked at the food in the living room, which resembled a grand banquet, and immediately swallowed hard. Even Shindingling had never enjoyed such a lavish meal in Utopia. Chao Chuan must have informed them in advance, knowing they were coming and specially prepared this feast. Shindingling looked at Chao Chuan and immediately walked over to his side, saying, "Chao Chuan, you're so good to me. You know I love delicious food and even arranged such a feast in advance. Boo-hoo, I'm so touched. Today, I'll reward you by letting you sleep with me." This sick leave girl shocked everyone as soon as she spoke. However, with so much food, Chao Chuan was also taken aback. He hadn't seen Li Yujin for a few days and didn't expect her to have learned so many new dishes. Not bad, not bad. If they added the current mutated creatures, they might even develop a new cuisine. Li Yujin saw that Chao Chuan had returned and immediately approached him, asking, "Hubby, are you hungry? I'll serve you some rice." "No need, just call everyone out to eat lunch together. It'll be livelier with more people." "Okay, I got it, hubby." Li Yujin nodded and quickly called all the girls out. Long Bebe watched as one after another, the girls came out, and after seeing the beautiful ones like Xie Xinran, Lin Yue, and Li Yuding, she was left speechless. She didn't expect that in Chao Chuan's harem there were quite a few girls whose looks rivaled that of a miss. Where did he gather so many girls? "Oh, more sisters are coming. Welcome, welcome. Wow, what a cute girl. Hubby, where did you trick her from? I want a cuddle, I want a cuddle." As the girls came out, Shindingling's beauty truly stood out. A group of women directly surrounded her. This startled Long Bebe, who immediately stood in front of Shindingling, arms open, guarding her, and said, "What do you want to do to our lady?" "Humph, don't get too close. Sister, we're all sisters, don't be so distant. Come on, let's have lunch." Yujin made all this food to welcome you sisters, Lin Yaya, who had been quiet, said with high emotional intelligence. Hearing Lin Yaya's words, Chao Chuan wished he could give her a little red flower. She really understood him. Chao Chuan hadn't informed Li Yujin in advance that he would bring a few girls back. Since a girl had said this, he simply went along with it and acknowledged it as a welcome feast. Long Bebe originally wanted to say something, but after seeing such a lavish spread and feeling her stomach growl, she fell silent. Eating was the priority. Eating was the priority. With the seating of a few new girls, the meal began. Some girls who hadn't yet received Chao Chuan's favor were all eager to show off, serving him dishes and pouring him drinks, each wanting to get closer to him. After all, it had been so long since Chao Chuan had favored them, and like in an ancient harem, those who hadn't received his attention felt anxious. Now, Chao Chuan's women were increasing day by day. What if I get kicked out? That would be the end of me. Only here with Chao Chuan do I feel safe, especially since he brings back several stunning girls every time he goes out. They are genuinely scared. This lunch passed quickly, and Chao Chuan didn't know how much food he had been fed. He hadn't eaten a single bite in front of him, as he was directly fed until he was full. A full stomach leads to lustful thoughts. After a hearty lunch, it was time for a nap. To prevent the girls from having too many thoughts, Chao Chuan planned to leave them a little space, an opportunity for them. Otherwise, he was genuinely afraid that his harem would catch fire. Just as he returned to the door of his room, he felt like he had forgotten something. Looking at the corridor that stretched out before him, he slapped his forehead and took out the villa upgrade voucher he had received as a reward. I just feel like I forgot something. My little nest needs an upgrade. With that thought, Chao Chuan directly used the villa upgrade voucher. Boom, boom, boom. The girls who were preparing to rest were suddenly startled by the sound. Stepping out of the room, they suddenly realized that the distance from their room to the hall had increased. What just happened? Some of the girls rubbed their eyes, only to find everything still looked the same, leaving them stunned. How could the space of the armored vehicle be twice as large after just having lunch? And Yi Qing's eyes widened even more. The supernatural phenomenon clearly exceeded the realm of science. This is just too unscientific. However, they were only briefly excited before heading back to their rooms to rest. For Chao Chuan, no matter how strange things happened, it was all very normal. Only the three new girls were still exchanging glances. Xin Dingling spoke up. Let's all go back and rest. Don't look like you've never seen the world. The other sisters aren't too amazed, so let's not act like country bumpkins. Eat, drink, sleep, and disperse. After Xin Dingling finished speaking, she directly opened her door to prepare to rest. Long Bebe wanted to follow but was rejected by Xin Dingling. This was no longer a utopia. There was no need to stick together all the time. Miss, stop right there. We're out now. Your identity is no longer my personal maid but an independent person. Go on, don't orbit around me like a satellite anymore. Hearing Xin Dingling's words, Long Bebe's eyes began to well up with tears. Miss, does this mean you don't want me anymore? Boo-hoo, I'm useless now that we're out. Xin Dingling looked at Long Bebe's expression and immediately said angrily, You're free now. Why are you still like this? Long Bebe wiped her tears and said, I just want to stay by your side. Xin Dingling looked at her with a disappointed expression. Seeing Long Bebe's eyes already red, she spoke earnestly, Sister Bebe, this is no longer the time before the apocalypse. We are already in the apocalypse. Do you understand? The entire social order has been disrupted. People live for themselves. Don't get used to doing one thing for too long. Some things can't just be accepted as habits, understand? If I were you, Sister Bebe, I would immediately find Chao Chuan, whether it's actively pursuing him, using drugs, or begging on my knees to survive. As long as you become his woman, your identity will change. You are no longer just a little maid but Chao Chuan's wife, on equal footing with me, understand? Xin Dingling said all this in one breath. Long Bebe looked at Xin Dingling in disbelief. She lowered her head. She really hadn't thought about so much. The miss was right, perhaps I should change. Seeing that Long Bebe didn't respond, Xin Dingling patted her shoulder and said, Go back to your room and rest well. It's indeed hard to change your mindset in a short time. Yes, miss. Don't call me miss, call me by my name, or Dingling is fine. You have to change your title to change your status. With that, Xin Dingling returned to her room. This time, Long Bebe didn't dwell on it any longer. She silently went back to her own room, and Yi Qing watched the whole time without saying a word. After the two girls left, she murmured, I didn't expect the little princess of Utopia to have this side. It seems I was misled by rumors. By the way, Chao Chuan said he would get me a research laboratory, but I don't know where it is. Forget it, I'll just sleep for now and talk about it in the afternoon. After upgrading the armored vehicle, Chao Chuan didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, he went directly to Yang Yiyun's room. He still had a child here. As a father, forgetting his own child is truly irresponsible. He pushed the door open. At that moment, Yang Yiyun was feeding the baby. This adorable little one was sucking hard on her breast, and seeing this newly born little princess brought a smile to Chao Chuan's face. Honey, you're here. Shoo, don't disturb the baby while she's eating. Chao Chuan immediately walked to the side of Yang Yiyun's bed, took her other hand in his, and said, "You've worked hard." "No, it's not hard, Chao Chuan gave Yang Yiyun a loving kiss, making her little face flush red, taking a while to return to normal. "Have you thought of a name for the baby?" Chao Chuan asked with a smile. "Not yet, I was waiting for you to name her," Yang Yiyun replied. "Alright, I'm good at naming. Let's call her Chao Yiyun." Hearing this name, Yang Yiyun's face turned red again. Chao Chuan still liked Yiyun, that was the understanding, right? After that, the two of them fell silent, and the three of them formed a warm picture together. After the baby and Yang Yiyun fell asleep, Chao Chuan finally stepped out. He still had many things to do. It wasn't about being heartless, but the conditions didn't allow it. After all, with many women around, he had to learn to share the love equally. Focusing on just one girl would become tiresome for himself, and the other women would rebel. Leaving Yang Yiyun's room, Chao Chuan didn't go anywhere else and went straight back to his own room. As soon as he opened the door, a fragrant breeze hit him. Chao Chuan saw that there was an extra mahjong table in his room, and two girls were shuffling and playing cards, looking quite bored. Suddenly, when they saw Chao Chuan return, they were both surprised and delighted. "Master, come play with us," Sun Xiaoqiao said. The other girl was a bit more reserved but also said something to entice Chao Chuan. This immediately put Chao Chuan in the mood to work overtime. The one who spoke playfully was Sun Xiaoqiao. Chao Chuan immediately checked her attribute panel. Name, Sun Xiaoqiao. Photo, Sun Xiaoqiao image. GIF, age, 19, beauty score, 90, figure score, 93, purity, 100%, current health, 100%, overall score, 92, attributes, strength, 97, 5 stamina, 101, 4 speed, 128, 5 mental power, 116, system comment, this girl is so lively, the baby she gives birth to will surely be very lively as well. Please accept her as soon as possible. After looking at Sun Xiaoqiao's attribute panel, Chao Chuan was taken aback. He didn't expect the girl's attributes to be so high, which was a bit surprising. He didn't expect that after he walked in, the girls were still quite diligent, which was very commendable. After looking at Sun Xiaoqiao's attribute interface, Chao Chuan turned to the other girl. This girl usually doesn't talk much, but unexpectedly, she is so proactive. It seems that my wives have been well trained, and it's time to reap the rewards. The attribute panel of this girl also appeared before Chao Chuan. Name, Zhao Sijuan. Photo, Zhao Sijuan image. GIF, age, 20, beauty score, 88, figure score, 94, purity, 100%, current health, 100%, overall score, 91, attributes, strength, 167, stamina, 85, speed, 108, mental power, 110, system comment. This girl's figure is quite good, she can be quickly added to the harem. This one is also not bad. Chao Chuan was very satisfied, watching Chao Chuan, who was stunned in place. Sun Xiaoqiao and the other girl blushed even more. They immediately left the mahjong table and approached Chao Chuan. In front of Chao Chuan, the two girls transformed into flirts, completely disregarding Chao Chuan's current feelings, and whispered something in his ear. Instantly, even someone as thick-skinned as Chao Chuan felt a bit embarrassed. Where did they learn such lewd things? Hurry up and share the information. The two of them said this without the slightest hint of embarrassment. This made it hard for Chao Chuan to resist. If he didn't act now, today would pass him by. Alright, so you wanna play like this, huh? Then don't blame me. Without saying a word, Chao Chuan saw the two girls had returned to the mahjong table and rushed over. Today, whoever loses a point has to give up one piece of equipment. If you haven't lost everything, you can't leave the room even a step. With a slow motion move of his left and right hand, his superb mahjong skills drew the attention of the two girls. Whoa, I'm losing so badly. Ding! The host has successfully rescued the beauty, detecting that the girl's score is 92 points, and a reward can be obtained. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining B-level psychic ability, mind reading. Ding! The host has successfully rescued the beauty, detecting that the girl's score is 91 points, and a reward can be obtained. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining RGP Grenade Launcher *100, Grenades *10000000. Chao Chuan had just taken down two girls when the system's prompt sound immediately came. This made Chao Chuan even more excited. Mind reading is a great ability, the more good abilities, the better. As for the RGP Grenade Launcher, it seems a bit outdated. However, the items rewarded by the system must have some special effects. Since he couldn't use them himself, he would naturally distribute them to the girls. Ordinary use would definitely not keep up. This thing would only be maximized in effect if given to Xia Xinran. As long as he enchanted it for Xia Xinran, these ordinary firearms would turn into supernatural weapons in the apocalypse. Not bad. The rewards from the two girls were very good. It seems he needs to help them improve their mahjong skills even more. Just then, Xiao Chuan sat down at the mahjong table again. Son Xiao Xiao, husband, I've lost all my equipment. Why are you back? I have no equipment left. Wo, please don't call me again. If you want to play mahjong, just play against sister Zhao Sijuan. Zhao Sijuan, I still have a few pieces of equipment left, and I want to fight for a bit more. I can't let Xiao Chuan, my husband, get away today. The inner thoughts of the two girls quickly echoed in Xiao Chuan's ears. Xiao Chuan was overjoyed. This ability is really good. Not only can he hear the deepest thoughts of the girls and provide them with the most satisfying service, but he can also know who harbors ill intentions towards him and crush them in the cradle. Not bad, not bad. Since Zhao Sijuan wants this, then naturally, he will satisfy her wishes. Originally targeting Sun Xiao, Xiao Chuan shifted his focus to attack Zhao Sijuan. 3 wins! Xiao Chuan continued to play cards in the room, accompanied by singing. At this moment, a girl was wandering outside his room. Her hand had already grasped the doorknob for the 3rd time. Finally, she made up her mind to go in. As soon as she pushed the door open, she saw the 3 people who were already working overtime. Lin Xuxin was momentarily stunned, then spoke up. I must have come to the wrong place. I won't disturb you. Lin Xuxin's face turned as red as a ripe peach. As a star, she rarely encountered such scenes. After all, her ex-husband treated her with respect. There was never such an exciting situation. Thinking of this, Lin Xuxin wanted to close the door and leave. However, Xiao Chuan had already noticed her and didn't give her a chance to escape, directly controlling the metal to shut the door. Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving Lin Xuxin no time to react. He said, since you're here, don't leave. Come in and play mahjong. We're 1 short. Lin Xuxin immediately replied, I really came to the wrong place, please let me go. Having already entered, how could Xiao Chuan let Lin Xuxin leave? Seeing that Lin Xuxin was still so reserved, Xiao Chuan directly used his mental control to push her to his side. At that moment, Lin Xuxin was like a frightened rabbit, gripping the edge of the chair tightly. On the surface, Lin Xuxin had no intention of playing mahjong, even adopting a posture that suggested she wanted to escape. If it were before, Xiao Chuan, as a qualified good man, would naturally not force her to do something she was unwilling to do. But now, Xiao Chuan could hear the deepest thoughts in Lin Xuxin's heart. Lin Xuxin, no, don't come over, there are so many people here. If it were just the 2 of us, it wouldn't be impossible, but I still prefer playing 2-person poker. Lin Xuxin, Xiao Chuan can take on 2 in mahjong, which means his skills must be impressive. Should I let him win a round when we start? Lin Xuxin, how can I, as a star before the apocalypse, let them know I'm this kind of person? That would be so embarrassing. Lin Xuxin, Xiao Chuan, why are you still looking at me? Hurry up and make a move, then I can half retreat and cooperate to play mahjong. Xiao Chuan was surprised to find so much drama in Lin Xuxin's thoughts. He decisively sat down next to her, grabbing her shoulders with both hands and pulling her closer. His handsome face was directly next to Lin Xuxin's ear, his warm breath making her feel weak all over. Her hands and feet felt a bit unresponsive. Xiao Chuan said, Sister, don't be nervous. We're just playing a casual game of mahjong. It's nothing serious. You must not have played in a long time, right? Listening to Xiao Chuan's words, Lin Xuxin felt herself starting to soften. She quickly straightened her body and said to Xiao Chuan, I didn't, don't say that. Is that so? Xiao Chuan said with a mischievous smile. He then directly took one of her hands and placed it on the mahjong table. TSK, Sister Xuxin, lying will get you in trouble. You say you don't want to, but your hands are very honest, already shuffling the tiles. Lin Xuxin was startled to find herself getting into the mood. How did I become so proactive? Oh no, this feels wrong. Seeing Lin Xuxin's gaze starting to become hazy, the battle-hardened Xiao Chuan knew it was about time. He immediately launched an offensive. Whoosh, a whirlwind of action. The other 2 girls also cooperated with Xiao Chuan, continuously attacking Lin Xuxin. Zhao Sijuan felt a bit displeased, but upon seeing that it was Lin Xuxin, this understanding big sister, she dismissed her unhappiness. Ding! Host successfully rescued the beauty, detected the girl's score as 96 points, and received an additional reward. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining high-end seafood, 100 tons each of king crab, eastern star grouper, Australian lobster, and bluefin tuna. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining 30 secondary zombie crystal core enhancement stones. Originally, Xiao Chuan had planned to take a break in the afternoon and cultivate feelings with the other girls, but that plan fell through. He spent the entire afternoon playing mahjong with the 3 girls. There were wins and losses, but most of the time, it was Chao Chuan who won, especially against Lin Xuxin. To describe it in one sentence, she was targeted. It was as if she had offended everyone. Every tile she played was eaten by Chao Chuan. Of course, Lin Xuxin was unwilling to lose and actively challenged Chao Chuan to a one-on-one match. Chao Chuan naturally enjoyed this kind of initiative. Since they couldn't leave the room, after winning all the girls' equipment, a smile appeared on his face. Seeing that the time was about right, he took out the 4th tier A-level zombie crystal core. After all, they all needed a break. He couldn't waste time. It was a 2-for-1 deal. Save time. As soon as Chao Chuan swallowed it, he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new superpower, Giant Strength, A-level. Giant Strength, A-level. After activation, it can increase strength attributes by 10 times for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Chao Chuan looked at the superpower description and immediately gave it a thumbs up. This superpower, with just a few simple words, revealed its powerful attributes. 10 times the strength in 30 seconds. Chao Chuan currently had a strength attribute of 1000, and with the superpower's boost, it would directly double to 2000. If he activated this giant strength superpower, his strength attribute would reach 20,000 points. What the hell does that even mean? Even someone as strong as Chao Chuan couldn't imagine how powerful 20,000 attribute points were. He certainly didn't dare to test it directly in the vehicle. After all, with 20,000 attribute points, his armored vehicle would definitely not be able to withstand it. Just as Chao Chuan was pondering where to experiment, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation. He fell into a coma, and the side effects of absorbing the zombie crystal core began. Although the side effects lasted only half an hour, Chao Chuan still needed to rest. When he woke up again, it was already 9 p.m. However, it wasn't yet 9 o'clock. The 3 girls beside him had finished resting and left Chao Chuan's room. Lin Xuxin had wanted to wait for Chao Chuan to wake up. After lingering for a while, she reluctantly left, feeling deeply enchanted by this handsome younger brother. The armored vehicle encountered an attack from other zombies. Chao Chuan was still in a deep sleep. Everyone was considerate and did not disturb him. The girls went outside the armored vehicle and began to counterattack the zombies. Sisters, after we kill these zombies, we can obtain another batch of zombie crystal cores. Everyone, put in a little more effort. Don't waste the weapons in our hands. Don't worry, sister, I've been wanting to advance for a long time. If it weren't for the lack of zombie crystal cores, I would already be a 3rd-tier superpower user. I really envy you all for becoming superpower users, while I'm still hoarding zombie crystal cores to increase my attributes. When will I be able to kill a 4th-tier zombie and obtain an S-level superpower? In the eyes of the girls, zombies were merely tools for providing cultivation resources. They came to kill without thinking too much. They had no idea that these zombies were actually being controlled by someone and had come with a purpose. 1 kilometer behind the zombies, a dozen humans dressed in black were watching the armored vehicle through binoculars. The more they looked, the more they liked it. These were not locals. They had come from other places. An armored vehicle could provide them with considerable convenience, so they naturally wanted to seize it. For these superpower users who traveled nationwide, they had a resounding name, the Rangers. Yo yo yo, there are quite a few girls in that armored vehicle, and each one is a delicate beauty, said the ability user holding the binoculars. Amal, having such an armored vehicle in the apocalypse means their strength must not be weak. We can't let our guard down. Especially beautiful women in the apocalypse are the most terrifying. Don't worry, boss, I know what I'm doing, he, replied the ability user, closing his eyes and leaning back on a sofa. Clearly, he did not agree with his boss's cautious demeanor. It's just a few women, is it really necessary to be this careful? Ama paid no mind. They had encountered numerous ability user teams while heading south from Jiangnan Street to the current Urgienkyo Street, and which one of them had not been easily dealt with? The former campus belle, the goddess, none of them were hard to play with, all at their feet. Even the official teams could be tested against when they were few in number. He still remembered the last time he had fun with a female enforcer. That feeling still lingered. Amal waved his hand, completely ignoring the captain's warning. In his mind, it was already the apocalypse. Even the officials couldn't manage everywhere. There were always gray areas. Amal and his companions considered themselves locals of the gray area. Although not the strongest, they were certainly the most adaptable. Even if they were one level lower, underestimating them would still lead to trouble. Lying on the sofa, Amal closed his eyes. His ability activated. With a shift in perspective, the scene before him suddenly transformed into the armored vehicle and a group of women. This was his ability, allowing him to control the zombies he had made contracts with and view the situation from the perspective of the controlled zombies. The current 4th-tier zombie had autonomously advanced from a 3rd tier after being controlled. It was a zombie capable of commanding other zombies, a wise one. To obtain this zombie, he had paid a considerable price back then. However, the result was good. Amao was very satisfied with this zombie. Not only did it maximize his combat power, but it could also summon minions. Capturing this zombie was equivalent to gaining a zombie army. All the zombies around the Chao Chuan armored vehicle had been summoned by him. It was all for this impressive-looking armored vehicle. Unexpectedly, there was an added surprise. Amao coldly laughed to himself, he, while others hoard goddesses, I'm hoarding zombies. Your women are so luscious, in the next second, they'll be mine. Amao hid among the zombies. Looking at the group of women, tears of regret welled up at the corners of his mouth. He even wanted to give himself a good beating. Damn it, had he known there was such a beautiful team near Urgiankyo, he should have come over much earlier. But it's not too late now. These women looked rosy, and some even had the mood to put on makeup, which was quite impressive. Those legs, that waist, those soft breasts. TSK. This was much better than those he had encountered before. It seemed they not only had such an impressive armored vehicle but also plenty of supplies. Even the official female enforcers, who were on official rations, didn't look as good as these women. He just didn't know if these women had the same allure as the female enforcers. Thinking of this, Amao looked at the other ability users. It was all their fault for playing too hard. They were gone in just one day. The perspective switched back to Amao. He spoke again. Boss, I just observed. These women's strength is just average. They probably rely on the armored vehicle to feel so good. We can take them down easily, how about? The captain interjected, let's be cautious. Let your zombies go up first to wear them down. Wow, boss, these zombies I gathered with great difficulty didn't just appear out of nowhere. And to waste them like this, my loss. Amao's eyes rolled a few times before he paused. Wait, you women pick first. If there are any high-end spoils, you take them first. Then I'll reluctantly arrange it. Pity my little corpses. Get lost, taking advantage and still acting coy. He. After receiving the captain's response, he immediately signaled the fourth-tier zombies. The zombies that received the signal instantly became excited, and the third-tier zombies he had summoned rushed forward. This increased the pressure on the girls. Why are these zombies acting like they've taken aphrodisiacs, becoming so fierce? Don't be afraid, however many sisters come, we'll kill however many. So many zombies mean a lot of zombie cores. Keep killing, they're just third-tier zombies, it's a piece of cake. Several Gatling guns fired wildly, and the zombies fell one after another. Seeing this, Amao not only felt no worry but became excited. These women don't even know how to conserve bullets. When they finish shooting, that will be our moment to charge in. Everyone, get ready to go straight in, Amao said. Alright, Amao, you keep monitoring their movements. Make sure the zombies block their escape route, don't let them run away. Brothers, do you still not trust me with this? This isn't the first time doing this kind of job. I guarantee the service will be top-notch. Everyone nodded. This kind of scheme to trap and rob using zombies wasn't their first time. Each time they made a fortune. Their business skills were unquestionable. The others left their positions and began heading towards the armored vehicle. Meanwhile, Amao, who was in charge of controlling the situation, stayed in place. After all, as a long-range attacker, Amao didn't need to show up. He could even cultivate through the zombies. For a while, Amao even thought he was the protagonist of this world. Soon, everyone arrived near the armored vehicle. The zombies Amao had summoned were almost all dead. They were waiting for the moment they changed bullets. The blue fire Gatling stopped spinning. One of the girls glanced and said, Sisters, I'm out of bullets. Can you cover me? Mine is almost out too, sister. Change your bullets a bit faster. said the girl as she began to change her bullets. The outer ability users watched this scene, exchanged glances, and immediately rushed up while they were reloading. The sudden appearance of the ability users startled the girls. There are other ability users. What's going on? It's bad enough that the zombies are bullying us. How come there are other ability users? Everyone, focus. They must have come after we finished off the zombies. They're definitely just a bunch of small fries trying to get something. The girls immediately controlled their weapons, aiming at the humans rushing over. Before they could speak, the girls' bullets flew out. Big-chested and brainless is still big-chested and brainless. Can hot weapons pose a threat to us ability users? However, the next second, a bullet hit his arm. The moment the bullet made contact with his skin, it exploded. He hadn't even felt anything before his entire arm blew apart. My hand. What's going on? Why are their weapons so powerful? It's abilities. It must be abilities that enhance these weapons. Everyone, quickly dodge. The ability users were dumbfounded. They originally thought they were just a bunch of little sheep, but unexpectedly, they were a group of red wolves in sheep's clothing. They no longer dared to act recklessly. Immediately found cover and hid his body. Boss, why is it so fierce? Damn, even Fan Ji's hand got blown up. I warned you all before coming here. Now, haha, as long as you're careful, it's nothing to fear. If a fan got hurt, it's his own fault. Boss, I'm sorry, I was just too confident. Alright, everyone look for opportunities to strike. We're not close enough. It's not wise to engage directly. Only then did the group wake up from the allure of beauty. They realized they had truly fallen into a seductive trap from the start. Looking at the women, they felt like their brains had been scrambled. They were completely dumbed down, and it was the kind of intelligence that had been ruthlessly ground into the dirt. They knew that these women's weapons could blow the heads off even third-tier zombies. How could they be ordinary weapons, and how could their bodies withstand that? Thus, one by one, they regained their serious attitude and immediately went into hiding. Ambush was their specialty. They had never been the type of ability users to engage in direct confrontation. These ability users came quickly and left just as fast. In almost an instant, the girls lost their targets. A few of the girls, frustrated, fired a few more shots, but when they found they couldn't hit anything, they had to clear the zombies first. They would clean up the zombies and then use their overwhelming firepower to force out these ability users with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, in the distance, Amal, who was controlling the zombies, was also shocked. He never expected that these women would be so powerful. Amal's heart was bleeding. The third-tier zombies he had painstakingly gathered hadn't even begun to execute their sea of corpses tactic before being worn down to almost nothing. Not even a splash of water was stirred up, and the fourth-tier zombie he controlled was on the verge of being killed. This was a massive loss. Can't fight, I better run. Now he could only rely on his unreliable teammates. As long as they could take down these women, losing so many third-tier zombies wouldn't be a total loss, and his efforts wouldn't be in vain. Before he could react, the girl's output continued, and within seconds, a large number of zombies fell one after another. Soon, only the fourth-tier zombie controlled by Amal remained. At this moment, beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped from Amal's forehead. Controlling zombies did come at a cost. If the controlled zombies were injured or killed, he would also suffer damage. Although it wouldn't be 100% reflected on him, he had to bear a corresponding proportion of the zombies' pain. First-tier zombies lost 5%, second-tier zombies 15%, third-tier zombies 30%, and fourth-tier zombies 60%. This meant that if this zombie were killed here, his vitality would be reduced by 60%. Based on the average human lifespan of 80 years, he was currently 30 years old. Losing 60% of his vitality meant losing 48 years of life. Adding that to his current age of 30, if this zombie died, he would only have 2 years left to live. Thinking of this, he quickly controlled the zombie to flee into the distance. Just as he stepped out, he heard a gunshot behind him. The sound was a loud gunshot, likely from a sniper rifle. Before Amal could react, he felt darkness enveloping him. His vision returned to the inside of the building. Amal spat out a mouthful of black blood and fainted. Although he calculated that losing 60% would take away 48 years of life, he hadn't accounted for the fact that his body couldn't withstand such a drastic decline in function. His internal organs began to fail. His heart's beating gradually slowed. He might never know that he would die like this. As all the zombies were cleared away, the girls turned their attention to the hiding place of the ability user who had just caused trouble. In this pile of ruins, it was indeed a bit difficult to find them. Just as the girls were contemplating how to launch an attack, Chao Chuan also woke up at that moment. He looked out the window at the zombies scattered on the ground and immediately walked out of the room. As he reached the door, the girls noticed Chao Chuan's figure and immediately spoke up. "Hubby, we were just besieged by zombies, but we didn't exert much effort and wiped them all out." "So impressive. Come here, hubby, let me reward you with a loving kiss," Chao Chuan joked. Teasing me again. Who told you to be so cute? By the way, why didn't you collect the crystal cores back to the armored vehicle after defeating the zombies? What are you still doing outside? Chao Chuan asked in confusion. Hearing Chao Chuan's inquiry, Zhang Lu came forward with her weapon and said, "Hubby, just now a group of ability users tried to take advantage of the zombie attack on us to rob us, but we drove them away. They're hiding in this ruin." "Yeah, those people are too despicable. While we were fighting zombies, they actually wanted to eat us. It's really outrageous. Such bad people must be killed, otherwise, who knows how many more people they will harm. These pests within the human camp must be eliminated. It's the only way to show them respect." Listening to the girls' accounts, Chao Chuan understood the whole situation. They actually wanted to lay hands on my women. I see you are looking for death. Lead the way. Today we will make sure they come and go without return, Chao Chuan said angrily. The other girls immediately nodded, holding their weapons and leading Chao Chuan to the entrance of the ruins. Upon arriving at the ruins and seeing the complex scene inside, Chao Chuan asked, "Have you found them?" "Hubby, we found a few, but they are shielded by the debris of the walls. Although we can see them, we can't take them down. Watching them so carefree makes us stomp our feet in anger, one of the girls replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Chao Chuan understood the current situation. Even with enchanted weapons, they still couldn't inflict damage on them due to the obstruction of the wall debris. Even explosive bullets would only help these people by blowing the walls to pieces, creating a cloud of smoke that provided cover for the enemies. Just when they were about to catch them, they slipped away using the smoke as cover. Ah, they escaped again. One girl shouted angrily, shooting at a corner in front of her. Seeing the girl's helpless expressions, Chao Chuan thought of a weapon he had just acquired. So he immediately said, Xia Xinran, come over here, I have some treasures for you. Hearing Chao Chuan's call, Xia Xinran quickly came to his side. Hubby, you were looking for me? Xia Xinran looked at Chao Chuan with a puzzled expression. How many weapons can you enchant now? Chao Chuan asked straightforwardly without hesitation. Xia Xinran immediately replied, I should be able to enchant 70 or 80 without any problem. Alright, I got it. After Chao Chuan finished speaking, he immediately used his magnetic power to gather all the girls around. The girls were in the middle of sweeping the area when they were suddenly pulled back, startled. They thought they had encountered some supernatural phenomenon and looked at Chao Chuan in confusion. At that moment, Chao Chuan released a large number of wooden boxes from his space. These wooden boxes piled up right in front of Xia Xinran. Wang Mang immediately asked, Hubby, what is this? She voiced the question that all the girls wanted to ask. Chao Chuan didn't keep them in suspense and directly opened one of the wooden boxes, pulling out an RPG rocket launcher from inside. He handed it to Xia Xinran and said, if you can't hit the ruins inside, use this. Wow! As soon as the RPG launcher appeared, the girls were stunned and frightened by this weapon. This thing is a battlefield killer. One grenade fired, and anyone without at least 4th tier strength would probably struggle to withstand it. They had originally thought that Chao Chuan getting a Gatling gun was already unbeatable, believing it to be the strongest conventional weapon he could acquire. They never expected this was just the beginning. Now he had even managed to get his hands on a single soldier grenade launcher. However, having a grenade launcher alone wouldn't be enough. Grenades must be quite rare. Before they could voice this question, the next second, Chao Chuan pulled out 1,000 grenades from his space like pouring beans and placed them on the ground. The girls swallowed hard. Hubby, these are the real deal, right? This is the first time I've seen such a weapon. Hubby is amazing. He can even get this kind of weapon. I want to try one. Every time Chao Chuan appeared, he brought them a plethora of new toys. They were all incredibly excited. Except for the girls with sniper rifles and Gatling guns, the others strapped their rifles to their backs and picked up an RPG to load grenades. Smiles spread across their faces. Xia Xinran was also busy. She stood in front of the pile of weapons, and as one girl picked one up, she enchanted it. Soon, every girl had an RPG launcher in hand. Moreover, if one looked closely, the colors of these RPGs were all different. Each one represented a different attribute enhancement, with various special attributes. The girls lined up, laughing and chatting, and headed towards their target. Meanwhile, the ability users hiding in the ruins were still dreaming of ambushing and becoming the sixth wheel, completely unaware of the kind of team they were about to encounter. As natives of the gray area, they possessed various hidden skills. Without detection-type abilities, it was impossible to spot their presence with the naked eye. They were all extremely comfortable, discussing how to distribute these women. Boss, those women thinking they can find us in such a complex geographical location is simply wishful thinking. Hee brothers, when they come, you guys flirt a bit, and I'll steal a few women back. Everyone, don't underestimate them. I've said it many times, Athen became Yanghua because he underestimated his opponents. Unfortunately, he only has Yanghua's missing arm, not Yanghua's big eagle or his aunt. Stop it, boss, please, don't expose my shortcomings, the ability user named Athen immediately replied. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter. This Athen was indeed a loser. Even the few delicate, tender women they encountered could disarm him. At that moment, at the entrance of the ruins, a synchronized sound echoed in their ears. Thud, thud, thud. One of the ability users said, everyone be careful, the girls have already come in. Careful? I think you're just happy. Better that they come in. It's complicated in here, it's our turn to strike. Listening to his words, the other ability users laughed and said, no worries, those women's weapons can't penetrate this building's wreckage. Bro, don't be overconfident. A Gatling gun can penetrate. Another ability user chimed in. Don't you hear the noise? Aren't you going to run? The former shot him a glare. Just as he finished speaking, with a thud, a black, round object glowing with a faint red light rolled up beside him. What is that? Who put? Before he could finish his sentence, the object exploded. Boom! A huge explosion mixed with screams echoed around him. What the hell is going on? The ability user hiding atop the ruins looked at the girls, each wielding an RPG launcher, and was utterly terrified. The most critical part was that he could sense the power of abilities emanating from the launchers in their hands. This was definitely not an ordinary weapon. After the explosion subsided, he glanced toward the epicenter. A good brother of his had been blown apart, left with only a hand and a foot. Half of his body was shattered by the blast. However, he hadn't died from being thrown away. His face still bore a look of shock. He couldn't understand it. With these women acting like this, why were they pretending to be harmless? If you had grenade launchers, you should have brought them out earlier. This was just bullying the honest people. The other ability users were equally stunned. At that moment, they couldn't laugh anymore. They had laughed so joyfully just moments ago, and now they were crying loudly. 20 or so girls unleashed a barrage from their grenade launchers indiscriminately. Under this carpet bombing, what good was it to hide? A few ability users squinted and wanted to rush out to fight, but as soon as they stepped out, before they could even throw a punch, a bullet struck him right between the eyes. Sniper. This scene played out across the entire ruins. As soon as someone poked their head out, they either got sniped or turned into a sieve by a Gatling gun. If they stayed in, they would be blown to bits. The hatred they felt was immense. Just thinking about the captain's warning not to let their guard down made them regret it deeply. Even when hunting rabbits, one should use full strength. And themselves? They wished they could slap themselves twice. But now there was no chance left. With the girls' bombardment, one by one, the ability users were blown away, questioning their very existence. No, there was no life left to question, only memories remained. Soon, only the captain was left standing, his face filled with murderous intent as he stared at the girls. This man was a Tier 4 ability user. Although he managed to survive the grenade bombardment, it wasn't easy. Not a single part of his skin was intact. It was utterly miserable. However, the captain quickly retracted that gaze, replacing it with a fawning expression. He smiled broadly while his heart darkly plotted how to trick these women. Looking at the last remaining ability user, all the girls, including Chao Chuan, walked over. This ability user, seeing Chao Chuan surrounded like the moon among the stars, realized that Chao Chuan was definitely the leader of this group of girls. He immediately knelt before Chao Chuan, crying and shouting, Big boss, please, don't kill me, I surrender." The scene was so loud that it would probably make even his mother's death seem insignificant. The girls frowned at the man, unsure whether to kill him or not. Watching everyone's reaction, the man secretly rejoiced. Women are so easy to deceive. Just cry a little and they won't act. I'll remember these women's faces. I'll go easy on them when I play later, hee. Then he glanced at Chao Chuan out of the corner of his eye, thinking bitterly, lucky bastard. Do you think you can handle so many women? Once I'm free, I'll definitely bring people from the Blackhawk base and have my way with your women right in front of you. The ability user saw that everyone had stopped moving and smiled. I'm not going to die. Chao Chuan, standing nearby, immediately picked up on his thoughts. Oh, Blackhawk base? A playful smile appeared on Chao Chuan's face. He then kicked the ability user to the ground. Big boss, don't kill me. I can compensate you. You bastard, if it weren't for my brothers being dead, this kick would definitely be repaid 100-fold. Listening to his words, Chao Chuan said, Who are you calling a bastard? I'm calling you a bastard. The man finished speaking and was momentarily puzzled. I didn't say anything. How does he know? He must be trying to trick me. Looking at his bewildered expression, Chao Chuan slapped him again. Tell me, where is the Blackhawk base? I'm quite interested. The man was taken aback by Chao Chuan's words. He couldn't understand how a force from Urgienkyo Street could know about the existence of the Blackhawk base. They had come here because they were being ostracized, which led them to leave the base. The forces from Urgienkyo were clearly weaker than those from Jiangnan Street. After all, Jiangnan Street was the most populous and densely populated area in Yong City. Those who could survive in such an environment were all capable abilities users. The weak had long since become food for zombies. And over in Urgienkyo, a mere suburb, how many people could there be? The most was just Yongjiang University. A university with tens of thousands of students, which was even fewer than the residents of their small community. Even Ying Zhaokuan, who was part of one of the top ranger teams at the Blackhawk base, had only just learned about Chao Chuan's team. How could they possibly know? Where did this information come from? The man's mind went blank for a moment, completely at a loss for words. Chao Chuan looked at the stunned abilities user and had Lin Shuxin, who had water abilities, pour a refreshing splash of water over him. The stimulation from the water made the man wake up, his body covered in wounds. He looked at Chao Chuan in terror, suddenly recalling a very frightening ability. They had it at the Blackhawk base too. Mind reading. This meant that everything he had just thought in his heart, cursing Chao Chuan, was known to him. He slumped to the ground, staring blankly at Chao Chuan. At that moment, Chao Chuan smiled, as if giving him an answer. The man felt despair. Such an ability really existed. At their Blackhawk base, some dared to provoke the base leader, but no one dared to mess with an abilities user who had this power. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Realizing this, the man understood that any thoughts he had were useless. He immediately crawled in front of Chao Chuan and said, "I'll take you to the Blackhawk base, just let me go." "You don't have the right to choose," Chao Chuan replied with a smile. Looking at Chao Chuan's sunny smile, for some reason, it felt more terrifying than Satan. He knew that if he didn't agree, under the current enhancement of abilities, it would be hard for anyone to die. At least he had hundreds of ways to make someone wish they were dead. Without hesitation, he agreed to Chao Chuan's request. Chao Chuan directly controlled an iron needle and stabbed it into his head. In an instant, the man felt as if he had been placed under a tightening curse. The pain made him roll on the ground. The iron needle was positioned just right to cause immense suffering without killing him. The man felt despair as he looked at Chao Chuan as if he had seen a ghost. Chao Chuan controlled this man and learned that his name was Zhao Kuan. After subduing Zhao Kuan, Chao Chuan sent him into the armored vehicle. The interior of the armored vehicle had doubled in size, providing enough room to detain such abilities users. Then, he instructed the girls to clean up the battlefield. After all, so many zombie cores shouldn't go to waste on others. Inside the armored vehicle, Zhao Kuan had already fainted from the pain. This time, Chao Chuan did not wake him up again. After all, he still had things to do. The Blackhawk base was just the next destination. There were more important matters at hand. After gathering all the girls in the living room, Chao Chuan said, "Wives, please be quiet for a moment. I've got a lot of good stuff." Hearing Chao Chuan's words, the girls immediately became interested. Everyone looked at Chao Chuan with anticipation. At this moment, Chao Chuan's gaze wandered among the group of girls. There were still quite a few girls he hadn't tasted yet. Taking advantage of this time, Chao Chuan planned to take them all in. Under Chao Chuan's nurturing feed, combined with the enhancement of their abilities to change the surface flaws of their bodies, the girls now were basically all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. None of them disappointed Chao Chuan. Ahem, so here's the thing. I have quite a few zombie crystal cores. You can decide whether to distribute them yourselves or let me distribute them. Let's awaken all three groups, Chao Chuan said calmly. But among the girls, it immediately erupted into a commotion. Whoa, are we finally going to awaken? Hubby is so good to us, thinking of us even when he's out. Finally, I can go out and fight zombies with Sister Yuding. After a while of noisy chatter, the girls divided into groups. Meanwhile, Chao Chuan took this time to bring out a total of 50 C-grade Talon zombie crystal cores and 7 B-grade Talon zombie crystal cores. 30 of them were all enhanced to B-grade talent using secondary zombie crystal core enhancement stones. 37 cores were enough for all the girls to awaken. Are you ready? Ladies, in our group, there's only Sister Shushin as a supernatural being. Let's go first. One of the girls spoke up. Her name was Lin Jiangxue, also an accessory of Xie Xinran. Not wanting to remain unnoticed any longer, she decisively stepped up to speak first. Anything is fine. I hope all the sisters can awaken very powerful abilities. Then thank you for your kind words, sister. After some communication, the small group of girls stepped out from the crowd. Naturally, Chao Chuan handed the zombie crystal cores directly to Lin Shushin for distribution. Aside from awakening their abilities on their own at the beginning of the apocalypse, consuming zombie crystal cores could only awaken one ability at most. Any excess could only serve as nutrients for ability upgrades. Of course, if the previous ability was of a lower tier, consuming a higher level zombie crystal core would replace the lower one, but that would waste the previous crystal core. Therefore, this time, Chao Chuan only gave Lin Shushin 25 zombie crystal cores, as there was no need to use them again for those who had already awakened. Although he had killed so many zombies, the stable drop of B-grade talent zombie crystal cores still required 4th-tier zombies, and there weren't that many 4th-tier zombies for Chao Chuan to kill at this stage. The remaining 12 cores were reserved for the girls he would rescue later. After settling everything outside, Chao Chuan walked directly to the side of one girl. Immediately, the attribute panel of this girl appeared before him. Name, Ning Qingyue. Photo, image. GIF age, 22 beauty score, 89 figure score, 95 purity, 100% current health, 100% comprehensive score, 93 attributes, strength, 475. For stamina, 398. 7 speed, 327. 5 mental power, 399. 2 system comment, a shy and reserved cute girl, beneath her pure little face hides a graceful figure. Please let the host make her pregnant as soon as possible to contribute to the revival of humanity. Looking at her attributes, Chao Chuan nodded in satisfaction. The girl's attributes had reached close to the 4th tier, showing her recent efforts. As long as she awakened her abilities, she would be a powerful girl. Not bad, not bad. Thus, he spoke, come on, let's do something meaningful first. There's no rush to awaken abilities. The girl called by Chao Chuan blushed at his handsome face and nodded. She said, hubby, now? Of course, there's no better day than today. It's been a while since I've paid attention to you all. Don't you want the reward I've prepared for you? If you don't, I can give it to someone else, Chao Chuan said gently. Don't! Hubby, I want it, Ning Qingyue immediately whispered. She was indeed a reserved girl. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. If Chao Chuan weren't right next to her ear, he wouldn't have heard it at all. Now that he heard her, she agreed. Chao Chuan picked her up in a princess carry and left the living room, heading back to the bedroom. As they passed a storage area, Chao Chuan placed all the nano combat suits, firearms, and ammunition inside. He also sent a message to Li Jiayu on his phone. The warehouse would be under her management. Newcomers could just find her to get their gear. With another problem solved, Chao Chuan felt quite satisfied and planted a kiss on Ning Qingyue's cheek. Ning Qingyue blushed even more. The other girls were still immersed in the joy of awakening. Although Ning Qingyue usually didn't talk much, she still had several good friends. At that moment, her friends were eagerly watching the other girls awaken. Every time a powerful ability appeared, they gasped in surprise. They said to each other, wow, Qingyue, that's a special dark ability. So impressive. I wonder if we can get a powerful special ability too. It better not be a support skill. Qingyue, do you think we can get such a strong ability? Qingyue, speak up. The girls turned to look at Ning Qingyue's spot. They were instantly stunned. There was no sign of Ning Qingyue. Where's Qingyue? Maybe she went to the bathroom, another girl suggested. Alright, anyway, they have to awaken before we do, so there's no rush. At that moment, Ning Qingyue was taken to the room by Chao Chuan, preparing for her coming-of-age ceremony. Hubby, the window is still open, Ning Qingyue shyly said, nestled in Chao Chuan's arms. At that moment, Chao Chuan was holding her next to a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Thanks to Chao Chuan's arrangements, the room was very cozy. For some reason, it felt a bit stuffy. Ning Qingyue changed the appearance of her nano combat suit to a summer outfit. The sunlight shone on her long legs, reflecting a bright light. Her slender thighs caught Chao Chuan's captivating gaze. It's fine, if others see you, they'll only envy you, Chao Chuan said with a smile. He then took out some desserts. Of course, this was just to distract outsiders. The underlying meaning was obvious. Although Ning Qingyue was just a young girl, her innate experience made her know how to thank Chao Chuan. The huge floor-to-ceiling window made her feel as if she had been forcibly pushed onto a stage. Whoa, so embarrassing, so thrilling. Ning Qingyue's face turned red to her ears. At that moment, Chao Chuan seized the opportunity to complete the sacred ceremony. Ding! Host has successfully saved the beauty, detected the girl's score as 93 points, and a reward can be obtained. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 tables of manhenshuanshi. The corresponding reward has been stored in the host's space. The system's prompt sounded just as Chao Chuan erupted. Manhenshuanshi? Not bad, that's something the emperor eats. Now he actually had a chance too. However, with 3,000 beauties in the harem, where was he? Just a few dozen wives and he was getting carried away? Chao Chuan chuckled, filled with vigor once again. Hubby, can I go out to awaken my ability now? Ning Qingyue, exhausted and unable to stand, lay by the window and spoke, gazing at her graceful figure. Chao Chuan opened his mouth and said, once is not enough, they won't be that quick. Let's continue. The two had been out of the room for 2 hours. To avoid letting the other sisters know she had sneaked away, Ning Qingyue did not walk alongside Chao Chuan but covered her face and quickly ran into the crowd. Qingyue, where did you just go? You don't know, Zhang Roer awakened a super amazing ability. We are so envious. And Yang Chanxian's is also very powerful. Yes, I wonder if we can. Qingyue, what do you think? Ning Qingyue immediately replied, She wasn't really listening. As soon as she closed her eyes, she recalled the scenes from earlier. She bit her lip, contemplating whether to go to Chao Chuan's room again tonight. It was quite comfortable. Soon, evening arrived. All the girls, including Li Yujin, had completed their awakenings. Li Yujin's ability was fire control. However, she seemed dissatisfied. Li Yujin pouted and said, why is it another support ability? I wanted to go kill zombies with my sister. The other girls looked puzzled. Yujin, didn't you awaken a fire ability? That's pretty impressive. Fire abilities have a high lethality among ordinary abilities. Li Yujin shook her head and said, no, I feel like it has no lethality. Instead, I can cook better now. I can control the fire at any level, big, medium, small. Listening to Li Yujin, the two girls looked at her with envy. Your fire ability is support. What does that make my water ability? It's really infuriating. Most water abilities are also support damage. The other girls were discussing the strength of their abilities. Just as they were deciding what to eat tonight, everyone turned to Li Yujin. I haven't started preparing dinner yet. Oh my, sisters, please wait a moment. I'll go get it ready now, Li Yujin said anxiously. Don't worry, Yujin, we can help you, and it will be done quickly, the other girls said. It's fine, we can help you. Water sisters, step forward, we'll help Yujin wash the vegetables, and the others, I, with my wind ability, can work with the light ability sister to make air-dried meat. The girls quickly assigned tasks, greatly relieving Li Yujin's pressure. Just as everyone was preparing to head to the cafeteria, Chao Chuan blocked their way. Honey, we're going to cook, do you want to join us? Li Yujin asked. Chao Chuan smiled. No rush, you can cook tomorrow. Today, everyone has awakened their abilities, let's celebrate with a good meal. Are there new ingredients, honey? Li Yujin asked eagerly. The other girls were also very excited. Before meeting Chao Chuan, they were almost reduced to gnawing on tree bark. Now, not only was there plenty of food, but they could also choose. They wouldn't even eat bad ingredients. They were already tired of ordinary chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Now that there were new ingredients, they were naturally full of anticipation. Chao Chuan shook his head and said, We'll eat what's ready. You all first put all the dining tables together. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately sprang into action. Although they didn't know what kind of ingredients Chao Chuan would bring out, they believed him without question. Under the girls' arrangement, a long dining table appeared in the middle of the living room. Chao Chuan was also straightforward, directly bringing out the full banquet he had just received. The banquet rewarded by the system looked as if it had just been cooked. It had all the colors, aromas, and flavors. The girls stared at the dazzling array of dishes, instantly dumbfounded. This is too lavish. Woo woo woo, being with my husband Chao Chuan is just too happy. I want to have more children with him. It smells so good. I'm so hungry. Can we start eating? Seeing the reactions of the girls, Chao Chuan said, Don't just stand there, let's start eating. As soon as Chao Chuan finished speaking, the girls elegantly sat down at the dining table like noble ladies and began to eat. There were so many dishes that they couldn't possibly finish them all. There was no need to rush. The aroma of the food quickly wafted through the interior of the armored vehicle to the back. It was also the room where Chao Chuan kept the enemies. The room was not completely sealed. The smell of food seeped in through the crack of the door. Zhao Cohen, covered in wounds and gritting his teeth in pain, was on the verge of passing out from the agony when he suddenly caught a whiff of delicious food. He immediately stood up. He approached the door and inhaled the fragrant air. He then said, I must be hallucinating. It's the apocalypse, how could there be such a smell? It's already a miracle if everyone has expired food to eat. The more technological and life-related things can be preserved longer, and those foods only have the taste of preservatives. How could there be so much fragrance? My nose must be malfunctioning. I didn't expect that in the apocalypse, not only would I hallucinate, but there would also be hallucinated flavors. He quickly dismissed the possibility that it was real. Although he was in immense pain, he still prepared to rest well. After all, if he was going to die, he might as well have a good sleep before it happened. It would be even better if a girl came by. Just as he was about to close his eyes, he suddenly heard a few cheerful laughs from outside the door. Looks like I'm really hungry. Hallucinations and phantom tastes are one thing, but now I'm hearing things too, Zhao Cohen murmured. The next second, the window on his door was opened by a passing girl. My husband said, even if you can't eat, you should at least smell the aroma, the girl said, holding a bowl of fresh soup. Looking at the expensive ingredients in the bowl, Zhao Cohen was stunned. This is real? Looking through the window, he saw the living room, where more than 30 girls were gathered around a table, enjoying dinner. The dining table was over 10 meters long, filled with all kinds of ingredients. The exquisite presentation looked incredibly luxurious. Even the 5-star hotels he had seen before the apocalypse couldn't compare to this level. From the smell, Zhao Cohen could identify at least dozens of different ingredients. This was impossible. How could they have so many ingredients? Even if they had the means to obtain them, they would need talent as well. What era is this? The apocalypse. It had been nearly a month since the apocalypse began. What ingredients could last this long? What was going on? Why were they able to have such a feast? Moreover, this scene was like a Manchu Han imperial feast? Zhao Cohen was utterly perplexed. he had begun to question his life. What level of survivor team had he offended? In terms of luxury, the food that the Black Hawk base leader ate daily was nothing compared to what these girls had. It was simply pig food, and even that pig food was something that these survivors envied. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The aroma in the air became increasingly enticing. At that moment, his stomach audibly protested. Damn it, you guys are eating, so just eat. Don't let me see it. What do you mean I can't eat but can smell the aroma? Do you think that makes sense? Killing someone with a nod, this is too much. However, he naturally didn't dare to voice this thought. Every extra minute of life was precious. Once dead, everything would be useless. Thus, after enduring for over an hour, they finally finished eating, each one satisfied as they left their seats, leaving so many ingredients on the table. Zhao Kuan swallowed hard. Aren't they going to finish all this good food? Don't waste it. Let me eat. Let me. Such a waste of resources. It's simply a waste of resources. Zhao Kuan stared wide-eyed at the food still left on the table. Looking at the way Chao Chuan and the others were acting, it seemed they weren't planning to have a second meal. With so many ingredients, it would be great if they left some for me. The next moment, just as Zhao Kuan expected, Li Yujin and the other girls started packing the food into bags to take away. It was like throwing out the trash. Long Bebe looked at the abundance of food and said to Shen Dingling with a pained expression, "So much food just thrown away, what a pity. If I had known, I would have brought those two huskies along." Shen Dingling immediately replied, "Huskies are too noisy. I actually don't like them." "But didn't you like them before?" "Cousin must give them to me. I can't just let them starve." "Alright, enough talk, help me clean up," Shen Dingling said. "Okay, miss." Long Bebe immediately began to help. At that moment, Li Yujin said to the two of them, "Sisters, you misunderstood. This food isn't being thrown away. The kitchen has a processing device that can compress and turn all these ingredients into meatballs, which are very filling. Although you sisters have never used it, I believe it will be useful in the future." "I see," the two girls suddenly understood. If it could be processed into meatballs, then it couldn't be considered a waste of food. They had all come from the early days of the apocalypse and naturally understood the value of food. Listening to the girls' conversation, Zhao Kuan felt completely numb. What kind of team could waste food like this? They even kept pets? Sisters, this is the apocalypse. It's not your ordinary and boring noble life. My goodness. Kicking a metal plate was no longer enough to describe them. It felt like kicking a titanium alloy plate. In an instant, he felt like a clown. Chao Chuan and the others were full, while Zhao Kuan was tortured by the delicious smells, his stomach aching terribly. But he didn't dare make a sound, fearing that Chao Chuan would remember him and give him a beating. However, what he feared most came true. At that moment, Chao Chuan walked into his room. Zhao Kuan stepped back a few paces in fear, worried that Chao Chuan would slap him. "I'm full. Black Hawk Base, tell me, give me some useful information," Chao Chuan said, sitting on the sofa with his legs propped up on the coffee table, looking at Zhao Kuan. Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Zhao Kuan felt a mix of emotions. "You're full, but I'm starving." The key was that he was being tortured by the delicious dishes wafting through the air. "So," Zhao Kuan weakly asked, "can I have something to eat?" He looked at Chao Chuan in sheer terror, with no thoughts in his mind. Even if he had thoughts, they would be useless. Chao Chuan could sense any flicker of hope he had. Chao Chuan didn't agree, smiling as he looked at him and said, "Do you think that's possible?" After hearing Chao Chuan's words, Zhao Kuan felt like a drenched dog. He slumped to the ground. Just surviving was good enough. How could he dare to hope for something to eat? This time, he didn't hesitate and quickly provided all the information about Black Hawk Base to Chao Chuan. Black Hawk Base was located in the center of Yong City, on the most populated Jiangnan Street. From a small team of ability users, they had fought their way to the current Black Hawk Base, not knowing how many people had died along the way. Correspondingly, there wasn't a single ordinary person in the entire Black Hawk Base. All were ability users. Even the lowest tier ability users were absent, starting from Tier 3, with Tier 4 being everywhere. Of course, Tier 4 and 5 were a dividing line. Only the high-ranking members of the base reached Tier 5, and there were about 20 of them. As the strongest survivor base in the Urgiankyo Street, the strongest was merely a Tier 5 leader. Moreover, it was rumored that the leader of Black Hawk Base was a Tier 6 existence. In Yong City, he was a unique king, and no one dared to challenge his authority. The strength is terrifyingly formidable. Zhao Kuan's original plan was to provoke Chao Chuan with words, so he could use the Black Hawk's hand to eliminate Chao Chuan. But now, that was simply impossible. In front of Chao Chuan, who possessed mind-reading abilities, any scheme was futile. After listening to Zhao Kuan's words, Chao Chuan fell into deep thought. A 6th-tier ability user, Chao Chuan had to admit, was indeed the strongest at this stage. Even with so many resources, he had only just reached the 5th tier. Relying on the enhancement of his abilities, he had barely touched the tail end of the 6th tier. But since others could reach the 6th tier strength level, they likely had many ways to increase their power or had abilities that doubled their attributes under specific conditions. The foundation of the 6th tier relied on the doubling of abilities. The gap between him and others was significant. Suddenly feeling a sense of crisis, Young City was neither too big nor too small. It was likely to face danger soon, and since that was the case, Xiao Chuan had to quickly enhance his strength. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chuan immediately looked at his space, where there was a corner specifically used to store zombie crystal cores. At this moment, there were many zombie crystal cores piled up inside, all from the previous zombie tide that had not been used. Some were from his own kills, while others were collected from the ability users in Utopia. At this moment, these zombie crystal cores were quietly resting in the space. There were 10,200 first-tier zombie crystal cores, 4,800 second-tier zombie crystal cores, and 750 third-tier zombie crystal cores. The remaining 12 B-grade talent zombie crystal cores were not to be touched, as they were reserved for a new girl. With so many zombie crystal cores, if he only used them to increase one attribute point, it would be enough to elevate his attributes to the 6th tier level. Thinking of this, Xiao Chuan smiled at Zhao Kuan and said, "The strength of the Blackhawk base is quite good. I think I'll take it." Preparing to pack up. Take it? Bro, you can't be serious. That's a base with 6th tier ability users. That's not just blowing smoke. Zhao Kuan listened, his face filled with disbelief. Although Xiao Chuan was strong, he was at most at a mid to upper level in the Black Hawk base. To say such a thing was astonishing. Coupled with Xiao Chuan's youthful face in his early 20s, Zhao Kuan understood. Too young, indeed not steady enough. He needed to think about how to explain the strength of the Black Hawk base to him. "No need, you don't have to explain further," Xiao Chuan said with a smile. Then, with a wave of his hand, an iron needle pierced into his forehead. Zhao Kuan still didn't know what was happening and lost consciousness instantly. "Alright, the troublesome fly has been swatted away, now it's time to enhance my strength," Xiao Chuan murmured as he took out the first-tier zombie crystal cores. There were many first-tier zombie crystal cores, and it took Xiao Chuan several attempts to absorb them all. The system panel appeared directly in front of Xiao Chuan's eyes at the same time. Without hesitation, Xiao Chuan allocated all his attribute points to speed. After all, he possessed the overwhelming ability of immense strength, which provided a tenfold enhancement. Although he could only be a real man for 30 seconds, that was enough for the power aspect. Of course, it would be even better if his abilities could level up. Xiao Chuan was very much looking forward to what kind of enhancement the S-grade immense strength would provide. But 30 seconds in a battle was already enough to solve problems. If his speed was insufficient, being kite would be very uncomfortable. After allocating the attribute points, Xiao Chuan indeed reached the strength of a 6th-tier ability user, and he could also see on the system interface how many attribute points were needed to advance to the next stage. However, this newly reached 6th-tier attribute point was the weakest level 6, and Xiao Chuan was not satisfied. Thus, he shifted his gaze to the 2nd-tier zombie crystal cores. As for the 3rd-tier zombie crystal cores, there were only 750 of them, and Xiao Chuan decided to keep them for now in case a zombie crystal core synthesis system appeared later, which could come in handy. The main force for attribute upgrades and abilities still lay in the 1st and 2nd-tier zombie crystal cores. Having just absorbed a 1st-tier zombie crystal core, his body was still filled with the chaotic power of zombies, making it unsuitable to immediately consume a 2nd-tier zombie crystal core. Fortunately, Xiao Chuan had been cautious and consumed the zombie crystal cores separately, otherwise, he would have risked injury. After calming the chaotic power from the 1st-tier zombie crystal core and confirming that everything was fine, Xiao Chuan decisively swallowed all the 2nd-tier zombie crystal cores. In an instant, he gained 960 points of unallocated attributes and 9,600 points of ability evolution points. Looking at the increased attribute points, Xiao Chuan felt immensely satisfied. If only there could be a few more zombie waves. It was truly a tool for farming points. Subsequently, Xiao Chuan refreshed his attribute interface. Seeing that both Giant Strength and Lightning Control were ready for upgrades, he promptly upgraded them. He directly raised Giant Strength, a grade, to Giant Strength, S grade, and Lightning Control, B grade, to Lightning Control, a grade. Giant Strength, S grade, after activation, it can increase strength attributes by 30 times for 60 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes, no side effects, and the skill can be stacked 3 times. Lightning Control, a grade, you wield the power of lightning, capable of absorbing and releasing lightning energy, with a control range of 1,000 meters in diameter. Attribute panel, name, Xiao Chuan age, 21 attributes, strength, 1960, 1960/5000, stamina, 500, 500/5000, speed, 2020, 2020/5000, mental power, 729. 4, 729. April 5000, unallocated free attribute points, 0 comprehensive strength, 6th tier ability user passive skills, insulator, free spirit, golden kidney, phantom clone, mind reading title, zombie butcher abilities, time control, S grade, can evolve 2600/10000000, metal control, S grade, can evolve 2600/10000000, giant strength, S grade, can evolve 2600/10000, light control, a grade, can evolve 2600/5000, king of the night, a grade, can evolve 2600/5000, lightning control, a grade, can evolve 2600/5000, special skills, woman radar, storage space, 50 by 50 by 50, special items, pork, beef, mutton * 99 tons, high-end seafood * 100 tons, full Manchuhan Imperial Feast * 999, 3rd tier zombie crystal cores * 750, B-grade talent zombie crystal cores * 12. Looking at the attribute interface, Chao Chuan was very satisfied, especially with the giant strength, S grade, ability. It was simple, brutal, and downright terrifying. Most importantly, this ability could be stacked when not in use 3 times, meaning that on the surface, this ability lasts for 1 minute, but in reality, it lasts for 3 minutes. 3 minutes was enough for some agile youths to take a shot. That was more than enough. Lightning control also leveled up simultaneously. A range of 1000 meters was sufficient. Of course, Chao Chuan was even more curious about what an S-grade level would be like. It was likely that a super electromagnetic cannon could hit targets nearly 10,000 meters away. Terrifying indeed. As expected, one step stronger leads to another, and the snowball keeps rolling bigger. At this moment, the girl's giggles reached Chao Chuan's ears. The gentle breeze brushed against him, quite pleasant. The increase in strength made Chao Chuan feel hot all over, and at this moment, he needed to relieve his fiery heart. He turned back to glance at the girls still immersed in the joy of awakening. He murmured, the girl's increased strength should also require some exercise to digest, right? It's so late now, and it's not good to go out for exercise, so let me help them. Once he thought of it, he acted on it without hesitation. Chao Chuan quickly walked over to the 2 lucky girls. One large hand wrapped around a girl's slender waist, and he said, how's it going? Happy about your ability awakening? The sudden attack startled the 2 girls, making them flail around like frightened fawns. They thought it was some female rogue ambushing them. However, when they turned around and saw it was Chao Chuan, they immediately blushed and said, Chao, hubby, what are you doing? So ticklish, woo-woo, hubby, what are your hands touching? The 2 girls lightly punched Chao Chuan's chest with their small fists. Look at you two, all hot and bothered. Come with me to exercise and disperse some of that zombie energy. After Chao Chuan finished speaking, he didn't wait for the 2 girls to respond. In an instant, he disappeared from the spot. With a speed attribute of 2000, combined with the doubling of his abilities, even lightning couldn't keep up with Chao Chuan's current speed. One moment he was still in place, and the next, he appeared directly in the room. Inside the room, the numerous crystal chandeliers made it incredibly bright. Even everyone's skin appeared 2 shades lighter. Chao Chuan looked at one of the girls. She was not tall, only 155 centimeters, but her proportions were very harmonious, making her look petite and delicate, especially when she wore a pair of 5-centimeter high heels, her allure rivaling that of tall older sisters. Such a girl was perfect for picking up. Soon, her attribute panel appeared before Chao Chuan's eyes. Name, AI Chao Chao photo, image. GIF age, 21 beauty score, 90 figure score, 92 purity, 100% current health, 100% overall score, 91 attributes, strength, 499. For stamina, 338. 6 speed, 385. 7 mental power, 414. 6 overall strength, peak level 3 ability user ability, blood control, B grade, system comment, a little girl with some vampire genes, hiding immense energy within her cute and petite body. Please, host, capture her as soon as possible. Chao Chuan looked at AI Chao Chao's attributes and knew she was a hard-working girl, so he immediately said, such a hard-working girl deserves to be rewarded several times. Hubby, what did you say? AI Chao Chao asked in confusion. Nothing, we should explore the story of human origins now, Chao Chuan said with a smile. What is the origin of humanity? Adam and Eve? Or Nuwa creating humans? AI Chao Chao looked at Chao Chuan with her beautiful eyes, puzzled. Her little head was filled with big questions. As a good girl, she found it hard to understand such ambiguous sentences. The university where Chao Chuan studied, although not highly ranked in the entire Federation, was considered one of the top universities in Gue province. Getting into this school meant surpassing 99% of the college entrance exam candidates. Ai Xiao Xiao was one of the top-ranking girls in this school, an existence that many admirers could not reach. The next moment, Xiao Chuan began his guidance as a senior, or one could say, a half-teacher. After all, he was already an experienced person. Although he appeared to be just in his early 20s, his inner self was no less than that of a seasoned professor with 10 years of teaching experience. Under Xiao Chuan's guidance, various theoretical knowledge flowed easily from his mouth. This made Ai Xiao Xiao fall in love with learning. Soon, in the following hours, Ai Xiao Xiao had firmly grasped the basics. Ding! The host has successfully saved the beauty, detected the girl's score to be 91 points, and a reward can be obtained. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 nano-B drones. The prompt from Xiao Chuan sounded. Ai Xiao Xiao was already requesting to enter the next stage of learning. She looked at Xiao Chuan with an expression full of anticipation. This was just the beginning. Xiao Chuan's knowledge encompassed both domestic and international topics. He was well-versed in the history of cherry blossoms, the Koreans, and lighthouses. However, before Xiao Chuan could speak, another girl, Lin Jiangxue, was already filled with admiration in her eyes. Without waiting for Xiao Chuan to say anything, she proactively asked questions and requested to learn. Xiao Chuan looked at Ai Xiao Xiao, who was studying earnestly, and then turned to Lin Jiangxue with surprise. He hadn't expected that after the live teaching, Ai Xiao Xiao had grasped the material well, but Lin Jiangxue was learning even more deeply. One might think she had already secretly studied in advance. Lin Jiangxue looked at Xiao Chuan with a gaze that made her face turn as red as a Fuji apple. She shyly glanced at him. Just as she was about to say something, she thought better of it and hid her egg-shaped face. Xiao Chuan smiled at her, his long fingers pointed directly at Lin Jiangxue. Then he gently lifted her chin and said, "You are much stronger than Ai Xiao Xiao. Your learning ability is very strong. Indeed, people's talents differ. For example, Ai Xiao Xiao was a top student in academics, but in this area, she was not as good as others. She only knew how to memorize without understanding. This made it quite difficult for Xiao Chuan, as a teacher, to conduct the teaching activities." Hearing Xiao Chuan's words, Lin Jiangshua's previously fading blush returned. She spoke up, "Husband, I had previewed this content in the dormitory before, the works of teacher Hebei from the Cherry Blossom Country." Goodness, Xiao Chuan hadn't even read teacher Hebei's works. He didn't expect that Lin Jiangxue, this little girl, had even more resources than he did. It seemed like the whole world was devoid of resources for Xiao Chuan, which was simply maddening. Suddenly, a phrase came to mind. Gamble, families destroyed, poison, wives and children separated, yellow, send me the link. With that thought, Xiao Chuan smiled and said, "Since that's the case, let Xiaoxue tutor Xiao Xiao in this lesson." I can't do it. I'm scared," Lin Jiangxue said weakly. Xiao Chuan's teaching ability is far superior to those cherry blossom teachers. "I'm so scared. How could I dare to take over and teach? But I've seen some special novels before, and it seems that someone like Xiao Chuan is very good at teaching. What am I even thinking?" I'm very pleased that you think so. Forget it. As the teacher, I'll work a bit harder and tutor this good classmate of yours." As soon as Xiao Chuan finished speaking, he began the lesson. Time passed minute by minute. After more than an hour, the system's prompt sounded as expected. Ding! The host has successfully saved the beauty, detected the girl's score to be 92 points, and a reward can be obtained. The reward is being distributed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 pocket nuclear bombs. At this critical moment, Xiao Chuan rarely paid attention to the system's prompt. After all, it wasn't good to be distracted at this time. But upon hearing the prompt, he couldn't hold back. What the hell? Nuclear bombs! Xiao Chuan was shocked as he opened the system space. He immediately checked the introduction page for the pocket nuclear bomb. Pocket nuclear bomb, 1,500 tons of TNT equivalent. The explosion will not produce nuclear radiation. Note, the pocket nuclear bomb can destroy all zombie crystal cores below level 5. Please use with caution. Looking at the introduction of the pocket nuclear bomb, Xiao Chuan fell silent for a moment. 1,500 tons of TNT equivalent, if he remembered correctly. The nuclear bomb little boy that the Lighthouse Nation dropped on the Cherry Blossom Nation's Light Island had a yield of 15,000 tons of TNT, which meant that the 1,000 miniature nuclear bombs lying in Xiao Chuan's space could flatten the Cherry Blossom Nation several times over? Hiss! However, this thing couldn't hold onto the zombie crystal cores. Unless absolutely necessary, it was better not to use them. Xiao Chuan paused here for quite a while. Lin Jiangxue looked at Xiao Chuan, who had gone still, and asked in confusion, "Honey, what's wrong?" Her words pulled Xiao Chuan's thoughts back to reality. Looking at the lovely person in front of him, Chao Chuan initiated another teaching invitation. This was almost too much for Lin Jiangxue. She was already very tired, and her learning ability had significantly declined. At that moment, Ai Xiaoqiao finally recovered. Seeing Lin Jiangxue attending class alone, she couldn't bear to let her struggle so much. She directly took over her position. The sun was high in the sky. Unknowingly, morning had arrived. He looked at the two sisters beside him who were already asleep in the soaked bed sheets, feeling very satisfied with last night's results. The metal controlled the two sisters floating in mid-air. After changing the sheets and bedding to new ones, he finally left the room. Not long after he stepped out of the room, he was stopped by an I Ching. "Chao Chuan, can you come over for a moment?" An I Ching spoke. Chao Chuan felt refreshed and in a very good mood. After a few days of feeding, An I Ching's complexion had improved quite a bit, but it seemed she wasn't very happy. What was going on? What should I do? Chao Chuan treats me quite well, but what I want is a quiet research lab to conduct experiments. I somewhat regret coming out with him, but Lu Tianming's research results are in his hands. If I don't come out, I have no choice. Sigh, being treated to good food and drinks every day. I don't even know how to bring this up. There were too many zombies before, and with other ability users attacking, there should have been no time to help me set it up. It shouldn't be, at least it shouldn't be like this towards me. Feeling An I Ching's inner thoughts, Chao Chuan scratched the back of his head. He really had forgotten to set it up for her, but it would be quick, just to deceive her a little, give her a kind lie. After a little coaxing of this scientist girl, Chao Chuan brought her to the door of a large room upstairs. This was equivalent to the size of Chao Chuan's master bedroom, just right for a research lab. Before entering, Chao Chuan arranged all the instruments and equipment according to the layout of the Utopian Research Institute. However, Chao Chuan did not intend to let this scientist girl off so easily. With a wall slam, after quietly setting everything up at the door, Chao Chuan made a move, turning back to block An I Ching against the door. He directly used his long index finger to lift An I Ching's chin, looking at her big eyes sparkling behind her frameless glasses, her high nose bridge, and her cherry-like lips. Without hesitation, Chao Chuan kissed her. An I Ching was startled by this sudden attack. Her head accidentally bumped against the door panel. With a thud, An I Ching became dazed. This time, the confusion didn't hurt her brain. The force was just right. Chao Chuan immediately launched a fierce offensive, preparing to take down this scientist girl right in the corridor. His big hands crazily roamed from above downwards. Just as he was about to touch the forbidden zone, a girl ran over and said, "Honey, a large number of zombies are rushing towards us." Damn! At that moment, Chao Chuan's hand was suspended in midair, not knowing whether to touch or not. He originally wanted to perform a little trick, like a rabbit nibbling on a finger. Now it was incredibly awkward. An I Ching instantly regained her senses. She immediately pushed Chao Chuan away and hid behind him. Then, a door to the research room was pulled open. The moment the door swung wide, An I Ching's face lit up with joy. Chao Chuan could even see a glow emanating from her. In that moment, she appeared sacred and untouchable. After being interrupted, Chao Chuan lost all interest. He had originally wanted to spend some time with this big sister, but he didn't expect An I Ching to be so captivated by the research workstation that she couldn't move. It was worth it for me to control the metal and refurbish all the instruments. All the rusty parts were restored, and the metal density inside was reinforced. With the current state, it could last another 500 years without any issues. At that moment, An I Ching directly controlled the nano-combat suit, changing the attire of the researchers, and walked in. While disinfecting her hands, she said, "Are there zombies attacking? By the way, help me catch a third-tier zombie." Chao Chuan was taken aback by her words. She really dared to say that. A third-tier zombie was no joke, and just like that, she wanted to catch one. On the battlefield, even the slightest pause could be fatal. However, Chao Chuan always had a lot of patience for beautiful women. He would just have to eat her next time. With a leap, he left the armored vehicle and stepped outside, where a considerable number of zombies had already surrounded them. These zombies were organized and disciplined. They did not attack immediately. Instead, they surrounded them without attacking, waiting for something. However, after scanning the area, Chao Chuan found that the strongest among them was only a fourth-tier zombie, and without any hesitation, he walked straight into the horde. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. These zombies would never have imagined that what they thought was a worm was actually a powerful eagle. Watching these zombies remain indifferent even when encountering humans, it was either a sign of a problem with their brains or that a wise zombie was hiding among them. However, in the face of absolute power, any maneuvering was just showy. With a wave of his hand, Chao Chuan controlled the metal elements within the zombies to rise into the air. It was only then that this group of zombies realized the level of existence they were facing, and it was too late for them to struggle. A large number of metal needles appeared, hovering in mid-air, targeting the selected third-tier zombies. The other zombies were met with acupuncture. Pft, pft, pft. All were instantly killed. Then, he gently controlled their bodies to land on the ground, peaceful and serene. Some girls who were about to take action suddenly saw all the zombies being killed in an instant and exclaimed, "How did my husband come out? These zombies are no match for him. I was planning to do some morning exercises, but I didn't expect my husband to come out. There aren't even any little zombies left to play with. I wonder which sister called out Chao Chuan. These are just third-tier zombies that we can handle." Hearing these words from the sisters, one girl shrank her head. "You can't see me, you can't see me, it wasn't me." As for the remaining selected zombies, Chao Chuan treated them like catching a fish, bringing all these third-tier zombies back to the research room. As the door behind him opened, and I Ching spoke without looking back, "Did you catch them?" "I caught them. Should I break their limbs and teeth?" Chao Chuan asked. "Yes, break them and tie them up on the side, and you can leave," and I Ching said seriously. Entering research mode, and I Ching seemed like a different person. In her world, there was only research. Perhaps this is what a scientific madman looks like. Chao Chuan shook his head. He didn't understand what research was. To him, nothing was more important than passing on the family line. Jiangnan Street, city government. Known as the White House of Guizhou Province, it was once incredibly magnificent. However, it had now turned into a fortress of war. At this moment, the entire area of the city government was surrounded by metal. A large number of traps and numerous battle platforms were set up in all directions. At this moment, a massive horde of zombies was launching an attack on the base. If Chao Chuan were nearby, he would see it. The zombies here were evolving rapidly. First-tier zombies were almost non-existent, and the worst were second-tier zombies. In fact, there were even a few fifth-tier zombies in every direction. "Boss, the northern front is struggling. Can you send someone to reinforce us?" said a gaunt-faced ability user. He looked utterly exhausted, as if he were on the verge of death. However, the man in front of him was preoccupied with a woman and paid him no mind, instead indulging in the woman's curves. The man before him was the strongest in the base, Black Hawk. Black Hawk's eyes were as piercing as those of a hawk, filled with lethal intent. This made the gaunt-faced ability user too intimidated to meet his gaze. In front of Black Hawk, he felt utterly powerless. Even fifth-tier ability users were slaughtered without mercy. After a long wait, Black Hawk finally released the woman, allowing her to leave. "Skinny monkey, what's your situation? Everything else is fine, but your side has a problem. Whose fault is that?" Black Hawk spoke. Hearing his words, the gaunt-faced ability user immediately lowered his head. Trembling, he replied, "Boss, over here, Zhao Kuan escaped and even killed a few brothers. You can't blame me for that." Black Hawk stood up and crushed the man's arm with a single kick. Blood flowed everywhere, but the gaunt-faced ability user dared not scream. "Do you know why I'm angry? You let a traitor escape." After Black Hawk finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a man as dark as black gold approached him, bowing his head. He leaned closer to Black Hawk and whispered, "Chief." Black Hawk nodded and said, "You go support them, handle it cleanly." "Yes, Chief," the burly man replied. Seeing Black Hawk actually dispatch the black gorilla to support him, the gaunt-faced ability user was incredibly excited. This man was Black Hawk's top general, a local from Yangchang, who had somehow ended up in Yongchang, but his formidable strength quickly made him Black Hawk's most trusted aide. With him sent for support, victory was practically assured. The gaunt-faced ability user immediately got up from the ground, clutching his crushed arm, and led the black gorilla to the northern front. At this moment, the northern defense line had already been breached several times. The ability users here were either dead or injured. This was the current state of Jiangnan Street, where the number of zombies was overwhelming. There were not too many intelligent zombies, but almost every moment, zombies were attacking the Yongcheng White Palace. Most importantly, there was also a sixth-tier zombie among the horde. Although even Black Hawk had never seen this zombie, everyone was certain of its existence. The black gorilla looked at the multitude of zombies, a bloodthirsty smile spreading across his face as he leaped into the fray. He grew to an enormous size, towering over 30 meters tall, his black fur bristling like barbs. Once he entered the battlefield, it was as if a monster had invaded a world of humans. With a single stomp, he crushed hundreds of mutated zombies. His arrival significantly relieved the pressure on the defending ability users at the northern front. Seeing the black gorilla descend like a god, they were all filled with excitement. They shouted, "It's Lord Blackstar! Damn, Lord Blackstar has made his move, you bastards of zombies. Let's see if you can survive today. Lord Blackstar, kill them all. Lord Blackstar is amazing. People from Yangchang are amazing." The crowd, who had thought they would be buried here, were astonished that their captain could summon the black gorilla. Now, there was hope for survival. They watched as the horde of zombies became increasingly bloodthirsty. Following behind the gorilla, the attack continued. Various abilities shown on the battlefield. The ability users, who were on the verge of being defeated, surged forward as if on steroids. They quickly turned the tide of battle. Ha ha ha. The ability users revealed smiles of survival after the disaster. Just as everyone was preparing to bask in the joy of victory, a sudden feeling of heart palpitations emerged in their minds. What's going on? It wasn't just one person, everyone felt it. Suddenly, they sensed the sky darkening. Looking up, a massive shadow of a gorilla's hand appeared above them. What the hell? Get out of the way. What the F*** is going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. They never expected their battle god to become their enemy at this moment. It was too much to accept. Some slower ability users were directly crushed into a pulp by the gorilla. The survivors looked at the gorilla in disbelief, wanting to know why. However, the gorilla offered no explanation. Instead, it began collecting all the zombie cores from the ground. This was its goal. It wanted to pocket all the zombie cores. How could this be? These were the spoils they had fought for at the cost of so many brothers. Now the gorilla was here to snatch their hard-earned loot. Hadn't they fought for nothing? No, it wasn't just for nothing. It was for nothing in death. The zombie cores they had painstakingly collected were being taken away, and they couldn't accept it. Even if this person was their base leader, he shouldn't be so brazenly stealing the zombie cores. If they were asked to contribute a small portion of the cores as a price for calling the leader to help, that wouldn't be unacceptable, but now it seemed he wasn't planning to leave any behind. He was taking it all. One by one, they angrily shouted at the gorilla, "Lord Blackstar, what does this mean? Lord Blackstar, what you're doing is disheartening the brothers. Lord Blackstar, please stop what you're doing immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for turning against you." However, the gorilla ignored their protests and continued to collect the zombie cores around him. Damn it, Black Dog, that's enough. Watching their teammates' hard-won zombie cores being taken away, their eyes turned red, but they could only seethe in place. A few headstrong ability users attempted to attack the gorilla. Unexpectedly, before their attacks even reached him, they were immediately countered by the gorilla. A hand as powerful as a mountain came crashing down. It felt like swatting a mosquito. They were flattened, blood and flesh splattered. They died without a chance. The gaunt-faced ability user was furious but dared not speak. He had only heard that Blackstar had a bad temper. He never expected it would come to this. Hadn't he just invited a wolf into the house? The gaunt-faced ability user felt extremely frustrated, realizing that in trying to call for help, he had led the enemy right into their midst. He was filled with regret, but then he thought, without this black dog coming to help, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to hold on, and they wouldn't have gotten any of those zombie cores either. But with the mindset of if I can't have it, you can't have it either, they didn't want all the benefits to go to this black dog. They gritted their teeth, cursing him to die a miserable death the next second. Just as Blackstar was recklessly collecting the zombie cores, a fiery red arrow shot through his body. A blood column erupted from the center of Blackstar's massive head, and his eyes widened in shock. He never imagined it would end like this. He was instantly killed. The death of Blackstar left everyone in shock. One by one, they looked at the distance as if facing a formidable enemy. Not only the Northern Front, but even the superhumans behind the White House were stunned. But commanders from other lines also paused their actions to look this way. They had been pushed out from the lines, all focusing on the Northern Front area. Since the zombies began attacking the White House, many superhumans had already died. But it was the first time a fifth-tier superhuman had perished. Moreover, this was not just any ordinary fifth-tier superhuman, but the right-hand man of the leader, essentially equivalent to Yu Huatian of the Eastern Factory at the Blackhawk base. How could he just die like that? What kind of opponent was this? Everyone felt as if they were facing a great threat. The strongest super abilities were already charged in their hands, ready for battle at any moment. Outside the Northern Front, a dozen figures gradually appeared in the sight of the crowd. Their numbers were few, only a handful of silhouettes. Yet everyone felt a slight shortness of breath, as if encountering a terrifying presence. What had happened? What kind of enemy could instantly kill Blackstar? Only Blackhawk, though not affected by the aura, was also on high alert, his brow furrowed. In that direction, there was a presence that made him shudder. The figure became clearer and clearer. Gradually, the outline appeared before everyone. In the center stood a man and a woman whose identities were indistinguishable, as if shrouded in a thin veil that obscured their true appearance. Beside them were the top 10 Vajra, whom they had fought multiple times, also veiled. However, their physiques could not hide their identities. These zombies were incredibly powerful. During the days of battle between the two armies, the superhumans from the Black Hawk base had already suffered losses against them. Based on their experience from multiple encounters, it generally took 2 human superhumans to restrain a fifth-tier zombie. They could only defeat them, not kill them. Some stronger ones could not be taken down even by 3 fifth-tier superhumans, with only Blackstar barely able to contend with one, but now he was gone. 10 fifth-tier mutated zombies. This should be the full combat power of all the zombies on Jungnan Street. However, it was surprising that these zombies did not attack the two in the middle. Let's consider them human for now, because they could not sense any zombie aura from these two. Moreover, one of them felt just like a human. Next to this human, the woman took half a step forward. This half step was as if she had walked out of a painting. She was an extremely beautiful woman, dressed in a blood-red long dress, her features exquisite like a painting, her figure elegant and slender. The long dress only reached her calves, and as she walked, the hem swayed gently with her steps. Even the sight of her fair calves below the knee was enough to captivate anyone, not to mention her unique aura. She looked like a very normal human woman, yet exuded a very eerie vibe. Yes, eerie. Everyone watched this woman warily. Clearly, they felt no super ability from her, but from her, everyone sensed fear. It was as if facing her was like facing death. The crowd exchanged glances. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed into their minds. Combined with the way the 5 fifth-tier zombies revered her, they had a bold idea. Could this be the legendary 6th-tier zombie? Hiss. Not to mention a 6th-tier zombie, they hadn't even killed a single 5th-tier zombie up to now. Everyone immediately turned their gaze to their own 6th-tier superhuman. The aura was completely different. It was as if they were not even in the same league. If the Blackhawk represents the strength of just reaching the 6th tier, then this female zombie is at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, an existence that completely crushes others. Everyone's breathing quickened. Whether to run or not was a dilemma. Fire brother, this place seems to meet your expectations. How about we settle here? The female zombie stepped forward, looking at the base, nodding in satisfaction, and spoke to the humans beside her. Her voice was very gentle, like a neighborly big sister choosing toys for her beloved younger brother. Hearing her voice, everyone felt a chill. What did she mean? Was she planning to occupy their White House? And who was the younger brother she mentioned? Everyone followed her gaze. Another human figure emerged from the veil. A familiar face appeared before them. Damn, isn't that the one who caused trouble a few days ago? I remember this person, his strength is decent. I was planning to take him as my little brother, but he's not very bright, doesn't play with women himself and won't let others play either. Damn, my brother was killed by him. It's this guy. As soon as they saw Xiao Huahua, everyone got angry. Xiao Huahua had set his sights on this base 10 days ago. At that time, he had completely turned dark and had no way to reintegrate into human society. His personality could only allow him to be a nice guy in a well-ordered apocalypse. Now, the apocalypse had its own survival rules. Everyone knew this, but Xiao Huahua was clueless. That day, when Xiao Huahua entered the Blackhawk base, he saw streetwalkers soliciting customers by the roadside. He was strongly opposed to such selling of flesh and directly approached to persuade the women to turn their lives around. Seeing this young handsome guy, the woman was very polite at the time. She thanked Xiao Huahua profusely and even suggested that he support her. But Xiao Huahua was completely a keyboard warrior. He wanted others not to sell, yet he wouldn't buy. These women were already weak, so how would they eat if they didn't sell? The women quickly realized that Xiao Huahua was just trying to trick them into reforming so he could sleep with them for free. One by one, they angrily scolded Xiao Huahua, who looked so sunny yet was thinking of getting something for nothing. Thus, they caused a commotion at the base entrance. At that moment, a team of ability users had just returned from outside. The Rangers, who had worked hard for a week, just wanted to relax and find a few women for some love transactions. Seeing the girl they had previously set their sights on arguing with a man, they immediately approached. They didn't know what was said. Xiao Huahua, feeling humiliated and angry, directly launched an attack. As soon as he entered the Blackhawk base, he provoked a team of Rangers. A fierce battle ensued. Since Xiao Huahua had already reached the peak of the 4th tier, he killed dozens of ability users before escaping. At the moment he left behind a sentence, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west, I will return for revenge. Unexpectedly, this person really came back, bringing with him a bunch of high-tier zombies. Everyone felt as if they had eaten something bitter. They should have spared no effort to kill him back then. Alright, this is the place, Xiao Huahua said lightly. Xiao Huahua spoke very casually, but the people at the Blackhawk base were restless. They calculated that even if everyone joined forces, defeating these zombies would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. A 6th-tier zombie could wipe them all out with one hand. As the zombies gradually approached, the base's ability users took a half step back. Xiao Huahua then said, "This base will be my territory from today on. All of you will submit to me. Who agrees? Who opposes?" "You!" The older ability user immediately shouted angrily at Xiao Huahua, as one of the dozen or so ability users killed earlier was his son. Enemies meeting each other are particularly fierce. Others might remain silent, but he could not endure it. At nearly 60 years old, he suddenly charged at Xiao Huahua. Xiao Huahua looked at the old man rushing towards him, completely dismissing him. Even without the help of others, he, now at the 5th level, was not weaker than this old man. Old man, since you're seeking death, don't blame me. Just as Xiao Huahua was about to make a move, one of the mutated zombies stepped forward and said, "Young master, let me handle this." After saying that, the zombie directly attacked the old man. As a seasoned 5th level zombie, the old man was not so easily killed. Although his initial target was Xiao Huahua, he was always aware of the other zombies nearby. Ding! As an ability user with metallic body enhancement, his partial metallization significantly strengthened his defense. The attack from the 5th level zombie was directly blocked by him. A smile appeared on the old man's face. However, the next second, before he could fully smile, a fiery red arrow pierced through his chest. This is. Looking at the charred mark on his chest, the old man was stunned. He did not expect that even with a metal heart guard created on his chest, he could still be killed. There was no chance to struggle. Everything went dark before him, and he fell asleep. The others, who were originally eager to move, froze upon seeing this situation, completely losing their will to act. Everyone turned their gaze to Black Hawk. However, they were disappointed. Upon seeing the female zombie, Black Hawk completely lost his fighting spirit. Taking advantage of the old man's moment of exposure, he attempted to escape. However, by the time he could see the female zombie, there was no chance left to flee. He had barely run for 10 kilometers when a snake tail wrapped around his body and pulled him back. It was clear that Black Hawk had no intention of resisting, indicating he knew something. At this moment, Xiao Huahua approached. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Black Hawk's face and stuffed a fire seed directly into his mouth. This was a skill he had recently developed, used to control others. As the fire seed entered, Black Hawk choked and coughed. But once the fire seed entered a human body, it would root itself in the heart like a parasite. With just a thought, Xiao Huahua could detonate the fire seed. Black Hawk looked at Xiao Huahua, and if he could act, he would want to slap Xiao Huahua to death right then. But now, under the eaves, one must bow their head. With the female zombie beside him, he couldn't muster any will to resist. Others did not know the strength of this female zombie. He had experienced it himself when he had just advanced to the 6th level. The power she displayed now was just the tip of the iceberg. Black Hawk could feel that the gap between him and the female zombie was even greater than the difference between the 5th and 6th levels. Once Xiao Huahua controlled Black Hawk, controlling the entire White House became very easy. At this moment, Xiao Huahua's image was no different from that of the traitors who led the invaders to occupy the land of Huaxia. It was incredibly ironic that the strongest survivor base in Guizhou province was now controlled by zombies. Apart from the high-ranking officials of the base, others were still unclear about what had happened. The ability users stationed on the northern front had also been ordered by Black Hawk to be completely wiped out. No one even knew that the Black Hawk base had already changed its name. Without the leadership of high-level zombies, the ability users on the east, west, and south fronts quickly eliminated all the attacking zombies. The high-ranking officials were originally afraid that these zombies would retaliate against the base. The 5-tier zombies, which showed no signs of action, let out a breath of relief. It seemed that within the zombies, there was no concept of race. In the conference hall of the Black Hawk base, the ability users who had triumphed from the east, west, and south lines brought back all the spoils. According to the rules of the Black Hawk base, 20% of the zombie cores obtained from the zombie tide had to be submitted to the base for daily maintenance. 20% was not much. Even before the apocalypse, personal income tax had to be paid at 20%. Therefore, no one felt it was inappropriate. However, the base did not have an organization responsible for finances. So, after every battle, the spoils would be brought to the conference hall and submitted to the higher-ups of the Black Hawk base, who would manage and allocate how to use them. But today, when they returned, they saw that the highest seat was occupied not by Black Hawk, but by another face. "Who are you, and why are you sitting in our leader's position?" A local from the Black Hawk base immediately spoke up. He was one of the earliest survivors of the Black Hawk base and held immense respect for Black Hawk, unable to tolerate anyone touching that position. As soon as he finished speaking, another ability user chimed in, "Isn't that Xiao Huahua? Get down. Black Hawk hates it when someone touches his position. Get down." "Xiao Huahua? Isn't he the one who fought with a second-generation guy over a streetwalker? It really is him. Wasn't he kicked out of the Black Hawk base?" As more and more people entered, they were all astonished to see a stranger sitting in Black Hawk's position. However, as the lowest tier of the base, who led them was of little concern to them, as long as he could protect the entire base and lead everyone to obtain resources. No one had any objections. Xiao Huahua saw that enough people had come in, so he stood up. With a loud voice, he filled the conference hall. Soon, all eyes were on Xiao Huahua. Having been a leader before, he was naturally at ease with giving speeches. He began, "Brothers, let me introduce myself. My name is Xiao Huahua, but you can call me the Flame Emperor. From today on, the Black Hawk base is under my control." "What? Flame Emperor, you really know how to inflate your own title. Where's Black Hawk? How could this be possible?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Just yesterday, they had seen Xiao Huahua running outside, and today he had become the leader of the base. This left everyone incredibly surprised. Some stronger rangers squeezed out of the crowd. They asked Xiao Huahua, "Where's Black Hawk? Without his orders, we can't believe what you're saying." After hearing the crowd's doubts, Xiao Huahua's expression remained unchanged. He simply clapped his hands, and a familiar face appeared before everyone. As this person stepped forward, it drew everyone's attention. "Black Hawk, what's going on? Black Hawk, what's happening? Why has there been a sudden change?" Black Hawk did not respond to the crowd. Instead, he respectfully bowed to Xiao Huahua and then turned to the crowd, saying, "From today on, this place is under the leadership of Chief Xiao Huahua." Everyone was stunned. They never expected the once untouchable Black Hawk would make such a move. The crowd's strength was still below Tier 5. Since Black Hawk had already said so, they naturally did not dare to speak further. They continued to follow the procedure and submitted all the spoils for registration. Once the ability user responsible for statistics had registered everything, 20% would be deducted and returned. Xiao Huahua, having also been a leader, naturally did not interfere with these matters, leaving it entirely to the ability user who had originally been in charge. Upon hearing this arrangement, the Tier 5 ability users let out a sigh. Fortunately, this new leader hasn't interfered with this, otherwise, who knows how chaotic the entire Black Hawk base would become. Still calling it Black Hawk base? The leader has changed. "Shoo, lower your voice, Black Hawk is right next to us." Sure enough, Black Hawk, who was listening to the conversation nearby, darkened his face. He never expected that the foundation he had just established would be handed over so easily, which made him very unhappy. But in the current situation, he was no match for this 6th-tier zombie. With a gloomy face, Black Hawk directly left the conference hall. He glanced outside, and just as he felt a desire to escape, a sense of panic washed over him. It was as if the moment he stepped out of this place, he would face the most violent attack. Xiao Huahua remained in place. He did not leave. Instead, he was looking for someone. This person had not appeared yet, which made Xiao Huahua quite anxious. Just as he was about to leave, the man he was looking for showed up. Joan, the only psychological type ability user in Black Hawk base. "I know what you want from me. I can help you, but what do I get in return?" Joan said. Xiao Huahua smiled. "Do you have the right to choose?" Joan paused. Looking at Xiao Huahua, he said nothing. Xiao Huahua also smiled, not revealing any thoughts inside. Before seeking him out, he already knew about Joan's abilities. How could he let him find a flaw? After 2.5 minutes, Joan finally compromised. "Alright, I'll help you, but you have to guarantee my safety." Xiao Huahua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Mind reading, this ability was limited to B level, and with low combat power, without relying on a big shot, he couldn't even defeat a 4th-tier ability user. But Joan's special ability was of great benefit to ruling the base. As long as he was there, no one dared to have ulterior motives. He took Joan out of the conference hall. After settling down, Xiao Huahua returned to his own room. As soon as he entered, before the door was even closed, a snake tail wrapped around him, pulling him directly onto a large bed. "Little fire brother, it's time for today's ceremony," the woman said. If someone had been nearby, they would have noticed that it was that female zombie. Goodness, Xiao Huahua actually dared to sleep with a female zombie. Hong Lin said, "Little fire brother, it's time to contribute a bit. I helped you take down the entire base." Looking at the man-eating Hong Lin, Xiao Huahua's face showed a look of constipation. If it were a matter of intimate relations, even Xiao Huahua, who was usually dull, would be eager for it. But Hong Lin, a female zombie with python abilities, could only drain his essence and the hard-earned energy he had accumulated. The gap in strength made it impossible for him to refuse. The energy he had painstakingly gathered was thus absorbed by Hong Lin. After absorbing Xiao Huahua's energy, Hong Lin left the room, leaving Xiao Huahua alone in a state of disarray. "Damn it, one day I will sleep with you and make you pay for all this lost essence," Xiao Huahua said angrily. That night, the entire Black Hawk base could not sleep soundly. Some lower-tier ability users were still contemplating their way out for the next couple of days, praying they could make a big leap to become 5th-tier ability users. Meanwhile, the 5th-tier ability users in the base were even more restless. Thinking about the dozen or so 5th-tier zombies and a 6th-tier zombie in the base made them feel uneasy all over. What if this was a delaying tactic? First, they would deceive them, then launch a midnight attack. They could complete the decapitation without expending any effort. These zombies couldn't be that smart, could they? Playing tricks like that. It wasn't impossible, especially with a traitor like Xiao Huahua around. This night was destined to be sleepless. The next day, Xiao Huahua arrived at the conference hall again. He sat in the main seat, looking very serious at the people below. At this moment, the entire senior management of the base had been summoned by him. Under the threat of the 6th-tier zombies, no one dared to disobey Xiao Huahua's words. Each of them had barely slept a few minutes the night before, dragging their slightly fatigued bodies into the conference hall. They hadn't experienced this feeling since awakening as ability users. They were still not quite accustomed to it. In reality, they had already reached the 5th-tier strength, and not resting well wouldn't affect their bodies too much. However, dark circles had appeared under their eyes. But when they saw Xiao Huahua on the stage, they were all shocked. Damn, Xiao Huahua must have had a wild night. The female zombie is beautiful, but don't overindulge. Damn, I really envy that bastard traitor. We're all on edge and can't sleep, and he's enjoying a night full of charm. It turns out my strength isn't enough. If I had the courage to play with female zombies, I'd probably be the one sitting up there now. They whispered among themselves. Xiao Huahua naturally heard these words. His expression turned extremely unpleasant. It wasn't because these people were cursing him, but because he clearly hadn't enjoyed such things, yet was misunderstood, and he couldn't refute it. He certainly wouldn't reveal the truth. Ahem. Xiao Huahua cleared his throat and said, from today onwards, the Black Hawk base will be renamed Xiaohua Base. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Hawk, who was standing in the corner, immediately tightened his fists. He struggled to control himself from exploding. The others also looked at him, wanting to see his reaction. But to outsiders, Black Hawk was now motionless, clearly having submitted. At that moment, an unpleasant voice came from the crowd. The era of a great hero has fallen. What a pity. The already extremely restrained Black Hawk could no longer hold back and directly punched the person who spoke. The person didn't even have time to react before being turned into a mushy watermelon, dead beyond recovery. What are you doing? Xiao Huahua shouted angrily. Black Hawk was now enraged, completely disregarding whether he would face retaliation from the female zombie. He charged directly at Xiao Huahua. In his view, everything he had was taken by this Xiao Huahua. Today, he must kill this bastard traitor. However, before Black Hawk could reach Xiao Huahua, a colorful white shadow flew directly towards him. At the same time, Black Hawk's reaction speed was extremely fast. He immediately sidestepped to avoid the attack from the white shadow, but he forgot that the owner of this white shadow was that 6th-tier zombie. Moreover, her ability was a 7-colored python. The white shadow that was sent out was naturally her tail. As the white shadow returned, it directly wrapped around him. Black Hawk's face instantly filled with rage. Bound by the white tail, he found it hard to breathe, his face turning red as he struggled violently. Black Hawk's hands turned into claws as he activated his ability. With a cry of an eagle, Black Hawk's eagle claws directly clawed at the giant python's tail, leaving it bloodied. Damn it, you bitch, I won't be so easily captured. Black Hawk shouted loudly. He was also an animal-type ability user. Eagles and pythons were natural enemies. Now, due to the changes in the world structure, as long as one was strong, they had the ability to fly, which greatly weakened his advantage in flying. He was already feeling extremely frustrated. Now, being shat upon by a 5th-tier trash like Xiao Huahua made him furious. He exploded. Caught off guard, the red-scaled python was injured on its tail by Black Hawk's attack. The dark red blood excited Black Hawk immensely. He thought with excitement, so she's not invincible after all, she can be hurt too. Black Hawk was overjoyed, roaring with excitement in his heart. A 6th-tier zombie, is that all? Just as he was about to continue his attack, however, the red-scaled creature retaliated even faster. Roar! A sharp, piercing sound echoed in the air, as grating as glass scraping against foam, making everyone uncomfortable. While they were still dazed, a massive python appeared in the void, its blood-red body and lantern-sized, piercing eyes sending chills down their spines. The sheer size of it made everyone lose their sanity, their scalps tingling in fear. Before they could recover from this state, a gaping maw was about to snap down on them. But as a 6th-tier ability user, Black Hawk was not so weak as to be easily taken down. That would be a dream. He activated his powers, and although he lost the advantage of flight, he still had speed. Without hesitation, he quickly fled from his original position, dodging the attack. With the first strike missing, Red Scale prepared for a second attack. It's my turn now, beast. Black Hawk glared at Red Scale and immediately launched a counterattack. However, before he could even move, a sudden pain shot through his chest, leaving him standing rigidly in place. What? A sharp pain erupted in Blackhawk's chest. His eyes widened in agony as he suddenly remembered that yesterday, Xiaohuahua had fed him something. At the time, he felt nothing, but now it had erupted. Struggling, he turned his head and saw a face that seemed to be smiling mockingly. Dog! Seizing the opportunity, Red Scale opened her gaping maw once more, biting down just like before. However, this time, Blackhawk couldn't evade. Red Scale's massive mouth swallowed him whole before he could react. Gulp! Gulp gulp! The sound of the giant python swallowing echoed from the void. Watching Blackhawk disappear before their eyes, everyone was dumbfounded. Holy shit! Holy shit! Blackhawk was swallowed. Oh! Another person was about to speak but quickly covered their mouth, fearing that their voice would attract the zombies' attention and lead to their own demise. Everyone present was filled with horror. They would forever remember this scene. That splash of colorful white. That mouth that seemed capable of devouring the heavens and the earth. Blackhawk went from counterattack to death in just a few seconds. Some ability users hadn't even reacted before he was gone. Terrifying. However, the 5th-tier ability users also understood why Blackhawk had paused in mid-air. They had all been fed that thing by Xiaohuahua yesterday, and they were instantly filled with dread. They had thought it would be something to suppress abilities and control them. They never expected Xiaohuahua to be so malicious, directly feeding them something lethal. Was this really a young man in his 20s? He felt more like someone who had been through the ringer of society, having endured various hardships and valuing money immensely. With Blackhawk's disappearance, everyone present dared not make a sound. They feared attracting Red Scale's attention. If even a 6th-tier ability user could be killed in an instant, they, as 5th-tier ability users, were not even worthy of carrying his shoes. With even a hint of disloyalty, they could find themselves on the path to death at any moment. Xiaohuahua looked at everyone's reaction and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. His plan had already succeeded halfway. The death of the rebellious Black Hawk had instilled fear in everyone, which was worth it. After all, he was seeking revenge. Their loyalty was irrelevant. As long as there was a spark of fire, he could take anyone's life he desired. Then, Xiaohuahua turned his gaze to Red Scale, the zombie queen. Although he often felt drained by her, without her, he would have had no chance of taking this base. At least now, this base was secured with her help, solidifying his own position. What else can't be satisfied? At that moment, Xiaohuahua stood up. He thought to himself, it's time to implement my plan. A plan targeting Chao Chuan. Although he wasn't sure of Chao Chuan's location, Xiaohuahua was certain he must be in Yang City. With that thought in mind, Xiaohuahua spoke up. Is there anyone else with questions? You can bring them up now. The crowd exchanged glances, not daring to say a word. After all, it wouldn't help, so why make things harder for themselves? Seeing that the crowd had no reaction, Xiaohuahua directly issued the first decree. Prohibit female ability users from engaging in love transactions. Anyone caught buying love from male ability users will face severe punishment. In Xiaohuahua's view, female ability users should not degrade themselves to selling love. This would make these ability users increasingly reluctant to fight, leading to a direct regression. Is there anyone who disagrees with this decree? Xiaohuahua asked. The crowd didn't dare voice any opinions, even though they knew that if it were banned, many wanderers would lose a source of joy, but their own lives were more important. The city guards responsible for security at the base immediately enforced Xiaohuahua's decree. By noon, some girls struggling to make ends meet had just stepped out of their rooms to take orders. Before they could even start, they were taken away by the city guards. On that day, 47 girls selling love were captured. Their abilities were relatively weak, barely reaching the strength of 3rd-tier ability users. Moreover, the rent at Black Hawk base was particularly high. Relying on hunting 1st and 2nd-tier zombies outside was simply not enough to sustain a living. All of this, Xiaohuahua was completely unaware of. Honey, we're approaching Jiangnan Street, Wulan Lan said, stopping the car and speaking to the back. Hearing Wulan Lan's voice, Chao Chuan didn't hesitate and immediately moved to the front to check the situation. Jiangnan Street, the city center of Yang City. The population density was 10 times that of Urgienkyo Street. It was indeed extraordinary. High-rise buildings were everywhere. In Urgienkyo Street, a 30-story building was already considered tall. But in Jiangnan Street, they were still considered low-rise. With so many high-rises, it was no wonder there were so many zombies. This is troublesome. With so many tall buildings, I can't find which one is Black Hawk base. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed that idiot, Chao Chuan said helplessly. Hearing Chao Chuan's words, Shen Dingling immediately stepped in front of him and said, "What are you afraid of? We can search them one by one." Chao Chuan, upon hearing Shen Dingling, immediately gave her a light smack on the head. "Search? With so many buildings, how long will that take?" Chao Chuan said, giving Shindingling another light smack on the head. Oh dear. Shindingling rubbed her head and stepped back. She continued, "Why are you in such a hurry? Let them live a few more days. Are you the Grim Reaper, so eager to collect souls?" Hearing Shindingling's words, Chao Chuan paused for a moment. She made a good point. There was indeed no need to rush. The tension he had been holding on to immediately relaxed. They had cleared out the zombies all the way from Urgienkyo Street to here. Many girls had already reached the threshold of 4th tier ability users. There was really no need to rush to Blackhawk Base. Developing while moving forward was the wisest choice. With that thought, Chao Chuan lay back in the lounge chair and started to relax. Since there was no rush, why should he be anxious? Since these girls were so idle, fine. You all go out in groups to hunt zombies. Shindingling saw that Chao Chuan had already laid down and was preparing to grab a lounge chair to sunbathe as well. Unexpectedly, before she could sit down, the lounge chair beneath her was directly pulled into Chao Chuan's space. Caught off guard, Shindingling fell to the ground. "Hey, what are you doing? It's broad daylight. Why are you sleeping? Go kill some zombies," Chao Chuan said with a smile. "I won't go. Your wives are only at the 3rd or 4th level, while I, am already at the 5th level. Do I still need to kill zombies? When I encounter a zombie tide, I can just take action. This is what I call a nuclear bomb, understand?" Shindingling immediately said. "Oh, is that so?" Chao Chuan smiled as he looked at her. "What are you staring at? Am I wrong? A 5th level ability user, 5th level. Do you understand the value of a 5th level?" "Humph," Shindingling said proudly. "Sorry, I'm at the 6th level," Chao Chuan said as he took out a cup of juice from his space and drank it. Fine, so what if you're at the 6th level? I have exceptional talent. I can surpass you in no time." Shindingling gritted her teeth and said. Then she turned to Long Bebe, who was snickering beside her, and said, "What are you laughing at? Come with me to fight zombies." "Okay, miss." Long Bebe immediately followed her out. Aside from a few logistics girls who stayed behind, there were more than 30 girls with combat abilities. Chao Chuan divided them into 3 groups, led by a few slightly stronger and older girls. Shindingling and Long Bebe did not join any team. Their strength was already sufficient to stand on their own, and having them in the team would actually hinder the development of the other girls. After confirming the arrangements, the girls quickly left the armored vehicle one by one and arrived on the street. This street is called Shangyang Street, a shopping street in Jiangnan. However, it usually gets crowded only at night. At a glance, the number of zombies wasn't too many and was still within a controllable range. The captains of several small teams exchanged glances and tacitly split into different directions. Each group chose its own path. This combat method was already familiar to them from the journey here. Not long after they started walking, one of the girls spoke up. "I used to come to this street often. I can say it's my backyard. If anyone is unfamiliar, I can lead the way." "Wow, a rich person. I remember things are very expensive here. We don't come here on weekends. We go to another shopping center." "Not anymore, sister. You can take whatever you want. I know this place well. I'll take you there." "Then thank you, sister. Let me think." At that moment, the captain spoke up. "You 2 girls, stop chatting. The zombies are coming. Prepare for battle." Hearing the captain's words, they put away their playful mood and immediately entered combat mode. "Yes, okay, Captain." The presence of the girls had already attracted quite a few zombies. On this road, there were shops below and residential buildings above. The population density was not low. In a short while, quite a few zombies had rushed out from the residential buildings. Among them were several girls carrying teddy bears, their heads lowered, making it hard to see their true faces. From a distance, it was impossible to tell whether they were zombies or humans. "Captain, there are a few girls. Should we go save them?" one of the girls asked. The captain snorted coldly. She had seen this kind of zombie before. She had encountered this same cute little zombie right after leaving school. A small female zombie that could scream and attract a large number of zombies. The current number of zombies was already enough for them to be full. If more came, they would definitely be overstuffed. The captain snorted again and said, "Immediately take them down. It's been so many days since the apocalypse, and there are still little girls outside? How is that possible?" "Yes, Captain." The other girls immediately responded. They quickly launched their attack. The girls' reaction speed was also extremely fast. They threw their ranged skills without hesitation at the little lowly zombies. Bang bang! Almost simultaneously, the skills hit the little lowly zombies. The heads of those lowly zombies were blown to smithereens, ending the evil lives of the lowly zombies. As the lowly zombies were finished off, these zombies were also quickly approaching. There was no time to collect the spoils before diving into a new battle. Cough cough, roar roar. The zombies roared as they clashed with the girl squad. Boom boom boom. Various skills flew through the air, causing the zombies to scream. Chao Chuan had originally been resting with his eyes closed, but upon hearing the sounds of battle, he immediately looked over. Not bad, the girls have made quite a bit of progress. It seems they can almost handle things on their own now. Chapter 154. Lin Xiaoyu. Meanwhile, on the other side with the girl squad, the girls were also fighting against the zombies. Chao Chuan took a glance and saw that things were going relatively smoothly here as well. During the team assignments, each team had a 4th tier ability user leading, so encountering a small number of 4th tier zombies posed no pressure. If there were too many, there was also Shindingling, a 5th tier girl, to back them up. If worse came to worst, he could step in himself. The first few waves had been like this. With perfect coordination, there were no casualties apart from some energy expenditure. Chao Chuan observed for a while, seeing no danger, and prepared to continue enjoying the sun. Just then, bang! The glass wall of a building nearby suddenly shattered on the 7th floor. Then came the sound of something falling from a height. Hundreds of zombies fell from above, landing without hesitation and heading straight for the girl squad in front of them. The leading girl, Eugenia, squinted her eyes, signaling her sisters to prepare for battle. She herself looked up at the broken window. Sure enough, at the broken window, a hunched zombie was quietly watching below. Eugenia locked eyes with that zombie. To her surprise, the zombie immediately displayed a human-like expression, the corners of its mouth slightly curling up, as if everything was under its control. This made Eugenia very displeased. How dare a little weakling like you try to ambush my squad? Eugenia disdainfully shook her head. Just this few zombies, and they dare to pose a threat to my squad? If I, Eugenia, have worked so hard to kill zombies and level up to the 4th tier, wouldn't that be in vain? What a joke! Sisters, use plan B, take them out in one go. As for that zombie up there, leave it to me. Eugenia commanded. Yes, Captain. The girls immediately adjusted their formation. Their abilities had already been matched according to their nature and level during the assignment. They could easily unleash their martial soul fusion technique. Boom boom boom. As the skills were unleashed, the fused abilities provided a benefit far exceeding 1 + 1 is equal to 2. High returns also meant high risks. While the martial soul fusion technique was powerful, they couldn't be greedy. During the fusion, their skills couldn't be interrupted, otherwise, there would be severe backlash. This meant they couldn't move during this period. Fortunately, the zombies had been cleared out, and after releasing all their abilities, no other zombies came to ambush them. The abilities washed over from left to right, completely indiscriminately. The zombies had no chance to approach them. The indiscriminate bombardment turned each zombie into pieces. The rotten flesh was instantly blown everywhere. The sudden explosion left the intelligent zombie above dumbfounded. It had never expected that the weak attack it had just witnessed would explode when it was its turn. It hadn't been like this before. Wasn't this bullying the honest zombies? Too despicable. For a moment, the intelligent zombie's mind went blank. Its expression became extremely complicated. The desire to eat had vanished completely. If it could speak, it would surely say, "Damn it, this is definitely entrapment, how despicable, bullying a 4th-tier zombie like me who doesn't understand schemes." Just as it was lost in thought, Eugenia rushed in front of it. Taking advantage of its weakness, she aimed to take its life. Eugenia unleashed her strongest ability, instantly killing the intelligent zombie. I thought it was some powerful character, but it turned out to be so pathetic. "I haven't even had my fun yet, and it's already dead," Eugenia said with a smile. She stayed in place, not leaving, playing with the zombie's crystal core in her hand, as if she had just killed a zombie and was preparing to take a selfie to post on social media. At that moment, another shadow rushed toward her from the darkness. Just as it was about to ambush Eugenia, she suddenly vanished from her spot. The shadow missed its target, feeling a bit dazed. Its gelatinous head couldn't comprehend the reason behind this. Then, Eugenia reappeared in her original position and swiftly decapitated it with a single strike. Not bad, another one down. I thought there would definitely be more zombies around here. I didn't expect that a little bait would actually work. Didn't they say the zombies on Jiannan Street are harder to deal with? I didn't feel that at all, Eugenia said confidently. In her view, zombies that only ambush were far easier to handle than those that were directly enhanced in all attributes. Dealing with those required a head-on confrontation, while for ambushing zombies, as long as she created an environment where they could successfully ambush, she could easily trap them. The two zombies had contributed their crystal cores, which was just a minor episode. Meanwhile, the other sisters had also cleared out most of the area. Eugenia leaped up and jumped back to the ground. Chao Chuan watched quietly while sipping coconut juice. He was quite satisfied with Eugenia's performance. Not bad, worth continuing to nurture. Chao Chuan turned over and continued to lie down, resting his eyes. The girls were fighting zombies while he lay there sleeping. What a wonderful situation. Before he could even drift into a light sleep, a sudden scream pierced the air like a bolt from the blue. It jolted Chao Chuan awake, and without bothering to assess the situation, he rushed to the scene. Not far away, a disheveled woman appeared before everyone. She looked to be around 30, with an oval face, big eyes, and slightly dry yellow hair. In the apocalypse, her strength was honestly quite average, but her looks and figure were decent. Chao Chuan couldn't help but observe this woman's attributes. Name, Lin Xiaoyu, age, 26, beauty score, 81, figure score, 88, purity, 9%, current health, 80%, overall score, 85, attributes, strength, 174, 6 stamina, 201, 4 speed, 146, 7 mental power, 188, 7 overall strength, Tier 3 ability user, ability, water control, C-grade mastery of the laws of water. Under the influence of water attributes, the host's skin and body undergo significant optimization. System comment, although her looks and figure are good, the purity is too low. It is not recommended for the host to pursue her aggressively, casual play is fine, no toxicity. Looking at the girl's attributes, Chao Chuan was taken aback. A purity of 9%. How many boyfriends has this girl had? Could she be a female player? But looking at her appearance, she didn't seem like the type who could have a string of boyfriends. Could it be? Chao Chuan glanced at her aura. Jealousy was unstable. It was clear she had indulged excessively. This further confirmed his suspicions. Chapter 155, Xiaohua Base. Looking at the purity level of that number, Chao Chuan instantly lost interest. To put it bluntly, this was clearly a public bus. Even without a harem, he wouldn't consider this woman. He couldn't tell if it was before or after the apocalypse, but Chao Chuan felt it was the latter. If it were the former, she wouldn't have survived to this point. After all, this wasn't the Urgienkyo Street, but the Jiangnan Street, the area with the highest population density in Yang City. Here, without a fourth-tier ability, one couldn't act independently at all. Moreover, her slightly withered yellow hair indicated that she hadn't had proper nutrition for quite some time. This was the norm in the apocalypse. Not everyone could ensure their basic needs like he could. The pitiful image of this sister stirred the compassion of the girls present. The other girls couldn't see this attribute interface, they only saw how pitiful this sister looked and directly welcomed her into the group. Sister, what happened to you? One of the girls in Chao Chuan's group asked. The sister had been very worried about encountering a zombie group, but upon hearing human voices, she relaxed her guard. Especially when she saw the configuration of Chao Chuan's team, a man surrounded by dozens of women, she realized that Chao Chuan was not an ordinary person and quickly calmed down. Having often mingled in the Blackhawk base, she had hosted many powerful ability users. No, it should be called Xiaohua Base now, in her view. Those powerful ability users all shared a common trait. They had numerous different women. Even if their wives were beautiful, even if their lovers were young and fresh, even if they knew the women outside weren't as good as their own, they still sought out wildflowers. When she was a princess in the private rooms at Xiaohua Base, there were several big shots like that. Some even requested her to accompany them to bed, and the tips were not low. Speaking of which, it was quite carefree when those big shots were around. She could sleep until she naturally woke up and only started working in the afternoon, accompanying the big shots to drink and eat snacks made from mutated creatures, earning several times more than an ordinary third-tier ability user in a day. If a few big shots requested her services, it would cover her expenses and cultivation crystals for a week. And all she did was what adults do. But now everything had changed. She heard that the base leader had changed and was cracking down on love for money, which made her lose her source of income. It was hard to find a quality honest man to take over, and the rented Blackhawk base had to be paid as long as one was alive, forcing her to go out with her sisters to fight zombies for food to survive. It wasn't that she couldn't take clients privately, but the circle at Blackhawk base was small, and she had offended quite a few peers when she was working. A good sister had just taken a small order and was reported. When they were caught, their clothes hadn't even been fully removed, and the efficiency was shocking. Seeing this situation, she didn't dare to take any more orders and could only go out to fight zombies like a beast of burden. Everything had been going smoothly before, but today, for some reason, she encountered only fourth-tier zombies. In her escape, she got separated and ended up alone facing a third-tier zombie, which led to her miserable state. Fortunately, she encountered an ability user team. She carefully examined Chao Chuan and found that this brother was not only incredibly handsome but also exuded an air of profound strength. His women were all radiant, clearly not lacking in food and drink. She made up her mind, she would follow Chao Chuan. Although his women were all very beautiful, so what? The women of Chao Chuan were indeed beautiful, but Lin Xiaoyu had her own advantages. She was much more perceptive than them. With just a glance, Lin Xiaoyu could tell what these men wanted. Oof, it was definitely possible. Thinking of this, Lin Xiaoyu immediately stopped in her tracks. She threw a flirtatious glance at Chao Chuan. This made Chao Chuan shiver. What was this bus doing? Was it really interested in him? No way. Ignoring her flirtation, Chao Chuan walked up to her and asked, "You must be from a nearby base." The girl was taken aback for a moment but quickly replied, "Yes, brother, I came from the Xiaohua base." Xiaohua base? Chao Chuan paused. The name sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. Chao Chuan was a laid-back person, and since he couldn't remember, he decided not to dwell on it. Just then, Lin Xiaoyu spoke again. "You may not know about the Xiaohua base, but you should know about the Blackhawk base." Blackhawk base? Chao Chuan immediately perked up. He quickly grabbed Lin Xiaoyu's shoulders and said, "Are you saying that this Xiaohua base is the Blackhawk base?" Oh dear. Lin Xiaoyu, caught off guard by the sudden grab, was momentarily stunned, but she quickly regained her composure. She replied, "Yes, I just came from the Blackhawk base. It was renamed to Xiaohua base just a couple of days ago. I heard there's a new leader, seems to be called Xiaohua. He took my job as soon as he came to power. I'm very angry and frustrated," Lin Xiaoyu said with a hint of grievance, trying to move this man, but unfortunately, she failed. Xiaohua. Just hearing this name made Chao Chuan freeze in place as he suddenly remembered. There was a super virtuous person named Xiaohua who had fought against him before, claiming that 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west, he would eventually seek revenge and return it 100-fold. Chao Chuan had scoffed at that back then, but now it had actually come true. Now he had become the leader of a base, and his strength was quite formidable. His rise to power meant that the former leader must either be dead or imprisoned. But that didn't matter. From Zhao Kuan, he knew that the former leader of this base, Black Hawk, was a 6th-tier ability user. And now that he was dead, it meant that Xiaohua also possessed 6th-tier abilities. Damn, he regretted not killing him back then when he had the chance. Now this Xiaohua had become a base leader, and to prevent him from growing any stronger, it seemed a tough battle was inevitable. He had to go to the Xiaohua base. He had previously said he couldn't find anyone, but now he had a local person, he should be able to find out quickly. Chao Chuan said to her again, "Xiaohua base, can you take us there?" The girl was also taken aback by Chao Chuan's words. What was good about that base now? Why would they want to go there? They had a new leader, and she had lost her job. Sob. Chapter 156. The impressive Shindingling Chao Chuan looked at Lin Xiaoyu's troubled expression and thought she was being forced into some kind of romantic transaction at the Xiaohua base. He couldn't help but feel the harshness of the world. In the apocalypse, if you lacked strength, being beautiful was truly a sin. A woman of Lin Xiaoyu's caliber should be cherished in a golden house, loved well, and bear a few children for the family. It was too wasteful to just sell her off like this. Thus, Chao Chuan said, "Don't be afraid, with us around, the people from the Xiaohua base won't make things difficult for you. If you have any troubles, I can help you solve them." Really? Thank you so much, Lin Xiaoyu said excitedly. A smile appeared on her face. She was close to the incredibly handsome Chao Chuan, and Lin Xiaoyu's heart immediately thought, "This man's strength seems quite impressive. If only." Just thinking about it makes her a bit excited. They say there's a thin veil between a woman chasing a man. Lin Xiaoyu immediately imagined many inappropriate scenarios in her mind. She brought Chao Chuan over, and asking for one small request shouldn't be too much, right? And then accompanying him for a sleep should also be something he wouldn't refuse. Lin Xiaoyu was very confident in her abilities. She secretly glanced at Chao Chuan's key area, confidently thinking, with my skills being so good, which client wouldn't give a 5-star review? To handle a little guy like this, I bet the moment I touch that part, yes, the fist, he'll be all hard. However, she didn't know that everything she was thinking had already been read by Chao Chuan through his mind-reading ability. Although Chao Chuan showed no outward change, his heart was already racing like a stampede. He thought to himself, "Thank you for noticing me, you're quite nice, but I can't accept this. You should find someone else." For a woman like this, Chao Chuan couldn't say he disliked her, he could only say her values were quite different from his own. Different paths, no collaboration. Chao Chuan took 2 steps back, not answering her, instead letting the girls negotiate with her while he retreated to the background. After some communication among the girls, Lin Xiaoyu quickly agreed to their request and took them back to the Xiaohua base. However, she had come here in a panic after being chased by a 4th-tier zombie and didn't remember how to get back. Now, she could only take it one step at a time. Lin Xiaoyu temporarily joined the team, but Chao Chuan didn't let her into his armored vehicle. Instead, he arranged for her to drive a jeep off-road vehicle, following behind. As for her resentful gaze, Chao Chuan completely ignored it. Back in the armored vehicle, Shindingling noticed something was off with Chao Chuan. After watching the girls return to the armored vehicle one by one, she walked directly behind Chao Chuan and poked him in the back with her finger. Chao Chuan, don't you like that sister? Shin Dingling said with a mischievous smile. She's not my type, why are you asking this? Chao Chuan replied irritably. TSK, why do I feel like I see disdain in your eyes? Is it because that sister is too old? Don't guess randomly, that's not the reason. Then let me guess, is that sister like a bus? Shin Dingling said with great certainty. Hearing Shin Dingling's words, Chao Chuan looked at her in disbelief. He didn't expect this little girl could guess from his expression. Quite impressive. Shin Dingling looked at Chao Chuan as if they both understood the world, then tugged at the hem of his shirt, signaling him to move aside. What? Chao Chuan looked at her in confusion. Shin Dingling whispered, do what you want to do. Ha! Then, under Shin Dingling's half-push, half-pull, Chao Chuan was pushed back into the room. Long Bei had been following the two. Seeing Miss Shin Dingling enter the room, fearing she might be bullied by Chao Chuan, she followed in as well. This time, Shin Dingling didn't call Long Bei out. Instead, she looked at her with a mischievous smile. Long Bei still didn't know what was going on. The door to the room was closed. The three of them stared at each other in the room, forming a relatively static situation. Why are you still standing there? Chao Chuan, you don't really not know what I mean, do you? I know you can see other people's attributes, especially when you look at pretty girls' attributes. It's always about wanting that. Shin Dingling spoke up. Long Bei looked at the two in confusion. Miss, Chao Chuan, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. How did you figure that out? Chao Chuan looked at Shin Dingling in shock. Her words today made Chao Chuan feel as if Shin Dingling could see right through him. Such a clever woman. Chao Chuan didn't like women who were too smart, unless they became his own. Now Shin Dingling had actually pushed him into this room. It was obvious what she wanted to do. It seemed that his sister was already prepared. Fine, since you say that my interest in other girls' attributes means I want to do that kind of thing. Then today, I'll see what your current attributes are. Have you made any progress? Name, Shin Dingling. Photo, image. GIF. Age, 19. Beauty score, 95. Figure score, 95. Purity, 100%. Current health, 100%. Overall score, 95. Attributes. Strength, 1575. 6 stamina, 1254. 4 speed, 1342. 5 mental power, 1345. 5 special ability, Child of the Earth, S-class. As long as standing on blue star, can gain an endless supply of power. Pregnancy status, not pregnant. System comment, high quality girl, the host still hasn't taken her down, the system really doesn't understand, isn't this pure second rate? Please take her down quickly. Looking at Shin Dingling's attributes at this moment, I didn't expect she was already at the mid-stage of the 5th level, so fast. If I hadn't consumed half of a zombie tide's resources, I wouldn't necessarily be leveling up faster than this girl. It seems that my sister, who always laughs and plays around, is secretly a top-tier competitor. It's people like her who are making the whole industry competitive. This must be criticized harshly. Chao Chuan immediately pulled Shin Dingling into his arms. Fiercely he said, "This is what you asked for." Shin Dingling was not to be outdone. She replied, "Who's afraid of whom? Come on, let me see your treasure." Long Bei watched the two and immediately pulled Shin Dingling over. "Miss, this isn't right, you can't do this without getting married. You stay out of it, just focus on supporting from the side. If I decide to take down Chao Chuan, it won't concern you." Hearing Shin Dingling's domineering words, Chao Chuan also sneered. "Can a golden kidney not handle this little girl? Could it be that you have a golden tube as well?"